Li Chen awoke to find himself transported to the 7th year of the Wude era. Stripped of any extraordinary abilities, he was left with nothing but a dilapidated Taoist temple. In light of the turbulent times, he resolved to live modestly as a Taoist priest at the Qingfeng Temple, awaiting the dawn of the prosperous Zhenguan era before striving for greater ambitions. However, he inadvertently discovered that he had become an unparalleled master. Chapter 1. The Daily Life of a Slothful Taoist. In the 9th year of Wude, early summer, the old Taoist temple on the outskirts of Chang'an lay deserted. A handsome young Taoist sat cross-legged on a mat, supporting his chin with one hand, feeling quite despondent as the sweltering weather induced drowsiness. He lifted his eyelids. Before him stood a nearly paintless statue that stubbornly held its ground, while even the incense altar appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Alas, gazing at the bare temple, Li Chen could not help but let out a soft sigh. Once a modern man, 2 years ago, he inexplicably traversed time to this era, becoming a Taoist priest of the same name. The beginning of his journey was nothing short of lamentable. Unlike other time travelers who emerged as formidable heroes endowed with various miraculous abilities, he found himself merely an ordinary Taoist. Day by day, he had to rely on fortune-telling to make ends meet. The tales of fantastical adventures were nothing but illusions. He did not aspire to be a charlatan, but one must earn a living. What made matters worse was the prevailing popularity of Buddhism. In this era, being a Taoist priest meant a bleak professional future. The only solace he found was in the thought of possibly marrying and having children, though it was a meager consolation compared to the prospect of becoming a monk. Li Chen yearned for success. Yet, he was caught in the chaotic early Tang dynasty under the reign of Li Yuan, a time when an unarmed person like him would be courting death by venturing forth. In the long run, the best course of action was to bide his time at Qingfeng Temple, awaiting the arrival of the Zhenguan prosperity, and then leverage his historical knowledge to strive for a better life. At the very least, he hoped to lead a stable life, complete with fertile fields, grand estates, and a multitude of wives and concubines. As for his senior brother, who had ventured far and wide, it was uncertain when he would see him again, if ever. Such thoughts were beyond his immediate concerns. As the saying goes, life is a dream, and each person lives their own splendid tale. Although perhaps that saying did not quite fit. Never mind. Today, not a single guest had come to pay respects, and it seemed he would have to continue subsisting on plain wheat cakes. After all, one must be frugal to survive. Recalling the luxurious days of instant noodles with eggs, Li Chen felt a pang of regret, continually murmuring prayers for visitors. As he was lost in his thoughts, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed through the grass-covered courtyard. Could it be that heaven had finally taken notice? A glimmer of hope surged within Li Chen, but after sitting for too long, his legs were numb, and he could only rise slowly to turn and look. Indeed, 2 young men in simple garments strode towards him. These 2 were old acquaintances. Months prior, they had come seeking his senior brother for divination, but alas, his brother was no longer present. Through their interactions, they had grown familiar with Li Chen, often visiting to inquire about his brother's whereabouts. The tall young man, surnamed Li, accompanied by an elegant gentleman surnamed Sun, was among the affluent merchants frequenting Chang'an. These 2 individuals exuded opulence, generously leaving substantial offerings each time they visited, and occasionally, in moments of joviality, bestowing additional silver, which allowed Li Chen to establish a financial foothold within the Daoist temple. Upon the arrival of his esteemed benefactors, Li Chen donned a humble smile, embodying an air of official courtesy. Esteemed gentlemen, it has been some time. One must acknowledge that his composure, steady as a mountain, significantly enhanced his already handsome visage, especially when adorned in a gray Daoist robe, which imparted an ethereal quality to his presence. The young man, surnamed Li, stepped forward, returning the gesture with both hands, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Daoist Li, you are too kind. I wonder. Before he could finish, Li Chen chuckled softly, interjecting, my senior brother has yet to return. At this revelation, a flicker of disappointment crossed the merchant's eyes, but it was fleeting. He cast a knowing glance to his companion, who promptly placed the offerings upon the incense altar, tossing in a half-guan of large coins before setting the wine and delicacies upon the small table before them. As always, the lavishness of the gesture delighted Li Chen, who offered a slight bow in gratitude. You honor me, esteemed gentlemen, and your merits are immeasurable. The Daoist platitudes elicited a smile from the merchant, who could not refrain from praising Li Chen's foresight and sagacity. Li Chen, however, remained nonchalant, attributing it merely to polite convention. He had little patience for such flattery after all. The merchant had visited 5 or 6 times, and it was evident he sought his senior brother for divination. What was there to boast about? Yet, to his surprise, the merchant seemed invigorated, settling down on a cushion as if in his own home, extending an inviting hand with an expression full of inquiry. Daoist, today, I have a question. Might you elucidate it for me? Ah, here we go again. This scenario was all too familiar to Li Chen. Each visit from the merchant ended in disappointment. Yet he always appeared reluctant to leave, persistently engaging Li Chen with inquiries about pressing matters of state and the populace. Questions such as, how do the citizens of the Tang dynasty fare in their livelihoods? Are the current taxes excessively burdensome? What is the public sentiment regarding Tang laws? In essence, the merchant's discourse revolved around national affairs, leading one to wonder if he fancied himself a contemporary scholar. Despite being a merchant, his relentless focus on state matters could easily make Li Chen feel as though he were conversing with a researcher. Were it not for Li Chen's otherworldly arrival, he might have been genuinely intimidated by this local. However, given the merchant's evident enthusiasm, Li Chen felt it impolite to decline. After all, this individual was his sole significant benefactor and frequently visited Qingfeng Temple, displaying genuine piety. The monetary aspect was secondary. It was this sincerity that held true value. With a gentle smile, Li Chen accepted the invitation to sit. What inquiries does esteemed merchant wish to pose today? In response to Li Chen's calm demeanor, the merchant was unfazed, while his attentive companion filled their cups with wine. Raising his wine cup for a gentle clink, Master Li, with an air of mystery, quietly remarked, Daoist Li, today I wish to inquire about a matter of great significance. A matter of great significance? Has there ever been a time when your inquiries were not deemed monumental? Having exchanged pleasantries 5 or 6 times, I find this routine rather tiresome. Li Chen, with an indifferent smile, drank the clear wine in his cup and turned his gaze toward his companion with a hint of amusement. Please, feel free to speak, Master Li. His nonchalant demeanor elicited a slight nod from Master Li, who leaned in closer and spoke in a hushed tone. Very well. May I ask, esteemed Daoist, what do you foresee for the future of the Tang dynasty? Chapter 2. What do you foresee for the future of the Tang dynasty? Li Chen's brow furrowed slightly in surprise as he regarded the two gentlemen. Who are these esteemed figures? As a commoner in this era, how dare they discuss the nation's future? Surely, the freedom of speech has not reached such heights in these times. Have merchants become so audacious? They seem to be courting disaster. Typically, Li Chen entertained their conversations out of respect for their lavish hospitality, often impressing them with his extensive historical knowledge. Yet today, the topic ventured too far into perilous waters. With a slight shake of his head, Li Chen resolutely declined. This matter is not to be discussed. Seeing his predictable refusal, Master Li maintained a smile and gazed intently at him. Daoist Li, we are in the company of no outsiders. We are merely engaging in casual conversation. Surely, there is no harm in discussing this. As soon as he finished speaking, the attentive old son refilled the wine cups on the table. He chimed in with a friendly smile. Indeed, Daoist Li, we are merely exchanging thoughts. You have visited us numerous times. What harm could there be in a little chat? Could it be that we pose a threat to you? As their encouragement persisted, Li Chen found himself reluctantly nodding in acquiescence. These two truly possess remarkable audacity. Yet there is a modicum of truth in their words. A private discussion is hardly a grave matter, unless they wish to court misfortune by revealing everything one day. After all, they hail from affluent families. They cannot be so foolish. Who would willingly seek their own ruin? Under their watchful eyes, Li Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. Very well, let us speak freely, but you must not disclose this to anyone. Rest assured, I will not share a word, Master Li promptly vowed, patting his chest in assurance. With his assurance granted, Li Chen nodded and continued, in my view, with Prince Chen ascending the throne, the Tang dynasty will enter an era of prosperity. This truth is ordained by destiny. It is not the crown prince who will inherit the throne, but Prince Chen. His assertive words immediately captured Master Li's attention. Oh, what leads you to this conclusion, Daoist? Clearly, he was taken aback by such an unconventional assertion. It is known that the tradition of the crown prince inheriting the throne has remained unshaken for millennia. How few commoners could ever conceive that the current Prince Chen, Li Shimin, might ascend to the imperial seat? Yet, such thoughts are merely the shallow musings of ordinary folk. As a time traveler, Li Chen possesses a profound understanding of history, placing him beyond the confines of common understanding. The matter has been laid bare, and familiar faces surround us. Chen decided to speak candidly. Logically, the throne should be inherited by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. However, in today's world, the Qin King has fought for many years, commanding a multitude of talented individuals and winning the hearts of the people. It is an inevitable trend that he will usurp the throne, thereby ushering the Tang dynasty into an era of prosperity. Li Kaiju, taken aback, cautiously raised his gaze, unable to ignore the young Daoist before him. Beside him, the elderly son remained equally frozen in place. Such remarks had undeniably left a significant impact on them. After a brief pause, Li Kaiju managed to muster a semblance of a smile, concealing the barely perceptible shock in his eyes, and inquired with a tone of feigned amusement. The hierarchy of age and status has been well established throughout history. Such bold assertions from you, Daoist, are indeed alarming. On what grounds do you so confidently assert that the Qin King will seize the throne? This fellow is quite the character. Despite having posed the question himself and earnestly pressed for advice, he now appeared incredulous when someone finally responded with patience. How absurd! Yet, one must consider that Li Kaiju is merely a merchant. His ignorance of national affairs is somewhat understandable. Now that the conversation had reached this point, Chen saw no reason to hold back. Once, during the tyrannical rule of the Sui, the realm was divided, and the 18 feudal lords waged relentless wars, causing untold suffering to the common folk, with some resorting to cannibalism. Had it not been for the uprising in Jinyang and the Qin King's leadership in battle, how could the world have been unified? To rescue the populace from dire straits is a noble act that reflects a heart devoted to the realm. Even after the establishment of the Tang dynasty, the Qin King repeatedly led his troops into battle, quelling the unrest in western Zhou, defeating the likes of Song Jinggang and Lu Wuzhou to secure the northern borders, and vanquishing Lu Haitu in the eastern regions. These significant campaigns are no small feats, and beneath his extraordinary martial prowess lies an unparalleled virtue of benevolence towards the people. Whenever the Qin King returns from a campaign, the citizens of Chang'an warmly welcome him, which demonstrates the people's allegiance. Even the current emperor has granted the Tian Su Mansion the authority to appoint officials and establish the Hongwan Academy to attract scholars from all corners, an indication of the Qin King's popularity. Is it not apparent that such a benevolent and widely revered figure is far more suited to inherit the throne than the current crown prince? If the Qin King ascends, how could the Tang dynasty possibly fail to flourish? As Li Chen's eloquence flowed, Li Caiju's eyes sparkled with interest. He leaned in, brimming with anticipation. Daoistly, are you truly speaking the truth? Li Chen cast him an exasperated glance. Of course, it is the truth. There are only the three of us here, would I deceive you? Moreover, this is not something I need to exaggerate. The citizens of Chang'an are well aware of it. Upon hearing this, Li Kaiju nodded in satisfaction, his expression tinged with sentimentality. Indeed, if the Qin King were to hear such words, he would surely feel touched and might even regard you as a confidant. Goodness, the exaggeration is becoming increasingly absurd, as if Emperor Li Shimin himself were present. If only there were a peanut to enjoy. Li Chen, caught between laughter and tears, filled his companion's wine cup to the brim. Come, let us drink this toast to the dregs. I am but a leisurely Taoist, with no expectations of meeting the king of Qin. Such flattery must have grown tiresome to him long ago. Li, my friend, do not merely indulge in wine, partake of the dishes as well, as if you were at home. Li the wealthy and old son exchanged glances, their mirth ignited by this sincere expression of camaraderie. At once, the three raised their cups in unison, laughter echoing around them. Before they knew it, the sun had dipped below the horizon. After several rounds of wine, Li the wealthy glowed with exuberance. His smile significantly broadened, and he instructed old son to leave behind 2 guan of silver as a parting gift. Daoist Li, today's conversation was most enjoyable. Here is a token of incense money. I shall visit again soon, hoping to meet your esteemed master. Though somewhat verbose, this wealthy Li's inquisition was commendable. He was indeed a good man. It seems that in the future, I must continue to engage him in pleasant discourse. In good spirits, Li Chen responded with a single-handed gesture of farewell. Safe travels to you both. Exiting the temple, they walked a few paces, leaving the narrow alley behind. Li the wealthy strode forth with an air of confidence, his brow held high, his features radiating authority, dispelling any remnants of inebriation. He exuded an aura of formidable power befitting a leader. Behind him, Old Sun's expression grew serious, a newfound respect gleaming in his eyes. In an instant, over a dozen youths clad in simple garments emerged from the surrounding alleys, closing in around them. Each figure was robust and vigilant, discreetly forming a protective circle around the two esteemed gentlemen. This wealthy Li was none other than His Highness Li Shimin, the current king of Qin, while the other was Changsun Wuji, the steward of the heavenly strategy mansion. Exhaling a breath of wine-laden air, Li Shimin's eyes sparkled with intelligence. Fujiji, what are your thoughts on this Daoist Li? Chapter 3. Why not invite Daoist Li for a divination? Your Highness, Daoist Li speaks in an unusual manner, yet he is a man of genuine temperament. His words are imbued with sincere emotion, and he often shares profound insights that reflect the realities of our time, revealing a remarkable intellect. Changsun Wuji immediately responded with a courteous gesture. Coming from a prestigious lineage and having been well-versed in both literature and martial arts since childhood, he had honed his ability to read situations over many years. Even when the king of Qin casually inquired, his agreement and praise were flawless. The king of Qin was currently in high spirits. He certainly could not dismiss Daoist Li's previous remarks as mere flattery. To have reached his current standing, one must possess a keen perception. Moreover, Li Chen's words indeed resonated with the current circumstances, earning Changsun Wuji's full endorsement. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin, who was walking slowly, nodded in silence, appearing calm outwardly. Yet, within his heart, he felt a long-lost exhilaration, a level of comfort that was quite profound. A few months prior, Li Shimin had heeded the counsel of his subordinates and, in disguise, ventured into the populace to gauge their sentiments. It was during this time that he stumbled upon the remarkable rumors surrounding the master of Qifeng Temple, prompting him to visit repeatedly. Although he had not succeeded in meeting the master as he had hoped, he had fortuitously encountered the master's disciple, Li Chen. The small Daoist's exceptional discourse and intellect captivated him, leading him to frequently visit Qifeng Temple for joyous banter. Over time, he had indeed reaped considerable rewards from these interactions, until today, which brought immense joy to Li Shimin. This was simply because Li Chen's earlier remarks had struck a chord deep within him, with both virtue and talent, deserving of the people's acclaim. Even the virtuous Yu and Shun could hardly compare. What a lofty commendation this is. Throughout history, everyone has regarded the ancient sage kings Yu and Shun as paragons. For any sovereign to be likened to them by future generations is an extraordinary honor, let alone being equated with them. He had yet to ascend the throne. Yet he was revered in such a manner. The surprise was overwhelming. Even more precious was that these words came from the mouth of a leisurely Daoist. Devoid of any semblance of flattery, thus their intrinsic value is evident, surpassing the ornate expressions of countless literati. The will of the people, the collective consensus. Well said. This was indeed an exquisite articulation. After a decade of blood-soaked battles and countless nights of toil and sacrifice, it seemed that at last, the populace acknowledged his efforts. As he advanced, a hint of satisfaction graced the youthful face of Li Shimin. This Daoist Li possesses remarkable insights. Changsun Wuji nodded in agreement. Your Highness speaks truly. Daoist Li is indeed extraordinary. Indeed, a mere idle Daoist, with just a few words, encapsulates the state of the world and even wins the favor of His Highness the King of Qin. This individual is surely not an ordinary character. It is worth noting that those favored by the King of Qin are none other than the remarkable talents of this era, such as Fang Xianling, Chai Xiao, and Cheng Yaojin, each of whom was a notable figure in their own right. One day, this Daoist Li may well achieve renown across the realm. Yet, despite these thoughts, the recent tensions weighed heavily on Changsun Wuji's mind, as the currents between the Eastern Palace and the Qin Wangfu swirled ominously, and the King of Qin remained indecisive. Although Fang Xianling had once privately discussed with him the possibility of advising Prince Qin, the matter of usurping power was exceedingly treacherous. As a minister, it was indeed difficult to voice his thoughts. Observing the invigorated Prince Qin, Changsun Wuji concocted a clever scheme. Why not employ the words of this young Daoist Li to counsel His Highness? Taking a few steps forward, he discreetly positioned himself before Li Shimin and softly suggested, Your Highness. Given that this esteemed Daoist Li is indeed remarkable, even if he has not yet fully grasped the true teachings, he must possess some capability. With the master of Qifeng Temple absent, why not let him divine a fortune? The unexpected proposal caught Li Shimin slightly off guard. The concept of spirits and deities had always been elusive and intangible. Even the renowned master of Qifeng Temple could not elicit his complete trust, merely feeding his dissatisfaction from repeated encounters. Moreover, how could he place faith in such a youthful figure as Li Chen? Yet, recalling recent experiences, he felt no aversion. Noticing Changsun Wuji's cheerful demeanor, he responded with a mild smile. Very well then, let him divine tomorrow. The following day at noon, having enjoyed a bountiful meal. Li Chen was preparing for a leisurely nap when he saw Master Li and Old Sun stride into the courtyard, their arms laden with various items. Surprised, Li Chen smiled and inquired, "Esteemed gentleman, did you not just visit yesterday? What brings you here again today? I am unaware of when my senior brother will return from his travels." Li Shimin waved his hand with a light laugh, approaching with familiarity. "Daoist, you misunderstand. I have come seeking a favor." Upon hearing this, Li Chun extended an invitation. Since the wealthy patron was not in search of his senior brother, a conversation would be delightful, especially since the man's earnest desire for knowledge was evident, and one must eat, after all. Once the three settled upon the cushions in the small hall, pouring 2 cups of the previous day's fine wine, Li Chen raised his glass and smiled at the seated financier. "Master Li, may I inquire what matter weighs upon you?" Li Shimin casually replied. "I merely wish to request the Daoist to divine a fortune." "Divine? A fortune?" As soon as the words left his lips, Li Chen's hand, poised with the wine cup, froze mid-air, his heart tightening involuntarily. This was a domain he understood not at all. While he was indeed a bona fide Daoist, Chi Feng Temple was in such disrepair that he was nothing more than a figurehead. His senior brother had vanished years ago. How could Li Chen possess such specialized skills in fortune-telling? He could concoct tales on a whim, but only to deceive some credulous youths when absolutely necessary. Faced with such a wealthy merchant, he knew he could not pull the wool over his eyes. This man had surely witnessed countless scenarios. This could turn into a debunking live stream. What a disaster! Yet, seeing the unwavering gazes of the two across from him, Li Chen understood there was no retreat. He could only muster the courage to respond. "I can attempt to divine, but I am still inexperienced and my skills are not yet refined." He had yet to finish. Old Sun, with a beaming smile, began to offer his counsel, saying, "There is no need for the Daoist priest to be overly modest. As a disciple of the master of Qingfeng Temple, you undoubtedly possess the necessary insight. Feel free to make your calculations." His words were laced with a hint of sarcasm, showcasing his knack for jest. Li Chun felt a throbbing headache and could only nod slightly. Since that was the case, he would do his utmost to give it a try. "May I inquire what matters the two esteemed gentlemen wish to divine?" After several attempts to defer, Li Shimin felt an inkling of disappointment. His indifference towards the notions of spirits and omens only intensified at that moment. After all, having held a high position for many years, even the subtlest hint of doubt could not escape his keen observation. It was evident that this young Daoist priest lacked a true understanding of divination, possessing little more than the skills of a street fortune teller, certainly not worth anticipating. Nonchalantly nodding, Li Shimin replied, "Daoist priest, please ascertain the trajectory of my future." Observing the composed demeanor of the wealthy merchant, Li Chun felt an intense anxiety within. He had no true grasp of fortune-telling. His occasional interpretations of drawn lots were merely superficial, a means to earn a living. Clearly, relying on such methods would not suffice in this instance. Yet, confronted with the placid expression of the affluent patron, he felt compelled to rise to the occasion. Fortune-telling. Fortune-telling. Drawing lots was futile. He had no knowledge of palmistry, and bone reading was entirely beyond him. How on earth was he to proceed? Curse it. Death be it. Gritting his teeth, Li Chun could only embrace a gamble and spoke in a resolute tone. "Esteemed merchant, I perceive you treading upon the eastern winds. Crowned with auspicious purple vapors, your fate is extraordinary, destined for immense wealth and nobility. In the future, you shall ascend to heights beyond articulation. A true dragon among men." In an instant, the serene smile of Li Shimin froze upon his visage. Chapter 4, Divination, after all, is merely a prelude of flattery followed by intimidation. Li Shimin was taken aback. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. Stepping upon the eastern winds, crowned by the ethereal purple aura, such fortune is not bestowed upon ordinary souls. Since ancient times, the east has been regarded as the auspicious direction, heralding prosperity. The phenomenon of purple gas is a well-known tale dating back to Laozi, symbolizing immense fortune and high official rank. In other words, these words subtly indicate a noble identity. As for the subsequent remarks about being priceless and likening oneself to a dragon among men, they are far more direct. This speech nearly elucidates his extraordinary status. Could it be that he is destined to inherit the imperial throne? At this moment, the motionless Li Shimin felt a tempest brewing within. The initial shock of his elation had not yet dissipated when it was suddenly overshadowed by a burgeoning suspicion, rendering his thoughts intricate and cautious. This Li Chun, merely a wandering Taoist, repeatedly uttered words of his ascension to the throne, which seemed rather unreasonable. It felt like a form of incitement. Could it be he is affiliated with the crown prince? Is he attempting to extract information from him? Perhaps to hold him accountable in the court in the future? A trap since entering this Qingfeng temple. Perhaps it has all been a scheme. In an instant, A mix of astonishment and fury surged within Li Shimin, yet he was reluctant to embrace such conjecture, forcing a serious countenance to question, "Who exactly are you?" This sudden inquiry, imbued with an imposing presence, would likely intimidate any ordinary person into silence. However, Li Chen felt a sense of relief, for he knew he had struck a chord. From experience, whenever a diviner reacts with calmness, it often indicates that their words do not resonate with the listener's innermost thoughts. Yet, an intense reaction signifies an undeniable truth. Given Li Shimin's level of agitation, it was evident that he had struck a profound nerve. Immediately, Li Chen found a measure of confidence. With a composed demeanor, he smiled and replied, "Master Li, I am curious about the meaning behind your words. I am merely a casual Taoist." Such fervor, could it be that my divination was incorrect? His nonchalant inquiry momentarily left Li Shimin in a state of perplexity. This young Taoist possesses no discernible background? Could it be that his recent conclusions were genuinely derived from his calculations? That seems rather extraordinary as the atmosphere grew tense. Changsun Wuji, standing nearby, quickly signaled to Li Shimin, prompting him to recall that he had previously investigated the background of Qingfeng Temple and realized his brief lapse in composure. Seizing the opportunity while raising his cup, Li Shimin adeptly brushed aside the awkwardness. "Indeed, the Taoist possesses some skill. However, your earlier words were rather shocking. I am but a merchant. It is difficult for me to believe." "Please, Daoist Dao? Who was it that just allowed their voice to drop?" The affluent merchant, having long since ceased to concern himself with wealth, was nonetheless acutely aware of his lowly status, thus harboring a concealed yearning for the unreachable realms of power and nobility. Such is the nature of human greed and the lament of the era. Upon hearing of the potential for high status, how could a merchant remain unmoved? With a silent smile, Li Chen, who had accumulated considerable experience in persuasion, gradually gained confidence and raised his wine cup for a gentle clink. As the wine slipped down their throats, the three seated individuals, though harboring distinct thoughts, found the atmosphere significantly more intimate, each adorned with a faint smile. Following the exquisite opening, Li Shimin, understanding the ordinary identity of his counterpart, dismissed any lingering doubts. Yet, recalling the earlier words, he found it difficult to remain composed and could not help but develop a curiosity regarding the art of divination. "Pray tell, Daoist Li, how did you deduce that I would be immeasurably esteemed in the future?" Despite his earlier skepticism, his body betrayed him. With a subtle smile, Li Chen was well prepared with his official lines. "Li Guancher, allow me to elaborate. In the realm of our Daoist divination, one's facial features dictate the course of one's life. Your prominent upper features indicate that you have undoubtedly been blessed by your ancestors from a young age, destined for a smooth journey. A broad mid-feature signifies that after establishing a family and career, you will ascend steadily, undoubtedly destined for great honor." Li Shimin felt a jolt of trepidation at those words, instinctively glancing at Changsun Wuji. Yet in their silent exchange, they could only see astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. This Daoist spoke with an uncanny precision. As a member of the prominent Li family of Longxi, it was predetermined that from the moment of his birth, he belonged to an esteemed lineage. His father, Li Yuan, was a notable minister of the Sui dynasty, thus ensuring he was indeed favored by his ancestry, destined for a fortunate life. The subsequent predictions were even more accurate. Ever since he had taken the Guanyin maid as his wife, his years of battles, commencing from the rescue of Emperor Yang of Sui to the subsequent pacification of the realm, had seen him rise from an obscure general to the esteemed Prince of Qin, even becoming a general of the Tang dynasty Tiansu, establishing the Hongwen Pavilion. Was this not a testament to a steady ascent? In that moment, both men were rendered speechless, seated upon the mat in a daze. Not only Li Shimin himself, but even Changsun Wuji found himself bewildered. He had never anticipated that Li Chen could be so accurate. Had it not been for his prior investigation into this Daoist, he would have already apprehended him. Merely by observing facial features, he had unveiled such truths, and with remarkable accuracy. Absurd. Indeed, it was utterly preposterous. Initially, Changsun Wuji had intended to subtly guide Li Chen towards advising the Prince of Qin to mobilize, but who could have foreseen that this Daoist would not conform to expectations, leaving him speechless with just a few words. How could he possibly find an opportunity to counsel the prince now? In an instant, Changsun Wuji's plans were thrown into disarray as he sat beside him, utterly perplexed. Noticing the silence enveloping them, Li Chen realized that his earlier observations had proven to be remarkably astute. Even if it was merely routine flattery, it was a result of years of accumulated experience. At the very least, he had managed to establish a firm presence. Li Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him, and his thoughts began to flourish. Little did he know, however, the caliber of Li Shimin, a figure who held the power to traverse and stabilize the realm, had long relied solely on his sword. swiftly calming any tremors within his heart, despite the profound impact of Li Chen's accurate divination, which had equally unsettled Changsun Wuji. However, His Highness King Qin did not completely succumb to the so-called theories of fate. He remained somewhat skeptical, merely harboring a flicker of interest. Upon reflection, although the previous predictions were precise, they were ultimately superfluous, serving only as a reflection of the current reality, and the initial shock had gradually waned. With a light smile, Li Shimin offered a courteous and formal farewell. The Daoist indeed possessed remarkable insight. Today's divination was truly eye-opening. Since I have received a prediction, I shall consider my aspirations fulfilled and will no longer pursue my senior brother for guidance. Perhaps I shall return another day for further discourse. This sentiment, however, hinted at something amiss. It was evident that Master Li was not entirely satisfied with today's divination, and it seemed unlikely he would return unless his senior brother came back, which might rekindle his interest. If that were the case, had I not foolishly let go of a significant patron? Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Li Chen swiftly waved his hand with a light laugh, initiating the second phase of the fortune-telling, determined to keep the charade alive. Parting his lips, he suddenly donned a serious expression and exclaimed with feigned alarm, "Wait a moment. Master Li, I see that your brow is darkening. You may be facing a perilous imprisonment or a calamity involving bloodshed." Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin, who had just risen, instinctively halted his movements, slowly lifting his gaze with an expression of astonishment. Chapter 5. As a Prince of the Nation. How could I face a catastrophe of bloodshed? The phrase catastrophe of bloodshed was perplexing, momentarily rendering Li Shimin speechless. After scrutinizing the young Taoist priest for a few moments, a sense of helpless amusement flickered in his eyes, as though he had just heard the most ridiculous joke. With a light chuckle, he waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, dear priest, do not jest. How could I possibly encounter a catastrophe of bloodshed?" Beside him, Changsun Wuji's astonishment transformed into incredulity. Is the priest perhaps intoxicated? Their reactions were remarkably composed, leaving Li Chun somewhat bewildered. Logically speaking, anyone who fervently sought divination must have been grappling with daunting dilemmas or significant life choices. This was true for ordinary individuals and wealthy merchants alike. Li, the affluent proprietor, and old son had visited numerous times, seeking an audience with their long-absent master. Even after returning empty-handed on multiple occasions, their enthusiasm had not waned, and they engaged in lively conversation. It was evident that they were likely facing some pressing issue. As a merchant, he would hardly be troubled by trivial matters of daily sustenance. The present was relatively peaceful, and business fluctuations were not the cause. The most probable scenario involved life and death calamities. However, when he tentatively spoke up, he was met with indifference. Was he mistaken in his assumptions? To think he had suggested both imprisonment and bloodshed as potential threats, it seemed his safeguards were in vain. Ultimately, it appeared that he had underestimated the professional standards at play. It was rather unfortunate that his unfortunate master had not left behind any textbooks on fortune-telling. It was truly vexing. Yet, having voiced his thoughts, there was no turning back. "Li, you will undoubtedly face a catastrophe of bloodshed in the near future. Do not act recklessly or carelessly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin." The priest's cryptic words seemed somewhat disjointed. There was a faint semblance of truth in them. At this moment, however, Li Shimin had already detached himself from his earlier astonishment. Upon hearing such nonsensical utterances again, he could only let out a resigned chuckle. "Oh, dear priest, you jest. As a prince of the great Tang dynasty, renowned throughout the realm as the illustrious general of the heavenly strategy, commanding tens of thousands of elite soldiers and possessing strategists as brilliant as the stars, even in solitude." His status remained incomparably exalted. How could the esteemed king of Qin possibly encounter a catastrophe of bloodshed? Such words could only come from a fool. Anyone who heard them would be left in fits of laughter. Thus, it seemed that the earlier pronouncement was also untrustworthy. Although this young priest possessed considerable knowledge, his divination skills were hardly exceptional. The previous accuracy was likely mere coincidence. Alas, where in the world were there such extraordinary individuals? With a tinge of regret, Li Shimin's expectations for the master of Qifeng Temple diminished significantly. He nodded slightly, rising to bid farewell to Li Chen with a resonant voice. "Priest, please remain. I shall return to disturb you when time permits." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Changsun Wuji, leaving 2 coins on the table. The 2 patrons strode away, quickly vanishing from sight. Li Chen stood in silence, his gaze lingering on the departing figure, fully aware that they might never meet again. A sense of melancholy washed over him, yet the thought of no longer having to deceive the patrons brought him a measure of relief. After all, even if it was mutual affection, indulging in superstition was ultimately misguided. Fortunately, he had managed to save some money, which would serve as capital for future business ventures. Perhaps brewing and selling wine, a life far more comfortable than the present. After enduring for so long, with capital in hand, good times were on the horizon. The seemingly tranquil Tang dynasty was on the brink of the Xuanwu Gate incident, soon to enter the prosperous era of Zhenguan. In the Prince of Qin's residence, Li Shimin stood still in the courtyard, his expression serene as he surveyed the empty surroundings. Behind him, Changsun Wuji had accompanied him for some time, but dared not intrude. Observing the prince's worried demeanor, he couldn't help but recall the bustling atmosphere of the Qin Wangfu in contrast to its current desolation, stirring a pang of nostalgia within him. All this turmoil stemmed from the machinations of the crown prince and Prince Qi, Li Yuanji, Cheng Yaojin, Du Ruhui, and Fang Xianling had all been transferred from Chang'an for various reasons, leaving only him, the brother-in-law, to remain in the Prince of Qin's residence. Though the intentions of the adversaries were glaringly malicious, the prince could not bring himself to sever ties. Today's plans lay in ruins, and Changsun Wuji felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. In his helplessness, he tilted his head towards the sky. To his astonishment, he beheld the Venus, the morning star, suspended in the southern midday sky, a star in broad daylight. This was a portent of impending change. As he contemplated reporting this to the prince, a palace servant strode into the courtyard with urgency. The newcomer stood solemnly in the courtyard, announcing with grave respect, "Your Majesty's decree. The Turks have advanced southward, encircling Wuqing. The situation is dire. Wei Qigong, Cheng Jijia, Duan Xuanji, and Qin Xiong are to accompany Prince Li Yuanji in selecting elite troops and hastening north to alleviate the border crisis." Upon hearing this, Changsun Wuji was taken aback. Bowing deeply, the Prince of Qi was indeed treacherous, invoking the emperor's name to claim numerous renowned generals from the Prince of Qin's residence, while also seeking to select the finest troops from his ranks, even securing the prince's consent. This was a strike aimed at the very heart. Should he acquiesce, the Prince of Qin's residence would be stripped of its power, leaving no deterrent for the future. Changsun Wuji's eyes were filled with urgency. He saw Li Shimin frown slightly but merely respond in a subdued tone, neither opposing nor resisting the decree. "I shall obey the command." Before he could voice his concerns, the palace servant, beaming with satisfaction, took his leave. Instantly, Changsun Wuji felt a profound sense of frustration, his emotions overwhelming him as he stepped forward to pay his respects, his voice heavy with concern. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince and Prince Qi are truly overstepping their bounds. If this continues..." Before he could finish, Li Shimin slowly raised his hand, though a struggle and sorrow flickered across his calm countenance. He did not exhibit overt anger. "My advisors, my elder brother, and my fourth brother, all act for the sake of the Tang's dominion. The soldiers serve them merely to quell the northern unrest, to protect the common people. Let them proceed." Upon hearing this, Changsun Wuji fell silent. The prince's heart remained tender, unable to harden against the circumstances. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon hearing the recent imperial edict, an ominous premonition stirred within him, leaving his heart racing and a sense of unease enveloping him. As he observed Prince Qin preparing to turn away, Changsun Wuji found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from beyond the courtyard gate. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Upon hearing the call, he turned to see a somewhat familiar figure clad in plain garments. It had been quite some time since he had encountered someone he recognized at the Qin palace. The sight of a familiar face stirred a sense of warmth in Li Shimin. Even if he struggled to recall the individual's identity, a gentle smile graced his lips. "Who might you be, my brother?" The newcomer hastened forward, bowing deeply and speaking with great urgency. "Your Highness, trouble is afoot. The Crown Prince and Prince Qi are conspiring, and many generals find themselves in peril. Even you may face a calamity." In an instant, the lurking anxiety within Changsun Wuji erupted forth. All his apprehensions had indeed materialized. The foreboding had come to pass. As for the previously smiling Prince Qin, Li Shimin, he was rendered speechless, his countenance shifting dramatically as he stood frozen, his fists clenched in shock, murmuring words that felt hauntingly familiar. A calamity of blood. Remarkably, the young Daoist had spoken the truth. Prince Qin Li Shimin was drenched in cold sweat from the shock. Chapter 6: A Great Calamity. Reduced to a single sentence, Your Highness. In this moment of life and death, we must take the initiative. At this critical juncture, Changsun Wuji no longer conceals his thoughts. "Your Highness, the soldiers have followed you through life and death for many years. I implore you to consider their plight." Du Ruhui entered at some point, prostrating himself to persuade Li Shimin. Alas, Li Shimin sighed. "Fratricide is the greatest sin throughout history. I am well aware that disaster is imminent, yet I intend to wait until it occurs before raising the banner of rebellion against them. Is that not a viable course? Your Highness's compassion may be misplaced." I fear that the Crown Prince and Prince Qi will not afford you the opportunity to rally for justice, as per the latest news. Seeing Li Shimin still wavering, Du Ruhui presented him with the intelligence he had just received. Moments ago, Qin Xiong, Cheng Jijia, and Yu Qigong were all victims of assassination attempts. Fortunately, their experience spared them from mortal danger. Such audacity. Upon receiving this news, Li Shimin smashed the teacup on the table to the ground, his countenance darkening. Wude, Ruhui. The Qin King's residence currently lacks formidable generals and is perilously vulnerable. What shall we do? In that moment, Li Shimin resolved that even if not for himself, he must fight for the many brothers who had shared life and death with him. Reflecting on this, Changsun Wuji and Du Ruhui bowed their heads. The Qin King's forces barely numbered 800 brave souls. To avoid suspicion, Li Shimin relocated all of them from Chang'an, which was insufficient to address the current peril. He recognized this truth and sought to discern any countermeasures from Changsun Wuji and Du Ruhui, yet he heard no answers he desired. In an instant, Li Shimin felt a deep vexation, at a loss for how to retaliate. How I wished the Daoist priest were here. Perhaps he could alleviate my troubles. Li Shimin regretted not heeding Li Chen's advice. Had he foreseen this calamity, he surely would have prepared, rather than now feeling utterly helpless. The Daoist priest, yes. He must possess a solution. I shall seek him out for guidance. With thoughts of Li Chen, Li Shimin found a semblance of direction and departed the Qin King's residence that very night, heading towards the Daoist temple, Qingfeng Temple. Li Chen reclined in a rattan chair, gazing at the bright star of Venus in the sky. Venus returns at noon. A change in fortune is upon us. As a diligent scholar of history, Li Chen was acutely aware of what would unfold after tonight. The prosperous era of the Tang dynasty was about to commence, and opportunities for wealth would soon present themselves. Is the Daoist priest in? I have matters to discuss. Just as Li Chen prepared to rest, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Li Jusher. Visiting at such a late hour, I wonder what brings you here. Li Chen had assumed that Li Kaiju would not come, yet his demeanor betrayed a sense of urgency. Perhaps he had indeed guessed correctly. Daoist priest, forgive my ignorance and abruptness. I beseech you to enlighten me. Li Shimin, in his desperation, acknowledged his status as the Qin King, a title that allowed no one but the Tang Emperor Li Yuan to address him as such. Yet now, for the sake of a grand scheme and out of respect for Li Chen, he set aside his pride, seeing the wealthy Li completely devoid of his earlier tranquility. Upon receiving a small pouch of gold, Li Chen immediately understood the situation. How remarkable! He had merely made a casual guess, yet it appeared that Li had indeed fallen victim to an ill fate, his words seemingly blessed. Nevertheless, Li Chen had never been concerned with worldly matters. He graciously invited Li Shimin to sit on a mat, poured 2 cups of wine, and spoke with remarkable composure, as if everything in the world were but fleeting clouds to him. A true sage, indeed. His words elevated Li Chen significantly, leaving Li Shimin feeling somewhat inadequate. Indeed. How could a person of such caliber as the Daoist be preoccupied with trivialities? Li Shimin realized he had been narrow-minded. Daoist, I wish to request another divination from you, he said, rising respectfully, for he no longer regarded Li Chen with any disdain. Dear sir, you may not be aware, but the Tao encompasses 50, the heavens govern 49. And man escapes but one. Divination relies on this one that eludes, allowing us to calculate the heavenly mysteries. However, all things in heaven and earth have their laws. We can only divinate once each month. To do so more frequently would risk revealing celestial secrets and incur divine retribution. I hope you will understand, Li Chen replied, feeling somewhat guilty, knowing he was no true diviner, and that earlier claims had relied solely on experience and conjecture. Now, with Li the wealthy truly facing dire circumstances, he feared that should he speak incorrectly, it might lead to untimely death through his words. In a state of helplessness, Li Chen had no choice but to regurgitate the misleading phrases he had encountered in novels, as he had no true understanding. Yet, ironically, Li Shimin, having studied the I Ching, recognized the truth in Li Chen's discourse, further solidifying his belief that Li Chen was indeed a master of divination. Sir, I hail from a prominent family and have risen steadily in recent years. Yet, the heavens are unpredictable after years of careful planning. I find that the greatest peril lies in human hearts. My reputation at home has grown, and my brothers can no longer tolerate it. They now seek to bring about my demise. A moment's carelessness, and I could find myself without a burial place, Li Shimin lamented, subtly revealing his precarious situation to Li Chen. One can guard against many threats, but a traitor within the family is the hardest to detect. After another sip of wine, Li Chen reflected, throughout history, many have lost their humanity in the struggle for inheritance. Observing Li the wealthy's extravagant demeanor, it was evident that his family must be substantial. In such families, mercy would only shorten one's own lifespan. Dear sir, while your situation is indeed dire, it has not yet reached the point of complete ruin. There is still hope. Li Chun consoled him from a humanitarian perspective. As long as you persist, everything will eventually come to fruition. This statement illuminated Li Shimon's eyes, for what he needed most at that moment was hope. Pray, Daoist, where might I find this hope in my current circumstances? Li Shimon inquired, pouring wine for Li Chun with a sense of urgency. If this scene were to be witnessed by Changsun Wuji and his associates outside the Daoist temple, they would surely faint from shock. Li Chun, however, felt quite pleased with himself. After downing another cup of wine, he began to speak with ease. Isn't it merely a matter of perspective? Guidance, you say? It is merely a single phrase. What phrase? Li Shimon listened attentively, once again pouring wine for Li Chun. May I inquire, esteemed scholar, where lies the impending calamity? In the north, came the reply. Although perplexed by the meaning, Li Shimon responded nonetheless. As the saying goes, fortune resides within misfortune, and misfortune harbors fortune. Thus, great calamity may indeed herald great blessing, and the impending disaster is in the north, where the scholar's fortune also awaits. Upon hearing these words, Li Shimon was struck by a thought, and a sense of shock enveloped him. If this matter comes to fruition, and I escape this great peril, I shall surely repay the Daoist's grace of salvation. Having spoken, Li Shimon left behind a bag of gold, rising to take his leave, unable to contain his anticipation. Chapter 7. The incident at Xuanwu Gate. It appears that Li Jusher has encountered grave misfortune. I fervently hope that the direction I indicated will ensure your survival. Li Chun adjusted the gold in his hands, feeling a pang of guilt. If Master Li were to perish, would he not bear some responsibility? Let time take its course. Should misfortune befall Master Li, I shall descend the mountain to engage in commerce and offer support to his family. Your Highness, how fares the situation? Outside the Daoist temple, Changsun Wuji and Du Ruhui had been waiting for some time. Meanwhile, the 800 valiant warriors outside the city had also been summoned. Have all 800 warriors enter the palace. Ruhui, persuade Commander Changhe of Xuanwu. Should he refuse, dispatch him without hesitation. Wuji, recall all the old generals, tomorrow. At Xuanwu Gate, if there is any defiance of my command, let there be no mercy. At that moment, Li Shimon's gaze was resolute. His decisiveness steeled by Li Chen's words, prompting him to take the initiative. On the third day of the 6th month, the bright Venus reappeared in the sky at noon, positioned directly south. Upon observing this celestial phenomenon, Fui of the Astronomical Bureau promptly visited the palace of Li Yuan. Your Majesty, the appearance of Venus in the lands of Qin heralds that the Prince of Qin is destined to possess the world. Upon hearing this, Emperor Gaozu summoned Li Shimon to the palace under the cover of night. Having just arranged everything, Li Shimon was suddenly summoned, a sense of trepidation filling his heart. Beside him, Changsun Wuji reassured, Prince of Qin, do not worry. I have observed Venus in the southern position, which surely indicates the Astronomical Bureau's support for your Highness. This is an opportune moment to counterattack the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, Li Shimon felt somewhat reassured and followed the palace eunuchs to the Grand Hall. Shimon, your father has ordered Yu Qigong and the others to accompany Jianxing. Do you harbor any resentment? Li Yuan fixed his gaze on Li Shimon from the dragon throne. Father, as long as it is for the sake of the Tang dynasty, I, your son, would willingly serve under my elder brother, Li Shimon replied with unwavering conviction. Everything is for the greater good of the Tang. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuan relayed the words of the Astronomical Bureau to Li Shimon. Indeed, it seems to be true. Upon hearing this, a sense of relief washed over Li Shimon. Father, the Astronomical Bureau is aligned with my elder brother and third brother. Is it not? For the sake of the Tang, I am willing to relinquish all that I have attained. Yet, this betrayal weighs heavily on my heart. I have done nothing to wrong my elder brother and third brother, yet they seek to bring about my demise. Ever since I vanquished Wang Shichong and Dojianda, they have conspired against me, imprisoning me and attempting to undermine my authority. Is this not the very definition of betrayal? If my spirit were to return to the netherworld, confronting old adversaries, I would consider it a disgrace. Li Shimon exclaimed passionately in the hall, filling Li Yuan with a sense of guilt. He had witnessed the subtle and overt rivalries among his sons. For the sake of the Tang dynasty, the Prince of Qin had indeed sacrificed much. Shimon, you have endured much injustice. Withdraw for now. Tomorrow, I shall inquire of your elder brother and third brother, demanding an explanation from them. Upon hearing this, Li Shimon realized he had achieved his objective and took his leave. Sighing, Li Yuan watched the departing Li Shimon, deep in thought. Tomorrow at the hour of the monkey, summon the Crown Prince and the Prince of Qi to court. After uttering these words, Li Yuan turned to rest with Zhang Jieyu, completely oblivious to the impending upheaval in the realm. On the 4th day of the 6th month in the 9th year of the Wude era, early in the morning, Li Shimin, accompanied by the likes of Yuqi Gong, Changsun Wuji, Du Ruhui, and Qing Jijie, entered the court. The previous night, Du Ruhui had successfully persuaded Chang He, the brother-in-law of Li Jianqing, to collaborate with 800 valiant warriors to eliminate Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji at the Xuanwu Gate. Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji had long received news from Zhang Jieyu, warning them that the emperor would trouble them during court proceedings, and that the Prince of Qin might instigate a coup. However, they dismissed this forewarning, believing that Li Shimin was currently being suppressed and that all the seasoned generals had already pledged their allegiance to him. As they approached the court, the Xuanwu Gate, a necessary passage, was guarded by Li Jianqing's own brother-in-law. Under such circumstances, defeat seemed implausible. Li Jianqing awaited the demise of Li Yuan, anticipating that the entire realm would soon be his. The seemingly invincible Prince of Qin, Li Shimin, posed little threat in his eyes. Yet, the beauty of imagination contrasts starkly with the harshness of reality. Upon entering the palace gates, they found the 4 doors of the Xuanwu Gate tightly shut, with Li Shimin and his retinue stationed atop the walls. "Brother, what is the meaning of this?" Li Jianqing's heart raced at the sight, and he sought to sway Li Shimin through familial bonds. He understood that his brother's greatest weakness was his compassion. If he could exploit this, victory would be his. The treachery within the family was peerless, yet he was grateful to have heeded the advice of Daoist Li. This notion had already taken root in Li Shimin's mind, and he was now resolutely committed to his course of action. Kill. Yuqi Gong, perceptive as ever, recognized the gravity of the situation. Although the plan was devised by the Prince of Qin, he could not issue the command himself. With a single order from Yuqi Gong, the turmoil at the Xuanwu Gate reached its zenith. Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji, accompanied by but a few attendants, swiftly found themselves devoid of the power to resist. "Chang He, you dare betray me!" Li Jianqing exclaimed. "Li Shimin, I shall haunt you as a specter." Ultimately, in a fit of resentment, Li Jianqing departed this world. Li Yuanji had already surrendered, pleading for mercy. Initially, Li Shimin had contemplated sparing him, yet upon witnessing the hatred in Li Yuanji's eyes, he ultimately entrusted Yuqi Gong with his execution. As the two met their fate, Yuqi Gong severed their heads, preparing to present them to the emperor. "General Yuqi, allow me to handle this matter," Li Shimin said after much deliberation, deciding to confront the situation himself. At that moment, the morning court session commenced, and the commotion had already reached Li Yuan and the court officials. However, they had been entirely subdued by Li Shimin's 800 warriors. "Your Majesty, the Tang dynasty is in peril. The Prince of Qin, Li Shimin, hoards arms in secret. We beseech you to take decisive action." The speaker was none other than Zhang Jieyu's father, who had secured a position through the influence of the crown prince and sought to capitalize on this opportunity to undermine the Prince of Qin. However, the more he spoke, the more Li Yuan's countenance darkened. Did he not grasp the gravity of the situation? Now, Li Shimin controlled the entire court, and the fates of the crown prince and the Qi prince were at his mercy. Indeed, even Li Yuan himself had become a mere figurehead. Zhang Jieyu's father, utterly oblivious to the shifting tides, continued to offer counsel, which ignited a fury within Li Yuan. "Is there anyone here? Seize this man and have him executed." Li Yuan initially uttered a provocative remark, not expecting it to elicit such a response. A few valiant warriors approached and swiftly seized Zhang Jieyu's father. "As commanded," were the words that sealed his fate. They had heard him slander the Qin king quite clearly moments before. As Zhang Jieyu's father's head fell, Li Shimin stepped over it, brandishing 2 severed heads as he entered the grand hall. In an instant, the atmosphere turned chillingly silent. Upon witnessing the gruesome trophies in Li Shimin's hands, Li Yuan slumped helplessly onto the dragon throne. Ultimately, it was a tragic tale of kin turning against kin, resulting in bloodshed. Chapter 8. How should I proceed? "Your Majesty, my elder brother commands an army and seeks to slay me at Xuanwu Gate. In order to survive, I am left with no choice but to retaliate." With 2 severed heads cast upon the grand hall, Li Shimin knelt, uttering, "Bang." At that moment, 800 valiant warriors stood before the hall, their spears clattering to the ground, the atmosphere fraught with apprehension. Well, Shimin, are you satisfied with this outcome?" Li Shimin implored. "Your Majesty, I had no alternative. All that I have done was merely to secure my existence." As he knelt in the grand hall, none of the officials dared to provoke his wrath, for military power equated to authority. "Your Majesty, the return of the tide by Star to Qin signifies that Prince Qin is destined by heaven. The Crown Prince Qi's insurrection, in disregard of propriety, indicates that Prince Qin is indeed the true son of heaven," voiced Changsun Wuji, kneeling before Li Yuan. "I beseech your Majesty to designate Prince Qin as the Crown Prince, for it aligns with divine will and promises a prosperous era for the Tang. Please, your Majesty, make Prince Qin the Crown Prince." echoed the assembly, with Du Ruhui, Fang Xianling, Yu Qigong, Cheng Jijia, and others joining in. Witnessing Prince Qin's firm grasp on the situation, the officials rallied in support, thereby consolidating the power within Li Shimin's hands. Shimin, well done. Li Yuan realized that his influence was waning. The court and the military were predominantly aligned with Li Shimin. What recourse did he have against such overwhelming odds? Proclaim the edict, establish Prince Qin Li Shimin as the crown prince, to reside in the Eastern Palace, with all matters of court henceforth determined by His Highness. Li Yuan declared before departing the court, relinquishing the realm to Li Shimin. Esteemed ministers, the former crown prince and Prince Qi conspired to rebel, according to Tang law. Their former officials and families shall be detained pending resolution. Changsun Wuji was granted the title of Duke of Qi for his contributions in quelling the rebellion. Yu Qigong was bestowed the title of Duke of Wu, and Cheng Jijie received the title of Duke of Lu. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui. As the dust settled, Li Shimin rewarded all those loyal to him. Even many peripheral figures received accolades. Yet, one pressing issue loomed before him: how to address the remnants of the former crown Prince Qi's faction and the ministers loyal to Li Yuan. Mismanagement could incite rebellion, destabilizing the court. Conversely, neglecting them could lead to unrest, as they might rally under the banners of Li Jianqing and Prince Qi. Thus, Li Shimin summoned Changsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and others, yet they struggled to formulate a viable strategy. Compounded by the advancing Turkic forces, the turbulent circumstances presented a formidable challenge for Li Shimin. Your Highness, perhaps we should inquire. Changsun Wuji began, but Li Shimin had already contemplated the answer. Wuji, accompany me to seek counsel. Without regard for the presence of other ministers, Li Shimin proceeded with Changsun Wuji towards the Daoist temple. The whispers of the court suggested that behind His Highness's decisive stance lay the guidance of a sage, prompting speculation that this visit was to pay homage to that venerable figure. It seems there is no mistake. During this period, His Highness has been visiting a Taoist temple outside Chang'an every few days. It is said that the temple's master is transcendent and possesses remarkable wisdom. Perhaps we should pay a visit ourselves. Guidance from such an esteemed figure could greatly ease our future endeavors. After Li Shimin departed, Du Ruhui, Fang Xianling, and the others exchanged glances, deliberating on the concept of a sage. What significance does a sage hold, since it is intended to benefit His Highness? What purpose would our visit serve, except to invite discomfort? Ultimately, Cheng Yaojin shattered their collective thoughts with a single remark: since Prince Qin has not spoken of it, they should not act hastily in making a visit, lest they arouse suspicion. Truly, one who has once been a formidable figure can discern the underlying issues at hand. The current Li Shimin is no longer the Prince Qin of the past. Soon, he shall ascend as the emperor of the Tang dynasty. They must adhere to the propriety befitting loyal subjects in their dealings with him. On the other hand, the prospect of meeting Li Chun stirred excitement within Li Shimin. His initial disdain had transformed into respect, accompanied by a measure of trepidation. Within the confines of a humble Taoist temple, Li Qin had astutely analyzed matters of great consequence. Li Daozhang, my heartfelt gratitude. Were it not for your guidance, I might have met a dire fate. Upon encountering Li Qin, Li Shimin, as customary, presented an offering of incense money. No need to mention it, Li Qin thought inwardly, astonished that such an offering was permissible. It appeared his words had indeed borne fruit, as he had spoken of what would come to pass. Afterward, Li Chun poured a cup of wine for both of them. Feeling an immense weight lift from his heart, Li Shimin casually settled onto a cushion, raising the cup to his lips. The wine was fiery and scorching. In that moment, Li Shimin's thoughts were consumed by this sensation, as was Changsun Wuji beside him, whose eyes sparkled with delight. Li Daozhang, may I inquire as to the origin of this wine? I have sampled the finest wines across the realm, yet none can compare to this exquisite brew. This wine, it seems, is a celestial gift, rarely found in the mortal world. With each sip, Li Shimin was so enraptured that he forgot the purpose of his visit, only wishing to savor more of this divine liquor. To claim one has tasted all the world's fine wines is a bold statement, even for an emperor. Li Qin mentally scoffed, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Li Jusher, this wine is crafted by my unique method. Perhaps only this temple possesses it. I have named it Niu Air. Niu Air, indeed a remarkable wine. From this day forth, it shall be hailed as the finest in the Tang dynasty. Upon learning that this exquisite brew was the creation of Li Chun, Li Shimin's admiration deepened. You declare it the finest wine of the Tang. And who do you think you are? Yet, you speak the truth. My distilled spirit truly surpasses all others, leading brewing techniques by a millennium. Since you hold this wine in such high esteem, take 2 jars with you when you depart. Despite the jesting, one must maintain the facade of propriety. Uphold the relationship. Observing the wealthy patron before him, it was evident that he had become the head of his family. Thus, his earlier remarks proved accurate, indicating that Li Shimin was indeed a benefactor bestowed upon him by fate. In light of this, I must humbly express my gratitude. I shall not accept the Daoist priest's 2 jars of wine without reciprocation. From this moment forth, should the priest require my assistance, I shall undoubtedly fulfill it. The words of the sovereign command respect across the 9 provinces. At this, Changsun Wuji was taken aback, his heart brimming with astonishment as he cast envious glances at Li Chun. Noticing the fervent gaze of Changsun Wuji upon him, Li Chun instinctively averted his eyes. He recalled that many ancient figures were known to have a fondness for the company of men. Could it be that this wealthy gentleman harbored such inclinations? No. I must ensure to keep my distance from him in the future. Nevertheless, I am curious as to what inquiries Li the scholar wishes to pose this time. In recent days, it seems Master Li has ceased seeking counsel from that favored senior, instead turning his attention solely towards me. The Daoist priest truly possesses remarkable foresight. May I ask, esteemed priest, how should I navigate my path henceforth? Chapter 9. The talent of the Daoist comparable to Zhuge Liang beside him. Changsun Wuji gazed at Li Chun, his astonishment palpable. Emperor Li Shimin was not inquiring about how to address the factions of Crown Prince Qi or how to deal with the ministers favored by Li Yuan. Rather, he sought guidance on the path that lay ahead. It would not be long before he ascended to the throne of the Tang dynasty. The emperor's trajectory was synonymous with that of the empire, and it was evident that he was seeking Li Chen's counsel on the future policies of the Tang. From this perspective, it was clear that Li Chun held a position in Li Shimin's mind that far surpassed that of the elder ministers. Initially, Li Shimin had no such intentions. He merely wished for Li Chun to analyze the current situation to facilitate his ascendance. However, after indulging in a drink, his thoughts underwent a transformation. He perceived in Li Chun an abundance of untapped potential. Reclining within the Daoist temple, having witnessed the affairs of the world, this wisdom and erudition could be likened to a Tang dynasty version of Zhuge Liang. Li Gushi, I trust the matters at home have been resolved? Li Chen could only suppress a sigh. The affairs of a merchant family often devolved into chaos over mere handfuls of silver. What path could there be to tread? Indeed. I express my gratitude once more, Daoistly. At this juncture, Li Shimin's heart brimmed with unexpressed gratitude. Were it not for Li Chen's casual remark about fortune lying in the north, the realm's fate might have been uncertain. Why the formalities, Li Gushi? I have merely offered a casual observation. A casual observation, you say? Your seemingly trivial remark has altered the course of the world. Your words have enabled the Prince of Qin to ascend to the highest position. Changsun Wuji contested this notion, yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. For every statement Li Chen made rang true. Li Gushi, now that you have become the heir of your family, it is imperative that you embody magnanimity and kindness, treating both your family and subordinates with benevolence. It is best to bestow upon them ample favors, leaving them without cause for rebellion. This is the key to enduring stability. Isn't this merely a recounting of the power struggles that unfold in prominent families? Such occurrences were plentiful in novels, as long as one treats them well. What could go awry? In ancient times, regardless of the endeavor, there seemed a penchant for finding a grandiloquent justification. For instance, during the Xuanwu Gate incident, did not Li Shimin accuse Li Jianqing and the others of treason? Li Chun regarded Li Shimin with an intense gaze, seemingly conveying, "Great financier, we are well aware of your subtle intentions. Magnanimity, benevolence." These words resonated in the ears of Li Shimin like a thunderclap, prompting him to ponder deeply. To treat my family well, he mused. Daoist Li is reminding me that the supporters of the Crown Prince and my father's ministers must not only be spared from punishment, but also be promoted. They have entered the political arena primarily for fame. As long as I set aside past grievances and afford them due respect, they will surely appreciate my goodwill, thus unraveling these issues with ease. As for treating subordinates well, it is a call to regard the populace with kindness, ensuring a period of peace and prosperity for the people. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it, a truth known since antiquity. Yet, few emperors have succeeded in embodying this principle. The Daoist is reminding me to remain steadfast in my original intentions, to consider the common people as my own, thereby ensuring the well-being of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin experienced a profound awakening. The confusion that had enveloped him upon entering the Daoist temple was swiftly dispelled. His resolute gaze met the radiant eyes of Li Chun. Truly, the Daoist priest was a person of exceptional wisdom. Li Shimin could not help but express his admiration, grateful that such a rare talent had been discovered by him first. What great sage! I am merely a humble Daoist acolyte, Li Chen remarked, somewhat perplexed by the Tang people who so casually deemed him a master. If mere words could elevate him to a lofty status, then surely by speaking more, he could be considered a peerless expert. If every small Daoist were regarded as a sage, then the renowned national master Li Chunfeng of the Tang dynasty would undoubtedly be a celestial being. Having obtained the answers he sought, Li Shimin departed the temple with 2 jars of fine wine, his spirits lifted. As he exited, the humility that had adorned his countenance vanished, revealing the distinctive authority of one in power. "Your Highness, is there anything amiss?" Long-son Wude, having accompanied Li Shimin for many years, could discern his thoughts from even the slightest expression. Gazing back at the temple, Li Shimin's face was clouded with apprehension, lost in contemplation. "Wude, what do you think would transpire if such a sage were to become my adversary?" Historically, rulers have always been prone to suspicion, and Li Shimin was no exception. The astonishing prowess exhibited by Li Chen left him deeply unsettled. Upon reflection, he shuddered at the thought of Li Chen as an enemy, unable to fathom the implications. "I ponder my own extensive knowledge, yet I find myself eclipsed by Daoist Li in every regard, be it learning, Daoist principles, vision, insight, or strategy. He stands among the world's elite." At this juncture, Long-son Wude cast his gaze toward the temple, feeling an urge to seek Li Chen as a mentor. Such a sage is a rarity throughout history. Issue a decree to ensure that the Qingfeng Temple and its surrounding vicinity, a radius of 50 miles, is secured. I must be informed of any developments. The Daoist must not encounter any harm. The secret guards, handpicked to protect Li Shimin, would considerably diminish in number should the area be secured, especially at this time, with countless attempts on Li Shimin's life. This command underscored Li Chen's significance in the mind of Li Shimin. Long-son Wude said nothing, feeling rather impressed by the decisiveness. Upon returning to the palace, Li Shimin wasted no time in initiating his plans. 2 months later, Li Yuan abdicated in favor of Li Shimin, proclaiming himself the retired emperor. The second emperor of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Taizong Li Shimin, officially ascended the throne, adopting the era name Zhenguan. Before his ascension, Li Yuan implored Li Shimin to spare the families of Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji, as they were kin. However, upon taking the throne, Li Shimin's first act was to execute some and exile others among them. He understood all too well that regardless of the favors he extended, they would surely rebel given the opportunity. It was far better to eliminate the threat outright. The ministers loyal to Li Yuan and the officials of the crown prince's residence had largely submitted, with the sole exceptions being Wei Zheng and Ren Gui, Li Jianxing's mentor. Wei Zheng's talents were well known throughout the realm, while Ren Gui had saved Li Shimin's life and contributed significantly to the stability of the Tang dynasty. No one understood Ren Gui's capabilities better than Li Shimin. Were it not for his role as Li Jianxing's teacher, Ren Gui's accomplishments would rival those of Qin Qiong. This stain of fratricide, I fear, shall haunt me for eternity. At the funeral of Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji, Li Shimin shed 2 tears. The arduous journey he had undertaken was known only to him. What did it matter if he was scorned? As long as this cherished realm could enjoy peace, he, Li Shimin, was indifferent to such slander. He issued a decree, appointing Wei Zheng as an advisor with the rank of 2nd class, while Ren Gui was appointed as Minister of War, attaining the rank of 1st class. Upon returning to the palace, during his first morning assembly, Li Shimin not only conferred titles upon those who had rendered service, but also elevated all those associated with Li Jianxing and Prince Qi. The public, initially anxious and fearing for their lives, suddenly found solace in this decision. Li Shimin was immensely pleased with the outcome. Everything unfolded just as the Daoist had foretold. As for the Turks, they were now stable internally. With so many valiant generals in the Tang dynasty, there was little to fear from the insignificant Turks. Chapter 10. Some rejoice, some mourn in the wake of their appointments. Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji, along with their associates, exuded a palpable joy. However, Wei Zheng and Ren Gui, both resolute figures of integrity, arrived at the office of Li Shimin. "Your Majesty, in my advanced age, I fear I may not be fit to serve as Minister of War. I beseech you to revoke your command. Your Majesty, I harbor no desire to serve. I implore you to relieve me of my duties, so that I may mourn before the tomb of the Crown Prince. Please, Your Majesty, rescind my position, allowing me to attend to my mourning for the Crown Prince." In the Chengqian Palace, the former Crown Prince's faction, led by Ren Gui and Wei Zheng, knelt in defiance. Neither bowing nor showing submission, their unwavering gazes fixed upon Li Shimin. In their hearts, they believed that the throne of Li Shimin was illegitimate and that they could not, in good conscience, acknowledge him. They openly declared that Li Jianxing was the rightful crown prince, not a deposed heir, but rather a rebel, their words laced with treasonous undertones. Li Shimin merely smiled at their obstinacy. Had he not heeded Li Chen's counsel, they would have long since met their demise. Now, he treaded the path of benevolence. They seemed intent on courting death, yet he had no intention of granting them their wish. "My esteemed ministers, the realm is beginning to stabilize. and the people can no longer endure the ravages of war. I am committed to restoring the state. However, I cannot single-handedly mend the shattered landscape ravaged by years of conflict. Therefore, for the sake of the populace and the realm, I implore you to remain and help usher in an era of prosperity. With his eloquent discourse on virtue and morality, Li Shimin positioned himself atop the moral high ground, rendering himself invulnerable. His words took Ringue, Wei Zheng, and the others by surprise. They were acutely aware of the principles of benevolence and propriety. Their earlier actions had been a provocation, inviting Li Shimin to execute them. Should they perish, the previously appeased factions would be gripped by fear, leaving Li Shimin without loyal subjects. In such a scenario, their demise would serve a purpose, vindicating the crown prince. Yet, Li Shimin had completely subverted their expectations, rising above conventional tactics. Should they continue to refuse his offer, it would demonstrate that their motives were not for the greater good of the Tang, nor for the welfare of the people, but rather for their own selfish desires. This would undoubtedly be the worst choice for those who valued their reputations. Your Majesty, a servant cannot serve two masters. Since we are officials of the Crown Prince, we cannot accept your rewards, though we may owe a debt to the common people. Life is governed by the principles of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness. We implore your understanding. Ringue, with his years of wisdom, stood firm, opposing the path of the state with his integrity. I understand that both I and the people of the realm require loyal and righteous individuals like yourselves. I grant you permission to mourn for 3 years in honor of your elder brother, after which you may resume your duties to the court. Li Shimin appeared at ease, and Li Daolong's insight had illuminated the path of kingship. To govern the realm with benevolence would surely lead to the prosperity of the Tang. Your Majesty. Wei Zheng attempted to speak further, but was interrupted by Li Shimin. My dear minister, refrain from speaking further. This is my utmost kindness towards my elder brother. Should you continue to refuse, it would signify your unwillingness to seek the welfare of the common people, thus sacrificing their interests for your own benefit. A deed that would earn you universal disdain. With such a heavy accusation laid upon them, Ringue and his companions were rendered speechless, compelled to withdraw in silence. Xin Qing, is this still His Highness the King of Qin? He was never so eloquent before, Ringue remarked, shaking his head as they departed from the Qingqian palace. They had originally resolved to express their disdain towards Li Shimin, believing it to be a form of loyalty to the crown prince. However, they found themselves on the receiving end of his disdain, unable to retaliate from such a moral high ground. Prior to the incident at Xuanwu Gate, the king of Qin had exhibited peculiar behavior, frequently visiting a certain Taoist temple. Wei Zheng pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled the name of this temple, Qingfeng Temple. Indeed, after the events at Xuanwu Gate and following his conferred titles, the king of Qin had immediately gone to Qifeng Temple. Even now, Wei Zheng was reluctant to acknowledge Li Shimin as emperor, still referring to him as His Highness the King of Qin. Moreover, I have heard that during his last visit to the temple, he disregarded his own peril, instructing his shadow guards to secure a perimeter of 50 li. Wei Zheng had initially thought these tales were mere rumors. How could a humble Qifeng temple possibly harbor a master? Yet, today's display by Li Shimin fortified his conviction that there must be an extraordinary recluse residing within Qifeng Temple. Indeed, that must be the case, my dear Wei. Have you heard of Huangguanzi? It is said that he originated from Qingfeng Temple, Ringue exclaimed excitedly. No wonder the king of Qin swiftly acquired the realm. With Huangguan's assistance, it is hardly surprising. Huangguanzi is indeed a true master, unparalleled in strategy. Should the esteemed Daoist from Qifeng Temple truly be Huangguanzi, we ought to pay him a visit and seek his guidance. Wei Zheng felt a twinge of astonishment. He had not expected that such a modest temple could house a great master. I am of the same mind. Time is of the essence. Let us make our way to Qifeng Temple without delay. Excellent. With that, they joined hands and set forth towards the temple. Just as the two departed, Changsun Wuji arrived at the Chengqian Palace. Your Majesty, grave news. The shadow guards have just reported that Ringue and Wei Zheng are heading to Qifeng Temple and are already inside. What? Prepare the horses at once. Panic seized Li Shimin upon hearing this. Qifeng Temple was of paramount importance to him, and such a master must be under his control. It was precisely for this reason that he had instructed the shadow guards to protect Li Chun, ensuring that he would be alerted at the slightest disturbance. At Qifeng Temple, Li Chun had anticipated another tranquil day. Ever since Li Kaiju left, the temple had seen no visitors for days. It seemed that the teachings of Buddhism were beginning to spread. Indeed, there appeared to be little future for a Taoist in this dynasty. Contemplating this, Li Chun considered returning to secular life, but the laws of the Tang dynasty were strict. Before he renounced the world, he had penned a formal declaration, which, coincidentally, was now in the possession of his rather unremarkable senior apprentice. Refrain from speaking of oneself. Even that Li Chun has not encountered his unworthy senior brother for many years. He only returns to exploit his junior when funds are scarce. Cursed senior brother, does our master know of your antics? This thought ignited a flame of resentment within Li Chun, as this unseen senior has become the greatest obstacle on his path to fortune. Might I inquire if Daoist Huang Guanzi is present? Just as Li Chen was consumed by his disdain for his senior brother. Ren Gui and Wei Zheng arrived at the Daoist temple. They were not the least surprised by the scant offerings, for there were watchmen within a 50-mile radius. It was indeed peculiar to find anyone here. What nonsense is this about Huang Guanzi? He is not here, he has perished outside. Upon hearing that the newcomers sought Huang Guanzi, Li Chen's anger intensified, and his voice rose considerably. Chapter 11. Is it not merely a debate? Upon hearing the voice, Wei Zheng and Ren Gui were momentarily taken aback. Before them stood a young Taoist priest with striking brows and bright eyes, clad in a blue robe. Had he not uttered those words, he would have undoubtedly resembled a transcendent being from the realms beyond. However, upon further contemplation, the two sensed something amiss. Surely, the Taoists must have foreseen their arrival. They had come here to oppose Li Shimin, the current sovereign. Such an act was undeniably rebellious. And the Taoist must have been aware of this, expressing his displeasure in an effort to drive them away. Esteemed Daoist Huang, I implore your forgiveness for our abrupt visit. We seek your counsel on a matter. Ren Gui, well versed in the intricacies of human relations after many years, placed 2 taels of silver into the merit box, bowed to the ancestral deity, and carefully scrutinized Li Chun. He had initially imagined Daoist Huang to be an elder with flowing white hair and beard, only to be surprised by the youth before him. The more he observed, the more convinced Ren Gui became that Li Chun was indeed a remarkable figure, speculating that he possessed extraordinary skills in maintaining his youthful appearance. Pray, do not hold it against us, esteemed gentlemen. I am not Daoist Huang, but rather his junior. Li Chun. Understanding the importance of cordiality, Li Chun adopted a gracious demeanor, recognizing that the offering warranted a pleasant disposition. He was acutely aware of his role, lamenting that his insufferable senior had nearly driven away these 2 earnest visitors. Daoist Huang is not present, and I am uncertain when he shall return, Li Chen replied. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Ren Gui's face, realizing that the revered Daoist Huang was absent. My senior has not returned in many years. Even I am unaware of his homecoming, Li Chen continued. Ren Gui's disappointment did not escape Li Chen's notice, for the respect he had previously shown quickly dissipated upon the revelation of his senior's absence. In that moment, Li Chen's tone grew noticeably colder, and his regard for Ren Gui and Wei Zheng diminished considerably. Reflecting on the first day spent with the wealthy merchant Li Chun recalled the merchant's amiable demeanor, generosity, and respect towards him, qualities that everyone would appreciate. The chill in Li Chen's voice did not go unnoticed by Ren Gui. With Daoist Huang's prolonged absence and the frequent visits from Prince Chen, it was evident that this young man was the one offering guidance to the prince. Indeed, Daoist Huang had initially been a man of great wisdom, and his junior could not be far behind in merit. Furthermore, from the moment they arrived, the Taoist's demeanor towards them had been particularly frigid, indicating that he had long been aware of their intentions. Esteemed Daoist, we truly had no choice but to seek your guidance. We humbly ask for your insights. Ren Gui's tone softened, as guilt washed over him for his earlier demeanor towards Li Chun. All sages possess their own temperaments, and the disappointment he had unwittingly displayed had surely been noted by the Taoist. Concerning the matters you wish for me to address, I regret to inform you that I am but a humble Taoist, incapable of providing you with the guidance you seek. Li Chun had initially felt a sense of delight, observing their opulent attire, especially considering their advanced years. The journey from the base of the mountain to this place must have spanned at least 50 miles. Their arduous trek to seek the divine hinted at secrets they wished to keep hidden. Daoistly, as one who has renounced worldly pursuits, I implore you to show us compassion and aid us in our plight. Ren Gui was increasingly convinced that Li Chen must be aware of their true identities, otherwise he would not have so unequivocally refused them. All their hopes now rested upon Li Chen, and despite their advanced years, they had to swallow their pride and seek his assistance. It is said that practitioners of Buddhism harbor compassion, a sentiment not shared by those of my Taoist belief. The Taoist perspective is succinct. The righteous path of humanity is fraught with tribulations. The conflict between Buddhism and Taoism remains an enduring conundrum, unresolved throughout the Tang dynasty and beyond. Now that he found himself a mere novice Taoist, he felt compelled to advocate for the teachings of Taoism. May I inquire, esteemed Daoist, what constitutes the righteous path? Is it the slaughter of family members and the coercion of a father to abdicate? Is this truly the righteous way? Upon hearing this, Ren Gui promptly voiced his inner doubts. The ability of Li Shimin to seize the realm must undoubtedly be linked to this individual. Although he felt a twinge of anger towards Li Chen, his current need compelled him to seize this opportunity to voice his concerns. This was certainly not the righteous path. However, many matters cannot be judged by their surface appearances, but rather by their essence. Once one perceives the essence, everything becomes remarkably simple. Upon hearing Ren Gui's remarks, Li Chen mistakenly assumed that Ren Gui was dissatisfied with him and took the opportunity to launch into a lecture. Was it merely a matter of exchanging words? As a product of the 21st century, he was well aware that, under the constraints of compulsory education, no one could match his eloquence in this world. As for essence, what is essence? Such paradoxes and a lack of loyalty or filial piety render the concept of essence moot. Ren Gui was acutely aware that their conversation would undoubtedly reach the ears of Li Shimin through the hidden guards. Yet, none of this seemed to matter anymore. As long as they could uphold the principles of humanity, dying for a just cause would be acceptable. Ignorance is indeed a form of folly. Initially, Li Chen felt a surge of anger, but now his patience had worn thin, and he directly unleashed his fury. The slaughter of kin is indefensible. However, it is certain that such slaughter is preceded by some form of prior victimization. If a brother could strike first, what courtesy remained? Moreover, those who would dare to act against their own kin are hardly virtuous. Should such individuals gain power, countless others would suffer. Perhaps, in an attempt to win the people's hearts, everything may start off beautifully, but once their fangs are bared, they reveal themselves as demons. What purpose does it serve for such beings to remain alive? At these words, Ren Gui and Wei Zheng were taken aback. Indeed, the performance of the crown prince in recent times had been far from satisfactory. If he were to ascend to power, what kind of realm would the Tang dynasty become? Reflecting on Li Shimin's words from earlier that morning, they began to realize the gravity of their situation. Without comparison, there can be no sense of injury. As for the coercion of a father to abdicate, it is hardly worth discussing. If his father possessed such capability, he would not have been forced to relinquish his throne. Rather than face an unsatisfactory end, it would be prudent to cede the position of family head to his son, allowing him to lead and thereby rise to prominence. This is the essence of the matter. Many things perceived through sight and sound may not necessarily reflect the truth. Gentlemen, I urge you to adhere to the righteous path of humanity. The process is inconsequential. What truly matters is the outcome. Throughout history, victors and vanquished alike demonstrate that the nature of the process corresponds with the path taken. As long as the outcome benefits all, is that not sufficient? Li Chen began to speak at length, engaging in a debate on the ethics of daily life. Was this not an invitation for ridicule? Did he truly believe that his historical knowledge was sufficient? His words stirred great waves of thought within the minds of the two listeners, prompting them to reflect deeply and reconsider their perspectives. After much contemplation, they concluded that every action taken by King Chen was in service of the people and the greater good. Even the fratricide was a desperate act, compelled by circumstances beyond control. Furthermore, judging by the behaviors of both the Crown Prince and King Chen, such outcomes seemed to be in the best interest of the realm. For the sake of the kingdom, King Chen bore the weight of eternal infamy, while they had treated him with disdain. Fortunately, King Chen possessed noble intentions, enduring personal grievances for the greater good. They expressed their gratitude to the Daoist priest, acknowledging their own stubbornness. Having reached clarity, the two knelt before Li Chen, offering him their profound respect. Chapter 12, The Law of True Fragrance. At this moment, Li Shimin happened to arrive on the scene. He was acutely aware of the obstinacy of Ren Gui and Wei Zheng, yet within a brief span, they had been subdued by Li Chen. It was akin to the eloquence of Zhuge Liang, though perhaps even more compelling. Li Guisher, your timing is impeccable, Li Chen remarked. These two wish to engage in a debate with me, and I fear my words have struck too harshly, leaving them in a state of mental distress. Upon seeing the wealthy Li Chen's spirits lifted considerably, as all expenses at the Daoist temple were covered by him. Such a benefactor deserved a more gracious treatment than that afforded to the two who had interrupted his solitary meditation. What is this mental distress you speak of? Might you elucidate, Daoist? Li Shimin inquired, utterly perplexed by the modern terminology employed by Li Chen. Explaining it is rather intricate. In essence, it signifies a disturbance in their mental faculties, Li Chen replied. Disturbance in their mental faculties? Li Shimin immediately apprehended that Li Chen was about to impart wisdom to him. Prompting a nervous inquiry, Daoist, do you believe their minds have returned to clarity? Observing Ren Gui and Wei Zheng, who were no longer dazed but regarded Li with deep respect, Li Chen inferred that they were now cognizant of their surroundings. It seemed they were acquainted with the wealthy Li, who had recently hinted at troubles at home, likely connected to these two. Rest assured, Guisher, they have regained their faculties. How we proceed is at your discretion, Li Chen stated, acknowledging the personal nature of the matter. Li Shimin perceived that Li Chen was testing him. It appears you seek to gauge my resolve, he mused, recognizing Li Chen's wisdom. He turned to the kneeling figures before him. Have you deliberated thoroughly? Alas, I have been ensnared by the illusions of benevolence and morality, neglecting the fundamental truths, Ren Gue began, expressing his loyalty to Li Jiansheng as a trivial matter, while his allegiance to Li Shimin represented a greater righteousness. Only a ruler of such virtue as you can usher in peace for the common folk. Li Shimin was highly gratified by Ren Gue's response, acknowledging Li Chen's prowess in persuading even such an antiquated figure as Ren Gue. And you? Li Shimin turned his attention to Wei Zheng, placing greater value on his opinion. Given Ren Gue's advanced age, Li Shimin had long desired to claim Wei Zheng as his own. In terms of capability, Wei Zheng was no less than Changsun Wuji, embodying the righteous spirit of the heavens and possessing the audacity to speak his mind. Such a person was essential for the establishment of a prosperous era. With Wei Zheng at his side, any misguided decisions on his part would surely be averted. Forgive me, I have long nurtured the righteous spirit, believing myself a representative of the just path, yet I have been confined to my own limitations. I am grateful for your guidance, Daoist, and I vow to honor your teachings and serve the realm faithfully, Wei Zheng responded, earning Li Shimin's approval. From that moment onward, internal stability within the Tang dynasty was assured, paving the way for significant endeavors. There is no need for thanks, alleviating burdens is the duty of those such as us, Li Chen humbly remarked. Though Li Chen spoke thus, his heart was rife with disdain. What was the matter with these ancient people, who espoused grand principles and often proclaimed their willingness to die for their beliefs? This made Li Chen feel an urge to retreat into the Daoist temple as a recluse. For safety's sake. Ha ha ha, the Daoist truly is my benefactor. After the last bout of wine from Nyo'er, I wonder if I might procure a few more cups. Li Shimin, hailing from a military background, was indeed a lover of fine wines. Nyo'er, potent as a galloping steed, was exquisite. In a mere 2 days, he had drained 2 jars of Nyo'er, all under the watchful eye of Guanin's maid. Esteemed scholar, only 5 jars remain of this wine. You may take 2, and I shall reserve 1 for these 2 gentlemen, leaving the rest for myself. Moreover, the cost of producing this wine is quite steep. Who knows when the next batch will be ready? Li Chen gazed intently at Li Shimin, hoping he would be enamored by this wine. The Daoist is a man of integrity. I do not wish to take advantage of him. I shall cover the expenses for brewing this wine. Li Shimin, unversed in the ways of commerce, waved his hand grandly, depositing 20 taels of gold into Li Chen's pocket. Ren Gue and Wei Zheng were not fond of wine, believing that their sovereign's expenditure of 20 taels on wine bore the mark of folly. However, after tasting Nyo'er, they were eager to empty their coffers for more. As they departed, they cradled a jar of Nyo'er as if it were more precious than their wives. As the saying goes, wine worthy of the heavens is rarely tasted in this world. Your Majesty, we seek to atone. Previously, we were ignorant of your noble intentions. Henceforth, we shall follow you, serving the people. Upon leaving the Daoist temple, Ren Gue immediately knelt before Li Shimin, recognizing the gravity of their earlier transgressions. Before debating with Li Chen, they were mere mortals, easily forgotten upon entering the earth. But now, they yearned to contribute to the ravaged lands scarred by war. Rise, my esteemed ministers. The Tang dynasty requires righteous souls such as yourselves. As long as it benefits the people, what is a little hardship to me? At that moment, Li Shimin had shed all pretense of humility from the temple, revealing the unmistakable demeanor of an emperor. The Tang dynasty was fortunate to have such a ruler. Li Shimin's words moved Ren Gue and Wei Zheng profoundly. Their allegiance to Li Jiansheng was founded on the desire to establish a prosperous and peaceful Tang for the common folk. My dear ministers, I am aware of your modest means. I genuinely wish to improve your lot. Might I? Li Shimin did not state it outright. For how could an emperor request anything of his subjects? He merely fixed his gaze on the jar of Nyo'er that Ren Gue held. Your Majesty, I am content with my humble means, Ren Gue replied, tightening his embrace around the wine jar. So am I. We can endure poverty, but we cannot be without Nyo'er. Moreover, this wine held great significance for them. They had once enjoyed a good rapport with Li Shimin's subordinates. However, due to the recent factional strife, they had become estranged, and this jar of wine presented an opportunity for reconciliation. Enough of this. Let us return to the palace. The rejection of purchasing items by his ministers left Li Shimin profoundly disheartened, prompting him to adopt a strategy of avoidance. Daoist Li truly exemplified a person of exceptional caliber, albeit one devoid of any desire for fame or profit. After Li Shimin departed, Ren Gue gazed at the Daoist temple, straightened his attire, and performed a deep bow. If one harbored ambitions for fame and fortune, Could they still be regarded as a true sage? As Wei Zheng spoke, the two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Upon returning to their residence, they began to compose invitations, extending their summons to old comrades such as Qin Xiong, Cheng Jie, Wei Qigong, and Li Ji. That evening, these esteemed guests gathered at Wei Zheng's abode, where his first order of business was to uncork the wine. Chapter 13. Dividing the wine, I said to Lao Wei, "What kind of wine is this? It smells so delightful. It seems that I, old Cheng, am in for a treat." Cheng Yaojin was the first to break the silence. In recent years, due to factional disputes, this group of brothers had experienced considerable discord with Wei Zheng and Ren Gui, now that they were serving in the same court. The act of Wei Zheng and his companion extending a friendly gesture was a splendid beginning. "Lao Wei, let bygones be bygones. At present, I simply desire to indulge in your exquisite wine to the brim." Following closely, Wei Qigong, who had no grievances with Wei Zheng, could hardly contain his eagerness upon catching the aroma of such fine wine. With the words of these two, the atmosphere at the table became much more lively. The essence of masculinity is often found in simple pleasures. There is hardly any issue that cannot be resolved over a hearty drink. Wei Zheng and Ren Gui were visibly delighted by the turn of events. However, Niu Air had only one jar, and the number of guests was rather large. Even Changsun Wuji had rushed over upon hearing of the fine wine. Wei Zheng gathered all the cups and meticulously began to pour. Such acts of favoritism were typically frowned upon. Yet after heeding Li Chen's counsel, Li Shimin tacitly approved this inaugural team-building event for the officials of the Tang dynasty. In Li Chen's words, fostering camaraderie among colleagues would diminish intrigue and, consequently, issues. I remarked to Lao Wei, "This is where you are mistaken. If you possess exquisite wine, why not share it liberally? One jar is hardly sufficient for so many." Cheng Yaojin teased Wei Zheng for his stinginess. "You a rough fellow. Know not the worth of this wine. His Majesty spent 20 taels of gold for merely 2 jars, and it is sheer luck that Wei Zheng has acquired this one." To insult Niu Air was to insult Li Chen, a transgression Changsun Wuji would not tolerate. The revelation of the wine's preciousness astonished the crowd. Historically, no wine has ever been priced at such a rate. Yet, upon tasting, the sheer bliss and satisfaction were undeniable. "What splendid wine!" The phrase echoed throughout Chang'an. Indeed, the quality was such that even if one were to risk everything for a sip of Niu Air, life would be fulfilled. "Lao Wei, from whence does this marvelous wine originate?" Faced with such exquisite liquor, the illustrious generals could no longer contain their curiosity, eager to uncover its source, willing to spend their fortunes for a taste. To the north of Chang'an, there lies a temple known as Qingfeng. This wine hails from there. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. The name of Qingfeng Temple had been uttered countless times among the ministers of late. Li Shimin, disregarding his own safety, had stationed his dark guards at Qingfeng Temple to protect the esteemed figure residing there. "Lao Wei, have you encountered that esteemed individual?" Eventually, the ministers and generals could no longer suppress their curiosity and began to inquire. Indeed, speaking of that esteemed figure, Wei Zheng was about to extol Li Chun when Changsun Wuji, with a cough, swiftly kicked him. "I say, Duke of Zhao, what is your intention? Let us consult the wise ones." With dissatisfaction, Wei Qigong remarked, for he had long admired the sages of Qingfeng Temple, and now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, he could not let it slip away. "Indeed, your Majesty is merely protecting the sage. He has not forbade us from paying a visit. I propose that after tomorrow's morning court, we journey to Qingfeng Temple to pay our respects to the Daoist priest and seek some wine." Even the usually composed Qin Xiong found it difficult to contain his excitement. This Niu Air was indeed a divine brew. To neglect it would be a disservice to the years of warfare endured. "A splendid suggestion, Old Wei and Old Ren. Tomorrow, I would be grateful if you could accompany us to visit the sage." In just a few exchanges, the matter was settled. Who among the esteemed dukes of the Tang dynasty did not wish to meet Li Chun? However, upon hearing that he was to escort them to meet Li Chun, Wei Zheng appeared somewhat troubled. "Are you reluctant to take us, Wei Fatty?" Wei Qigong, with frankness, noticed Wei Zheng's hesitation and changed his demeanor. "To be candid, this Daoist priest has a peculiar temperament and harbors little fondness for the two of us. Hence, I was wondering what the issue was. Since we have come this far, I shall lead everyone tomorrow." Long Sun Wujing, with determination, volunteered himself, seeing the fervent desire in the crowd for Niu Air. Thus, it was agreed that after the morning court the next day, they would pay a visit to the Daoist priest. After indulging in Niu Air, all other wines paled in comparison, and thus the first team-building event of the Tang dynasty swiftly concluded. On the following day, after the morning court, Long Sun Wujing was preparing to lead the group to Qingfeng Temple when an urgent message arrived from 500 miles away. calling everyone to the council hall at the behest of Li Shimin. Esteemed ministers, we have just received alarming news. Luo Yi has rebelled, aligning himself with the Turks, claiming to command a 1,000,000-strong army advancing towards our Tang dynasty. Luo Yi, known as the Silver Spear of the Desert, was the garrison commander of Jingzhou, who had long safeguarded the northern frontier against the Turks. Following the coup at Xuanwu Gate, upon hearing of Li Jianqing's demise, Luo Yi chose to rebel. He had known Li Jianqing during the campaign against Liu Haida and was subsequently won over by him. After ascending the throne to appease Luo Yi, Li Shimin conferred upon him the title of Prince of Yan, allowing him to continue guarding the borders, yet unexpectedly, he revolted. Your Majesty, Luo Yi is well versed in military strategy and possesses formidable combat skills. Now that the realm is initially stabilized, engaging him in battle may prove challenging. Li Ji expressed his concerns, acknowledging that Luo Yi had chosen an opportune moment for rebellion. Domestic unrest was rampant, despite Li Shimin's efforts to calm the populace. Many loyalists of Li Jianqing instigated numerous small-scale uprisings throughout the Tang dynasty. While Li Shimin did not regard these matters with great concern, they nonetheless dispersed significant military resources. Originally, as the Turks advanced southward, Li Shimin had adequately prepared his forces. Now, with Luo Yi's sudden insurrection, he was caught unawares. What do you mean, we cannot fight? Your Majesty, grant me a few thousand troops, and regardless of this silver spear of the desert, he shall perish beneath my whip. Wei Qigong, who despised traitors the most, directly petitioned Li Shimin for battle. General Wei, we must not act rashly. Since Luo Yi dares to rebel, he must have made ample preparations. Our principal focus must remain on the Turks. Qin Xiong truly deserves the title of commander-in-chief, as he swiftly discerned the crux of the matter. A single Luo Yi is not formidable. However, should the Turks seize the opportunity to invade the Central Plains, it would undoubtedly deal a fatal blow to the Tang dynasty. Brother Wang, what are your thoughts? Li Shimin inquired, directing his gaze toward Li Ji. Your Majesty, we were just preparing to visit Qingfeng Temple when we were unexpectedly summoned back by your Majesty. I am uncertain if it is still permissible for us to go. Li Ji responded, though his words did not directly address the question, yet resonated deeply with Li Shimin's thoughts. Upon learning of the situation, Li Shimin's immediate inclination was to visit the temple. However, as the emperor, he was enveloped in the complexities of state affairs, leaving him unable to depart from the palace. Of course, Li Ji's remarks were laced with his own intentions. When it comes to strategy and talent, he believed himself to be the equal of anyone. Having heeded Li Chen's counsel on several occasions, Li Ji felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and resolved to seek a thorough discussion today. Chapter 14. The Perilous Path. An hour later, Changsun Wuji, Li Ji, and Qin Xiong arrived at Qingfeng Temple. With the impending battle, the other generals were all engaged in strategy discussions with Li Shimin at the military headquarters. Initially, Li Shimin intended to attend personally, but as the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he was overwhelmed with state affairs and could not come to Qingfeng Temple. Thus, he entrusted Changsun Wuji to bring the most reliable Li Ji and Qin Xiong to pay their respects. At Qingfeng Temple, the weather was delightful, and a gentle breeze wafted through. In stark contrast to the chaos outside, this place resembled a paradise, serene and transcendent. Upon stepping into the temple, Li Ji felt an inexplicable sense of grounding. He mused that to retreat to such a sanctuary in this lifetime would be a commendable choice. Years of warfare had left him feeling weary. Master Dao, Changsun Wuji addressed, my two friends have heard of your esteemed name and have come to pay their respects. Despite holding the title of duke and subtly becoming the leader of the civil officials, Changsun Wuji maintained an unusually humble demeanor before Li Chen. This astonished Li Ji, who was well aware of Changsun Wuji's pride. Though he had long been supporting the rear, his intellect was undoubtedly on par with Li Ji's. The sight of such a person lowering himself before Li Chen only deepened Li Ji's curiosity about the latter. Venerable One, the doors of the Daoist temple are forever open to the worldly guests. As a Daoist, one must uphold a certain dignity. Recalling the Daoist he had seen on television, Li Chen casually waved his hand, resting it upon his arm. What a striking figure. This was Li Ji's first impression of Li Chen. Even phrases like a gentleman of unparalleled beauty seemed inadequate to describe Li Chen's allure. Particularly now, clad in a flowing blue Daoist robe with his hair naturally tied back. He exuded an additional layer of grace as the breeze gently caressed him. Master Dao, I am Li Maogong Qin Mengshang, and I have come to seek your guidance. Prior to their visit, Li Shimin had already informed them that the Daoist was not one to pursue fame or fortune, nor did he hold an affinity for the court, advising them to refrain from using official titles to avoid inciting displeasure. Li Jusher, Qin Jusher, please take a seat. Li Chen poured a pot of Neo Air wine and settled cross-legged upon a mat. In this era, a Daoist's essential skills must still be diligently practiced. Maogong? Menchong? How wonderful it would be if they were indeed Su Maogong and the young Menchong Qin Shubao. With these two giants promoting Nyo Air, great wealth would surely follow. The four of them sat cross-legged, while Qin Xiong and Li Ji scrutinized Li Chen closely, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. He recalled how the last time, Master's son had regarded him in a similar manner. Birds of a feather flock together, he thought. Did these three share such inclinations? Harboring ulterior motives towards him? Consequently, Li Chen felt a heightened sense of vigilance. Master Dao, I have always been a person of integrity, and I never anticipated that someone would conspire against me. Pray tell, how should I resolve this matter? Li Ji spoke first, expressing his concerns. In recent years, the Tang dynasty has made numerous concessions to avoid conflicts, not realizing the ambitions of the Turkic tribes. They remain insatiable and now seek to breach the borders of the Tang, plundering at will. Damn it, this is a hint directed at me, surely. There are intentions behind it. I cannot afford to offend the benefactor, so I must devise a way to decline. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's body shuddered, instinctively retreating slightly. Damn, my purity as a young man is at risk. Having cultivated my youthful essence for many years, how could I allow it to be easily compromised? Li, the practitioner, knows that there are methods to pursue ulterior motives, yet it is merely bluster, not to be feared. Regardless of how many individuals they send, as long as I stand firm, nothing will transpire. Moreover, if those with ulterior motives press too hard, summoning a few strong men to persuade at their doorstep will surely yield results. Li Chen spoke in veiled terms. These individuals, having been in business for years, should comprehend his meaning. No matter how many may conspire against me, I shall not yield. Should they push me too far, I can simply spend some money to expose their disgraceful deeds to the public. In this era, being revealed for such inclinations will subject them to societal judgment. I understand. Esteemed Daoist, thank you for resolving my inner turmoil. As a son of the Tang dynasty, I should indeed be resolute. During the Wude era, the Tang dynasty, in order to avoid conflict with the Turks, annually bestowed numerous benefits upon them. This matter has become a thorn in the hearts of the people. If it continues, the Tang will only lose its integrity. Furthermore, as the Daoist has stated, the Turks are merely posturing. They do not possess an army of 1 million. Upon careful reflection, the vast grasslands do not equate to military strength. The entire Turkic population barely totals 400 to 500,000. So how could they muster 1 million soldiers? From the Daoist tone, it seems the Turks intend to send more envoys. At that time, if the Tang stands firm, they will not be formidable. Regarding Luo Yi, the generals of Jingzhou are all under my command. Li Jing, Qin Xiong, Wei Qi Gong, Cheng Jie, Ho Junji, Chang Sun Wuji, and Fang Xianling, all veterans of the old guard. The Daoist likely wishes for us 8 to engage in persuasion. When that happens, Luo Yi will falter without needing to attack, and Jingzhou will be saved. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Li Ji felt completely convinced. No wonder His Majesty holds the Daoist in such high regard. Within this humble temple, he has discerned the affairs of the world so clearly. I am humbled by my own inadequacy. Having obtained the answers he sought, Li Ji and the others rose to take their leave. As they departed, Qin Xiong, with a bold demeanor, sought a jar of Nyo Air. To this, Li Chen replied that the Nyo Air was not yet brewed and was thus unavailable, leaving Qin Xiong somewhat disheartened. What a jest! You all conspire against me. After consuming such potent Nyo Air, I might lose my youthful essence. After the three left, Li Chen immediately shut the temple doors, meticulously inspecting every layer, fearful of any mishaps with his cultivated abilities. Upon returning to the court, Li Ji conveyed Li Chen's words to Li Shimin and the other ministers. The Daoist intentions align perfectly with my thoughts. Issue orders for the 3 armies to prepare for battle. This time, the Turks shall not fare well. As for Luo Yi, let it be as the Daoist has advised. You few shall compose letters to send to them. Inform them that Luo Yi, in collusion with the Turks, seeks to trample upon their lands, seize their grain, and humiliate their families. I shall not allow them to falter any further. As long as we can capture Luo Yi alive and escort him to Chang'an, I shall not hold them accountable for their rebellion. And I will even bestow upon them titles and ranks. When issuing this command, Li Shimin felt a sense of relief upon heeding Li Chen's advice. Shortly after ascending the throne, he granted a general amnesty, treating with kindness those loyal to Li Jiancheng, Li Yuanji, and the former Emperor Li Yuan. This approach not only solidified his position, but also sent a signal to those who wavered, affirming that my words shall be followed by action. Now, Li Shimin pondered whether Li Daozhong had foreseen such a day, merely awaiting Luo Yi's insurrection. Chapter 15. The Great Tang Rises. Your Majesty, The emissaries from Kagan Jili and Kagan Tuli have come to deliver a declaration of war against the Great Tang. Upon receiving this news in the Qingqian Palace, Li Ji was astounded. Daoist Li asserted that regardless of the number of envoys sent, the Great Tang must remain resolute. No sooner had he finished speaking than the envoys from the Turks arrived, a truly formidable scheme indeed. Humph, the insignificant Turks dare to challenge the Great Tang. Let us detain them for a few days. I shall see them when I am in a better mood, declared Li Shimin with a cold snort. With our esteemed Daoist in place, how can the trivial Turks be so audacious? From this moment forth, the Great Tang shall no longer be at the mercy of others as it was during the reign of Wude. Those who defy shall be met with force. We shall obey your command, exclaimed Li Ji, Qin Xiong, and others with fervor. For many years, the Central Plains had been shrouded under the shadow of the Turkic cavalry. From the Sui to the Tang, rulers had been subservient to the Turks. Even the former Empress Xiao, was currently in the service of the Turkic Khagan. This was indeed a shame for the Tang dynasty. Now, the Tang had risen and would no longer have to endure such humiliation. In Jingzhou, Luo Yi found himself in a position of newfound power. Ever since Li Shimin ascended the throne, Luo Yi had lived in trepidation. Initially, when he allied with Li Jiansheng against Lu Haitu, he believed Li Jiansheng, the rightful heir, would eventually claim the throne. To curry favor with Li Jiansheng, he had severely reprimanded Li Shimin when he visited their camp, leaving Li Shimin furious yet unable to express his anger. At that time, Luo Yi felt a sense of triumph, as if he had pledged his loyalty to Li Jiansheng. Little did he know, the tides would soon turn. After the Xuanwu Gate incident, with Li Shimin as emperor, he was the most anxious of all. Despite Li Shimin's amnesty and bestowal of titles upon ascending the throne, this only intensified Luo Yi's fear. If Li Shimin secured his power, he might seek retribution, leaving Luo Yi with no means of resistance. At this opportune moment, the great Kagan Jili dispatched emissaries, and the Turks, boasting 1,000,000 strong, promised Luo Yi that if he surrendered, the Central Plains would be his to command. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi was elated. Was this not an opportunity to become an emperor handed to him? If he pledged allegiance to the Turks, he could reign supreme over the Central Plains. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to ally with the Turks. Master Fanjian, I have just gathered provisions and beautiful maidens from Jingzhou City. Please accept them as a token of goodwill. I hope you will speak favorably of me before Kagan Jili. In the martial arena, Luo Yi offered all the wealth he had pillaged from Jingzhou to the Turks as a demonstration of his loyalty. He understood well the role of a sycophant. Even if the Turks required nothing, he, as a diligent servant, knew he must offer his tributes. General Luo, you are truly a good friend of the Turks. Rest assured, I shall speak highly of you before the Kagan. The Turkic envoy, named Fanjian Bugu, served as the right general under Kagan Jili. After persuading Luo Yi, he amassed 30,000 troops in Jingzhou, prepared to flank the Tang forces should they dare to quell the rebellion. Thank you, esteemed envoy. Upon hearing these words, Luo Yi felt an immense joy within. With the formidable support of the Turks, what could Li Shimin possibly do to him? General, the Tang army has been spotted 30 miles away. Just as Luo Yi believed he had reached the pinnacle of his life, a scout arrived with disheartening news. How could this be? There had been no reports of troop movements from the Tang. Who could this be? Luo Yi exhibited a hint of anxiety, his gaze fixated on the direction of Chang'an, where there had been no sign of a large army mobilizing. From where had the forces besieging Jingzhou emerged? Moreover, this scout appeared somewhat unfamiliar, as if he had never encountered him before. Nevertheless, Luo Yi did not doubt the scout's identity. The entire Jingzhou was under his command alongside the Turks. And in such circumstances, who would dare to rebel? Reporting to the general, the approaching commander is Li Jing. Li Jing. Upon hearing the name of the legendary god of war from the Tang dynasty, Luo Yi felt a surge of panic. Ever since he had joined the Tang army, Li Jing had been undefeated in battle. He had anticipated that Li Shimin would only send some second-rate generals, yet here came Li Jing himself. Even the envoy beside him displayed a flicker of concern. The Turks were all too familiar with Li Jing. During the chaos that engulfed the world, the Turks had faced Li Jing several times and had gained no advantage whatsoever. Let us go swiftly to the city wall and take a look. Luo Yi still clung to a glimmer of hope. How could Li Jing possibly come to deal with such a minor figure as himself? Fan Jianbu, too, harbored the same thoughts. If the commander truly was Li Jing, the soldiers within the city would not be able to hold out for long. Atop the walls of Jingzhou, an atmosphere of foreboding permeated the air. The soldiers originally stationed to guard Jingzhou were now clad in armor, holding long spears, silently standing in formation. Observing this scene, Luo Yi felt a sense of confusion. He knew his own troops well, and they did not possess such an aura. What was amiss today? Each soldier appeared as if facing a great enemy. Could it be that Li Jing had truly arrived, or were they preparing for something else? Indeed, General Luo is adept at leading troops. Such an army, even among the Turks, would be considered elite. Initially, Fan Jinbu had looked down upon Luo Yi's soldiers, deeming them a mere rabble unworthy of mention. However, his perspective shifted. With such a formidable army, what could Li Jing do against them? Suddenly, Fan Jinbu felt a newfound confidence within himself, and his previous disdain for Luo Yi dissipated. A general capable of leading such soldiers could not be lacking in merit. Before Luo Yi could ponder further, he was interrupted by the envoy. Hearing his words filled him with pride. Ascending the city tower, he gazed into the distance, noticing no signs of a large army approaching, which began to instill a sense of foreboding within him. General Guo, General Luo, why are you both neglecting the defense of the east gate and coming to the south gate? The south gate is under siege. Luo Yi turned to the soldiers atop the walls, noticing their cold stares, and he began to comprehend the situation. Is that your worthless nephew? His head is here. General Guo threw a severed head before Luo Yi and Fan Jinbu, his gaze icy. Someone. Upon witnessing his nephew's head rolling on the ground, Luo Yi exclaimed in horror. However, the entire city wall had been seized by Generals Guo and Luo, and the rebellious defenders had all been exterminated. Luo Yi, you have displayed disloyalty and ingratitude by aligning yourself with the Turks, betraying the Tang people. In the name of His Majesty, we shall execute you, proclaimed General Guo. This morning, the junior commanders within the city had largely received letters. Upon reading these missives, they, as loyal subjects of the Tang, made the judicious choice to unite swiftly and orchestrate this act. I have treated you well. Why do you choose to betray me? In light of this situation, Luo Yi realized that his fate was sealed. Despite his desire to resist, he was unceremoniously hurled from the city tower by the soldiers, departing this world with a sense of bitter resignation. Chapter 16. A true son of the Tang dynasty. Luo Yi, you have not treated us poorly. Yet we are citizens of the Tang dynasty. Look closely at this land, and behold the degradation it has suffered at your hands. The faces of the generals were etched with fury. Ever since the Turkic forces, numbering 30,000, invaded the city, they have wrought havoc, committing every imaginable atrocity. Each household in Jingzhou has been plundered by the Turks, and those women with even a hint of beauty have mostly fallen prey to their vile grasp. The Turks have turned our land into a veritable hell on earth, and the cries of the people rise in tumult. As subjects of the Tang, they witness their fellow citizens being trampled upon by the Turkic invaders on their own soil. The valiant men of the Tang could no longer remain passive. Upon receiving the news from Chang'an, they resolutely opted for rebellion. Luo Yi had more to say, but a swift blade severed his head. Brothers, here lies Luo Yi's head. I shall present it alongside the heads of the Turkic brigands to His Majesty. Whatever fate awaits me, let it befall me alone. You all must eradicate the Turks in the city and restore peace to this land, declared General Guo, lifting the severed head. He spurred his horse, racing towards the direction of Chang'an. Brothers, follow me to vanquish these vile Turks. With a rallying cry, General Luo marched towards the Turkic encampment, where Luo Yi had recently amassed grain and captive women. Kill. The soldiers could no longer contain their rage. They were sons of the Tang. And how could they allow their homeland to be ravaged? In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of battle as they reached the Turkic camp. Their eyes ablaze with fury. The grains of the Tang were being squandered by the Turks, and the women of the Tang endured unspeakable humiliation, with many choosing death over disgrace. Within moments, the unsuspecting Turkic soldiers fell to the wrath of the Tang warriors, who fought with unbridled fury. My fellow compatriots, I feel deep remorse. We owe a debt to the Tang. I beseech you to spare my life, so that we may vanquish those Turkic curs. With those words, Luo Tian entrusted the temporary governance of Jingzhou to his deputy and prepared to depart. Gazing upon the ravaged city, the soldiers knelt in despair, watching their general leave. Jingzhou had just encountered calamity, and the Turks could strike at any moment. Like General Luo, they too could not bear to face the people of Jingzhou. Yet they could not abandon them. The citizens needed their protection. They were meant to be the guardians of the people, not allow the Turkic fiends to infiltrate once more and subject the populace to unspeakable torment. General, we bear no ill will towards you. Let the blame fall upon that scoundrel Luo Yi and the Turkic dogs. Though I am 70 years old, I am willing to lay down my plow and wield a sword to the north. General, lead us forth. The Turks have oppressed our border populace for years, and now, under the protection of His Majesty, we shall ensure they meet their ancestors. Turks, I curse your forebears. Long live the Tang dynasty. Long live the Tang dynasty. Upon hearing these words, General Luo raised his voice to the heavens, proclaiming that with such citizens, the Tang dynasty could not help but stand proud before the world. Though I may go alone, I fear not. In the winter of the early Zhenguan era, the people of Jingzhou wept in unison. Weep at the borders, lament the lost souls, mourn the rise of this magnificent Tang dynasty, and grieve for the valiant sons of the realm. Vice-General Guahe of Jingzhou heads south, bearing the severed head of a dog thief to present before the emperor. Vice-General Luo Tian journeys northward, a lone horseman, slaying foes beyond the northern reaches, embodying both his name and ambition. In his final moments, Luo Tian cries out, "People of Jingzhou, I, Luo Tian, have atoned." The following day, every household in Jingzhou donned white mourning garments to honor the noble man, Luo Tian, who stood unashamed before the people. Meanwhile, urgent news sped across 600 li to Chang'an, arriving even swifter than Guahe. Upon reviewing the battle report, Li Shimin's heart swelled with emotion. The sons of Tang, the very soul of the Tang dynasty, how fortunate am I. He decreed that Luo Tian be posthumously honored as the Marquis of Loyalty and Valor, with a monument erected in Jingzhou, promising to visit personally to pay tribute to the sons of Tang. In a moment of reflection, Li Shimin ordered the entire army to wear white mourning attire, urging all sons of Tang to remember this moment. Changsun Wuji, bring the Turkic envoy to tomorrow's court. I shall meet him personally. With that, Li Shimin made his way to the military camp, for if the Turks desired war, he would oblige them. The next day, the Turkic envoy arrived at the Grand Hall, excessively arrogant. Your Majesty of the Tang, the Central Plains has always been a land of propriety. Is this how your nation treats its guests? This envoy, named Zhishir Silu, was a prince of a Turkic tribe. Before his departure, he believed that given his status and the current standing of the Turks in the hearts of the Tang people, Li Shimin would greet him with utmost respect. However, upon his arrival in Chang'an, he was promptly detained, subsisting on wild vegetables and thin broth, housed in a long-abandoned dwelling. This treatment incited Zhishir Silu's ire, leading him to stir trouble that very day, only to encounter a drunken display of violence from Cheng Yaojin and Wei Qigong. Whether their drunkenness was genuine or feigned remains a mystery, but since that incident, Zhishir Silu had become considerably more subdued. He awaited his audience with Li Shimin, planning to showcase the strength of the Turks, intending to repay the suffering he had endured. Zhishir Silu, the Tang dynasty extends courtesy only to allied nations. Should you Turks dare to invade, only the blade awaits you, Li Shimin declared coldly, his resolve fortified by Luo Tian's sacrifice. Your Majesty speaks true. The Turks deserve to be punished. At that moment, Cheng Yaojin stepped forward to support Li Shimin. I humbly report, Your Majesty, that Minister and Duke of Lu have erred. Upon hearing of your intention to meet this insolent envoy, we, Old Qing and I, indulged a bit too much in drink, and we ask for your forgiveness. Hearing these words, Zhishir Silu instinctively recoiled, recalling the merciless blows dealt by Cheng Yaojin and Wei Qigong. Even now, his backside throbbed with pain, had the patrol not intervened. His honor would have been irreparably tarnished. You must be burdened by state affairs, the pressure too great, leading you to drink. This time, I shall not hold it against you. Come, grant seats to these two noble brothers, and allow them to rest. Li Shimin not only refrained from punishing them, but also generously offered them seats to recover from their inebriation. Although their actions did not sway his heart, they resonated deeply within him. If you Turks are unreasonable, I shall treat you in kind. Thank you, Your Majesty. Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong exchanged a knowing smile. Comfortably seated in the imperial court, this sight elicited a wave of envy among the civil and military officials, who lamented their failure to conceive such an ingenious strategy, thus missing the opportunity to deliver a resounding blow to the Turkic dogs. Perhaps, after the court session, they could indulge in some wine and seek retribution. In that moment, the minds of the officials of the Tang dynasty were collectively stirred by such thoughts. You have gone too far. Do you, the Emperor of the Tang, truly fear not the million iron cavalry of the Turks? It is not too late for you to offer a timely apology and compensation. Ji Shirley's fury was palpable, as he yearned to rend the two men apart and experience the harsh realities of the world. Chapter 17. A sense of pride within apologies and reparations. I wonder what the Turkic Khan expects from the Tang dynasty in terms of apologies and compensation. Li Shimin let out a cold chuckle. Had it not been for the guidance of Daoist Li, he might have been contemplating this matter longer. The entire Turkic steppe could hardly boast a population of 1 million. And yet they claim to possess 1 million soldiers. How absurd. At least you show some sense. Ji Shirley, noticing Li Shimin broached the topics of apology and compensation, felt a swell of pride. His visit to the Tang dynasty was primarily to gauge their strength, and upon hearing of a purported million-strong army, the emperor of the Tang immediately faltered, Such a minor power as the Tang should pose no threat. Your Majesty of the Tang, we Turkics are not avaricious. We merely request that you provide us with tens of thousands of cattle and sheep annually, thousands of bolts of fabric and silk, 200,000 measures of grain, and 1 million in gold. In return, Turkic and Tang shall be steadfast friends, and no issues shall arise between us. However, should the Tang fail to meet these demands, we, suffering from material shortages, would have no choice but to plunder from the Tang. After all, we must sustain our million-strong army each year, and to prevent unrest among them, such measures are necessary. Ji surely reveled in his sense of superiority. The Tang had seemed so formidable just moments ago. Yet here lay the reality of their situation. His demands were hardly unreasonable, not an instance of insatiable greed. Li Shimin was about to continue when Ji surely interjected once more. Of course, we Turkics are not thieves. However, since the Emperor of the Tang has made such statements, I shall propose a rather greedy demand. As he spoke, he cast a fierce glance towards the seated Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong. These two brutes had dared to assault a Turkic envoy. Rest assured, if you hand them over to me, I shall not be excessive. After all, they are of noble status in the Tang, and I would only break their legs at most. Boom. The words of Ji surely reverberated through the court, signifying a challenge that utterly disregarded the Tang dynasty. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin were esteemed contributors to the Tang, holding titles just below that of the princes, and were also the Emperor Li Shimin's brothers, representing the very image of the Tang. How audacious for the Turkic cur to suggest breaking the legs of a Tang noble. This was a profound insult to the entire dynasty. You insolent Turkic dog. Were it not for my presence in this court, your head would have been severed long ago, Qin Xiong exclaimed in fury, setting aside the insult to the Tang. Cheng Yujin and Yu Qigong were his dear brothers. Is it merely 1 million you seek? Come forth, the Tang fears you not, declared the war godly Jing, unflinching in his stance. A mere Turkic force, whose territories pale in comparison to the vastness of the Tang, dared to act so brazenly. Bold Ji surely. Li Shimin finally spoke, his expression dark and foreboding. The Turkic demands were not merely greedy. They were the audacity of a lion demanding a feast. Not only could the Tang not provide such offerings annually, but they would also never offer a single item to the Turkics. During the Wude era, at the dawn of the Tang dynasty, opportunities were granted to the Turkics. Now, the Tang would not cower before any foe. Do you not boast of having 1 million warriors? Then come forth. Whether it be 1 million or 2 million, my great Tang fears not. With a single utterance from Li Shimin, Ji surely felt a chill of trepidation. This was not the outcome he had anticipated. Throughout the eras of the Sui dynasty and the Wude years, the demands of the Turkic tribes were invariably met. Even now, Turkic tribes still hold the princesses of the Sui dynasty, the Tang dynasty, and other feudal lords in their midst. This new emperor of the Great Tang is playing by no established rules, commencing with the acceptance of a declaration of war. Ji surely understood very well that the Turkic claim of 1 million cavalry was, in reality, merely over 200,000, and that was summoning the entire nation's military might. The Turkic people did not desire war. Rather, they sought to extort some provisions from the Tang before winter set in, to ensure their survival through the cold months. Emperor of the Great Tang, you must ponder carefully. You have experienced the might of my Turkic cavalry. Should you refuse to submit, the empire you have painstakingly acquired may very well be lost. Ji surely had no intention of surrendering easily, and continued to issue threats. If the Turkic people wish to engage in battle, let it be so. It is an opportunity for you to witness the prowess of the Great Tang's cavalry. You have already felt the might of the fists of Wang Cheng and Wang Yuqi. If you choose to fight, you shall experience their golden axes and whips. Li Shimin was now resolute in his conviction. Dao Zhongli had indeed spoken the truth. If the Turkic people genuinely intended to wage war, there would be no need for such idle chatter. Your Majesty of the Great Tang, you must prepare. Soon your palace will be besieged by my Turkic soldiers. Seeing that Li Shimin remained unmoved, Ji surely resorted to more severe threats. Bold Ji surely, how dare you disrespect the imperial authority? You witnessed that I did not kneel, and I deemed the uncouth Turkic tribesmen ignorant of decorum. I did not hold it against you, but your insolence has grown intolerable. Seize him and break his legs. Your Majesty, I am but an envoy of the Turkic people. You cannot treat me this way, Ji surely exclaimed, but at that moment, he was struck unconscious before he could plead for mercy. The attendants, having grown weary of Ji surely's incessant prattle, acted upon the emperor's command without granting him a chance to resist. As they proceeded, they prepared a basin of cold water to awaken him. For such a painful procedure as breaking his legs could not allow him the luxury of unconsciousness. He must experience the pain incrementally. A chorus of anguished screams soon echoed from outside the grand hall, lasting for about half an hour. This duration became a nightmare for Ji Shirley. For it was not merely the breaking of his legs. The attendants painstakingly shattered the bones of his limbs piece by piece. Ji Shirley, return and inform Jili and Tuli that if they desire something from my great Tang, they must come and take it by force. I, Li Shimin, am unafraid. No matter how many come, I shall face them. Even if they do not come, I shall personally seek them out on the grasslands within a fortnight. Gazing upon the nearly lifeless Ji Shirley, Li Shimin felt no sympathy and spoke in a calm voice. Tell all the people of the Turkic grasslands that those who offend my great Tang shall be punished, no matter the distance. Your Majesty is wise. Those who offend my great Tang shall be punished, no matter the distance. Your Majesty is mighty. Those who offend my great Tang shall be punished. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere in the court suddenly reached a crescendo. Each individual appeared remarkably agitated. After years of conflict, their aspirations extended beyond mere titles and wealth. They yearned for the very essence of a nation. Whoever dares to offend the great Tang shall face retribution, no matter the distance. In that succinct declaration, Emperor Li Shimin's resolve was laid bare. Such a formidable Tang was indeed terrifying, for the slumbering lion had awakened. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of awe, he momentarily forgot the pain in his legs. He resolved to convey this message to the Khan upon his return. The great Tang must not be underestimated. Chapter 18. Uttering the harshest words. Breaking the most legs though fear lingered in his heart, Ji Shirley, as a diplomat of the Turks, could not afford to lose face. He had his two subordinates support him, and reflecting on the matters at the border, he felt a surge of defiance. Your Majesty, Luoyi has already defected to the Turks. Jingzhou is the gateway to the north of the Tang dynasty. I trust you comprehend the implications. To avoid further punishment, Ji Shirley spoke with unusual politeness, employing honorifics. Even his threats were couched in subtlety. The essence of his message was clear. If the Turks established a foothold in Jingzhou, the northern lands would be theirs to traverse unimpeded. Report. This humble soldier, Guohe, comes to plead for mercy. Just then, Guohe, having ridden swiftly, finally arrived in the capital. I, the vice commander of Jingzhou, implore your Majesty for forgiveness. In gratitude for your grace, I present 2 severed heads. With that, Guohe tossed the heads onto the grand hall floor. How is this possible? Upon recognizing the faces, Ji Shirley was struck with astonishment. For these were indeed the heads of Fan Jian and Luo Yi, marking Guohe's departure from Jingzhou. The sight left Ji Shirley utterly bereft of thought. General Guo, not only shall I pardon your actions, but I shall also reward you. The bravery of Jingzhou's sons embodies the essence of our Tang dynasty, declared Li Shimin, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. He then informed Guohe of the events transpiring in Jingzhou. Splendid. Your Majesty, I beseech you to allow Guohe to breach the enemy camp. Let the first battle of the Tang against the Turks be ignited by Jingzhou. Guohe, rather than mourning for Luo Yi, felt a surge of joy at the sacrifice. This is how a son of Tang should be. General Guo, I shall arrive in Jingzhou shortly, and I will personally lead you into battle against the Turks. The Tang dynasty needs loyal men such as yourself. The phrase "the frontier is home to many valiant warriors" had previously been mere words to Li Shimin. Now he truly understood its meaning. With valiant men like Guohe, the Tang dynasty need not fear for its future, and Li Shimin would never allow him to perish in vain. I find it impossible to repay your kindness, Your Majesty. A soldier dies for his true friend. Guohe felt deeply moved by Li Shimin's magnanimity towards one who had once rebelled. Ji Shirley, have you heard? The borders of our Tang are not a place where the Turks may act with impunity. Convey my words to your Khan. The Tang has officially risen. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. As these words echoed, the ministers were filled with exuberance. This was the Tang they had longed to see. Faced with such a formidable Tang, Ji Shirley's eyes dimmed, realizing that against such a dynasty, resistance was futile, and he could only have his subordinates escort him from the Golden Luan Hall. On a certain winter day in the early years of the Zhenguan era, at the appointed hour, Li Shimin prepared for the morning court session. However, below the hall, ministers of the third rank and lower lined the sides, while the first 3 rows of the Golden Luan Hall lay conspicuously empty. Furious, Li Shimin immediately dispatched men to summon the dukes to the hall. Upon seeing some ministers slightly inebriated, he inquired about the cause and then burst into hearty laughter. My dear lords, you have toiled greatly. Having indulged in drink for the affairs of state, grant them a half-day's leave. Thus, with a grand gesture, Li Shimin granted a reprieve to all those indulging in libations, instructing the historians that this incident was not to be recorded in the annals of history. It was a moment of unrestrained exhilaration, the first time since the establishment of the Tang dynasty that Li Shimin felt such excitement. However, in stark contrast, the atmosphere in the court was shrouded in despair. particularly among the Turkic envoy led by Ji Shirley. As they traversed the path to meet the Turks, a profound silence enveloped the entire party. Each member bore wounds, and scarcely anyone among the delegation could walk unscathed. The most unfortunate of all was Ji Shirley, who had lost 2 legs in the court during the day, and the previous night, his 3rd leg at the relay station, consumed by rage with no outlet. He had randomly targeted a wayward individual, a transgression that not only violated the laws of the Tang but also resulted in a death sentence, compounded by a hasty expulsion that left him no opportunity to procure medicine for his injuries. Most infuriatingly, throughout their journey, no one in the Tang cities was willing to sell them medicine or even food. Enduring pain and hunger, Ji Shirley, with formidable resolve, finally arrived at the Turkic grasslands to meet his 2 khans. Prince Ji Shirley, what has befallen you? Khan Jili gazed at him, filled with a myriad of questions. How could a royal prince return from the Tang in such a wretched state? My Khan, the Tang must not be confronted. The current Tang has become an eagle with wings unfurled, a lion awakened. To oppose them would spell our own demise. Upon uttering these words, Ji Shirley closed his eyes, finding solace in the release. His journey to the Tang had been a veritable descent into hell, and his perseverance was solely to persuade the Khan to abandon any thoughts of bullying the Tang. What transpired in the Tang? Khan Jili seethed with rage, for Ji Shirley, once the mightiest man on the steppe, now languished in despair, his spirit extinguished. Initially, the purpose was to instill fear in the Tang, compelling them to yield provisions, gold, and beautiful maidens. Yet, unexpectedly, they had lost not only their ambition but also their dignity, returning in a state of disgrace. As the Turkic envoy recounted the events in the Tang to Khan Jili, they departed from this world. Along their arduous journey, they dragged their grievously injured bodies, enduring hunger, subsisting on tree bark and leaves. Upon returning home, they could no longer suppress their anguish. What audacity for the Tang emperor to insult our envoy! They must provide an explanation for this affront. Khan Jili erupted in fury. His initial intent had been to intimidate, yet the outcome was far from what he had envisioned. Indeed, the Tang people are arrogant and ignorant. They seem to have forgotten the prowess of our Turkic cavalry. Allow me to venture forth once more, and I shall ensure they feel the might of our people. The speaker was Ji Shirley's father, Ji Xian, lamenting his son's lost ambition, now subjugated under the Tang emperor's formidable presence. This matter is a source of disgrace for their tribe should Ji Shi remain inactive. Their people will find it impossible to hold their heads high upon the grasslands. General Ji Shi is indeed worthy of being likened to a galloping steed of the plains, deserving of the title of the deity of the steppe. As soon as Ji Shi spoke, Gili Khan immediately extolled him, saying, "Rest assured, General, I shall command our forces to harass the borders of the Tang dynasty. Should the Tang dare to lay a hand on you, let them experience the might of the Turkic cavalry." Gili Khan wished to ascertain whether the Tang dynasty truly desired conflict with the Turks. With winter approaching, they were reluctant to engage in battle. In order to ensure a peaceful passage through the winter, the 2 khans of the Turks conferred and set their sights on the Tang dynasty. If the latter showed any signs of timidity, the Turks could effortlessly acquire the necessary supplies for the winter. Chapter 19. Increasing arrogance. A fortnight later, Ji Shi Yexian led a new delegation to Chang'an, exhibiting an arrogance that surpassed even that of his son, Ji Shi Silan. Upon arriving in Chang'an, Ji Shi Yexian demanded an audience with Li Shimin. However, Li Shimin paid him no heed and directed that he be taken to the quarters previously occupied by his son. Is this how your great Tang treats its guests? You proclaim yourselves a land of propriety, yet you are no different from barbarians, Ji Shi Yexian exclaimed upon observing his surroundings, echoing sentiments similar to those expressed by his son. Yet, the Tang of today was no longer what it once was. With the presence of figures like Niu Er, esteemed Tang nobles such as Qing Yaojin and Wei Qigong treated him with utter disdain. In a fit of drunken rage, they would beat Ji Shi Yexian, whether in good spirits or bad. The relentless onslaught left him in great anguish as he continually implored Li Shimin for justice. Before he could reach the palace, he was intercepted by palace guards, unable even to lay eyes upon the emperor. Eventually, Li Shimin grew somewhat impatient and ordered Ji Shi Yexian to be placed under house arrest. This is intolerable. This is scandalous, he bellowed, striking the table in a fit of fury within the special guest house designated for the Turkic envoy. As the chieftain of a Turkic tribe, a proud eagle of the steppes, he had never before endured such humiliation. Chieftain, what shall we do? These Tang people are utterly discourteous, and nightfall approaches. The big black fellow and the hefty one are on their way, he lamented. The big black fellow and hefty one he referred to were none other than Wei Qigong and Cheng Yaojing. Since they had tasted success, the two had made it a point to visit the guest house every evening without fail. Among the Tang, they were the most despised by his tribe. Unlike the literate officials steeped in Confucian virtues, these two bore no moral qualms. They hailed from the lowest echelons of society, embodying the spirit of the underworld. The Turkic envoys had come to assert their dominance, and they were determined to impose their authority. Fear not, my brothers. I have already written to the Khan. Soon, our mighty forces will cross the borders of the Tang. Those black and fat men will be forced to kneel before us in retribution. Zhishir Yeshin declared through gritted teeth. Before their departure, Khan Jili had amassed a formidable army on the Tang's frontier, providing them with a sense of confidence. Little did Zhishir Yeshin anticipate that the guest house was effectively surrounded by Li Shimin's forces, rendering his message as futile as a stone cast into the sea. What shall we do during this time? The other proud eagles of the steppes felt as though their wings had been clipped, their fragile forms incapable of withstanding the immense strength of the two robust men. Humph. We are the eagles of the steppes. This minor discomfort cannot deter us. Once I confront Li Shimin, I shall ensure that he duly punishes the two of them, Zhishir Yeshin thought. Oblivious to the fact that Li Shimin had nearly forgotten about them, enjoying new tea with Li Chun in a Daoist temple. Daoistly, this tea is remarkably fragrant. It likely surpasses even the tribute tea. Might I inquire its name? Li Shimin exclaimed as he savored a sip of the freshly brewed leaves prepared by Li Chun. Thoroughly impressed. Every encounter with Daoist Li unveils an array of extraordinary experiences. Truly, he is a remarkable individual. How could offerings of tribute tea possibly compare to my own brew? This technique must be centuries ahead of its time. Li Chen, a university student majoring in history, often registered for various courses to earn credits, including tea art, which gradually sparked a slight addiction to tea within him. Upon arriving in the Tang dynasty, he procured the finest tea leaves in Chang'an, but upon tasting it, he nearly spat it out. It then dawned on him that the prevalent method of tea preparation in the Tang era involved merely boiling tea leaves with a medley of spices and seasonings, thus robbing the tea of its delicate aroma and allowing unpleasant flavors to seep in. Realizing this, Li Chen ventured to the back mountain to gather some tea leaves and embarked on a personal brewing endeavor. Just as he completed his preparation, the wealthy merchant Li visited, leading to their earlier conversation. Daoist Li, if you fancy it, feel free to take some home, Li Chen generously offered, acknowledging the substantial contributions Li had made over time, which could truly be deemed as immense merit. Such gratitude for Daoist Li. I have come with a significant matter to discuss, Li Shimin, the emperor, expressed with palpable delight. In his position, there was little he could not acquire, and receiving a modest gift of tea from Daoist Li brought him great joy, even considering it an honor. Speak freely, Daoist Li, he implored. Li Chen, weary of the triviality of their previous conversation, thought to himself how that prior encounter had been of little consequence. To be candid, I have been engaged in some business in Jingzhou, but with the Turks encroaching and wreaking havoc at the borders, I have suffered considerable losses. Thus, I intend to personally attend to the matter. Could you assist me in divining whether I may encounter danger? Once again, he sought Li Chen's divination. Hearing the emperor's words, Li Chen felt a pang of sympathy, bewildered by how these ancient figures place such faith in such practices. Each time before venturing out, they felt compelled to seek guidance through divination for peace of mind. Yet, Li Chen was no expert in such arts. His previous good fortune was merely serendipity, and he could not afford to mislead the emperor again. Thus, he replied, Venerable One, Daoist Li, the art of divination is governed by heavenly principles. To be frank, my skills allow for only 3 divinations a year, and I have already made an exception once this year. To attempt another may invoke divine retribution. Li Chen's words deeply moved Li Shimin. The fact that Daoist Li would risk divine displeasure for the sake of the realm, and for him, was indeed a testament to his noble character, a true blessing for the Tang dynasty. Since that is the case, I shall not press further. It appears that my business may incur losses this time, Li Shimin conceded. Upon entering Chang'an, he resolved to journey to Jingzhou himself, having come with the intention of seeking Li Chen's divination. Although somewhat disheartened, he understood that the safety of the Daoist was paramount. Daoist Li, there is no need for concern. If we calculate the timing, winter is approaching. The Turks are amassing troops at the border, seeking to extort the Tang. However, our emperor is not easily trifled with. I suspect the Turkish envoys have visited several times already. Given the character of the Turks, if they truly intended to engage in warfare, they would not resort to sending envoys. Their actions merely reflect a facade of bravado. Moreover, our sovereign is exceptionally wise and formidable, and under his leadership, the Turks will certainly find no advantage. Most importantly, before the onset of winter, His Majesty will personally journey to the borders. As long as we can endure until winter arrives, the heavy snow will render the steppes inaccessible to the Turks, depriving them of any means to wage war. Therefore, Esteemed scholar, you may proceed with confidence. Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin was greatly astonished. What Li Chen articulated aligned closely with his own thoughts, revealing numerous considerations he had not meticulously pondered. Such perceptiveness is likely unmatched throughout the realm. Chapter 20. Seeking Apprentices? The Daoist's words were more enlightening than a decade of study. Li Shimin was deeply moved by this sentiment. In contrast, Li Chen dismissed it with a wave of his hand, asserting that his knowledge surpassed that of 10 years of books. I have memorized 5,000 years of history, particularly that of the Tang dynasty, he declared. I am not boasting. I am well versed in the entire history of the Tang, from the grand intrigues of emperors to the minor scandals of princesses. During my studies, I devoted considerable time to researching this dynasty, which was cohesive in its early years yet indulgent in its later period. Aside from the material excesses of the 21st century, the Tang dynasty stands as one of the most open eras in history. Initially, it was the myriad of sensational tales from the Tang that captivated Li Chen. Had there been a newspaper in that time, he would surely have been the foremost gossip journalist of the dynasty. With Li Chen's confidence, Li Shimin felt reassured, offering a token of incense money and tea leaves as he prepared to depart. By the way, Li Jiushi, there is something that has puzzled me. Recently, the number of visitors to my temple has dwindled significantly. Could you enlighten me as to where they have all gone? This inquiry stirred a sense of concern within Li Chen. Although the temple's offerings were modest, there was a steady daily income. Recently, apart from the wealthy Li and a few who harbored ulterior motives, the temple had seen little business. Li Chen felt anxious about his future plans and sought to understand the situation from Li Daoist. His words startled Li Shimin. He understood better than anyone why the temple was lacking in offerings and visitors. Was it possible that Li Jiushi had begun to harbor suspicions? Li Shimin pondered the implications of this. If the Daoist were to discover that he had taken control of everything within a 50-mile radius of Qifeng Temple for his own selfish desires, one could only imagine his reaction. This was a warning, a clarion call from the Daoist. The Daoist believes in taking on the responsibility of the world. Surely, many would seek his wisdom. How could he allow his personal ambitions to deprive the populace of such an opportunity? Such actions would not befit a wise ruler. As long as it benefited the people, his own well-being was of little consequence. Li Shimin had an epiphany. The Daoist was imparting wisdom to him. There is no need for concern, dear Daoist. The roads have fallen into disrepair over the years. The new ruler has undertaken the task of restoring them for the sake of accessibility, and they should be improved by tomorrow. With this understanding, Li Shimin resolved to withdraw his covert guards and only assign a few skilled individuals to protect the Daoist discreetly. So that is the case. I intend to descend the mountain tomorrow for some procurement, and it will be a relief not to endure the usual hardships of the journey. Li Chen felt reassured. Yet Li Shimin was less composed. The Daoist had never ventured down the mountain since meeting Li Chen. Of course, I am the sole occupant of Qifeng Temple. As a mere mortal, I must descend to procure my necessities. Each descent, however, weighed heavily on Li Chen's heart. The steep terrain surrounding Chang'an City, with its challenging slopes, made every procurement journey feel like a perilous endeavor. It turns out that I have a few fortunate individuals eager to seek Master Dao's guidance. I shall bring them to him tomorrow, and they can assist him with various tasks thereafter. Master Li, a scholar of extraordinary talent, has long been a source of concern for Li Shimin, as he has no disciples. If the master could select some exceptional youths from the Tang dynasty as his students, it would be difficult for the empire not to thrive. Coincidentally, I too wish to take on disciples, so I entrust this matter to Mr. Li. As fate would have it, just as one feels sleepy, a pillow is offered. With the Daoist temple now established, there is no need for cleaning, no water to draw, and even procurement is taken care of. Soon, one may comfortably embrace the life of a Daoist priest. Previously, due to the unfavorable location of Qifeng Temple, no one wished to serve there. But now that someone has come forward, how could Li Chen possibly refuse? Upon receiving Li Chen's approval, Li Shimin was overjoyed and immediately descended the mountain. He summoned Changsun Wuji, Qin Xiong, and indeed all officials of the Tang dynasty, instructing them to gather at the palace along with their sons who had reached the age of 15. Upon arrival at the palace, Li Shimin issued a decree and ordered the withdrawal of all hidden guards surrounding Qifeng Temple, personally selecting several skilled martial artists to secretly protect Li Chen. To avoid arousing Li Chen's suspicions, Li Shimin commanded the military camp stationed outside the city to swiftly repair the road beneath Qifeng Temple overnight, threatening that if not completed by dawn, heads would roll. This left many ministers anxious and bewildered, uncertain of the emperor's intentions behind such peculiar orders. My esteemed ministers, Li Shimin began, I have just returned from Qifeng Temple. In the Golden Lawn Hall, all the ministers had brought their sons. Initially, they were puzzled, but upon hearing this, they quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, Only the Daoist master could command such attention from the emperor. All present were aware of Qingfeng Temple's significance. Had it not been for the hidden guard's vigilant protection, they would have sought an audience at once. Ladies and gentlemen, the hope of our Tang dynasty's resurgence has arrived, Li Shimin proclaimed excitedly. Many ministers assumed this was a prelude to an attack on the Turks, and their spirits soared. Only Changsun Wuji, contemplative, glanced at the youthful assembly and then at Li Shimin's animated expression, quickly understanding. Your Majesty, could it be? He ventured cautiously, realizing that if this were true, the Tang dynasty's true rise was imminent. Indeed, Master Li has expressed his desire to take on disciples. And today I have gathered you all to select candidates for him, Li Shimin affirmed. The unceasing flow of the next generation is the hope of the Tang dynasty. Besides his two sons, Li Shimin sought to choose two more heirs to study under Li Chen. Your Majesty, my son has practiced martial arts since childhood. Now, even I am no match for him. Behold, this injury on my arm was sustained during a spar with my son, Iron Bull. He is the most suitable candidate, proclaimed Qing Yao Jane, presenting his son before the court without waiting for other ministers to speak. I said, Old Qing, you truly possess an audacity that knows no bounds. My son, Wei Qi Baolin, is a paragon of both literary and martial prowess. Most importantly, he has embarked upon the path of enlightenment. Recently, even Yuan Tiangang sought to accept him as a disciple, an offer I declined. It appears that this is all part of a grand design. He was destined to become the disciple of Master Li. The concept of face holds no significance in this matter. These individuals have battled for many years, and now their sole ambition is to secure a prosperous future for their descendants. The prowess of Li Chun is evident to all, once he becomes Li Chen's disciple. Given His Majesty's regard for Li Chun, his students are bound to ascend to great heights. In an instant, the ministers in the court were embroiled in fervent debate, each one intent on devising a means for their own sons to become disciples. Chapter 21. Inexpressible wonders. Esteemed ministers, please be silent. On the dragon throne, Li Shimin lamented, his head aching. The sons of nobility possessed varying degrees of martial and literary skills. Whether in competition of intellect or prowess, none seemed worthy of respect. It appeared that only a grand strategy would suffice. Daoist Priest Li, being a man of the Tao, naturally intended to select his disciples through Daoist methods. I have 2 slips of paper inscribed with the character for Tao. Tomorrow, I shall take those chosen to pay their respects to their master. After much contemplation, this was the sole approach Li Shimin deemed fair and likely to gain the allegiance of all ministers. There are no objections, the ministers concurred. We shall leave matters to fate. This indeed is the best course of action presently. In no time, the ministers offered verbal respects to the Daoist masters and various deities they had previously neglected. Each scion held their slip of paper, their hearts heavy with trepidation. As offspring of officials, their political instincts were keen. This seemingly insignificant paper could determine their futures. Father, I have drawn the slip marked with Dao. Cheng Tiniu was the first to reveal his fortune, causing many ministers' hearts to sink. With only 2 slips, the opportunity had already halved. Ha ha ha, splendid. You indeed have a connection to the Tao, Li Shimin exclaimed. After all, a Daoist may return to secular life, as long as one can learn from Daoist Priest Li. What harm is there in becoming a Daoist? Who else remains? There is still one slip marked Tao. With anxious hearts, many scions opened their slips, only to find disappointment as the character for Tao eluded them. Zhang Sun Chong, initially believing his chances were slim, opened his slip in despair. I. In an instant, Zhang Sun Chong was rendered speechless with excitement. My son, let all things unfold as they should. If you are not destined to be with the master, do not. Zhang Sun Wujia, harboring little hope, intended to console his son. Yet, before he could finish, he caught sight of the character Dao on the slip. May our ancestors and all deities bless us. My son has found a worthy master. Zhang Sun Wujia knelt in gratitude, tears streaming down his face. No one understood the miraculous nature of Li Chun better than himself. With such a master, his son would never have to worry for the rest of his life. While some rejoiced, others lamented. Those who had not drawn the slips regretted not having visited the Daoist temples more often. Had they done so, their sons might have secured bright futures. Thus, the grand selection of disciples concluded in the Golden Wan Hall. The next day, Li Shimin, accompanied by Li Qingqian, Li Ji, Qing Tiniu, and Zhang Sun Chong, along with a month's provisions, arrived at Qifeng Temple. Upon meeting the master, Li Chen was indeed elated, especially as the master arrived with laborers and a month's worth of sustenance. Daoist priest, these are the disciples I have chosen for you. I wonder if they meet your approval. However, seeing Li Shimin present with 4 individuals, Li Chun felt a pang of frugality, momentarily dampening his joy. The expenses for just one person were considerable. One could only imagine the costs for 4, particularly when they were all at a stage of rapid growth. Li, the wealthy merchant, was indeed a significant patron, making it difficult for Li Chen to express his concerns openly. He pondered the potential consequences of offending him. Master, is there an issue? As an emperor, Li Shimin was adept at reading emotions, and he immediately discerned Li Chen's displeasure, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Master Li, you may not be aware, but the term Taoist derives from a single, profound character, Tao, whose essence is ineffable and embraces the principle of going with the flow. After a moment's reflection, Li Chen decided to employ a bit of subterfuge. The understanding of Taoism in this era was rather superficial, otherwise Buddhism would not have flourished. Li Chen's words astonished Li Shimin. The profundity of the character Tao was clear even to Li Chen in his choice of disciples, revealing him to be a remarkable figure. In the past, Li Shimin might have suspected that Li Chen had placed spies among his ranks. However, now, even if Li Chen were to know what he dined on daily, Li Shimin would not be surprised. A sage like him could perceive matters of the world without ever stepping outside. What does the master mean? Li Shimin harbored some suspicions but was reluctant to yield, prompting him to inquire further. Master Li, the way of nature dictates that I can only accept 2 fated individuals as disciples this time. I hope you understand. Indeed, the master had discerned his thoughts. Li Shimin felt a tinge of disappointment. Although Li Chen had not explicitly stated it, it was clear he would not accept his 2 sons as disciples. In truth, Li Shimin had guessed half correctly. Li Chen scrutinized the 4 individuals. Chen Tinyu, with his robust physique, was clearly suited for procurement and transportation tasks. Meanwhile, Changsun Chong possessed a refined demeanor, which was essential for the reception duties at the Taoist temple. It would not be feasible for Li Chen to handle such duties alone. Hence, this was why he chose to retain these 2. Regrettably, these 2 are not destined for the Taoist path, and their inherent nobility prevents me from becoming their master, lest we hinder one another, Li Chen remarked, gesturing toward Li Chengxian and Li Ji. Apart from his reluctance to accept them, the rest was mere pretense. These 2 exuded an air of superiority, clearly unaccustomed to hardship. Beyond incurring additional expenses, he might find himself serving these 2 young lords. Such a scenario was untenable. Given this, I shall not press the matter. Li Chen's words sparked a flicker of hope in Li Shimin's heart. How had he overlooked this aspect? Li Chengxian and Li Ji were princes. If they truly embraced the Tao, how would they govern the realm? The master was indeed astute, quickly recognizing the implications. Disciple Tinyu, Disciple Chong, pay your respects to the master, they joyfully proclaimed as they knelt before Li Chen. Prior to their arrival, they had already deliberated on their names. Being sons of a duke, using their real names in the Taoist temple could lead to unnecessary complications. Excellent, excellent, my dear disciples, Li Chen replied, as per tradition. Upon accepting you as my disciples, I should bestow gifts upon you. Tinyu, given your sturdy build, this staff shall be yours. With the labor aspect secured, Li Chen was delighted as he handed the prepared iron staff to Tinyu. The iron rod, a product of Li Chen's failed attempt at steel forging, was perfectly suited for Tinyu, serving as a makeshift lever. Thank you, master, he exclaimed. As he grasped the iron rod, Tinyu was filled with immense joy, astonished that his master had bestowed upon him such a formidable weapon so soon after their initial meeting. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, he understood the immense value of Li Chen's gift. This iron rod was considerably lighter than his axe, yet remarkably durable, likely impervious to even the finest of weapons, significantly enhancing his agility in combat. Even Li Shimin, standing nearby, was deeply impressed, contemplating how fortunate it would be if his own son could become a disciple of Li Chen. Chapter 22. A treasure discovered. As for you, my disciple, I have nothing of value to bestow, except for this foundational algorithm. Longsun Chong held the foundational algorithm in his hands as though it were a priceless treasure, fearing it might vanish. The slender gold script, akin to exquisite carvings, danced before his eyes, captivating even Li Shimin, who stood nearby. A master of calligraphy himself, Li Shimin found his own writing pale in comparison to the characters within the foundational algorithm. Such beautiful script evoked a sense of transcendence, leaving him curious about the identity of its author. Li Shimin marveled, realizing that since this book was in Li Chen's possession, the calligrapher must surely be known to him. He resolved to pay a proper visit in due time. To be frank, esteemed scholar, these characters are my creation, Li Chen declared with pride. This foundational algorithm is derived from the principles governing all things. Once mastered, one could be deemed the foremost in algorithms within the Tang dynasty. His skillful slender gold script was a source of immense pride, having been honed since childhood. Initially, Li Chen intended to present the foundational algorithm to Li Shimin to secure a minor official position for himself. The contents comprised merely the basics of arithmetic, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and some fundamental mathematics from middle and high school. Given that Long Sun Chong was tasked with receiving guests, it was essential for him to learn accounting practices to enhance operational efficiency. Upon hearing this, Li Shimon's eyes widened with desire as he gazed at the foundational algorithm. While others may not grasp Li Chen's words, Li Shimon understood clearly. Since the Sui dynasty, annual taxes and various accounting records had lacked precise figures. If the foundational algorithm truly possessed such extraordinary capabilities, governance across the nation would no longer be a burden. This notion weighed heavily on Li Shimon. As if Long Sun Chong could master its contents, he might become an even more distinguished statesman than his father, Long Sun Wude, potentially earning a place in history as a revered minister. Little did Li Shimon know that the foundational algorithm was crafted by Li Chun specifically for his circumstances, leaving him to ponder the implications. I am deeply grateful for your generous gift, Master. Upon merely turning the first page, Long Sun Chong was astounded by the arithmetic, his mind grappling with the complexities, as if it were continuously being challenged and expanded. No wonder so many ministers wished for their sons to study under such an eminent master. In that moment, Long Sun Chong felt a surge of gratitude. On their very first meeting, his master had bestowed upon him such a significant treasure. With such a mentor, his life was already fulfilled. Good disciple, now that you have accepted the gift, hasten to your tasks. With everything in place, Li Chun revealed his capitalist intentions. Tainyo, this iron rod is for your physical training. From this day forth, I shall compose various materials for the temple each evening, and you will procure them from the foot of the mountain the following day, using the iron rod to carry them back. What a blessing! I shall no longer need to bear such burdens from the mountain, he thought, feeling grateful for the opportunity to train his disciples' physique, truly a double benefit. The Daoist master aims to cultivate Tainyo's physique and endurance. Although Tainyo possesses considerable strength and martial prowess compared to others, he still lags in physical resilience and stamina. It is imperative to solidify these foundational aspects to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Li Shimon reflects that at Tainyo's age, he too faltered due to a lack of solid groundwork, never achieving first-rate martial skills. Ultimately, on the battlefield, it is often not the finesse of martial techniques that determines victory, but rather the endurance and physical strength. The one who can persist until the end shall prevail. Recognizing this insight in Daoist Li Shimon surmises that he must indeed be a master of martial arts, and his admiration for Li Chen grows. As for you, from this moment forth, you shall attend to the visitors at the temple daily. Record the number of patrons, the offerings from each, the daily total, and all expenditures of the temple. This duty shall be entrusted to you. Should any errors arise, do not blame your master for his sternness. With Sun Chong managing the guests and accounting, he can thoroughly explore various products to sell, thus embarking on the path to prosperity for the Tang dynasty. Starting with his disciples, a house not kept in order cannot hope to bring peace to the world. The Daoist is already nurturing Sun Chong. As long as he progresses step by step, he will surely handle even the most complex affairs of state with ease under the Daoist guidance. Truly impressive. Today, Li Shimon is filled with joy, having witnessed the emergence of two new talents destined to uplift the Tang dynasty. With their development, Cheng Tainyo and Chong Sun Chong will undoubtedly become pillars of the realm. Cheng Tainyo and Chong Sun Chong harbor no dissent. From the moment they became Li Chen's disciples, they have been obedient to his every directive. After Li Shimon takes his leave, Li Chun provides each of them with a broom, instructing them to sweep the entire temple. He eloquently refers to this as a practice of calming the mind, asserting that only with a tranquil heart can one achieve greater success, a notion both Cheng Tainyo and Cha Sun Chong wholeheartedly believe. Thus, under Li Chen's guidance, the sons of noble families have become voluntary laborers at the temple. In the autumn of the early Zhenguan era, Ji Shizalai successfully meets with Li Shimon, albeit in the guise of a prisoner. The Turks, caught off guard, never anticipated that the Tang would disregard martial ethics and imprison Ji Shi first, as he accompanied Li Shimon, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and several others to Jingzhou. The northern desert is home to many heroes. Upon arrival, Li Shimon senses the valiant spirit emanating from this land. These are the souls of those who have guarded the border cities like Jingzhou for generations. Even as their spirits return to the 9 provinces, their legacy will endure. Safeguarding this territory, at the 4 gates of Jingzhou City, the monument commemorating the loyal and valiant Marquis Luo Tian stands resolute, warding off malevolent forces. Upon his arrival in Jingzhou, Li Shimon's first act is to personally inscribe an epitaph for Luo Tian. To all the soldiers at the frontier, I have arrived. The Turks, with their fierce ambitions, have long sought to seize our lands and oppress our kin. Today, I come to declare to the Turks that I fear them not. For behind me stands the mighty Tang dynasty and its people. Observing the citizens of Jingzhou, Li Shimin extended his condolences to the troops and then, accompanied solely by the esteemed Ji Shiye and 8 accompanying generals, proceeded to the encampment of the Turks. Upon hearing that you, the Khan of Jili, have amassed a formidable force of 1,000,000 troops with intentions to invade our glorious Tang dynasty, I, Li Shimin, have arrived today. Dare you to cross even a single step beyond this border? I shall ensure you witness the might of the Tang army. Remaining at the frontier between the Tang and the Turks, Li Shimin called out to the Khan of Jili across the divide. His presence was not merely to proclaim the Tang dynasty's stance to the world, it was also to convey to the Turks that henceforth, the Tang shall no longer pursue matrimonial alliances nor offer tributes. As Li Shimin's words reached the Turkish encampment, many among them became restless. Observing that Li Shimin was accompanied by but 8 men, they clamored to engage in battle, yet were restrained by the Khan of Jili. Chapter 23, A humiliation of epic proportions, my sons, expressed the concerned Jili Khan. Li Shimin is cunning and multifaceted. He undoubtedly has ambushes lurking behind him. If we rashly charge forth, we may encounter traps. He was taken aback by the audacity of the Tang dynasty. Having approached their gates with a mere 8 individuals, a profound disgrace for the Turks. Jili Khan, to Li Khan, I have heard of your intentions to assault my Tang dynasty. Here I stand, Li Shimin. Should you slay me, chaos shall undoubtedly ensue in the Tang. Outside the Turkic encampment, Li Shimin proclaimed, exhibiting none of the decorum befitting a sovereign. Why do you not emerge? I have heard tales of the Turkic cavalry's unrivaled prowess. Why do you not dare to confront even my 8 men? At this rate, I advise you to return home and tend to your children. As he spoke, Li Shimin commanded the capture of Ji Shiye, binding him before his horse. Behold, this is the envoy dispatched by you Turks. I have heard he is a chieftain of a tribe. Yet, upon closer inspection, he is of little consequence, since he serves no purpose. I shall execute him as an offering. At that moment, Ji Shiye knelt before the horse, despair evident in his eyes. He never anticipated that the Son of Heaven would so brazenly disregard the established norms of conduct. The axiom that a messenger should not be slain in battle, a principle upheld in the Central Plains, seemed utterly disregarded by Li Shimin, who had shed all moral constraints. Once steeped in the teachings of the aristocracy, Li Shimin had adhered to various ethical codes and protocols. However, the transformation he underwent through the influence of Li Chun gradually altered his worldview. Ethics, he believed, must be upheld among one's own, yet the Turks were foes. In their conflict, it was a matter of life and death, devoid of any moral considerations. Such is the essence of war. You, the Son of Heaven of the Tang, how can you, a nation of propriety, commit such an atrocity? Jili Khan exclaimed, agitated. Ji Shiye, despite his tribe's modest size in the Turkic realm, held a position of significance. The demise of a tribal leader would plunge the tribe into chaos, a consequence Jili Khan wished to avoid. Li Shimin, if you possess the courage, let us engage in single combat. What merit is there in slaying an envoy? Li Khan retorted through clenched teeth. After uniting their forces, he felt confident that within a few years, they could conquer the Tang dynasty. Yet now the enemy had come to their doorstep. Our Tang stands united. Should the Turks seek a duel, they will confront the entirety of our nation. Tuli, old dog, are you truly prepared to face me in single combat? Li Shimin's words rendered Tuli Khan momentarily speechless, fully aware of the ramifications of war with the Tang. This mobilization was merely intended to intimidate the Tang and extract some concessions. He believed that with a few more years of development, the Turks would pose no threat. However, Li Shimin's resolve to counterattack was a source of great vexation for both Khans. General Cheng, execute Ji Shiye as a sacrificial offering. If the Turks seek battle, let them come. Our Tang army has no fear of traitors among us. The term Wude was learned by Li Shimin from Li Chun, who, during a previous encounter, exclaimed the term in response to Li Shimin's impressive performance. In truth, it was Li Shimin's inadequate comprehension that led to the misunderstanding, for the expression embodied advanced thought. Li Chun, unable to restrain himself, uttered the term Wude in frustration. When pressed by Li Shimin for clarification, Li Chun could only explain that Wude signifies unmatched superiority. That very night, Li Shimin commanded Li Jing to train a new army for the Tang dynasty, named the Wude Battalion. Although the Turks did not grasp the meaning of Wude, they understood it as a manifestation of Tang's disdain towards them. Oh, Emperor of the Tang, what must you do to release Chishi Yeshin? Pondered a tribal leader in Li Shimin's grasp, as Jili Khan could only concede. Once the Turks truly developed, it would spell doom for the Tang forces. Bow low and submit. Li Shimin coldly enunciated those 4 words, a lethal strike aimed at the heart. In the Turkic camp, anger simmered. with warriors itching to rush forth and rend Li Shimin to pieces. Should they disregard Qixi Yeshian's fate, chaos would ensue within the Qixi tribe, triggering a chain reaction throughout the Turkic realm. The path to genuine development for the Turks would stretch over many years. In this world, the Tang dynasty was destined to rise, standing proudly across the 9 provinces, rendering the Turks insignificant in comparison. More critically, the Turkic people would become disenchanted with their leader. Even a flicker of doubt would herald their gradual decline. If the two Khans chose to bow in submission for the sake of Qixi Yeshian, the faith of the entire Turkic populace would shatter, posing no threat to the Tang dynasty. Emperor of the Tang, do not overstep your bounds, Jili Khan warned. His expression icy. He perceived the underlying motives. The Tang sought to deliver a fatal blow to the Turks through Qixi Yeshian. What of my overreach? Bow low or let Qixi Yeshian perish, Li Shimin asserted with unwavering strength, having seized the Turks by their most vulnerable point. This triumph was credited to Li Daoshang. Without his guidance, such a feat would not have been possible. In his first year of reign, achieving such a remarkable feat would surely secure his place in history as a renowned emperor. We, the Turks, can offer tribute, using goods and silver to redeem Qixi Yeshian. No matter the quantity, we shall comply, suggested to Li Khan, his face ashen. Presently, this was the only means to navigate their predicament. Over the years, the Central Plains had bestowed numerous tributes upon them, and offering some Turkic treasures would not be a loss. Humph, Li Shimin scoffed. Your treasures were originally plundered from my Central Plains. One day, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. You will have the duration of an incense stick to make your choice. When the time comes, I shall execute Qixi Yeshian. Li Shimin's demeanor exuded formidable authority, and the more the Turks resisted, the more assured he felt. We, the Turks, absolutely cannot bow in submission. I have committed sins. After my demise, Qixi Tixi will succeed me as chieftain. At that moment, Qixi Yeshian shouted in desperation, filled with regret. Initially, his aim was to shield his tribe from humiliation. Yet he had unwittingly become a pawn in the Tang's machinations against the Turks. After shouting this phrase, Zhishur collided headfirst with Cheng Yaojin's axe, losing his life. Truly a valiant warrior, the Turks indeed possess brave men. As they returned his body to the Turks and continued negotiations, Li Shimin reflected momentarily. Once the body was handed over to the Turks, Li Shimin, accompanied by 8 individuals, engaged in discussions with them. As winter swiftly approached for the Turks, they could scarcely endure prolonged conflict and were certainly reluctant to engage in battle. Meanwhile, the Tang dynasty had recently undergone a change in leadership, and many regions within the realm were still rife with unrest, unable to withstand the tumult of a large-scale war. Ultimately, both parties reached a ceasefire agreement, and under Li Shimin's assertive demeanor, the Turks compensated for their border disturbances. Chapter 24, Father. Let us engage in combat. As the announcement of the Turkic reparations echoed throughout the realm, the Tang dynasty erupted in fervor. For countless years, the people of Huaxia had endured plunder and subjugation at the hands of the Turks, a humiliation that stained their honor. Now, with the new emperor ascending the throne, such a bold act instilled a sense of exhilaration among the populace. Even those who had initially supported Li Jianxing found themselves swayed by Li Shimin's decisive actions. Their loyalty to Li Jianxing stemmed from a desire for peace and an end to the indignities suffered by the common folk. With Li Shimin's triumph over the Turkic forces, it was a mere trifle for him to vanquish the Turks, leaving the likes of Zhishur Silin utterly astounded. This was not the history that Li Chen recalled. Historical records suggested that upon Li Shimin's ascension, the Turks sought to exploit the situation. To gauge the Tang's resolve, they dispatched Zhishur Silin, who was soon intimidated by Li Shimin's prowess. Unexpectedly, the Tang's nobility, led by Li Shimin, decisively subdued Zhishur Silin, compelling the entire tribe to bear the brunt of their humiliation, sending their leaders head across 1,000 miles. Li Shimin's method of striking at the heart of the enemy was particularly adept and cunning. One could only wonder what sort of mind could conceive such a devious strategy. Li Chen reclined in his self-made hammock, relishing a life of leisure, finally appreciating the benefits of having disciples. Goods were sold, meals were prepared, and the temple was well managed, thanks to the exceptional efforts of Tiniu and Sun Chong. Tiniu, possessing the strength of an ox, tirelessly ascended and descended the mountain multiple times each day without fatigue, though his intellect left much to be desired. Even with such robust labor at his disposal, he sought to further enhance his physical prowess and insisted on learning from Li Chen how to become even mightier. Consequently, Li Chen diligently instructed Tiniu in various exercises, including push-ups and pull-ups, imparting the wisdom that true strength is devoid of flashy techniques. To facilitate Tiniu's scientific training, Li Chen explained human muscular anatomy and his own weaknesses daily. Each time Li Chen shared these insights, Tinyu regarded them as treasures, bowing in gratitude, proclaiming his master to be truly remarkable. Despite this, Chen bore a frown. Such a splendid disciple should possess sharper wits. As for his other disciple, Chen found himself even more troubled. Although Sun Chong managed the temple with great efficiency and demonstrated proficiency in basic arithmetic, his arrogance was excessive. Just days prior, a female devotee had visited the temple seeking conversation, only to be met with Sun Chong's brusque dismissal. I have renounced the world. It is best for you to abandon your hopes. This was a rather lofty stance, especially when Tang Daoists were permitted to marry. How would Chen navigate this in the future? Indeed, the steadfast nature of this disciple proved to be a formidable challenge, not only for women but also for men. Furthermore, while Sun Chong possessed a sharp mind, his physical capabilities lagged, and it was unreasonable to burden Tinyu with all the arduous labor in the temple. As a master, equity was paramount. After all, one could not simply favor one disciple over another. To ensure fairness, Chen specifically instructed Sun Chong to join Tinyu in their push-up regimen. Though Sun Chong endured considerable hardship, he harbored no grievances, for in this society, a master was akin to a father. Moreover, Sun Chong was exceedingly pleased with his own arrangements. It is quite perplexing how society has evolved. A mere, unteaching master is inexplicably held in such high regard by his disciples. Master, the work is complete. In the evening, Tinyu respectfully addressed Chen, who was engaged in conversation with Zhou Gong. Master, I have meticulously organized the temple's projects and various affairs. I kindly request your guidance. Sun Chong presented all the incense money to Chen, his eyes brimming with respect. In a short span, he had noticeably transformed. Not only had his intellect sharpened significantly, but his martial prowess had also greatly increased. He could even hold his own against Tinyu in a sparring match, which brought him immense joy, a mix of pain and delight. Good disciple, you have truly excelled. Observing the substantial amount of incense money, Chen beamed with joy. Business had been particularly prosperous in recent days, with numerous devotees visiting daily. If those female patrons were to catch a glimpse of his unparalleled beauty, they might queue from the temple to the imperial palace. Chen held a profound confidence in his appearance, believing that no one in the realm could rival his handsomeness. Master, I seek a favor. Pray speak. Chen sensed a hint of envy between the two, as they hailed from merchant families, and given their diligent efforts, they deserved a share of the profits. However, the next words they uttered were quite the slap to Chen's face. Disciple has matters at home. We kindly request your permission to descend the mountain for one evening. We shall return by dawn, ensuring that we do not disrupt your plans. For practitioners, the most abhorred principle is inconsistency. Their time at the temple was limited, yet now they wished to leave the mountain, fearing the master's displeasure. I wondered what it could be. Go ahead, but do not neglect your responsibilities for tomorrow. How small-minded, he thought, astonished that disciples in ancient times could indeed take advantage of their masters. Thank you, master. With Chen's consent, the brothers felt an immediate sense of relief. Today, the emperor returned to the court, prompting a grand celebration in Chang'an, and they wished to visit home. Upon arriving, they found Cheng Yaojin and Chang's son Wude absent from the residence, as they had gone to the palace. With a sense of triumph, Emperor Li Shimin hosted a banquet for his ministers, with most officials and their families gathered at the imperial palace. Tinyu, Chong heir, why are you not serving the Daoist priest at the temple, but have come here instead? In the grand hall, Li Shimin was somewhat taken aback by their presence. We humbly report to your majesty that we are here on our master's orders to visit home, Chang's son Chong replied, feeling reassured by the support of their master. The Daoist indeed possessed remarkable foresight. Li Shimin was astonished. He had intended to visit the temple to check on the two and found them arriving instead. Tinyu, Chong heir, you have been on the mountain for some time. I wonder what you have learned. Li Shimin held great expectations for them, viewing them as future pillars of strength, eager to witness their progress. What we have learned, your majesty, requires your personal examination. At that moment, Tinyu and Chang's son Chong were brimming with confidence, having surveyed the hall and finally pinpointed their goal. The two exchanged a smile, and Iron Bull was the first to speak. Father, let us engage in a friendly duel as agreed. Should either of us sustain an injury, let there be no hard feelings. At the Daoist temple, Iron Bull held his breath, diligently performing push-ups, sit-ups, and various exercises daily, all in preparation for this moment. That rascal has grown quite skilled. After just a few days of training, he dares to challenge me. Today, I shall teach him the true meaning of strength. Hearing his son's words, Cheng Yaojin chuckled. In the entirety of the Tang dynasty, his 3 signature moves had already established him as a top-tier expert. Youth has its advantages, allowing one to be blissfully unaware of the vastness of the world. Chapter 25. A filial son beneath the iron rod. The son dared to challenge his father. who was one of the foremost warriors of the Tang dynasty, eliciting laughter from all the ministers present. "Old Chen, bring forth your 3 signature moves and teach this young rascal a lesson," they jested. "After all these years without a proper fight, I fear some may have forgotten your notorious reputation as a chaotic force." Despite the fact that Iron Bull appeared considerably more robust, none believed he could triumph over Chen Yaojin. Though Chen had only 3 signature moves, even top-tier experts struggled to withstand them unless they were of the highest caliber. Given Iron Bull's age, even with years of practice, he could not attain such elite status. In the tumultuous period from the end of the Sui to the early Tang, top-tier experts were few and far between, each capable of commanding a territory. Had it not been for Li Yuanba, the establishment of the Tang dynasty would have been a monumental challenge, illustrating the weight of a top-tier expert's presence. Haha. Do I really need my 3 moves to deal with this little brat? Chen Yaojin laughed heartily, rolling up his sleeves to prepare for a confrontation with his audacious son. "Father, I advise you to stick with your 3 moves. It would be unfortunate to suffer a humiliating defeat," Iron Bull replied confidently. He had devoted himself to physical training and studied human anatomy under his master, which had opened a door for him, allowing him to grasp the essence of martial arts. Only by thoroughly understanding these concepts could one truly achieve the state of being formless while possessing form. As Chen Yaojin made his move, Iron Bull effortlessly perceived all his actions and dodged with ease. A gasp rippled through the hall. No one had anticipated Iron Bull would evade so effortlessly. The only individual unfazed was Changsun Chong, realizing that with a master as formidable as Ching, Iron Bull had successfully entered the ranks of first-class experts during this period. "Remarkable. You managed to evade my strike. It seems you have made some progress," Chen Yaojin remarked, pleased by his son's growth. However, his joy was short-lived. No matter how fiercely he attacked, Cheng Tainyo effortlessly neutralized each strike, leaving Chen Yaojin feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I say, old Cheng, are you up to the task? If not, I shall take over. You cannot even best a child." Yu Qigong interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. Despite a flurry of attempts, Chen Yaojin had yet to graze Iron Bull's clothing. "Someone, fetch my Bagua Xianhua axe from the manor. I must properly engage this unruly lad." Chen Yaojin's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He had nearly exerted all his strength yet could inflict no harm upon his son. This revelation astonished him. No one knew his son's capabilities better than he did, and he had not anticipated such impressive skills developed in such a brief time. "Proceed," declared Li Shimin from the platform, equally astonished that Iron Bull could withstand the chaotic demon for so long without any weaponry. To cultivate such a formidable disciple, one could only imagine the level of skill possessed by Master Li. Soon after, the gossip about the arrival of the flower axe reached the court. During this time, Iron Bull stepped outside the hall, brandishing a hefty iron rod. "You little rascal, I am about to get serious," he declared. Chen Yaojin, gripping his axe, launched the first strike towards Iron Bull, who, at this moment, began to take things earnestly. Although his father only mastered 3 basic moves, they were the quintessence of skill. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Yaojin's most esteemed 3 strokes were effortlessly countered by Iron Bull, who then knocked him to the ground with a single strike of his iron rod. Cough, cough, cough. "I've lost." Beneath the iron rod lay the dutiful son, now using it against his own father. Ultimately, Chen Yaojin, with a flushed face, conceded defeat. In front of so many civil and military officials, losing to his own son filled him with embarrassment, yet a greater joy swelled within him. He never anticipated that his son would reach such heights at such a young age. At his own age, he had yet to master the 3 strokes, gradually becoming a top-tier master only after enduring countless battles and near-death experiences. "Old Cheng, you didn't let him win, did you? You actually lost to this young lad?" Wei Qigong interjected, displeased. If Iron Bull could best Chen Yaojin, it implied he was significantly stronger than Wei Qigong's own son, a notion he could not bear. After all, he had playfully sparred with Chen Yaojin his entire life. How could he hold his head high before him if his son fell short? "If you think you can do it, step up. I certainly cannot prevail against my son." Chen Yaojin was well aware that Wei Qigong was indeed stronger, but he genuinely wished to see how capable his son truly was. "Bring my golden whip from my residence," he commanded. Wei Qigong, now incensed, was determined to teach this overconfident young man a lesson about the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. "Proceed," Li Shimin observed with delight. The more formidable Iron Bull became, the happier he felt, envisioning the immense power Iron Bull would wield upon his departure. Soon, Wei Qigong's weapon was in his grasp, and without holding back, he unleashed his full strength. Yet, it was long before his expression changed. He hadn't anticipated Iron Bull's remarkable prowess. Not only did Iron Bull effortlessly parry his attacks, but he also retaliated with equal skill. "I concede. Damn it. When did this lad become so formidable? Ultimately, Wei Qigong had no choice but to admit defeat. He understood well that Iron Bull had spared his dignity by prolonging the fight. Otherwise, he would have been vanquished in the very first exchange. With such temperament and strength, old Cheng's child was destined for greatness. Daoist Li truly was a master. In such a short time, he had transformed Iron Bull remarkably. As Wei Qigong conceded defeat, the entire court fell into a hushed silence, astonished by Iron Bull's incredible capabilities. Here were Cheng Yaojin and Wei Qigong, two of the mightiest figures in all of Tang, with no one else, except for Li Jing and Qin Xiong, being their match. Yet now, a mere 15 or 16-year-old boy had triumphed over the two of them. Ultimately, it was Li Shimin who shattered the impasse. Good. Li Shimin exclaimed thrice, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of having such promising descendants in the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, the Iron Bull has completed its display. Now it is my turn, Long Sun Chong interjected before Li Shimin could respond. Earlier, the Iron Bull struck at my father, and I could hardly contain my anticipation. Oh, could it be that my dear Chong wishes to challenge his father? Li Shimin raised an eyebrow, noting that these two had come with intentions directed solely at him. My father, a frail scholar, lacks the strength for combat, but I have heard he is unmatched in chess. I desire to test my skills against him. As Long Sun Chong finished his declaration, a wave of excitement swept through the entire hall. Chapter 26. Brother, you have returned, is what you say true? Li Shimin inquired, somewhat astonished. Chess, unlike martial arts, cannot be mastered in haste. It demands prolonged contemplation and strategy. Even Li Shimin did not anticipate that Chang Sun Chong would immediately unleash his formidable skills. Moreover, I must engage in sparring with Qin Huayu and the others while playing. Chang Sun Chong remarked, casting a glance at his contemporaries and gesturing towards them. Come, I wish to ascertain the disparity between myself and Tiniu. Upon hearing this, the offspring of the Tang dynasty officials could no longer remain idle, eagerly preparing to teach Chang Sun Chong a lesson. Meanwhile, Li Shimin arranged the chessboard for Chang Sun Wujing and Chang Sun Chong. I shall go first, Qin Huayu declared. Although Chang Sun Chong had acquired some martial skills, he still lagged behind those who had trained since childhood. Father, we need not concern ourselves with who goes first. I shall begin with the center. With that, Chang Sun Chong engaged in combat with Qin Huayu while simultaneously playing blindfolded chess against his father. At the Daoist temple, during moments of leisure, Chang Sun Chong would often play chess with Li Qin. To his surprise, his master was exceptionally skilled, always explaining various strategies and techniques during their matches. The game of Go was just beginning to flourish in the Tang dynasty, with few established variations or strategies. Chang Sun Chong had learned concepts that were years ahead of his time. Commencing with the center position, a technique he had acquired from Li Qin, followed by a powerful defensive move that systematically dominated the board. In the meantime, Chang Sun Chong successively defeated Qin Huayu, Yuqi Baolin, and other sons of martial generals, leaving the onlookers in awe. I concede, Chang Sun Chong exclaimed, a mix of reluctance and lingering excitement in his voice. Although victorious in combat, he felt somewhat dissatisfied with his chess defeat, realizing he still fell short compared to his father and master. However, as he admitted his loss, an uncanny silence enveloped the great hall, an astonished, reverent silence. Good son, Chang Sun Wujing exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. He had always believed his son might turn out like other privileged youths, frivolous and unlearned. Chang Sun Chong had previously exhibited such tendencies, but now, Chang Sun Wujing felt a profound sense of relief. He recognized something extraordinary in Chang Sun Chong's gameplay. Had he not approached the game with utmost seriousness and deliberation, he might have been the one to lose today. Meanwhile, Chang Sun Chong continued to spar with Qin Huayu and others while playing chess. Each move was deliberate and calculated, as though premeditated, showcasing a level of composure and strategic foresight that far surpassed his years. Well done, Chong. Do you realize that even I cannot make so many moves against your father? You have truly matured, Li Shimin expressed, his joy palpable. If Tiniu had surprised him, Chang Sun Chong had utterly astonished him. Li Daoshang is indeed a remarkable figure, maintaining rigorous standards for Chang Sun Chong. Not only was he trained in martial arts, but he was also comprehensively cultivated in strategies and calculations, truly embodying the essence of both literary and martial prowess. Isn't it just playing chess? What's the big deal? Iron Bull muttered softly. However, the entire hall was enveloped in silence, and despite his quiet tone, Li Shimin caught his words. Iron Bull, are you implying that you also know how to play chess? Li Shimin asked, somewhat incredulously, for Iron Bull was known for his simple-hearted nature, preferring physical action over cunning tactics. Even a novice in Go could easily defeat him. If Iron Bull were to grasp such strategic nuances, Li Shimin would find the world quite extraordinary. I have a slight understanding, Iron Bull replied. And immediately Li Shimin requested Changsun Wuji to engage in a game with him. With the same opening move at the star point and the same defensive formation. The styles of Iron Bull and Changsun Chong were entirely divergent. While Changsun Chong's approach was methodical and steady, Iron Bull's was bold and unrestrained. The only similarity was their comprehensive understanding of the overall game. In the end, Changsun Wuji achieved a narrow victory. Indeed, each generation surpasses the last. It seems that before long, I shall find myself unable to compete with you, Changsun Wuji remarked, astonished that Iron Bull could match him to this degree. As the foremost Go player of the Tang dynasty, he found it remarkable that anyone could contest him at such a level. Proclaimed the edict. Iron Bull is to be appointed as the cavalry commander for his accomplishments in learning. Changsun Chong is to be appointed as a clerk in the Ministry of Personnel, both holding the rank of 7th grade. Observing the excellence of the two, Li Shimin promptly awarded them official positions and informed the court that their titles were nominal, granting them a stipend from the court each month without any obligations, allowing them to focus on their studies at Qifeng Temple. No one dared to voice objections. Everyone recognized the talents of Iron Bull and Changsun Chong. Although merely 15 years of age, they were deserving of such rewards. With Iron Bull and Changsun Chong's arrival, Li Shimin felt even more elated, confident that the Turks would not dare to advance southward within the next 5 years. During this time, the Tang dynasty could nurture and recover. And when Iron Bull and his peers fully matured, what could the Turks possibly do? As the banquet concluded, Changsun Chong and Iron Bull briefly reunited with their families before hastily returning to Qifeng Temple. Upon their return, they noticed a suspicious figure lurking at the entrance, seemingly attempting to scale the wall. How audacious! Who dares to threaten my master? Iron Bull and Changsun Chong were filled with righteous fury upon seeing the intruder and rushed forward to pull him down from the wall. Before the man could utter a word, Iron Bull struck him with a brutal blow. The unfortunate soul, having done nothing yet, succumbed to the unyielding force of the iron rod and fainted. When he awoke, it was already the following day. To avoid disturbing their master's rest, the two bound the false Taoist to a post at the entrance of the temple. Why call him a false Taoist? The man appeared to be around 40 years of age, clad in a robe that suggested he was a master of the Tao. However, the actions of scaling the wall last night led both Tiniu and Changsun Chong to firmly believe that it must be an assassin attempting to harm their master. They planned to report the matter to the authorities when Tiniu descended the mountain at dawn to procure supplies. I remarked, "What are you two rascals up to? How can you stoop so low as to ambush an old man?" Just as I awoke, the false Taoist shouted at Tiniu and Changsun Chong. I interjected, "Do not waste your breath. Sneaking around my Qifeng temple in the dead of night and plotting to harm my master will not go unnoticed. Once my master awakens, you shall be taken to the authorities." Tiniu, brandishing an iron rod, replied proudly, contemplating how to earn his master's favor. "I am the master of Qifeng Temple. What right do you have to question my return home?" Hearing this, Tiniu scoffed. "Pa, you claim to be the master of Qifeng Temple, but what does that make my master?" Just after he spoke those words, Tiniu heard a familiar voice approaching. "Senior brother, you have returned." Chapter 27. Tears of the Elder Disciple. You have finally emerged. If you had not, I would surely have perished. In that moment, the Taoist priest Huang Guanzi was overwhelmed with tears. After so many years, he had never endured such indignity. All he sought was to return home. Yet he found himself mercilessly beaten. Throughout the night, Tai Nyo had shown no restraint, attacking with a ferocity that suggested he intended to inflict mortal harm. The anguished cries echoed throughout the morning, and upon awakening, Li Chun was immediately aware of the torment. After thorough confirmation, there was no doubt his senior brother was indeed in distress. Contemplating the past antics of his senior brother at the temple, Li Chun felt a sense of foreboding. "Brother, please endure a little longer. Tai Nyo will not kill you. First, conceal your money." Simultaneously, Li Chun discreetly hid all his own valuables in a location known only to him. In his recollections, this senior brother not only exploited the funds of his disciples, but was also a notorious drinker, indulging in spirits to the point of inebriation 9 days out of 10. "Brother, how have you come to this state?" Upon seeing his brother, Li Chun feigned ignorance, yet inwardly he could hardly contain his mirth. "Oh, brother, you still believe I am the same Li Chun from before. Today, you shall find it impossible to take advantage of me." He pondered how best to teach his brother a lesson. Ever since his departure, inquiries regarding his brother's whereabouts had been frequent. It seemed he had attained a level of renown, and it would be a disservice to himself if he did not leverage this reputation to avoid menial labor. "Disciple, it is these two ruffians. I merely wish to return home, yet they have captured me and subjected me to a night of torment." sighed Li Chunfeng. How can it be that I, Li Chunfeng, who has calculated the fates of the world, am now suffering such indignities within my own abode? Upon hearing this name, Li Chen's composure faltered. His senior brother was none other than Li Chunfeng, a figure only equaled in history by Yuan Tiangang. Brother, it is a misunderstanding. These two are my new disciples, Tainyo and Sun Chong. You too, greet your esteemed uncle. Li Chen kicked Tainyo and Sun Chong, having nearly processed the shock of the revelation. In earlier times, encountering Li Chunfeng would have sent Li Chun clamoring for his attention like a starstruck admirer. However, now that this individual sought money, Li Chun could hardly afford him a pleasant demeanor. Merely seeing him off would be sufficient. Greetings, esteemed uncle. Upon learning of Li Chunfeng's identity, Tainyo and Sun Chong stumbled over their words, astonished that the person who had scaled their walls in the dead of night was indeed their uncle. In truth, Li Chunfeng's visit to Chang and was originally intended to meet Emperor Li Shimin, hoping to offer guidance to the Tang dynasty. However, after a long and arduous journey, he found himself out of funds, even lacking provisions for drink. In desperation, he turned to his home, Qingfeng Temple. Understanding his disciple-esque character, he knew that his brother was indifferent to worldly matters, holding little regard for material pursuits. The offerings placed in the merit box by the devotees were generally untouched beyond daily expenses. Li Chunfeng truly perceived this, which is why he intended to stealthily slip into the Daoist temple in the dead of night, seize the coins from the merit box, hastily complete his affairs, and then return. Little did he anticipate that he would encounter Iron Bull and Chang Sun Chong, who were returning from the palace. You two go about your tasks first. Here are the items to purchase for today. When senior brother returns, buy everything in double and also procure a fish. I wish to personally prepare a meal to atone for my misdeeds, Li Chen said while untying Li Chunfeng, addressing Iron Bull and Chang Sun Chong. Yet, internally, he was elated. Li Chunfeng, the true master of the Tang dynasty, was to become a worker for him. Even before inviting his senior brother inside, Li Chun had already devised a scheme to ensnare Li Chunfeng. Humph! Li Chunfeng scoffed upon seeing Iron Bull and Chang Sun Chong. Since you are my junior disciples, I shall overlook this matter. But remember to bring back some wine when you descend the mountain. With Li Chunfeng's discerning eye, he instantly recognized that these two disciples were not ordinary individuals. Observing their demeanor, it was evident they held great respect for his junior brother. Li Chunfeng was immensely curious about how his junior had managed to win them over. What wine, senior brother? I have excellent wine here, personally brewed by me. Guaranteed to please you, Li Chun remarked, not giving Li Chunfeng a chance to respond as he pulled him into the Taoist temple. Upon the opening of the door, Li Chunfeng's gaze was immediately captivated by the wine cup, fearing it might escape. After savoring a sip, he found the pleasures of the mortal realm to be delightful. Such wine was sufficient to bring solace to this life. In less than an hour, Iron Bull returned, drenched in sweat. Without uttering a word, Li Chun employed his culinary skills from the 21st century to present Li Chunfeng with a dish of braised fish accompanied by 2 side dishes. Abstaining from food and drink might have been manageable, but after tasting Li Chen's culinary prowess, Li Chunfeng could not restrain himself, yearning for more indulgence. Junior brother, is there any more wine? Pour more, he implored. Throughout the meal, 2 jars of wine were consumed, yet Li Chunfeng still felt unsatisfied. He had never encountered such robust wine before. Senior brother, this wine is challenging to brew, and I have none left. If you wish to drink more, you shall have to wait for the next occasion. Li Chen desired precisely this outcome. Do you not enjoy wandering? As long as this wine remains in my possession, you shall not escape, and you will obediently become my worker. Sighing, Li Chunfeng replied, Junior brother, this time I shall not depart. With the world now stabilized and the emperor a wise ruler, I have completed all that I needed to do, save for one final minor task. After that, I shall remain here in the Taoist temple to keep you company. Li Chun understood that Li Chunfeng was not deceiving him with this statement. Since the end of the Sui dynasty, many significant events had been propelled by Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, which explained why Li Chun had been unable to see his senior brother for so long. You have endured much alone in the Taoist temple all these years, junior brother. Do not blame me. I too have been constrained. Before Master passed, he entrusted me with your care, and for that, I bear some guilt. Rest assured, now that my senior brother has returned, once he completes this final task, he will surely devote himself to accompanying me. After consuming 2 jars of liquor, Li Chunfeng's consciousness became somewhat hazy, and he muttered softly before eventually succumbing to a deep slumber. Senior brother, sleep well, Li Chen thought, sensing the concern his senior brother held for him through his words. Originally, Li Chen was an orphan, taken in by the previous master of Qifeng Temple. Not long after, both their masters passed away. Consequently, Li Chunfeng took it upon himself to raise Li Chun until he was capable of self-sufficiency before pursuing his own endeavors. Throughout the years, despite being preoccupied with the affairs of the world, Li Chunfeng would return periodically to check on his junior brother. Now that peace has been restored to the realm, he has finally accomplished a significant task for all, allowing him to dedicate himself to caring for his junior brother. However, Li Chen is filled with curiosity about what this final important matter could possibly be. Chapter 28. I truly am Daoistly. After wandering for many years, Li Chunfeng found himself in a deep slumber until the clock struck 3 in the morning. As he gazed upon the familiar Daoist temple, he was overwhelmed with nostalgia. Upon his return, he observed that his junior disciple had matured significantly, exhibiting a level of composure and responsibility that rendered him capable of shouldering great responsibilities. Junior, wait for my return. It will only be a few days, and then I shall accompany you in safeguarding the temple our master entrusted to us. With these thoughts, Li Chunfeng departed the temple under the moonlight, making his way toward the imperial palace. As dawn began to break, Li Chun, who had intended to sleep until sunrise, suddenly awoke and rushed to his senior's quarters, the events unfolding vividly in his memory. Indeed, his senior was absent. Yesterday, he had been deeply moved by his junior's kindness. Disheartened by the empty bed, Li Chen pondered how such a diligent individual could slip away right beneath his nose. Did his culinary offerings not entice him? This realization momentarily dented his confidence, prompting him to send Iron Bull down the mountain to procure ingredients and seasonings. He was determined to hone his culinary skills, ensuring that when his senior next visited, he would not be allowed to leave so easily. In the Golden Chariot Hall, Emperor Li Shimin convened with his ministers for the morning court session, deliberating on the affairs of various provinces and prefectures when the captain of the imperial guards abruptly intruded. Your Majesty, there is a Daoist named Li at the palace gates, claiming to bear news of utmost importance regarding the safety of the realm. Upon hearing the name of Daoist Li in conjunction with matters of state security, Li Shimin was instantly alarmed, rising from his seat in astonishment. Even those ministers privy to the truth displayed signs of unease. The fact that Daoist Li had descended from the mountains and chosen to come to the palace with pressing news suggested that a grave situation was at hand. Li Shimin's mind raced with concern. Secure the entire palace with the imperial guards. Anyone approaching Daoist Li shall be executed on sight. Regaining his composure, Li Shimin issued further orders, feeling that mere guards were insufficient. Mobilize all the Secret Service operatives to apprehend everyone along Daoist Li's path within the palace, including those in the inner court adjacent to the Golden Chariot Hall. A wave of anxiety swept through the palace. No one understood the emperor's sudden fervor. Even during the Xuanwu Gate incident, such a display of alarm had not been witnessed. The retired Emperor Li Yuan was so frightened that he dared not step outside, fearing that his son had lost control and intended to take drastic measures against him. As Li Chunfeng traversed the palace, he was puzzled by the palpable tension surrounding him. What calamity had befallen the imperial palace? Was there an insurrection? Or did he carry some ominous aura that caused everyone to recoil in fear? With numerous questions in his mind, Daoist Li finally arrived at the Golden Chariot Hall, expecting to be greeted with respect from Li Shimin. To his dismay, he found the emperor seething with anger. Even the faces of some ministers were contorted with rage, as if they desired to rend him to pieces. Your Majesty, I am Li Chunfeng, hailing from. Seize this impostor and drag him away for execution. Before Li Chunfeng could finish his sentence, Li Shimin's wrath erupted, and the guards swiftly apprehended him. Your Majesty, why do you treat me thus? I am devoted to the welfare of the realm, striving to contribute wise counsel for the great Tang, yet you exhibit such ungratefulness. Faced with this treatment, Li Chunfeng felt an overwhelming anger. He had believed that Li Shimin was a sagacious ruler, capable of ensuring happiness for the common people. To his dismay, he found the emperor obstinately stubborn, unwilling to heed the words of others. What achievements could such a ruler possibly attain? In that moment, disappointment filled Li Chunfeng's heart. After years of meticulous planning and subtly advancing the fortunes of the world, he never anticipated such an outcome. Li Daolong, do you not comprehend why I act thus towards you? Do you wish to assert that you hail from Qingfeng Temple, a disciple of a great master, and that there is nothing in the world you are unaware of? Li Shimin gritted his teeth as he spoke. Li Chun was the person Li Shimin respected the most. How dare this accursed Taoist impersonate Li Chun? Your Majesty, how could you possibly know? I am indeed the 26th master of Qingfeng Temple, and I hold dominion over all affairs of the world, Li Chunfeng declared proudly, raising his chin. It seemed the emperor was not entirely ignorant, as he recognized the name of Li Chunfeng. Preposterous. I have visited Qingfeng Temple many times, yet I have never encountered a Taoist such as yourself. Today, I shall prove that no one can impersonate Li Daolong. With that, Li Shimin could no longer contain himself and drew his sword, aiming it at Li Chunfeng. "Your Majesty, spare him." Just as the blade was about to strike Li Chunfeng's neck, the voice of Tiniu rang out. He had just descended the mountain and spotted his master's uncle wandering about Chang'an. Intrigued, he decided to follow. Upon witnessing his uncle arrive at the imperial palace, where immediate vigilance ensued, Tiniu sensed an ominous premonition and hurried after them. "Tiniu, why do you obstruct me? This man dares to impersonate your master. Should he not be punished?" Li Shimin expressed his displeasure at being impeded. Li Daolong is of utmost importance to the Tang. No one may offend him. Not even his disciple. "Your Majesty, you are mistaken. This man is my master's uncle, Li Chunfeng, the 26th master of Qingfeng Temple, and not my master." Tiniu was relieved to have arrived in time. Otherwise, a grave error would have occurred. From last night's observations, it was evident that his master shared a strong bond with his uncle. If the emperor were to harm his uncle, it would indeed lead to an irreconcilable enmity. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's countenance turned pale, and he found himself at a loss as to where to place his sword. Cough, cough. "A misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Li Daolong, I mistook you for another Li Daolong. My deepest apologies for my hasty actions." The emperor, disregarding his regal dignity, personally apologized to a Daoist, leaving Li Chunfeng unable to find fault. "May I inquire if the Li Daolong you refer to is my junior apprentice, Li Chen?" Through their earlier exchange, Li Chunfeng began to discern certain truths about what his junior had accomplished to earn such respect from Li Shimin. "To be candid, the Li Daolong I speak of is indeed your esteemed junior. Before ascending the throne, I had heard of the esteemed Huang Guanzi, the master of Qifeng Temple, renowned for his wisdom, and thus made a special journey to pay my respects. However, the Daoist priest was not present in the temple, so I engaged in conversation with Daoist Li. Through his guidance, I was able to secure dominion over the realm, ensuring that the people of the Tang dynasty could enjoy a tranquil existence." Emperor Li Shimin bestowed a seat upon Li Chunfeng, proceeding to relay all the teachings he had received from Li Chen. Alas! Upon hearing of the deeds accomplished by his junior brother, Li Chunfeng let out a sigh. "The waters that can carry a boat can also capsize it. In this regard, I find myself inferior to my junior brother." Chapter 29. The talent of my junior disciple surpasses mine originally. Li Chunfeng had devised 5 guiding principles for governance to present to Li Shimin, each derived from a meticulous analysis of the successes and failures of all previous dynasties. The foremost principle closely aligned with the thoughts of Li Chen, encapsulated in the adage that water can both carry a boat and capsize it. Only by ensuring the peace and stability of the people, by eliminating excessive burdens, can the populace thrive and cultivate a spirit devoid of rebellion. Throughout history, every dynasty that has fallen has invariably done so due to peasant uprisings. Yet few grasp this fundamental truth. The prowess of my junior disciple lies not merely in this insight. He also emphasizes the selection of officials based on merit, the encouragement of open council, a focus on law and agriculture, economic development, and most crucially, a people-centric approach, all of which he articulated in his discussions with Li Shimin. What most impressed Li Chunfeng was his disciple's proposal of a system of checks and balances. Li Shimin's greatest concern has always been the dominance of the aristocracy, a power that has been entrenched since the Jin dynasty. In the current Tang dynasty, the 5 prominent families seem akin to proud phoenixes, looking down from their lofty perches, believing themselves superior. The daughters of these families are often deemed more precious than princesses, and countless suitors have sought to marry into their ranks, even within the court. Half of the power lies in the hands of the Guanlong nobility, placing Li Shimin in a challenging predicament. The downfall of the Sui dynasty was largely attributed to Yang Guan's expansion of the civil service examination, which opened pathways for commoners that infringed upon the fundamental interests of the aristocracy. The tension between imperial authority and aristocratic power has long been a source of anxiety for emperors throughout the ages. While the imperial power appears supreme, it is perpetually constrained by the aristocracy. Li Chunfeng contemplated numerous strategies, but found none capable of genuinely undermining the status of the aristocracy, whose roots run too deep, having persisted for centuries, even spanning multiple dynasties. Yet Li Chun's succinct phrase provided a perfect resolution. The voice of the people is formidable. Historically, the aristocracy has occupied the moral high ground, leveraging public opinion and morality to instigate revolts time and again. The approach proposed by Li Chen offers the common folk a window through which they can establish a balance with the aristocracy, gradually eroding their power until they fade away without bloodshed. I, Li Chunfeng, cannot compare to the talents of my junior disciple. With a heartfelt sigh, devoid of jealousy, I find immense joy in his achievements. Such is my disciple, whose intellect and strategy are unparalleled, standing majestically at the pinnacle of the Tang dynasty. Daoistly, I have a matter to discuss, and I earnestly request your agreement. As Li Shimin began to speak, Li Chunfeng had already surmised much of what was to come. Daoist, with the realm now stabilized and the court in need of capable individuals, I humbly beseech you to serve the court as our national master, providing stability for the people of Tang. Li Chunfeng's name was already well known to Li Shimin, renowned for his divination and strategic acumen, truly among the pinnacle of the world. Of course, with the utmost respect, he acknowledged the master who had cultivated such an exceptional disciple. Your Majesty, this humble Daoist is willing to serve the Tang dynasty. But I have a request. Li Chunfeng pondered for a moment and remarked that he had originally harbored no intentions of pursuing an official career, desiring instead to lead a carefree life. However, upon realizing the extraordinary talent of his junior disciple, he found his perspective transformed. Initially, he believed that only Yuan Tiangang could be his equal in this world. Now it appeared that his junior had far surpassed them both. Consequently, Li Chunfeng resolved to continue honing his skills in this earthly realm, determined that even if he could not catch up to his disciple, he must not fall too far behind. Speak freely, Daoist. As long as I am capable, I shall certainly comply, Li Shimin replied. Upon hearing Li Chunfeng's agreement, Li Shimin felt an immense joy swell within him, grateful to the venerable master of Qingfeng Temple for nurturing this remarkable pair of brothers. Your Majesty, though Qingfeng Temple may be modest, it boasts a lineage of several centuries. One of us must remain, and I beseech you, once I enter the court, do not allow my junior disciple to serve. The court is ever-changing, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a death sentence, especially for a talent of such unparalleled caliber. Who is most susceptible to envy? All these perils should fall upon me as the elder brother, allowing my junior to enjoy a lifetime of tranquility within the temple. Should Li Chen learn of Li Chunfeng's request, he might very well arrive brandishing a 40-meter-long sword. How could he not indulge in the opulent lifestyle of ancient ministers after traversing time? At the very least, one would expect lavish mansions and multiple wives. Yet, with a single utterance from his elder brother, all that was rendered moot. In Li Shimin's heart, he recognized Li Daolong's talent as far superior to that of Li Chunfeng. The notion of sacrificing Li Daolong's potential service to the court for the sake of Li Chunfeng left him feeling a sense of regret. Nevertheless, Li Chunfeng was undeniably a man of great talent, and Li Shimin yearned to possess both. Your Majesty, you are aware of my junior's temperament. Do you truly believe he would ever enter the court? In Li Chunfeng's recollections, his junior was elegant and unassuming, seemingly indifferent to worldly matters. Alas, upon hearing these words, Li Shimin sighed deeply. He realized that he had been somewhat greedy. To have even one extraordinary talent was a stroke of fortune, yet he had wished to claim them both. Daoist, your words bear wisdom. A talent like Li Daolong is rare beyond measure. How could such a remarkable individual be bound by the court? I promise you, whenever Li Daolong wishes not to serve in the court, I shall not compel him. Ultimately, Li Shimin could only acquiesce with a heavy heart. Before Li Chunfeng's arrival, Li Shimin had approached Qingfeng Temple to persuade Li Chun to serve the court. And should he refuse, he would not hesitate to employ force. Under heaven, all lands belong to the sovereign. None may defy the royal command. An insubordinate subject could be silenced without fear of exposure. Li Chunfeng's presence served as a reminder to Li Shimin. How could individuals of their caliber remain unaware of the dangers surrounding them? Now, Li Shimin even felt that Li Daolong's summoning of Tiniyu and Chong'er the previous night was meant as a warning. If Li Qin could train a first-rate master and a capable minister in such a short time, he could just as easily forge a formidable army. Li Shimin could scarcely fathom the consequences of offending Li Chun. It would plunge the realm into chaos once more, rendering him a pariah of the Tang dynasty. Greed had clouded his judgment, for with a sage like Li Chunfeng in his service, the Tang would stand invincible. Moreover, he could discreetly consult Daoist for guidance. Thus, no one would be slighted, and the glory of the Tang could be rekindled. For the sake of the dynasty, Li Shimin truly bore a heavy heart. I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty. Once I pass the leadership of Qifeng Temple to my junior brother, I shall devote myself entirely to the Tang. Serving with unwavering loyalty until my last breath, Li Chunfeng joyfully proclaimed, acknowledging that even amidst the intrigues of court, his junior brother could still enjoy a life of freedom. Chapter 30. My junior brother's innate Dao physique at Qifeng Temple. While diligently honing his culinary skills, Li Chen was also focused on enhancing the quality of Nyoer's offerings. Surely, it was the lackluster dishes and mediocre wine that drove away his thrifty senior brother. This weighed heavily on Li Chen's mind. How could he entice Li Shimin with Nyoer's meager fare? For the first time, he felt a twinge of insecurity about the products of the 21st century. If only the wealthy Li Kai master were present, for he had a fondness for Nyoer, and Li Chun would have felt more at ease. He reminisced about the days of Li Kai Master. Junior brother, I have returned. Just as Li Chun was lamenting his frugal senior, Li Chunfeng reappeared, accompanied by Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji, bearing an imperial edict. Li Guoshi, Changsun Guoshi, it has been a while. You both appear radiant. It seems fortune is on the horizon. Ignoring his thrifty senior, Li Chun addressed Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji directly. Ha ha, Daoist foresight is indeed remarkable. We have indeed encountered numerous blessings of late. Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji responded, grinning broadly. The Tang dynasty had recently celebrated many joyous occasions, each one a significant boon for Li Shimin. As for Changsun Wuji, ever since his son became Li Chen's disciple, he had risen to a position of great importance in the court. His peers envied him. Even achieving the rank of prime minister could not compare to the success of his son. At his age, he had acquired everything he could desire, and his current endeavors were solely for the sake of his son. Alas, his son was indeed remarkable, having studied under a renowned master, and in the emperor's eyes, he was seen as a future pillar of the nation. Venerable one, I cannot claim to possess such divine insight. I merely have a modest understanding of physiognomy. Li Chun humbly replied, though internally he marveled at the expressions of the two affluent men. It seemed his words had struck true once again. His tongue, blessed as it was, spoke only that which aligned with reality. However, Li Chunfeng was filled with questions upon hearing Li Chen's words. While he had indeed taught his junior some elementary Daoist arts in his youth, the complexities of divination and physiognomy were not among them. How then could his junior possess such knowledge? From the emperor's remarks, it appeared that not only did Li Chun understand these arts, but his skill was also quite impressive, perhaps even rivaling Li Chunfeng's own. Indeed, upon attempting to divine Li Chen's fate, Li Chunfeng found the heavenly secrets obscured, rendering any further predictions impossible. Even Li Chen's physiognomy revealed nothing to him. Such circumstances typically indicate one of two possibilities. Either the individual possesses a far superior cultivation than oneself, or they are endowed with an innate Dao physique. Historically, individuals with an innate Dao physique have been exceedingly rare, with only Jiang Zia documented. With this inquiry in mind, Li Chunfeng pulled Li Chen aside. Amidst the puzzled expressions of Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji, Junior brother, pray tell, when did you acquire the art of divination? Li Chunfeng questioned, seeking to confirm a particular truth about his junior's capabilities. Is it permissible for you to possess skills while I cannot? Alas, it is merely a matter of inherent talent, a gift bestowed upon me from birth. Even without formal study, I would excel. Regarding my rather inexpensive senior brother, a flicker of irritation ignited within Li Chun. It was one matter to deceive him, but to audaciously encroach upon his business was entirely unacceptable. Although the wealthy patrons Li Kaiju and Sun Kaiju initially sought out my senior brother, I cannot begin to express the extent of my efforts to convert them into devout followers of Qingfeng Temple. I have expended countless words and even had Neo Air deliver offerings free of charge. Yet, to my astonishment, my senior brother, upon his opening, summoned both affluent patrons with no hesitation, which left Li Chen feeling quite displeased. Regardless of Li Chen's thoughts, upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng's heart brimmed with delight. Indeed, there was no mistaking it. His junior brother was a natural diviner. Only one with an innate Dao physique could interpret omens without prior study and remain shielded from the celestial secrets, so much so that even a Deluo golden immortal would be unable to decipher his fate. This was a skill inherent to the Dao physique. With fervor, Li Chunfeng rushed to the Qingfeng Temple, kneeling to pay respects to the revered Daoists, and then offering homage before the tablets of past temple leaders. Senior brother, what ails you? Are you in your right mind? After witnessing this extraordinary display, Li Chen began to worry that something might be amiss with his senior brother. Fear not, junior brother, I am merely elated. From this moment forth, you shall be recognized as the 27th leader of Qingfeng Temple. All matters within the temple will be under your purview. Li Chunfeng guided Li Chun to the temple's ancestral hall, prompting him to kneel before the esteemed leaders as he prepared to pass on the mantle of leadership. Me, the leader? What will you do then, senior brother? Li Chen responded, taken aback. Although he found his senior brother somewhat unreliable, he had always fulfilled his responsibilities as the temple leader commendably, occasionally venturing out for years at a time. At times, in a bid to inspire the temple's staff, namely, Li Chun himself, his senior brother would take all the temple's funds, justifying it as a means to cultivate his junior brother's resolve. Claiming that only by experiencing hunger could one truly embrace the path of a Daoist and attract patrons. To be candid, junior brother, I visited the imperial palace today. From henceforth, we shall serve as the state's advisors. Master, this is terrible. Uncle almost lost his head in the palace today. Before Li Chunfeng could finish his sentence, Tai Lu rushed in, panic-stricken. Naturally, this news would bring joy to their master, as Uncle's secretive departure had caused discontent. If the master was unhappy, Tai Nyo would suffer as well, and today he had purchased an excessive amount of goods. Normally, at this hour, he would have returned. But today's burden felt particularly heavy. The sweet spring water of the temple had become an unattainable dream for Tai Nyo. Awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere as Li Chunfeng realized that just as he proclaimed his new position as state advisor, news of calamity had arrived. Undoubtedly, the most awkward of all was Tinyu. Upon finishing his words, he glanced around, only to find Li Shimin, Changsun Wuji, Li Chunfeng, and Changsun Chong gazing at him with piercing eyes. "I shall fetch some water, master," he uttered, feeling the weight of their intense scrutiny. Beneath the sharp glances of the crowd, Tinyu embarked on the pursuit of his elusive dream. Meanwhile, Changsun Chong sensed an unusual tension and quickly sought an excuse to slip away. After all, this assembly consisted of the foremost luminaries of the Tang dynasty. He felt utterly outmatched and could only retreat. "Ahem, junior brother, allow me to clarify. This entire situation is a misunderstanding, fraught with complexities. Let us divert our attention to this instead," Li Chunfeng remarked with an awkward smile, producing the imperial edict bestowed upon him by Li Shimin. Chapter 31. Elder Brother. "Please come quickly to work, elder brother. You haven't deceived me, have you? This imperial edict is not a fabrication of yours, is it?" Even after reading the decree, Li Chen found it hard to believe. How could he, who had narrowly escaped execution, now be appointed as the national master? "Elder brother, I nearly lost my head. How could I dare to forge an imperial edict? Even if I had 8 heads, they would not suffice for such an act." Upon hearing this, Li Chun was almost convinced, and his initial disbelief transformed into ecstatic joy. He had been deeply concerned about his career prospects. But now that he had the esteemed Qifeng Temple recognized as the foremost Daoist temple, he could hardly imagine the influx of visitors and offerings that would follow. "We are going to prosper." These words reverberated in Li Chen's mind. With a national master as his elder brother and a decree in hand, he could already envision a steady stream of incense money flowing into his pockets. Thus, under the auspices of Li Chunfeng and the witness of Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji, he was officially appointed as the 27th abbot of Qingfeng Temple. The imperial decree penned by Li Shimin, which designated Qingfeng Temple as the greatest in the realm, was prominently displayed in the main hall. Daoistly, now that Qingfeng Temple has ascended to the pinnacle of Taoism, this dilapidated state is unacceptable. "We are both willing to invest in its restoration," Li Shimin declared immediately after the ceremony, emphasizing that his visit was not only to witness the occasion, but also to present a significant gift. It seemed a disservice to the illustrious figures of the Tang dynasty if such a humble temple were to remain in its current condition. "Masterly, restoration is unnecessary. It is merely a title. This temple has existed in its current form since its inception, and I do not wish to make a fuss over a superficial distinction." Li Chen resolutely declined. Beneath the statue of the Tang dynasty within the temple lay all his private savings. If any renovations were made, his elder brother might see it and demand that he spend it all on wine. As long as he had wealth, the state of his dwelling was of little consequence. Such concerns were trivial. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Li Shimin felt a twinge of shame. The Daoist master is indeed an extraordinary person. How could he concern himself with such mundane matters? However, since the master had just become the abbot of Qingfeng Temple, it was only fitting to offer a congratulatory gift. "I have been remiss. Therefore, let these 300 taels of incense money serve as my gift to the master. I hope you will not refuse." Upon seeing the money, Li Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Refusal was out of the question. The offerings accumulated over the years hardly compared to the generosity of the wealthy Master Li. With great joy, he tucked the money into his pocket. "Daoist master, I understand that you do not concern yourself with worldly possessions, yet we must present this congratulatory gift. Just as with young Master Li, I shall offer these 200 taels of silver as my token of celebration." Changsun Wuji, well aware of the propriety of the situation, recognized that while 300 taels were manageable for him, the emperor's gift could not be surpassed. "Wondrous celestial, under such circumstances, I must graciously accept. I trust that all that you have done today will surely translate into your own merits." Li Chen, with a heart full of joy as he collected his earnings, spoke with an air of righteousness, leaving those unaware to believe he was a true sage from beyond the mundane world. "Thank you for your kind words, Daoist. I humbly request your guidance in the future." Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji deeply bowed, addressing Li Chun with utmost respect. This left Li Chunfeng, standing nearby, utterly astonished. When did his junior brother's stature rise so high that he could command such deference from the current emperor? Moreover, Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji appeared to hold him in great esteem. On their journey, Li Chunfeng learned that the two rascals who had attacked him the previous day were none other than the sons of Changsun Wuji and Sheng Yaojing. To have his junior brother take them as disciples had brought them immense joy, and even the emperor lamented that his son was not accepted as a disciple by Li Chun. Was this truly still his junior brother? Not only did he have a prince as a disciple, but he also held such a lofty position among the emperor, princes, dukes, and ministers. Junior brother, are you truly still my junior brother? Li Chunfeng could not help but ask, for everything he had witnessed that day had completely upended his perception of his junior brother. Of course, I am no longer your junior brother. According to the rules of Qingfeng Temple, the abbot is esteemed. As long as one remains a disciple of Qingfeng Temple, one must regard the abbot as an elder brother among peers. Having become the abbot, Li Chun felt a surge of authority, in the past as the youngest. He had been bullied by this so-called elder brother countless times. This. Li Chunfeng smacked his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. He had completely overlooked this particular rule of Qingfeng Temple. If he wished not to call Li Chun elder brother, he could simply declare that he was no longer a member of Qingfeng Temple. Yet he could never bring himself to commit such an act of betrayal against his own sect. Elder brother, if you could grant me one request. You need not address me as such. The hook had been set. Li Chun was pleased to see his junior brother finally taking the bait. He had not anticipated that his efforts to enhance his culinary skills and improve the beef stew would lead to an eager volunteer. Please, junior brother, speak. Even if he had to toil away, he would do so with tears in his eyes. Had he known it would come to this, why had he even sought the position of abbot? My request is quite simple. There are currently only 3 of us in the temple, and His Majesty has already declared Qingfeng Temple as the foremost temple in the realm. I fear we may not have enough hands. So I humbly ask if my elder brother could assist at the temple during his leisure time. The approach to coaxing his brother into labor would be gradual. Li Chun was in no haste to push him too far, preferring to start with small tasks. With appropriate handling, he could eventually lead him to greater endeavors. I was wondering what it could be. Rest assured, junior brother, Qingfeng Temple is like home to me. I shall certainly come by every day henceforth. Li Chunfeng breathed a sigh of relief. After years apart, he was astounded by how much his junior brother had transformed into such a remarkable figure. He feared that Li Chun might propose some inappropriate request. Now an abbot with a free worker at his disposal, Li Chun was exceedingly pleased. He promptly instructed Tainyo to bring forth 2 jars of beef stew and presented the fruits of his culinary practice from that day on the table. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji rose to take their leave. Once they departed, Li Chunfeng approached Li Chun with a sly grin, his gaze laden with ulterior motives. Ahem, junior brother, well, there is nothing to discuss. Not a single coin shall be given to you. The temple currently accommodates 3 individuals, and that modest sum suffices for our expenditures. Before Li Chunfeng could utter another word, Li Chen interjected, discerning the avaricious glint in his elder brother's eyes. 500 taels of silver is more than enough for the 3 of you to last a lifetime. Internally, Li Chunfeng scoffed, yet outwardly, he continued to flatter. No matter what you say today, Li Chunfeng, rest assured, no money shall be yielded, and a life is at stake. Li Chun was resolute in his determination to safeguard his wealth with unwavering resolve. Chapter 32. Such legendary figures cannot exist in this world, having received not a single coin from Li Chun. The following day, Li Chunfeng, with a stormy demeanor, donned the official robes bestowed by Emperor Li Shimin and proceeded to court. Coincidentally, this day marked the occasion for the Turkic envoys to offer reparations to the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin, disinterested in personally receiving them, entrusted the matter entirely to Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng, already brimming with pent-up frustration, regarded the Turkic representatives with evident disdain. His countenance remained frosty throughout, and he employed assertive measures to demand even greater reparations from them. Li Shimin was exceedingly pleased with both the process and the outcome, viewing this delegation of authority as a test of Li Chunfeng's capabilities. Despite Li Chunfeng's established reputation, Li Shimin had not witnessed his prowess firsthand. At this juncture, the Tang dynasty's stance towards the Turkic people was one of dominance. Offending the Tang was a misstep that could not be overlooked. Li Chunfeng's handling of the situation not only garnered Li Shimin's approval but also earned him the admiration of all the ministers, solidifying his status as the national master within a mere day and integrating him into the circles of the Tang officials. While Li Chunfeng expended his ire, the Turkic plains suffered a profound humiliation, particularly when Li Chunfeng boldly proclaimed that the Qingfeng Temple stands unparalleled across the realm, unyielding in the face of adversity. This declaration thrust the Qingfeng Temple into the consciousness of the Turkic people, prompting them to dispatch spies to the Tang court to glean information. To their dismay, the spies uncovered the truth. The source of their misfortunes was none other than Daoist Li, who had been a pivotal figure in Li Shimin's rise to power. All the agents dispatched returned with the knowledge that prior to ascending the throne, Li Shimin frequently sought counsel at the Qingfeng Temple. And it was through Daoist Li's guidance that he secured his position, even after his coronation. Every policy implemented by Li Shimin had been crafted under the influence of Daoist Li. The humiliations endured by the Turkic envoys were not mere happenstance, but were orchestrated by that insufferable Daoist. Khan Jili, upon receiving this report, was consumed by rage. A mere Li Chunfeng, a mere Daoist, had brought the Turkic people to such a lowly state. Report to the two Khans, he commanded. This Daoist Li is not Li Chunfeng. Our informants reveal that Li Chunfeng has only recently returned to Chang'an, while the Daoist in question is the current head of the Qingfeng Temple and Li Chunfeng S. Jr. Witnessing his Khan's fury, the spy quickly corrected himself, his heart filled with astonishment from the intelligence gathered over the past weeks. This Daoist Li was truly formidable, having risen from obscurity to become one of the most influential figures in the Tang dynasty within less than a year. It was rumored that even the emperor of the Tang bowed before this Daoist, leaving the Turkic people in a state of trepidation. Fearful, the spy found himself daunted by the prospect of merely gathering information, a sentiment that was not entirely unwarranted. Primarily, those within the Tang dynasty who were privy to the truth have rendered Li Chun into a figure of unparalleled legend, one so extraordinary that even novels dare not depict such grandeur. The Turkic tribes, merely composed of various clans, could hardly hope to prevail against such a legendary figure. Naturally, this sentiment could not be openly expressed. Astonishingly, this formidable individual is not even Li Chunfeng. Alas, can the people of the Tang dynasty truly possess such remarkable prowess? Even the two great Khans feel a measure of trepidation. While one might argue that even the esteemed Li Jing is sufficient to prevent the Turks from encroaching upon the Central Plains, the existence of transcendent figures like Li Chunfeng and Daoist Li adds to the weight of their might. Father Khan, I cannot believe that the Tang dynasty harbors such legendary beings. Having grown up in the Central Plains, I possess a profound understanding of its culture. I wish to ascertain whether this legend holds true. The speaker is none other than the daughter of the Jellic Khan, a princess of the Turks. Her mother, a native of the Central Plains, raised her there due to their faith, and thus the princess is intimately acquainted with the culture of the region. Very well. It is a laborious journey for you, but if this Daoist Li is indeed as legendary as claimed, we must reconsider our stance toward the Tang. The Turks are known for their propensity to prey upon the weak while fearing the strong. Currently, the Tang boasts formidable leaders such as Li Chunfeng, Li Jing, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Wei Qigong, alongside a sovereign like Li Shimin, whose power is immensely formidable. Should a legendary figure like Daoist Li emerge, the Turks would stand no chance against the Tang, rendering their previous belligerence towards the Central Plains untenable. If this proves to be the case, the Turks will face dire straits. The steppes are inherently resource poor, and should they refrain from raiding the Central Plains, countless lives will be lost during the harsh winters. With winter approaching, should they fail in their incursions into the Tang and suffer significant losses, the entire steppe will be enshrouded in ice, heralding the onset of calamity for the Turks. Upon receiving her father's directive, the Turkic princess wasted no time, mounting her swift steed and setting forth toward the Central Plains. Similarly, the gentry have taken note of Li Chun. Since ascending the throne, although Li Shimin's actions have not significantly disrupted the interests of the gentry, they have begun to gradually erode their power. Since his coronation, many young scions of the gentry have ascended the ranks. However, they soon discerned a troubling pattern. While their ranks and salaries increased, their actual authority was considerably diminished. Their former positions are being occupied either by scholars from humble backgrounds or by Li Shimin's trusted confidants. Though these shifts may appear inconsequential at present, once the elder statesmen of the gentry begin to retire, the influence of the gentry within the court will dwindle significantly. Should such a situation arise, their voice in the court will diminish progressively, ultimately leading to their gradual obscurity from political life. Beyond this, a series of policies instituted by Li Shimin have greatly enhanced his popularity, even surpassing that of the gentry. Historically, the gentry's most potent weapon has been public opinion. As long as they wield this weapon, they could rally the populace against any adversary threatening their interests. However, every step taken by Li Shimin rendered the aristocratic families utterly powerless to act. Even if they were aware of his maneuvers, they found themselves unable to leverage public sentiment to their advantage. Li Shimin employed their own tactics against them, positioning himself on the moral high ground. Thus, no matter what actions he undertook, he left no incriminating evidence behind. This reality forced the aristocratic families to silently endure the situation. In their perception, no one in Li Shimin's circle could conceive of such a strategy. prompting them to initiate an investigation. To their astonishment, their inquiry revealed that all evidence pointed unequivocally towards Qingfeng Temple. Chapter 33. A wealthy patron approaches. The intelligence gathered by the aristocratic families was largely parallel to that acquired by the Turks. It filled one with trepidation to realize that a modest establishment like the Qingfeng Temple could simultaneously produce two remarkable talents, Li Chunfeng and Li Chun. Merely residing within the temple, they possessed an astonishingly profound understanding of the world's currents, continually devising intricate strategies. How had such extraordinary individuals evaded the notice of the aristocracy for so long? Initially, the foremost thought that emerged upon learning of the Qingfeng Temple was assassination. If Li Chufeng were to perish, Li Shimon's composure would undoubtedly falter, thus presenting the aristocracy with an opportunity to reclaim power. However, Li Shimon was untouchable. Though the imperial edict to designate the Qifeng Temple as the paramount temple was not publicly announced, it had indeed been issued. This not only precluded any harm coming to Daoist Li, but also ensured the sanctity of the temple remained undisturbed. Should the aristocracy dare to lay a hand on him, Li Shimon would be the first to intervene, accusing them of attempting to assassinate a representative of the Tang state. As the master of the state, Daoist Li symbolized the divine. His death would incite a profound hatred towards any who harmed him. In this society, all were devoutly faithful to the divine, including the aristocracy. No one was exempt from this reverence. Should such an atrocity occur, it would not only incite the common folk, but likely lead to rebellion even among the ranks of the aristocracy themselves. They dared not take such a perilous gamble. Rather than inflicting harm upon Daoist Li, they were compelled to ensure his protection, for Li Shimon's wariness of the aristocracy meant that should Daoist Li meet his demise, the blame would inevitably rest upon their shoulders. In a bid to ascertain the true nature of Daoist Li, the families sent their younger disciples to the Qingfeng Temple for reconnaissance. Among the most anxious were the Wang and Cui families, closest to Chang'an, with many of their younger members holding official positions. If matters were not resolved swiftly, they risked being drawn into the ensuing turmoil. After issuing this command, the head of the Wang family dispatched their most formidable guard to protect Daoist Li. The Cui family, taking even more drastic measures, sent their foremost expert to safeguard Li Chun, while also investing heavily in sending their most exceptional young woman to the Qingfeng Temple. This young lady, named Cui Yingying, was directly dispatched by the head of the Cui family. If she could earn Daoist Li's mentorship and ultimately secure him for the family, it would ensure a favorable path forward. In the early winter of the first year of the Zhenguan era, nearly all eyes were drawn to the Qingfeng Temple, which was experiencing an extraordinary day. At the break of dawn, a wealthy patron arrived, eliciting smiles from Li Chen. This man, surnamed Wang, was an enigma to Li Chen. Yet his extravagance was undeniable. Even before reaching the temple, an elaborate display had already commenced. The number of guards was impressive, and the palanquin was borne by 16 bearers, laden with food, drink, and entertainment, ensuring that solitude was an alien concept for its occupant. Upon the wealthy patron's descent from the palanquin, a human carpet was laid out. As his attendants prostrated themselves to shield his feet from the ground, allowing him to traverse directly into the grand hall of the temple. Upon entering the Daoist temple, the wealthy patron, without uttering a word, deposited 1,000 taels of silver into the merit box. It was a pity that at that moment, Li Chen was merely awakening and did not witness this act. Had he seen such a sum enter the merit box, he would have surely fainted from sheer joy. Is Daoist Li present? I have urgent matters to discuss with him, the affluent patron declared, his demeanor brimming with arrogance as he addressed Chang Sun Chong. He was utterly oblivious to the fact that a mere Daoist family had sent him for such a purpose, and in a bid to ingratiate himself, no less. Initially, he harbored some hope, but upon encountering such a small temple, disappointment consumed him. Even the 2,000 taels of incense money provided by his family had been halved. This wealthy patron was none other than Wang Jin, sent by the Wang family, the fourth-generation scion and the future heir of the clan. My master has yet to awaken. If you wish to meet him, you shall have to wait until he does, and I shall notify him of your presence. It will then be up to him to decide whether to see you, Chang Sun Chong replied coolly. As the eldest son of Chang Sun Wuji, he had witnessed many situations, and his recent studies with Li Chun had broadened his horizons considerably. After all, he thought, what was a mere scion of a small aristocratic family to be so proud about? He dismissed the man, preoccupied with his own pursuits of refining sulfur and saltpeter for the creation of advanced weaponry. Li Chen, too, had not anticipated the remarkable talent of his disciple. Within just a few days, Chang Sun Chong had mastered a foundational algorithm. In exasperation, Li Chen compiled a tome on advanced calculations, blending high school mathematics with elements of higher mathematics and physics, and to his astonishment, His disciple had grasped half of it within a mere fortnight. Such extraordinary learning methods and speed would undoubtedly mark him as a genius in the 21st century, a veritable prodigy. Thus, in his leisure, Chen began to elucidate the intricacies of gunpowder to Chong, covering its composition, structure, and methods of production, while emphasizing the importance of this knowledge for the world at large, advising him not to disclose it even to his father. At this juncture, Chong regarded Chen with utmost reverence, perhaps even more than he did his own father. During his time at the temple, both his physical prowess and intellectual development had surged to unprecedented heights, all thanks to his master. The revelation of gunpowder alone had fundamentally altered Chong's perception of the world. If successfully developed, it could herald a new era for the Tang dynasty. Aware of the power such knowledge could wield, Chong could hardly regard a mere aristocratic family with any respect. Do you know who I am? To dare to act so insolently? Summon that arrogant Daoist before me, or I shall lay waste to your pitiful temple. Wang Jin proclaimed defiantly, believing that even the emperor could not contend with their family, let alone a trivial Daoist temple. Leave at once. Qingfeng Temple does not welcome those who show disrespect to my master, Chong retorted, anger surging within him. Regardless of who it was, no one could disrespect his master. Today, not only will I defend his honor, but I shall also bring ruin to this temple. Come, my followers, let us advance. Wang Jin is indeed a person of temperament. This young Taoist dares to threaten him, prompting Wang to command his lackeys to take action. However, while the notion is appealing, reality proves to be harsh. Those sycophants might have bullied the former Chong, but as for now, the moment they made their move, the elegant faade of Chong vanished, replaced by an overwhelming fury. In a mere short while, all of Wang Jin's dozens of guards lay sprawled on the ground, a sight that sent Wang Jin retreating in terror. You dare to challenge me? I am the future head of the Wang family, he exclaimed, clutching his chest in fear. At that moment, Tainyo, who had just returned from procuring supplies down the mountain, was met with the chaos throughout the courtyard and was instantly filled with rage. How dare you cause a disturbance at my Qingfeng temple? I shall make you pay dearly. Chapter 34. The iron rod in hand. Poor Wang Jin, having just been chastised by Chong, now finds himself at the mercy of Iron Bull. In stark contrast to Chong's refined combat techniques, Iron Bull embodies sheer brute force, delivering blows that land with a resounding impact. Today, I, Iron Bull, shall make this an unforgettable experience for you, he declares, his rage palpable and his fighting spirit ignited. In his eyes, anyone who dares to insult his master deserves no mercy, not even if they are his own father. Iron Bull, have you not eaten today? If we do not break his legs, we are unworthy disciples, he bellows. The typically composed Chong also erupts with curses, rushing to the Qingfeng temple to insult its master, questioning who granted this young scion such audacity. Both Iron Bull and Chong regard Chen with a mix of reverence and fear. Should Chen choose, he could overturn the world, rendering the Wang family insignificant. This sentiment reflects their deepest convictions. In this world, there is nothing their master cannot achieve. Since you refuse to touch the ground, I shall ensure you never leave your bed, Iron Bull declares, having witnessed Wang Jin's earlier display of arrogance. He is acutely aware that his tardiness today was due to this very incident, and he cannot fathom how their master would react upon learning of it. With that, Iron Bull sweeps aside the guards and, surveying his surroundings, his gaze lands upon the iron rod that had just been used to select items. Ah, this will do nicely. He chuckles, grasping the rod firmly, resolved to break Wang Jin's legs. What does it matter if he belongs to a prominent family? Even a noble lineage cannot insult his master. Help! Uncle Song, save me! Wang Jin cries out, terrified by the imposing figure of Iron Bull. As a mere fledgling, he has never encountered such a scene before. Young friend, it is right to teach him a lesson, but breaking my young master's legs seems excessive. He pleads just as a tall, slender man leaps forth, his gaze fixed intently on Iron Bull. This man is a skilled protector dispatched by the Wang family to safeguard Chen, having silently observed the unfolding events. Under the orders of the family head, he must remain hidden unless faced with a life-threatening situation. Excessive indeed. No one may insult my master, Iron Bull retorts defiantly. If you stand in my way, then prepare for battle. Fearless and undaunted. This is the essence of what Chen has always imparted to Iron Bull. To grow strong, one must embrace fearlessness. Iron Bull has fully grasped this truth. Regardless of the formidable adversaries he faces, his singular focus is on advancing relentlessly, never allowing his back to be exposed to his foes. Chen has even told him that a wound to the back is a disgrace for a powerful individual. Haha. How brazen, a mere child daring to lay hands on me after so many years of absence from the martial world. It seems people are forgetting the name of Nan Dao Songju. The slender man scoffs, his eyes brimming with derision. Few are capable of standing against him, Songju. What fear could a child possibly evoke? Nan Dao Songju. Chang Sun Chong's expression shifts dramatically upon recognizing the newcomer. His thoughts delve far deeper than Iron Bull's. Songju, who first grasped a knife at the tender age of 5, mastered it by 10, and became renowned as the foremost swordsman in the South by 15, vanished after a failed challenge against the world's greatest swordsman at 18. 5 years have passed, and at the site where the renowned first blade of the world perished in a duel with Songju, the ground bore the words, "The killer is Songju." This battle was later uncovered, and by the time people beheld the corpse of the first blade, Songju had mysteriously vanished, unexpectedly becoming affiliated with the Wang family. Such a master, with a sparse record of combat over the years, rendered his true strength shrouded in uncertainty. Witnessing the indomitable spirit of Iron Bull, Chang Sun Chong realized his futile attempts to dissuade him were in vain, prompting him to hasten to seek his master. "Foolish Southern Blade," Iron Bull proclaimed, "in my eyes, you are merely a cowardly turtle. A true man should stand tall in this world, not act like a dog. I fear not such a person." With righteous fervor, Iron Bull declared that regardless of Southern Blade or Northern Sword, to him, they were nothing but useless debris devoid of a blade. Unaware of your own insignificance, prepare to meet your end. Songju's countenance darkened, for Iron Bull's words struck at the heart of his being. The world feared him solely because of his might. Yet, Songju was acutely aware that in his quest to become the first blade of the world, he had chosen to be a dog for the Wang family. "Come at me." Iron Bull remained unperturbed, his techniques characterized by boldness and unpredictability, embodying the essence of martial prowess. A fierce clash ensued, and Songju was taken aback, retreating several steps, his palms tingling from the impact. How can this be? He thought in disbelief, for he had just employed his most formidable technique. A single strike with myriad variations. It was this very move that had once defeated the first blade of the world, and in this confined space, Iron Bull should have been unable to evade it. How had he countered? Iron Bull's strength exceeded that of Songju by an unknown magnitude, instilling a sense of apprehension in him. Is this the famed Southern Blade, Songju? Hardly impressive, Iron Bull scoffed. All your flashy techniques amount to but a single strike. My master was indeed correct. No technique triumphs over the absence of technique. I do not believe you can withstand my next move. Enraged, Songju launched another assault on Iron Bull. Yet all of his attacks were effortlessly neutralized, culminating in him being struck to the ground by Iron Bull's staff. I concede, though reluctant to admit it. Songju was utterly powerless against Iron Bull, ultimately left with no choice but to accept defeat. Old dog, wouldn't it have been better to admit this sooner? You could have avoided this bodily suffering. Now, I shall break your legs. You have no objections, I trust? Iron Bull's expression remained cold and indifferent. He felt no fear towards such a dog, for a person like this had long since lost the fearless spirit of a true warrior. At this juncture, Iron Bull felt fortunate. Had he not encountered his own master, he too might have ended up like other second-generation heirs, languishing at home, squandering his vitality. Are you going to continue watching? This lad, though formidable, stands no chance against the two of us together. Just then, Songju shouted into the air outside. "Ha! Truly a promising youth. Such strength is rare among the world's elite." At that moment, another middle-aged man stepped forward, a representative sent by the Chui family to safeguard Li Chun. "What? Do you also wish to engage in combat with me? Come forth then. Even if the two of you join forces, I, Iron Bull, shall not falter. A single man can defend against 1,000. This perfectly encapsulates my situation. What of skill? What of numbers? As long as I wield my iron staff, there is nothing to fear. No, 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 that is not my intention," he continued, stepping aside as a graceful woman entered the temple with a gentle demeanor. Chapter 35. All for the fair maiden. The young lady Chui Ying respectfully greeted young master Cheng upon entering the temple. Although she was uncertain of her family's intentions in sending her to this modest Daoist temple to seek a master as a mere tool of the Chui family, she felt utterly powerless to resist, despite her reluctance to be confined to the role of a nun at such a vibrant stage of her life. Her disdain dissipated upon witnessing Iron Bull's formidable prowess outside. She was well aware of the strength possessed by Nan Dao Songju, and regarded Qing Tiniu as merely a second-generation heir, one who had previously squandered his days in idleness. However, ever since he became a disciple of Li Chen, he had swiftly vanquished Qing Yaojin and decisively defeated Songju. While one might assume that his triumph over Qing Yaojin was facilitated by paternal leniency, his victory over Songju was a testament to genuine skill. In terms of martial prowess, Song Ju was undoubtedly far superior to Cheng Yaojing. Yet, this remarkable individual had been unable to withstand even 10 exchanges against Iron Bull. What level of strength must Masterly possess to cultivate such an exceptional disciple? Miss Cui, you are too kind. My master is currently resting and is unavailable. If you wish to see him, you must wait until he awakens, Iron Bull stated coldly. No matter how beautiful a woman might be, his sole focus was on becoming stronger. He believed that women would only hinder his speed in executing his strikes, and harbored no favorable sentiments towards the aristocracy. How dare you speak so? How can you address Miss Cui in such a manner? Since encountering Cui Yingying, Wang Jin had entirely forgotten his pain. She was simply stunning, far beyond the comparison of the maidens he had previously associated with. Miss Cui, I am Wang Jin. I have long heard of your grace and beauty, your ethereal presence akin to that of a celestial being. To behold you today is worth my very life. Wang Jin approached Cui Yingying with an ingratiating demeanor, secretly contemplating proposing a union between their families, hoping to marry her into the Wang family. In comparison to the Wang clan, the Cui family was but a small lineage, and such a request would likely not be refused. I apologize, young Master Wang. But we are not acquainted, Cui Yingying replied, not even casting a glance at Wang Jin. His impulsive behavior upon entering had only fueled the disdain of the onlookers at Qifeng Temple, complicating her ability to fulfill her family's mission. Ha ha, Wang Jin. Did you not discuss this with your esteemed grandfather? What? Do you wish to lose your legs? Iron Bull observed Wang Jin's demeanor with increasing contempt, brandishing his iron rod. Wang Jin shuddered at the sight of the iron rod, while even Song Ju felt a surge of anxiety as he gripped his blade tightly. His hand pressed against his chest in front of Wang Jin. Iron Bull's earlier strike had been overwhelmingly powerful, leaving Song Ju with internal injuries and a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, I must suppress this blood. If I were to spit it out, my reputation as the top expert of the Wang family would be tarnished, and I would no longer be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Like Wang Jin, Cui Yingying entered the main hall of the temple and placed 1,000 taels of silver directly into the merit box, a scene that was fortuitously witnessed by the awakening Li Chun. As dawn broke, I awoke to the sight of an enchanting maiden delivering financial support, her demeanor imbued with utmost respect. Surely, she must harbor feelings for me. There can be no doubt about it. In an instant, my mind began to wander, recalling how my disciple had roused me earlier, mentioning that the formidable South Blade Song Ju had arrived. Upon hearing such a distinguished name, I realized I was in the presence of a master. Initially, I had intended to approach the merit box, deposit the money, and make a hasty retreat to avoid confrontation. However, my thoughts shifted, becoming rather complex. A woman who showed such interest in me, coming forth with gifts and words of comfort if I fled now. What kind of man would I be? How would she perceive me in the future? How could I ever hope to win her heart? A flurry of thoughts cascaded through my mind, and I resolved to take a bold stand for her sake. Which of you is Southblade? Why do you bully my disciple? If you have the courage, come and face me, I proclaimed with an air of arrogance, brimming with pride. As though nothing in this world could pose a challenge to me, I played my role with great finesse. In the presence of such beauty, one must display confidence. After all, winning her heart was worth enduring a few blows. My intentions were pure. Everything was for her. How handsome. Upon my arrival, every onlooker shared this sentiment, including Cui Yingying, whose cheeks flushed with a hint of color. However, only Southblade was filled with dread and immediately sought to appease me. I am Southblade. I beg your pardon for my earlier offense. Esteemed Daoist, fight? Why would I fight? Your disciple has already suffered grave injuries from a single strike. As a master, if you lay a hand on me, you would surely meet a dire fate. Humph, a mere Southblade, a pretender unworthy of fear. Since Southblade is here, surely North Sword is as well. I have no desire to delve into your motives for visiting my temple. Let us engage directly. I chose not to adhere to the expected script, instead opting to showcase my own flair. For today, I was determined to capture her heart. Indeed, I am North Sword. Li Mucheng, here to pay my respects, esteemed Daoist Li. Li Mucheng was taken aback. He had gained renown several years prior to Southblade. Yet he always donned a mask. After Cui Yingying's father inadvertently saved his life, he remained with the Cui family to repay his debt, and even they seldom recognized his name. To think that today, Daoist Li would unveil his true identity. Truly, he was a master of his craft. Even Cui Yingying was surprised, realizing that the one who had always protected her was none other than the illustrious North Sword, Li Mucheng. Witnessing Li Chen's astuteness, she felt a newfound admiration for him. Goodness, there really is a North Sword. I pondered whether my luck had dwindled. If I could scarcely handle one Southblade, how could I possibly contend with a North Sword? Yet, I dismissed my fears. Southblade and North Sword were not to be feared. As a humble monk, I possess a compassion for life and do not wish to unleash a massacre. Those who wish to harm my disciple should depart before I lose my temper. I shall not seek retribution. I must take my leave, for I cannot prevail. Nothing is more precious than my own life. By uttering these words, I preserve my dignity without conceding defeat. My sincere gratitude to Daoist Li. I shall take my leave now and promise to pay a visit in due time. Upon hearing this, Nandao breathed a sigh of relief. He was already content with the prospect of departing from this place. Wait, however, he had scarcely taken a few steps when Chen called out to him, causing his heart to skip a beat. There will be no need for a visit. My humble abode cannot accommodate deities of your stature. Those familiar with Chen know that he is beginning to concede. A visit implies the arrival of many to engage in conflict. Thus he compliments first before proceeding. Chapter 36. The Stinginess of Daoist Li. Daoist Li, filled with ire, resolved to inform the head of the family upon his return, ensuring that Qifeng Temple would receive a satisfactory explanation. Nandao, however, was overwhelmed with bitterness. His blood surged in agitation, and he felt he could no longer contain himself. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly relay every detail of the events that transpired here to his family head. Daoist Li's depth was unfathomable, and should the Wang family fail to offer an apology, they would likely face dire repercussions. Regardless of Chen's thoughts on the matter, Nandao instructed his companions to prepare for their departure with Wang Jin. The arrogance with which Wang Jin had arrived was now met with his dismal fate. Although Tai Nyo had not broken his legs, Wang Jin had rendered himself weak. Who permitted your departure? Explain yourselves. Do I, Chen, owe you an explanation? If that is the case, you shall remain here. Chen was gripped by fear. Resorting to scuffles was one thing, but to be threatened was another. Calm your anger. He mused. Is it my fury you wish to quell? The implication was clear, as if he were to hold Qifeng Temple accountable. Chen had often heard his teacher speak of the ancient fondness for wordplay, and now, in light of Nandao's words, he found himself convinced. This was indeed a threat directed at him. His senior brother had entrusted Qifeng Temple to him, and he could not betray that trust by allowing such a thing to occur. No, he must not permit this situation to unfold. If they desired to summon others, he would ensure they could not return. Tainyo, Chong'er, let us defend Qifeng Temple together. Even if we are outmatched, we must not allow a single loss to befall it. In that moment, the fierce spirit within Chen surged forth, brimming with a determination to protect Qifeng Temple at all costs. At your command, Master. Upon hearing Chen's proclamation, Tai Nyo and Chong Sun Chong were filled with exhilaration, each grasping their respective weapons. Chong Sun Chong, having merely practiced his martial arts to build strength, had hastily retrieved a dark firewood stick from the kitchen during the commotion to rouse his master. The anticipation was palpable, a confrontation was imminent, and they had long awaited the opportunity to witness their master in action. Their excitement transformed into fervor. With their master present, what did the aristocratic families matter? Poof! Upon hearing this declaration, Nandao could no longer suppress the blood that surged forth from his lips. Why you? He collapsed onto the ground, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What do you mean? If you wish to fight, then fight. Qifeng Temple does not welcome unwarranted guests like you, Chen asserted firmly. Though internally he was in a state of panic, this enmity had escalated to a critical point, and blood had been spilled. You go too far, Nandao exclaimed, his voice tinged with sorrow. He had lowered himself so much, yet Daoist Li showed no mercy. It was his first encounter with someone so vengeful. Humph, old scoundrel. Do not distort the truth. It is you who has gone too far. Qifeng Temple seeks no conflict and has never wished to be disturbed. Should you insist on intruding, then it is only fair that I shall not hold back. Despite his trepidation, his resolve must not waver, especially with the beautiful maidens present. Alas, rest assured, Daoist Li, the Wang family shall never disturb you again. Upon uttering these words, Nandao fainted. Observing this, the others swiftly prevented Chen from taking action, hoisting Wang Jin and carrying Nandao away from the scene without delay. This sudden departure took even Chen by surprise. He had not anticipated that they would be so cowardly, devoid of any spirit. Fortunately, they would not return. Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, silently reflecting on how perilous the situation had been, nearly costing him his life. He did not catch what Daoist Li said. Before Chen could gather his thoughts and calm his nerves, a melodious voice resonated beside him. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating how to teach those individuals a lesson in the future. Upon hearing this, Cui Yingying was astonished. It seemed that Daoist Li held a grudge, unwilling to let go even after the Wang family's predicament. Thankfully, she had not acted out of line during her visit. Or the Chui family might have found themselves embroiled in the matter as well. Iron Yo and Chong Sun Chong, standing nearby, appeared somewhat disappointed. Were these truly members of noble families? How could they be so timid? They had hoped to witness their master in action, but that opportunity was lost. As a result, they held no favorable impressions of the Wang family. A minor display of courage would have allowed them to learn a few techniques from their master. Miss Chui, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? I presume you have long sought the esteemed presence of this northern sword recluse, Li Chen remarked, genuinely pleased with the polite and beautiful young lady who had generously offered 1,000 taels of silver as incense money. However, this statement was received differently by the two men. It implied that Daoist Li had been aware of Li Muqing's presence here all along. Individuals of the world beyond often possess peculiar temperaments, with a particular disdain for being watched. Although the heads of the Wang and Chui families had informed Nan Dao that their purpose in coming to Qingfeng Temple was to protect Daoist Li, they were equally there to monitor Li Chen. No wonder Daoist Li had exhibited such a strong attitude toward the Wang family. Even Nan Dao's humble pleas did not sway him. Now, reflecting on this, it became clear that the Wang family had committed a significant error, and the actions of the Chui family mirrored those of the Wang family. Daoist Li had been sending a warning, demonstrating that should the Chui family continue down this path, they would be regarded as adversaries. Realizing this, a chill ran down Chui Yingying and Li Muqing's spines. It was no wonder he had aided Li Shimin in his quest for dominance. Such depth of character was rare in the world. Daoist Li, please pardon my intrusion. Yingying has long admired your unparalleled prowess and has sought to pay her respects. However, as a woman, there are many societal constraints, and I could only gather information beforehand. I hope you will not take offense. In that moment, Chui Yingying set aside her pride, having witnessed Wang Jin's fate. Moreover, she felt a growing admiration for this handsome man. As the most beautiful and talented woman of the Chui family, she had encountered countless exceptional men, yet none compared to Li Chen. Wise, decisive, and possessing an air of the martial world, this man was stirring the winds of change in the Tang dynasty. Not at all, not at all. I am not one to hold grudges. Please, all of you, let us gather in the pavilion. Chui Yingying's words caused a blossoming joy within Li Chen's heart. Such an unparalleled beauty was indeed drawn to him. How infuriating! This irresistible charm that left him at a loss. The pavilion was constructed by Li Chen after his arrival at Qingfeng Temple, and from this vantage point, the entire mountain landscape unfolded before him. Coupled with Li Chen's transcendent aura, anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly proclaim him a master. As they sat in the pavilion, Chui Yingying noticed that Li Chen remained silent, which sparked a sense of urgency within her. After much contemplation, she finally mustered the courage to speak. Master Li, she began, I have heard tales of your extraordinary prowess from the foot of the mountain. Thus, I wish to seek your guidance and become your disciple. I humbly ask for your approval. Chapter 37. The thoughts of each family. Chui Yingying's words left Li Chen utterly bewildered. She expressed her desire to pursue him. Yet he was met with her wish to take him as her master. It was not that he feigned profundity or sought silence. Rather, he was at a loss for how to initiate a conversation with Chui Yingying. As a seasoned recluse of the 21st century, engaging with young women had always posed a formidable challenge for Li Chen. Miss Chui, in the Daoist tradition, taking on disciples is contingent upon heavenly will and fate. While we may share a connection, our destinies are not entwined in this regard. Moreover, in the prime of your youth, it is doubtful that you genuinely wish to seek me as a master and enter this Daoist temple. To dissuade Chui Yingying from the notion of apprenticeship, Li Chen resorted to his passive ability to fabricate excuses. After all, if she became his disciple, how could he ever pursue her romantically? The moment these words escaped his lips, the smile on Chui Yingying's face abruptly vanished, her gaze fixed intently upon him. This made Li Chen's heart flutter with trepidation. Had he inadvertently displeased her with his words? The Daoist is indeed astute, she remarked, upon hearing that no air is commendable here. I took the liberty of seeking his guidance, and must now take my leave. Facing Li Chen, Chui Yingying felt as though there were no avenues of escape, as if all her thoughts had been laid bare before him. The desire to take a Daoist as her master was not of her own volition, but rather a dictate from her family. Especially after encountering Li Chen, her reluctance to accept him as her master deepened. Given Li Chen's youth, merely a few years her senior, the thought of taking him as a mentor felt exceedingly awkward. Since this is the case, I shall not insist, Li Chen replied, somewhat dejectedly, pondering where he had erred to elicit such a response from Miss Chui. After procuring some wine, Chui Yingying departed from Qingfeng Temple, and even Li Muqing, who had been covertly safeguarding Li Chen, made his exit, having been warned by Li Chen that staying would invite trouble. The Chui and Wang families had dispatched individuals to Qingfeng Temple, attracting the attention of numerous factions, most notably that of Li Shimin. Should Daoist Li be swayed by the aristocracy, his aspirations to suppress them would be utterly futile. Ha ha ha, how delightful. These scions of noble families have likely never endured such humiliation, and that southern blade, Song Ju, who nearly forced me into exile, has now been bested by Iron Bull. In Qingyun Palace, upon hearing of Chang Sun Chang's fury over his master's actions and Iron Bull's thrashing of Wang Jin, Li Shimin could hardly contain his exhilaration. Years prior, when he first ventured into the martial world, Rong Ju had attempted to assassinate him. Had it not been for Qin Xiong's intervention, he might not have lived to see this day. For years, he had sought news of Song Ju, only to discover he had been concealed within the Wang family all along. Yet, Daoist Li truly harbored a vengeful spirit. Fortunate was he that he had not offended him. After muttering to himself, Li Shimin suddenly choked on his words, struck by a new thought. Issue a decree. Withdraw all secret guards near Qingfeng Temple, leaving not a single one behind. Not only Daoist Li, but even Iron Bull is a formidable force in this world. Few can rival him, let alone his master. Recalling Li Chen's admonition to Li Muqing, Li Shimin felt a twinge of fear. The northern sword, Li Muqing, was already a peerless master. Such a master, having just concealed himself near the Qingfeng Temple, was swiftly discovered, and it would be even less surprising if his shadowy guards had already been detected by Daoist Li, who likely chose to remain silent about it. In contrast to Li Shimin's trepidation, the Wang family now appeared rather disordered. Upon his return to the Wang residence, Song Ju conveyed every detail of the events at the temple to the family head, Wang Jun. Across the realm, all lands belong to the Wang. Along the borders, all subjects are Wangs. The expectations of Wang Jun's father are evident from his name. Indeed, Wang Jun has lived up to these expectations since his ascension to family head. The Wang family has dominated the north, casting a long shadow over the world, with their influence palpable in numerous affairs. What a disgrace, what an affront. This bull-nosed fellow has gone too far. The Wang family has never endured such humiliation. His son narrowly escaped a severe beating. Their loyal retainers were threatened, and even the entirety of the Wang family received stern warnings. Such occurrences have never transpired since the family's inception, and now a mere bull-nosed individual has achieved this, leaving Wang Jun feeling utterly helpless. At this moment, he contemplated sending an assassin after Li Chun but hesitated, fearing that if Li Shimin retaliated, it could spell disaster for the entire Wang family and even the clan itself. Most critically, Li Chen's martial prowess was formidable. Even Song Ju, whom he could dispatch, would be no match for the disciple of Li Chun. Let that rebellious son reflect upon his actions in Qinghe, placing him in charge of the shops there. Should he achieve nothing within 3 months, I shall personally deal with him. Wang Jun had always held a favorable view of his son, who, at a tender age, had already mastered the 4 books and 5 classics, offering fresh perspectives that were both enlightening and unique. His greatest flaw was his arrogance, dismissing everyone around him. Yet, one could hardly blame him, for in such a grand family, who would not harbor pride? Understood, family head. Upon hearing this news, Song Ju pondered deeply. For Qinghe was the stronghold of the Chui family. Through the passage of history, the ancient Chui clan had divided into 2 factions, the Qinghe Chui and the Boling Chui. As the most venerable and profound of families, the Chui clan consistently made the wisest choices during times of turmoil. Chui Yingying hailed from the Qinghe Chui. Learning of his son's interest in her, Wang Jun's intentions were unmistakably clear in sending him there. Qingfeng Temple, even if favored by His Majesty, would not deter me. Once I unite with the Chui family through marriage and rally all the clans, we shall see how you withstand the tide. After Song Ju's departure, Wang Jun spoke with a sinister tone. The world still belongs to the noble families. Since Li Shimin wishes to play the game of the realm, the Wang family shall oblige, for this is the essence of our clan, one that a newly established dynasty cannot rival. In stark contrast to Li Shimin's elation and the Wang family's grievances, the Chui family remained composed. Upon returning to her family, Chui Yingying promptly reported the events at Qingfeng Temple to her master. However, Chui Bo was not particularly pleased with this news and began to question her directly. The family's mission is to have you take Li Chen as your mentor. He now bears significant responsibilities, even engaging in strategic maneuvers that could alter the fate of the world. Establishing a connection with him would be undeniably advantageous for the Chui family. Chui Bo remarked coldly that over the years, Chui Yingying has diligently managed the family business with remarkable precision. It is precisely for this reason that Chui Bo has refrained from arranging a marriage for Chui Yingying, as her utility to the family remains paramount. However, once Chui Yingying ceases to be of value, the Chui family would not hesitate to cast her aside. This reality is abundantly clear to Chui Yingying. Born into such a family, she feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness, with no recourse but to work diligently. She understands that even the slightest failure could lead her toward a forced marriage. Chapter 38. The stinginess truly lives up to its reputation, such as the nature of noble families. A woman, regardless of her contributions to her clan, becomes merely a pawn for marriage once her utility wanes. Though Cui Yingying felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, she had no choice but to delay the marriage. Well, considering your many years of service to the family and your acquisition of Nyoair from Daoist Li, I shall grant you one opportunity. Cui Bo sampled a bite of Nyoair and addressed Cui Yingying, recognizing that her worth had been nearly exhausted over the years. It was time for her to make one final sacrifice for the family. There are several shops on Qinghe East Street. What you do there is of no concern to me, as long as you can earn 10,000 taels of silver for the family within a month. Should you succeed, I shall refrain from interfering in your marriage for the rest of your life. If you fail, prepare to make a sacrifice for the clan. Cui Bo was acutely aware of Cui Yingying's thoughts. It was this very leverage he had employed to keep her in check. 10,000 taels in a month, father. That is impossible. Upon hearing this, Cui Yingying's face fell in despair, having lost all hope in this family. The entire Cui family's annual revenue barely reached 10,000 taels. Expecting her to achieve such an unattainable feat in a single month was clearly a prelude to her abandonment. Regardless of your ability to achieve this, should you fail to do so within a month, be prepared for marriage, Cui Bo declared coldly, gesturing dismissively. You may leave now. Do take care of yourself. This is what noble families are like, Cui Yingying lamented as she exited, reflecting on the vastness of the Cui family, the expanse of Qinghe, and the wide world. Realizing there was no place for her within it. Ultimately, she collapsed on the street, having toiled tirelessly for years to avoid becoming a mere tool of the family. Now finding herself forsaken. Miss. When she awoke, she found herself in her own bed, her devoted maid Yuer anxiously calling out to her. Yuer, she softly murmured, recognizing the maid who had grown alongside her. Miss, you are awake. Yuer exclaimed with excitement. Your fate is so cruel. Why don't we leave the Cui family? If we can escape, they cannot harm us. Cui Bo had already informed the entire family of Cui Yingying's predicament. A family meeting would convene next month to discuss her fate. Should she succeed, rewards would follow. If she failed, her marriage would be confirmed. At that moment, a young man of 18 or 19 approached with a mocking smile. My dear sister, you are finally to be married. For years, your presence has prevented father from allowing me to manage the family affairs. But now, your time has come to an end. Cui Yingying's impending marriage brought the greatest joy to her half-brother, Cui Zichu, who harbored a deep resentment towards her, believing she had obstructed his path and was regarded as the most useless member of the Cui family. In his view, earning 10,000 taels of silver in a month was an utterly unattainable feat once Cui Yingying entered into a marriage alliance. All the properties she managed would be entrusted to him, and at that moment, he would become the foremost among the younger generation of the Cui family. The mere thought of such a scenario brought him immense joy. However, one must not celebrate too prematurely, for the time had not yet arrived. Whether he could earn 10,000 taels remained uncertain. Observing her younger brother, Cui Yingying felt a profound sorrow, yet her tenacious spirit would not easily succumb to defeat. 10,000 taels in a month. Such a task would be impossible even for a celestial being. He should merely await the marriage alliance. Cui Zichu coldly remarked before departing, for he had come solely to mock Cui Yingying. Could even celestial beings not accomplish this? Cui Zichu's words sparked a sudden realization in Cui Yingying's mind. Conjuring an image of an individual, perhaps he truly could achieve the impossible, having already accomplished so many feats deemed unachievable. Miss, what are you murmuring about? Yua inquired, her face brimming with concern, fearing that her mistress had lost her senses. Yua, prepare the carriage. We shall journey to Chang'an. With this pronouncement, an abundance of hope surged within Cui Yingying. If the Daoists of the world could scheme, then earning 10,000 taels in a month should not be insurmountable. In Chang'an, the first snow of winter graced the city. Ever since Qingfeng Temple was proclaimed the foremost temple in the land, its business had flourished considerably. Although modest in size, it experienced a steady stream of visitors daily. Some even came to fast at the temple, preparing to stay for an extended period. In response, Li Chun hurriedly constructed a rear courtyard behind the temple, specifically for the wealthy patrons observing the fast. After the snowfall, the temple grew quite desolate, with few visitors in the morning until the tranquility was shattered by the sound of galloping hooves. Hey! Upon seeing the guest, Chang Sunchong completely disregarded those on horseback, fixating intently on the magnificent steed. In the entirety of the Central Plains, there were scarcely a few, and to encounter a woman who possessed such a mount piqued Chang Sunchong's curiosity regarding her identity. I am Jiang Yan from the northern border city of Mabe. Having heard of the renowned Daoist of Qingfeng Temple, I have come to pay my respects and seek enlightenment from Daoist Li. The visitor was none other than the Turkic princess Jiang Yan, utilizing her mother's surname during her time in the Central Plains. Miss Jiang, I am not Daoist Li. I am his disciple, Sun Chong. My master is currently resting, and I shall inform him upon his awakening. Please be patient. Although Sun Chong was intrigued by the identity of this woman, he understood the importance of not disturbing his master during his slumber. He recalled the last time his father visited, when he had awakened the sleeping Chen. Not only did his father depart in a foul mood, but Sun Chong also faced the brunt of the repercussions. Even on this wintry evening, Chen had made him stand naked in the courtyard, his feet on ice and a bucket of water poured over his head. His master had scornfully declared, "Chonger, do not blame me for being harsh. This is all for the sake of honing your willpower and resilience. Without hardship, how can one achieve success?" Upon hearing Chen's words, the sturdy Tenia wasted no time and swiftly procured a block of ice, filling a large basin with water and positioning it in the courtyard. In essence, the master was akin to heaven and earth. His words were beyond reproach. Henceforth, Teniu unwaveringly stood at attention in the courtyard every night without fail, even dragging Long Sun Chong along with him. To avoid incurring the master's ire, Long Sun Chong had no choice but to accompany him, willingly risking his own well-being. It was only later, when Long Sun Chong fell from the chill, that he was spared from such rigorous training. From that point on, he harbored a profound understanding that the master's stinginess was indeed as legendary as rumored. Chapter 39. Patience in waiting. Though Jiang Yin felt a tinge of dissatisfaction upon hearing that Chen could not meet her in a timely manner due to slumber, she resolved to wait patiently. This place, held in high regard by the emperor of the Tang dynasty, ensured that any developments would surely reach his ears. Consequently, her identity as a princess of the Turks would inevitably be unveiled upon further scrutiny. The reason Jiang Yin chose to enter the temple on such a snowy day was precisely this. The Qifeng Temple, situated far from the base of the mountain, became virtually inaccessible during heavy snowfall, deterring anyone from venturing to this secluded shrine. At this moment, her presence would go unnoticed. In the courtyard, Tai Nyo was diligently practicing the military staff techniques that Chen had recently imparted to him, wielding an iron rod. Although his master often asserted that the formless triumphs over the formed, Tai Nyo pondered the importance of formal practice. This was not a matter of impracticality. Historically, gatherings and exhibitions among the ancients often featured swordplay and martial displays. These forms, while seemingly superficial, were imbued with aesthetic grace. With his foundational skills in place, Tai Nyo was eager to perform. However, after being enlightened by Chen's superior philosophies, Tai Nyo found little value in his father's rudimentary techniques. With a master of such caliber at his side, what significance did his father's skills hold? Thus, after much persistence from Tai Nyo, Chen, albeit reluctantly, conjured memories of his own regrettable military training days and could only offer a set of military exercises for Tai Nyo to experience. Initially indifferent to the unremarkable military drills, Tai Nyo, during a casual practice session, unexpectedly grasped their essence. No wonder his master urged him to comprehend the subtleties. The apparent form was a fade, while the true martial spirit lay within each movement. Fluid and elegant, every technique was lethal. At that moment, Tai Nyo's conviction deepened. His master, though never having engaged in combat, was undeniably a paragon of martial prowess, a figure of unparalleled greatness. Observing Tai Nyo's practice, Jiang Yin was taken aback, realizing that the temple possessed such remarkable talent. A connoisseur recognizes skill upon the first encounter. Despite being a woman, she had trained in martial arts from a young age and considered herself a formidable practitioner. From a distance, she could sense the palpable aura of determination emanating from Tai Nyo, reminiscent of a steadfast mountain. "Oh, he is my junior brother," proclaimed Sun Chong with pride. "Since my master's ascendance, he has taken in but 2 disciples. I, the scholar, and my junior brother, the martial artist." Being a disciple of Chen was the crowning achievement of his life. Although there was no formal distinction between senior and junior brothers, they both referred to one another as brother when introducing themselves to others. "This esteemed master, I too practice martial arts, and I wonder if you would allow me to spar with you," Jiang Yin expressed, feeling a sudden urge to test her skills against Tai Nyo. "No way. I don't fight women," Tai Nyo retorted dismissively, his disdain evident as he glanced at Jiang Yin, unimpressed by her slender frame. "Are you certain you wish to challenge him, young lady?" Even the nearby Sun Chong was somewhat astonished. In merely a few months, Iron Bull had transformed from a novice into a formidable master. Indeed, there were few who could surpass Iron Bull in skill. particularly during this recent period. He had mastered the military staff technique, compensating for his previous shortcomings and achieving remarkable prowess. What he now lacked were strength and agility. The two speculated that the reason their master had Iron Bull running up and down the mountain daily, along with performing stretching exercises, was to help him enhance these very attributes. Do you think so little of me? Today, I shall demonstrate my true capabilities, Zhenguan thought, her anger flaring at the disdainful gazes of the two. She swiftly unsheathed her sword and directed it at Iron Bull. In the face of this sudden attack, Iron Bull remained composed, effortlessly evading the strike. Indeed, it seems you have trained, he acknowledged, noting the swiftness and strength of her swordplay. Since you wish to engage me, I shall reluctantly accept your challenge. However, being a gentleman, I will fight you with one hand. Iron Bull tucked his right hand behind his back, devoid of any combat fervor. His daily practice at the temple had rendered his life rather monotonous, and he welcomed any opportunity for a duel, regardless of gender. In the past, Iron Bull would have genuinely refrained from striking a woman. However, times had changed. His master often taught that women were equally significant in the world. If Hua Mulan could rise to the rank of general, then surely women were capable of utilizing any means necessary. You are exceedingly arrogant, Zhenguan seethed, her fury ignited by Iron Bull's dismissive attitude. She raised her sword, intent on striking him down. Alas, I have often heard this sentiment lately. My temple has never been one to bully others. Though he spoke thus, Iron Bull was far from hesitant in his actions. With a resounding clash, their weapons collided, filling the courtyard with a flurry of sparks. Yet, in an instant, Zhenguan and her sword were sent flying. How could this be? How is he so strong? Zhenguan stared incredulously at Iron Bull, realizing that with just a single move, one delivered head-on, she had been utterly unable to withstand it. She even suspected that Iron Bull had shown her mercy. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far more severe. Indeed, my master's military boxing is formidable. With one hand, it possesses such tremendous power. This move shall henceforth be known as the full army assault. Iron Bull felt a sense of satisfaction, bestowing this name upon his technique in front of Zhenguan, offering her no courtesy whatsoever. To his surprise, instead of anger, Zhenguan was filled with astonishment. The prowess of this burly man was evidently imparted by the legendary Daoist of the Great Tang, and from his tone, it seemed there was far more to uncover. If this were true, the martial skills of the Great Tang's legendary Daoist must be extraordinarily potent. Shock and fear engulfed her, if what she perceived was accurate. The Turks would never breach the Central Plains. Li Daozhang's intellect had already been demonstrated, revitalizing the entire Great Tang through his strategies. Should he also master unparalleled martial arts, the Turks would stand no chance of survival. Just as the crowd was lost in speculation, the future great poet arose. As he beheld the snowflakes dancing through the temple, the poet was inspired. 1 flake, 2 flakes, 3 or 4 flakes, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 flakes. Countless fragments. Oh dear. Upon hearing the exquisite quatrain of the esteemed poet Li, Chong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, particularly after witnessing the disappointment reflected in Zhenguan's eyes. It dawned upon him that his master's reputation was at stake. Should he consider silencing this individual to preserve his master's grandeur? This was the initial thought that crossed Chong's mind, as he pondered how his once exalted master could find himself in such a predicament. What on earth is happening? Although Tainyo lacked an understanding of poetry, he too was baffled by his master's perplexing actions. Meanwhile, Zhenguan felt a flicker of satisfaction, realizing that the renowned Daoist of the Tang dynasty was not as formidable as he seemed. Yet, in the next moment, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. With a sigh, Li Chun lamented, "The flight of the plum blossoms remains unseen." Chapter 40. Ultimately in a fluster, 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 or 4 pieces, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pieces. Thousands upon thousands, an innumerable multitude, flying into the plum blossoms, yet never to be seen again. What a splendid poem. Master's talent is indeed astonishing, Chong exclaimed, initially fearing his master might embarrass himself, only to discover that the final line was nothing short of a classic. From few to many, from distant to near, from shallow to profound, and then from profound back to shallow. One could discern a sense of melancholy in the master's words, a melancholy that could never return. Although Chong was unaware of what his master had truly endured, he could glean from the verses that the seemingly indifferent master harbored deep sorrow. "Master, your unworthy disciple cannot fathom the burdens of your heart." He knelt before his master's chamber, understanding the poetry's essence. Tainyo, though oblivious to the events, sensed that if Chong felt his master was troubled, there must be some sorrowful matter at hand. "Master, I, Tainyo, am at a loss for words and do not know how to comfort you. If you are in distress, feel free to unleash your frustrations upon me. Tainyo knelt earnestly, his eyes brimming with sincerity. In his heart, Li Chun's position held more significance than anyone else's. Such is the bond between master and disciple. How could the Turks ever breach the Central Plains? At this moment, Jiang Yin had set aside half of her thoughts. Realizing that the Turks viewed Qingfeng Temple as their primary foe in their ambitions to invade the Central Plains, it dawned on her that the Daoist priest also harbored similar anguish. What could have transpired to render such a magnificent individual so profoundly isolated? Among those who heard the poem was Cui Yingying, who had just arrived at Qifeng Temple. Upon hearing the first 3 lines, despair filled her heart. Believing that such a coarse individual could not possibly resolve her current plight. Yet, the final line uttered by Li Chen halted her in her tracks, drawing her in with an irresistible allure. I, Cui Yingying, have a request. I beseech the Daoist for guidance. Entering the temple, she disregarded her status and knelt in the snow. For the sake of her lifelong aspirations, she thought, what did it matter? Moreover, Li Chen was a person she admired wholeheartedly. Please rise, Miss Cui, please rise. How could a humble Daoist accept such a grand gesture from you? As Li Chen stepped out after reciting the poem, he was startled to see the one he had long yearned for, Cui Yingying, kneeling on the ground. If the Daoist does not agree, I shall not rise, Cui Yingying declared obstinately. Li Chen represented her last glimmer of hope. If he were to refuse her, she would rather leap from a cliff to assert her resolve than allow her family to prevail. Miss Cui, feel free to express your needs. If it is within my ability, I shall certainly comply. Hearing her words, Li Chun hesitated to give an immediate affirmation, for he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Should he fail to meet her expectations, she would be left even more disillusioned and might demand retribution. Thank you, Daoist. As long as you can alleviate this difficulty, I shall dedicate my life to following you. On her way here, Cui Yingying had already resolved that if Li Chun could assist her, she would withdraw from the Cui family. The intricate machinations and deceit within the large family had long since wearied Cui Yingying. Even if she managed to evade disaster this time, the elders would undoubtedly sacrifice their own marriages if it served the family's interests. In contrast, the Qifeng Temple, with its serene detachment from worldly affairs, remained a place Cui Yingying had always yearned for. Alas, it appeared that the young lady had encountered a significant predicament, as she had boldly declared her willingness to offer herself, indicating that she could no longer resolve the matter alone. Li Chun was alarmed. However, at this juncture, he had no recourse but to listen to the unfolding events. Wait a moment, Daoist, he said. I am Jiang Yan from the northern border town, here to pay my respects and humbly seek your guidance. As he watched Li Chen escort Cui Yingying inside, Jiang Yan grew impatient. She was determined to witness the extent of Daoist Li's abilities and would not rest until she had confirmed her suspicions. Miss from the northern border, do not jest. I have urgent matters to attend to. Please, do as you wish, Li Chen remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Yan. Although she bore a striking resemblance to Cui Yingying, under normal circumstances, he would have greeted her with enthusiasm. Yet now, his thoughts were consumed by the gravity of Cui Yingying's situation, leading him to speak to Jiang Yan with a degree of coldness and urgency. However, Jiang Yan perceived Li Chen's tone as a subtle reminder. Daoist, do you know who I am? She probed, unwilling to concede defeat just yet. Your identity is of little consequence to me. What matters is that I am preoccupied with pressing affairs and cannot entertain you, Li Chen replied curtly, taking Cui Yingying's hand and leading her further inside without a second thought. This bold action left both Chang Sun Chong and Tainyo utterly astonished, as did Cui Yingying's maid, Yuer, who was equally taken aback. Yet, in a surprising turn, while Cui Yingying blushed and felt shy, she offered no resistance, silently following behind him. Daoist, I must apologize. As you have stated, I am not from the northern border. I am a princess of the Turks, here to gather information, Jiang Yan exclaimed. Upon hearing this revelation from Li Chun, she grasped the gravity of the situation. Before she could fully recover from her shock regarding Li Chen's actions with Cui Yingying, her declaration struck like thunder, drawing the attention of all present. How audacious of a Turk to dare tread upon the land of our emperor. I shall crush you. Tainyo bellowed in anger, brandishing his staff, while Chak Sun Chong remained silent, his gaze icy. Stand down, Tainyo, Li Chen interjected, recognizing the exotic beauty who nearly faced Tainyo's wrath. A Turkish princess, you say? I am a citizen of the Tang dynasty, and there is nothing here worth investigating. However, I implore you to convey to your Turkic leaders that the people of the world are all one family. Warfare only brings ruin to all. After delivering this patriotic sentiment, Li Chun mused that, given the customs of the ancient world permitting multiple wives, he could not let such a beautiful young lady slip away. Thus, as Jiang Yin prepared to depart, he suddenly called out, "Miss Jiang, I hope we may meet again." This remark caused Jiang Yin to tremble, realizing that Daoist Li had issued her a warning. Though she departs from the Tang dynasty this time, once she conveys this message to the Turkic lord, she must return. Jiang Yin understands this. After uttering these words, she left Qifeng Temple without looking back. Having grown up in the Central Plains, she had returned to the region countless times after rejoining the Turks, yet never had she felt such trepidation as she did today. "Chonger, do you think this matter should be brought to His Majesty's attention?" Recently, Tainyo sensed that all the hidden guards near the temple had been withdrawn. As for the reason, Tainyo had long since come to a conclusion. What else could it be? It is well known that Master is rather stingy, and His Majesty must surely be apprehensive. If Master were to become enraged one day and devise a scheme, how could His Majesty possibly defend himself? Chapter 41. How could one deceive you? The arrival of the Turkic princess in Chang'an is undoubtedly a matter already known to His Majesty. Our words seem superfluous. As Chang Sun Chong aptly stated, the moment Jiang Yin departed from the Turkic steppes, Li Shimin was already aware. For a long time, the Turkic people believed their strength was unparalleled and dismissed the need for intelligence gathering. The fact that they have sent their princess to infiltrate the Tang dynasty indicates a burgeoning fear within their ranks. Such an opportunity would not be thwarted by Li Shimin. He intended for this Turkic princess to witness the might of the Tang dynasty, particularly upon learning that her visit to Chang'an was merely to inquire about the situation at Qifeng Temple. Li Shimin's delight only intensified. The formidable figures of the Tang dynasty were present at Qifeng Temple. Once Jiang Yin witnessed the prowess of Daoist Li, it would only be a matter of years before the borders of the Tang remained untroubled, compelling the Turkic to seek ways to bolster their own strength before attempting to confront the Tang once more. In this interim, Li Shimin would possess the confidence to forge the Tang into an unprecedented power, such that the Turkic would not need to lift a finger. He would himself endeavor to rectify the long-standing animosity between the Central Plains and the Turkic. In contrast to the treachery elsewhere, the snow-laden Qifeng Temple exuded a sense of tranquility. Observing the same pavilion amidst the vast snowy landscape, Cui Yingying felt a profound sense of calm. How delightful it would be to remain here for a lifetime. This thought echoed in her mind within the pavilion. Initially, Li Chun intended to escort Cui Yingying to the warm guest hall, where they could bask by the hearth and indulge in some wine, potentially strengthening their bond. However, Cui Yingying insisted on experiencing the snowy scenery from the pavilion, leading to their current situation, seated together as the snowflakes danced against their cheeks. As both harbored their private thoughts, a lengthy silence enveloped them, with not a word exchanged. "Tainyo, do you think Miss Cui harbors feelings for our master? Otherwise, why would she come here daily, foregoing the warmth of the guest hall to endure the cold in this pavilion? Could this be what master refers to as romance?" In the courtyard of the temple, Chang Sun Chong observed the two from a distance. Previously, he had not grasped the meaning of such sentiments, but he suddenly had an epiphany upon witnessing the scene. It must be so. After all, Master had never shown such affection to any woman before. Upon hearing that something had befallen Miss Cui, the ever-composed Master appeared somewhat anxious. Tainyo, on the other hand, lacked any convoluted thoughts and simply voiced his genuine feelings. Then it must be true. Chang Sun Chong nodded, then retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, inscribing, "The Cui family of Qinghe may indeed be a worthy match for the Master." After writing, he felt something was lacking and added, "But one should maintain a respectful distance. Miss Cui, may I inquire about your thoughts?" Ultimately, seeing that Cui Yingying remained silent, Li Chun could no longer contain his curiosity. "Daoist Li, the scenery here is truly enchanting. For a moment, I became entranced, forgetting my troubles almost entirely." With a sigh, Cui Yingying took a sip of wine and began to speak. "I was born into a prominent family, to resist an arranged marriage. I have been managing the family business since childhood. Due to a minor setback, the father of Cui Yingying was filled with fury and thus sought to betroth her to another. At this juncture, Cui Yingying cast a lingering glance of resentment at Li Chun, pondering that had he not been so reluctant to accept her as a disciple, her father would not have seized the opportunity to impose such a challenge. Nevertheless, she had no desire to be his apprentice. Being regarded with such a sorrowful gaze by a beautiful woman left Li Chun feeling somewhat awkward, utterly baffled by the situation. Subsequently, driven by an unwavering resolve to get to the bottom of the matter, he uttered 3 words: "To avoid becoming a mere pawn in a marriage alliance." Yingying wagered with her father that if she could manage several shops and generate a profit of 10,000 taels of silver within a month, he would not compel her. Cui Yingying spoke candidly, and for some reason, after sharing this with Li Chun, her heart felt considerably lighter. What was it that had caused such a stir? A profit of 10,000 taels in a month was hardly a daunting challenge. Li Chen sighed in relief. Initially fearing that the beautiful lady was troubled by something more serious, it turned out to be so simple. Do not jest with Ying, for throughout history, no one has ever achieved such a feat. Earning over 10,000 in a month is akin to reaching for the stars. Cui Ying retorted, feeling a flicker of anger. Believing Li Chen's words were merely mocking her. She herself had not deeply contemplated why she was so concerned about his opinion, given their limited acquaintance. If it is indeed as difficult as climbing to the heavens, then let us break through that barrier, she declared. Miss Cui, if you trust my words, follow my guidance. Li Chen asserted, his conviction unwavering. In his eyes, earning 10,000 taels within a month was no more challenging than child's play. Pray, dear Daoist, instruct me on the course of action. Upon hearing this, Cui Ying spoke with excitement. Miss Ying, what do you think of this wine? Li Chen did not respond directly, but gestured towards the cup before him. Having tasted countless wines, nothing compares to this Daoist, she remarked. Unbeknownst to her, her manner of addressing Li Chen had shifted from the respectful Daoist to a more intimate you, signifying a growing closeness between them. If I said that I could provide as much wine as you desire, would you believe me? The very notion left Cui Ying momentarily speechless. If Daoist could truly supply any quantity desired, the rush to purchase the wine would be unimaginable. Is this for real? Cui Ying inquired. Miss Cui, as a monk, how could I deceive you? Li Chen replied earnestly, anticipating that this would surely bring her joy. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon hearing the term monk, the smile faded from Cui Ying's face, prompting Li Chen to reflect once more. It was in this very pavilion that his careless words had caused her to leave before. Could it be that history was repeating itself? Does Miss Cui harbor any reservations? Li Chen pressed on, intent on redeeming his image in her eyes. There is no need for such formality, simply call me Ying. As for your wine, I find it entirely exquisite. However, how may I repay such kindness? Cui Ying was acutely aware that this exquisite brew, Daoist, was a rare treasure. Today, in a bid to extricate herself from peril, this man had unhesitatingly presented it to her. Such a profound kindness left her, a woman unable to govern her own fate, at a loss as to how to reciprocate. What means could there be to alleviate Miss Cui's troubles? It is indeed an honor for me, a humble Taoist priest, to offer assistance. Originally, Li Chen had intended to use Daoist to amass wealth. After all, the income of the temple had already reached several thousand taels daily, making it ideal for courting maidens. Your Grace, my dear Ying. Hearing Li Chen's sincere words, Cui Ying was overwhelmed with emotion, rendered speechless. Miss Ying, there is no need for formalities. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to approach the temple. There is not a single matter in this world that I, Li Chen, cannot resolve, Li Chen declared proudly, his satisfaction and excitement palpable. He had not anticipated that women of ancient times were so easily pleased. It seemed that a life of happiness was within reach. Chapter 42. Breaking boundaries. Ultimately, moved by emotion, Cui Ying insisted on giving Lin Tian half of the profits earned. Otherwise, she would rather leap off a cliff to express her resolve than bear the weight of such a favor. Of course, she had her own calculations regarding this matter, as she did not wish to owe Li Chen too much at once, lest she spend her entire life trying to repay it. Although their acquaintance was fleeting, Li Chen had left an indelible impression on Cui Ying's heart, one that would last a lifetime. Be it his striking appearance, remarkable talent, audacious courage, or strategic acumen, there was no one in the realm who could rival Li Chen in any measure. Such a man naturally stirred feelings of admiration, even before Li Chen. Cui Ying felt a sense of insignificance. It was precisely this sentiment that compelled her to insist on sharing the profits with him. Faced with Cui Ying's determination, Li Chen could only acquiesce, holding her stubborn and resilient character in higher regard. A daughter should aspire to be like Cui Ying. As they prepared to part ways, Li Chen even instructed Changsun Chong to accompany Cui Ying down the mountain. By now, Changsun Chong had mastered advanced mathematics that left even Li Chen perplexed and had shared numerous strategies with him. With Changsun Chong by her side, Cui Ying would not be easily deceived. Seeing that Li Chen, for her sake, had sent his disciple down the mountain to assist her, Cui Ying was deeply touched. Young Master Changsun, the distance from Qinghe to Chang'an is considerable. How shall I transport so many cattle there? Just as she descended the mountain, this thought struck her. With her astuteness, she could have anticipated every detail when Li Chen first proposed the matter. However, in the temple, her emotions had overshadowed her practical considerations. Rest assured, my teacher has a plan for this matter. You need not worry. Just await the cattle in Qinghe, Changsun Chong assured her. In fact, much of the wine need not be sent to Qinghe. Once news of the cattle's sale spreads, many in the capital will be eager to buy. My father, the emperor, and numerous courtiers have long coveted the cattle. Once you sell the wine, many will have cause to thank you. Changsun Chong spoke with reverence. Having realized his master's intent to entrust the cattle to Cui Yingying, he took out his notebook, striking through her surname and replacing it with Shenyang, or teacher's wife. You. What did you just call me? Upon hearing his words, Cui Yingying trembled slightly. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. Teacher's wife. Changsun Chong replied without hesitation. He considered his master the most perfect man in the world, and given Miss Chui's beauty, grace, and character, she was indeed a fitting match for him. You misunderstand. Young Master Changsun, my encounter with Daoist Li was merely serendipitous. There are no romantic feelings between us, Cui Yingying clarified, for they had never formally pledged their hearts. Even though she found joy in the title. You need not explain, I understand. After all, my master is still a Daoist. But rest assured, my master undoubtedly holds you in high regard. He has always maintained an air of detachment, but your presence has infused him with a sense of humanity, making him more anxious, willing to break his own boundaries for the sake of the cattle. Before your appearance, my father, your majesty, wished to spend a fortune to acquire Nyoair. Yet, the master has never been a man of the mundane world. It is precisely because they are aware of this that such a request was never made. Changsun Chong spoke at length, convinced of his understanding of Li Chun, even believing that a Li Chun with a touch of earthly charm evoked even greater respect. However, he could never have anticipated that today, Li Chun, in pursuit of a lady's favor, would reveal his most distinguished self. In the past, without some profit, how could Nyoair possibly be given to another? With mutual affection, I vow not to disappoint you in this lifetime. After hearing Changsun Chong's words, Cui Yingying was deeply moved. She had not realized how much Li Chen had done for her, even surpassing his own limits. In Chang'an at the Qing'an Hall, peace has recently prevailed across the land. The Turks have been subdued by Daoist Li, and I have stabilized our development according to the national policies set forth by him. In a short span, the strength of the Tang dynasty has seen a significant enhancement. Moreover, Li Daoist's senior brother, the national master Li Chunfeng, is also adept at governance, ensuring that the court operates in an orderly manner under his guidance. Undoubtedly, what brings Emperor Li Shimin the greatest joy pertains to the issue of succession in the Tang dynasty. Although he is still in the prime of his life, the welfare of the princes is always a matter of paramount consideration for an emperor. Since the last failure of Li Qingqian and Li Ji to become apprentices, they have suffered considerable setbacks, particularly after hearing of Tai Nyo's victory over the general and Changsun Chong's laughter as he dominated. Not having sought Li Chen as their master has become their greatest regret. After much contemplation, the two princes finally reached a consensus, acknowledging their own inadequacies as the reason Li Daoist did not accept them. Thus, they transformed their previous lethargy into a fervent ambition, embarking together to the borders to hone their skills. Recent reports reveal that the two princes, undeterred by the perils of life and death, mingled with the soldiers, even risking their own lives to save them. Most importantly, while undergoing these trials, they have not neglected their studies, diligently reading each evening. Upon receiving this news, tears streamed down Li Shimin's face. Despite the dangers, his sons had finally learned the essence of responsibility. During the uprising, he too had been similarly resolute. It was this self-imposed standard that garnered him the people's loyalty, enabling him to maintain stability during the Xuanwu Gate incident. While Li Chen's strategies are commendable, they hinge upon the high regard held for Li Shimin in the hearts of the populace. Your Majesty, young Master Changsun has just sent an urgent letter to his father, insisting it be presented to you without delay. At that moment, a close eunuch hastily delivered a letter to Li Shimin. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin immediately opened the envelope. Since Changsun Chong is a disciple of Li Chun, the urgency must indicate that Li Chun has significant matters to convey. Li Jusher, please hasten to Qingfeng Temple for an important discussion, the letter read. Quickly, prepare to leave the palace and head to Qingfeng Temple. Upon perceiving the contents within, Li Shimin cast aside all distractions and addressed the eunuch, his mind racing with speculations about what precisely Daoist Li intended to accomplish and what could be so pressing. The Turks had just been subdued, thus, it was unlikely they would stir up significant unrest. Furthermore, the neighboring regions, such as Liaodong and the northern deserts, lacked the strength to pose any immediate threat. This indicated that any matter deemed significant enough by Daoist Li must originate domestically. Although the nation appeared outwardly tranquil, Li Shimin was acutely aware that numerous factions were poised to seize opportunities, stirring the winds of change. Among these, the aristocratic families stood foremost. Indeed, it was the aristocracy. He surmised that Daoist Li's summons was undoubtedly linked to the influential families. After thorough contemplation, Li Shimin arrived at a conclusion. Yet he remained in the dark regarding Li Chen's true intentions. Chapter 43. Almost misspoke even amidst the heavy snowfall. Li Daozhang's summons compelled Li Shimin to act with utmost urgency. Initially, Shimin had intended for a eunuch to convey his decree and make his way there. Yet he ultimately found this approach somewhat inappropriate. If the matter at hand were indeed of significant national importance, his ostentatious arrival would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Therefore, to be prudent, Li Shimin chose to bring along Changsun Wuji and his younger martial brother to Qingfeng Temple. Li Daozhang, I am unaware of the urgency behind your summons. I have been quite occupied. What matters require my attention? Li Shimin inquired, his eagerness nearly prompting him to utter the wrong words. From their previous conversations, he was acutely aware that Li Chun detested those who wielded power to oppress others. Thus, during their exchanges, Li Shimin always adopted a notably humble demeanor, refraining from referring to himself as the emperor. Li Jusher, I sincerely apologize for troubling you on such a snowy day, but there is a pressing matter that requires your assistance. Upon its successful resolution, I shall express my profound gratitude, Li Chun articulated. From the tone of Li Jusher's words, it was evident that he had been quite busy of late. However, with his sister in dire straits, poised to leap off a cliff in despair, Li Chun had no choice but to muster his courage and seek Li Jusher's aid, rationalizing that he could always share the profits later. Speak without hesitation. For anything within my capabilities, I, Li Heir, shall not shirk my responsibility, Li Shimin vowed earnestly. He pledged that, apart from the realm itself, he would spare no effort or cost to fulfill Li Chen's desires. Li Shimin had always been generous towards his loyal subjects, even establishing the Lingyan Pavilion to honor their contributions. Among those celebrated were Changsun Wuji, Li Jing, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Ho Junji, and 24 other distinguished figures. Originally, Li Shimin had intended to place Li Chun at the pinnacle of the Lingyan Pavilion, but after consultations with Li Chunfeng and others, he ultimately reconsidered this decision. Li Jusher, your words are too grand. I wish to request your assistance in transporting some cattle to Qinghe. Chong'er is already awaiting their arrival. Furthermore, from this moment forth, Chang'an shall commence the sale of these cattle, all under the name of Cui Yingying. Li Chun hesitated, acutely aware of the challenges posed by ancient transportation methods. By ancient calculations, Qinghe was a daunting 500 li from Chang'an, and the logistics of transporting such a large quantity of cattle raised concerns regarding the manpower and resources required. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin fell into contemplative silence, while Changsun Wuji and Li Chunfeng exchanged astonished glances with Li Chun. Li Daozhang, you jest not. Are you truly prepared to commence the sale of cattle? Li Shimin exclaimed with excitement, feeling as if he were in a dream, eager to confirm once more. Indeed, I have contemplated this long before, but the right opportunity and the right person eluded me. Now, with Miss Yingying in distress, it is the perfect moment to proceed with the sale, Li Chen thought anxiously, fearing the repercussions should Li Jusher decline his request, and how he would face Miss Yingying thereafter. Excellent. It appears Li Daozhang is ready to take action against the aristocracy. Li Shimin's heart brimmed with joy, for as an emperor, he had long been constrained by the powerful aristocratic families, a situation that had caused him considerable discontent. However, given the formidable strength of these families, any overt confrontation on his part would inevitably lead to upheaval, fracturing the realm into chaos, an outcome he wished to avoid at all costs. Presently, Li Daozhang's plan to utilize the disenchanted women of the aristocracy through the sale of Niu heir presented the most prudent and effective strategy. Although Li Daozhang had not explicitly articulated his thoughts, Li Shimin had already surmised much of the plan from the intelligence he had just received. He learned that Wang Bo had sent his son to Qinghe with the intent of marrying Cui Yingying, thereby forging an alliance with the Cui family. Should this marriage come to fruition, the ties among the aristocratic families would strengthen, and if Niu heir were sold, the Cui family would surely perceive the potential for gain, jeopardizing the marriage contract. This could even lead to a rift among them. Once profit became involved, conflicts would arise, employing one family against another, thereby depleting their resources. Although Li Shimin had contemplated this strategy, he had yet to devise an effective plan, but Li Daozhang's intervention was a masterstroke. Furthermore, even if the aristocrats became aware of the scheme, they would be powerless to act, for if they refrained from competing, others would inevitably take their place. Once Niu heir entered the market, the benefits it would yield would be immeasurable. He himself had already entertained thoughts of pre-purchasing. Should the aristocratic families neglect this opportunity, their positions would be undermined, a prospect intolerable to those of high standing. Daozhang, I am curious to know how much Niu heir you intend to have the Cui family sell. Li Shimin inquired tentatively, aware that if the quantity was insufficient, it would inadvertently benefit the Chui family, allowing them to reap substantial profits. Please follow me, esteemed gentleman. Li Chen responded, sensing that the opportunity might slip away. Li Ju's customary generosity seemed tempered by hesitation, clearly indicating reluctance to undertake this task. In the back courtyard of the Daoist temple, nestled against the mountains, Li Chun had already excavated this space a month prior to store Niu Air. His original plan was to establish a shop in Chang'an, assigning Chong'er to oversee it, thereby facilitating a large-scale sale of Niu Air and ensuring considerable profits. Thus, since arriving in Chang'an, the production of Niu Air had never ceased. Currently, several hundred jars were stored in the mountain's caverns, with an additional 50 or 60 jars in the temple's basement. If these wines were housed in jars, the total would surpass 10,000, which was precisely why Li Chun dared to boast to Cui Yingying. This. Upon witnessing the abundance of Niu Air within the caverns, Li Shimin was rendered speechless with excitement. He had anticipated that, given Li Daozhang's prudence and strategic foresight, the reserves would be substantial, but he had not expected such an overwhelming quantity. It seemed that Li Daozhang was preparing for a protracted conflict with the aristocratic families, inciting their internal strife. Li Ju, may I inquire if? Noticing Li Shimin's silence, Li Chen nervously interjected, unwilling to concede just yet. Rest assured, Daozhang, I will take charge of this matter. No matter the difficulties, I shall ensure that these wines reach Qinghe within 10 days. Moreover, if the Daoist wishes to sell beef in Chang'an, I happen to possess a shop, which I shall generously bestow upon him. Li Shimin, his face flushed with excitement, remarked that the profits derived from such an enterprise would be insurmountable for the aristocracy to contest. This is a conspicuous stratagem, one that cannot be declined. And from this moment forth, he officially declares war upon the nobility. In light of this, I am deeply grateful to you, esteemed Li, and I assure you that I shall not accept your shop without due recompense. Apart from the stipulation that the Cui family must receive 10,000 in the first month, I shall ensure that, regardless of the earnings thereafter, half of the profits will be allocated to you each month. Upon hearing Li Shimin's agreement, Li Chun felt an immense joy in his heart. For now, Miss Yingying would surely emerge victorious. Chapter 44. Increasingly fulfilled halfway through, Master Li was certain. Li Shimin felt that the joy he had experienced previously paled in comparison to the abundance of today. The mere prospect of this half of the profits was immeasurable. As the aristocratic families continued to dwindle, the treasury would swell increasingly. At that moment, Li Shimin could hardly fathom the prosperity that the Tang dynasty would ultimately attain. Naturally, I have always been fair in my dealings, and thus it has been settled. Li Chun, apprehensive that Master Li might reconsider, sought to finalize the matter swiftly. Excellent. Master Li, with profound understanding, acknowledged, your presence is indeed a blessing for the realm. Li Shimin repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Realizing that his visit to the Qifeng temple had been fortuitous, Master Li remained steadfast in his dedication to the welfare of the world, completely alleviating Li Shimin's concerns. Previously, while holding great respect for Li Chun, Li Shimin had always harbored some apprehension and wariness. After all, every individual possesses their own desires and selfish motives. Should Master Li find himself opposed to Li Shimin, it would be quite distressing. However, now Li Shimin was devoid of any anxiety, for at all times, Master Li prioritized the greater good. There are many noble individuals, Master Li. I have a personal matter I wish to discuss with you. I have developed a close friendship with Miss Cui. Should she encounter any difficulties, I kindly ask for your assistance. Compared to his earlier remarks, this statement left the three individuals even more astonished. Master Li seemed to have developed genuine feelings, particularly evident in Li Chuanfeng's expression upon hearing those words. Rest assured, Master Li, from now on, Miss Cui shall be regarded as my own sister. Whatever trouble she may face, I shall ensure her safety. Such earnestness was unexpected, even for Li Chun, who had not anticipated that his private request would result in the Tang dynasty gaining an additional princess. As they prepared to depart, Li Chen waved his hand grandly, presenting Li Shimin with a barrel of beef. As for Li Chunfeng, upon realizing that his junior had succumbed to romantic feelings, he abandoned his duties at the court and chose to remain at the temple. Junior brother, do share with me what kind of maiden could possibly capture your heart. After Li Shimin's departure, Li Chunfeng could no longer contain his curiosity and pressed Li Chun for answers. Although they were monks, and marriage would require them to renounce their vows, Li Chunfeng had long since seen through the trivialities of worldly matters. Moreover, their Qingfeng temple had historically either passed down its teachings through a single lineage or taken in a few disciples, making the issue of lineage a persistent concern. Currently, Li Chen's two disciples were merely there to learn the craft, lacking the capability to inherit the Qingfeng temple. Furthermore, His junior brother's lackadaisical demeanor made the prospect of him accepting another disciple exceedingly slim. For this reason, Li Chifeng had worried incessantly, never anticipating that his usually aloof junior brother would awaken to the notion of marriage. Senior brother, as a monk, how could I possibly engage with a woman? Please refrain from speaking of such matters. Those familiar with Li Qin would understand that he had grown bashful, given his lack of romantic experience. He could not articulate his feelings and resorted to stubborn retorts instead. With a resounding thud, Li Chao had scarcely finished speaking when Li Chunfeng struck him on the head. Do not speak of asceticism. The deeds you engage in are not those of a recluse. Regardless of your thoughts, you must marry that girl. Otherwise, your elder brother will not forgive you, and your master will find no peace in the afterlife. Li Chunfeng, exasperated, lamented the folly of his younger brother, who, despite his deep concern for the girl, had allowed the emperor to elevate her to the status of a princess. Now, he merely declared that he, as a monk, could not marry. This frivolity of his disciple caused Li Chunfeng considerable distress. The vow I took was to remain unwed until the injustices of the world are resolved. I implore you, do not force me into a situation I cannot accept, Li Chao replied, resorting to the words of Buddhism to silence his elder brother. Admitting to worldly desires was utterly out of the question for him. You possess great virtues, dear disciple. I feel inadequate in comparison. With that, Li Chunfeng departed from Qingfeng Temple, realizing he had underestimated his brother. He had been too preoccupied with his own concerns to recognize the heights Li Chao had achieved. Cursed be the facade. It is exhausting, especially when pretending to be a Taoist, he muttered to himself after leaving. I vow not to marry until the world is just, Li Chao declared. In the Chongqian Palace, where Emperor Li Shimin was diligently reviewing memorials, this proclamation struck him profoundly. Li Chao had always been a figure of ethereal detachment in his eyes, but learning of his disciple's emotional turmoil diminished that perception. Ultimately, it was his own narrow-mindedness. Even a Taoist is human, and it is entirely natural to have worldly affections. However, what distinguishes the truly enlightened is their ability to restrain themselves. I may desire you, but my lofty aspirations remain unfulfilled, preventing me from sharing my life with you. Such sincerity is truly moving. This is the essence of a sage. With this newfound understanding of Li Chao, Li Shimin's admiration deepened. Tonight, at the grand banquet for the ministers, let us serve this exquisite Nioer wine. Since the Taoist demonstrates such noble principles, I must treat my subjects and people with utmost respect. In this moment, Li Shimin's mindset shifted once more. He was the sovereign of the realm, yet he was also a ruler to himself. The possession of supreme power should not be aimed at fulfilling one's legacy in history, but rather at ensuring peace for the populace, alleviating their struggles, and allowing every individual to be well-fed and free to pursue their own endeavors. At the banquet, when news spread that Nioer would begin sales, the ministers were filled with excitement. Even before the official launch, thousands of jars of wine had already been ordered. Li Chao had set a remarkably fair price of 1 tael of silver per jar. For such divine nectar, no one deemed it excessive. Particularly, Li Shimin, in a bid to promote it, opened a vat, and both seasoned drinkers and novices reveled in the experience, expressing great fondness for Nioer. After indulging in Nioer, they realized the true essence of fine wine, contrasting sharply with the inferior beverages they had previously consumed. After the grand banquet, Emperor Li Shimin discreetly retained his most trusted confidants, including Changsun Wuji, Du Ruhui, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Shubao, and Yu Qigong. Most of the ministers were inebriated beyond recognition, rendering them oblivious to this development, which was precisely Li Shimin's intention in hosting the lavish banquet. Do you understand why you have been secretly retained today? He inquired, casting a glance at those who had stood by him over the years, participating in the pacification of the realm and the coup at Xuanwu Gate that secured his power. Your Majesty must be plotting something significant, something that certain individuals within the country must not be privy to. Qin Shubao was the first to speak, noting that Li Jing and Li Ji were stationed at the borders, while the martial leaders within Chang'an were predominantly led by Qin. Chapter 45, Tremors in the Court. The words of Prince Qin resonate with truth. Master Li has indeed set his sights on the aristocracy, and the machinations have already commenced. I require the cooperation of my esteemed brothers, and this matter must remain shrouded in secrecy, at least until the initial stages, so that the aristocracy remains oblivious to any irregularities. Throughout his reign, Emperor Li Shimin has held these loyal ministers in high regard, addressing each as Brother Wang, only adopting the mantle of emperor for matters of grave importance. The moment this declaration was made, a collective gasp escaped the lips of the ministers, revealing the magnitude of their shock. It was even more profound than the upheaval at Xuanwu Gate. Your Majesty, is this feasible? Inquired Du Ruhui, a man of the aristocracy, well aware of their formidable influence. If mishandled, the realm could descend into chaos once more. The power of the aristocracy should never be underestimated. Not only Du Ruhui, but many others harbored similar anxieties. Among the 24 meritorious ministers of Lingyan Pavilion, nearly half hailed from noble families. Although they loathed the aristocracy, none knew their strengths better than they. Should the plan be set in motion, while no outcome could be deemed utterly secure, there would be at least a 9/10 chance of success. I would never gamble with the fate of the entire realm, especially with Master Li orchestrating our efforts. This alone grants us an indomitable position. Li Shimin's blind trust in Li Chun was remarkable. Had this proposition come from another, even with a full guarantee of success, he would have hesitated. However, with Master Li at the helm, he urged us to reveal our course of action. These men, accustomed to deliberating on matters of state, exchanged a few words without a trace of hesitation. Moreover, now that Li Shimin reigns as the sovereign, should he truly wish to confront the aristocracy, none could thwart him. His inquiry was merely a gesture of respect towards his advisors. Brothers Qin and Cheng, each of you shall lead 5,000 elite troops, disguised as merchants, to escort the entirety of Niu heir to the Chui family in Qinghe, delivering it to Chui Yingying. Wujie shall oversee the shops in Chang'an, for this is paramount, directly impacting the future treasury of our Tang dynasty. Guofu shall carry my imperial edict to Qinghe, ready to act when needed. In any case, the Chui family must not encounter any issues, lest we fail to account to Master Li. As for the rest of you, with so many ministers departing the capital, some unrest is inevitable in Chang'an. You shall face the tempest of the court alongside me. Before this, all matters have been meticulously planned by Li Shimin. For the Tang dynasty and its people, this is a momentous affair, and he dares not exhibit the slightest negligence. We obey your command. At the Emperor's decree, all knelt before the throne, their expressions brimming with fervor. Should the aristocracy crumble, the Tang dynasty would emerge unprecedentedly strong. The following day, Qin Qiong and Cheng Yojin set forth, each leading 5,000 elite soldiers. Concurrently, Li Shimin issued a proclamation regarding disturbances in the northern desert, dispatching Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin to investigate. Du Ruhui, disregarding protocol, insulted the emperor and was demoted to the magistrate of Qinghe, barred from returning to the court without an edict. Long son Wujie, inebriated, boasted that half of the realm was conquered by his hand, questioning what right Li Shimin had to such arrogance. In a fit of rage, Li Shimin nearly struck down Changsun Wujie. However, recalling the latter's significant contributions to the Tang dynasty, he spared his life, relegating him to commoner status instead. The upheaval in the court left all ministers in a state of trepidation. Having just established the Lingyan Pavilion, the sudden removal of 3 prominent officials, including Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin, only added to their confusion regarding the emperor's drastic mood swings. Yet, none dared to voice their concerns, for the emperor had decreed that any who interceded would face execution. The greatest delight, however, was felt by the aristocracy. This was indeed a moment of vindication. No ruler ascends without erring, and Li Shimin, being human, was no exception. The more mistakes he made, the greater the opportunities for the aristocrats, gradually restoring their once cherished public esteem. Unbeknownst to them, Li Chun, residing in the Qingfeng temple, remained oblivious to these machinations, never imagining that a simple act of assisting a young lady could precipitate such significant changes in the realm. When the 2 dukes arrived, leading their personal guards to Qingfeng temple, their first act was to pay their respects to Li Chun. The transport caravan, numbering 10,000, was an overwhelming sight, prompting their arrival at the temple under the cover of night with only 400 men. To ensure safety, they had decided to split into 2 groups, each guarded by 200, resting by day and traveling by night, while the rest remained concealed outdoors. One couldn't help but wonder why they chose to escort their cargo under the veil of darkness rather than in broad daylight. Li Chen even remarked on the peculiar nature of the escort service he had engaged. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed as long as the items reached Miss Chui. In stark contrast to the tension enveloping the Tang dynasty, the Turks found themselves in utter disarray. Upon exiting the temple, Jiang Yin wasted no time, mounting her steed, the famed blood-sweating horse, and raced towards the Turkic lands. Yet, upon reaching the grasslands, her horse, utterly exhausted, collapsed and perished on the spot. Is what you say true? You do not deceive me? After hearing Jiang Yan's words, Jili Khan was somewhat incredulous. Could the Tang dynasty truly be that formidable? Sensing her father's skepticism, Jiang Yan relayed every detail of her encounter at the temple without omission. This journey to the Tang dynasty had become an indelible memory for her, completely reshaping her perception of the world. A mere mention of the wolf-guarding edict had caused a century of sorrow on the steppe. Now, another Taoist had emerged. Oh, Great spirit of the grasslands, why do you not grant our descendants a path to survival? After listening, Jili Khan lamented that centuries ago, a figure like Huatsubing had instilled fear throughout the steppe, and now another individual surpassed even him. Father, Li Daozhong instructed me to tell you that all people of the world are one family, and war only brings destruction. Jiang Yin did not forget a single word of Li Chen's message, especially this one. Truly, Li Daozhong was a remarkable sage who did not underestimate the Turks. Upon hearing this, Jili Khan felt neither anger nor resentment, but rather a stirring of emotion within his heart. Throughout history, the people of the Central Plains have viewed the Turco-Mongolian tribes through a distorted lens, invariably labeling them as barbarians regardless of their actions. However, Li Daozhong holds a different perspective, believing that both the Central Plains people and the Turks are inhabitants of the world. Such magnanimity and vision are admirable, even to the enemies of the Turks, such as Jili Khan. Henceforth, the Turks shall focus on recuperation and substantial development. In a few years, even with Li Daozhong and the Tang dynasty, my efforts may prove futile. At this moment, Jili Khan resolves to suspend his plans to attack the Tang dynasty and devote himself entirely to enhancing the strength of the Turks. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin bids farewell once more to her father, the Khan, as she embarks on her journey to Qifeng Temple, where Li Daozhong asserts that she must return home. Chapter 46. A great fortune approaches. Recently, Master Wang has been feeling quite discontented. Upon arriving in Qinghe, he wasted no time and went directly to the Cui family, declaring his desire to marry Cui Yingying. The cunning old fox, Cui Bo, neither approved nor rejected the proposal. Instead, he told Wang Jin to give him a month to consider, promising a response thereafter. Master, a stroke of fortune is at hand. In Huading Alley, the most renowned pleasure district of Qinghe, Wang Jin became a frequent visitor upon his arrival. Bang! A young servant rushed toward Wang Jin, shouting. But before he could finish his sentence, he stumbled back, clutching his chest in pain. How dare you interrupt me during such a fortuitous moment? If you do not speak your mind, I shall ensure that your future is filled with hardship. Wang Jin kicked the servant aside, holding two disheveled women in his embrace. His irritation palpable. Just as he was about to take things further, his moment was abruptly shattered by the servant's interruption, leaving him devoid of that initial thrill. Master, it truly is a tremendous fortune. Did you not ask me to investigate the situation of the Cui family? After much inquiry, I discovered the reason behind the patriarch's month-long delay in providing you an answer. The servant, feeling wronged, recounted how the master had insisted on being promptly informed of any developments without delay. Speak. The mere thought of Cui Yingying stirred excitement within Wang Jin, prompting him to inquire eagerly. Miss Cui has wagered with her father, the family patriarch, over several shops on North Street. If she fails to earn at least 10,000 taels of silver within a month, she will become a sacrificial pawn in a family alliance. The servant, understanding the master's intentions, dared not withhold any details and disclosed all he had learned. Ah, so that is the case. Cui Bo, that old fox, seeks to profit the family before any marriage alliance is made. Although Wang Jin was arrogant, he was not without intelligence and quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Over the years, under Cui Yingying's management, the Cui family's business has flourished and stabilized. At this juncture, her role in the family has evolved to merely facilitating the marriage alliance, for her contributions have been significant. Discarding her outright would undoubtedly disappoint many. Hence Cui Bo's strategic wager with her. You must return to the clan immediately and inform my father of this development. Prepare the proper arrangements for a marriage proposal. When the month is up, we shall send someone to formally propose, at which point the Cui family will have no grounds for refusal. For the Cui family, an alliance with the Wang family represents their best opportunity as they reside on the periphery, far from the heart of the Central Plains. The Cui family has long aspired to extend their influence into the Central Plains, yet the multitude of noble families there has made it difficult to find a suitable opportunity. Aside from a few prominent clans, however, as long as they form an alliance with the Wang family, their dilemma shall be effortlessly resolved. As the most powerful clan in the heart of the Central Plains, the Wang family wields absolute influence among the noble houses. Once the two families unite, a mere word from the Wang family would enable the Cui family to penetrate the depths of the Central Plains, thereby significantly enhancing the strength of their entire lineage. Following the union, the Wang and Cui families could, together, center their ambitions on the Central Plains and gradually extend their reach outward. Within a few years, the two families would ascend to prominence, rendering even imperial authority impotent. This explains the recent closeness between the Cui and Wang families. For them, anything can be sacrificed for the sake of familial interests. Cui Bo has maximized the value of Cui Yingying in this endeavor. Unbeknownst to her, Cui Yingying was unaware of her father's plans. After returning from Qifeng Temple, she took Wude to the shops on North Street. never even stepping through the gates of the Chui family estate. As for the servants dispatched by the family, none were utilized, following the advice of Chang Sun Chong. When the master prepared to sell Niu heir, Chang Sun Chong discerned not only Chui Yingying's significance to Lin Tian, but also contemplated the true intentions behind it. His Majesty's desire to contend with the noble families was clear to Chang Sun Chong. Before descending the mountain, the master had instructed him to make contact with His Majesty at all costs, and to ensure his swift arrival at Qingfeng Temple. Initially, Chang Sun Chong paid little heed, believing his master merely sought to leverage the emperor's power to facilitate Niu heir's transport to Qinghe. However, upon hearing of his father's demotion and the exile of Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin, he was abruptly awakened to the realization that his master intended to seize this opportunity to strike against the noble families. Although there were many Niu heir at Qingfeng Temple, any general or duke could easily transport them to Qinghe. Why then was the master so insistent on seeking the emperor's assistance, and why the urgency? At first, Chang Sun Chong thought his master was overreacting, perhaps overly concerned about his wife, but it now appeared that his master remained the same calculating figure, with all circumstances meticulously orchestrated. Since His Majesty and his master were preparing to confront the noble families, this shop could certainly not be entrusted to the hands of the nobility, should word leak out. Would he not become a great sinner? A sense of dread washed over Chang Sun Chong. Fortunately, he had perceived the situation, or else his master's plans would have come to naught. No wonder his master had sent him to Qinghe. It held such profound significance. If Iron Bull had been the one to undertake this task, even if he were informed, he would not have fathomed the implications. Young Master Chang Sun, what shall we do now? Looking at the empty shop, Chui Yingying felt a moment of confusion, unsure of their next steps. Fear not, esteemed wife of the master. With my master and me, no issues will arise. We merely need to exercise patience, Chang Sun Chong reassured her. Throughout the journey, Chui Yingying had grown accustomed to the title of wife of the master. Regardless of how many times she expressed her concerns or attempted to clarify, Chang Sun Chong steadfastly refused to alter his address. Ultimately, Chui Yingying could only resignedly accept this designation, albeit with a hint of secret delight. Meanwhile, the newly appointed magistrate of Qinghe County, Du Ruhui, assumed office. Upon arriving at the county government, he wasted no time and conducted a thorough investigation of all personnel within the office, leaving no one untouched, as all faced his oppressive scrutiny. The most unfortunate among them was the former magistrate of Qinghe County, whose household was raided by Du Ruhui. Furthermore, Du Ruhui replaced all official positions within the county with his own trusted associates. He even dismissed the entire garrison stationed in Qinghe County. Although the Chui family seethed with indignation, they dared not voice their discontent. Despite Du Ruhui's demotion in rank, his noble title remained unscathed. He still held the status of a duke within the Tang dynasty, possessing his own territory and personal guards, and his authority as magistrate surpassed even that of the regional governor. The Chui family merely perceived his actions as an expression of pent-up frustration from his recent fall from grace, seeking to vent his ire upon Qinghe County. Chapter 47. Is this the Duke of the Great Tang? That night, as the curfew commenced, Du Ruhui commanded his personal guards to patrol the streets of Qinghe, declaring that anyone encountered, regardless of identity, would face execution without mercy. This decree instilled a profound sense of dread among the citizens of Qinghe, rendering them too fearful to venture outdoors. Meanwhile, Du Ruhui made his way to the northern gate, allowing the transport convoy led by Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin to enter the city. All the horses were swathed in cloth, and the vehicles were enveloped in thick cotton padding, ensuring that over 5,000 individuals entered the city without a sound. Uncle Qin, Uncle Cheng, I pay my respects. Long Sun Chong expressed with relief upon seeing Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin. He was grateful that he had discerned his master's south intentions on the road, for otherwise, he could have jeopardized a significant matter. The personal involvement of the two pillars of the Great Tang in transporting Niu heir underscored the emperor's utmost concern for the situation. Truly, as a disciple of Master Li, he had swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Observing that all the shops were staffed by Du Ruhui's men, Qin Xiong remarked with a tinge of envy that his own son could be considered a youthful hero, though he could not hold a candle to Long Sun Chong's Niu in the past. However, after both had taken Niu as their master, a chasm had emerged between them, as vast as heaven and earth. If one could not perceive such a difference, it would be a disservice to the many days of instruction received from their master. Speaking of his master filled Long Sun Chong with pride. Without him, he would likely have led a life of idleness, living off his family's fortune. Come now, Uncle Qin, cease your lamenting. After we finish moving Niu heir, we must make an appearance in the northern desert. The emperor has set the stage, how can we refrain from performing? Chen Yaojin declared with delight, his heart swelling with pride at the thought of his son being a disciple of Master Li. Alas, it is what it is. Everything is left to fate. Had my son drawn the character for Dao, how splendid it would have been, Qin Xiong lamented, knowing he could not change the past. Uncles, allow me to introduce you. This is my master's wife. Long Sun Chong gestured towards Cui Yingying. In this endeavor orchestrated by the emperor and my master, it is imperative that my master's wife is involved, and once she enters the Qingfeng temple, she is bound to encounter the eminent figures of the great Tang. Master's wife. Hearing this, both Qin Xiong and Chen Yaojin were taken aback. Initially, they had thought little of the young lady. After years of warfare, their hearts had become as steadfast as rock, rarely swayed by anything. Are you saying that she is Master Li's? Qin Xiong spoke, still struggling to believe. More astonished than when he had heard of Emperor Taizong's intentions regarding the aristocracy. Indeed, she is my master's wife. Long Sun Chong affirmed earnestly, disregarding Cui Yingying's feelings. Forgive us, we were unaware of the truth, the two dukes respectfully acknowledged, leaving Cui Yingying at a loss for how to respond. Even Du Ruhui, standing nearby, was profoundly astonished, realizing why the emperor had issued such a decree. It all stemmed from Master Li. Miss Cui, there is a matter that has weighed heavily on my heart for some time. I implore you to assist me. Regardless of the outcome, I shall offer my profound gratitude. Qin Xiong beseeched. In the persona of Qin Xiong, even in the presence of Li Shimin, one would not adopt such a subservient demeanor. However, Cui Yingying is an exception. She is the beloved of Daoist Li, and as the saying goes, the whispers by the pillow are more compelling than 1,000 winds. What do you call yourself? Asked Qin Xiong. I am Qin Xiong, and who might these two be? Initially, Cui Yingying paid little heed to their identities. Assuming that Chang Sun Chong was merely an elder from his household, the name Qin Xiong is known throughout the realm, and upon hearing it, Cui Yingying finally grasped the significance. I am Chen Yaojin, the notorious demon of the world, he proclaimed. I am Du Ruhui, currently the county magistrate of Qinghe. From this day forth, whenever Miss Cui calls upon me, I shall not hesitate to risk my life for her. Your excellencies speak too highly of me. I wonder what matter requires Miss Yingying's assistance from Lord Qin. Cui Yingying, stunned for a moment, remarked to Qin Xiong, surely, whatever has caused Lord Qin such distress must be of great import. As a mere woman, what can I possibly do? At that time, the emperor drew lots in the grand hall to select disciples for the Daoist. My son was unfortunate and missed the opportunity to be taken in by the Daoist master. I had thought he would never have the chance to learn from the Daoist in this lifetime. Today, having encountered Miss Cui, I implore you to act as a mediator so that my son may become his disciple. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered by Qin Xiong, who felt a sense of fortune in being present. Had another general been tasked with transporting goods to Qinghe, another successor might surpass his son. I, too, beseech Miss Cui to inform the Daoist master that my son possesses extraordinary talent, excelling in both literary and martial pursuits. He is indeed an excellent candidate for apprenticeship. Moreover, he is remarkably resilient. The Daoist master may discipline him as he sees fit, even to the point of death, and it would matter not. Du Ruhui smacked his forehead in regret, lamenting why he had not thought of this earlier. Du Ruhui was aware of the wager between Cui Yingying and the Cui family. That the Daoist master would go to such lengths for Miss Cui indicates her esteemed position in his heart. Should she speak on behalf of his son, there would be a considerable chance for him to join the ranks of the Daoist master's disciples. Du old dog, it was I who spoke first. So why do you meddle? Beware, or I shall teach you a lesson. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong bristled, having finally found an opportunity. He was dismayed that someone sought to interfere. Come, strike me. The Daoist master is an unparalleled figure. He may choose whomever he desires as a disciple. The world does not revolve around your son alone. Du Ruhui, unwilling to yield, retorted, what if you can fight? As long as my son becomes a disciple of the Daoist master, it would be worth it even if he were to perish. Do you understand the concept of precedence? I must teach you a proper lesson today and show you the might of my twin hammers. Qin Xiong was instantly incensed. This was a rare chance for his son to learn from the Daoist master, and if obstructed, such an opportunity might never arise again. With that, he stormed outside, retrieving his twin hammers from his horse, for nothing was more vital than his son's apprenticeship. Come at me. Who fears whom? Though I lack martial prowess, I shall not cower before you, old dog. Du Ruhui is indeed a man of great valor. Otherwise, he would not have severed ties with the aristocratic families he despised, forging a new path for the nation and its people driven by his fervent passion. Esteemed elders, I beseech you to heed my words. Just as the two were on the brink of conflict, Cui Yingying hastily intervened, realizing that their confrontation was entirely serious. should either of them suffer harm. It would spell immense loss for the Tang dynasty. The notion of loyalty to the emperor and love for the country holds little significance for Cui Yingying, given her noble lineage. However, ever since she became acquainted with Li Chen, she has developed a deep concern for the world he cares about. Please, my lady, do share. Upon hearing Cui Yingying's voice, the two adversaries ceased their quarrel, yet they continued to glare at each other disdainfully. Alas, Cui Yingying sighed, pondering whether this is truly what it means to be a duke in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 48. The realm illuminated by sun and moon belongs to the great Tang. Initially, Cui Yingying intended to decline the requests of the two men. After all, a person of Li Chen's caliber must have his own motives for accepting disciples. However, upon learning of the identities of Qin Xiong and Du Ruhui, she resolved to assist these two noblemen, not for any other reason, but for the sake of Li Chen, who now stood as a figure of immense power, second only to the emperor. Yet, this entire situation hinged on the emperor's need for him. History has witnessed countless instances of the proverb, when the birds are gone, the bows are stored. When the cunning hare is dead, the hounds are cooked. Even though the emperor of the great Tang is known for his wisdom, valor, and benevolence, when it comes to matters of the realm, anyone can be sacrificed. Should the great Tang become overwhelmingly strong under the schemes of Li Chen and Li Shimin, Li Chen may eventually lose his significance to Li Shimin. This formidable man would undoubtedly arouse the emperor's suspicion. Thus, if Li Chen were to accept the sons of these two noblemen as his disciples, it would at least grant him a greater chance of survival should Li Shimin decide to take action against him. Instead of engaging in endless debates, the two esteemed gentlemen would be better served by Cui Yingying's goodwill in recommending them to the Daoist priest. Ultimately, it would be up to fate as to whom the Daoist would choose as his disciples. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. We must express our gratitude to the young lady, Qin Xiong and Du Ruhui said, their expressions softening with satisfaction upon hearing her words. After placing all the cattle into storage, Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin each left 100 elite soldiers to guard the area before hastening their journey to the northern frontier. Although their visit to the north did not intend to provoke conflict, the northern king harbored different thoughts. Each day, while the two generals remained at the northern border, the northern king lived in a state of anxiety, fearing that they might suddenly trespass into his territory. In Chang'an, as Cui Yingying prepared for the grand opening, the tavern had already begun its operations. The exquisite brew known as Niu Air, coupled with the personal management of Changsun Wuji, had already amassed over 10,000 taels of silver within a mere fortnight. The daily profits continued to rise steadily. Even those who had mocked Changsun for his demotion could no longer find amusement in the situation, as the profits were simply too substantial. With Changsun Wuji still holding onto his title, he had acquired both power and wealth. Upon learning that the establishment belonged to the Cui family, those officials were even more astonished. It was no wonder that His Majesty sought to take action against Changsun Wuji. He had evidently allied himself with the powerful families. The emperor's intentions to counter the aristocracy had become an open secret within the court, and the very blade meant to combat the nobility had now turned to their side. This shift led many to doubt Li Shimin's ability to challenge the aristocratic status quo. Your Majesty, it appears that those lofty aristocrats may indeed face their downfall. We have underestimated Niu Air, remarked Changsun Wuji, excitedly observing the incognito visit of Li Shimin. He, too, had not anticipated that a humble tavern could generate such vast wealth in a mere 10 days. Indeed, the esteemed Daoist Li is truly remarkable. With merely a cup of wine, he has managed to disrupt affairs across the realm, heralding a transformation in the commercial landscape of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin could not help but express his astonishment. Initially, he believed that Niu Air's ability to generate wealth would at least disrupt the economic chains of the aristocracy. He never anticipated such a profound shift. It was not merely a disruption of the aristocratic rhythm, but a complete alteration of the world itself. One could assert that Niu Air's emergence has shattered market conditions. In light of this, Li Shimin harbored no concerns, but rather felt a surge of joy, for this development promised a favorable trajectory. Primarily, those purchasing from Niu Air were affluent families, and the profits, after allocating a portion to the Cui family, were directed entirely to the national treasury, utilized for disaster relief and various beneficial national undertakings. It is no wonder that Daoist Li initially sought a share of the profits. At that time, Li Shimin merely contemplated enriching the treasury without delving deeper into the implications. In retrospect, it is evident that Daoist Li possessed far-sighted vision, adeptly considering the broader picture and anticipating nearly all conceivable outcomes. Such intellect and analytical prowess are unparalleled throughout history. Your Majesty, I have witnessed the aristocracy battling fiercely for this trivial gain, never imagining that after centuries of dominance, they would ultimately be undone by their own expertise, exclaimed Changsun Wuji with fervor. Like Li Shimin, he hailed from the aristocracy, yet his sentiments towards them were steeped in disdain. As the aristocracy gradually wanes, the entirety of the Tang dynasty will unify as a formidable entity, rendering the nation unprecedentedly powerful. At that juncture, we shall vie for supremacy and unify the land of Huaxia. For the first time, Li Shimin revealed his ambitions. It was not that he lacked desire previously, but rather the means. Now, with the presence of an extraordinary figure like Daoist Li, coupled with strategists such as Li Chunfeng and Changsun Wuji, alongside unparalleled generals like Qin Xiong, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, and Li Jing, the strength of the Tang dynasty is undeniable, provided each step is taken wisely. The realm illuminated by the sun and moon shall belong to the Tang. I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty, Changsun Wuji exclaimed with excitement, having followed Li Shimin from his humble beginnings, yearning for this very day. In Qinghe, when Niu Air was set to make his sales, all present were astounded. Prior to this, they had heard not a whisper of such news. On merely the first day, a pure profit of 1,000 taels of silver had been amassed, filling Cui Yingying with immense joy. Fortuitously, he had visited Qingfeng Temple, where he not only discovered the identity of the most significant person in his life but also felt liberated from his family, poised to become an independent individual. Yet, joy and sorrow coexisted. Upon learning this news, Wang Jin erupted in fury, slamming the table. Curse it! Curse Li Chen! Curse Qifeng Temple! Are they conspiring against me? Since you refuse to grant me ease, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Come, my subordinates, let us go and smash that shop. This time, I shall surely obtain Cui Yingying. In a fit of rage, Wang Jin disregarded his surroundings, revealing his true nature as a member of the Wang family. Young master, please remain calm, someone urged. We are in Qinghe. If we were to vandalize the Cui family shops on their territory, it would only incite a conflict between our two families. The master would certainly not spare you. Although Wang Jin was losing his composure, there were still those who remained clear-headed. If Wang Jin were to destroy the Cui family's establishment, he might escape unscathed. Yet such a significant incident would necessitate someone to take the blame, someone to provide the Cui family with an explanation, and they, the servants, would be the perfect scapegoats. Chapter 49. The performance begins. What do you think I should do, young master? At this moment, Wang Jin regained his composure. After all, they were in Qinghe, the territory of the Cui family. Rest assured, young master, Xiaoda has already formulated a plan. Just watch how I will close down their establishment. The sycophant who had just spoken stepped forward to commence his act. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. If you succeed, you will become my steward. And upon my takeover of the Wang residence, all servants within shall heed your command. Seeing the sycophant's eagerness, Wang Jin immediately began to paint a grand vision for him. Thank you, young master. You can trust that I will execute this matter splendidly, ensuring your marriage to the young mistress proceeds smoothly. Upon hearing Wang Jin's words, the sycophant was overwhelmed with joy. He had faithfully followed Wang Jin, and this day had been his long-anticipated goal. The following day, on North Street, as Cui Yingying opened her shop, she encountered a troublesome situation. Wang Jin's sycophant was parading a corpse in front of her establishment. Rogue merchants, in your relentless pursuit of profit, you resort to unscrupulous means, even selling counterfeit liquor. If you do not provide us with an explanation today, I shall surely smash your shop. The sycophant, fully embodying a dramatic role, stood before Cui Yingying's store, his words and expressions perfectly orchestrated. Sir, all the liquor in my family's shop is meticulously selected, with every detail attended to, rendering any issues impossible. Should you wish to engage in such underhanded tactics, the Cui family is more than willing to reciprocate. Cui Yingying recognized the sycophant by Wang Jin's side. She was astonished that they had resorted to causing trouble so swiftly after learning of her profits, and through such base methods. Miss Cui, I trust you are aware of my identity. It is well known that the Wang family values loyalty and honor, and we would never engage in deceitful practices. If the Wang family claims there is a problem with your liquor, then there indeed is. Since Cui Yingying had pointed this out, the sycophant ceased pretending, after all. His purpose in creating chaos was solely to vex her, with their true aim being the liquor stored in her warehouse. The Wang family is indeed shameless. If you possess any other tricks, feel free to employ them. The Cui family stands ready to respond. These words did not come from Cui Yingying, but rather from Cui Bo, the head of the Cui family. Upon witnessing the potential for profit from Niu Air, the Cui family seemed to glimpse a path to resurgence. As long as Niu Air remained with them, it was not merely the Wang family they needed to contend with. Within a year, the entire Cui family would rise to become the most formidable clan, unmatched by any other. Thus, in the span of a single night, Chui Bo abandoned his initial intentions of leveraging Chui Yingying for the family's final benefit, realizing that they could achieve direct descendants. However, in Chui Bo's heart, Chui Yingying remained merely a woman. Regardless of her contributions to the family, should she ever cease to be of use, she would be cast aside without hesitation. Such is the nature of aristocratic families. Nothing supersedes the interests of familial legacy. Master of the Chui family, are you truly determined to oppose the Wang family? Though a mere servant, he is nonetheless a subordinate of the Wang family. What difference does it make if the head of the Chui family were to arrive? The sycophant remains unperturbed, for the Chui family would not dare directly offend the Wang family. Summon forth all of them, and have Wang Jin come personally to negotiate their release. Should Wang Jin and the Wang family fail to provide the Chui family with a satisfactory explanation, we shall cease all collaboration with them henceforth. Do not presume that a mere servant could speak so boldly to Chui Bo. Even the head of the Wang family would not dare to address him in such a manner. What is the Chui family compared to our illustrious Wang family? Even 10 Chui families could not stand against us. You dare to bind me? Your ruin is imminent. The Chui family's downfall is at hand. The sycophant spoke with a brazen arrogance, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Although the head of the Wang family, and even the younger generation, bore no ill will towards the Chui family, this servant, emboldened by a sense of superiority, had unwittingly declared war on them. Regardless of whether this reflected the Wang family's intentions, the enmity had already been established. Miss Chui, it has come to our attention that an intruder attempted to set fire to Nyo Air's belongings in the warehouse. Fortunately, we discovered this in time, resulting in no significant losses. Upon interrogation, they claimed to be from the Chui family, and we seek your judgment on this matter. At this juncture, the captain of Li Shimin's personal guards hastened over to convey this news. How could this be? They are all skilled individuals I have personally selected. They have never failed in their endeavors. How could they have faltered? The sycophant spoke in disbelief. Yet he remained unaware that the vicinity of the entire establishment was surrounded by the most elite forces under Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojing. Each of these warriors had been battle-hardened, and it was inconceivable that a few petty thieves could breach their defenses. Thus, it appears that this incident was indeed orchestrated by the Wang family, Chui Bo remarked with a solemn expression. Initially, he had suspected that someone was attempting to frame the Wang family, for such a significant matter seemed far too reckless for them to undertake. The interests surrounding Nyo Air were well understood. Any harm inflicted upon these goods would equate to an affront to the Chui family, and the Wang family would not commit such a grave error. Yet, to his astonishment, they had not only erred but also openly acknowledged it, displaying a blatant disregard for the Chui family. Indeed, this matter was instigated by our Wang family, the sycophant admitted without a shred of concealment, boldly affirming his stance. In his view, the humble Chui family would never dare to act against the Wang family. Ah, what a fine display from the Wang family, and from their servants as well. For Chui Bo, it was an utter disgrace for the Wang family to employ a mere servant against the Chui family. The insult deepened as this servant exhibited an utter lack of respect for the Chui family. Our Wang family requires no guidance from the likes of you, Chui family. I advise you to release me swiftly. It would be wise for all parties involved to have a means of retreat. The sycophant declared with haughty pride. What of the head of the Chui family? The Wang family reigns supreme. Even a servant of ours is not to be trifled with, leaving you no choice but to seethe in anger. Furthermore, the sycophant envisioned a future where, upon becoming the steward of the Wang family, all other noble families would be compelled to regard him with deference. At that moment, one could confidently assert that they had reached the pinnacle of life, standing above all others beneath them. Indeed, this time, I was careful not to err. Excellent. Break the legs of the intruding thieves and their sycophants. Bring me Wang Jin. For I am eager to discern the true intentions of the Wang family. For the first time, Chui Bo felt an overwhelming surge of anger, astonished that the Wang family could so blatantly disregard the Chui family. How dare you? I am a member of the Chui family. Although the sycophants remained arrogantly elevated, in the next moment, a piercing scream echoed as one of them had their leg shattered. Truly, my master's schemes are remarkably astute. Witnessing all of this, Chang Sunchong could not help but ponder. Chapter 50. The divine assistance from the lackey on merely the first day. The Chui family has chosen to sever ties with the Wang family in the face of immense profit. Among the noble families, the Chui lineage possesses the most profound heritage, yet its strength is the weakest. For a long time, the Chui family has endured the provocations of other noble houses, but the Wang family, being the most powerful, stands unrivaled among them. This explains why even the servants of the Wang family dared to speak so boldly to the head of the Chui family. However, the situation has now shifted. The emergence of Nyo Air has ignited a flicker of hope for the rise of the Chui family, prompting them to adopt a defiant stance. At times, the allure of profit can cloud one's judgment, and this aptly describes the current state of the Chui family. Long Sun Chong perceives this situation with remarkable clarity. He understands that the Wang family is merely the beginning. Under the immense incentive provided by Neo Heir, Qinghe will undoubtedly transform into a battleground for the noble families. Regardless of who ultimately prevails, the entire aristocracy will be weakened by this strife, allowing the emperor and his master to remain comfortably aloof, occasionally casting out a few morsels to incite competition among the families, thus enriching the treasury of the Tang dynasty. Oh, the intricate schemes, my master. I, Chong'er, believe myself to be exceptionally capable, and it will not be long before I surpass you. Yet, I now realize that I have merely scratched the surface of understanding. Long Sun Chong acknowledges that while he has discerned his master's plans, such a meticulously detailed strategy is likely beyond his own capabilities for a lifetime. It is probable that when his master presented Neo Heir to the emperor and others, the entire scheme had already begun to unfold. At that time, the emperor was still merely the Prince of Qin, able to foresee events stretching far into the future. Such foresight is likely a rare gift possessed only by his master. What is the Chui family really? Break both their legs and let them crawl back to the Wang family. If Wang Jun fails to provide us with an explanation within 10 days, Wang Jin's third leg shall be forfeit, declared Chui Bo with a commanding presence. In Qinghe, the territory of the Chui family, it is not for the Wang family to act with impunity. The Chui family is no longer what it once was. With Neo Heir's presence and the assistance of Master Li, their ascent is now a matter of time. Although the details of how Chui Yingying connected with Master Li remain a mystery, he cares little as long as it benefits the Chui family. Yingying, you have done well this time. I wonder what Master Li had to say, Chui Bo mused. The appearance of Master Li's disciple, with wine flowing in Qinghe and within their family's shops, signals a promising development for Chui Bo. Could it be that Master Li intends to support the Chui family? If so, as long as the Chui family can rise, what harm is there in temporarily heeding his counsel? Father, this time Master Li is merely collaborating with the Chui family. The profits generated by Neo Heir will be split evenly, half for us and half for Master Li. Chui Yingying, having grown weary of her father's demeanor, spoke coldly. Without the help of Li Chun, she would likely have faced her father's dispassionate gaze. What? Half? Such a substantial share. Upon hearing this figure, Chui Bo's expression darkened. The profits brought forth by Neo Heir are visibly lucrative, and the thought of Master Li so easily taking half leaves him feeling somewhat disgruntled. If the head of the Chui family cannot produce half of the profits, I shall have no choice but to have all of this Neo Heir removed. To be candid, the entire military force of Qinghe County is under the command of Lord Du, and the guards assigned to protect Neo Heir are elite soldiers personally appointed by His Majesty for Daoist Li. The Chui family can only profit at this price, for the production of Neo Heir is far from inexpensive. At this juncture, Chang Sun Chong stepped forward, stating that the leg was broken, the person captured, and the message conveyed. The Chui family has entirely offended the Wang family. At this point, retreat is no longer an option, and they must proceed according to the master's strategy. You have plotted against me. To command the entire Chui family, Chui Bo possesses an insight that is unparalleled in this world. Upon hearing these words, he immediately comprehended the situation, losing all previous delight. It is no wonder that there has been such a tumult in the court recently. Everyone believed that Li Shimin was preparing to take action against the meritorious officials. However, it now appears that all of this was merely an illusion, meticulously orchestrated in preparation for today. Once Neo Heir is put on sale, regardless of the vendor, under the overwhelming pressure of immense profit, no member of the aristocracy will remain inactive. His Majesty is indeed formidable. Such tactics are truly powerful. Having already offended the Wang family, the Chui family has no avenue for retreat, and even if they understand this, they cannot relinquish Neo Heir, setting aside whether they have plotted against me. This is fundamentally a matter of mutual consent, so if the Chui family refrains, others will certainly take action. Chang Sun Chong spoke calmly, having thoroughly analyzed Chui Bo's thoughts. His Majesty has placed the Chui family upon the pyre. However, fortune favors the bold. I beseech Lord Chang Sun to convey to His Majesty and Daoist Li my hope that they will continue to provide Neo Heir for the Chui family. Ultimately, Chui Bo gritted his teeth. Such immense profit is truly irresistible, and as long as Neo Heir remains available for sale, the Chui family will stand invincible. All of this hinges upon the will of Miss Chui, head of the Chui family. The time for the training arranged by my master has come. I shall take my leave now. After saying this, Chang Sun Chong turned and departed, wishing to avoid the hypocritical visage of the aristocracy. Ah, my daughter, you are truly the hope of the Chui family. As long as you are present, the Chui family shall undoubtedly rise to become the mightiest clan. At this moment, Chui Bo had completely shed his earlier indifference, and his once lofty demeanor had undergone a transformation. Ying sought nothing more than for her father to honor his promises. Chui Ying smiled self-deprecatingly. Being born into such a family was her greatest sorrow. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promises. Henceforth, I will not interfere in your marriage. And I hope you can speak well of me before Daoist Li. From Changsun Chang's recent words, Chui Bo could sense Daoist Li's regard for his daughter. As long as she remains under his control, the Chui family will surely rise. Let us hope so. After Chui Ying spoke, she paid no further attention to her father and returned to the shop. A woman is but a woman, short-sighted, once the Chui family rises. What will you amount to? Upon witnessing the chilly demeanor of his daughter, Chui Bo could not help but scoff inwardly as a dreadful scheme began to unfurl in his mind. Meanwhile, when the crippled lackey of the Wang family returned with news from Qinghe, Wang Jun was incensed. How dare the Chui family treat the Wang family with such contempt? Wang Jun's countenance darkened significantly. Since the establishment of the Chui family, no one had ever dared to affront them in such a manner. Master, you must take a stand for us, implored the lackey. The Chui family is utterly unreasonable, audaciously labeling our Wang family as nothing more than a bunch of worthless scoundrels. Sensing Wang Jun's fury, the lackey felt that the opportunity for revenge had finally arrived and promptly embellished his tale further. Chapter 51. I have never encountered such unabashed individuals. What did you say? Wang Jun was already seething with anger, and this statement pushed him over the edge. Master, that was not my words, but rather the vile utterances of that old scoundrel Chui Bo. This truly has nothing to do with me. The sycophant, sensing the impending doom, immediately began to explain, yet before he could finish, I swiftly severed his throat with a sharp blade. The Wang family does not harbor those who merely sow discord. Song Ju, dispose of him in a manner befitting a dog, and then make your way to the Chui residence. Either they must share the recipe for Neo Air, or they shall await the retribution of the Wang family. In Chang'an, news from Qinghe had already arrived, revealing that Neo Air had enabled the Chui family to amass over 100,000 taels of silver in just over 10 days. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Wang Jun could scarcely fathom the heights to which the Chui family might ascend if this continued. Thus, it was prudent to act against them before they could rise to power. Whether this scheme was orchestrated by the court was of no concern to Wang Jun, for the profits from Neo Air allowed him to overlook all risks, as long as they possessed the method of Neo Air's creation. Even the court would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with them. It was not only the Wang family that took notice. Concurrently, the Chui family of Bowling, the Liu clan of Fanyang, the Li family of Zhao County, and the Zheng family of Xinjiang all dispatched envoys to Qinghe, seeking to uncover the secrets of Neo Air's methodology. Even the Li family of Longxi could not remain idle in the face of such immense temptation. They disregarded the words of Li Shimin and covertly sent people to Qinghe. Although these noble families believed their actions to be sufficiently discreet, they did not evade the watchful gaze of Li Shimin. As early as the time of Prince Qin, Li Shimin had foreseen that the noble families would pose the greatest threat to imperial authority. Thus, he had dispatched numerous individuals to infiltrate these families as spies, and, of course, there were many eyes and ears from the noble families within the palace itself. Those greedy old clans of Longxi, despite my warnings, still ventured to Qinghe. In the Qiyun Hall, Li Shimin sat upon the dragon throne, visibly incensed upon receiving the latest reports. After all, the rise of the Tang dynasty had been significantly aided by the contributions of the Longxi Li family. Therefore, upon his ascension, Li Shimin had shown them considerable leniency, not only refraining from punishing them, but also bestowing great rewards upon them. This time, however, Li Shimin was quite adamant about preventing the Longxi Li family from traveling to Qinghe. The entire area was a crucial part of Li Daozhang's strategic layout, and anyone who ventured there would likely find themselves ensnared in a quagmire. Under such overwhelming temptation, it was not just the Longxi Li family that would be enticed. Even I, a mere minister, felt a stirring of desire. This indicated the remarkable success of Li Daozhang's plan. Just yesterday, Changsun Wuji had been reinstated to his former position, and even Qin Shubao and Chen Yaojin were en route to Chang'an. Significant events were imminent in Qinghe, and this was a pivotal moment for Li Shimin to utilize his personnel. As for Du Ruhui, in order to ensure that matters in Qinghe proceeded without a hitch, Li Shimin had decided to keep him stationed there. Indeed, such an expansive scheme has ensnared nearly all noble families and influential figures merely through the allure of wine. Such cunning leaves me feeling inadequate. For a long time, Li Shimin regarded himself as a formidable strategist, yet after witnessing Li Qin's masterful arrangement, he felt diminished. Realizing that his own vision was rather limited, There are always greater talents beyond one's own, and the ancients do not deceive me. In the aftermath of this event, even if the noble families do not face annihilation, their power will significantly wane, heralding the rise of the Tang dynasty. The next thought remained unspoken by Changsun Chong. Once the noble families pose no threat to the Tang, imperial authority will be irrevocably solidified. Such a sensitive matter rendered Changsun Wuji too apprehensive to voice it in the presence of Li Shimin. Furthermore, the myriad contributions of Daoist Li are so substantial that I find myself at a loss regarding how to reward him. Li Shimin wholeheartedly concurred with Changsun Wuji's assessment. Even if the noble families discern this as a stratagem, they will not cease their endeavors. Cui Bo, of the Cui family, has been experiencing a bittersweet existence. Ever since Nioer began managing their affairs, the family's coffers have been filled daily, elevating the Cui family's stature in a mere few days. However, such immense profit has incited envy among other noble families. Presently, the Wang family, the Bowling Cui family, the Fanyang Lu clan, the Zhao Junli family, and the Xingyang Zheng family have all gathered in the hall of the Cui family, demanding the secrets of Nioer's production. Even the Longxi Li clan, which has traditionally maintained a degree of distance from the noble families, has come seeking the coveted knowledge of Nioer. Cui Bo, we present you with two choices: either divulge the method of producing Nioer, or brace yourself for the collective wrath of the noble families. Additionally, before sunset today, release my son and provide me with 30 members of the Cui clan. I intend to personally break their legs. The enmity between adversaries is palpable, and Wang Jun wasted no time in launching his assault. Wang Jun, do not overstep your bounds. Nioer is the property of the Cui family. How dare you demand it, especially after the indignities you have heaped upon us? Are you seeking to provoke a conflict with the Cui family? Faced with Wang Jun, Cui Bo stood resolute. Having already offended the Wang family, any restraint now would only leave the Cui family vulnerable. Cui family patriarch. Such a thriving enterprise surely cannot be managed solely by your family. If you are willing to share half with the Zheng family, we could become allies. And any who would dare to challenge you must first reckon with us. At this opportune moment, the head of the Zheng family spoke up, asserting that aside from the Wang family and the Longxi Li clan, the Zheng family is the most powerful among the noble families. The Longxi Li clan benefits from Li Shimin's protection and is distanced from the Zheng family, thus presenting little conflict of interest. The Wang family, on the other hand, has always feared the Zheng family surpassing them, leading to their relentless suppression of Zheng. Now, with the Wang family attacking the Cui family, the Zheng family's involvement could not only curtail the Wang family's influence, but also secure the secrets of Nioer, accomplishing two goals with one action. Zheng family patriarch, your assertion is flawed. The Cui family, though situated in the modest Qinghe, possesses the remarkable Nioer. This is a clear case of talent and virtue not aligning with position, and it is precisely this predicament we now face. Cui Bo, we share a common ancestry. By virtue of our familial hierarchy, you ought to address me as uncle. Surrender Nioer, and thus the Cui family shall regain its status as the most formidable clan. The head of the Bowling Cui family stepped forth, his intentions transparently self-serving, gazing at Cui Bo as if to say, "My dear nephew, kindly hand over what is rightfully ours, and I assure you, your uncle will treat you well in return." I have never encountered such unabashed audacity. Cui family head. The prominence of the Longxi Li family is well established. By collaborating with us, you shall not only secure official protection, but also receive assistance in vanquishing your adversaries. The head of the Longxi Li family made a grand entrance, surveying the surroundings, and with just a single utterance, the atmosphere in the hall was ignited with palpable tension. Chapter 52, Generational Changes, not to mention the Wang family, the Cui family of Bowling, the Lu family of Fanyang, the Li family of Zhao County, and the Zheng family of Xingyang. Even Cui Bo would not dare to utter such reckless words. However, the situation of the Li family of Longxi is indeed a fact. On the surface, the Wang family appears to be the strongest among the aristocratic families, followed closely by the Zheng family, while the Li family of Longxi has remained in a secluded position, often abstaining from many conflicts. Nevertheless, they placed their bets when Li Yuan raised his banner. The Li family of Longxi risked their very existence to support him wholeheartedly. It is precisely for this reason that after the Tang dynasty unified the realm, the Li family of Longxi received favorable treatment. Since the ascension of Li Shimin, all the aristocratic families have faced varying degrees of suppression. Save for the Li family of Longxi, which not only escaped any form of oppression but also ensured that their members held significant positions in the court, a testament to the emperor's favor. While the other aristocratic families rely on the accumulated wealth of centuries, the Li family of Longxi is distinct. They possess both heritage and the emperor among their ranks. Even in their seclusion, No one dares to underestimate the strength of the Li family of Longxi, which emboldens the head of the family to make such audacious claims. Initially, regarding the production of Niu Air, Li Shimin had already given the Li family of Longxi a heads up. Once Niu Air entered the market, it would become a hot potato. However, upon witnessing the potential benefits, he was tempted. Securing Niu Air would ensure the Li family's legacy for another millennium. The head of the Li family spoke with reason. However, the method of crafting Niu Air was indeed unknown to the Cui family. This matter would rely heavily on the close relationship between my younger sister, Cui Yingying, and Daoist Li. If the Li family were to collaborate with the Cui family, a steady supply of Niu Air would be guaranteed. Even if they doubted me, they must trust Daoist Li. The phrase close relationship was emphasized by Cui Bo, as if to convey to the others that the Cui family had the backing of Daoist Li. Anyone contemplating an attack on the Cui family should think twice. The words of the head of the Li family prompted Cui Bo to reflect deeply. The market of the realm is vast, and Niu Air represents a substantial opportunity that the Cui family alone cannot hope to seize. As the saying goes, when the wall collapses, everyone pushes. The gathering of the 6 major aristocratic families at Qinghe is merely the beginning. Once the smaller families join in, the Cui family would be unable to withstand the onslaught, with annihilation as their only fate. In contrast, the Li family, backed by the Tang dynasty, harbors no fear of such threats. Collaborating with them is indeed the wisest choice. Since the head of the Cui family has spoken thus, I shall not press further. We will proceed as you suggest. However, such a remarkable product as Niu Air cannot remain in the hands of others indefinitely. This statement was uttered by the head of the Li family through gritted teeth, as an unnameable anger surged within him. Of course, this ire was not directed at the Cui family, but rather at Li Chen. For a long time, the greatest support for the Tang dynasty has been the Li family. During Li Yuan's reign, many matters required their approval. However, with the emergence of Daoist Li and the ascension of Li Shimin, circumstances have taken a turn. In a brief span, under the deft maneuvers of Daoist Li, not only has Li Shimin solidified his grip on the realm, but he has also gradually diminished the influence of their aristocratic families. The aspirations of the Longxi Li clan were swiftly dashed. They had envisioned that with Li Shimin's ascension to the throne being recent and his foundation precarious, this would be an opportune moment to offer their assistance, thereby securing a measure of control over the Tang dynasty. However, the formidable presence of an unexpected rival thwarted all their plans. Not only did Li Shimin dismiss their support, but he also turned the tables, compelling the entirety of the Longxi Li clan to heed his commands. This turn of events left the Longxi aristocracy in a state of discontent, having toiled and strategized through several dynasties, only to witness their hard-won success evaporate, thwarted by an unforeseen adversary. Li family, Cui family, are you truly prepared to stand against all the noble clans? Seeing the alliance forged between the Li and Cui families, Wang Jun's countenance turned a shade of green with fury. Such a development jeopardized the plans of his lineage. Your assertion is flawed, retorted the head of the Zheng clan. We have long been allies with the Cui family. In terms of lineage, I am even related by marriage to their patriarch. Rest assured, the Zheng family will always align with the Cui family. The adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend resonated deeply among the noble clans. Anything that could undermine the Wang family would be met with the Zheng family's intervention. My cousin speaks wisely. You need not worry, for the Cui family shall ensure that my cousin does not suffer losses. We have provided the esteemed Niu heir of Xingyang to the Zheng family, and in return, my cousin need only grant me a share of the profits. With the backing of the Li and Zheng families, the Cui family felt emboldened, unperturbed by the prospect of facing the collective might of the noble clans. In this moment, Cui Bo delightedly acknowledged his kinship, his heart brimming with joy. What a remarkable Li family, the Qinghe branch, and the Zheng family. We, the Bowling Cui clan, are the true heirs. Allow me to personally cleanse our ranks, lest the Qinghe branch tarnish the reputation of my esteemed family. The Bowling Cui clan was the first to choose sides. Both clans shared a common ancestry, and since their separation, they had consistently kept the Qinghe faction in check. Yet, the sudden emergence of Niu heir disrupted this delicate balance, an occurrence they had not anticipated. The Cui patriarch speaks truthfully. While the Li clan may have originated from Longxi, it is our Zhao County that embodies the true essence of the Li legacy. Such families ought not to exist in this world. The head of the Zhao County Li clan, unwilling to yield, maintained that the legitimacy of the Li family had always resided in Longxi, a contention that had long irked them, particularly as the Longxi Li clan had risen amidst chaos, breeding envy. I concur with the Lu family. I am keen to observe how the 3 families intend to resist the might of the noble clans. The previously silent head of the Lu family chose to align with the Wang faction. The Liu family's survival and ascendance to prominence stemmed from their policy of non-contention and avoidance of needless enmity. Their adherence to the principle of non-aggression allowed them to flourish. However, amid the current upheaval among the noble families, failing to take a stand could either lead to their overtaking or their annihilation. After careful consideration, the Liu patriarch resolved to side with the Wang family. Despite the strength of the Cui family, they were merely 3 families. How could they contend with the entirety of the noble clans? Even with the backing of Daoist Li and Li Shimin, it seemed implausible. After all, the realm still belonged to the noble families, and the not yet extinguished Sui dynasty served as a prime example of this enduring reality. Had it not been for the ire of the noble clans, with the intellect of Emperor Yang of Sui, he undoubtedly could have become a commendable sovereign. However, the what-ifs hold no weight in this reality. Very well, since that is the case, whatever you intend to pursue, come forth. The Cui family shall accept the challenge. Even in the face of the 4 eminent families and the myriad lesser clans, Cui Bo harbored no trepidation whatsoever. Neither did the heads of the Li and Zheng families exhibit the slightest fear, for they held in their grasp the most lucrative asset, Niu Air. As long as Niu Air remained under their control, it would not take long before their power surged to unprecedented heights. At that juncture, what would the noble family signify? Chapter 53. Wishing that grandfather is well in Chang'an, the laughter of Li Shimin resonated throughout the entire palace. Ever since the news from Qinghe arrived, his mirth had been unceasing, and he regarded everyone with a benevolent demeanor. Even the eunuchs found themselves unexpectedly prosperous every time Li Shimin laid eyes on them. Regardless of their actions, they received generous rewards. Such extravagance was undeniable. In just over 10 days, the dividends from Niu Air had significantly bolstered the state treasury. Now, even the impending threat from the Turks seemed trivial to Li Shimin. After all, wealth afforded him the luxury of caprice and the freedom to bestow rewards at will. The aristocracy, while profiting the palace, engaged in conflicts that gradually diminished their power. Such serendipity was something Li Shimin believed he would never encounter again. Ultimately, his heart echoed a singular thought: prosperity had arrived. Indeed, he had struck it rich beyond measure. If Li Shimin was elated, then Li Chen's joy was even greater. The quality of life within the Daoist temple had undergone a remarkable transformation. The influx of donations was substantial, and the daily dividends were plentiful. Most importantly, he found himself earning profits effortlessly, merely reclining and reaping the rewards. "Master, what has brought you such delight?" Iron Bull inquired curiously, observing Li Chun diligently tending to the fields in the backyard. Recently, Iron Bull had noticed his master had developed an unexpected fondness for agriculture, cultivating several varieties of rice in a single plot. This perplexity left him bewildered, uncertain of his master's true intentions behind this newfound happiness. "Iron Bull, you may not comprehend. I am considering the well-being of the people of the Tang dynasty. A certain grandfather Yuan once imparted to me a method for hybrid rice cultivation in a dream. I am currently developing the seeds, and once successful, the grain yield of the Tang dynasty will rise dramatically each year. This endeavor is of utmost importance, and you must keep it a secret." Since Niu Air's rise to fame, Li Chun felt it was time to preserve his reputation, for he could not be seen as a mere and scrupulous merchant. Initially, he had aspired to leverage Niu Air's success to enter the court. However, that path was now closed to him, and he resolved to focus on enhancing the people's livelihoods while also generating income. Thus, Li Chen contemplated hybrid rice. Recalling the figure of Grandfather Yuan, the individual who ensured that the world was fed, he wondered how Grandfather Yuan fared in another realm, hoping fervently that he was well and would forever reside in the hearts of humanity. "Master, is what you say truly so? Does such rice exist?" Iron Bull exclaimed with excitement. Born amidst the ravages of war, he had witnessed countless individuals surrender their dignity for mere sustenance. The thought of those who resorted to gnawing tree bark or engaging in cannibalism weighed heavily on his heart. "Iron Bull, do you think I jest?" With that, Iron Bull fell to his knees. "Master, on behalf of the common folk, I thank you. With you here, the people can enjoy a better life." The reverence that Tai Nyo holds for his master is beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. This man has devoted his heart and soul to the well-being of the Tang dynasty, not only solidifying its foundations, but also aspiring to provide the populace with a stable and nourishing existence. Shouldn't this be the duty of a master? It matters not. What is taken from the people must be returned to the people. Without the common folk, there would be no Tang dynasty, and our lives would not be so secure. Therefore, remember, Tai Nyo, that at all times, the welfare of the people must come first. In a single phrase, Li Chun elevated the atmosphere to unprecedented heights, causing Tai Nyo's eyes to sparkle with wonder. "As your disciple, I shall heed your words, master. Rest assured, I will take it upon myself to serve the people. With this declaration, Tainyo solidified his aspirations. Previously, he had remained at the temple solely to hone his martial skills, awed and respected by his master's formidable prowess. However, Li Chen's recent words illuminated a new understanding within him. Tainyo had mistakenly believed himself invincible since mastering military boxing, entertaining thoughts of venturing beyond the temple. Yet now, he realized he had been limiting his vision, confined to a narrow perspective. Indeed, he is the son of a Duke of the Tang, a disciple of Li Chen. To remain here merely for personal strength would betray his master's earnest intentions. Pray tell, master, what is the name of this rice? Gazing at the rice, Tainyo felt a flicker of hope. If his master were to succeed, it would herald a great flourishing for the realm. This is Yuan's rice, Li Chen declared resolutely, his thoughts drifting to the venerable old man, filling his heart with gratitude. Although the Tang dynasty may be unaware of grandfather Yuan, his extraordinary contributions are not to be claimed by Li Chen. He merely serves as the harbinger of hybrid rice in the Tang. He aims to ensure that the name of grandfather Yuan resounds throughout time and echoes in the heavens, for he is a figure deserving of eternal gratitude. Tainyo etched the name of Yuan into his memory. Without grandfather Yuan, his master would have never known of this rice. A promising disciple indeed. Li Chen felt immense satisfaction with Tainyo's growth. He had transformed significantly during this time. No longer was he the Navi youth who first ascended the mountain. Under Li Chen's guidance, a glimmer of intelligence now sparkled in Tainyo's gaze. He had begun to form his own thoughts, cultivate his own ideas, and even develop his own wisdom, something he had previously lacked. Wisdom was precisely what Tainyo had been deficient in. During their ventures to sell goods, Li Chen often chastised him for his inability to negotiate effectively. However, as Tainyo faced these criticisms, his eloquence and acumen gradually improved. Initially, he did not comprehend his master's sincere intentions, believing him to be overly meticulous. Yet, upon successfully haggling, the joy and thrill of exercising his intellect exhilarated Tainyo profoundly. The trials of daily life served to forge a person's character, a lesson Tainyo learned through his diligent labor. Indeed, Tainyo, you must make a trip to Qinghe. Chong-er has just written to inform me that Miss Chui's dividend has been delivered to me. Considering Chong-er's physique, he is unlikely to carry such a considerable sum of silver. Therefore, I implore you to take a few individuals with you to retrieve the silver. The dividends from Chang'an are dispatched daily by Long Sun Wuji. However, Qinghe is quite distant, and Li Chen fears unforeseen circumstances may arise. After much contemplation, it seems the only solution is for you, Tainyo, to undertake this journey personally. It matters not if you must labor a few extra days. Ultimately, nothing is more paramount than securing the funds. Tainyo understands and assures that he will ensure nothing untoward occurs in Qinghe, so please rest assured, Master. Chapter 54. Awaiting the bloom of Chang'an flowers upon receiving his orders and descending from the mountain. Iron Bull's first course of action was to present himself before Emperor Li Shimin in the imperial palace. Iron Bull, are your words truly sincere? Upon hearing Iron Bull's report, Li Shimin's brush slipped from his grasp, and he gazed intently at Iron Bull, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Your Majesty, I would not dare to conceal anything. Every word is directly imparted from my master. In the presence of Li Shimin, Iron Bull no longer felt the former trepidation, responding with a demeanor of measured confidence. This newfound assurance did not escape Li Shimin's notice. In Iron Bull, he perceived a semblance of Li Chen, self-assured and composed. Heaven bless our great Tang. If this truly comes to fruition, I shall ascend as a timeless sovereign, and the entirety of Huaxiao will undergo a profound transformation. Li Shimin was acutely aware that should Daoist Li succeed, it would herald a qualitative change for the common people and the Tang dynasty. Iron Bull, since Daoist Li has sent you to Qinghe, it signifies that something significant is about to unfold there. I shall entrust you with my elite guard, a covert force of the utmost skill, each a master in their own right, with the authority to act swiftly. You must ensure that Miss Chui remains unharmed. After regaining his composure, Li Shimin addressed Iron Bull, recognizing that every step and utterance from Daoist Li was laden with intent. The decision to send Iron Bull to Qinghe at this juncture was clearly prescient. Your Majesty, these are merely petty ruffians. I alone am sufficient to handle them without burdening your guard. Iron Bull knew of this small squad, which represented the greatest assurance of safety for the Emperor. To remove them would significantly endanger Li Shimin's security. Furthermore, with his current prowess, few could match him. The aristocracy had long relied on culture and commerce. With adversaries like Song Ju being mere trifles he could easily surpass. Thus, Iron Bull felt no fear. My mind is made up. Do not hesitate, Iron Bull. You shall take them with you. Li Shimon's insistence stemmed from his strategic intent. He wished to demonstrate his resolve to the world and to Daoist Li. As events unfolded, Li Shimon found himself increasingly in awe of Daoist Li, yet concurrently wary. Upon learning about Grandpa Yuan's rice cultivation, he resolved to keep Daoist Li firmly within his grasp, recognizing that such talent could achieve monumental accomplishments for the Tang dynasty. I shall obey your command. Iron Bull departed, accompanied by Li Shimon's most elite guards, ensuring utmost discretion for the emperor's safety, with scarcely anyone being aware of the matter. As Iron Bull left Chang'an, his father, Cheng Yaojin, and Qin Xiong returned from the northern desert. Upon arriving in Chang'an, they did not seek an immediate audience with the emperor, but instead proceeded to Qingfeng Temple, leaving a letter for Li Shimon. Your Majesty, we intend to visit Qifeng Temple to request a matter of Daoist Li. Should it succeed, the Tang dynasty will gain 2 more pillars of strength. Upon reading the letter, Li Shimon smiled. My 2 royal brothers are indeed determined individuals. If this endeavor bears fruit, the strength of the Tang will undoubtedly increase manifold. At the serene Qingfeng Temple, Li Chun felt a tightening at the back of his mind as he maintained a respectful distance from Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin. He had yet to forget the peculiar predilections of Master Sun and this particular financier, while Master Sun was somewhat restrained. This wealthy patron was an unabashed representative of the open-minded Tang dynasty. Had it not been for his sharp tongue during their last encounter, he would likely have fallen victim to this patron's insatiable grasp. Disturbingly, this beast had brought along 2 young boys, who, though not as handsome as himself, were still quite pleasing to the eye. Li Daozhong, I extend my respects. I have come with a request, Qin Xiong declared, his face lighting up at the sight of Li Qin. He was determined to have Qin Huaiyu apprentice under Li Qin. Revered Qin, I am aware of the matter you speak of. However, such significant affairs are entirely contingent on fate. If we are devoid of such fortune, I must kindly ask you to excuse me, Li Chun replied with utmost politeness, though internally he cursed the man repeatedly, viewing him as a beast fixated on his attention. When Miss Chui was more than sufficient, rather than indulging in such frivolities. Sighing at Li Qin's words, Qin Xiong lamented the effort he had expended to reach Qinghe. Otherwise, his son would never have the chance to study under Li Daohong. Initially, he had hoped for Qin Huaiyu to apprentice with Li Jing. Yet after witnessing the transformations of Tai Niu and Chang Sun Chong, that notion swiftly faded. With such a formidable Li Daozhong in their midst, who would still aspire to study under Li Jing? Ultimately, he might even surpass himself. Li Qin had anticipated that Qin would acquiesce. Yet he produced a letter and presented it to him. Cautiously, Li Qin opened the envelope, revealing a picturesque scene captured in elegantly crafted calligraphy. Dear brother, since my return home, Ying thinks of you daily and dreams of you nightly. Yet, the mountains are high and the waters long. The paper is thin, yet emotions run deep. Ying is unable to express her feelings and only hopes to resolve her family matters swiftly, so she can be by your side, sharing heartfelt conversations. Elder Qin and Elder Du have shown kindness to Ying, and I boldly ask that you take their son as your disciple. When the flowers bloom in Chang'an, it shall be the day of Ying's return. Upon reading this letter, Li Chun felt invigorated. Brother, yearning. The brevity of the paper belies the depth of emotion. Could it be that Miss Chui penned a love letter? Since learning of Li Qin's actions on her behalf, Chui Ying had cast aside her feminine reserve. Not only had her address towards Li Qin changed, but she had also come to regard Qingfeng Temple as her home, signifying her intent to return. In this society, the notion of return held profound significance, and it filled Li Chun with joy. Nonetheless, he was still a Daoist and must maintain his facade. Since it is Ying's recommendation, I shall accept them as disciples, he declared. This shift in his address towards Chui Ying caught the attention of Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin, their eyes brightening with realization. Qin Xiong felt an overwhelming sense of relief. It seemed his wager had paid off. Indeed, throughout the realm, it appeared that Miss Chui was the Achilles heel of Li Daozhong. Thank you, Li Daozhong. Huaiyu Zio. Bow and pay your respects to your master swiftly. The most exhilarating moment was undoubtedly for Qin Xiong. It was a long-awaited occasion that had finally come to fruition. His disciple, Qin Huaiyu, along with another disciple, Du Zio, humbly presented themselves before their master. Qin Huaiyu, your father is. Upon hearing that familiar name, Li Qin's body trembled. Qin Huaiyu is indeed the son of Qin Shubao. How could such fortuity befall him? I respectfully inform you, master, that he is indeed my father, Qin Huaiyu replied, somewhat perplexed as to why his master would pose such a question. Casting a glance at Master Qin and pondering his mountainous burdens, Li Qin's countenance darkened. It seemed that such fortunate events would not grace him, and he had not anticipated that the great Tang dynasty harbored individuals with the same names. Chapter 55. The frantic Wang Jin in Qinghe County. Following the reunion of the 7 great families, the region has emerged as the epicenter of the Tang dynasty's resurgence. Upon returning to their respective clans, the Wang, Zheng, Zhao, and Cui families promptly rallied all noble houses against the Li family of Longxi, the Zheng family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Qinghe. The emergence of Niuer shattered the tranquility of the Tang marketplace, inciting jealousy among all clans towards these 3 families. Even without the 4 family summons, they would have sought to blockade the enterprises of the 3. In an instant, the industries of the Li, Zheng, and Cui families found themselves on the brink of collapse, with the potential of their members being unable to return home. However, the 3 families were not to be underestimated. Having thrived for countless years, they possessed their own minor clans, employing similar tactics against the 4. Most crucially, due to Niuer's influence, nearly all industries in Chang'an had been monopolized by them. The profits brought in by Niuer continued to swell daily, bolstering their confidence significantly. Although they faced the evaporation of numerous industries, the presence of Niuer served as their greatest assurance. In stark contrast, the 4 families genuinely suffered a decline in their enterprises, devoid of any substantial resources for recovery. The 3 families believed that as long as this trend persisted, the 4 would ultimately falter, and once their fortunes were depleted, it would herald the rise of the 3. With Niuer's presence, they were assured that their struggles would not lead to significant setbacks. When the 4 families could no longer endure, they would swiftly seize control over all markets using the wealth amassed through Niuer. At that point, only 3 families would reign supreme, their power far eclipsing that of all other clans combined, making even Li Shimin unable to intervene. Though they were aware that this was merely a ploy by Li Shimin and Li Daozhang to contend with the noble houses, the Cui family remained undaunted. After all, Cui Yingying was one of their own. As long as they could keep her under their influence, Li Daozhang would be compelled to provide them with Niuer. It was no secret that Li Daozhang harbored feelings for Cui Yingying, even willing to forsake everything for her, which served as their source of confidence. Regardless of the circumstances, Cui Yingying belonged to the Cui family, and the education of noble families emphasized that all matters should prioritize the clan above all else. Cui Bo held unwavering confidence in this principle, believing that Cui Yingying would never abandon her family. In his view, this conviction was deeply ingrained. How infuriating it was that Niuer was on the verge of marrying Cui Yingying, while he, a mere commoner, could only watch in dismay. In a certain brothel in Qinghe County, after being redeemed by his father, Wang Jin was consumed with resentment, vowing to win over Cui Yingying. Young master, currently, Li Daozhang is at the zenith of his power. With the emperor as his backing and the support of the 3 great families, we stand no chance against him. Perhaps we should return to our clan with your attributes. There is no woman in the world you cannot win. Upon the demise of his loyal subordinate, Wang Jun appointed a new lackey for his son, temporarily referred to as the new lackey. What did you just say? Who am I? I am Wang Jin, the future master of the prestigious Wang family. He is merely the son of a lesser man. Why should he dare to vie for a woman with me? This matter cannot be left unresolved. Wang Jin seethed with anger, having always held himself in high esteem, believing no one could defy his will nor surpass him in excellence. However, the emergence of Li Chun altered everything. Ever since the turmoil at Qingfeng Temple incited by Iron Bull, the dynamics shifted drastically. He, Wang Jin, the favored son of heaven, believed that all in the world should rightfully belong to him. What significance did a mere son of a lesser man hold? Songju, come forth. At this moment, Wang Jin had completely lost his composure, consumed by a singular thought. If he could not possess Cui Yingying, then he would ensure her destruction. For he could not allow Li Qin to gain an advantage. Young master, what are your commands? Wang Jun had left Songju behind, as Qinghe had become a perilous place for the Wang family, where Wang Jin might encounter danger at any moment. Wang Jun treasured this son immensely, fearing for his safety. I recall you have a cadre of skilled individuals at your disposal. As long as the payment is sufficient, they can accomplish anything. Wang Jin clenched the arm of the woman beside him, his eyes aflame with rage. Indeed, young master, they are men of the underworld, nameless and faceless. For the right price, they will dare to undertake any task, no matter the foe. Songju replied candidly, knowing that in the eyes of the Wang family, he was but a dog, bound to obey. Here is 10,000 taels of silver. Gather them all for me and ensure that Cui Yingying is brought here tonight. Once I have had my way with her, I will purchase her afterward, Wang Jin declared through gritted teeth, his heart brimming with fury towards Cui Yingying. In his view, her association with Daoist Li constituted a betrayal, a transgression Wang Jin could not abide. Young master, please reconsider. We are currently in Qinghe. and the Wang family is embroiled in conflict with the Cui family. Should we proceed with this plan, we would undoubtedly find ourselves in a precarious situation. Upon hearing this, Songju was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a reckless decision from his master. Songju, is there anything you can advise me on? Do not forget that you are but a dog of the Wang family. As a dog, your only duty is to obey. Wang Jin kicked Songju, having previously respected him solely due to his martial prowess. However, the fact that he could not even best a junior rendered him unworthy of such respect. Yes, young master. I shall do as you command. Although resentment filled his heart, Songju dared not show any defiance. Having spent so long within the family, he had long since lost the spirit of a wanderer and lacked the courage to break free from the family's grasp. All he could do was submit. Songju, you have been in the Wang family for many years. You should know my temperament. This matter must remain a secret, especially from my father. Should he become aware, you know all the consequences that would ensue. Originally intending to report to the head of the family, Songju was taken aback. He was well aware of Wang Jin's methods. If he were to divulge information to Wang Jun, he would likely find himself without a place in the world. Yes, young master, this servant understands. Songju humbled himself, completely regarding himself as a mere hound of the Wang family. Compared to the brutal conflicts of the martial world, at least within the Wang household, he found some semblance of security. Humph, the nature of a dog remains unchanged. Wang Jin let out a cold laugh, gazing into the distance. Li Chun, Cui Yingying, you two claim to share a deep bond, but soon you shall witness the extent of my capabilities. Cui Yingying must be mine. Chapter 56. Do you know the depth of my yearning? The fragrant dance skirts warm with the essence of gold, as the painted beams converse with startled swallows, disrupting my lingering dreams. Outside the door, willow blossoms flutter, yet my beloved has yet to return. For Cui Yingying, the clear river is undeniably a prison. At this moment, she yearns for the swift passage of the month, for with the return of spring, she can depart this place and journey to Chang'an. I linger in the sorrowful clear river, while you dwell on the northern path of Chang'an, reflects Cui Yingying's current sentiments. Li Chun, this unparalleled and graceful gentleman, has completely captivated her world. Master, I have just calculated that Neo Air's current earnings have long surpassed 10,000 taels of silver. You need not worry about family matters, Long Sun Chong remarked, observing Cui Yingying lost in her thoughts. Recognizing the distinction between men and women, he understood the need to maintain a respectful distance. However, to Cui Yingying, he regarded her as a revered elder, second only to his master and the emperor, and thus felt unencumbered by societal conventions. Chong'er, when will the flowers bloom in Chang'an? Cui Yingying had grown accustomed to Long Sun Chong's demeanor towards her. Her heart was solely occupied with thoughts of Li Chun. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. Previously, she did not grasp the meaning of this saying, but now it resonates deeply within her. The flowers in northern Chang'an have yet to bloom. Do you understand the depth of my yearning? Oh, what a scene beneath the flowers and moonlight. What a profound yearning. Alas, in the harsh grip of winter, Miss Cui fears she may only know longing in this lifetime. At that moment, a group of men in black burst into the courtyard, swords drawn and aimed at Cui Yingying. Who are you? Do you comprehend our identities? Seeing these intruders, Long Sun Chong positioned himself protectively in front of Cui Yingying. As a second-rate master, he realized their approach went unnoticed, indicating their lack of skill. Young Master Long Sun, we mean you no harm. If you step aside now, we may spare your life, declared Songju, the leader of the group, who had come to abduct Cui Yingying. Long Sun Chong's sensitive status made him a potential source of trouble. Songju preferred to avoid complications. My master is in danger. I vow to protect her with my life. If you wish to harm her, you shall first tread over my corpse. Despite knowing he was outmatched, Long Sun Chong felt no fear. If he could not even protect his master, what face would he have to meet his own teacher? Indeed, the son raised by Long Sun Wude is a tough bone. In that case, you shall perish. Songju, sensing the fierceness, dared not underestimate him. His group charged forward, a flicker of fear lingering in their hearts regarding Li Chen's disciple. Master, flee quickly towards the warehouse. Long Sun Chong urged Cui Yingying, knowing they were outnumbered. There are 200 elite soldiers of Qing Yaojin and Qin Qiong in the warehouse. Even 20 top-tier experts would not stand a chance against them. If anything were to happen to my disciple because of me, how could I ever face him? Thus, Yingying would rather perish. Since you are here for me, let Chong'er go, and I will accompany you. Cui Yingying exhibited no fear. They were merely insignificant ruffians, unworthy of concern. She did not wish for the misfortune of her beloved's disciple to arise because of her. Very well, if that is the case, let him be spared. In just a single exchange, Songju and his formidable companions had already brought Chong Sun Chong to his knees, not due to Chong Sun Chong's weakness, but rather the overwhelming strength of their adversaries. These individuals were all elite masters of the underworld, seasoned in the art of survival, each strike a lethal maneuver. The only reason Changsun Chong remained alive was that Song Ju refrained from provoking Changsun Wuji beyond measure. Stop! You must cease this at once. Changsun Chong bellowed as he witnessed Song Ju and his cohorts encroaching upon Cui Yingying. He felt utterly powerless to protect his master's wife. How could he ever face his master thereafter? Miss Cui, please accompany us. I assure you, if you cooperate, no harm shall come to you. Without hesitation, Song Ju struck down, rendering Changsun Chong temporarily incapable of resistance. As Cui Yingying was on the verge of being taken away, regret washed over Changsun Chong for not dedicating himself to martial training, believing that had he done so, his master would be safe. Fear not, my master and junior brother, for Iron Bull has arrived. At this critical juncture, Iron Bull arrived just in time. Upon seeing Changsun Chong injured and Cui Yingying abducted, a surge of fury consumed him. What brings you here? Upon the sight of Iron Bull, Song Ju's heart sank. The one he feared most was not Li Chun or the members of the Wang family, but the imposing figure of Iron Bull before him. The last time, Iron Bull had struck him with such force that it had left a lingering fear within. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Ju placed his blade against Cui Yingying's throat. Do not approach. One more step, and I shall take her life. If I cannot escape, we shall perish together. Panic gripped Song Ju. Although he led a cadre of 10 top-tier masters, Iron Bull was acutely aware that these experts were wholly inadequate in the face of his prowess. As one who had previously felt the sting of Iron Bull's club, no one understood his strength better than he. It was evident that, should Iron Bull strike, few would survive. Humph. Such a cowardly act, Song Ju. It is a disgrace to your reputation as the renowned Southern Blade, to resort to holding a woman hostage for your own survival. Iron Bull scoffed, his disdain evident. His approach was always bold and audacious, detesting such petty tactics. What Southern Blade, Song Ju? I do not comprehend your words. Realizing that Iron Bull had unveiled his identity, Song Ju's panic escalated. He understood the dire consequences should this situation be revealed. Cui Yingying's fate was intertwined with the future of the Cui family. If exposed, the family would not hesitate to exact vengeance upon him. Though the Wang family and the Cui family were currently adversaries, their conflict had not escalated to a point of mutual annihilation. Thus, if the Cui family were to pursue his demise, the Wang family would undoubtedly abandon him. Above all, Song Ju feared the royal influence. It was well known throughout the realm how pivotal Li Chen was to Li Shimin. The audacity of attempting to seize Li Chen's woman would surely invoke the wrath of the emperor himself. It is said that the emperor commands a guard of over 200 men, each an unparalleled master in their own right. In their presence, even many top-tier experts would choose to retreat. Song Ju can assure that upon learning of this matter, Li Shimin will undoubtedly dispatch this formidable force. Even a fraction of them would render him, Song Ju, utterly powerless. Song Ju, you need not conceal yourself any longer. Though I, Iron Bull, may be somewhat simple-minded, I can remember the shape of a blade once seen. The last time at Qingfeng Temple, it was indeed that very knife you wielded. Release my master's wife, and I shall ensure your remains are intact, Iron Bull declared furiously, brandishing his iron rod. His junior brother lay grievously injured, and their master's wife had narrowly escaped abduction. When has Qingfeng Temple ever faced such calamity? Chapter 57. The imperial envoy of absolute authority. The utterance of Tai Nyo instilled a profound sense of dread within Song Ju. Even if he were to escape tonight, he knew there would be no sanctuary for him in the realm. As for silencing witnesses, he was acutely aware that with Tai Nyo's arrival, any power he once held to do so had dissipated. Ultimately, death was inevitable. He resolved to pull her down with him. In his desperation, a fierce glint appeared in Song Ju's eyes as he gazed at Cui Yingying. Tell him for me, Yingying is his in life, and his ghost in death. Farewell, Li Chun. Cui Yingying closed her eyes in despair, her heart heavy with regret. The blossoms of Chang'an's north had yet to bloom, and they had not yet met. However, after what felt like an eternity, she felt no pain at her neck, but instead, a piercing scream echoed in the air. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Song Ju writhing on the ground in agony, his eyes filled with boundless terror. Impossible. This cannot be. 200 shadow guards. How could it be you? Before he could react, 200 elite warriors, clad in dark attire, brandishing curved blades, bows, and concealed arrows, surrounded him, plunging their arrows into his hand. Forgive us, Miss Cui, we arrived late to protect you. Once all the rabble had been cleared away, the 200 shadow guards knelt before Cui Yingying, their hearts brimming with trepidation. Before their departure, His Majesty had instructed them that her command was tantamount to his own, and should any harm befall her, they would bear the consequences. Faced with such a scene, Cui Yingying was momentarily rendered speechless with shock. Master deduced that you might encounter unforeseen peril, thus dispatching Tai Nyo to safeguard you. As for these individuals, they comprise His Majesty's most elite guard, entrusted to accompany Tai Nyo in your protection. Cui Yingying had never witnessed such a sanguinary tableau. Understanding that she might be overwhelmed, Tai Nyo promptly ordered the shadow guards to cleanse the area and remain concealed, ready for action. Goodness, is this the legendary battalion? Most astonished was Chang Sun Chong, for he had only ever heard tales of this unit but had never laid eyes upon it. Even his father, who had served Li Shimin for so long, had merely heard whispers. Today, Chang Sun Chong finally beheld the most enigmatic force of the Tang dynasty, a battalion rumored to be composed of souls from the netherworld. In an earlier siege in Luoyang, when Li Shimin's life hung in the balance, this very unit had surged forth, annihilating over 10,000 foes in mere moments. After this event, the battalion's renown soared. Yet they vanished from sight as if they had never existed. Chonger, I urged you to train with me daily. Now you see the benefits of martial prowess. Observing the wounded Chang Sun Chong, Tai Nyo teased him, fully aware of his comrade's physical capabilities. This injury was hardly significant. Tai Nyo, do not divert the topic. This is indeed the Shadow Guard, is it not? When it comes to the most enigmatic unit under Li Shimin's command, it is impossible not to feel a sense of curiosity. When Chang Sun Chong first encountered them, he was profoundly captivated. Indeed, they now fall under my command, boasted Tiniyu with pride. Apart from Li Shimin, he was the second person capable of directing the Shadow Guard. Could it be? Upon hearing this, Chang Sun Chong's face was etched with concern. The significance of the Shadow Guard for His Majesty's safety indicated that the situation in Qinghe was far worse than he had anticipated. Not only in Qinghe, but also in Chang'an, there were turbulent undercurrents. Various factions, including the powerful families, the Northern Desert, the Turks, and those from Liaodong, had dispatched spies. His master had indeed shown foresight in sending him here. Otherwise, both he and his master's wife would truly be in peril, and the entire plan would be thrown into disarray. If something were to happen to Cui Yingying, the Cui family would perceive a severance of their connection with his master. At that point, if a drastic measure were taken, the plan would be abandoned. The aristocracy sought nothing more than balance. Should the elements that disrupt this equilibrium vanish, there would be no need for them to turn against one another. This was a truth the powerful families grasped acutely. The Cui family's audacity stemmed from the relationship between Cui Yingying and Li Chun. As long as Cui Yingying remained a member of the Cui family, they would have faith in Li Chun. Truly, the aristocracy was formidable. This strategy of undermining from within was indeed powerful. Chang Sun Chong reflected deeply upon this realization and began to introspect. Since joining the Qingfeng Temple, he had considered himself unparalleled in intellect, second only to his master. Through this incident, Chang Sun Chong matured significantly. He could hardly fathom how he would face his master or His Majesty if his master's wife were to encounter trouble that very night. It was likely that his master had already perceived this. The reason for sending him to Qinghe was not only to protect his master's wife, but also to hone his own skills. As for the aristocracy, should they dare to threaten his master and his master's wife, their existence would become obsolete. After escorting Cui Yingying back to her chamber, Tiniyu ordered 100 men to conceal themselves, providing continuous protection for her. As for him, it was time to settle some scores. The Qifeng Temple had never been one to be trifled with. On a moonless night, where the winds howled and darkness reigned, it was also an opportune time for nefarious deeds. Since Song Ju departed, Wang Jin had dismissed the women who had previously accompanied him. He needed to conserve his strength to fully relish the night ahead. However, as the clock struck the third watch, Song Ju had yet to return, instilling within Wang Jin a sense of foreboding. Just as he prepared to leave Qinghe, a corpse was suddenly hurled through the window. It was Song Ju. This very corpse belonged to Song Ju himself. With Du Ruhui stationed in Qinghe County, uncovering the identity of the instigator would be exceedingly simple. Upon hearing that Cui Yingying had nearly been abducted, Du Ruhui was nearly rendered unconscious by shock. Earlier that day, he had received an urgent message from his wife. And after reading Miss Chui's letter, Daoist Li had unhesitatingly accepted Qingyu and his own son as disciples. Du Ruhui was contemplating how to express his gratitude to Miss Chui when the night nearly took a perilous turn. Upon learning that this affair was orchestrated by Wang Jin, Du Ruhui immediately summoned his loyal guards, preparing to bring Wang Jin to justice. However, before he could depart, he was halted by Iron Bull, particularly taken aback by the presence of the hidden guards among the shadows. It was astonishing to realize how highly the emperor regarded Daoist Li, to the extent of mobilizing this formidable force merely to safeguard the woman of Daoist Li. Each member of this unit possessed the authority to act freely without prior approval. And importantly, regardless of the aftermath, they were all deemed innocent. As their current commander, Iron Bull similarly wielded this power. Observing Iron Bull's furious stride towards East Street, Du Ruhui understood that Wang Jin's fate was sealed. Moreover, should Wang Jun seek vengeance for Wang Jin, the entire Wang family would inevitably face ruin. Chapter 58. The End of Lineage. Wang Jin, your journey has reached its conclusion. Without granting Wang Jin a moment for contemplation, Tainyo emerged from the shadows. His expression icy. Sheng Tainyo. Upon seeing Tainyo appear, Wang Jin was paralyzed with terror. The memory of the near-fatal encounter at Qingfeng Temple still vivid in his mind. Wang Jin, you should never have laid eyes on my master's wife. Had it not been for my master's foresight, I would never forgive myself for this transgression. As he spoke, the bodies of the underground experts who had accompanied Song Ju to the shop began to fall, one after another, through the windows, doors, and rooftops. Having lived a life of luxury, Wang Jin had never encountered such a scene and was utterly terrified. Grandfather Cheng, I implore you, spare my life. I will grant you anything you desire if you allow me to live. In the face of death, all notions of family honor and status seemed insignificant. Wang Jin, desperate to survive, knelt before Cheng Tainyo, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Anything can be arranged, can it? Tainyo sneered, contemptuously regarding the so-called scion of a noble family, lacking any semblance of dignity. I will do anything, just let me live. Seeing that Tainyo had not struck him down immediately, Wang Jin felt a flicker of hope, believing he might escape with his life. However, Tainyo's next action plunged Wang Jin into despair. No. This is not the outcome I desire. A chorus of anguished cries echoed from within the building, yet no one dared to enter. Prior to their arrival, Tainyo had sealed the premises. Not even this building was safe, as Du Ruhui had dispatched troops from the northern camp to cordon off the streets, all in an effort to avenge Daoist Li. The commotion sent ripples of fear throughout the entire Qinghe region, with everyone speculating what calamity had befallen them. Cheng Tainyo, if you intend to kill me, then do it. What meaning does life hold under these circumstances? Wang Jin gazed down, his face a mask of hopelessness, as Tainyo's strike had robbed him of his manhood. Yet, he possessed neither the courage nor the resolve to end his own life. Kill you? You are hardly worthy. I do not slay vermin beneath my iron rod. With that, Tainyo turned and departed, brandishing his iron staff, leaving no trace of his passing. At the Wang family residence in Taiyuan, when Wang Jin was carried home, his father Wang Jun staggered, nearly losing his footing. My son, who has done this to you? Despite the presence of many descendants in the vast Wang family, Wang Jun, during these tumultuous times, had devoted himself entirely to ensuring the family's survival. Matters of romance and leisure were far from his mind, as he had only one son, Wang Jin. Yet now, even this sole heir had been rendered a cripple, leaving Wang Jun bereft of descendants. Father, you must avenge me. Cheng Tainyo has gone too far, bringing men to incapacitate me. Had I not been clever, my life would have been lost in Qinghe. Wang Jin, with tears streaming down his face, lamented that although he had fallen from grace, being a scion of a prominent family, he could not utter such words of subservience. Throughout his journey, he had contemplated ending his life countless times, yet he lacked the courage to do so. The members of the Wang family escorting him back dared not lay a hand on their young master. As time passed, Wang Jin found his desire to live rekindled, with vengeance becoming the singular obsession in his mind. He loathed Shui Yingying for her betrayal, for she was meant to be his bride. Yet her heart wavered upon the arrival of Li Chun. He harbored deep resentment towards Tainyo and Chang Sun Chong, who always seemed to appear just as his plans were about to succeed. Above all, his hatred was directed at Li Chun and Li Shimin, ever since Li Chen's emergence. Every endeavor he undertook was thwarted, robbing him of his earlier fortuitous momentum. As the ruler of a nation, Li Shimin was resolute in his determination to undermine families like theirs, who had made significant contributions to the realm, while staunchly supporting those he deemed worthy. My son, the time is not ripe. Let us not forget that Cheng Yaojin is a founding hero. Should we provoke him, the Wang family would face foes far beyond just the three great clans. Moreover, his son Cheng Tainyo has garnered Li Shimin's absolute trust, commanding the fabled army. If we were to act against Cheng Tainyo now, the Wang family could very well face annihilation. The existence of that army is no secret among the aristocracy. They simply have not encountered it before. Who could remain unafraid in the face of such a force? Striking at Cheng Tainyo now could lead to the Wang family's extinction. Father, shall we simply acquiesce? The Wang family is a super clan. As the future patriarch, I cannot endure such disgrace. Wang Jin's every word pierced Wang Jun's heart like daggers. He was acutely aware of the gravity of their situation. Yet the Wang family was currently embroiled in conflict with the Cui, Li, and Zheng families, seeking the court's support. Any rash actions now would only serve to weaken the Wang family further. My son, rest assured, I shall avenge you, but not at this moment. The Wang family is at a critical juncture. Once this period is passed, those who have wronged you will surely pay the price. Wang Jun spoke firmly, his countenance grave. The Wang family had never endured such humiliation. Father, if you do not seek vengeance for me, I shall take matters into my own hands. When has the Wang family ever tolerated such indignity? Wang Jin, having lost all reason, could think of nothing but revenge. Bring the young master away and confine him. He is not to be released until our conflict with the Cui family has concluded. Seeing the hatred blazing in Wang Jin's eyes, Wang Jun gritted his teeth. At this critical moment, any irrational action from Wang Jin could lead to irreparable consequences. Father, you cannot treat me thus. This is not the Wang family. Once, we were the illustrious 4 generations of 3 dukes. Now we must endure such humiliation. Wang Jin cried out in defiance, recalling the glory of his ancestors during the 3 Kingdoms period. Now, seated in Taiyuan, their strength had grown significantly, yet they were subjected to such indignities. Summon someone to the residence of the Song family and eliminate all its members. If they cannot even protect the young master, they are unworthy of existence. Upon hearing these words, Wang Jun was consumed with fury. He was acutely aware of this reality, yet for the sake of the greater good, he had no choice but to endure. Master, it is dire. The Cui family from Qinghe has sent someone over, demanding the surrender of the young master. They said that if, at that moment, a servant approached and spoke. What did they say? Report it truthfully. Wang Jun had already surmised the intentions of the Cui family, understanding that given the magnitude of the situation, it would be peculiar for them not to send an envoy. He declared that if the young master was not handed over, they would face dire consequences. Chapter 59. The outrage of the Qinghe barbarians. How intolerable. Wang Jun, unable to swallow his drink, shattered the cup into pieces. Although the aristocratic families were engaged in a covert struggle for the ownership of Niuer, there had always been a tacit understanding, a limit that must not be breached, for the sake of mutual survival. The families were acutely aware of their own formidable power. Should matters descend into total annihilation, no one would emerge unscathed. Once the conflict reached a point of no return, regardless of the victor, one family would inevitably be left in ruins. Understanding this, Wang Jin paid little heed to the actions of Cui Yingying, believing that the Cui family was merely going through the motions. However, he was taken aback by the unexpectedly aggressive stance of the Cui family. The issue of inheritance had always been of paramount importance to the aristocracy. Nothing could surpass its significance. The Cui family's declaration was a clear message to the Wang family. From henceforth, a vendetta would ensue. Master, it's bad. We have just received news from the second branch. The second young master was ambushed by a group of men in black while he was out reveling, and he was knocked unconscious. When he awakened, speak quickly. The incessant reports of misfortune, all by the same means, began to fray Wang Jun's patience. By the time the second young master regained consciousness, he would have been rendered a eunuch. The messenger, sensing the master's fury, cautiously continued. Well done, Cui family. You have chosen to play for keeps. In that case, do not blame the Wang family for being unrelenting. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun's expression hardened. Since the Cui family had struck first, the Wang family could not afford to appear weak. He ordered that all assassins nurtured by the family be dispatched. Any descendant of the Cui family was to be made aware of the dire consequences. Not long after this command was issued, numerous members of the Cui family fell victim to treachery, and it was not limited to them alone. Following the alliance of the Li, Zhang, and Cui families, many of their kin frequented each other, leading to collateral damage among those connected to the Cui family. This is outrageous. Who would have thought they would breach the rules so brazenly, attempting to sever our lineage? We must teach them a lesson. See the Cui Bo as he convened with Zhang and Li in the Cui family hall, their eyes ablaze with fury. In these past few days, the Wang family has made us acutely aware of the concept of annihilation. Cui Bo continued, his brow furrowed. My brothers, this madness over Niuer has driven the 3 families to the brink, resorting to such lethal tactics. I cannot fathom why the Wang family would act with such insanity, nor why my emissary to them for reparations has yet to return. Perhaps he too has fallen victim to their schemes. If they are devoid of compassion, they must not blame us for our vengeance. They have acted as they please. We are entitled to do the same, he declared. The most incensed among them was the head of the Li family, who, from afar in Longxi, was astounded that the Wang family dared to commit such acts, especially with Li Shimin backing them. Brother Li speaks wisely. In light of this, I shall not hold back. My family has trained many assassins. and today I shall send them all forth." The head of the Zheng family mournfully remarked that, despite being disciples of a prestigious lineage, those who belonged to such families often carried an air of arrogance wherever they went. Yet, this time, the Wang family had audaciously struck, resulting in countless Zheng family members falling victim to their treachery. More gravely, the authority of the aristocracy itself had been challenged, causing even their own kin to lose faith. After deliberation, the three families jointly resolved to send assassins to make the other four prominent families experience the bitter joy of extinction. Once the three families commenced their actions, they swiftly regained their standing. Many disciples from the Chui family of Bowling, the Wang family of Taiyuan, the Li family of Zhao County, and the Lu family of Fanyang were rendered eunuchs. Upon learning of this calamity, the four families convened at the Wang household. Without uttering a word, Wang Jun presented his son, Wang Jin, for all to see, illustrating how the Chui family had treated the disciples of the Wang family. Such arrogance was intolerable. These three families were utterly oblivious to the consequences of their actions, as if they were made of clay. Upon hearing this, the four families collectively decided to retaliate. Since the three families had shown no mercy, they could not expect any in return. As the saying goes, one must repay a deed in kind. At this juncture, retaliation was their only course of action. When the seven families descended into chaos, many disciples suffered grievously, though these individuals were of little consequence. The more important younger generations were safeguarded, not daring to step outside their chambers. In an instant, the entire aristocracy was engulfed in fear, having transformed from a struggle for supremacy to a bloody conflict. Even the aristocrats could not have anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree, spiraling beyond their control. The enmity had grown too vast. Even if they wished to halt it, it was now impossible. "Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, your ploy of substitution is truly remarkable. Merely by bribing an envoy from the Chui family, you have instigated such upheaval," said Li Shimin, leisurely fishing in the northern part of Chang'an City alongside Changsun Wuji. The recent significant events involving the aristocracy had all stemmed from Li Shimin's hand. The aristocracy, mired in antiquity, held tradition in the highest regard. They had little time for contemplation and were compelled to retaliate, for any delay could spell their own annihilation. Li Shimin calmly stated that he had not anticipated the efficacy of this strategy, which had thrown the aristocracy into disarray. It was regrettable that millennia-old families might meet their demise in such a manner. "Your Majesty, you are indeed worthy of the title," Changsun Wuji remarked, reflecting on how, just a month prior, the aristocracy stood proud and untouchable, only to find themselves in such dire straits now. It was indeed the catalyst provided by Daoist Li that had been instrumental. Had it not been for the exposure of Neo Air, the rifts within the aristocracy might never have been revealed, and I would not have seized this opportunity. Moreover, it was initially the Iron Bull's descent that had incapacitated Wang Jin. Fearing, at this point, Li Shimin ceased to elaborate further, for they were all astute individuals, and continuing the conversation would serve little purpose. "I have heard that since Qin Huayu and Du Zichu became disciples of Master Li, they have excelled in every aspect, to the extent that Master Li has personally crafted weapons for them, heralding a bright future for the Tang dynasty." Speaking of Master Li, Changsun Wuji cannot help but mention that since his son became a disciple, he has grown significantly stronger, now embodying both literary and martial prowess, to the point where even he, as a father, feels overshadowed. Alas, how unfortunate it is that if Master Li could take my son as his pupil, the prosperity of the Tang realm would be assured. This is perhaps the greatest regret of His Majesty Li Shimin, as he has witnessed the disciples raised by Master Li. Each a dragon among men, what a pity it is. Your Majesty, on this note, I wonder about the Turkic Princess Chapter 60. My struggles since Master Li has chosen to keep her at the Daoist temple, there must be a profound purpose behind it. Unfortunately, Master Li's realm is so elevated that even I, the sovereign, cannot fathom his true intentions. As an emperor, Li Shimin believes he should reign supreme and possess the insight to see through all illusions. Yet, every action taken by Master Li eludes my understanding unless he explicitly reveals his motives. 3 days ago, the princess of the Turks entered the Qifeng temple. Had it not been for her presence there, I might have acted long ago. During these 3 days, Jiang Yin has witnessed what true strength entails. Although Li Chun has never taken direct action, she has felt the immense power radiating from him in every gesture. Each encounter with Li Chun leaves her at a loss for words, especially with his 2 newly accepted disciples, who, after merely 10 days of instruction, have surpassed her in prowess. Jiang Yin, having trained in martial arts and literature since childhood, believed herself to be exceptional. However, after witnessing the 4 disciples of Li Chun, her sense of superiority has utterly vanished. Spring departs with the winds and rains. Snowflakes herald its return. Though the ice on the cliffs is 100 feet thick, the flower branches remain striking. They do not compete for spring but merely announce its arrival. When the mountain flowers bloom in profusion, she will smile amid the thicket. This was the verse that Chen spontaneously composed while gazing at the plum blossoms on the back mountain during her second visit to the temple. This poetic form was new to Jiang Yin, yet it flowed effortlessly. From the entirety of the poem, she could sense Master Li's yearning for springs. Particularly the line about blooming mountain flowers evoked an indescribable sorrow within her. It dawned on her that Master Li had already harbored affections for someone. Historically, beautiful women are drawn to heroes, and in the land of the Turks, where the strong prey upon the weak, Jiang Yin possesses her own sense of pride. Only a peerless hero would be worthy of her. Before Li Chen's arrival, she had believed such a man did not exist in this world. Master Chen, might I inquire whether I could learn a few techniques from you? After Iron Bull and Chang Sun Chong ventured to Qinghe, the tasks they undertook fell upon Qin Huayu and Du Zichu. To cultivate them into exemplary workers, Li Chen fully harnessed his 21st century wisdom. Upon their initiation as his disciples, Li Chen, without hesitation, provided Qin Huayu with a pair of combined burdens. Drawing from Iron Bull's experience, he meticulously designed this apparatus to ease Qin Huayu's labor. After crafting the iron rods, he ingeniously implemented a screw mechanism, allowing it to transform into a single burden, ideal for carrying goods. Upon receiving the burden, Qin Huayu was overjoyed. The Qin family staff is unrivaled, and from a tender age, Qin Xiong had already begun teaching him the staff techniques. Truly, a master discerns the potential in a disciple at a glance, imparting to him the dual staffs that could even be configured into a spear, thus providing him with diverse options in battle, utilizing length to counter shortness and vice versa. As for Du Zichu, his guidance is fundamentally akin to that of Chang Sun Chong, the sole distinction being that Du Ruhui's mathematical aptitude does not quite match that of Chang Sun Chong. However, his talent for physics is remarkably pronounced, accompanied by an earnest enthusiasm. In exasperation, and to utilize his knowledge without recompense, Li Chun resolved to impart the physics he had acquired to Du Ruhui. Observing Du Ruhui's fervent dedication, Li Chun nodded in satisfaction, thus adding another diligent apprentice to Qingfeng Temple. Unbeknownst to Li Yan, she perceived Li Daoshang's pedagogical methods as peculiar, akin to that of a detached overseer. Yet, the disciples nurtured under such a regimen proved remarkably capable. Consequently, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she inquired about the unusual antics of Qin Huayu. I never lay hands on women, Qin Huayu replied coldly, embodying the strict upbringing instilled by his father, Qin Xiong. A staunch traditionalist, the adage rings true, only women and petty men are difficult to raise. Here is a son of a marquis, a descendant of the great Tang's general, who dares to fear a mere girl like me. Indeed, it seems the great Tang has no men left. In her heart, Li Yin added an aside. Save for Li Daoshang, the Central Plains have endured relentless warfare against the Turks for over a century, claiming countless young lives beneath the banners of the great Tang. Therefore, her esteem for Tang men, save for Li Daoshang, was non-existent. Humph, little Turk, do not be so arrogant. Should I take action, your life will surely be at stake. Such words ignited a deep-seated animosity within Qin Huayu. Countless young men from the great Tang have perished under the Turkic cavalry, a hatred not easily assuaged, particularly for the son of a general. Who perishes is yet to be seen, as the son of a great Tang general. To fall at the hands of a Turkic princess would surely render your empire a laughingstock. In the face of Qin Huayu, Li Yin felt no trepidation. Regardless of his prowess, he could not rival the formidable Iron Bull, and she was confident in her ability to contend with him. Her father's words rang true. Only women and petty men are difficult to raise. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, Turkic princess, so you may appreciate the might of a Tang man. Without further ado, Qin Huayu combined his twin rods, his most formidable state, yet against a Turkic princess. A single rod sufficed. Li Yin, unyielding, drew her sword and engaged Qin Huayu in combat. Alas, why must it come to this? We are destined to become one family. Huayu, you will surely regret this. Meanwhile, Du Zichu had already grasped the situation. Witnessing the two combatants, he hastily made his way to the back hall. Master, trouble brews. A grave situation has arisen. Du Shidi rushed into Li Chen's quarters, his voice echoing, causing the slumbering Li Chen to awaken with irritation. What grave matter could arise with you and Huayu outside? How might I manage two inept disciples? As a seasoned recluse of the great Tang, Li Daoshang's morning temperament was notoriously foul. In those days when Iron Bull and Cha Sun Chong were present, I could peacefully slumber at this hour without fear of disturbance. And the affairs of the Daoist temple were managed with meticulous precision. Indeed, a disciple requires guidance. and I find myself reminiscing about the initial days with Iron Bull and Chang Sun Chong. Master, it is with great regret that I report a conflict has erupted between Qin Huayu and Miss Jiang, and it is of a nature that may lead to bloodshed. Du Zichu lamented, one being his fellow disciple and the other a potential significant other. How could he possibly intervene in their quarrel? Truly, being caught in the middle is the most excruciating position to be in. Why didn't you come sooner? You ought to have informed me before their altercation began. Li Chen chastised, promptly rising and striding towards the courtyard, leaving behind a flustered Du Zichu. I am in quite a predicament. Chapter 61. Cultivating the Heart Before Mastering Martial Arts in the Grand Courtyard of the Daoist Temple, Qin Huayu and Jiang Yin were engaged in an intense duel, neither able to gain the upper hand. Initially, Qin Huayu regarded Jiang Yin with disdain, believing that defeating her would be a trivial matter. However, after a fierce exchange, he cast aside his arrogance. He found himself at a loss, unable to overpower the Turkic princess, who, in turn, could not best him either. He recalled how Tai Nyo had once vanquished the Turkic princess with a single blow in the temple. Could there truly be such a vast difference in their abilities? Jiang Yin, too, was filled with astonishment. Despite being a Turkic princess, she had spent her life traversing the martial world and was well aware of her superior skills. Yet, this scion of privilege, having been mentored by Li Chun for only a few days, was already able to match her prowess. The thought of such an extraordinary master left her in disbelief. If Master Li were to train soldiers in the Great Tang Army, the entire battalion would be composed of at least second-rate experts, a terrifying prospect indeed. How could the Turkic forces ever hope to breach such a formidable Great Tang? One thing Jiang Yin had never considered was that Tai Nyo, Qin Huayu, and Chang Sun Chong were all exceptional talents among men. They had practiced martial arts from a young age and possessed a wide array of techniques, but their lack of practical experience rendered them comparatively weak. Conversely, Li Chun lacked martial skills. His understanding lay solely in human anatomy and its vulnerabilities. These were precisely the areas in which they were deficient. With Li Chun's assertion that the formless triumphs over the form, they experienced an epiphany. The essence of martial arts resided in combat, not in ostentatious displays of skill. With this newfound understanding, they discarded the superfluous techniques they had previously learned, retaining only the most refined and direct moves. Coupled with modern muscle training, push-ups, pull-ups, cross-country running, and various yoga poses that enhanced their flexibility, their bodies transformed remarkably. This accounted for the rapid enhancement of their abilities. Such was the power of science. Enough. Just as their duel reached a fevered pitch, a familiar voice suddenly interjected. How splendid. My Daoist temple has become your battleground. Li Chun's expression was icy. He was unable to find peace even in sleep, burdened with worry, particularly for Miss Jiang. Master, your disciple acknowledges his error, Qin Huayu declared, immediately conceding without a defense upon witnessing his master's fury. The principle of a teacher as a father resonated deeply within him. Whenever his master was angry, regardless of right or wrong, it was always his fault, and indeed, today he had failed to uphold his hard's path, allowing Jiang Yin's words to provoke him. Huayu, how long have you been at this temple? Li Chun gazed at Qin Huayu, unsure of how to counsel him. Did he not understand the value of cherishing beauty? How could he lay a hand on such a lovely maiden? After being at the temple for so long, he had yet to learn even a semblance of a protectoress role. Reporting to Master, it has been 15 days and 4 nights, Qin Huayu replied earnestly, completely devoid of the bravado he had exhibited moments before. Alas, although you are my secular disciples, you are nonetheless considered half-recluses, for those who have renounced the mundane. The essence of one's Tao heart is paramount. Without a steadfast Tao heart, achieving success becomes exceedingly difficult. You have strayed from your true nature, deviating from the Tao. Thus, I must impose a penance upon you. Go to the back mountain and contemplate your actions while ensuring that your duties within the temple remain fulfilled. As your master, I cannot overlook such significant transgressions. Discipline must be enforced. Hence, Li Chen contemplated how masters from other sects would discipline their disciples, thus maintaining his dignity as a master while also adopting a hands-off approach. Huayu complied with the directive. In a moment of clarity, Qin Huayu realized why Brother Tai Nyo was so formidable. It was due to his cultivation of the heart. He had been overly superficial. Until now, his endeavors had mirrored those of Tai Nyo, and he could not fathom why Tai Nyo could defeat his father in merely a matter of days. At this moment, he comprehended that to master martial arts, one must first cultivate the heart, a lesson his father had always imparted. Previously, Qin Huayu had failed to grasp the profundity of this statement, but with Li Chen's guidance, enlightenment dawned upon him. As for you, having disciplined Qin Huayu, Li Chen turned his gaze to Jiang Yan. Regardless of Qin Huayu being his disciple, their conflict necessitated a resolution. If he did not discipline Jiang Yan, how could he maintain his authority as a master? The gravest consequence would be Qin Huayu's disappointment in his master. Should he harbor resentment and depart from Qifeng Temple, he would lose a valuable apprentice. Master Li Yin is aware of her wrongdoing and will henceforth refrain from residing in the guest quarters of the temple. Upon hearing this, Li Chun felt a pang of anxiety. It was a rare occurrence to have a young woman reside in the temple, and now she intended to leave. From now on, Jiang Yin shall be a member of the temple. As long as the master does not expel me, I am willing to remain in Qifeng Temple indefinitely, Jiang Yin declared, realizing that it was impossible for her to take Li Qin as her master. Thus, she devised a plan to stay in Qifeng Temple, where she could naturally acquire knowledge without the obligation of formal apprenticeship. Very well, since Miss Jiang insists, you may remain in Qifeng Temple. Upon hearing this, Li Qin's heart swelled with joy. Even his address shifted from Miss Jiang to young Lady Jiang. Compared to the tranquil detachment of Qifeng Temple, chaos erupted in their region since the aristocratic families initiated their plans to sever their bloodlines. These events had long been anticipated by Li Shimin. As the saying goes, one must dismantle before one can establish. If the aristocratic families did not reveal all their hidden cards, peace would elude Li Shimin. In just a week, the power of the aristocratic families had significantly waned, a shift that did not go unnoticed by the second-tier families. For years, they had been subjugated by the 7 prominent families and had endured substantial tributes. Now, sensing the decline of their power, these discontented second-tier families swiftly began to rebel. With the defection of the lesser noble families, all the minor clans sensed their opportunity. Seizing this moment could elevate them to formidable houses. In this context, the nobility across the nation stirred. Unshackled from the constraints of the 7 major families, they began to vie for resources and engage in consumption. Observing these developments, families such as the Chui, Wang, and Li suddenly grasped the reality. This was the court's insidious scheme, designed to incite chaos among the noble houses and lead to their depletion. However, at this juncture, they found themselves powerless to halt the turmoil. The ruthless plan to eradicate lineage had intensified the enmity between the families to a point of no return. Even if the heads of these families wished to cease hostilities, their subordinates would not acquiesce, as so many had lost their legacies. Chapter 62. The Confucianists mobilized Master Chui. What course of action should we take now? In a brief span, numerous assets belonging to our clan have been consumed by those lesser families. In the past, we could have annihilated them in an instant, yet now. In the grand hall of the Chui family in Qinghe, the head of the Li family addressed Chui Bo, lamenting how many of their assets had been ravaged by second-rate clans. Previously, the Li family would scarcely have glanced at such families. A mere delegation could have obliterated them. However, at present, the Li family finds itself unable to spare any resources to contend with these factions. Furthermore, the daily strife with the Wang family drains their strength. Even those unfilial descendants, after experiencing the devastating plan to sever their lineage, have largely opted to purchase land. Land is the very foundation of a clan's existence. Should all of it be acquired, even the mightiest lineage would lose its essence. For centuries, clans have influenced the course of dynasties precisely because of their holdings. As the saying goes, before the army moves, provisions must be secured. While it is true that all land beneath heaven is ultimately imperial territory, most of it is held firmly in the hands of the clans. The court can only collect a limited amount of provisions from the populace, and excessive demands may incite civil unrest. There exists a common saying: the annual harvest of a clan can sustain the imperial army for 5 years. This illustrates the depth of a clan's resources. Now, as land begins to slip away, not only the Li family but all clans are thrown into disarray. Without land, without food, how can they win the hearts of the people? How can they exert their influence across the realm? The head of the Li family even made a special trip to Chang'an, seeking guidance from Li Shimin. Yet, despite his earnest pleas, Li Shimin consistently refused to meet him, merely sending a message to take care of oneself. Regarding the Longxi Li family, Li Shimin has shown considerable forbearance. He had previously warned them against meddling in affairs. Nonetheless, in the face of overwhelming profit, the Li family had chose to partake, and now, even if Li Shimin wished to save the Li family, it is an impossibility. The 7 great clans are locked in a life-and-death struggle. If Li Shimin were to rescue the Li family, the other severely affected clans would retaliate against both the Li family and the dynasty with fervor. The backlash before death is often the most ferocious, a risk Li Shimin dares not take. It is better to let them deplete their strength gradually. Rest assured, esteemed heads of families, the losses we currently endure will eventually be reclaimed. As long as Neo Air remains in our grasp, once the Wang family falters, The realm shall belong to our three great clans. Among the three, the Chui family has suffered the gravest losses, being the weakest. They have become the primary target for the onslaught of second-rate families. Moreover, the main grievances of the Wang and Lu families are directed at the Chui family, resulting in the most significant losses for them under the plan to sever lineages. Even Chui Yingying's brother, Chui Zichu, narrowly escaped a dire fate. Had it not been for Tiniu, who intervened on account of their familial ties, he would have met a tragic end. Following this incident, Chui Zichu not only failed to mend his relationship with Chui Yingying, but instead harbored an even deeper loathing for her. During this period, he also perceived the benefits brought by Niu heir. His father's attitude towards Chui Yingying underwent a complete reversal, which only intensified Chui Zichu's animosity towards her. Most importantly, Chui Zichu believed that the Wang family's hostility towards him stemmed entirely from Chui Yingying. Had she married Wang Jin as she ought to have, none of these troubles would have arisen, and he would not have faced his current predicament. Thus, he regarded his sister with profound hatred, viewing her as his greatest adversary. The head of the Chui family stated with conviction, "Although our three families have suffered greatly, the four families are not faring any better. I have summoned the esteemed scholars of our clan to venture to Chang'an and exert pressure on Li Shimin. I eagerly await their response." The head of the Zheng family remarked that Li Shimin's recent plans had fueled his hatred for the Tang dynasty, prompting him to employ the most common strategies of the aristocracy. "Zheng, my dear friend, you truly understand me. Our esteemed scholars from the Chui family set out for Chang'an yesterday, when the southern and northern scholars unite to pressure the Tang dynasty. We shall see how Li Shimin responds." Chui Bo said sternly that sending the Chui scholars to Chang'an primarily aimed to make Li Shimin recognize his own position. Should Li Shimin dare to sever their ties with Niu heir, he should prepare for the wrath of the common folk. The Confucian school has always been the arbiter of discourse, historically controlling the sentiments of the populace to exert pressure on the dynasty. Similarly, the Wang and Lu families found themselves in a comparable situation. They truly wished to abandon their conflict with the three families and eradicate the secondary aristocracy instead. However, they found themselves with no retreat, compelled to confront the three families in a battle for survival. Nonetheless, the three families were equally filled with indignation towards the dynasty and dispatched representatives of the Confucian school to Chang'an, determined to deliver a lesson to Li Shimin. In Chang'an, upon receiving this news, Li Shimin was infuriated. Damn the aristocracy, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Is the realm truly beyond my control? For distinguished Confucian scholars, along with numerous disciples, hastened towards Chang'an. Your Majesty, since the time of Emperor Wu of Han, when the myriad schools were suppressed and Confucianism was exalted, the Confucian school has become the most dominant faction, wielding control over all discourse in the realm. The aristocracy seized this opportunity to monopolize the Confucian texts and ideologies. To counter this phenomenon and provide a pathway for the common people, Emperor Yang of Sui instituted the imperial examination. However, this action deeply offended the aristocracy, leading to the swift downfall of the Sui dynasty. Now, they intend to employ the same method against your Majesty. Yet, the times have changed, and their plans are likely to come to naught. Li Chunfeng, a Taoist, held no fondness for the pedantic scholars of Confucianism. While many Confucian scholars possessed admirable integrity, their ideas often struck him as antiquated. Does the Taoist priest have any sage strategies? Upon hearing Li Chunfeng's words, Li Shimin's eyes brightened. Ever since Li Chunfeng had ascended to the position of national master, he had never presented any strategies to him. He merely analyzed the utterances of his junior disciple. This alone had earned Li Shimin's high regard for him. For how many in the realm could truly comprehend the words of Daoist Master Li? As a senior, Li Chunfeng typically rendered astute judgments regarding the utterances of Master Li, allowing him to overlook the fact that Li Chunfeng was indeed a person of extraordinary caliber. Your Majesty, the vastness of the world encompasses more than just Confucianism. It is merely the most influential among the schools of thought, Li Chunfeng remarked, his gaze turning icy as he addressed Li Shimin. Chapter 63. On the Tao could it be that the Grand Master implies? Upon hearing Li Chunfeng's words, Li Shimin's eyes sparkled with understanding, clearly grasping his intent. The realm belongs to all its people. During the Warring States period, the clamor of 100 schools laid the foundation of Huaxia culture. However, during the reign of the martial emperor, countless disciples fell in battle, many classics were destroyed, and numerous traditions were severed, resulting in Confucianism's dominance. Li Chunfeng's words struck at the heart. Each school possesses its strengths and weaknesses. Since Confucianism ascended to prominence, many have exploited this to engage in unseemly conduct, particularly among the aristocracy. As an heir of Taoism, this notion has lingered in Li Chunfeng's mind for quite some time. He has long desired the revival of diverse discourses, allowing culture to flourish throughout history. I am not oblivious to the Grand Master's words. Yet Confucianism has already become the guiding principle of governance. Arbitrarily altering it would not only plunge the realm into chaos, but also regress history. I must ponder this matter thoroughly. The teachings of Confucianism have deeply permeated society, with many ministers in the court being staunch disciples, firmly supporting Confucian ideals. Even the common populace deems Confucianism as the true orthodoxy. Should we recklessly employ other sects against Confucianism, missteps could lead to widespread disorder. Though Li Shimin recognizes that Li Chuanfeng's suggestion is perhaps the most effective remedy for the current predicament, he does not dare take such a risk. Grandmaster, Daoist Li, being from the same lineage, surely possesses insights into the teachings of the 100 schools. Why not join us, along with the literary officials, to ascend the mountain and engage in discourse? Each school has its merits, and Li Shimin, as a sovereign, naturally comprehends this. Meanwhile, Li Chuanfeng's studies reflect Daoist philosophy, and figures such as Changsun Wuji and Du Ruhui, alongside other ministers, represent various schools of thought. Even within Confucianism, there are sects that adhere to Confucius, Mencius, and some martial scholars who follow Suanzi, Laozi, and Zhuangzi. After the elevation of Confucianism, while it has become the primary doctrine of governance, the debates among the 100 schools have never ceased over the millennia. Scholars of Confucius and Mencius criticize Laozi and Zhuangzi. Those who study Suanzi denounce Confucius and Mencius, resulting in a vibrant discourse. Since Li Chuanfeng has broached this topic, one cannot help but think of Daoist Li's transcendent demeanor, suggesting he possesses a unique understanding. Indeed, it is marvelous. Despite the incessant debates, a discourse of such magnitude may be unprecedented. Presently, those in the court are representatives of their respective philosophies. If a dialogue that transcends the ages could be facilitated, it would surely become a cherished tale. Summon Changsun Wuji, Du Ruhui, Feng Xianling, and ministers from various factions to visit Qingfeng Temple tomorrow. Instruct them to wear casual attire instead of court robes. Only when identities are set aside does meaningful debate arise. In the spring of the second year of the Zhenguan era, as flowers had yet to bloom, the esteemed individuals of the Tang dynasty gathered at Qingfeng Temple to embark on an unparalleled discourse. Revering propriety, these distinguished figures were well aware of the temple's etiquette. Upon entering the temple, although they did not pay homage to the Daoist ancestors, each contributed generously to the offerings. Not only did Jiang Yan feel astonished, but even Qin Huaiyu and Du Zichu were taken aback upon witnessing over a dozen high-ranking ministers arriving at the temple. There are a few reclusive antiquarians who have long preferred listening to tuning rather than declarations, and even at times have disregarded the emperor's authority. Yet today, astonishingly, they have all gathered. Xia Hong and Xia Yingdang are amongst them. Could it be that during our days in the Taoist temple, significant events have transpired in the world? It is quite perplexing, for even the current master of the Mahist school and the prominent figure of the legalists have arrived. Qin Huaiyu and Du Zichu are engulfed in astonishment. These individuals had merely cast a distant glance at the establishment of the Tang dynasty, and some had never even encountered them. Surely, those who can stand on equal footing with such eminent figures cannot be mere ordinary individuals. What are you saying? Xia Hong and Xia Yingdang are not supposed to be deceased? Hasn't the Mahist school been extinguished? How can they still be present? Jiang Yan, upon overhearing their murmurs, could not conceal her palpable fear. Xia Hong is the true sage of the Tang dynasty, and all believed he had already ascended to immortality. To speak of his most renowned disciples, none are more illustrious than Wu Yunzhao and Xia Yingdang. In the tumultuous times between the Sui and Tang dynasties, there was a saying, the state of the world depends on Xia Hong's judgment. When the Wagong army found itself in dire straits, nearly facing annihilation, it was ultimately Wang Bodong who called upon his master, Xia Yingdang, who, with merely 3 arrows, quelled the crisis. All of Xia Yingdang's prowess was imparted by Xia Hong, and had it not been for the intellectual debates among the various schools, Xia Hong would likely have never appeared before the world. The Turks are truly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, should they dare to invade the Central Plains. The emergence of these figures would likely lead to their own demise. Gazing upon these ethereal beings, Jiang Yan's heart was filled solely with boundless trepidation. Moreover, these individuals displayed profound respect towards Li Chun, which attests to his esteemed position within the Tang dynasty. With such an individual as an aide, how could the Tang not flourish? Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? The flower path has never been swept for guests. Today, the humble door is opened for you. Witnessing the gleaming silver entering the merit box, Li Chun could scarcely contain his delight. Indeed, Master Li is a loyal patron, arriving with an entourage to contribute to the temple's advancement. Since friends have come from afar, why not welcome them from 1,000 miles? Upon hearing such an exquisite couplet, Xiahong was somewhat taken aback. It is no wonder that mere strategies could secure Li Shimin's hold on the realm. Such talent is rare throughout history. This time, Xiahong had come to observe the renowned Daoist, Li Chen, not out of a desire for empty accolades. Now that Li Shimin heeds Li Chen's counsel, should this individual be merely a figure of hollow fame, it could spell disaster for the world. Today, he wished to assess Li Chen, to determine if the grand game of the world is worthy of his stewardship, and thus he boldly inquired, a small red clay stove and freshly brewed wine. As the evening snow begins to fall, may I share a cup with you? Upon hearing Xiahong's words, Li Chen instantly felt displeased and began to ponder the nuances of the text. As a diligent student of history, he could recite Tang poetry and song lyrics with ease. Do not take offense, esteemed Daoist. As a fellow practitioner, I have heard of your venerable status, and I have come specifically today to engage in discourse with you. I hope you will oblige. Finding himself at a loss against Li Chen's eloquence, Xiahong could only relent and speak plainly. Li Chen's previous line of poetry not only deftly sidestepped the issue at hand, he also took the opportunity to showcase his scholarly talents. Though spring had arrived, the snow in Chang'an had yet to melt. A small stove warmed the wine, and he predicted that snow would soon fall again. Such an elevated state of mind would leave even Xiahong, who considered himself a person of deep contemplation, feeling inadequate. Excellent. All of you, let us gather at the pavilion on the back hill. After I change my name, we shall engage in philosophical discourse. Li Chen began to grumble internally, reflecting that the ancients were particularly fond of engaging in such empty discussions about the way, placing great emphasis on the essence of the experience. In a bid to bolster the incense offerings at the Daoist temple, he proclaimed loudly, Huaiju, Zichu, bring the plaque and the brush. Today, my master shall expound on the Tao. Chapter 64. The Discourse of the 100 Schools at the Qingfeng Pavilion. The words debate platform of the rear mountain pavilion stand prominently atop the north mountain. The slender, gilded characters elegantly showcase Li Chen's ethereal demeanor, captivating the onlookers with astonishment. The calligraphy of Master Li is indeed a pinnacle of the Tang dynasty. The slender gold script, which Xiahong had never encountered before, illuminated his eyes the moment it appeared. Esteemed guests, today I engage in discourse with fellow Li, fellow Xia, fellow Mo, and others. Our words shall be witnessed by heaven and earth. Seated in the pavilion with prominent figures such as Li Shimin, Xiahong, Li Chunfeng, and fellow Mo, Li Chen offered incense and prayers, paying homage to the divine. This ritual, reminiscent of ancient customs, was executed with such familiarity that one might think he surpassed even the Minister of Rites in his knowledge of various ceremonies and proprieties. Though the formal debate had yet to commence, the 6 individuals present harbored a newfound respect for Li Chen. Even Li Shimin and Li Chunfeng were taken aback. In their understanding, Master Li had always been rather indifferent to worldly matters. Yet, it appeared that indifference did not equate to ignorance. This was the mark of a true sage. Especially for Li Chunfeng, who had observed Li Chen's upbringing, it was a mystery how his junior had acquired such profound understanding. Could it be that this innate Daoist essence was indeed remarkable, as rumored? Observing the 6 individuals on the debate platform, including Changsun Wuji, Du Ruhui, and other significant ministers, who patiently awaited the formal commencement of the debate, Xiahong initiated the discourse. Master Li, the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. As we are both Daoists, I wish to inquire, what is the Tao? With Xiahong's invocation of a Daoist classic, the debate officially began. Fellow Xia, might I ask, from where does the Tao originate? Li Chen did not respond directly, but rather posed a counter-question. As it is said, the Tao follows nature. Thus, the Tao undoubtedly arises from the natural world and all things therein. Xiahong was perplexed by Li Chen's seemingly simplistic question, believing that any practitioner of the Tao would grasp this concept. Your assertion is mistaken, fellow Xia. The Tao is the cultivation of the heart. All things possess spirit, rhythm, and emotion, yet the heart of the Tao is exceedingly rare amidst the myriad of existence. The heart of the Tao represents thought, insight, and character. Therefore, the Tao emerges from the human heart. Within humanity lies the heart, within the heart lies the Tao, and within the Tao lies all things. Thus, the Tao emerges from humanity. Li Chen elegantly dismantled Xiahong's argument, addressing a debate that had lingered within Daoist circles for millennia without resolution. Presently, he held the upper hand, for he understood the truths of this world, as well as the evolution and philosophies of Taoism. Master Li, all things have created everything. Humankind exists within all things, and thus the human heart is influenced by the myriad of existence. Therefore, I cannot concur with your viewpoint. Xiahong, a traditional Daoist, remained steadfast in his beliefs, having never faced significant challenges to his views. Fellow Xia, are you familiar with the phrase composed of 4 characters? Li Chen raised his cup, a faint smile gracing his lips, his gaze fixed upon Xia Hong. What words are those? Xia Hong was oblivious to the true nature of the elixir that Li Chen had procured. It was evident to the discerning eye that Xia Hong had fallen into a disadvantageous position during this philosophical discourse. Initially, he wielded the upper hand. However, as the conversation progressed, Li Chen deftly ensnared him with mere words. From the moment he engaged in a debate regarding the path of the heart, Xia Hong had already conceded defeat, for every facet of the discussion was orchestrated by Li Chen's rhythm. Although Xia Hong primarily cultivated the path of the heart, Li Chen, enriched by his innate educational and cultural background, undoubtedly surpassed him in understanding human sentiments. Man can conquer heaven. Upon hearing these 4 words, Xia Hong was jolted into contemplation. Being human, he had always held this conviction dearly. The instant Li Chen introduced the concept of the heart's path, he had already lost, whether it pertained to all things. The path of the heart, or Li Chen's assertion that humanity itself embodies the way, it all served to underpin these 4 words. Should Xia Hong refute this notion, he would be admitting that his years of pursuit were fundamentally misguided. Li Chen masterfully guided him into this predicament, leading him step by step into his trap. Oh, so that is the case. Li Daozhong is indeed a true sage of our Daoist tradition. I had long believed my path to be correct, yet I was mistaken. The path of the heart is not flawed. Rather, it is my method of cultivation that was erroneous, preventing me from attaining true enlightenment. I have lost. As these 3 words escaped his lips, Xia Hong felt a profound sense of acceptance. In his lifetime, he had never uttered such words. Yet today he found himself genuinely convinced. Xia Yingdang, my lifelong aspiration has been fulfilled. I have lived long enough. Once this discourse concludes, my time shall have come. I beseech you to lay me to rest beneath the Qingfeng temple, for this is my sacred ground. After conceding, Xia Hong began to arrange for his affairs. Having dedicated his life to the pursuit of enlightenment, he had finally attained it today, yet the collapse of his beliefs weighed heavily on him. And he understood that his time was limited. Disciple, I shall obey your wishes, Xia Yingdang replied, kneeling before Xia Hong, having abandoned any desire to argue with Li Chen. Although he was a disciple of Xia Hong, his own focus was on the path of warfare. The actions of Li Daozhong over the past year had illuminated his understanding of this path. There was no need to subject himself to further humiliation. This is the true attainment of Dao. It appears my junior has traveled much farther than I realized. Li Chunfeng couldn't help but exclaim. Having always believed he had achieved enlightenment, his thoughts aligning closely with Xia Hong's. After hearing his junior's words, he recognized that his own perspective had been rather limited. The foundation of the Dao is humanity. It is through humanity that all things are created, and through the Dao that one comprehends and explores the universe. Everything is rooted in humanity. The Dao naturally emerges from this foundation. Initially, it is not nature that governs, but the principles of the Dao. It is humanity that precedes nature, which explains why over the years, fewer Daoist disciples have emerged. Their cultivation of the Dao has been misguided. It was precisely at this pivotal moment that Xia Hong grasped this truth, leading him to choose to concede, for he had finally discovered his own path. Daozhong, I am a disciple of the Mahis school. Since the Han dynasty, all followers of Mo have hidden away, too fearful to appear in the world. Today, I wish to hear you speak on the myriad schools of thought. Indeed, I too yearn to hear the Daoist master expound upon the myriad schools of thought. After the prominent figure of the Mahis school concluded his discourse, the others were eager to continue. For countless centuries, Confucianism has held the esteemed position of supremacy, while other sects have languished in obscurity. Today, however, with Li Shimin convening this forum of philosophical debate, an opportunity arises for these lesser-known schools to present their arguments. Ha! At that moment, a resounding laughter echoed, as 4 men, imbued with a profound sense of righteousness, made their entrance into the Daoist temple. Since this is a gathering to discuss the various schools of thought, it would be remiss to exclude the preeminent Confucianism from the discourse. Chapter 65. The Art of Murder and the Heart's Retribution upon the arrival of Wang Tao, Cui Yin, Zheng Tong, and Lu Song. Changsun Wuji and his companions rose to pay their respects. As disciples of Confucianism, they were bound by an ingrained sense of decorum to honor those who represented the current ideologies of their school, even amidst political disagreements. The atmosphere was one of welcome for the discourse, and curiosity brewed regarding the esteemed insights these representatives might offer. However, Li Chen harbored a certain disdain for these antiquated figures, particularly as they paraded with an air of superiority upon his territory. When the 4 eminent Confucians, adorned in their flowing robes, made their way towards the discussion platform. Chen interjected with a commanding voice. Please, esteemed scholars, as you seek enlightenment, it would be prudent to ascend the platform in due time. In my Taoist teachings, we adhere to the principle of returning to unity, and this platform is constituted of 99 steps. Since you have arrived late, it is only fitting that you comply with the customs of my tradition. Seated with an unwavering demeanor in the pavilion, Chen addressed the four Confucians, fully aware of their intent to undermine his presence. It was well known that the Daoist Chen was notorious for his sensitivity to affronts, and the joy on Shimon's face was palpable as he witnessed Chen assert his dominance over the Confucian representatives. The Confucians, as the rightful heirs to the moral order of the world, were expected to uphold the prevailing sentiments during this discourse, positioning themselves in deference to Confucian values. Wang Tao, dismissing Chen's words with a scoff, prepared to ascend the steps to the platform. It was evident that these so-called Confucians were merely a gathering of the disrespectful, unworthy of engaging in philosophical discussions. Chen, a master of retorts in the 21st century, felt it was his duty to challenge these obstinate elders. Foolish youths, your ignorance is both shameful and contemptible. I represent the etiquette of Confucianism, and the rites of the Zhou and Sui dynasties were crafted by my hands. To claim that Confucianism lacks understanding of propriety is utterly laughable. Cui Yin, incensed, could not contain his fury. For ages, the Confucian classics had been the bedrock of societal norms, and today, Chen had the audacity to insult their teachings. Not only Cui Yin, but also the disciples gathered at the base of the platform glared at Chen, their anger palpable. If you claim to understand etiquette, why then do you violate it? In this discourse at Qingfeng Temple, I stand as the host and you as the guests. It is customary for guests to follow the lead of their host. Moreover, this land is known as the Tang dynasty, and for one to extol the virtues of another nation upon Tang soil is tantamount to treason. Such intentions are worthy of retribution. With this heavy accusation, Chen's words struck a chord, transforming the expressions of the four Confucian sages. Even Shimon feigned outrage, though inwardly he reveled in the spectacle. Truly, the Confucians live up to their reputation. Their hearts are as noble as they claim. Shimon remarked, placing particular emphasis on the word noble. It seemed that whenever Chen took the stage, no challenge was insurmountable, and the diminutive Confucian faction was not to be feared. As disciples of Confucianism, we pride ourselves on loyalty and righteousness, never engaging in acts of impropriety. Since we are guests, we defer to the Daoist customs as you suggest, esteemed Daoist. As the situation reached this point, Wang Tao and his companions had no choice but to relent. After this contest, they appeared exceedingly vigilant. All along, they had believed that Daoist Li was merely a charlatan seeking fame, relying on a modicum of cleverness to deceive Shimon with the ideals of the Qifeng Temple. However, it became evident that they had gravely misjudged him. The four, as representatives of Confucianism, were renowned debaters, unmatched by almost anyone in the realm. Yet, from their earlier encounter, it was clear that Daoist Li was their equal, if not superior, having already exerted pressure upon them before the debate had officially commenced. Especially with the emperor of the Tang dynasty present, such a weighty accusation hung over their heads, regardless of the strength of their noble families, once branded as rebels. They would be seen as enemies of the entire realm. Reluctantly, they conceded, surrendering the initiative to Chen, allowing him to proceed according to Daoist customs. 500 miles of Dian Lake, a breathtaking vista unfolds before the eyes. With garments flowing and hats askew, one revels in the boundless expanse. Behold, the eastern steeds are divine, the western birds are graceful, to the north the river winds, to the south the white swans soar. Oh, what accomplished scholars! Why not ascend to victory, while the Crab Islets and Conch Islands beckon, arranging one's hair in the misty breeze, further embellishing the sky and the marshes with hues of emerald and crimson? Let us not squander the fragrant rice surrounding us, the vast sunny sands, the summer lotuses, and the willows of spring. Since you are esteemed Confucian scholars, you must be familiar with couplets. A few years ago, while wandering through the southern lands, I was inspired by the beauty of Dian Lake and composed this couplet. I shall grant you 15 minutes. Should you fail to produce a response, you shall have to observe the discourse from the sidelines. Chen remarked coldly, this timeless couplet originated from the Qing dynasty, inscribed at the Dagwan Pavilion in Kunming, comprising 180 characters. Given your current standing, even if you were to live another 200 years, you would not be able to devise a suitable response. 500 miles of Dian Lake, a breathtaking vista unfolds before the eyes. With garments flowing and hats askew, one revels in the boundless expanse. Behold, the eastern steeds are divine, the western birds are graceful, to the north the river winds, to the south the white swans soar. It must be said, Great scholars are indeed remarkable. After merely hearing this lengthy passage once, the four managed to commit it to memory, inscribing the couplet onto rice paper and entering into deep contemplation. It was not only the four Confucian scholars who were racking their brains. Even Li Shimin and the representatives from various factions were engaged in intense thought, yet none could conjure a fitting response. In no time, half an hour slipped by, and none present could formulate a commendable couplet. The upper line encompassed not only the essence of the moment, geography, and emotion, but also intricate grammatical nuances. The Confucian attendees reflected upon their years of study, realizing that no one could conceive such a couplet. This was not a matter of their academic prowess, but rather a lack of exposure. The southern lands, home to many barbarian tribes, presented an environment that only Li Chen, with his extensive knowledge of history, could truly appreciate, leaving the others at a loss for an appropriate counter. Have the four esteemed scholars come up with anything? Li Chen teased, observing their silence. The ancients valued face above all. Even if they could not think of a response, they would never admit it. Humph. I suspect Daoist Li is intentionally putting us in a difficult position. This couplet is such that not only we, but even sages of antiquity and the eminent figures present would find it impossible to counter, or perhaps this upper line simply lacks a corresponding lower line. Wang Tao exclaimed with indignation, asserting that after years of scholarly pursuit, he believed there was no couplet he could not compose. The fact that Li Chen presented such a challenge was merely an attempt to perplex him. Sir, Li Chen remarked, the inability to compose does not equate to the absence of possibility. What if I were to succeed today? The address of Sir by Li Chen struck the four listeners as particularly jarring, as traditionally, disciples of Confucianism referred to them as such. Meanwhile, Li Chen, a figure of notable prominence within Taoism, even regarded as its acknowledged leader, resorted to Confucian methods to engage with fellow Confucians. Chapter 66. A self-inflicted end to thank the world masterly. I hold you in high regard as a remarkable figure, which is why I have adhered to the customs of your Daoist sect. However, matters should not exceed 3 occurrences. Today, we have sought to ascend the stage thrice, and you have thwarted us on all 3 attempts, showing utter disregard for our Confucian values. Should your responses align with our expectations, all would be well. Yet, if they do not, be prepared for us to retaliate without reservation. Seizing this opportunity, the 4 eminent Confucians launched their counterattack. Despite their advanced age, they had been deliberately vexed by Li Chen and had stood in the biting cold for far too long, their displeasure simmering within. I reiterate my question, what if I were to align my thoughts accordingly? Li Chen regarded the 4 jesters below, recognizing that the essence of Confucianism is the way, which they had twisted into a weapon to suppress the masses. Such disciples of Confucianism have utterly strayed from its foundational principles, deviating significantly from the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. Should Masterly succeed in crafting a corresponding couplet today, we shall henceforth renounce our ties to Chang'an and the Confucian tradition, declaring ourselves no longer disciples of Confucianism in this lifetime. Conversely, if Masterly fails to produce a suitable response, he must take his own life in public, revealing to the world that he is merely a name-seeker with no genuine talent or knowledge. The 4 were resolute in their belief that, even if Li Chen could conceive the first line, he would be utterly incapable of crafting the second. Ha ha ha, what a name-seeker you are. Why should I end my life? You are the ones who should withdraw from Confucianism. The way is a path for all, as Confucianism espouses. Is this truly what it means to serve the public good? Li Chen showed no intention of adhering to the wisdom of the elders, which represents experience and propriety, guiding others and enlightening their minds. Yet, these 4 were consumed solely by their self-interests. Such Confucian elders are best disregarded. Humph. Since you have made such a statement, if you cannot respond, we shall return home and compose a letter of self-blame, offering our apologies to the world. Faced with Li Chen's aggressive stance, the 4 eminent scholars declared that they were wagering their very lives and fortunes on this contest. To them, Li Chen's insistence only underscored his inability to produce a response. Very well, words alone bear no weight. Li Chen, sensing that the bait had been taken, instructed Qin Huaiyu to draft a death warrant. In the great Tang dynasty, such warrants were issued for both civil and martial matters. Since the chaos that befell the realm, such literary contests had not been seen, yet today, the debate between Confucianism and Taoism re-emerged with vigor. Xia Hong, Xia Yingdang, Li Shimin, and Changsun Wuji, among others, were filled with excitement. For it had been many years since such fervent discourse had graced the land. Most significantly, this debate brought forth the voices of various schools of thought, their once superfluous knowledge distilled into profound life philosophies through the passage of time. Now, within the Daoist temple, the 100 schools of thought clashed once more. Devoid of the previous chaos, and under Master Li's guidance, the proceedings unfolded with remarkable order. Regardless of the outcome of this literary contest against Confucianism, Li Chen's name would be immortalized due to his participation in this discourse at Qifeng Temple. The 100 schools would re-emerge before the world. And whether Confucianism could triumph over Master Li became inconsequential, for from this point onward, the world would no longer be dominated solely by Confucianism. Alas, after the contract for this literary duel was signed, Li Chen gazed at the 4 eminent scholars and let out a deep sigh. You, a noble being, have regrettably chosen the path of thievery. Upon uttering this, regardless of the sentiments of the 4 scholars, Li Chen slowly articulated the subsequent line. The weight of millennia past surged within him. Raising a cup to the void, he lamented, who among the multitude of heroes remains? Contemplating the grand vessels of the Han, the iron columns of the Qin, the jade axes of the Wei, and the leather bags of the Chu, he pondered the immense efforts expended to shift mountains. The intricacies of jeweled curtains and painted beams could not compare to the evening rain and morning clouds. Even the broken steels and remnants of inscriptions were surrendered to the fading smoke and setting sun. What remains are but a few distant chimes, half a river-s lanterns, 2 lines of autumn geese, and a pillow of crisp frost. Hearing such an unequivocal declaration, the 4 esteemed Confucians were taken aback. Li Chen's subsequent line perfectly mirrored the previous one, juxtaposing scenery with the nation and beauty with history. In the era of the Han and Tang, the warring states, when myriad schools contended, he aptly encapsulated the rise and fall of dynasties, a resounding masterpiece for the ages. As the final line was spoken, not only did the faces of the 4 scholars turn pale, but the rest of the assembly rose to their feet, raising their cups in salute. This toast honors the past. This toast honors the sages. This toast honors the chaotic times. This toast honors the eternal Tang. This toast honors the peace and prosperity. It can be said that Li Chen's subsequent line distilled the myriad discourses and conflicts into a singular question, the realm. The very reason for the diverse opinions among the myriad schools was for the sake of the realm. They fought for the realm, they diverged for the realm, and they bore grievances against each other for the realm. However, today, with a single line from Li Chen, the hearts of the myriad schools converged once more. Henceforth, they were united, their teachings solely dedicated to the realm. This sentiment resonated not only with the myriad schools, but also with Li Shimin, who had not anticipated that the dilemma that had long troubled him would be resolved by Li Chen's couplet. Li Daoist remained true to form. When he chose to act, the impact was profound. We concede. As the 4 scholars, their faces pale, acknowledged their defeat. Li Shimin realized that the issue of the aristocracy had been nearly resolved, and it was time to gather the net. The Confucian school had become the last trump card of the aristocracy, and today, within the Qifeng Temple, Li Chen's couplet had won the admiration of the 4 representatives of Tang Confucianism. It could be said that the aristocracy had become like a toothless tiger, no longer a source of fear. With the Confucians admitting defeat, the discourse at Qifeng Temple officially concluded. The myriad scholars, who once had countless disputes, now understood that they wished only to contribute to the Tang dynasty. When the crowd descended the mountain, they did not retreat into seclusion as before. Instead, they sent all disciples forth, striving for the Tang to achieve true prosperity, with all grievances evaporated. Particularly, Xia Hong, upon returning to his secluded abode, attained enlightenment that very night. Before passing, he conveyed to his disciple Xia Ingdang that it was only today he comprehended what the true path entailed. Previously, his withdrawal from the world was a lesser path, which hindered his progress. The true path lies in engaging with the world, serving the realm and its people with unwavering dedication, until death. This is the essence of the true way. After bidding farewell to his master, Xia Ingdang did not observe the traditional mourning period. Instead, he journeyed to the city of Chang'an to meet with Emperor Li Shimin. Aspiring to apply all he had learned in pursuit of the grand ideals his mentor had sought to realize. In the spring of the 2nd year of the Zhenguan era, the true essence of spring was upon them, and the blossoms of Chang'an were on the verge of blooming. Yet, the aristocracy felt as though they were still entrenched in the depths of winter. Following the philosophical discourse at Qifeng Temple, the 4 eminent scholars did not adhere to their initial intention of testing Li Shimin's resolve. Although Li Chen imposed challenges upon them, it inadvertently served to awaken their consciousness. At that moment, upon articulating a couplet, they recognized their grave misjudgment. The Confucian classics they had studied were fundamentally flawed. That very evening, none returned to their families. Instead, they penned letters of self-reproach in Chang'an and took their own lives as a form of atonement, issuing a solemn warning to the disciples of Confucianism through their tragic demise. Chapter 67. A flourishing diversity in the city of Chang'an, for eminent Confucian scholars pen their confessions, shocking the world. Particularly, many disciples of Confucianism felt their beliefs crumble entirely, with some extreme students asserting that this was merely a ploy by the emperor to undermine their philosophy, leading them to riot in the streets of Chang'an. Foreseeing this turmoil, Li Shimin had already anticipated the fallout. Before their demise, he orchestrated a poignant reckoning for the four scholars. Since the inception of Confucianism, a unique system had emerged, with each region represented by a Confucian delegate, their symbol being the Confucian decree. Across the realm, there existed 8 such decrees, commanding the disciples of Confucianism in various territories, with the 4 prominent scholars holding 4 of them. The remaining 4 were in the possession of reclusive sages, whose whereabouts Li Shimin could not ascertain. The reason Li Shimin sought to unearth their spiritual essence before their deaths was to acquire the Confucian saint's decree from them. Li Daoshang's couplet, comprising 180 characters, shattered their faith in Confucianism, leading them to believe that they had erred in their studies for years. Li Shimin was even more ruthless, astutely exploiting the vulnerabilities of human nature by enumerating the misdeeds committed under the banner of Confucianism. Particularly, he highlighted the chaos instigated by Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty, who, while attempting to create opportunities for the common people, was opposed by the aristocracy that wielded Confucianism to plunge the realm into turmoil. As this discourse unfolded, the 4 scholars perceived themselves as the transgressors of Confucianism, bearing the weight of guilt for the years they had acted in its name. Thus, under Li Shimin's persuasion, they not only relinquished the Confucian saint's decree, but also compelled their most esteemed disciples to pledge unwavering loyalty to the Tang dynasty, aspiring to contribute to the welfare of the populace. As one nears death, their words often turn to wisdom, despite their grievances against Li Shimin. These scholars experienced a moment of profound clarity before their end, prompting the emperor to reflect on the fact that not all members of the aristocracy were inflexible. Some genuinely cared for the common people. Consequently, after their passing, Li Shimin accorded them the respect they deserved, burying each according to the rites befitting a national hero. Regarding the rioting Confucian disciples, the timely intervention of the scholar students prevented any significant disturbances. In the aftermath of this event, the pride of Confucianism was tempered, leading to a more open-minded perspective, a new beginning for the Tang dynasty. Simultaneously, a resurgence of diverse philosophies blossomed within the empire, subtly hinting at a prosperous era. Each individual began to cultivate their own thoughts and beliefs, with the overarching faith being the Tang dynasty itself, committed to the peace of the realm. Everyone was prepared to dedicate their blood and sweat for the prosperity of the Tang. All of this was made possible by the presence of Li Daoshang. Prior to his ascension, Li Shimin could scarcely have imagined that he would achieve such remarkable accomplishments within a mere year. The atmosphere within the borders is undeniably delightful, with dissenting voices largely silenced, and the formidable power of the aristocratic families has been significantly diminished. Some of these families have begun to disintegrate and fragment, while a number of commoners and small merchants have seized this opportunity to rise. Initially, Li Shimin believed that the fall of such colossal aristocratic entities would precipitate an unprecedented economic crisis within the realm, and he had braced himself to endure it. As long as the fundamental state was not shaken, he thought it acceptable to delay economic development for the sake of eradicating the aristocrats. However, contrary to his expectations, the economy has swiftly rebounded in the aftermath of turmoil. In seeking guidance on this matter, Li Shimin consulted Daoist Li, who imparted but 2 words: whalefall. It is said that in distant seas exists a creature known as the whale, a sovereign of the ocean, which, while alive, consumes resources preferentially. Yet, upon its death and decomposition, its body can sustain the entire marine ecosystem for decades, even centuries. Presently, the aristocratic families resemble this whale, as they disband. The wealth accumulated over millennia becomes accessible to many, thereby augmenting the overall strength of the Tang dynasty. In this light, Li Daoist's standing in Li Shimin's heart has become unparalleled, even surpassing that of his father, the retired Emperor Li Yuan. This sentiment is not held solely by Li Shimin. Princess Jiang Yin of the Turks, after engaging in discussions at Qingfeng Temple, has been left with a sense of trepidation regarding the depth of the Tang's foundation. Having grown up in the Central Plains, she once believed she possessed a comprehensive understanding of the region, yet she now realizes she had merely gazed at the sky from the confines of a well. How could the Turks possibly contend with such a formidable Tang, especially with Li Dao, who, in jest, witnesses the decline of the aristocrats, the flourishing of myriad schools of thought, and the demise of Confucianism? Following these events, Jiang Yin has come to believe that no matter how long the Turks prepare, they cannot rival the Tang. Upon her return, she is determined to counsel her father, the Khan, that opposing the Tang would lead only to ruin for the Turks. The most profound impact of the discussions at Qingfeng Temple has been on the aristocratic families. They had initially sent their scholars to exert pressure on Li Shimin in hopes of gaining advantage amid the chaos. However, not only did they fail to reap any benefits, but they also lost their grip over Confucianism, inadvertently granting Li Shimin a significant advantage. Simultaneously, the internal strife among the aristocrats has reached its final stage. After more than a month of conflict, even the most established families find themselves unable to endure, particularly following the implementation of the cut-off heirs strategy. The families began to assassinate one another, and many members, prioritizing their safety, chose to abandon their clans, even at the cost of breaching family codes. It can be said that the aristocracy now exists as a mere shell. Even without Li Shimin's intervention, the smaller families could easily consume them. In contrast to the despondent Wang, Cui, Li, and Zheng families, there exists no fear in their hearts. This is largely due to their possession of Neo heir. As long as he remains, they need not resort to purchasing land for defense as the other four major families do, especially among those in the clan. The presence of Neo heir ensures that they remain firmly tied to their family. The benefits conferred by Neo heir are evident to all. As long as they can maintain control over him, they anticipate a time when the other four great families will completely lose their capacity for resistance. At that juncture, they plan to eliminate all the rebellious minor and second-rate families. Ultimately, the realm will belong solely to their three great families, with all resources firmly in their grasp. As long as Cui Yingying remains within the Cui family, Li Daoshang's fondness for her will render even Li Shimin powerless against them. It can be said that the Cui, Li, and Zheng families envision a splendid future, yet they have overlooked one crucial matter, one that could lead them to a perilous downfall. Chapter 68. The flowers of Qinghe have bloomed at this moment. Cui Yingying had long awaited the blooming of the flowers in Qinghe. Qinghe, located in the southern regions, blossoms in mere half a month, and when its flowers bloom, so too will those in Chang'an. The time when the flowers in Chang'an bloom will mark our reunion, a thought that has lingered in Cui Yingying's mind and heart. Over the past month, the profits brought by Neo heir had already exceeded 10,000 taels of silver. On this day of blooming, a smile adorned Cui Yingying's face as she spent a considerable time preparing herself before departing from the shop, making her way toward the Cui residence. During this past month, she had not returned home even once. For her, the Cui family had long ceased to feel like home. Yingying, what brings you here? Upon seeing Cui Yingying at the Cui residence, Cui Bo felt an indescribable joy. The current Cui Yingying had become the family's golden goose. Previous notions had all but vanished. Whatever Cui Yingying desired, Cui Bo was willing to provide, as long as she maintained a good relationship with Daoist Li. Father. Today is the last time I shall call you father. A month ago, we made a wager. If I could earn 10,000 taels of silver within a month, henceforth, I would pursue my own desires without your interference. As she gazed at her father, Cui Yingying felt no sentiment whatsoever. The Cui family had long since broken her heart. Of course, I shall honor my word. The family will rely on you more in the future, my dear daughter. You have truly suffered in the past, but I had no choice. As the head of this family, I must prioritize the clan's interests. Many matters are beyond my control. However, now that you have brought such substantial benefits to the family and share a deep affinity with Daoist Li, no one in the family shall be able to sway your decisions. You may pursue whatever you wish. Sensing something amiss in Cui Yingying's tone, Cui Bo immediately resorted to emotional appeal. As long as she remained with the Cui family and secured Daoist Li, he would not question her desires. Huh. Cui Yingying merely let out a cold laugh. Family, family. Your every word revolves around the family. Yet for its sake, you sacrificed the most precious elements of your life. At the tender age of 3, I had no memories. For the family, you abandoned my mother and wed a woman from the Li family, leaving my mother in perpetual sorrow until she departed this world not long after. At 5, yearning for a father's companionship, you confined me in a dark room for over a month, merely tossing me a couple of buns each day. At 12, upon seeing my potential, you sought to marry me off to the Du family, all for the sake of a mere shop in the capital. Do you truly believe your daughter is worth less than a shop? Had you not suddenly recognized my talent for commerce, Cui Yingying might have already perished. A victim of the family's ambitions. For many years, I have tirelessly traversed the world for the sake of this family, exposing myself to public scrutiny. Yet I have reaped no rewards. In the end, in a bid to appease the Wang family, you even contemplated marrying me off to that dandy, Wang Jing. Do you truly regard your daughter as nothing more than a mere commodity to barter? Over the past month, I have pondered that without Master Li, even if Yingying were to amass a fortune of 10,000 taels of silver, she would ultimately be ensnared by the fate of an arranged marriage. In your eyes, I am merely a tool. If it weren't for Master Li, would you have treated me with such courtesy? Thus, from this moment forth, I, Chui Ying, hereby declare my resignation from the Chui family, severing all ties with them. With a resolute tone, Chui Ying articulated her decision. For when Chui Bo wagered her lifelong happiness, she had long since relinquished any hope for the Chui family. I cannot allow this. The Chui family is a prestigious lineage. Since you were born into the Chui family, you are obligated to contribute to its legacy, Chui Bo stated coldly. At this critical juncture, he could not permit Chui Ying to extricate herself from the family if she were to depart. All the efforts expended by the Chui family over the past month would be rendered futile. Ying remained steadfast. Take care, head of the Chui family. Upon hearing these words, Chui Ying felt a profound disappointment towards Chui Bo. To this day, his every thought and concern revolved solely around the family. Even the word father was too much for her to utter. Such a man was unworthy of the title. Someone, take the young lady and confine her to her room. She is not to be released without my permission, Chui Bo commanded, unyielding in the face of Chui Ying's determination. Should she depart from the Chui family, his connection with Master Li would also be severed, leading to catastrophic consequences for the entire clan. The Li and Zheng families maintained their alliance with the Chui family to confront the four great families, largely owing to the presence of Neo heir. If Chui Ying were to leave, the allegiance of Neo heir would become uncertain, and the losses incurred would be substantial. With nothing to gain in return, Chui Bo could easily foresee this outcome. Should such a scenario unfold, they would not only contend with the four great families, but would also have to bear the wrath of the Li and Zheng families. Head of the Chui family, you cannot retain me through such measures. If you do not awaken to this reality, the Chui family is destined for ruin, Chui Ying declared, devoid of any trepidation. She knew that regardless of what transpired, that man would undoubtedly come to her rescue. Foolish and reckless. If you persist in your desire to leave the Chui family, I will have no choice but to arrange a marriage, binding you to the worthless Wang Jin to mend the rift between our families. This way, the Chui family shall not perish, Chui Bo said coldly. In his eyes, Chui Ying was merely an instrument. Without the Chui family, she would hold no value to Master Li, who would certainly not risk animosity with the Chui family over a mere girl. Furthermore, with Neo heir's substantial profits, the Chui family had to share half of their earnings with him. Chui Bo was convinced that Master Li would not relinquish such a lucrative benefit. Yet, once again, he had miscalculated. Upon Chui Ying's arrival, Li Shimin had already made his preparations. In the county magistrate's office, upon learning that Chui Ying had ventured to the Chui residence, Du Ruhui recognized that it was time for him to take action. When Li Shimin had departed from the capital, he had issued a decree known only to himself and Du Ruhui. Consequently, as soon as Chui Ying entered the Chui manor, he swiftly summoned all the troops from Qinghe and enlisted Chang Sun Chong and Tai Niu to accompany him to the Chui estate. Meanwhile, after placing Chui Ying under house arrest, Chui Bo promptly convened the heads of the Li and Zheng families to devise a strategy. This was a pivotal moment in their confrontation with the Wang family. Thus they took residence in Qinghe, ensuring swift communication within their clans through carrier pigeons at the first sign of development. Chapter 69. This is the aristocratic family in the dimly lit room. Chui Ying was engulfed by despair. She had never anticipated that Chui Bo would descend into madness, resorting to confining her in a bid to capture young Master Li. To spare Li Chun from discomfort, she retrieved a prepared length of white silk from the cabinet. Young Master Li, who ought to embody elegance and grace, must remain untainted, his hands untouched by filthy blood. After considerable contemplation, Chui Ying concluded that this was the only resolution that would allow young Master Li to retain his status as an ethereal figure, akin to a jade among men, unmatched in the world. Just as she secured the silk, the door burst open. Haha, my dear sister, after suppressing your brother for so many years, is it too easy for you to depart this life? The one who rejoiced most at the news of Chui Ying's confinement was none other than Chui Zichu. Over the past month, witnessing her ascendancy within the Chui family had left him feeling increasingly aggrieved. However, the tides had shifted since the inception of the Chui family. Those who sought to abandon or betray it faced dire consequences. Chui Ying's desire to leave the family presented an opportunity for Chui Zichu. By seizing control of all her possessions during this fleeting moment, he could assert his dominance within the family, with the exception of his father. Chui Zichu, Wang Jin, what are you plotting? Chui Ying's expression changed dramatically upon seeing her own brother accompanied by an outsider in her private quarters. What do you think I seek, Miss Chui? Even if I become a useless wretch, it won't hinder our union, Chui Zichu retorted, while Wang Jin glared at her, his eyes filled with animosity. The past month had been the darkest of his life. Thanks to Li Chen and Chui Ying, he had been reduced to a mere shadow of himself. Even his father had stripped him of all privileges and confined him. To exact revenge, Wang Jin had fled from the family and sought out Chui Zichu. who shared his loathing for Li Chun and Cui Yingying. With such a splendid opportunity for retribution at hand, he could not let it slip away. Someone. Cui Yingying attempted to call for help, but the entire courtyard of the Cui family remained eerily silent. My dear sister, do not waste your breath. I have sent everyone away. Now, it is just the three of us in this courtyard, Cui Zichu said triumphantly, reveling in a joy he had never before experienced. This is the aristocratic family. This is the Cui family. Upon hearing this, despair washed over Cui Yingying's face. The entire Cui family was under Cui Bo's control. Without his consent, Cui Zichu would not dare to act so brazenly. Farewell, young Master Li, my beloved. Faced with the advancing duo, Cui Yingying seized a pair of scissors from the table. Miss Cui, I am rather fond of your temperament. Even in death, I would strip you bare and cast you into the streets. While I may be unable to do anything to you myself, it does not prevent others from acting. Wang Jin's physical shortcomings had transformed his psyche, rendering him a perverse entity. You shameless wretch. Upon hearing these words, Cui Yingying anxiously exclaimed, for a young lady. Her honor is of utmost importance. How brazen Wang Jin is, to not even spare her in death. I am without shame, Miss Cui. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards Li Chun. It is a grave misfortune that you fell in love with him. Without him, none of this would have transpired. Wang Jin said with a composed demeanor, casting blame upon everyone for his hatred towards Li Chun. He reproached Cui Yingying for her lack of propriety in associating with Li Chun, chastised Emperor Li Shimin for failing to placate the noble families, and criticized his own father for his weakness following the incident involving his son. Not only did he fail to seek vengeance for his son, but he also stripped him of all family honors and confined him. Wang Jin resolved to exact revenge. Since he could not attain these things, he would obliterate them instead. Miss Cui, I advise you against resistance. Should you acquiesce to my wishes, perhaps I might grant you a swift end, sparing you further torment. With each deliberate step towards Cui Yingying, his eyes gleamed with mockery and hatred. Destroying her would equate to avenging Li Chen. In that moment, Cui Yingying succumbed to despair. The scissors in her grasp piercing her skin, as thoughts of her corpse being desecrated filled her with anguish. Especially painful was the betrayal of her own brother, who not only invited outsiders into his chamber, but also stood idly by as they tormented her. Miss Cui, once I have ruined you, I shall present your lifeless body to Li Chun. It will surely be a spectacle to behold. As Wang Jin reached out to touch her, Cui Yingying steeled herself, closing her eyes and tightening her grip on the scissors. The flowers of Qinghe had blossomed, and soon the blooms of Chang'an would follow. Yet she felt she would witness none of it. Bold Cui Zichu, Wang Jin dares to harm the imperial princess. Seize them. Just as the scissors were about to plunge into her, a familiar voice pierced the air. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Cui Zichu and Wang Jin sprawled upon the ground. Du Ruhui, Tai Niu, and Chang Sun Chong glared at them with fury, eager to devour the two. Meanwhile, her father, Cui Bo, knelt in terror, his face a portrait of astonishment. Forgive me, Your Highness. I was unaware of your identity and acted thoughtlessly. I beseech your pardon. Moments earlier, Du Ruhui had led his troops into the estate, seizing control of the entire Cui residence. Even the heads of the Li and Zheng families were taken aback by the display, as Cui Bo had believed Du Ruhui's unannounced arrival would grant them a pretext to oppose Li Shimin. However, a decree from the emperor had left Cui Bo utterly petrified. The imperial edict from Li Shimin officially recognized Cui Yingying as the princess of the Great Tang. During their time at the Daoist temple, Li Shimin had declared her his sworn sister, a fact known to all present. The Great Tang had gained a princess, though her formal recognition had been delayed for this very moment. Princess, as she emerged from the shadows of peril, Cui Yingying momentarily struggled to comprehend when she had ascended to such a status. Your Highness, Princess Shengping. On that day, His Majesty spoke at Qingfeng Temple, designating you as his adopted sister, thus bestowing upon you the esteemed title of Princess Shengping of the Tang dynasty. You shall stand at the pinnacle among princesses, entitled solely to the privileges, stipends, and lands allocated to you. Furthermore, all matters henceforth shall be under your purview, including the military forces stationed outside Qinghe City, which are designated as your personal guard. Upon hearing this proclamation, apart from Du Ruhui, Tai Niu, and Chang Sun Chong, all others present gasped in astonishment. The weight of this imperial decree is indeed profound. In all the realm, no other princess holds such power as that of Cui Yingying. Chapter 70. The Iron Bull's supreme mixed methods. It can be said that by issuing this imperial decree, Li Shimin is unequivocally conveying to the world that Cui Yingying is under his protection. Any attempt to harm her would lead only to ruin. Not to mention, all of Cui Yingying's actions are entirely free and unbound by royal constraints, and she holds the greatest power among the princesses. The title of first rank alone signifies everything. Historically, princesses have never been categorized by rank, yet for Cui Yingying, Li Shimin has made an exception. She is now proclaimed as the first-rank Princess Shiping, a clear indication of her esteemed status. Especially notable is the private army Li Shimin has allocated to Cui Yingying. Traditionally, the princess's private guard consisted of merely 500 men, sufficient to ensure her safety. However, in a sweeping gesture, Li Shimin has granted her 5,000 elite soldiers. And to further ensure their prowess, he has even entrusted a portion of his 200 shadow guards to train them. In essence, while calamities may befall anyone in the realm, Cui Yingying is forbidden from encountering any misfortune, underscoring her immense significance. Your Highness, I implore you to forgive me. I am your own brother, and I do not wish to spend the latter half of my life in a prison cell. I beg you, spare me. Upon hearing these words, Cui Zichu was struck with terror, suddenly recalling that he was indeed Cui Yingying's younger brother. With a sigh of disappointment, Cui Yingying gazed upon her brother. When their mother passed away, she entrusted her to take care of him. Thus, over the years, she had indulged him, overlooking many of his misdeeds. However, his actions today have utterly shattered her heart. My lady, your fate is indeed tragic. How unfortunate it is to have such a family, said the maid Yuer, supporting Cui Yingying with a sympathetic gaze. When she arrived at the Cui residence, Cui Yingying had sensed that something was amiss and had not brought Yuer with her. Now you remember you are his brother? Where were you all this time? If anything were to happen to Miss Cui, before anyone else could act, I, Du Ruhui, would ensure you were left half dead, Du Ruhui exclaimed, unable to restrain himself at Cui Zichu's words. In that moment, he cast aside all notions of decorum and scholarly refinement. The thought that Cui Yingying might be in peril was most distressing for Du Ruhui. To the entire Du family, Cui Yingying is their great benefactor. Without her, Du Zichu would have never had the opportunity to study under Master Li. During this period, the emperor has been writing letters, consistently praising his son. Within less than a month, the boy's progress has been remarkable, and it won't be long before he catches up to the current Chang Sunchong. Having worked alongside Chang Sunchong for over a month, Du Ruhui has observed his capabilities firsthand. To speak frankly, even Du Ruhui himself cannot compare to Chang Sunchong. And the thought that his son might become such a prodigy fills him with immense joy. Yet now, some petty fool dares to disrupt all of this. And Du Ruhui can hardly tolerate it. If Miss Cui were to encounter misfortune and her son were to be expelled from the sect by Daoist Li in a fit of rage, Du Ruhui felt an overwhelming urge to arm himself and march to the Cui and Wang families to exact vengeance upon them all. Uncle Du, please do not be angered. These two wish for you to handle the matter. It would be too lenient to allow them to live comfortably in prison for the rest of their days. Du Ruhui had always maintained a demeanor of cultured grace, concealing his fury beneath a calm exterior. However, today, Chang Sunchong and Tainyo witnessed a different side of him. They understood entirely, for Cui Yingying was their beloved master's wife, one of the most respected figures in their lives, and these vile wretches dared to threaten her. Upon entering the room and witnessing Cui Yingying nearly driven to take her own life, Tainyo and Chang Sunchong were consumed with rage. As the two nephews expressed, had he not been adorned with the official cap, Du Ruhui might have already taken action. The fire of anger in Du Ruhui's eyes did not wane as he addressed Tainyo and Chang Sunchong. Before he could finish his thought, Tainyo could no longer contain himself. Having entered the room with his fury restrained, he now unleashed it fully. Do not come closer. Stay away, Cui Zichu exclaimed in terror, having only sought to secure his rightful place within the family, never anticipating that matters would escalate to such a degree. Meanwhile, Wang Jin, his gaze filled with not only fear but also profound hatred, pleaded for mercy while fixating intensely on Tainyo. He had succumbed to madness, and his hatred had eradicated all remnants of humanity within him. Unmoved by their pleas, Tainyo wielded the iron rod with brutal intent, shattering the legs of the two men with a single swing. Although Wang Jin had long since lost the use of one leg, it did not impede Tainyo's speed, inflicting further harm upon him. A chorus of anguish cries echoed through the halls, leaving the aristocratic families in chilling silence, while despair etched itself onto Chuibo's face, marking the end of his lineage. For the sake of his family, he had never entertained the thought of taking a concubine, having only fathered a son and daughter with Cui Yingying. As for his wife from the arranged marriage, she had not borne him even a single child in all these years. Uncle Du, I have heard there exists a royal guard in this city. Let us keep watch over them in the streets. Living as beggars may suit them well. Should they dare to flee, we shall take something from them, Chang Sunchong declared. Feeling that this was insufficient, he added, if they truly escape, both our families shall bear the consequences, and it would cost us hundreds of lives. Upon hearing this, the heads of the Li and Zheng families trembled, and a resolution formed within their hearts. From henceforth, even if it meant offending Li Shimin, They could not afford to antagonize Daoist Li. Offending Li Shimin, as the emperor, would lead to a more measured response. Yet to cross Daoist Li would be another matter entirely. Not only would Li Shimin's wrath be incited, but every disciple under Daoist Li was merciless, each intent on ensuring the obliteration of their adversaries, and each of these disciples possessed formidable connections. Particularly, Cheng Yojin and Changsun Wuji are two individuals whom one must never offend. One is utterly unreasonable, and his offspring are equally obstinate, while the other possesses the cunning to bring you to the brink of despair. Crucially, their descendants have flawlessly inherited these traits. Meanwhile, the despair in Cui Bo's eyes intensified. The crime of holding the princess hostage remained unaddressed, and the Cui family could face peril at any moment. Indeed, the nephew is truly deserving of the title. Let us proceed as you suggest. Attendants, cast them into the streets to beg. Regarding the handling of Tiniu and Changsun Chong, Du Ruhui was exceedingly satisfied. Prior to this, Li Shimin had informed him that should anything befall Cui Yingying, he would bear the full brunt of the consequences, even to the extent of eradicating the entire Cui clan. In any case, he should not fear, but rather act with confidence. As long as Cui Yingying remained unharmed, he would face no repercussions. Chapter 71. Despair. Cui Bo had succumbed to utter despair. With the instigator of the princess's injury brought to justice, it was time to discuss other matters. After expelling Wang Jin and Cui Zichu, Du Ruhui turned his gaze towards the heads of the three prominent families. Lord Du, this matter bears no relation to us. We are merely collaborators united against the Wang family, one of them asserted. Indeed, who could have anticipated that this old dog, Cui Bo, would dare to lay a hand on our Li family's princess? He must be dealt with decisively. Upon witnessing the icy glare of Du Ruhui, the heads of the Zheng and Li families immediately retreated, realizing that pride was of little consequence in that moment. They had witnessed the fate that befell Wang Jin and Cui Zichu. They had no desire to experience the wrath of Iron Bull. You are supposed to be genteel individuals. How can you be so shameless? Cui Bo seethed with fury, yet felt powerless. Keeping Cui Yingying in their grasp was the unanimous decision of the three family heads. But the outcome had turned out to be so grim. Cui, old dog, do not malign the innocent. Besides, I am hardly a refined person. I hail from the peasantry of the Zheng family and have had little education. How could I possibly compare to your esteemed Cui family? If one were to speak of the family with the deepest heritage, it would undoubtedly be the Cui family of Qinghe, renowned for producing great scholars and revered as a sanctuary for intellectuals. Indeed, Cui, old dog, you are utterly shameless. My Li family arose from the saddle. Are you truly willing to test the mettle of our horses from Longxi? The head of the Li family yearned to tear apart Cui Bo's vile lips. They had witnessed Li Shimin's stance on Cui Yingying. If such a label were to be affixed, would they even be able to survive? What of their family's legacy? You. Cui Bo was struck dumb by their brazen words, blood spurting from his mouth due to the overwhelming anger. Yet, the harshness of reality was undeniable, epitomized perfectly by the heads of the Li and Zhang families. You, lurking in the shadows like a rodent, can only indulge in such underhanded schemes. The Cui family, renowned for its scholarly achievements, could not possibly spawn a creature as shameless as you. Indeed, I stand up for Princess Shiping. Her survival to this day is solely due to her own fortune. Were I the princess, I would have long since dragged a father such as you out to be fed to the dogs. Brotherly, how can you speak so? Such a foul carcass, reeking of decay, is hardly fit for even a dog's consumption. Brother Zheng, you speak wisely. Cui, old dog, born of worthless soil, dying in filth. You squander the resources of our great Tang. If Li Chun were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment at the eloquence of their verbal sparring. Despite the fervor reminiscent of a scolding woman, the language was profoundly sophisticated. Such mastery of discourse is beyond my grasp. Truly, it is a testament to the lineage of distinguished families. You. In that moment, Cui Bo was rendered speechless, confronting former allies who now reveled in his misfortune. The most pressing concern was that he had no recourse left. Cui Bo, you have unlawfully imprisoned the esteemed princess of the Tang dynasty, and even condoned the harm inflicted upon her highness. Today, I have decided to act in accordance with Tang law. Lord Du, let it be. Just as Du Ruhui was about to announce the punishment for Cui Bo, Cui Yingying rose to speak. Your Highness, would it not be too lenient to let him go unpunished? Du Ruhui, still filled with indignation, spoke respectfully to Cui Yingying. Indeed, Master, individuals like him must receive some form of reprimand. How can we justify our actions to my master otherwise? Absolutely, mistress, you need not worry. With my iron rod in hand, no one shall lay a finger on you. Even Tai Nyo and Chang Sun Chong had no intention of sparing Cui Bo. Their restraint was only due to Cui Yingying's presence. Had it not been for her, Chui Bo would likely have already lost a part of himself by now. I understand that despite his shortcomings, he remains my father. As a daughter, how could I raise my hand against my own kin? Therefore, I implore you, Lord Du, to spare him. For Chui Yingying, hope in Chui Bo had long since faded. Nevertheless, he was still her father. From a young age, she had instilled a certain principle within her heart. No matter the pain he had caused, he would always be her father, and as his daughter, she could not inflict harm upon him. Your Highness embodies great righteousness. It is we who have failed to consider this. No wonder among millions. Li Daoshang is drawn to you. Such a woman is indeed rare in this world. Upon hearing Chui Yingying's words, Du Ruhui was filled with admiration. Despite his own grievances, he remained steadfast in his principles, embodying true integrity. Humph, wretched scoundrel, consider yourself fortunate this time. But should you harbor any ill intentions towards my mistress, I, Tainyo, will ensure your family faces obliteration. Tainyo grunted at Chui Bo, still feeling a sense of dissatisfaction at letting him go. Thank you, my daughter. And thank you, esteemed lords. Hearing that he would not be taken away, Chui Bo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Do not call me daughter. The term daughter became a source of anguish for Chui Yingying, and all her despair erupted in that moment. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Chui family. You are no longer my father, and I am no longer your daughter. Today, I, Chui Yingying, shall cut my hair to sever our father-daughter relationship. With that declaration, Chui Yingying seized the scissors she had intended to use for her own demise and cut off a lock of her hair before departing the Chui residence. The flowers of Chang'an City were soon to bloom, and they would soon meet again. Upon witnessing Chui Yingying's departure, Du Ruhui and the others also left the Chui household, leaving the head of the Chui family slumped on the ground. The moment Du Ruhui appeared, Chui Bo understood that the Chui family was finished. Even if Du Ruhui and his companions did not take action, the aristocracy would eventually consume them. Chui old dog, for this collaboration, our Zheng family has risked everything. The losses we have suffered are substantial. If you do not provide us with an explanation, do not blame the Zheng family for being unmerciful. Indeed, our Li family has entwined itself with everything, even incurring the displeasure of His Majesty. Should the Chui family fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, their existence would be rendered unnecessary. As Chui Bo anticipated, once everyone departed, the Zheng and Li families began to pressurize the Chui family. With Chui Yingying's departure, Daoist Li will undoubtedly refrain from providing them with Neo heir. The three families have staked all their assets in this conflict, even selling off some of their lands to contend with the Wang family. Neo heir's earnings for merely a month are woefully inadequate to offset their losses, which continue to mount. Even if they sought to mend relations with the Wang family, it would be an impossibility, for they have committed acts that sever any ties irrevocably. Chapter 72. The blossoming of Chang'an. Rest assured, esteemed heads of the families, I, Chui Bo, assure you that the Chui family, even in the acquisition of land, will duly compensate for the losses incurred by your esteemed clans. This declaration was uttered by Chui Bo through gritted teeth, for the Chui family had become the target of disdain among the noble families. Should we further offend the Li and Zheng families, it would not be long before the Chui family faced annihilation. His actions, at the very least, would ensure the survival of the family's legacy and prevent its complete obliteration. Humph, you are wise to be prudent. Once we return to our clan and assess this month's losses, you shall have a fortnight to provide us with compensation. Otherwise, prepare for the downfall of the Chui family. The head of the Zheng family retorted coldly before departing from the Chui residence. The head of the Li family merely patted Chui Bo on the shoulder, leaving behind a parting remark. Take care of yourself. In the vast expanse of the Chui family, only Chui Bo remained. The moment Du Ruhui set foot within the Chui estate, the current fate of the family was sealed. 1,000 years of the Chui lineage, a millennium of heritage, now lay in ruins, leaving Chui Bo tormented with guilt towards his ancestors. Kneeling in the ancestral hall of the Chui family, Chui Bo was engulfed by remorse. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have eschewed the allure of trivial gains. Yet, the die was cast, and he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. Li Chun, Li Shimin, why do you not grant the Chui family a path to survival? If there was one sentiment Chui Bo harbored most intensely, it was animosity towards these two individuals. In the days of the Chui family's former glory, he would have deemed Li Shimin inconsequential. However, the tides had turned, and he found himself at the mercy of others. With the fate of the Chui family resting solely on Li Shimin's whims, he dared not harbor hatred. Rather, he had to seek favor with both Li Shimin and Li Chun, for only then could the Chui family hope to endure. Gazing at the land deed in his hands, Chui Bo was beset by despondency. In recent days, he had slashed prices repeatedly, yet no one sought to acquire the Chui family's land. It was not that the minor noble families or merchants lacked interest. It was fear that paralyzed them. The Chui family had offended all the noble families by detaining Princess Xingping, rendering them a pariah. It could be said that without Li Shimon's endorsement, none would dare accept anything from the Chui family. Chui Bo, beleaguered by repeated setbacks, had come to a stark realization. The only way to prevent the destruction of the Chui family was through a singular course of action. As he gazed toward the direction of Chang'an, observing the desolation of his family, he resolved to embark on a journey to the capital, no matter the cost. The legacy of the Chui family must not perish in his hands. Even a flicker of its heritage would suffice. In stark contrast to the Chui family's plight, the other prominent noble families descended into chaos. With the fall of the Chui family, each noble clan found itself ensnared in turmoil. Even if the heads of these families wished to halt the internal strife, their kin would not acquiesce. As the plan for exterminating rival heirs was set into motion, apart from the heir of the Wang family being incapacitated by Iron Bull, all other legitimate heirs were safeguarded. Thus, the burden fell heavily upon the illegitimate offspring of these noble families. If it were but one or two, the clan might still maintain control. However, the bloodshed among the noble heirs was far too extensive, verging on an ocean of deep-seated enmity. This blood is indeed authentic essence. 100 bulls reduced to a single drop. According to the current sentiments within the clan, the animosity has now escalated to its peak. This incident has stirred not only the rivalries among the clans, but has also incited disorder within the family itself. Why should this blood flow not belong to the lineage of the clan leader, but rather to the lesser branches with scant power? To this day, the clans are acutely aware that this is Li Shimon's strategy against them, yet they find themselves powerless to intervene, merely spectators to the unfolding events. The blossoms of Chang'an have bloomed, and the affliction of longing has beset Daoist Li. On the day the flowers of Chang'an fully bloom, we shall meet. Gazing at the city of Chang'an, now adorned with blossoms overnight, Daoist Li recalls the words penned by Miss Chui in her letter. 3 days prior, Tai Niu and Chang Sun Chong had already arrived at the temple, without a mention of Miss Chui. As a master, Li Chen felt unable to inquire directly, and moreover, Daoist Li himself was a bashful man, embarrassed by the prospect of others discovering such a significant secret. Alas, Miss Chui is a lady of noble birth. While I am merely a recluse in this temple, a monk of the Tang dynasty, how could I ever hope to win her favor? Lost in thought, Daoist Li succumbed to self-doubt, overwhelmed with sorrow, and felt compelled to compose a poem. The past's sordidness is unworthy of praise. Today's libertinism knows no bounds. In spring's equinox, the galloping steeds hasten. In a single day, I behold all the flowers of Chang'an. I have ultimately misallocated my affections. Standing upon the debating platform, Daoist Li beheld the mountains and fields adorned with blossoms, a sentiment best encapsulated by the term rough-hewn. Young Master Li, what is it that you have misallocated? At that moment, a voice, reminiscent of cherished memories, resonated beside Li Chen. Daoist Li swiftly turned, and there she stood, her smile radiant as flowers, captivating in her beauty. Misallocated? How could that be? I am but a simple villager, and here I am in this temple, akin to a rustic man. Indeed, I am but a villager. Li Chen began to explain. The flowers of Chang'an have blossomed, and she has arrived. Upon seeing the familiar visage, Chui Yingying could no longer contain herself. Disregarding any modesty befitting a lady, and embraced Li Chen. The flowers of Chang'an have finally bloomed. I have at last met you. This embrace left Li somewhat dazed. What was this sensation? Could this be the feeling of love? Embracing the notion of seizing an opportunity, Li Chen's restless hands encircled Chui Yingying's waist. Miss Chui, with so many witnesses present, this may not be appropriate. Ultimately, even with his thick skin, Daoist Li found himself overwhelmed, unable to withstand such intimacy with a lady for the first time. It's all your fault. Chui Yingying released Li Chen, her face flushed. Casting a glance at the onlookers before hastily retreating, leaving behind an awkward Li Chen. Ahem. Well, the scenery is quite splendid today. Daoist Li, having experienced his inaugural embrace with a girl under the scrutinizing gaze of so many, felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly fled the scene. Below the debating platform, the 4 disciples exchanged glances, having never before encountered such a side of Li Chen. Throughout the ages, Li Chen has embodied not merely a human being, but rather a deity gracing the mortal realm, devoid of any trace of worldly desires. Yet, with the appearance of Chui Yingying, a palpable aura of humanity began to envelop Li Chen. The world was taken aback to discover that even the esteemed Daoist Li Chen is capable of sentiment. That he is, after all, akin to the rest of humanity. Concurrently, Ever since this revelation, Li Shimin felt a profound sense of reassurance regarding Li Chen. In Li Shimin's eyes, Li Chen appeared invulnerable, impervious to the allure of fame and fortune. Such a transcendent figure commands the admiration of the masses, however. This very quality has become a source of trepidation for Li Shimin. As the sovereign, his greatest fear lies in those who seek nothing. For such individuals are inherently difficult to control. Yet now, the dynamics have shifted entirely. Chapter 73. The desperate head of the Chui family. The emergence of Chui Yingying revealed to Li Shimin the vulnerabilities of Li Chen. In a bid to compel Li Chen to strategize for him, he audaciously conferred upon the unranked Chui Yingying the title of a powerful first-class princess of the Tang dynasty. Such an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of history, which astounded both the court and the populace, was nevertheless executed by Li Shimin. As long as Chui Yingying remained his adopted sister and a princess of the Tang, Daoist could exert control over her. In the heart of the emperor, only the realm and national interests mattered. Bonds of friendship and kinship paled in comparison, a realization Li Shimin had grasped since the Xuanwu Gate incident. In contrast to the long-awaited reunion at Qifeng Temple, the ambition for supremacy within the Tang court rendered the aristocracy in a state of disarray. Historically, the noble families held themselves in high regard, preferring to marry their daughters to lesser houses rather than into the imperial family. There was even a saying that it was better to wed a woman from a noble family than a princess. The young scions of these families often held an air of superiority, dismissing even imperial princesses. However, times have changed. Since the upheaval initiated by Niu heir, the internal strife among the aristocracy has left them in a state of decline. Even though they attempted to mitigate their losses, their power and influence were no longer what they once were. In a desperate bid to recover their standing, they relentlessly encroached upon the livelihoods of the common folk. Over centuries, the noble families had amassed considerable land, which they entrusted to local peasants for cultivation, providing them only a meager portion of the harvest in return. This strategy not only garnered the goodwill of the populace, but also assured them a steady influx of grain and wealth. Their benevolence in providing sustenance, coupled with the Confucian ideologies and the support of court officials, had once secured them a significant position in society. However, the landscape has shifted dramatically. The aristocracy has left no stone unturned in their attempts to squeeze every possible resource from the people, resulting in a complete erosion of their prestige and authority among the populace. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shimin declared a general amnesty, reduced taxes, and continuously provided disaster relief, distributing rice porridge in various counties. His reputation among the people was already substantial, but in stark contrast to the noble families, their perception of him grew even more favorable. Particularly, those who had once considered themselves above others now scrambled to forge alliances with Li Shimin, hoping to gain his protection. The Chui family, in particular, suffered the most significant losses during this conflict. Following the detention of Princess Xingping by Chui Bo, some of Li Shimin's staunch supporters nearly dismantled the Chui family in their fury. As Chui Bo walked the streets, anyone who recognized him was likely to hurl rotten eggs and vegetables in his direction. Some extremists even resorted to throwing grains at the entrance of the Chui residence, flooding their courtyard with filth. The Chui family found themselves in an unbearable situation, suffocated by the stench that permeated their estate. After the tumult surrounding Chui Yingying subsided, Du Ruhui returned to the capital to resume his official position. The newly arrived officials were acutely aware of the events that had transpired and dared not offend Princess Xingping or Daoist. They could only turn a blind eye to the misfortunes befalling the Chui family, feigning ignorance of the entire affair. In a state of desperation, to compensate the Zheng family of the Qingli clan and to preserve the legacy of the Chui family, Chui Bo had no choice but to journey to Chang'an. Living in humiliation was preferable to the obliteration of his lineage. The millennia-old Chui family could not perish under his watch. Within a mere 10 days, starved and frozen, Chui Bo, with remarkable fortitude, finally reached the city of Chang'an. Who is this wretched beggar? The imperial city is no place for you to seek alms. Before the palace gates, a few guards, witnessing the approach of an old man reeking of filth and clad in tattered rags, hastily intervened. Yet, some were moved by compassion, and one of them tossed a copper coin to the beggar. You are the true beggars. I am the head of the esteemed Chui family from Qingha, and I demand an audience with His Majesty. The indignation within Chui Bo swelled as he was mistaken for a beggar, filling him with a sense of humiliation akin to a tiger brought low, preyed upon by dogs. If you are the head of the Chui family, then I am your father, retorted one guard, incredulous. What a peculiar beggar indeed to refuse wealth. The imperial guards burst into laughter upon hearing such audacity. How could someone so brazenly claim to be the head of the Chui family? You insolent child, you go too far. When I meet His Majesty, I shall ensure he punishes your insolence. At that moment, all of Chui Bo's grievances erupted. As the head of a family with a heritage spanning a millennium, he possessed a certain pride, even in his degradation. Yet, in this instant, that pride was shattered, leaving only a sliver of rationality amidst the turmoil. You beggar! How dare you display such temper? This is a sacred ground. If you do not depart immediately, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. The guards, no strangers to indignation themselves, grew cold at Chui Bo's audacity and unsheathed their blades. Very well, wait for me. I shall return. Chui Bo scoffed, ultimately choosing to retreat in the face of armed guards. As for Chui Bo's arrival, Li Shimin had been aware of it from the moment he entered Chang'an, even surmising his intentions. However, he was uncertain how to handle the powerful families. Although they posed no immediate threat, they possessed vast tracts of land. The majority of the realm's territory lay in the hands of these families, and Li Shimin was at a loss as to how to allocate and manage such extensive lands. In this society, land was the most coveted prize, and mishandling it could lead to considerable chaos. Your Majesty, the Chui family now has nowhere to turn. Their only recourse is to you. I wonder why you did not grant them an audience just now. At present, even Changsun Wuji found Li Shimin inscrutable. Given the circumstances, Chui Bo's approach could mean that centuries of accumulated wealth and influence of the Qinghe Chui family would revert to the dynasty. Changsun Wuji could not fathom why Li Shimin would let such a golden opportunity slip away. Wuji, Chui Bo still harbors hope. As long as there is hope, there can be no true allegiance. With even the slightest chance, he could strike back like a venomous serpent. Thus, it is premature to see him now. Furthermore, given Chui Bo's current standing, he is avoided by all, and I have no desire to encounter him. No one dares to counsel me, nor is anyone bold enough to usher him into the palace. I believe Chui Bo comprehends this better than anyone else. Thus, if he wishes to see me, Chui Bo has but one course of action. A cold gleam emanated from Li Shimin's eyes. All the intricate schemes of the aristocracy have been laid, and now it is time to reel them in. Since this vast net originated from Qingfeng Temple, let it conclude there. As Li Shimin anticipated, after being frightened away by the imperial guards, Chui Bo could only exit the city of Chang'an, a place where he is well known, and he cannot afford to lose face. In desperation, Chui Bo ultimately had no choice but to make his way to Qingfeng Temple. Chapter 74. The True Discourse. Heaven bestows organic opportunities, and serendipitous encounters are no mere coincidence. When emotions run deep, words become superfluous, hearts resonate in a silent communion. The days spent at Qingfeng Temple marked the most serene and blissful moments of Chui Yingying's life, each second savored with utmost gratitude. Simultaneously, she witnessed the endearing side of the esteemed Li, who, when confronted with matters of the heart, resembled a blank slate, utterly at a loss. Even after Chui Yingying felt they had already formed a bond, the self-doubting Li hesitated to confess his feelings. Merely assigning her to the guest quarters of the temple, rooms he had carefully selected, being the closest and of superior quality within the premises. Such disparate treatment stirred an inexplicable discomfort in Jiang Yin, especially during the bloom of the blossoms in Chang'an, when the two embraced on the discourse platform. Her envy was palpable. As Jiang Yin poured her emotions into the tree before her, a voice resonated from behind. What a remarkable skill, yet alas, the heart is not in it. Thus the path to greatness remains unfulfilled. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin relinquished her grip on the sturdy tree and turned to find an elderly man with a head of white hair, holding a bamboo scroll and smiling at her. What business is it of yours, old man, regarding my practice? She retorted, her frustration boiling over. Such a fiery spirit in one so young. How dare you bully an old man like me? The elder, rather amused, responded to her outburst. Ah, the saying respect your elders clearly applies to you. Since your critique of me is so astute, why not engage in a duel? Jiang Yin bristled at his comment regarding the elusive path to greatness. She felt a fierce determination surge within her. In her prime, she believed that given sufficient time, she could certainly reach the pinnacle of success. A young girl indeed. Yet you forget that even if I were capable of martial arts, one should not take advantage of the frail and elderly. As for achieving greatness, I am not here to belittle you, but do you truly believe you can surpass them? The elder gestured towards Li's diligent fourth disciple, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Just this observation made him feel inadequate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin gazed at the fourth disciple, falling into a contemplative silence. She had always considered herself a prodigy, yet in comparison to those four, she felt dimmed. The crux of the matter lay in their exceptional mentor, Li Chen. With his guidance, even the most unremarkable could ascend to greatness, becoming a true master in Jiang Yan's eyes. The youth is indeed teachable. This temple is truly a splendid place for cultivation, accommodating those whom the world cannot accept. This is the essence of true harmony. Such a realm, I humbly acknowledge, surpasses me. The elder cast a knowing glance at Jiang Yan, then directed his steps towards the discourse platform. As he approached, a beggar ascended the stage, and upon seeing the elder's figure, his face lit up with excitement. Ancestor, ancestor, it is true, you are still alive. However, just as he was about to pursue, the furious and aggrieved Jiang Yan directly intercepted him. The discussion platform had become the most sacred site in the Tang dynasty since the last philosophical debate. Its existence attracted numerous disciples from various schools, eager to witness the hallowed ground where their teachings could flourish. Consequently, the temple experienced an influx of worshippers daily. Albeit small in number, it transformed into a national pilgrimage site for the Tang. No other temple, be it the White Cloud Temple or any other, could rival the notoriety of the Qingfeng Temple, which even drew Buddhist practitioners who wished to engage in discourse with Daoist Master Li, eager to showcase their prowess. Yet, before they could reach the temple, they were restrained by Li Shimin, who ensured that Li Chun remained undisturbed and could reside peacefully within Qingfeng Temple, allowing only 100 visitors daily for incense offerings. As for the discussion platform, Li Chun regarded it as an ideal place to converse with Cui Yingying, instructing Tainyo and the others to refrain from approaching the back mountain, fearing an untimely encounter. However, Tainyo and his companions misunderstood his intentions, believing that their master sought to preserve the sanctity of this revered site by forbidding them access to the rear. This was indeed a splendid place. Perhaps a millennium hence, it would be celebrated as a beautiful tale in the world. Just as Li Chun prepared to take further action after teaching Cui Yingying the game of Do Di Zhu, an elderly man suddenly approached, disrupting the moment. Although Daoist Li felt displeased, especially with the presence of the young lady, he endeavored to maintain his composure, repeatedly reminding himself not to succumb to anger. Old man, may I inquire as to your purpose here? Li Chun, suppressing his irritation, responded with an air of elegance, embodying the grace and demeanor befitting a Daoist. The discussion platform, of course, is for dialogue. However, after observing Daoist Li, I find myself inadequate, and thus, further discussion seems unnecessary. The old man gazed at Li Chun and Cui Yingying, seemingly reminiscing about his own youthful days when he and his beloved shared a similar bond. Regrettably, he realized too late that his beloved had departed, and all was now in vain. Your words are profound. The discussion of the Tao pertains to the Tao of the world, which belongs to all under heaven. If that is the case, who among the world does not engage in discourse? Such lofty sentiments flowed effortlessly from Li Chun's lips. After having rebuffed numerous challengers previously, he felt undaunted by the presence of an elderly man. Indeed, well said. The world belongs to the people, and in this regard, I find myself lacking. Initially harboring doubts about Li Chun, the old man now felt those doubts dissipate entirely. The foremost figure of the Tang dynasty, Li Chun was truly deserving of such a title. Having reached the venerable age of 70, he finally comprehended this truth. Yet Li Chun, still in his youth, had already achieved greatness. How could he possibly compare? What a perfect couple they made. Alas, it was too late for him. What the old man envied most was the love shared between Li Chun and Cui Yingying, unencumbered, blessed by all. He could not help but reflect with a sigh. The young girl, by the conventions of lineage, found herself in a position of privilege with the term young lady. However, the old man was not one to adhere to worldly conventions. Recognizing the bond between them, he decided to bestow upon her a token of significance. Upon concluding his words, he retrieved a medallion from within his robe, his eyes shimmering with profound reverence. This emblem represented the essence of his lifelong quest, yet only recently had he come to realize the errors of his pursuits. Nevertheless, what of it? Even in the face of misjudgment, he was resolute to continue on his chosen path, for this was the journey he had embraced, undeterred by notions of right or wrong. As the medallion was unveiled, the expression in Cui Yingying's eyes transformed from elation to astonishment. Could it be, she stammered, that you are indeed the legendary ancestor spoken of in tales? Chapter 75, The Legendary King, Cui Xiao. Indeed, the young lady possesses remarkable insight. This treasure should have been passed down long ago, however. There was no one in my family deemed worthy, thus it must be entrusted to you. With a hearty laugh, he graciously acknowledged his identity, revealing himself to be Cui Xiao, the legendary figure of the Cui family, and the grandfather of Cui Bo. Cui Xiao was a prodigy, mastering general knowledge at the age of 1, proficient in the 4 books and 5 classics by 3, achieving first place in local poetry competitions at 7, and becoming the top scholar at 15. Yet, born into a time of chaos, his accomplishments felt as ephemeral as clouds. For the sake of his family, he resolutely resigned from his official position and returned home. In just 5 years, he transformed the Cui family into the foremost clan, all while still in his 20s. Remarkably, During that era, the 5 great Confucian sages conferred upon him the 6th Confucian decree, intended to be preserved through generations. However, only a few years later, for reasons unknown, the vigorous Cui Xiu mysteriously vanished without a trace. Speculations regarding his disappearance have persisted, yet answers remain elusive. Even the Confucian decree that Li Shimin took from the Cui family was linked to Cui Xiu after his disappearance. Others sought to restore the decree in hopes of coaxing Cui Xiu back. Unbeknownst to Daoist Li, who was observing, he began to jest at the sight of the old man producing a token, questioning the necessity of such elaborate exposition over a mere insignia. Cui Yingying, his great-granddaughter, respectfully addressed her ancestor, beseeching forgiveness for any perceived disrespect. Upon realizing Cui Xiu's identity, she immediately knelt. Declaring that he was the only person in the Cui family she held in utmost reverence. From a young age, Cui Yingying's thirst for knowledge was ignited by her admiration for Cui Xiu. The Cui family was aware of the reasons behind his disappearance. After the death of his beloved wife, Cui Xiu fell into despair and chose to seclude himself, leaving the family behind. This steadfast loyalty to his wife, vowing never to remarry, was what Cui Yingying admired most about him. Please, rise, he chuckled heartily. Such worldly matters are trivial to an old man like myself. For I am no longer a part of the Cui family. There is no need for formality. Being part of a prestigious family was the greatest regret of Cui Xiu's life. Had it not been for the family, he thought, he would not have lost her so young, never even having the chance to bid her farewell. Ah, it is great-grandfather. I apologize for my rudeness. Please forgive me. Upon learning of the elder's relation to Cui Yingying, Li Qin's ulterior motives dissipated, his sole focus shifting to how best to win favor. Indeed, the quickest way to a woman's heart often lies in winning over her family, a notion that had never crossed Li Qin's mind until now. Ha ha ha, splendid. According to worldly customs, I am unworthy of your reverence as great-grandfather, especially since you are now the head of Qingfeng Temple. Nevertheless, since the matter is settled, I shall accept your address. I have nothing of value to bestow upon you, so I can only offer this. As he spoke, Cui Bo drew forth a tome from his bosom, titled The Confucian Classics. The condition in which he preserved this book attests to its significance in his life. Beside him, Cui Yingying was already astounded, for she had never anticipated that Cui Xiu would unveil the Confucian Classics. This revered text is the culmination of the wisdom imparted by generations of Confucian scholars, each leaving behind their profound insights before their demise. It embodies the essence of Confucian thought, spanning from Confucius to Cui Xiu, encompassing 1,000 generations of disciples. In days of yore, the Confucian Classics had indeed found its way into Cui Xiu's hands. However, upon attaining profound enlightenment, Cui Xiu resolved that the current representatives of Confucianism were unworthy to possess such a treasure. He deemed it fit only to be held by himself until it could be entrusted to a worthy successor. Today, after encountering Li Chun, Cui Xiu made this momentous decision. Upon reflection, Li Chun could be considered his junior, also a half-blooded heir of Confucianism. Thus, the transference of the Confucian Classics to him would not violate tradition. Alas, my ancestors must not be relinquished. This is the last hope of the Cui family. As long as this artifact remains within our grasp, the Cui family shall surely rise again, Cui Bo suddenly exclaimed. His enduring hope stemmed from the belief in Cui Xiu's existence. Despite the imminent downfall of the Cui family, Cui Bo firmly believed that Cui Xiu would reappear. Yet, to his astonishment, Cui Xiu chose to bestow the Confucian Classics upon Li Chun. If one were to ponder who Cui Bo despised most in his lifetime, it would undoubtedly be Li Chun. Were it not for Li Chun, the family would not have descended into such dire straits. Without him, the Cui family would not have crumbled within a month. However, now his esteemed ancestor intended to pass on this coveted text, desired by all learned men, to Li Chun, a notion Cui Bo found utterly unbearable. Ah, Cui Bo, though I have long since severed ties with the Cui family, we are still bound by blood. The current plight of the Cui family is but a consequence of your own actions. For years, all your pursuits have been misguided, focused solely on personal gain and oppression, entirely neglecting the well-being of the common folk and forgetting the original aspiration of serving the world, Cui Xiu lamented. Since you have strayed from that purpose, it is perhaps just that such a family meets its demise. With a heavy sigh, Cui Xiu confessed that the moment he withdrew from the Cui family, he had already lost faith in the aristocracy. In its nascent days, every member was a valiant warrior, willing to sacrifice for the nation, casting aside personal and familial interests. Yet, the contemporary aristocracy has long forsaken the world, consumed by self-interest, an affront to their ancestors. Grandfather, I acknowledge my mistakes. Yet the Cui family's legacy must not falter under my guardianship, lest I become a pariah. Therefore, grandfather, this artifact truly cannot be given to him, Cui Bo implored, his voice tinged with anguish. Throughout this journey, I have endured hardships beyond compare. Initially, my visit to Qingfeng Temple was to beseech Li Chun for an audience with Li Shimin, believing it would alleviate the Cui family's tribulations. However, that is no longer necessary. Our ancestor has returned. With Cui Xiu's presence, Cui Bo felt a newfound resolve. The ancestors wielded the Confucian decree, a profound instrument capable of commanding the hearts and minds of scholars across the realm. As long as such authority was in hand, the pressures from the noble families would evaporate entirely. Moreover, the name Cui Xiu holds an esteemed place in the hearts of countless students, many of whom revere him as an idol. Even after the passage of years, Cui Xiu remains a legendary figure in the collective memory, a legend continually embellished with time. The mere thought of the Confucian decree caused Cui Bo to glance at the token in Cui Yingying's grasp, sending his heart racing. Yet, the matter did not end there. Upon hearing his words, Li Chun became exceedingly displeased and promptly seized the Confucian decree. Ultimately, the overwhelming blow proved too much for Cui Bo, and he fainted. Chapter 76. The relationships of Cui Xiu. With a deep sigh, Cui Xiu lamented that the aristocracy had reached this point due to their excessive obsession with lineage. Rest assured, Daoist Li, the Daoist platform is a sacred place. I shall escort him down the mountain and ensure he does not sully this hallowed ground. After all, Cui Bo was his own grandson. If he continued to cause a ruckus at Qingfeng Temple, Li Shimin would undoubtedly be enraged, resulting in the ultimate downfall of the entire Cui family. Although Cui Xiu did not wish for the Cui family to continue down this misguided path, having dedicated his finest years as the family head, his feelings towards the family were deeply complex. He resented being born into such a lineage, yet felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of its true demise. Li Chen was taken aback. The first time he encountered Cui Yingying as father was under such circumstances. Upon realizing his identity, he was left momentarily speechless, and by the time he regained his composure, Cui Xiu had already departed. With Cui Bo noticing Li Chen's silence, Cui Xiu assumed he was still deliberating the underlying motives, as he had orchestrated the grand game of the aristocracy. If he truly intended to bring about Cui Bo's ruin, there was little he could do at Qingfeng Temple, other than swiftly escort Cui Bo away. Ancestor, why did you entrust such a vital matter to our family's adversaries? Are you still one of us? Cui Bo cried out, bewildered. For so long, I and the entire Cui family have regarded you as our faith. Why have you betrayed us? In Chang'an, upon awakening, Cui Bo vehemently questioned Cui Xiu. Despite the hardships, Cui Xiu held on to hope, for they had the ancestor. As long as the ancestor remained, the Cui family would surely rise again. However, now that the ancestor stood with Li Chun, Cui Bo found it utterly unacceptable. Young man, prepare him a bath and a fresh set of clothes, Cui Xiu instructed his attendant, disregarding Cui Bo's outbursts. Ancestor, answer me. Why have you betrayed the Cui family? Why? Cui Bo relentlessly pursued the matter. Cui Bo, as the family head for many years, you understand well that the aristocracy has committed countless heinous acts in pursuit of their own interests. The decline of such families is ultimately beneficial for the world. Cui Xiu replied earnestly. Li Chen once said something very true. The world belongs to the people of the world. The actions of the aristocracy violate the great principles of society. Such families, even if Li Shimin or Li Chun do not take action against them, will inevitably face their downfall one day. By then, the accumulated grievances will be far greater. The decline of the aristocracy will not be a simple affair. Our Cui family boasts a millennium of heritage, with generations of heroes who have contributed immensely to the world. The existence of such a family is indeed a boon for society, Cui Bo argued, his rationality gradually returning. Indeed, throughout history, many aristocratic families have produced heroes, with numerous scions sacrificing everything for the greater good. However, that was in the past. Do you believe your father, or even my father, or the other esteemed families accomplished this? Only a handful did. The noble families once boasted numerous heroes, yet for the present lineage, this notion has become a mere jest. Had these families truly been as illustrious as claimed, they would not have descended into chaos over trivial gains, risking their very existence. As evidenced by the recent turmoil surrounding Li Daoshang and Yo Air, this is the current state of what is deemed noble. Cui Xiu spoke coldly, recalling the 5 surnames and 7 clans, which once represented a glorious chapter in history, a pinnacle of aristocracy. However, this once lauded legacy has now devolved into ridicule. Cui Bo, wishing to counter, found himself at a loss for words, for all that their ancestor had spoken was the unvarnished truth, and these events were of recent origin. Noticing Cui Bo's silence, Cui Xiu summoned a servant to assist him with his bath and change of attire, before producing a letter to be entrusted to Changsun Wuji. At the Changsun residence, upon reading the contents of the letter, Changsun Wuji's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to hasten to the imperial palace. Your Majesty, Mr. Cui has made an appearance. Upon encountering Li Shimin, Changsun Wuji presented the letter, unable to conceal his fervor. As a Confucian disciple, he recalled how his father had once received assistance from Cui Xiu, a kindness that the Changsun family had long cherished. Today, Cui Xiu sought to leverage this favor to request Changsun Wuji's aid in meeting the emperor. Wuji, it has been nearly 50 years since Mr. Cui has shown himself. I am astounded he still lives, Li Shimin remarked, reflecting on the time when he had instructed his men to keep watch over Qifeng Temple during Cui Bo's visit. Yet had received no word of Cui Xiu, which spoke volumes of his reclusive nature. Had it not been for Mr. Cui's profound grief following the loss of his wife in his youth, leading him to withdraw from worldly affairs, he might well have ascended to the status of a contemporary sage. Unlike others from noble families, Mr. Cui harbored compassion for the common people and held lofty ideals. It pained Changsun Wuji that such a figure was now resorting to personal connections to secure an audience with the emperor. It was lamentable that for the sake of the Cui family, Mr. Cui had sacrificed his own illustrious integrity. If the noble houses, particularly the Cui family, were guided by such a man, how could I ever contemplate taking action against them? Li Shimin pondered, reflecting on the contributions of this great scholar to the realm, who had chosen solitude amid turmoil, evoking a sense of respect within him. Summon the imperial carriage, and let a grand sedan chair with 16 bearers be dispatched to bring Mr. Cui to the palace, Li Shimin commanded. Suddenly recalling something, he added, as for Cui Bo, let him walk to the palace, bowing 3 times and knocking his head 9 times at the gates, no less. For any omission could lead to dire consequences for the Cui family. Despite his profound respect for Cui Xiu, Li Shimin harbored no goodwill towards the other noble families, and his ire towards Cui Bo was particularly intense. After all, Cui Bo was the father of Cui Yingying, and should he seek assistance from Li Chen, the ties of familial relations would compel Li Daoshang to approach him. Thus, Li Daoshang would owe him a favor, which could serve as the first step for Li Chen's return to prominence. Alas, all of this had now been rendered futile. Li Shimin found himself bereft of the very thing he desired most, Li Daoshang's favor, and thus could not afford to show Cui Bo any kindness. Especially upon discovering that Cui Bo had unlawfully imprisoned Cui Yingying and Qinghe, nearly causing a calamity for Wang Jin and Cui Zichu. Li Shimin had long entertained thoughts of dealing with Cui Bo. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Cui Xiu was not taken aback. He understood that, given his status, he could meet Li Shimin even without the intervention of Changsun Wuji. However, by taking such action, he was unequivocally conveying his stance. He even expended the goodwill owed to the Changsun family, thereby severing his own path of retreat. At this juncture, he had long ceased to harbor any attachment to the mortal realm, seeking nothing but a singular word. Chapter 77. The Word of Emotion. Timeless and eternal as an old man of humble origins, how could I possibly deserve such great respect? Having uttered these words, Cui Xiu began to stride towards the imperial palace. Mr. Cui, you are advanced in age. Perhaps you should return to your seat. In the whole world, only you possess such qualifications, Longsun Wuji remarked, his face a canvas of profound reverence. The Longsun family had indeed produced a remarkable descendant, though alas, it was a pity. Cui Xiu chose not to dwell on this topic further. After that remark, he continued on his way to the palace, lamenting the absence of such extraordinary figures in the Cui family, which ultimately led to their downfall. At the dawn of Li Shimin's ascent, the Longsun clan had placed their bets on him. Despite their noble lineage, they had long been disillusioned with the arrogance of the aristocracy. Later on, families like the Du and Fang clans, along with the aristocracy of Longxi and Guangdong, became steadfast supporters of Li Shimin for the sake of the realm. This was the true essence of nobility, particularly Du Ruhui, who resolutely left his family behind to become a paragon among the aristocracy, exemplified this noble spirit. Regrettably, such individuals had never emerged from the Cui family. Before the Xuanwu Gate, Cui Bo came to a halt, adjusting his attire, and performed a ceremonial bow, 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows, in homage to the grandeur of the world. Along the way, he had paused intermittently, and 2 hours had elapsed, all in anticipation of Cui Bo's ritualistic homage at each step. After traversing such a distance, Cui Bo's forehead was bathed in blood, and he felt faint. Yet he dared not cease his efforts. Stopping would mean death, and he was reluctant to meet that fate. Alas, after paying his respects at the Xuanwu Gate, Cui Xiu glanced at Cui Bo and let out a deep sigh. Had Cui Bo exhibited a modicum of integrity along the way, perhaps there would have been hope for redemption. However, in his desperate struggle for survival, he had forsaken that which is most vital to humanity. It was no wonder that His Majesty commanded him to perform 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows upon entering the court. Upon passing through the Xuanwu Gate and arriving before the Grand Hall, Cui Xiu once again bowed, exuding an aura of righteous spirit. Li Shimin had been awaiting his arrival outside the hall, holding immense respect for this sage who was wholly devoted to the welfare of the people. Commoner Cui Xiu pays his respects to your majesty. His bow before the Xuanwu Gate and the Grand Hall was a tribute to the righteous spirit of heaven and earth, while his deference to Li Shimin reflected his reverence for the sovereign and the populace, honoring heaven, earth, and humanity. These were the principles Cui Xiu had comprehended over the years, and they had become his faith. Please rise, esteemed elder. Though I am the ruler of a nation, my contributions to the world pale in comparison to yours. I hope you do not belittle me. Li Shimin hastily assisted Cui Xiu to his feet, taking his hand and personally leading him into the Grand Hall. Having lived in seclusion for over 50 years, Cui Xiu's sudden appearance garnered significant respect from Li Shimin, overshadowing even the highest-ranking officials in the court. As for Cui Bo, upon encountering Li Shimin, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he would not lose his head, only to faint thereafter. The head of the Cui family was of little concern to anyone. Only Li Shimin feared his demise would prevent him from providing an account to Li Chun, prompting the imperial physician to attend to him. Esteemed elder, you have been in seclusion for many years. I have long wished for your return. Today, I have 3 inquiries, and I wonder if you would be able to provide answers. The emergence of Cui Xiu was a matter of profound clarity in the mind of Li Shimin. However, prior to expressing his own thoughts, he wished to hear the esteemed scholar's perspective. Since your majesty holds a high regard for a humble subject, I implore you to share your thoughts. As Cui Xiu surveyed the orderly court, he felt a sense of astonishment. Was this not the very court he had longed for? It was likely that Cui Lao had cast his gaze over the realm before entering the court. One could only wonder what impressions he had formed about the current state of the world and the flourishing of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin posed a question, eager to gauge Cui Xiu's depth of insight, curious whether this scholar was indeed as esteemed as the world proclaimed. Your Majesty is a sovereign of unparalleled greatness, endowed with extraordinary talents. Under your leadership, the Tang dynasty is destined to flourish within a decade. Upon hearing this response, Li Shimin felt immense satisfaction, for he had previously inquired about this matter with Li Chun, and now Cui Xiu echoed exactly what Li Chun had said. Li Chun's resolute confidence stemmed from his knowledge of history. During Li Shimin's reign of over a decade, he had vanquished the Turks and subdued the eastern tribes, laying a firm foundation for the Tang's prosperity. Cui Xiu's ability to discern this truth from merely a brief observation showcased his remarkable intellect and vision. Yet, before Li Shimin could pose a second question, Cui Xiu interjected once more. Your Majesty, my earlier judgment was made prior to my visit to Qingfeng Temple. After my arrival there, I ascended the discussion platform, intending to engage in discourse with Daoist Li. However, before the dialogue could formally commence, I felt a sense of inadequacy. The presence of Daoist Li is indeed a blessing for the Tang dynasty. With his guidance, the dynasty is bound to reach unprecedented heights within 5 years. Cui Xiu held Li Chun in high esteem. Throughout the years, he had encountered countless reclusive masters, yet none could compare to Li Chun. He lamented not being present during the last discourse, where Xia Hong, Xia Yingding, and numerous other secluded sages emerged. This absence became a significant regret for Cui Xiu. Now, with Xia Hong having departed this world, and Xia Yingding having devoted himself to the court upon hearing of Daoist Li's reemergence, he dedicated his life's learning to benefit the common people, taking it upon himself to serve the realm. Regrettably, at his advanced age, Cui Xiu felt drained of energy. Had he encountered Li Chen sooner, many of his regrets might have been alleviated. Now, he possessed vast knowledge yet found no avenue to apply it. What I express? Your Majesty, you must also comprehend. Should Li Daoist lend his support, the realm would indeed transform. My second inquiry pertains to Li Daoist as well. I must ask, what role should Li Daoist assume? Upon uttering these words, a chilling silence enveloped the court. If Li Shimin were to harbor suspicions about Li Daoist, what could be expected of his ministers? This had long been a concern for Li Shimin. Li Chun was a prodigious talent, and whoever secured his allegiance would wield great power. Once the Tang dynasty entered a true golden age, the existence of Li Daoist became an unpredictable variable, a conundrum that Li Shimin felt ill-equipped to address. Moreover, by posing this question before the assembled ministers, Li Shimin aimed to strike a chord of caution. In less than 2 years since his ascension, many of the founding heroes have grown arrogant and dismissive, a situation that has greatly displeased Emperor Li Shimin. Today, He intends to use Daoist masterly to admonish them, hoping they might temper their pride in the future. The emperor's inquiry brings great comfort to the common folk. And regarding this matter, His Majesty can rest assured. Masterly seeks nothing more than freedom. The ever-shifting tides of the court impose numerous constraints, making it an unworthy domain for his aspirations. His heart is solely devoted to the welfare of the world and its people, and he would never engage in actions that might harm the realm. Most importantly, Master Li is a man of deep affection, and the essence of love transcends time and history. Chapter 78. The formal conclusion of the Cui family upon hearing Cui Xiu's words. Li Shimin felt a profound sense of relief, for his thoughts aligned with those of Cui Xiu. From the events that had transpired recently, it was evident that Daoist Li had little interest in the affairs of the realm. His sole concern lay within the confines of his modest abode, shared with another, and the simple rhythms of daily life, nothing more. Cui Lao, I have 3 inquiries, and I am uncertain if you, Your Majesty, there is no need for such questions, as you already possess the answers. Why dwell on them further? Cui Xiu interjected before Li Shimin could speak. Both were astute individuals, and Cui Xiu, having surpassed his 70th year, had clearly lost much of his vigor. The matters between the Cui family and Li Shimin had fostered an insurmountable rift between them. No matter how they attempted to mend it, a thorn would always remain. In light of this, I shall not press Cui Lao further. I sincerely hope he might consider residing in Chang'an for a few days, as there are numerous matters I wish to discuss intimately with him. Li Shimin was not ready to relinquish hope. After all, Cui Xiu's renown was widespread, and the 2 inquiries posed earlier revealed his profound knowledge and expertise. Such a man could undoubtedly serve the Tang dynasty and elevate its might. Thus, I humbly accept your offer. After all, I seek your favor, Your Majesty, Cui Xiu conceded, unwilling to repeatedly deny Li Shimin's request. In the Chengqian Palace, Li Shimin and Cui Xiu engaged in extensive dialogue. Through several days of interaction, Li Shimin found himself thoroughly captivated by Cui Xiu's erudition and experiences. In all the world, perhaps apart from Daoist Li, there was no one who could rival Cui Lao. It was a lamentable reality that individuals of such caliber could not serve the Tang dynasty. As their discussions drew to a close, Li Shimin remarked that he had expressed all he wished to say, yet Cui Xiu remained resolute in his decision not to stay. Li Shimin did not press further, recognizing that with the current strength of the Tang dynasty, Cui Xiu's presence would merely be a delightful embellishment. Your Majesty, you flatter me. The world is vast and filled with extraordinary talents. There are many who surpass me. Consider, for instance, my esteemed senior brother, Li Chunfeng, and his contemporary, Yuan Tiangang, as well as the illustrious Confucian sage Sun Fa, among countless others. Compared to them, I am but a mayfly, inconsequential and insignificant. When Li Chunfeng was mentioned, Cui Xiu unwittingly emphasized his tone. It was astonishing that such a humble establishment as Qingfeng Temple could produce 2 extraordinary talents simultaneously. Cui Xiu lamented that he had not visited Qingfeng Temple to converse with their master, the elder abbot, before his retreat from the world. The achievements of a disciple ultimately reflect their master's greatness. Now, both of these brothers could stir the entire Tang and beyond at will, illustrating the formidable prowess of their teacher. Your Majesty, I am Cui Bo, the current head of the Cui family. I beseech you to grant us a chance for survival. As their conversation concluded, Cui Bo stepped forward, having bowed in submission for 3 hours, finally regaining his composure. He reflected on the past when, during the tumultuous 3 Kingdoms era, the Cui family had produced loyal ministers for 5 generations, sacrificing immensely for the harmony of the world. Yet now, under his leadership, the family had become selfish, solely concerned with its own interests. Such a family, such a lineage, poses a perilous threat to the common folk and to my realm, akin to a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. You ask what purpose there is in preserving your existence. The words of Li Shimin pierced the heart, leaving Cui Xiu feeling utterly humiliated as he grappled with the transformation of the aristocracy into such a state. Your Majesty, although the Cui family brings great harm to the world, it remains a place that nurtures and raises the common people. Therefore, I beseech Your Majesty to spare the Cui family, at least to ensure that their lineage does not perish. In the end, Cui Xiu, unable to bear the thought, implored Li Shimin on behalf of his family. Enough, enough, Li Shimin replied coldly. Since the elder Cui has spoken so, how could I refuse? Furthermore, your daughter has indeed chosen a worthy husband, and for his sake, I shall grant the Cui family a chance at survival. However, from this point onward, all the lands of the Cui family shall be surrendered to the court. The debts owed to the aristocracy will be settled by the court, and the Cui family shall no longer reside in Qingha. I have arranged for them to be relocated to a village north of Chang'an. where they shall experience the lives of the most impoverished citizens. Li Shimon's expression was frosty. He understood that no opportunity could be afforded to the Chui family, lest they seize the chance to rise again. The legacy of the aristocracy is too deeply entrenched, and even Li Shimon was uncertain of what hidden cards the Chui family might still hold. Hearing these words, Chuibo hesitated. If Li Shimon's assertions were accurate, the entire Chui family would be left with nothing. Would such a state still be considered the Chui family? You have no choice, Li Shimon continued, devoid of empathy. Should you refuse my proposition, annihilation awaits the Chui family. Being an aristocrat, you should comprehend the means of your kind. Do you believe your family can withstand the other 6 prominent clans? Li Shimon's tone was devoid of sympathy. All that transpired was the consequence of the Chui family's own avarice. Chuibo fell into silence upon hearing Li Shimon's words. If he did not acquiesce to Li Shimon's demands, the Chui family would face absolute extinction, their lineage extinguished. Yet, if he complied, the family would be stripped of all possessions, relegated to the lowest echelons of society. The chasm between classes has been the most challenging to traverse throughout history. Should he heed Li Shimon's counsel, the fate of the Chui family would be sealed. Commoners, heed the decree. Ultimately, after considerable deliberation, Chuibo chose to submit, for he found himself devoid of alternatives and could only yield to Li Shimon's will. Very well, you may withdraw, Li Shimon declared. Wishing to avoid any further sight of Chuibo, had he possessed any semblance of dignity, Li Shimon might have regarded him more favorably. However, today, the head of the aristocracy displayed no trace of nobility, despite being a learned man. Upon hearing this, Chuibo dared not linger in the palace and promptly retreated. Thank you, your majesty. After Chuibo's departure, Chui Xiu bowed to Li Shimon and remarked that this outcome closely aligned with his own expectations, indeed representing the conclusion he had most desired to witness. There is no need for you to express gratitude, old Master Chui. I had intended to address the affairs of the Chui family in this manner. Alas, the individual who sought clemency erred in their approach. The millennial Chui family has, as of today, officially entered the annals of history. This development is indeed fortuitous for Li Shimon. With the demise of the Chui family now realized, it is time to turn our attention to other noble families. In this endeavor, Li Shimon aims to establish dominion over all lands beneath the heavens, asserting that all territory shall be under his sovereign control. To achieve this, it is imperative that the noble families consolidate all lands within their grasp. Chapter 79. Redistribution of land taxes. As Qinghe gazed upon the ancestral home of the Chui family, which had stood for nearly a millennium, Chuibo's heart brimmed with sorrow. From this moment forth, Qinghe would no longer bear the name of the Chui family. Instead, it would be home to the most ordinary common folk of Chang'an. Zichu had yet to be found. At the time of departure, Chuibo turned to the old steward beside him and inquired about any news of the disgraced Chui Zichu and Wang Jin. It was as if they had vanished from the earth entirely. Master, I have searched every corner of Qinghe, yet there is no trace of the young master. Do you think it could be? The steward hesitated, casting a glance towards the direction of Chang'an. Having grown up alongside Chuibo and devoted his life to the Chui family, his loyalty was unwavering. Alas, since His Majesty has spared the Chui family, he is unlikely to take further action against us. I only hope my son remains unscathed. Chuibo sighed deeply, then led the entire Chui family towards Chang'an, devoid of riches and provisions, entering a realm of utter destitution. Yet, within Chuibo's heart, a sense of relief began to take root. Over the past few days, he had come to realize that this was, indeed, the best possible outcome for the Chui family. Splendid. The oppressive officials have finally departed. We are free. Long live the Tang dynasty. Long live His Majesty. As the members of the Chui family departed, the entire Qinghe was enveloped in jubilation. Firecrackers were set off in every household, and tables were filled with sumptuous feasts, as if celebrating the dawn of a new prosperous era. Immediately following the acquisition of the Chui family's lands, Li Shimon initiated a new policy known as the redistribution of land taxes. Every family possessed land, every household cultivated fields, and the common people glimpsed hope. As long as they were granted these plots, they would have sustenance for generations to come. The war-weary populace understood all too well that having food to eat surpassed all else. Furthermore, the taxes decreed by Li Shimon were remarkably low, making them easily bearable for every household, thus earning him the admiration of the people. To discuss the redistribution of land taxes, one must first mention Li Daozhang. Once Li Shimon recognized that the land was now under his control, he was immediately confronted with a significant dilemma. Historically, while it was said that all land under heaven belonged to the emperor, the majority was held by powerful families who evaded taxes, significantly diminishing the emperor's authority over the land. However, now that all lands were in his hands, Li Shimin found himself in a quandary. Regardless of the era, land has always been the paramount issue. If this problem remained unresolved, Li Shimin knew that chaos would inevitably ensue throughout the realm. Reflecting on this, he considered distributing the lands among the numerous princes and nobles of the Tang dynasty, believing that entrusting these individuals with land management would pose no issues. Yet, a casual remark from Li Chen caused Li Shimin to abandon this notion. Your Majesty, should the current sovereign distribute lands among the noble dukes? While there may be no immediate problems, a century hence, as the land is inherited, many powerful families will re-emerge, legitimized by their claims. The word struck a dissonant chord within Li Shimin, ringing alarm bells in his heart. The chaos wrought by vassal kings was a recurrent theme throughout history. Such occurrences posed an unprecedented threat to any dynasty. After a series of inquiries, Li Chun recounted a tale to Li Shimin, one that revolved around Yongjing's policy of integrating taxation and labor, a concept that, despite being challenging in a feudal society, seemed the most viable solution. Upon first hearing of these policies, Li Shimin was utterly astounded. The proposals presented by Li Chun were more than a millennium ahead of the Tang dynasty, and it would indeed require some time for him to assimilate this revolutionary notion. However, Li Chun observed that although this policy did not manifest until the Qing dynasty, there had been little advancement throughout the entire feudal era, merely a stagnation of cultural accumulation. In essence, an overarching theme prevailed across the feudal dynasty's exploitation. Otherwise, the land of Yin and Huan would not have borne witness to such numerous tragedies, nor would there have been so many valiant heroes. To Li Chen, the fate of the feudal dynasties rested solely in the hands of the emperor. A strong emperor equated to a robust nation, a stark contrast to the ideals of a harmonious society. As the adage goes, a strong youth leads to a strong nation, as long as the blossoms flourished. A harmonious society could indeed thrive. After considerable contemplation, Li Shimin resolved to trial Li Chen's proposed policies in Qinghe, with the intention of implementing them nationwide once additional land was acquired from other noble families. Before he could set the wheels in motion against the aristocracy, a piece of news arrived from the north, a bold incursion by the Turks, daring to march southward, and his ministers were eager to embark on a campaign. Upon receiving this intelligence, Li Shimin felt a flicker of surprise. He believed that, given the current state of the Turks, engaging in conflict with the Tang would result in mutual destruction. Even the two Khans of the Turks understood this, leaving him puzzled as to their sudden change of heart. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the troops into battle, allowing the Turks to experience the might of the Tang cavalry. Qin Xiong was the first to volunteer. As the commander of the Qin army, he could not afford to falter at such a critical juncture. Your Majesty, my axe has long been thirsting for action. I beseech you to permit me to confront those Turks. Cheng Yaojin's eyes gleamed with the fervor of battle. With the number of conflicts dwindling, remaining in the confines of Chang'an felt akin to imprisonment. He would rather engage in a spirited fight. Your Majesty, I believe I am perfectly suited to confront the Turks. They are as dark as I am. Let us meet them blow for blow. This declaration from Yu Qigong elicited a wave of laughter. Yet none hesitated to petition Li Shimin for the chance to fight. The soldiers of the Tang had long harbored a seething fire within them. Last year they had anticipated a confrontation, only to find the Turks retreating. They could not let this opportunity slip away. Observing the assembly of martial officials clamoring for battle, Li Shimin found himself ensnared in a delightful dilemma, an abundance of fervor for war, with no soldier daunted and all eager to respond to the Turks' southern advance. Li Shimin could not help but feel optimistic about the future of the Tang. Esteemed ministers, heed my words. As long as Liangzhou remains, the Turks shall find it exceedingly difficult to breach the gates of the Central Plains. Since you all desire to lead troops in a battle, why not engage in a contest tomorrow? After contemplating, Li Shimin ultimately proposed a compromise. Each of these martial generals is capable of commanding forces, and even Li Shimin finds it challenging to choose among them. Although Qin Xiong has long held the title of marshal, earning the respect of all commanders, should Li Shimin appoint him again, there would be no dissent. Nevertheless, witnessing such fervent martial spirit, Li Shimin resolved to allow these generals to vie for the honor themselves. We, your loyal servants, stand ready. Let the battle commence, for we have never feared anyone in this regard. Chapter 80. The world needs them. The method for selecting the marshal has been temporarily established. The champion of the martial competition will be designated as the marshal. The second will be the vanguard, and the third and fourth will serve as left and right generals, respectively. The remaining individuals will follow suit according to their rankings. This approach ensures fairness, while simultaneously fostering a spirit of competition among the military leaders. Your Majesty, may I inquire about the source of your unease? After the court meeting, Li Shimin summoned Li Chunfeng, Changsun Wuji, and Du Ruhui to the Chang'an Palace. Surely, if others cannot discern the truth. It is improbable that my 4 esteemed ministers remain oblivious. The sudden mobilization of the Turks is certainly not a trivial matter. The Turks are not fools. Their decision to engage militarily indicates they have perceived an opportunity. Indeed, the 2 Khans of the Turks can be likened to rare eagles of the steppes, with Jili Khan even being dubbed the son of the wolf god, possessing unparalleled prestige across the plains. Their hasty advance must signal unrest within their own borders. Li Chunfeng reasoned that the current state of affairs is quite clear under Li Chen's strategic arrangements. Given the Turks' circumstances, they would not dare to confront the Tang dynasty without external intervention emboldening their audacity. Surrounding nations are firmly under Li Shimin's control, with troops amassed in readiness. Should they make a move, Li Shimin can ensure they return empty-handed. The only uncertainty lies within our own territory. This is the crux of my concern. Initially, I intended to lead a campaign against the Turks, driving them from the steppes, but the ambiguity within our domestic situation has rendered me hesitant to act recklessly. What do you propose we do? As the saying goes, a visible weapon is easily avoided, but a concealed arrow is hard to defend against. With hidden adversaries emerging within our midst, Li Shimin must refrain from impulsive actions. Any misstep could plunge the Tang dynasty into turmoil. Your Majesty, there is a matter I am uncertain whether to address. Li Chunfeng understood Li Shimin's apprehensions well. As long as Li Shimin remains within Chang'an, domestic disturbances are unlikely to escalate. Pray, speak freely. Observing Li Chunfeng's contemplative demeanor piqued Li Shimin's curiosity. The Tang dynasty boasts an abundance of martial generals. Yet in a few years, many will age. With the Turkish forces pressing upon us, we have a prime opportunity to cultivate our younger military leaders. By doing so, a contingent of generals will remain to safeguard your Majesty. Even if insurrection were to arise, it would not stir significant unrest. Li Chunfeng's insinuations were clear. He believed that Li Shimin would comprehend his intent. Indeed, how could I have overlooked them? Iron Bull and Chong'er have acquired considerable skills at the Daoist temple. It is time to gauge their true capabilities. Li Shimin held great expectations for Li Chen's 4 disciples. Qin Huaiyu and Du Ruhui, having entered the fold relatively recently, have yet to demonstrate their prowess. However, Iron Bull and Chang Sun Chong, with their distinct talents in both literary and martial arts, represent an exceptional duo whose training opportunity must not be squandered. Prepare the carriage. I shall proceed to Qifeng Temple to request the presence of Daoist Li. Upon the mere thought of Tai Nyo and Chang Sun Chong, Li Shimin found himself unable to remain seated. His curiosity regarding the current state of Li Daoshang's 2 disciples was insatiable. Your Majesty, please do not be anxious. If I can ponder this, I am certain my junior brother has also contemplated it. We need only wait a short while. They will naturally come to the palace to report. Li Chunfeng remarked with a demeanor of confidence, well acquainted with his disciples. Even Li Shimin sensed that the martial arts competitions the following day would be exceptionally lively. Pondering what sentiments the warriors would harbor upon encountering Tai Nyo and Chang Sun Chong. As for Tai Nyo and Chang Sun Chong, while Li Chun indeed inspired them to consider descending from the mountains, it was not in the noble spirit of serving the nation and its people, as Li Chunfeng believed. Rather, it stemmed from the exorbitant consumption of provisions that their prolonged stay demanded. Previously, with only 3 individuals residing on the mountain, their daily sustenance was minimal. However, now with 7, the expenditure had become substantial. Li Daoshang, being a figure of considerable stature, had exceptionally high standards regarding food. Inexpensive fare could never meet his discerning taste. The primary issue was that Tai Nyo had an insatiable appetite, consuming as much as what would suffice for 3 days for an ordinary person, while Chang Sun Chong, initially moderate in his consumption, gradually increased his intake under Tai Nyo's influence. As one who despised the exploitation of capitalists, Li Chen did not view the situation in terms of mere sustenance, but rather as a matter of precious silver. Thus, he had been contemplating ways to coax the 2 down the mountain. Today, upon hearing from a pilgrim about the Turkic forces advancing southward, an idea struck him, prompting him to summon Tai Nyo and Chang Sun Chong. Master, may I inquire why you have called us? The 2 disciples felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation upon seeing Li Chen's grave expression, having never witnessed him in such a state during their nearly year-long tenure at Qifeng Temple. Tai Nyo, Chong'er, who has provided you with everything you possess? Li Chun inquired with utmost seriousness, embodying the stature befitting a master. Master, all that we have achieved is due to your nurturing. We shall henceforth honor and serve you with utmost filial piety, they earnestly replied, holding Li Chun in high esteem. Incorrect. Your current standing is a result of your parents' sacrifices, and their ability to lead the life they do is a testament to this world. First comes the nation, then the family, with the realm in turmoil today. How can you remain within this temple? Li Chun feigned anger, the final step to ensnaring the two now at hand. Master speaks the truth. In light of the Turkic advance, it is indeed unbecoming of us to linger here. We implore you to grant us permission to descend the mountain, to confront the enemy before returning to serve you. Tai Nyo and Chong Sun Chong replied, their faces flushed with shame. Their master was indeed one who would forsake all for the sake of the world. How could such a master not command respect? Master, allow us to descend. For in such critical times, how could we neglect our duty to the realm? At that moment, Qing Huaiyu and Du Zichu rushed in, announcing that Li Chun had summoned Tai Nyo and Chong Sun Chong. Initially, they believed the two had committed some transgression, and as they lay at the doorway observing the commotion, a profound sense of shame washed over them. How audacious of them to eavesdrop from such a position. When Li Chun noticed the other two disciples volunteering for the cause, a wave of frustration enveloped him. If the two of you leave, who will undertake the tasks at hand? Master, we acknowledge our missteps. We beseech you to allow us to descend the mountain. The world is in dire need of our assistance, and we cannot simply remain hidden within the confines of the temple like timid turtles. Qin Huaiyu and Du Zichu declared with unwavering resolve. This marked their first act of defiance against their master's orders. Nevertheless, the world indeed called for their presence. Chapter 81. Farewell, you two dare to claim loyalty to the world while dragging it down? Now, I present you with an opportunity, whether through literary or martial contest. It is for you to decide. The victor shall descend the mountain to serve the nation, while the defeated must take responsibility for their lack of skill and remain here to continue their training. It must be said, Master Li's strategy is remarkably astute. Regardless of the outcome, the temple will retain two disciples. When it comes to leading apprentices astray, Master Li is unparalleled. Good. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the four spoke in unison. In the Tang dynasty, if no alternative plans were available, a contest was the final recourse. After their agreement, Li Chun allowed the four to compete, instructing them to report the result to him. In less than half an hour, Tai Nyo and Chong Sun Chong strode in confidently, while Qin Huaiyu and Du Zichu entered with downcast eyes, appearing quite dejected. This was not due to their lack of strength, but rather the overwhelming prowess of Tai Nyo and Chong Sun Chong. Even when they exerted their utmost abilities, they could not budge their opponents in the slightest. It was no wonder the master had forbidden them from descending the mountain. With such capabilities, they would only hinder the mission. With the outcome determined, Li Chun instructed the two to descend the mountain. He was not surprised by the result. Tai Nyo's colossal strength and Chong Sun Chong's remarkable intellect far surpassed that of Du Rui and Qin Huaiyu. Disciple bids farewell to master, and thanks you for your nurturing grace. The two understood that once they embarked on their expedition, several years would pass without seeing their master, and a sense of reluctance filled their hearts. However, the nation's affairs took precedence, even if it meant leaving their homeland. They must drive the Turks from the grasslands to prevent further disturbances to the Tang dynasty. After kneeling in farewell to Li Chun, the two turned to leave. Wait. Observing their departing figures, Li Chun felt a surge of concern. After all, they were his disciples, and they had spent considerable time together. The battlefield is merciless, and if anything were to befall them, he would be consumed by guilt. Master, I know you are reluctant to see us go, but as noble men, our aspirations lie beyond. To serve our country is our shared ambition. We hope you take care of yourself. Seeing the worry in Li Chen's eyes, Tai Nyo and Chong Sun Chong felt a lump in their throats. It turned out their master, who often appeared indifferent, cared for them deeply. Sigh. Witnessing the determination in their eyes, Li Chen realized he could not hold them back. The Turks possessed numerous cavalry, so he resolved to bestow upon them some items to mitigate potential dangers. Before their departure, Li Chun presented them with two items he had previously researched. One was the Dao, a weapon that emerged during the reign of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. Li Chen was well acquainted with its crafting process and had fashioned two in his spare time, which he now gifted to them. The second was the Mingguang armor. Known for its formidable defense, at present, there were no weapons in the Tang capable of breaching it. This was the last gift Li Chen could offer his two disciples. Thank you, master. Feeling the weighty aura emanating from the Dao and Mingguang armor, the two rejoiced in their hearts. Beside them, Qin Huaiyu and Du Zichu could hardly conceal their envy. Chong'er, I am aware of your extraordinary talents and unparalleled intelligence. This array was meticulously researched by me, and perhaps it may serve you well. As a distinguished student of history, Li Chen possessed a comprehensive understanding of the 10 ancient formations, even having knowledge of the Dragon Gate array's arrangement. After handing all the array diagrams to Chong Sun Chong, Li Chun turned and departed for the back mountain, exuding an air of solitude. Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Chong Sun Chong silently vowed, gripping the array in his hands. He donned the Mingguang armor and took up the Mo knife before descending the mountain. Meanwhile, at the back mountain, Chen rubbed his hands together. If anyone could glimpse his expression at that moment, they would undoubtedly describe it with but 2 words. His reason for visiting the back mountain was an invitation from a captivating lady. Earlier that morning, Jiang Yan had expressed a desire for him to visit, claiming she had something to discuss. This left Chen pondering deeply, uncertain of Jiang Yan's true intentions. Could this be the fabled secret meeting? What of Yingying? Recently, his relationship with Cui Yingying had blossomed, allowing him to savor the sweetness of romance. Yet now, with Jiang Yan's unexpected invitation, he felt a surge of anxiety. After deliberating throughout the morning, Chen resolved to visit, lest there be something of import. Miss Jiang, I wonder what prompted you to summon me here, he inquired as he approached Jiang Yan, who stood alone on the discussion platform, gazing at the scenic view below. Daoistly, the scenery here is exquisite. I truly wish to remain here for a lifetime, Jiang Yan replied, brushing away tears. The strong woman was visibly moved. Miss Jiang, what troubles you? Chen asked with genuine concern upon witnessing her distress. Chen, please, do not speak. Allow me to express myself, she interjected, addressing him as Chen rather than Daoistly, yearning to call him by his name. I must depart, Chen. A grave situation has arisen at home, and I cannot remain here any longer. Before I leave, I wish to see you. Why must you be born in the Tang dynasty, yet serve as the master of Qingfeng Temple? The abrupt declaration of war against the Tang by the Turks weighed heavily on Jiang Yan's heart. As a princess of the Turks, she found herself compelled to return, yet her heart remained here. One revered as the Daoist of the Tang dynasty, and another a princess of the Turks, eternal adversaries. Such a bond was destined for tragedy. Jiang Yan was acutely aware that with the current strength of the Tang, the Turks stood no chance. She could only attempt to persuade her father. Failing that, she would have to face the possibility of dying for the Turks, which might render this their final meeting. Chen, I may possess greater beauty than the Tang, yet the Tang holds far more significance, she confessed. Upon hearing this, Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling as though he had squandered 9 years of education. He opened his mouth to argue that the Tang was more beautiful, but found his words suddenly stifled. In any case, this was the final encounter with Jiang Yan in this lifetime. She completely let go of her inhibitions and kissed Chen directly. At that moment, Chen's mind was a blank slate, and it took him a while to regain his senses. Damn, my first kiss has been stolen. As he gazed at Jiang Yan, who had already vanished from sight, a deep sense of regret welled up within him. He had been kissed against his will, yet he had felt nothing. Setting aside those thoughts, Chen recalled what Jiang Yan had just said. Miss Jiang, what have you truly experienced? With that thought, he was about to leave when he noticed Cui Yingying, Qin Huayu, and Du Zichu staring intently at him. Chapter 82. Unrestrained Words by Qin Huayu Yingying. Allow me to elucidate. I was completely unprepared when I was unexpectedly kissed. Upon seeing Cui Yingying, Daoist Li immediately panicked. After finally making some progress with her, such an incident occurred at this critical moment. It is nothing, merely a pity for Miss Jiang. Upon uttering this, Cui Yingying turned to leave. Chen, being an extraordinary man, was destined to attract numerous admirers. Cui Yingying had long anticipated this outcome. From the very first glance at Jiang Yan, she recognized that her affections for Chen would not be inferior to her own. She was acutely aware of Jiang Yan's background. Now, with the Tang dynasty embroiled in conflict with the Turks, one was a revered Daoist in the Great Tang, while the other was a princess of the Turks. In the eyes of the nation, their personal feelings seemed trivial. At that moment, Cui Yingying felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Grateful to be a citizen of the Tang and thankful that her relationship with Chen was devoid of any discontent. She could hardly fathom a scenario akin to Jiang Yan's, where she would be compelled to oppose Chen. She would prefer death over such a fate. Chen intended to say more, but Cui Yingying had already distanced herself. Judging by her earlier demeanor, she appeared profoundly disappointed in him. Was their sweet romance truly destined to end so abruptly? Surely not, surely not. After being single for so many years, to be separated over such a trivial matter seemed inconceivable. Master, noticing her master's distress, Qin Huayu, lacking in subtlety, spoke up. What are you two doing here? Have you completed your tasks? If not, get back to work. Daoist Li was filled with sorrow and anger, unleashing his frustration upon his 2 disciples. We have finished, master. Qin Huayu replied, while Du Zichu, upon hearing this, was tempted to deliver a couple of sharp slaps to Qin Huayu for his lack of awareness. Having completed their tasks, they were instructed to exercise 2,000 push-ups each, followed by a 5-kilometer run. If they faltered, they could not blame him for being harsh. Not only Du Zichu, but even Chen felt a surge of irritation. How could a disciple lack the necessary discipline to reprimand his master properly? Master this. Double it. From now on, if either of you utters another word, it will be doubled. Before Qin Huayu could finish her sentence, Li Chun growled fiercely. Upon hearing this, Du Ruhui promptly covered Qin Huayu's mouth, preventing her from continuing. The initial punishment imposed by their master had already pushed him to his limits. And now it would be doubled. Was life to be made unbearable? Qin Huayu, having trained in martial arts from a young age, was strong and robust. Even if the punishment were to be increased, it would merely leave her sore. Du Zichu, however, was different. Before arriving at the Daoist temple, he had been nurtured under his father's strict teachings with little physical training. Although his martial skills had improved recently, such an enormous amount of exercise was still daunting. Nevertheless, the master's orders were not to be questioned, and biting his lip, Du Zichu reluctantly followed Qin Huayu to begin their punishment. As I exercised, my thoughts wandered to the present circumstances, pondering that perhaps Miss Jiang might one day become the master's wife. I must pen a letter to Tai Nyo and the others, for if we were to encounter one another on the battlefield, I must ensure their lives are safeguarded. The enmity between the Turks and the Central Plains, spanning a millennium, cannot be succinctly articulated. It is truly a pity to see the bond between my master and Miss Jiang marred by such conflict. Speaking of which, Tai Nyo and Chang Sun Chong had just descended the mountain when they learned of the martial arts competition scheduled for the morrow to select the commander. Initially intending to report directly to the palace, they soon found that Li Shimin was engrossed in discussions of national affairs, leaving them unable to gain an audience. Thus, the two made their way to a nearby tavern instead. Waiter, bring forth the finest wine and meats for us. Tai Nyo bellowed from their private room. He had been cooped up for too long, as the Daoist temple was replete with numerous duties and daily martial training, leaving him completely sober. Such a fate was intolerable for one with an inherent fondness for wine. Now, having escaped the confines of the temple, he felt like a wild horse unleashed. Eager to indulge with Chang Sun Chong. Chong-er, why the long face? Do you not wish to partake in a drink? Tai Nyo inquired, noticing Chang Sun Chong's silence. Old Nyo, it feels improper to go drinking right after returning from the mountain without visiting home. Chang Sun Chong expressed his concern. Since entering the Daoist temple, he had seldom returned home. Even on his last visit to Qinghe, he had gone directly to the temple upon returning to Chang'an without stopping by home. There is nothing to see at home but that old coot. Surely, you do not wish to forego this opportunity to drink. Tai Nyo waved dismissively. Such occasions for the two brothers to drink together were rare, and Tai Nyo was determined not to let this one slip by. Very well, then. Today, I shall drink heartily with you, old Nyo. Under the guidance of Daoist Li, Chang Sun Chong had shed his youthful elegance, appearing more composed yet infused with a newfound boldness. Excuse me, how much wine do you have? The waiter inquired, noting the duo's Daoist robes and presuming they possessed little wealth. Pray tell, good sir, do you have any Nyo air? Their palates had been refined by Daoist Li. And besides Nyo air, no other wine could satisfy their discerning tastes. Ah, revered Daoists, currently Nyo air is only sold by the officials, and the quantity is quite limited. Our tavern is the largest in Chang'an, yet we have managed to procure only 10 jars, the waiter explained, hesitating as he glanced at their humble attire, which suggested they were not affluent. Very well, we understand the situation. No one knows the value of Nyo air better than us. We will take all the wine you have. Is this sufficient silver? Chang Sun Chong replied calmly, producing a pouch of silver for the waiter. He was confident that no other young masters had wealth surpassing his and Tai Nyo's. Initially, their master had bestowed upon them a daily wage of a single tael of silver, but as the revenue of Qifeng Temple flourished, Daoist Li, wishing to be a fair employer, adjusted their compensation to a generous 100 taels per day. After so many months, Tai Nyo and Chang Sun Chong had amassed considerable wealth. I shall fetch the wine for you, he declared, glancing at the silver in his hand. No, more precisely, it should be gold. The tavern attendant could hardly contain his excitement. Their establishment barely earned such a sum in a month, and here these two gentlemen were, spending so liberally. How could he not be thrilled? The attendant even speculated that these two must have come from Qingfeng Temple, for how else could they display such extravagant wealth? Before long, fine wine and sumptuous dishes graced the table, and Tai Nyo and Chang Sun Chong, without a hint of reservation, began to indulge heartily in their feast. Chapter 83. Would it be agreeable for me to return home and give birth? Indeed, you truly live up to your name, Nyo air. I cannot fathom how this master brewer has concocted such exquisite libations. In the private room, Chang Sun Chong poured wine for Tai Nyo 3 times, and within less than an hour, 5 jars of wine had already been consumed. Both appeared to be somewhat inebriated, yet neither showed any inclination to cease their indulgence. Regrettably, Huayu and Zichu were not present, for if they were, our brotherhood could have truly celebrated with abandon. Changsun Chong thought of Qin Huayu and Du Zichu in the Daoist temple, reflecting that since they had become Li Chen's disciples, they had yet to gather and drink heartily together. There will certainly be an opportunity. Once we have quelled the Turks, my fellow brothers and I shall gather in earnest. After Tine Yo spoke, feeling unsatisfied with merely drinking from a bowl, he lifted a jar and began to pour himself a drink. Changsun Chong, not one to be overly reserved, followed suit and began to drink deeply as well. Downstairs in the tavern, a young maiden entered with a richly dressed young gentleman, her face a canvas of complaint. Xiao Jier, I have heard that this is the only place in Chang'an where Nyo air can be procured. If we fail to secure it this time, we shall be finished. Currently, Nyo air is in high demand in Chang'an. It is snatched up within a day of its release from the Daoist temple. The maiden had intended to buy a jar of Nyo air to present to her father, hoping it would bring him joy. However, upon arriving, she discovered that the Nyo air had already been entirely purchased. After several inquiries, she learned that there was still Nyo air available here, and she hastily made her way over. Cousin, I feel unwell. It must be from the cold food at last night's banquet. I shall excuse myself for a while. Observing his younger cousin, the young man felt a sense of helplessness. This cousin, born in the same year as he, was quite spirited and daring, and he wondered what kind of punishment she might face for sneaking out with him this time. Go, I will inquire with the shopkeeper. The maiden, adopting an air of maturity, waved her hand and strode towards the shop. Who is the proprietor here? She inquired, and the attendant who had served Tine Yo approached. Miss, the owner is not present. How may I assist you? I heard that you have 10 jars of Nyo air for sale today. Might I purchase one? I am willing to negotiate on the price. The maiden stated her intentions directly, as money was merely a number to her. Her father's happiness outweighed all else. I am sorry, miss, but just now 2 guests purchased all the Nyo air. They are currently upstairs indulging. The mention of these 2 patrons left the attendant in astonishment. For Nyo air was known as the finest spirit in the Tang dynasty, and most could barely handle half a jar. Even the most seasoned drinker would manage but a single jar, yet those 2 upstairs had already consumed 5 or 6. It was indeed a marvel. Upon hearing the attendant's words, the maiden chose not to waste further words and dashed upstairs towards the private room. Miss, please wait. Do not disturb our esteemed guests. The innkeeper attempted to intercept the young maiden, but she had already ascended the stairs in haste. Upon pushing open the door, she was met with the sight of 2 individuals indulging in a jug of wine. Even the maiden was taken aback by the scene. Of the 10 jars of wine, only 2 remained, and one of those was shared between Iron Bull and Changsun Chong. My sincere apologies, esteemed guest, for the lack of decorum from our humble establishment, the innkeeper exclaimed as he rushed upstairs. Noticing Iron Bull and Changsun Chong fixating on the maiden, he sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Chonger, how magnificent! In the words of my master, she resembles the goddess of my dreams. Iron Bull declared, his gaze fixated on the maiden's bosom, his voice booming. With no hesitation, Changsun Chong delivered a sharp slap to Iron Bull. Why did you strike me? Chono? Though I have consumed much, I am not inebriated. Iron Bull protested, scratching his head in confusion. Old Bull, if you feel pain, it signifies you are not dreaming. My master stated that life is fleeting. One must seize the moment. Changsun Chong slurred, his instincts the only thing sustaining him after consuming copious amounts of wine. Indeed. Iron Bull banged the table and stood up. Fair maiden, may I inquire your name and... He stumbled and fell at her feet. Yet nothing could hinder his next utterance. May I have the honor of bearing your children? Boom. Upon hearing this, the maiden's fury ignited. Iron Bull's earlier frivolous remarks had already irked her, but now, the audacity of this scoundrel, who not only dared to jest but also proposed such a thing, was infuriating. How dare you, you lecherous scoundrel, she exclaimed, delivering a swift kick, followed by a barrage of blows, each more forceful than the last. Iron Bull simply laughed heartily, which struck everyone as rather peculiar. Old Bull, if you cannot even handle a woman, how can you hope to pacify the world? Get up and fight back. A woman must be dealt with firmly. Changsun Chong, unable to bear the sight of Iron Bull being beaten, urged him. However, he quickly succumbed to the effects of the drink, collapsing onto the table, unconscious. He had struggled to keep pace with Iron Bull's drinking capacity, and ultimately, he fell. My master said that to strike is to show affection. The more fiercely a maiden strikes, the more she must love me. Allow me to introduce myself, fair maiden. I am Qingtinio. Which family do you hail from? Tomorrow, I shall have my father propose. Iron Bull, emboldened, was ready to lay bare his life's philosophy. Having absorbed much from his master, while the rest he sought to comprehend on his own. A rogue, a scoundrel. How dare you think yourself worthy to wed me? The maiden's ire only intensified at Iron Bull's words. Just as she prepared to strike once more, she suddenly found herself immobilized. It was Iron Bull who had risen and wrapped his arms around her. "I say, fair maiden, have you had enough? You smell absolutely delightful. I truly like you," he declared. "Ah." The young maiden, filled with indignation at the insolence of the drunken Iron Bull, forcefully pushed him away and drew her treasured sword. "You vile wretch, I shall slay you." Her heart brimmed with humiliation. How could one of her noble standing endure such disrespect from a mere drunkard? Thus, she resolved that this day, she must exact vengeance. Just then, a man who had just dealt with the matters of the cycle of life and death heard his aunt's cry and rushed in. Upon witnessing this scene, he was taken aback, and the normally courteous gentleman could not help but utter an expletive. "Aunt, no, you must not harm this person." Chapter 84. Iron Bull desires a wife, not a life. Li Ji, release me. Today, I shall certainly slay this scoundrel. I, Li Xiaoan, have never endured such humiliation in my life. The young woman, a sister to Li Shimin and the youngest daughter of Li Yuan, Princess Li Xioping of the Yangtze, spoke with fiery indignation. Beside her stood Li Ji, who had previously failed to apprentice at Qingfeng Temple. Li Ji recognized Iron Bull and Changsun Chong, his envy for them palpable. "Your Highness, do you know this young lady? Might you introduce me? I wish for her to be my wife." Iron Bull, oblivious to the murderous glare of Princess Li, was consumed by a singular thought, to wed the woman before him. "You scoundrel, I will end your life. Today, it is either your demise or mine." These words ignited further fury within Li Xioping. She had never encountered someone so audacious as to dare to provoke a royal princess. "Aunt, you mustn't. He is General Cheng's son and carries great responsibility. Nothing must happen to him." Li Ji was bewildered. In his recollection, Cheng had always been composed. How could he act so recklessly today? And even if Cheng were impulsive, Chang's son was present. How could he disrespect his own aunt? "I care not for his status. I shall kill him today." Li Xioping had completely lost her reason, consumed by the desire to eliminate Iron Bull. "You foolish girl, clearly you lack discernment." It seems Cheng was right. Women must be taught a lesson to behave. Iron Bull, finding words ineffectual, resorted to force. He shoved Li Ji aside, and as Li Xioping lunged at him, he deftly dodged and seized her. Without hesitation, he pinned the princess to the table, delivering a swift reprimand. "This is disastrous. I never anticipated such chaos would ensue from accompanying my aunt. How can I explain to my father that a princess of the Tang has been disrespected?" Despair washed over Li Ji. At that moment, Changsun Wuji and Cheng Yaojin entered the private room. Cheng Yaojin, upon witnessing his son's audacious act, gaped in astonishment. "My son has accomplished what I only dared to dream of." The two young masters had come down the mountain, and the Cheng and Changsun families had already received word of their prolonged absence. Upon inquiry, they learned the two were inebriated and embroiled in a conflict with the princess, prompting their hasty arrival, just in time to witness this astonishing scene. "Rebel, cease this at once." Cheng Yaojin initially intended to find humor in the situation, but upon witnessing the scene, his ire prevailed. Meanwhile, Changsun Wuji turned his head, laughing heartily, not forgetting to mock. "Old Cheng, your son is indeed a youthful hero. He is destined for greatness." "Father, what brings you here?" Iron Bull halted at the sound of his father's voice, momentarily distracted as he savored the moment. "Truly, my future wife is delightful. Her touch is quite exquisite." Upon hearing those words, Li Xioping was overwhelmed with shame and indignation, picking up the sword from the ground, intending to take her own life, unable to bear the thought of living in this world any longer. Fortunately, Li Ji, with swift reflexes, stopped his aunt in her tracks. "Your Highness, I have failed in my duties as a guardian. I humbly beseech your forgiveness. Once this intoxicated fool has regained his senses, I shall ensure he seeks the Emperor's pardon." After uttering these words, Cheng Yaojin had people escort Cheng Tinia back home. As they departed, Tinia could not help but exclaim, "My dear wife, await my return. I shall seek you out this evening." Seeing that the situation had lost its entertainment value, Changsun Wuji instructed his son to wait, asking Li Ji to inform the Emperor that once his son sobered up that night, he would go to apologize. Of course, both Cheng Yaojin and Changsun Wuji felt secure in their statements, confident in the Emperor's current esteem for them, believing that the consequences would be nothing more than trivial reprimands. That night, after Cheng Gongzi and Changsun Chong finally awakened from their drunken stupor, they were escorted to the palace under the watchful eyes of the two dukes. Upon learning of Tiniu's audacious exploits, Changsun Chong was filled with admiration, teasing the current princess about making her his wife, and even playfully smacking her bottom. Changsun Chong had always considered himself quite daring, but he was taken aback by Tiniu's audacity, who was actually preparing to stir up commotion in the grand hall. After all, every mischief had been Tiniu's doing, completely forgetting his own role in inciting such chaos. "I, Tiniu, have always shunned the company of women. Therefore, the lady who has captured my attention must be truly remarkable. This time, I shall earnestly request the emperor to betroth her to me. Tinyu adjusted his demeanor, viewing this act of penitence as a form of courtship, believing that with enough courage, one could conceive a child by the following year. Just as Tinyu concluded his statement, Cheng Yaojin delivered a resounding slap to him. You ungrateful wretch! Speak properly once you enter. Should you disrespect the princess again, even if the emperor intends to pardon you, he will surely reconsider. Cheng Yaojin was deeply troubled by his son, questioning whether the boy possessed any common sense. Even if Tinyu wished to marry the princess, such extreme measures were unnecessary. I understand, father, Tinyu replied obediently, though his heart was set on marrying the princess regardless of the consequences. Accused, Cheng Tinyu, and Changsun Chong enter the hall. At that moment, an imperial edict arrived. Just as Cheng Yaojin and Changsun Wuji were prepared to enter, they were halted by the eunuch. Esteemed dukes, the emperor has decreed that only the 2 young lords may enter. You are to return home. They shall not be returning tonight. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's expression turned anxious as he opened his mouth to speak, only to be silenced by Changsun Wuji. Why are you so calm? Our sons have been sent in to confess. What will we do if anything goes awry? Cheng Yaojin was extremely worried, having placed great expectations on Cheng Tinyu. Should anything happen, how could he face their ancestors? Old Cheng, fret not. Although we hold high hopes for them, the emperor will not act against us. Let us return home and await news. We shall know more by tomorrow. Long Sun Wuji had already surmised some of Li Shimin's thoughts. Having spent the most time with him, and being his brother-in-law, he could discern what Li Shimin intended to do with considerable accuracy. Very well. I shall place my trust in you this once. I only hope my son does not utter any indiscreet words. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin ultimately departed from the imperial palace. Given the circumstances, his anxiety would avail him nothing. Cheng Tinyu, you possess an audacious spirit. Do you comprehend the gravity of your previous utterances? In the Changqian palace, when Li Shimin heard Cheng Tinyu's words, he was seized with fury, even displaying the inclination to draw his sword. Chapter 85. The Dilemma of Love and Friendship. Your Majesty, I assure you, my intentions are sincere. I am utterly enamored with her, and I am determined to marry her. Even if it costs me my life, I will not waver in my resolve. Cheng Tinyu displayed no hint of retreat. When it came to the matter of marriage, one must possess great courage. Upon hearing his declaration, the princess of Changjiang, who had been seething with anger, felt a twinge of tenderness. Cheng Tinyu, you a mere scoundrel, what gives you the right to seek my hand? Being a lady, she understood the importance of maintaining decorum, yet despite her growing affection, memories of Tinyu's earlier antics reignited her ire. Fear not, my princess. Though I may be a rough man, my heart is genuine. If your majesty grants me your blessing, I shall provide you with anything your heart desires. Tinyu spoke with utmost candor, unencumbered by subterfuge. He expressed his thoughts openly. While his words may have seemed somewhat coarse, such heartfelt honesty often resonates deeply. Then I wish for your demise. The thought of being pressed against the table by Tinyu prompted Li Shoping to blurt out her words in a moment of frustration. Yet Tinyu took her words to heart. Once he made a commitment, he never faltered. Your majesty, I, Tinyu, am a man of my word. And I implore you to communicate to my master and father that their hopes rest upon my shoulders. With that, he set his sights on a pillar in the grand hall and charged toward it. What the hell? I thought we were pretending. Long Sun Chong was taken aback by Tinyu's drastic actions. His earlier suggestion of a feigned act of self-harm had backfired. This fool was genuinely intent on harming himself. Secret guards. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Shimin shouted, and a group of cloaked figures rushed in, some to restrain him, while one leaned against the pillar he aimed to crash into. They were not reluctant to subdue Tinyu. He was simply too formidable. Merely attempting to halt him had left them severely injured. Tinyu, why would you go to such lengths? Even Li Shimin could not bear to witness this. Tinyu's earnestness was almost too much to bear. Your majesty, I simply wish to marry her. For that, I would do anything. Tinyu gazed at the pillar, fixing his unwavering gaze on Li Shimin, without an ounce of evasion. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, his actions were a profound disrespect, yet rather than inciting anger, Li Shimin found himself elated. Truly, this disciple of Daoist Li embodies both passion and integrity, a paragon of the virtuous spirit of a Tang man. Tinyu, marriage is a significant matter. I cannot make a decision lightly. With this, Li Shimin turned to Li Xioping and inquired, what is your perspective, dear sister? I shall defer to my elder brother's judgment. Li Xioping, still shaken by Tinyu's fervor, found herself captivated by such a man, one possessing the grand ambition that resonated with her heart's desires. Had Li Chun been aware of the burgeoning relationship between Tinyu and Li Xioping, he would have surely remarked upon it. In the first year of the Zhenguan era, for the stability of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin was compelled to allow his sister, the princess of Changjiang, to wed the formidable Shirley. Now, with the loss of rational thought, the princess of the Yangtze remains the carefree maiden she has always been. It can be said that many trajectories of the Tang dynasty have already been altered by Li Chun. Very well, Tainyo. Should you secure a place among the top 3 tomorrow, I shall bestow my youngest sister upon you. However, remember this, she is my youngest sister, and should she suffer any injustice, I shall not spare you. Ultimately, Li Shimin promised his sister to Qing Tainyo, a notion he had contemplated long before Tainyo even spoke of it. The inhabitants of the temple are all individuals whom Li Shimin has deemed worthy. Presently, Cui Yingying is his sworn sister, thereby establishing a connection with Li Chun. Nevertheless, Li Shimin felt this was insufficient. He initially intended to betroth his daughters, the Princess Chong and Princess Chongping, to Changsun Chong. This would not only strengthen ties with Daoist Li, but also ensure greater loyalty from the Changsun family. In the past, Li Shimin would have issued an imperial edict that must be obeyed without question. However, circumstances have changed. After all, he is a disciple of Daoist Li, and should Changsun Chong be unwilling, the situation could become problematic. To his surprise, Tainyo acted first. Despite yesterday's unpleasantness, it now seemed that the two shared a profound affinity for one another. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shimin promptly confirmed this union. Although he was unaware of Tainyo's current martial prowess, he had faith in the abilities of Daoist Li's disciple, believing that securing a top 3 position was indeed feasible. With this matter settled, Li Shimin's joy knew no bounds. If he could also facilitate a union between Changsun Chong and Princess Chongping today, Qingfeng Temple would surely belong to the Tang dynasty. After all, both master and disciple would be royal consorts, and such a relationship would compel Daoist Li to lend his support. Chonger, while their affair is concluded, yours remains unresolved. Although Tainyo and the princess have reached an agreement, you incited Tainyo to assault the princess yesterday. According to Tang law, you should face execution. Upon hearing this, Changsun Chong was utterly bewildered. How was this his concern? He was merely a bystander. Had Du Zichu been present, he would have certainly regarded Changsun Chong as a confidant. For even now, they were still being drilled by Li Chun due to a few words from Qin Huayu. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my error. Recognizing one's fault swiftly is key to evading the executioner's blade, and Changsun Chong excelled in this regard. Given your commendable attitude of repentance, I shall assign you to clean the ancestral hall. You may return tomorrow for the assembly. Everything unfolded precisely as Li Shimin had anticipated. With Princess Chongping being punished for a trivial matter, he could not let this excellent opportunity slip away. Tainyo, tonight you shall stay in the Imperial Palace's side hall. Princess, please show him the way. Upon uttering these words, Li Shimin leaned back, confident that their increased interaction would foster affection. As for those customary rules, what significance do they hold? If the two princesses can win over their respective suitors, then breaking a few customs is certainly permissible. Old bull, you must remember me. For your happiness, I nearly lost my head. If not, I shall take on the role of your senior brother. From this day forth, I shall be your grand senior brother. After Li Shimin departed, Changsun Chong addressed Iron Bull, perplexed as to why His Majesty had suddenly placed him in such a predicament. Get lost. Were it not for you, I could not have beaten my wife. From now on, I shall cherish her dearly. Iron Bull exemplified the archetype of one who forgets his brothers upon acquiring a wife, entirely disregarding the days spent conspiring with Changsun Chong. Bah, who is your wife? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoping's face flushed and her heart raced, prompting her to flee at once. Iron Bull, momentarily bewildered, immediately gave chase. Indeed, he prioritized love over friendship. Changsun Chong sighed deeply and then made his way towards the ancestral hall. Chapter 86. Li Shimin's suspicion what constitutes a pinnacle? This is what one might call the zenith of life. In the past, Tainyo did not comprehend the essence of this phrase. Now, however, he has come to understand it with utmost clarity. He has playfully teased the princess, smacked her backside, and she has become his wife. Such a narrative would be deemed too audacious for even a novel. Upon leaving the palace, Tainyo boldly challenged Changsun Chong, declaring, if you possess the capability, find yourself a princess to marry. Listen, what do the people say? Tainyo's audacity has not been a fleeting phenomenon, especially now that he has captured the princess's affection, causing his arrogance to flourish, as if he were walking amidst a gust of wind. Yet, before the princess, all his bravado dissipated, rendering him exceedingly cautious. He stammered, noting that the princess seemed to walk a tad awkwardly. Speak your mind. I am not a ferocious tiger. Upon returning to the palace, his elder brother recounted the events concerning Tainyo, leaving a favorable impression of this stalwart man. Moreover, Tanyo's endearing demeanor earlier in the grand hall assured her that this earnest man was indeed worthy of lifelong devotion. Does your backside still ache? I am acutely aware of the weight of my own hands, especially when intoxicated, which led to, Tanyo faltered, though he spoke the truth. It was no easy feat for a frail woman, let alone a man, to endure such discomfort, particularly in such a private area. Yet, upon grasping Tanyo's temperament, her anger evaporated. After all, he was simply that kind of man. Scoundrel! Li Xiaoping exclaimed, casting a reproachful glance at Tanyo. How was she to respond to such a question? No. Observing Li Xiaoping limping, Tanyo felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Without regard for her consent, he scooped her up onto his back. What are you doing? Put me down. There are so many people in the palace. It would be most inappropriate. Li Xiaoping shyly protested, her face buried in the strength of his back, which felt both robust and secure. No. Seeing you walk like this fills me with both guilt and concern. Either strike me, and let me bear your pain, or allow me to carry you. Tanyo spoke with utter sincerity, treating Li Xiaoping as if she were his wife, devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity. What a fool. How could I possibly have fallen for you? Faced with such a domineering Tanyo, Li Xiaoping found herself powerless, having no choice but to be carried step by step through the palace under the gaze of onlookers. Meanwhile, Changsun Chong, having indulged in a hearty dose of envy, berated Tanyo all the way to the ancestral shrine. Upon seeing Princess Chongping, he immediately grasped Li Shimin's intentions. Compared to Tanyo, Changsun Chong possessed a clearer mind. He understood that Li Shimin's arrangements were undoubtedly for the benefit of his master, who simply wished to live a carefree life. However, at this moment, even if Changsun Chong wished to evade the situation, it was no longer feasible. Should he acquiesce to spending time with Princess Chongping, his master would find himself in a most precarious position. Conversely, if he refrained from associating with Princess Chongping, it would imply that Qingfeng Temple, and indeed the entire Changsun family, sought to distance themselves from the imperial court, thus provoking the emperor's suspicion. He could not help but admire the emperor's expansive vision. As the saying goes, men and women should not be alone together. Allowing him to spend a night with Princess Chongping in the ancestral hall, even if nothing occurred, would not be acceptable. It appeared that there was no escaping this fate. Alas, the emperor's schemes were truly astute. It seemed that evasion was no longer an option, and all that remained was to embrace destiny, trusting that his master would surely forgive him. Evidently, there was still a lack of confidence in Qingfeng Temple. With a sigh, Changsun Chong proceeded inside. He paid his respects to Princess Chongping, bearing the emperor's command to tidy the ancestral hall. As the night passed, the Tang dynasty prepared for its first martial selection since its founding. Given the significance of selecting a commander, the event was naturally to be held in the military camp. Early in the morning, Li Shimin led the officials to the training ground, accompanied by two princesses. Regarding the events of the previous day, Li Shimin was exceedingly pleased. Undoubtedly, as a disciple of Li Chen, in just one night, his two daughters had developed a considerable fondness. Everything was unfolding according to his desires. If this continued, Qingfeng Temple would remain firmly within the grasp of the Tang dynasty. Old Chang, do you now comprehend why the emperor barred our entry? Changsun Wude remarked to Cheng Yaojin, who sat beside him, as the three armies stood at attention below the training ground. One must admit, the emperor's calculations were indeed masterful. He had ensnared all of them in his web. If Cheng Yaojin could not discern this at this point, he might as well consider renouncing his title. It was uncertain whether this development was advantageous or detrimental. Last night, when Li Shimin privately summoned Cheng Tiniu and his son to the palace, Changsun Wuji had already anticipated this outcome. In the past, if Li Shimin had arranged such a union, he would have been filled with joy, for it would have secured the future of the Changsun family. Yet now, circumstances had changed, as the implications extended beyond merely their family. Today, an urgent missive arrived at the temple. I trust you have received it as well. Previously, Cheng Yaojin and Changsun Wuji belonged to opposing factions, but since their sons became disciples, their bond had grown remarkably close. I have received it. Cheng'er and Tiniu have both matured. Let them decide how to proceed with this matter, Changsun Wuji concluded, falling silent as he contemplated their next steps. From the emperor's demeanor last night, it was evident he had developed a wariness towards the Qingfeng Temple faction, yet it was also indispensable. Simultaneously, this concern was shared by Qin Shubao and Du Ruhui, each of whom had attained the status of duke in the Tang dynasty, standing as figures of great stature. The events of last night had been monumental. Although Li Shimin had yet to publicly announce them, they were already common knowledge. It could be said that Li Shimin now regarded Qingfeng Temple with both reverence and trepidation. Respect is given to the Qingfeng Temple for its dedication to the nation and the people, Yet there is a palpable fear that its influence has become excessively formidable. Not to mention figures such as Li Chen and Daoist Li, even the likes of Li Chunfeng, Chang Sun Chong, Cheng Tinio, and the yet-to-mature talents like Qin Huaiyu and Du Zichu are all paragons among men. Moreover, these individuals are intertwined with the Qin, Changsun, Du, and Cheng families, alongside other allied clans. This formidable coalition undoubtedly possesses the power to disrupt the realm. Li Shimin is acutely aware that they will not rebel. However, the mere possession of such rebellious potential is deemed a transgression in the eyes of an emperor. It is the duty of a prudent sovereign to prepare for the unforeseen. Should he fail to contain this burgeoning power a century hence, chaos will inevitably ensue across the realm, a scenario that Li Shimin earnestly wishes to avoid. Chapter 87. The Awakening of the Monarch. With the imperial edict bestowed, the Turkic forces have grown audacious, disturbing our borders. Now, I implore the generals to alleviate the burdens of the great Tang dynasty. Once all had gathered, Li Shimin commanded the eunuch to read the pre-prepared decree. Chonger, my iron staff has long yearned for action. At last, my martial prowess shall find its purpose today. Life at Qingfeng Temple had become monotonous. Iron Bull spent his days either practicing martial arts or cleaning the temple. A majestic eagle must eventually spread its wings. And Iron Bull was acutely aware that his martial skills had reached a pinnacle. Remaining within the confines of the temple would inevitably hinder his progress toward true mastery. Throughout history, true masters have been exceedingly rare. Each one is often an immortal name in the annals of martial prowess. Figures like Bai Qi and Li Mu from the Warring States, Xiang Yu of Chu, Hui Xubing of Han, Elbu of the Three Kingdoms, and Li Yuanba of Sui, alongside Yuan Qingdu, exemplify the few who have attained such heights. It can be said that true masters are scarce in this world. Many spend their entire lives confined to the peak of first-rate skill. Iron Bull surmised that his master was undoubtedly a true master. However, achieving such greatness at Qingfeng Temple was impossible, regardless of his diligence. The absence of a critical element, combat experience, made his ascent to mastery arduous. Without enduring countless battles and various trials, it would be challenging for him to become a true master. The campaign against the Turks presented Iron Bull with an exceptional opportunity. Through frequent combat, he was certain he would soon ascend to the ranks of true mastery. The path to mastery through martial prowess is not my sole pursuit. You focus on fighting, and I shall serve as your strategist. Long Sun Chong expressed unwavering confidence in Iron Bull, for he did not relish leading troops into battle. He aspired to be like Sun Tzu or Zhuge Liang, a reclusive strategist orchestrating victories from behind the scenes. Just wait and see. We will give our father and the others a lesson. Iron Bull, wielding his iron rod, stepped onto one of the platforms. The competition consisted of two phases, the first being the defense of the platform. Li Shimin had established 4 platforms, and the 4 individuals who could remain atop them would emerge victorious, securing positions as marshal, vanguard, and left and right generals. Following that was a series of grouped confrontations, with the eventual victor being designated as marshal, the second as vanguard, and the remaining 2 as left and right generals. In this nascent Tang dynasty, with its recent establishment, numerous martial generals were present, and this method was the swiftest way to select a marshal. As Li Shimin announced the commencement of the contest, Iron Bull was halted by Long Sun Chong just as he prepared to engage. On the 4 platforms, renowned generals of the Tang dynasty, such as Qin Xiong, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, Li Shaogong, and Hou Junji, were eager to display their prowess. Each of these individuals was a formidable first-rate expert. Yet this did not instill fear in the Tang commanders. Ultimately, in a series of relentless battles, as anticipated, only Qin Xiong, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, and Li Shaogong remained on the platform. Oh dear, Chonger, I simply cannot ascend any further. Please allow me to join. Observing the fervent clashes atop the platform, Iron Bull felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Very well. Upon witnessing the anxious demeanor of Iron Bull, Chang Sun Chong had no choice but to allow him to ascend the stage, despite initially wishing for Iron Bull to conserve his energy for a later appearance. Yet, the overwhelming presence of Iron Bull, even in victory, would not suffice. It would be far better for him to engage in a fierce battle. A behemoth is indeed a behemoth, reveling in the thrill of combat. Beside Li Shimin, Princess Changjiang, observing the exuberant Iron Bull, muttered a complaint. Sister, this Iron Bull is no ordinary fighter. Even I am uncertain of his true strength, but rest assured, he will undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3. My elder brother would never engage in a scheme to thwart a couple. Historically, emperors have often exhibited a lack of compassion, and Li Shimin is no exception. Familial bonds pale in comparison to the weight of imperial authority. Otherwise, the coup at Xuanwu Gate would not have transpired. Originally, Princess Changjiang was merely a pawn in his strategy for peace with the Turks, yet through numerous discussions with Li Chun, Li Shimon's perspective gradually shifted, leading him to value familial ties. He firmly remembered a crucial saying: no marriages, no tributes. The Son of Heaven guards the borders, and the monarch dies for the state. An emperor who fails to uphold this principle after ascending the throne is not a worthy sovereign. Brother, I have faith in him. I have always believed in him. Unfazed by Li Shimon's jest, Li Xiaoping was confident that the man she cherished would overcome all obstacles to claim her hand in marriage. In the arena, Iron Bull pondered briefly before stepping onto the platform dominated by Li Xiaogong, exuding nothing but an aura of dominance. Li Xiaogong's techniques were bold and fierce, perfectly aligning with Iron Bull's appetite for combat. Uncle Li, Iron Bull dares to challenge you. Li Xiaogong, the second ranked among the 24 heroes of Lingyan Pavilion and one of the 8 pillars of the Northern Zhou, was a nephew of Li Yuan and a cousin of Li Shimon. Following the uprising in Jinyang, it was Li Xiaogong's presence that enabled Li Yuan to swiftly establish a foothold. After capturing Chang'an, Li Yuan appointed him as the Grand Comforter of Shanandao, leading troops on expeditions through the Bashu region, conquering over 30 prefectures. After Li Yuan's ascension, Li Xiaogong achieved numerous victories, going wherever he was needed, reigning in regions such as Xinzhou and Liangzhou, and quelling rebellions. Upon Li Shimon's rise to power, he summoned Li Xiaogong back to Chang'an and conferred upon him the title of Minister of Rights, intending for his cousin to enjoy a well-deserved retirement. However, having spent a lifetime in warfare, how could Li Xiaogong resign himself to a life of ease in the court? He would prefer to meet his end on the battlefield. Thus, at this martial arts competition, Li Xiaogong unhesitatingly chose to participate. Indeed, the disciples of Li Daozhong would reveal who among them was superior when compared to his cousin. Li Shimon had long anticipated that Iron Bull would select Li Xiaogong as his opponent. Had Iron Bull not been present, Li Shimon could confidently assert that among the martial generals gathered, the commander would undoubtedly be either Li Xiaogong or Qin Xiong. Currently, with Li Jing stationed in Liaodong, only Li Xiaogong and Qin Xiong possessed the highest martial prowess within the court. You must be that lad from the Cheng family. I have heard of your youthful heroics. Today, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Upon seeing Iron Bull, Li Xiaogong felt immense satisfaction. The presence of such a promising successor was a boon for the entire Tang dynasty. Uncle Li, do not rush into action. Allow me to defeat all those upon the stage before we engage in our duel. Iron Bull has no desire to take advantage of you. Following the recent fierce struggle, only a dozen or so individuals remain on the arena, and Li Xiaogong is somewhat fatigued. How could the righteous Iron Bull seize this opportunity? Even if he were to triumph, it would bring him no joy. Indeed, a youthful hero. Cheng Yaojin has produced a son of such caliber. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaogong burst into hearty laughter. This junior increasingly appeals to his sensibilities. Chapter 88. The initial display of brilliance, I said. Young man, do you truly hold us old veterans in such low regard? Today, we shall give you a thorough lesson on behalf of old Cheng, remarked the other commanders on the arena, visibly displeased by Tai Nyo's blatant disregard for them. Respected uncles, Tai Nyo interjected, that was not my intention. I merely wished to invite you to step down. Upon uttering these words, Tai Nyo's demeanor shifted dramatically as he brandished an iron rod, gazing down at the assembly with an air of arrogance. Very well, it seems you are indeed the son of old Cheng. Today, let us uncles witness just how formidable a disciple of Master Li truly is. Faced with the youthful Tai Nyo, none dared to underestimate him. For he was a student of Master Li, and it would be unwise to challenge Li Xiaogong without considerable skill, especially after everyone had witnessed Tai Nyo's previous battle against his father. In a one-on-one confrontation, it seemed that, apart from Li Xiaogong, none present could truly stand against Tai Nyo. However, the circumstances had changed. Even if Tai Nyo possessed great strength, he remained a novice, lacking practical combat experience. The 10 seasoned warriors, united in their battle-hardened camaraderie, possessed countless techniques and strategies that Tai Nyo had yet to encounter, instilling them with immense confidence for this duel. As Tai Nyo prepared to face 10 opponents, he exhibited a remarkable prudence. A true master reveals their prowess upon engagement. From their formations to the distances they controlled, the 10 uncles executed their strategy with flawless precision, leaving little room for error. An ordinary individual would likely falter under such circumstances. Yet, they were up against Tai Nyo, who had been taught by Li Chen about the vulnerabilities of the human body. As they commenced their offensive, Tai Nyo anticipated their every move, skillfully evading each strike. Even when faced with simultaneous assaults from all 10, he maneuvered through the barrage with remarkable agility. How is this possible? The astonished warriors marveled as Tai Nyo deftly avoided their most prized techniques, which had previously dispatched even top-tier experts in an instant. Could it be that Tainyo's abilities had already surpassed those of a first-rate master? Dear uncles, have you exhausted all your techniques? It is now my turn to perform. Tainyo remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips as he observed their incredulous expressions, though their combined assault was indeed formidable to him. It appeared sluggish, so slow that he could easily prepare his defenses in advance. Even if you can evade our attacks, what of it? We are 10 in number. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot simultaneously defeat us all, one of them scoffed. This individual, once a general under Wang Shichong, held a long-standing grudge against those from the Wagong faction, and his frustration at being unable to subdue a mere youth was palpable. With a decisive silence, Tainyo unleashed his ultimate technique, one he had comprehended through the inspiration of Li Chun. Tainyo, my master has taught me that in the past, I would either eliminate foes with a basic attack or chain together skills with precision. It is precisely because of these exceptional abilities that my master could traverse the realms and ascend to greatness. Initially, Tainyo found himself perplexed by the phrase, pondering the meanings of basic attacks and skills 1 and 2. It was only later, as he gradually honed his martial prowess and deciphered his own unique techniques, that he comprehended the profound intentions of his master. Although the notion of formlessness surpassing form is indeed true, every individual possesses their own signature move to take pride in. Even the most elite practitioners are not exempt. In retrospect, it is clear that this is precisely what his master intended to convey. From that moment onward, Tainyo devoted himself wholeheartedly to perfecting his martial arts, ultimately achieving a technique known as crossing the 8 directions, which was among his greatest accomplishments. As crossing the 8 directions was unleashed, all eyes in the arena were drawn to him. No sooner had the words left his lips than the entire platform seemed to tremble, and the 10 previously confident challengers were swept off the stage, leaving only Li Shaogong standing. Such strength. Witnessing this spectacle, a single thought resonated within the hearts of the onlookers. They recognized Tainyo's strength, but had not anticipated it to be this formidable. Ha ha ha. Truly a testament to the prowess of the disciple trained by Daoist Li, undoubtedly impressive. The future of the Tang dynasty shines bright. Tainyo's performance left Emperor Li Shimin immensely satisfied. He had long held high hopes for Li Qin's 4 disciples, and today they had not disappointed him. Alas, he lamented that had his own son been a disciple of Li Chun, the Tang dynasty could have ascended to become the mightiest in the world. This robust fellow is indeed quite formidable, he mused, relieved that his earlier concerns were unfounded. Li Shoping's eyes shimmered with admiration. Throughout history, beautiful women have adored heroes, and as a princess, she was no exception. My man should embody such strength. Ha. It brings me great joy to witness this. Young Chong, although I am aware I cannot defeat you, since it is a duel, I must not retreat. Let us engage like true men. Moments ago, Tainyo's crossing the 8 directions had left Li Shaogong acutely aware of his inability to counter it. However, as a man, even with the certainty of defeat, he could not harbor any fear. Bring forth the spear. In facing Tainyo, Li Shaogong shed his earlier nonchalance and brandished his silver spear, a weapon he had wielded throughout many battles, having claimed countless foes. It was only against the most esteemed adversaries that he would draw this weapon. Uncle Li, I apologize for the offense. With fervent determination, Tainyo was exhilarated. It was his first time employing crossing the 8 directions, and he was astonished by its power, confirming his master's wisdom. Upon this exchange, the two engaged in fierce combat, both being practitioners of bold and vigorous techniques. Their strikes showcased the rippling muscles in their arms. Yet Tainyo's strength proved superior. As their weapons clashed with full force, sparks flew, and Li Shaogong was propelled off the platform, even suffering a split in his palm. Such remarkable strength. I concede, he declared. Rather than feeling anger at being bested by a junior, Li Shaogong was filled with exhilaration. The future of the Tang dynasty was assured. On the 4th stage, Tainyo emerged victorious, with Changsun Wuji announcing Tainyo's triumph. The entire martial arts arena was enveloped in disbelief. However, it was Li Shaogong, the unparalleled god of war of the Tang dynasty. It was astonishing that Iron Bull was able to defeat him with just a single move. Ha, indeed formidable. The prowess of my imperial brother has nearly reached the zenith of the Tang dynasty, yet he was vanquished by Iron Bull in an instant. It seems Iron Bull has ascended to the ranks of peak experts. Li Shimin was equally taken aback. More than a year ago, before Iron Bull entered Qifeng Temple, he could scarcely be considered even a second-rate master, merely a typical scion of privilege. In such a brief span of time, Iron Bull has remarkably transcended numerous levels. His martial prowess now ranking among the elite of the world, prompting Li Shimin to marvel at the formidable strength of Daoist Li. Chapter 89, The Youthful Impetuosity. After the conclusion of Tainyo's bout, It was not long before the remaining 3 arenas also reached their climactic ends. On the first stage stood Qin Xiong as the victor, on the second was Wei Qigong, and on the third, Cheng Yaojin. These outcomes aligned perfectly with the expectations of the onlookers, as the majority of martial generals were stationed at the borders, leaving these few as the most formidable within the court. The sole dark horse was Qing Tainyo, who had unexpectedly defeated Li Xiaogong. Many had believed that Li Xiaogong would secure a place among the 4 finalists, but the emergence of Qing Tainyo took everyone by surprise. Indeed, my esteemed ministers, you are the very backbone of our Tang dynasty. After a brief respite, the odd-numbered competitors shall face off against one another, while the even-numbered will do the same. The only exception to this outcome was Li Shimin, who could be assured that as long as Tainyo did not challenge Qin Xiong, the other arenas were virtually guaranteed. As the Grand Marshal of the Tang dynasty, Qin Xiong had long ascended to the pinnacle of martial prowess, wielding his golden mace with extraordinary skill. Even Li Shimin himself could not ascertain who would prevail if Tainyo were to cross swords with Qin Xiong. The final confrontations were set, the first arena against the third, and the second against the fourth. A quarter of an hour later, Cheng Yaojin found himself atop the stage alongside Qin Xiong. However, before any combat could commence, Cheng Yaojin conceded defeat. Having shared a bond with Qin Xiong from their sworn brotherhood, he understood his elder brother's capabilities better than anyone else. Rather than endure a humiliating defeat, he chose to surrender with dignity. Following this, Tainyo stood before Wei Qigong on the arena. Among the fierce warriors of the Tang dynasty, Wei Qigong was the only one who could potentially match Qin Xiong in strength. Tainyo, do not think of Uncle Wei as a bully. Your father would struggle against him as well. Today, I will take it upon myself to teach you a lesson, so you may learn that youthful exuberance must be tempered with humility. Even before the battle commenced, Wei Qigong began imparting wisdom to Tainyo. His rapport with Cheng Yaojin had always been one of camaraderie and banter, extending even to Cheng Yaojin's son, with whom he shared a familiar bond. Uncle Wei. What is youth without a touch of impetuosity? Today, I shall show you the might of my iron staff. Unfazed by Wei Qigong's words, Tainyo brandished his iron staff, determined to make a name for himself. What a spirited lad. Truly, you are the offspring of Cheng Yaojin. Let Uncle Wei witness your prowess. Wei Qigong expressed his approval of Tainyo's boldness, wishing he could have such a son himself. With that, Wei Qigong drew his golden whip and launched an attack at Tainyo. It must be said that Wei Qigong's strength was formidable. Caught off guard, Tainyo barely managed to evade the strike, but his own formidable abilities allowed him to withstand the blow. Uncle Wei, how could you attack me with such ferocity when I was unprepared? Do not blame me for being impolite moving forward. Tainyo gripped his iron staff, his demeanor turning serious after narrowly avoiding a significant setback. Even Wei Qigong was taken aback by Tainyo's tenacity in withstanding his strike. In a recent confrontation, he exerted nearly all his strength, hoping to incapacitate Iron Bull while he was off guard. To his dismay, not only did he fail to inflict any damage upon Iron Bull, but his own hands throbbed painfully from the impact. Just how much strength does this lad possess? Big Black, how shameless of you to ambush a junior. Iron Bull's good son, teach him a lesson and avenge your father. From the sidelines, Cheng Yaojin delighted in the spectacle, shouting encouragement to the combatants. For the greater his son's prowess, the more joy it brought him. You fat fool, do not revel too soon. Today, I shall properly deal with your son. Wei Qigong, equally serious, had yet to finish his words before Iron Bull sent him sprawling with a kick. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Bull discarded his iron rod and began to stomp relentlessly on Wei Qigong. So, Uncle Black, do you concede defeat? Iron Bull declared triumphantly. Recalling how Wei Qigong had teased him mercilessly in his youth, today he finally had his revenge. I shall never concede. If you have the capability, then kill me. Wei Qigong, a man of the world, could never admit defeat to a junior. I have never encountered such a demand. A nephew must oblige his uncle. Today, I shall fulfill this obligation, though it is a pity for the 2 aunts who must now mourn at such a young age. Iron Bull chuckled and lifted his iron rod, preparing to deliver his final blow. Xing Tinio, you shameless brat, he is your uncle. Do not forget how he cared for you in your youth. Indeed, Cheng Eugene, you rotund fellow, what manner of son is this? Treating our black bull in such a way? I shall certainly teach your son a lesson today. Observing her husband being assaulted, the 2 aunts could no longer remain seated, berating Cheng Yaojin furiously. Sisters-in-law, do not act impulsively. This is a martial contest. Since Big Black has not conceded, my iron bull cannot simply cease. Though Cheng Yaojin spoke thus, he was inwardly amused. Son, fight well. Release all the pent-up frustration of these years. Goodness, this little brat is serious. Does he truly intend to kill me? Upon seeing Iron Bull wielding the heavy stick, Wei Qigong felt a surge of panic. What had begun as bravado now seemed to threaten his very life. Uncle Black, Iron Bull never jokes. Do you concede or not? Iron Bull pressed down on Wei Qigong, raising the iron rod high, awaiting that final word. For heaven's sake, you are truly as shameless as your father. I concede. I concede. Although he knew Iron Bull would not genuinely kill him, the pain from the iron rod was all too real, and in his desperation, Wei Qigong had no choice but to yield. Ha ha ha, Uncle Black, now you're speaking sense. Upon hearing Wei Qigong's concession, Iron Bull released him and unceremoniously tossed him in front of the two ants. Ants, I hope you will not blame your nephew. After all, this is a contest. If this were the battlefield, Uncle Black's impulsiveness could have cost him dearly. Iron Bull addressed the two ants, explaining that his actions were intended to impart a lesson to Wei Qigong. Although Yu Qigong is remarkably valiant, he lacks the capacity for strategic thinking, exhibiting a rather impulsive nature that fails to recognize the need for flexibility or retreat. While such traits may suffice in ordinary skirmishes, they render him vulnerable in life and death situations. It can be said that Tai Nyo has genuinely exerted great effort in hopes of instigating some change in Yu Qigong. Humph. The lady in black and white merely snorted coldly, offering no words. After Yu Qigong stepped down, Qin Xiong promptly ascended the arena, having observed Tai Nyo's formidable move, which had left him eager and impatient to engage in combat with Tai Nyo. Tai Nyo, allow Uncle Qin to experience your prowess. Chapter 90, Master Li's Guilt. Uncle Qin. I concede. Tai Nyo's admission of defeat was remarkably straightforward. The circumstances and timing were far from favorable for him to engage in a contest with Qin Xiong today. What did you say? You concede? I cannot allow that. Today you must fight me. Upon hearing Tai Nyo's concession, the eagerly awaited Qin Xiong could not simply let it go. Uncle Qin, it is not that I do not wish to fight you, but I truly cannot today. I had an upset stomach last night, and now I feel unwell. I believe you would not want a victory obtained through such means. Tai Nyo had anticipated Qin Xiong's response and had already devised an excuse for his concession. Ah, I see. It appears I have misjudged you. I thought you were afraid to face me. Very well. Tomorrow we shall certainly have a rematch. Qin Xiong believed Tai Nyo wholeheartedly. In his mind, Tai Nyo had always been honest and straightforward, never one to speak falsely. Uncle Qin, you must not. The day of the army's expedition cannot be delayed. As the commander-in-chief, how can you engage in personal duels? We must not allow such trivial matters to impede the grand affairs of the Tang dynasty. Tai Nyo spoke earnestly, asserting that, from any perspective, Qin Xiong was the only suitable choice for commander-in-chief. Engaging in combat with Qin Xiong and winning would place him in a position of command. Yet with his limited experience, he would struggle to gain the troops' respect. Thus, it was far wiser to concede, allowing Qin Xiong to assume the role of commander while he took on the position of vanguard officer. This lad has truly matured. His vision and martial prowess are both exceptional. Prince Cheng has indeed raised a remarkable son. Seeing Tai Nyo's understanding of the greater picture brought great joy to Li Shimin, albeit with a tinge of regret. Who was indeed stronger, Qin Xiong or Tai Nyo? Proclaim my decree for the forthcoming northern expedition against the Turks. I appoint Qin Xiong as commander-in-chief, with Cheng Tai Nyo as vanguard, and Wei Qigong and Cheng Yaojin as the left and right generals. Today, you shall each designate your soldiers, and tomorrow we shall march. As the martial arts competition concluded, Li Shimin declared to the realm that this campaign against the Turks would comprise 100,000 troops, with Tai Nyo leading 60,000 as vanguard, while Wei Qigong and Cheng Yaojin would each command 20,000 to support him. The generals would need to select their own troops, a newly instituted regulation by Li Shimin to prevent mutiny. Every general, aside from their own personal troops, would have no authority to command the others, and periodically, the commanders would rotate among the camps, ensuring that no leader could cultivate a personal faction within the army. Once Li Shimin concluded this announcement, another imperial edict followed promptly. Listen, Cheng family, by the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Cheng Tai Nyo is loyal, kind-hearted, and extraordinarily valiant, while the princess of the Yangtze is cultured, courteous, and empathetic. Therefore, I grant them marriage. Upon the return of the army, I shall personally officiate their wedding. This decree sent shockwaves through both court and society. The princess of the Yangtze was none other than Li Shimin's youngest sister. It could be said that whoever married her would become Li Shimin's brother-in-law. Speculation abounded that, given the princess's status, her future would either see her elevated to a position of nobility or become a political pawn in a marriage alliance. No one could have anticipated that Li Shimin would marry off his sister to Cheng Tiniu. The humble minister gratefully accepted the decree. Cheng Tiniu, brimming with joy, had achieved his most significant objective today. Everything else was of little consequence. How on earth should he address this little rascal henceforth? Although Cheng Yaojin had anticipated this turn of events, he was taken aback by the suddenness of it all. Though he and Li Shimin shared the bond of ruler and subject, they were as close as brothers, now that Li Shimin had pledged his sister to his son. Should he refer to Tiniu as his dear son, or as a good brother? Ha ha ha. Old Cheng, congratulations. From this day forth, we have gained another brother. Although Yu Qigong was somewhat simple-minded, he quickly grasped the implications of the situation, thus avenging himself for earlier grievances. With fine wine and shimmering cups, the lute beckons me to drink. Lying drunk upon the battlefield, do not laugh, for how many return from ancient wars? In the summer of the second year of the Zhenguan era, Li Shimin commanded Qin Qiong to muster troops on the battlefield for a northern campaign against the Turks. According to the historical accounts familiar to Li Chun, this should have been a time when the Tang dynasty sought to develop through marriage alliances, showing deference to the Turks. Upon hearing this news at Qifeng Temple, Li Qin was utterly bewildered. This was not the history of the Tang dynasty that he knew. Something was amiss. Or perhaps all the histories he had read were false. According to the established timeline, Li Shimin's full-scale conflict with the Turks should have occurred in the autumn of the third year of the Zhenguan era, yet this had come a whole year early. Previously, when Li Chun heard of the Turks advancing southward, he believed they were merely posturing to intimidate the Tang, confident that Li Shimin would soon yield. He surmised that this was merely an excuse to send Tiniu and Changsun down the mountain. Li Chun understood that the time was not ripe for conflict between the Turks and the Tang, yet he had underestimated the situation. Just as Li Chun was consumed with regret, a wealthy patron arrived. Li Daozhong, it has been long since our last meeting. You still appear in fine spirits. Li Shimin, having just attended the grand ceremony for the military expedition, made his way to Qifeng Temple. Since ascending the throne, he had been preoccupied with state affairs, visiting Qifeng Temple less frequently. Today, seizing a brief moment of leisure amidst the military campaign, Li Shimin sought to confer with the Daoist. Li Jusher, I did not expect you to visit the temple today. Li Chen was somewhat taken aback by Li Shimin's presence. Today was the day the army set forth, and all the residents of Chang'an had gathered outside the city to bid farewell to the northern expedition. Li Chen had assumed no one would come to Qifeng Temple today. Ha ha ha, our great Tang has been humiliated by the north for many years. Today, we finally march northward. Such a fortuitous occasion. I certainly must come to Qifeng Temple to pay my respects and express gratitude to the heavens for their favor upon our Tang. Upon hearing this, Li Chen sighed, hoping fervently that Tiniu and Changsun would remain safe, or else he would bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime. What troubles you, Li Daozhong? Noticing Li Chen's sigh, Li Shimin immediately inquired. You, who can foresee all under heaven, seem troubled. This indicates that there must be an issue with the northern expedition. Li Jusher, I will not conceal my thoughts from you. I believe that this is not an opportune moment for military action and may indeed provoke unrest. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Shimin's expression changed dramatically. The words of Daoist Li had never been erroneous, implying that this expedition would certainly lead to significant events. Li Chun expressed this sentiment because he understood that the following year would be the opportune moment to confront the Turks, and he felt a twinge of guilt regarding Tai Nyo and Changsun Chong, leading him to believe that the timing was not right. He implored Daoist Li to enlighten him. Given the current flourishing state of the Tang dynasty, how could there be unrest? Reflecting deeply, Li Shimin believed that there was no issue with this expedition. Even if there were some turmoil domestically, his personal presence in Chang'an would ensure that everything would proceed smoothly. Li Jusher was blinded by a single leaf, failing to see the mountain. Li Chun retorted with exasperation, remarking that he was merely jesting and expressing casual thoughts. Yet someone had taken it upon themselves to pry deeper into the matter. Chapter 91. Concerns for the nation and its people, please, Daoist priest, enlighten us. Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin became increasingly convinced that there were matters unknown to him. Otherwise, Daoist Li would not express such unwavering faith. Alas, it is but a few years of life. Let this celestial mystery be divulged. Li Chen found himself at a loss for words, contemplating whether his facade of ignorance had been misplaced. Could it be that this scholar harbored some grave affliction? The Daoist's deep concern for the nation and its populace truly exemplifies the virtues of the Tang dynasty, leaving me profoundly moved. In all the realm, the only person who could compel Li Shimin to refer to himself in the humbler form of I was Li Chun. Even Li Yuan did not enjoy such privilege. Initially, Li Shimin felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at Li Chen's withholding of information, for he was the son of heaven, and in the vast expanse of his dominion, who could conceal from him what he wished to know? Yet upon learning that the Daoist priest's divinations had cost him years of his lifespan, Li Shimin's heart swelled with gratitude. The Daoist had consistently embodied the spirit of selflessness, risking his very life for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Since their acquaintance, the Daoist had performed numerous divinations for the benefit of the empire, and if each instance cost him several years, was he not, in essence, an unwitting victim of Li Shimin's ambitions? At that moment, Li Shimin resolved that unless the matter pertained to the very survival of the Tang, he would no longer seek the Daoist counsel. Li Gushi, you exaggerate. As a member of the Tang, it is my duty to engage in such endeavors, Li Chen responded, suddenly filled with admiration for these ancient figures who could connect every issue to the greater good of the realm. Virtually every citizen genuinely cared for the welfare of the Tang, and instances of treachery were exceedingly rare. The allure of foreign cultures had little sway in the Tang, as the greatness of the empire instilled a profound sense of pride among its people. Having completed the preamble, Li Chen knew it was time to address the matter at hand, and thus, he earnestly began his analysis before Li Shimin. With winter's arrival, the grasslands lay frozen for miles, presenting the harshest conditions for the Turks. Traditionally, the Turks would raid the borders to survive the bitter cold. But with your Majesty's ascension last year, their plans had been thwarted. It can be said that many among them perished last winter, including considerable losses of cattle and steeds. Under normal circumstances, during such dire straits, the Turks would refrain from military action, at least taking a year to recuperate. Li Chen's words resonated deeply with Li Shimin. Based on his calculations, the Turks would not possess the strength to march southward until the following year, allowing the Tang to develop and, ideally, seize the opportunity to eliminate the Turks. However, the Turks' sudden advance shattered all of Li Shimin's plans. Though he retained confidence, his certainty was significantly diminished. Observing Li Gishi's contemplative demeanor, Li Chen deliberately paused before continuing. Now, with the Turks mobilizing under such circumstances, it was evident that unforeseen events must have transpired. To my knowledge, the Turks have long maintained connections with many families within the Central Plains. Before the establishment of the Tang dynasty, the realm was engulfed in incessant warfare, leaving the populace in a state of despair. Seizing this opportunity, the Turks intruded into the Central Plains and began to rise. Yet, many noble families remained unaffected and, in fact, grew even stronger. What does this signify? I believe that Master Li could easily deduce the implications. Reflecting on the historical events of the late Sui and early Tang periods, Li Chen vaguely recalls that some aristocratic families allied with the Turks for their own survival, disregarding the suffering of the common people and profiting from the chaos of war. To this day, it is likely that these families still maintain connections with the Turks. Of course, this is merely Li Chen's conjecture. After all, Master Li is merely a merchant, and deceiving him poses no risk. Ultimately, the blame rests with the noble families, with no repercussions for him. The most crucial aspect is that even if these words reached the ears of Li Shimin, he would not face any consequences. As someone well-versed in history, how could Li Chen be unaware that Li Shimin harbors a profound disdain for the aristocracy? In any case, the noble families are forever the scapegoats. Listening to the words of Daoist Li, enlightenment dawned upon me, as all the questions that had long troubled me became clear. Li Shimin has always suspected that some force is orchestrating the Turks' southern advance, yet he had not considered the involvement of the noble families. Following the previous events, the power of the aristocracy had waned, and in his eyes, they could not stir up any significant disturbances. However, it now appears that he was mistaken. These stubborn noble families remain unrepentant, seeking to leverage external forces against the Tang dynasty. It seems that the urgency to eradicate the noble families must be hastened. Master Li spoke too harshly. I am merely a wandering recluse, casually discussing the affairs of the world with you. I trust that anyone with a modicum of insight would discern this. Li Chen humbly remarked that he only possesses a smattering of historical knowledge, and that there are countless exceptional individuals in the present Tang dynasty, rendering his modest intellect insignificant. Yet, upon uttering these words, a change flickered across Li Shimin's countenance, tightening Li Chen's heart with apprehension, fearing he may have misspoken once again. Evidently, Daoist Li remains wary of me, otherwise he would not have expressed himself in such a manner. Li Shimin contemplated that although Li Chen's words were veiled and subtle, he still grasped their meaning. The term wandering recluse signified to him that Li Chen had no intentions of entering court, wishing instead to lead a carefree life at Qingfeng Temple. As for the subsequent statement, it suggested that there are countless individuals of superior talent in the world, and that he should refrain from emerging from his seclusion. Very well then, since the Daoist has spoken thus, I shall not press him further. When the Tang army triumphantly returns, I shall certainly share a hearty drink with the Daoist. Li Shimin realized that persuading Li Chen to enter court was an impossibility. As long as he remained within Qingfeng Temple, everything would be under control. Hence, he offered 100 taels as a donation and departed from the temple. It seems I have truly misspoken. The thoughts of ancient individuals are indeed difficult to fathom. Watching Master Li's receding figure, Li Chun began to reflect upon himself. As a Daoist, one ought to possess professional ethics and expertise. Perhaps it was my misuse of certain terminologies that led to Master Li's dissatisfaction. Thus, Li Chun resolved to diligently study the Daoist arts, and he had already selected a mentor in his heart. Qin Huayu, summon your Master S Senior to the mountain, for there are matters of great importance to discuss with him. Since arriving in the Tang dynasty, Li Chun has not descended from the Qingfeng temple, not out of lack of desire, but from trepidation. Although the Tang now reigns supreme over the realm, Li Chun is acutely aware that chaos still lingers within the country. Lacking any substantial power himself, he fears that should he venture forth, he might encounter bandits or unscrupulous nobles, which would surely lead to a most dire fate. Thus, it is best to delegate such errands to his disciples. This is not due to laziness. As the abbot of Qingfeng Temple, how could Daoist Li ever admit to idleness or a reluctance to walk? Before long, Qin Huayu arrived at the imperial palace, where Li Chunfeng, now esteemed as the national master, remains in close attendance to Emperor Li Shimin whenever he is not resting. My junior brother has summoned me to the mountain for a significant discussion. Chapter 92, The Truth Behind the Turkic Incursion. Upon hearing Qin Huayu's words, Li Chunfeng immediately rose to his feet. Throughout their time together, his junior had never sought his counsel, particularly in such tumultuous times. Thus, the urgency of this summons indicated a momentous event was at hand. National Master, you must hurry. Daoist Li must have forgotten to convey something crucial, prompting your immediate presence, urged Li Shimin, who had just descended from Qingfeng Temple, his anxiety palpable. Every utterance from Li Chun was now etched in his mind. Your humble servant obeys. Li Chunfeng dared not delay, and promptly followed Qin Huayu to Qingfeng Temple. Meanwhile, on the Turkic steppes, Jiang Yin rode swiftly, returning to her tribe with utmost urgency. As a Turkic princess, she was well aware that her departure from the Tang dynasty occurred just before hostilities commenced. Nevertheless, Li Shimin did not impose any difficulties upon her. Instead, he conferred numerous privileges upon her during her journey, not only out of respect for Li Chun, but also stemming from the confidence of an emperor. Jiang Yin understood this well. She feared her father, the Khan, might make a grave misjudgment, plunging the Turkic people into dire straits. Father, why have we suddenly chosen to wage war against the Tang? We are in no condition to confront them, she boldly inquired upon meeting Khan Jili, eschewing the customary pleasantries. For the conflict had yet to ignite, and there was still time to reconsider. Humph, my daughter, after spending so long in the Tang, you return to question your father? Has your ambition been dulled by the presence of men? Khan Jili had already learned of the happenings in the Tang. The fact that his daughter had fallen for a Tang Daoist was a source of disgrace for him. Father, I speak only the truth. The might of the Tang is beyond your comprehension. To mobilize our forces now would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. During her time at Qifeng Temple, Jiang Yin had witnessed the Tang's strength firsthand. Not to mention Daoist Li, even a single hidden master from their realm could obliterate the Turkic forces. In terms of cultural legacy, the Turkic steppes were vastly inferior to the Central Plains. How could the sons of the steppes harbor such fear? It is a shame you are my daughter. If you were truly a Turkic woman, you would take up your bow and join us in battle. Khan Jili was resolute. Emboldened by the presence of two military strategists in their camp, confident in their understanding of the Tang's situation, believing failure to be impossible, Khan Jili felt a deep dissatisfaction with his daughter's apprehension. They were the eagles of the steppes. How could they cower? He had unwavering confidence in this southern campaign, especially with the inclusion of strategists from esteemed Tang families. Strategists? At this revelation, Jiang Yin comprehended the gravity of the situation. Her father's sudden decision to march south was undoubtedly linked to these two advisors. Your humble servant, Wang Jin, pays his respects to the princess. I, Cui Zichu, also pay my respects to the princess. Noticing Jiang Yan's attention, Wang Jin and Cui Zichu spoke in unison, particularly Cui Zichu, whose eyes widened upon beholding her beauty. Before the Cui family relocated, the two had arrived in the Turkic lands with the aid of other noble families, becoming mere pawns in the grand scheme. Since the destruction of the Cui family, the aristocracy has recognized the gravity of the situation, temporarily setting aside their grievances to unite as one. In the present day, their strength has significantly diminished, rendering them incapable of contending with Li Shimin, thus leaving them no choice but to seek external assistance. As Li Chun has articulated, during the twilight of the Sui and the dawn of the Tang, a considerable part of the Turkic southward advance was linked to the aristocracy, which has maintained ties with the Turks throughout. Consequently, their first thought was to turn to the Turks. However, all the actions of the aristocracy are currently under the vigilant watch of Li Shimin. After much deliberation, they decided to enlist the aid of two overlooked young nobles. If anyone in the world harbors the deepest animosity towards Li Chun, it would undoubtedly be Wang Jin and Cui Zichu. Had it not been for Li Chun's emergence, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Upon hearing that they could potentially confront Li Chun, the two of them endured great hardships to finally reach the Turkic steppes. Observing the two seated in wheelchairs, Jiang Yin felt a sense of familiarity with their names, though she could not quite recall from where. Father Khan, the strength of the aristocracy has waned significantly after being outmaneuvered by Dao Zhongli and the Tang Emperor. They are now barely able to protect themselves. At this juncture, inciting us to send troops merely aims to set us against the Tang in mutual destruction. Jiang Yin continued to persuade, stating that during her time in the Tang, she had been thoroughly captivated by its grandeur, and most importantly, she did not wish to meet Li Chen in battle. Foolishness. Khan Jili was infuriated. Do you have any idea how many young men and livestock perished on the steppes last winter? If we do not advance southward, the corpses on the grasslands will multiply this winter. Last year, the Turkic southward campaign failed amid calamity, resulting in countless deaths throughout the winter, and even now, the steppes echo with cries of sorrow. Father Khan, it is precisely for this reason that we should refrain from sending troops. Any misstep could spell disaster for the grasslands. As for surviving the winter, I believe that as long as our tribe stands united, we will surely overcome this adversity. Jiang Yin was clearly not willing to concede so easily. If war were to erupt between the two sides, there would be no room for retreat. Seize the princess and confine her. There are no cowards among the sons of the steppes, Khan Jili declared, unable to contain his fury, ordering Jiang Yan's arrest. Hold on, Khan. At that moment, Cui Zichu, seated in his wheelchair and holding a feather fan, stole a glance at Jiang Yan with a smile. The princess is merely momentarily misguided. I believe that after witnessing our hundreds of thousands of valiant soldiers, she will surely change her mind. Moreover, confining the princess at such a critical moment will surely provoke speculation. After uttering this, Cui Zichu gazed at the princess with a mischievous look. He had never encountered such exquisite beauty. Particularly, the wild beauty emanating from Jiang Yin captivated him entirely. Since the strategist has spoken thus, I shall not make it difficult for her. Take the princess away. Tomorrow, the Sui army shall set forth. Once her hands are stained with the blood of the Tang, there will be no turning back. Jili Kahan pondered that his daughter's peculiar behavior must have been influenced by the nefarious sorcerers of the Tang dynasty, who had surely bewitched her with some intoxicating potion. Once she had shed the blood of the Tang people, there would be no turning back. Father Khan, I implore you to reconsider. Should you persist in your obstinacy, it will undoubtedly plunge the steppe into peril. Ultimately, Jiang Yin, torn between resentment and fury, was led away. Meanwhile, Cui Zichu regarded Jiang Yan's retreating figure with a contemplative air, pondering how he might win the favor of the Turkic princess. From the heavens to the earth, Cui Zichu experienced a sudden maturation, shedding his previous arrogance. He now exuded a somber and profound demeanor, leaving Jili Kahan in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 93. Seizing the opportunity, Cui Zichu, the eagle of the grasslands, found himself pondering whether to divulge a certain matter. After a moment's reflection, he turned to Khagan Jili and remarked that the more he favored Li Chen, the more determined he was to see his downfall. Do not hesitate to speak, urged the strategist. As the sovereign of the steppes, Jili could easily discern Cui Zichu's subtle intentions. He cast a brief glance at the wheelchair, seemingly implying that one needed to be a warrior before aspiring to become a son-in-law of the grasslands. Cui Zichu merely chuckled, unconcerned, and continued, presently. The grasslands are facing a dire shortage of supplies, particularly provisions. Although we can offer some assistance to the Khagan. If Li Shimin is resolute in his intent to wage war against us, do you truly believe that your provisions can sustain you for long? With a flick of his feather fan, he expressed his confidence in controlling the situation. Whether Jili agreed or not, he had little choice but to acquiesce. Ha ha ha, you exaggerate. Strategist. Once the Tang army arrives, resources will not be a concern. Jili had already devised a plan to utilize the supplies provided by the aristocracy to march southward. Once hostilities commenced, a steady stream of resources would flow, making the day when the Turkic forces might dominate the central plains a near certainty. Indeed, the Tang army possessed a substantial amount of provisions, but did the Khagan truly believe he could seize them? Let me be frank with you, Cui Zichu replied. The current strength of the central plains is incomparably greater than before, with countless civil and military officials at their disposal. Just moments ago, I received a carrier pigeon from there, informing me of the formidable lineup Li Shimin has dispatched to confront the Turks. The moment they entered the Turkic camp, Wang Jin and Cui Zichu realized they were merely pawns of the aristocracy. Yet, even pawns could harbor their own ambitions and seek personal gain. In the early days of the Tang dynasty, the treasury was nearly empty, and most troops were stationed at the borders. Even those formidable generals whom we Turks feared had to defend the capital, leaving Li Shimin with nothing more than a few lackluster commanders to delay us. As the leader of the Turks, Zhili possessed remarkable strategic insight. However, he had miscalculated one crucial factor: the rapid development of the Tang dynasty. Cui Zichu burst into laughter upon hearing this, for no one understood the situation of the Tang better than he did. Hearing his laughter, Zhili's expression shifted. After all, he was the Khagan of the Turks, and it was audacious for these two foreign strategists to mock him so openly. Khagan, do not take offense at my rudeness. You underestimate the Tang too much. Though I harbor a strong disdain for Li Chen, I cannot deny his capabilities. Since Li Shimin ascended the throne, under Li Chen's guidance, the Tang has stabilized and flourished swiftly. It can be said that, apart from the aristocracy, there is hardly any opposing voice within the entire Tang. In such circumstances, do you believe that Chang'an still requires a great general to maintain order? Moreover, within just a year, both the economy and provisions had significantly improved under Li Chen's strategies. Not to mention, the Cui family alone could sustain an army for a decade. Do you truly think Li Shimin fears you? As the future head of the Cui family, no one understands the family's situation better than Cui Zichu. Unfortunately, all of this has now fallen into the hands of Li Shimin. Does the Khan remain unaware? In this campaign against the Turks, Qin Xiong leads the charge, with Cheng Tiniu as the vanguard and Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin as the flanking generals, commanding an army of 100,000. Do you truly believe that such a formidable assembly could be trifled with by the Turks in a short span of time? Cui Zichu's words pierced through to Gili Khan's heart with precision. Among the heroes of the Tang dynasty, Cui Zichu held three in the highest esteem: the military deity Li Jing, the valiant Qin Shubao, and the formidable Cheng Yaojin. Their renown during the upheaval at the end of the Sui dynasty was unparalleled, and even the Turks had suffered losses at the hands of Li Jing. With two of these illustrious figures present in this northern expedition, how could Gili Khan not be apprehensive? Do you still believe you can seize the resources of the Tang? Without the support of our noble families, the Turks will soon find it impossible to sustain this war. When that time comes, will you resort to cannibalism or slaughter your horses? Such acts of desperation, though often associated with the turmoil of the Central Plains, are not foreign to the Turks, especially during the harsh winters of the steppes. By the way, I neglected to mention that the vanguard commander, Cheng Tiniu, is a disciple of Li Chen. Just months ago, he was already an elite warrior, and his current prowess is unknown. You must be acutely aware of how formidable Li Chen is. This time, two of his disciples have joined us, one as a military strategist and the other as the vanguard commander. When the names Cheng Tiniu and Chang Suncheng were mentioned, Cui Zichu's expression darkened considerably, while Wang Jin beside him clenched his fists, trembling in fear. The terror that Tiniu instilled in him has yet to subside. He lost his beloved brother, his legs, and everything else because of that man, Li Daoshang's esteemed disciple. Upon hearing this, Gili Khan was visibly moved. Li Chen's legendary status was undeniable, and even he held him in high regard. No wonder Yen'er urged me to surrender. The Tang has deployed such a formidable force, intending to settle the score with me on the plains. Gili Khan realized he had no avenue for retreat. If he surrendered now, Li Shimin would not spare him. The only option left was to fight. Khan, if you wish to emerge victorious from this battle, you must secure the full support of the noble families. Without showing a modicum of sincerity, how can we trust you? At this point, Cui Zichu revealed his true intentions. After all he had said, Gili Khan must have grasped the stakes involved. Ha ha ha, my friend, you are truly remarkable. It would be my daughter's honor to marry you. Once this battle concludes, I shall arrange your wedding immediately. In comparison to the vast expanse of the steppes, his daughter seemed insignificant. Gili Khan understood that he desperately needed the backing of the noble families. Otherwise, he would have no means to confront the Tang head-on. He even felt a twinge of regret for having succumbed to the noble family's persuasion, hastily launching an expedition against the Tang. Now, he found himself on a tiger's back, with no retreat in sight. Thus, the humble son-in-law respectfully greets his esteemed father-in-law. Rest assured, I shall promptly compose a letter and have the necessary supplies sent forth to the Turks. Achieving his objective brought great joy to Cui Zichu. The aristocracy had previously declared that they were willing to pay any price to plunge the Tang dynasty into chaos. It can be said that the noble families have descended into a state of frenzy, intent solely on the destruction of Li Shimin. At Qifeng Temple, upon hearing Li Chen's words, Li Chunfeng immediately rose from his cushion. Are you jesting, dear junior brother? Is this what you refer to as a significant matter? Chapter 94. The Path of Li Chunfeng. Brother, I am not jesting. I humbly acknowledge my inadequacies in the Tao, and for the sake of the inheritance of Qifeng Temple, I have summoned you, hoping that you might impart your wisdom upon me. Li Chun earnestly articulated, holding a copy of the Tao Te Ching in his hands. This was not about monetary offerings. It was solely about the Tao, entirely for the legacy of Qingfeng Temple. Li Daoren deluded himself, encouraging his own spirit. For the preservation of Qingfeng Temple, he was indeed deeply invested. Are you truly earnest? Li Chunfeng inquired once more. Your mastery of the Tao is unparalleled. Perhaps no one in the world possesses greater skill than you, especially when it comes to the Daoist platform, where all the great masters falter. How can you claim to lack proficiency? For a moment, Li Chunfeng found himself bewildered by the unexpected turn of events initiated by his junior brother. Brother, do I appear to be jesting? Li Chen replied earnestly. I find myself perplexed by the profound meaning of this particular passage, and I beseech you to enlighten me. As he spoke, he handed the Tao Te Ching to his elder brother, hoping to dispel his confusion. The profound meaning? Upon receiving the text, Li Chunfeng immersed himself in contemplation. He could recite the Tao Te Ching backward since the age of 10, yet he had never contemplated its deeper significance. To him, the text was merely an introductory work of Taoism, devoid of anything overly esoteric, all of which seemed readily comprehensible. However, his junior brother's query had momentarily stumped him. The Tao Te Ching, authored by the founder of Taoism, could not possibly be so simplistic if it were revered as a classic. My brother, I stand corrected. It is indeed a matter of perspective. In an instant, Li Chunfeng experienced a profound revelation. Over the years, he had believed himself to have mastered advanced Daoist techniques, elevating himself to the status of a Daoist sage, yet he had neglected the fundamental principles of the Tao. Why all this talk? Please assist your junior brother without delay. Li Chun had no ulterior motives. He simply wished to deepen his understanding of the foundational practices of Taoism. To be honest, dear brother, I too do not grasp the deeper meanings of the Tao Te Ching. Once I have thoroughly studied it, I shall return to share my insights with you. Li Chunfeng candidly admitted, unashamed of his lack of comprehension. He, after all, was a renowned Daoist, yet he had not fully penetrated the essence of the Tao Te Ching. At that moment, Li Chunfeng felt an overwhelming sense of clarity. A practitioner of the Tao must remain humble, otherwise, one risks losing sight of their true essence. Was he not a prime example of this? Is it truly you, Li Chunfeng? Li Daoren was momentarily taken aback. This was Li Chunfeng, the illustrious sage known throughout history. Yet he found himself struggling with the Tao Te Ching. Had history gone awry, or had his ears deceived him? Rest assured, brother, once I attain enlightenment, I shall ensure that the name of Li Chunfeng is rightfully celebrated across the land. With this declaration, Li Chunfeng departed, feeling unworthy to remain at Qingfeng Temple. All along, he took pride in the name Li Chunfeng, yet now he perceives it as a mark of disgrace. It will not be long before he comprehends the essence of Taoism and transforms into a truly enlightened master. With grand aspirations, Li Chunfeng departed from Qingfeng Temple in search of his authentic path, unfazed by Li Chen's calls, for his elder brother remained steadfast in his resolve. Indeed, it is true. If one cannot grasp the Tao, then what is there to be upset about? These ancient figures are truly difficult to please. Daoist Li gazed at Li Chunfeng's retreating figure, expressing his vexation, remarking that if one cannot attain the Tao, one can still learn it. Why be angry? In the imperial palace, Emperor Li Shimin eagerly awaited the arrival of Li Chunfeng, deeply invested in the significant matters that Li Chun had mentioned. Your Majesty, once the campaign against the Turks concludes, I wish to resign from my position as national teacher to focus on my cultivation, Li Chunfeng stated, not waiting for Li Shimin to object before elaborating. To engage with the world is to cultivate the Tao. However, the true Tao resides not within this court, but in the realm beyond. Sighing, Li Shimin conceded, very well. If the national teacher wishes to pursue his own path, I shall not impede you. Although he yearned to dissuade him, he could not voice his thoughts, as this was Li Chen's intention. Since Li Chun had spoken thus, it was undoubtedly to encourage the national teacher to resign and pursue his cultivation. Li Shimin understood the deeper implications. Daoist Li was conveying his disinterest in court affairs, desiring instead to live a carefree existence. Your Majesty, I am grateful for your recognition. Once I attain enlightenment, I shall repay your kindness. Li Chunfeng expressed with profound respect for Li Shimin, who was indeed a rare and enlightened ruler. It was an honor for Li Chunfeng to offer counsel to such a sovereign. There is no need for formality, national teacher. Here is the latest intelligence from the Turks. Please review it, Li Shimin said. During the Qin Huang era, he had established his own intelligence network, and upon ascending the throne, he began to infiltrate neighboring states, recently establishing a similar network among the Turks. Your younger brother's predictions were indeed accurate, Li Chunfeng noted, as the intelligence contained the dialogue between Kan Jili and Cui Zichu. Nearly verbatim. Humph. Li Shimin scoffed. The aristocracy truly harbors treacherous intentions, colluding with barbarian tribes. Such families deserve to be eradicated. The fury that surged within him was palpable. These aristocratic families had long thrived in the Central Plains, with their ancestors having sacrificed everything for this land. Yet now, they were willing to betray the Tang dynasty and the common folk for mere profit. All of this had been anticipated by Li Chunfeng. Over the years, the nature of these families had drastically changed. The fact that Khan Geely agreed to Cui Zichu's terms indicated that the Turks were in dire straits. If they could sever the supply lines between the aristocracy and the Turks, they would have won half the battle. Li Chunfeng discerned the crux of the issue. If a cripple could threaten Khan Geely, it was evident that the Turks were in a precarious situation concerning their resources. I have dispatched individuals to thoroughly investigate the entire nation, and all borders have been sealed. There is utterly no trace of their supply lines. How could Li Shimin remain oblivious to this? Yet, the aristocratic families have concealed these transportation routes so adeptly that not a single clue remains. If that is indeed the case, then only one possibility arises. Li Chunfeng gazed intently at the map within the Grand Hall, fixating on a particular fortress. Are you referring to the Eastern Turks? At the mere mention of the Eastern Turks, Li Shimin's expression shifted slightly. Ever since Jelly Khan unified the Turks, the distinction between Eastern and Western Turks has vanished. However, discussing the Eastern Turks inevitably brings to mind one individual, Chuluo Khan. Chapter 95, The Schemes of Changsun Chong. Chuluo Khan, akin to Tuli Khan, was a leader of the Eastern Turks. During the twilight of the Sui dynasty, Chuluo Khan made several incursions into Yangzhou, significantly impacting the Central Plains, even managing to abduct Empress Shao to the Turkic lands. Subsequently, the formidable Gili Khan emerged, unifying the Turkic steppes, and in a gesture of loyalty, Chuluo Khan presented Empress Shao to Gili Khan. In terms of understanding the Central Plains, Chuluo Khan could be considered a half-native, having placed his trusted confidants at various border passes. Among the prominent families, none had a deeper connection than Chuluo Khan. Your Majesty, Chuluo Khan is currently situated in the vicinity of Hsinchu, which is entirely under the control of the powerful families. Most importantly, beyond Hsinchu lies the Turkic territory, making it the perfect route for transporting provisions. Li Chunfeng's analysis enlightened Li Shimin, who, upon gazing at the map depicting the army's movements, suddenly broke into a knowing smile. Ha ha ha, it is no wonder that you are the disciple of Daoist Li. Look, the vanguard of Iron Bull is heading that way. Iron Bull's current military route was indeed directed towards Hsinchu. Initially, Li Shimin had not paid much attention to this detail, but after hearing Li Chunfeng's insights, he began to comprehend its significance. Truly, my nephew possesses an extraordinary strategic vision. I wonder how my junior has trained them. Chonger's strategic perspective has reached an unparalleled level in the world. It was evident that Iron Bull would not have anticipated this, indicating that it was Changsun Chong who had discerned the situation, earning even Li Chunfeng's respect. In truth, both men had misjudged the situation. Iron Bull and Changsun Chong's sudden movement towards Hsinchu was entirely due to Jiang Yin. Upon hearing that her father intended to betroth her to the crippled Cui Zichu, Jiang Yin had a fierce quarrel with Gili Khan and subsequently sought refuge with Chuluo Khan. In her youth, Chuluo Khan had been an admirer of her mother, and since Jiang Yan's birth, he had regarded her as his own. Whenever she had disputes with Gili Khan, she would always retreat to his side. Upon learning of this development, Iron Bull and Changsun Chong promptly sought counsel from Qin Xiong, determining that the vanguard would advance towards Hsinchu to launch a direct assault on the Turkic stronghold, while the main forces would engage the Turkic army head-on. If the vanguard succeeded, the main Turkic forces would likely retreat. The location of Chuluo Khan was of paramount importance to the Turks, akin to a secondary stronghold, where nearly all resources were stored. Should any issues arise at Chuluo Khan's encampment, the entire Turkic realm would find itself in a precarious position. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiong approved the proposal, recognizing that a strategy devised by the esteemed disciple of Daoist Li would undoubtedly be sound. As long as they could withstand the Turkic offensive, the battle could be won swiftly once Iron Bull's forces achieved their objective. Exactly what Qin Xiong desired to see. Iron Bull, what do you suppose Jiang Shinyang is doing suddenly at Chuluo Khan's camp? Is there some trouble? In the central tent, Changsun Chong examined the sand table he had learned to use from Li Chun, with all deployments clear at a glance. Well, if you call me senior brother, I shall reveal the details to you. Early in the morning, the two arrived at Hsinchu City, where the commander, Li Yu of the Longxi Li family, had prepared everything for them with remarkable enthusiasm, leaving even the steadfast Tainyo somewhat overwhelmed. Tainyo, do you still wish for my counsel? If you remain silent, beware that I may trip you up. When the time comes and you fail to rescue our master's wife, I wonder how you will explain it to our teacher. Their singular purpose for being here was to save the master's wife. Nothing held greater significance than her. Very well, very well. This is an urgent missive from His Majesty, dispatched over 600 miles. Once you read it, everything will become clear. As the commander of the vanguard camp, all the intelligence that Tai Nyo possessed was first-hand, a privilege that Long Sun Chong could not match. So that's how it is. How audacious of Chui Zichu to covet our master's wife. Once this battle concludes, I shall teach him a lesson. Upon hearing of Chui Zichu's outrageous demands, Long Sun Chong was filled with a desire to swiftly crush the Turks, for the audacious Turks dared to bully the master's wife. Tai Nyo, His Majesty commanded us to secure all of Xinzhou. Before Tai Nyo could finish, Long Sun Chong interrupted him. Upon receiving the 600-mile urgent message from Li Shimin, Long Sun Chong immediately grasped the implications. Chonger, could it be that Xinzhou harbors treachery? Though Tai Nyo was somewhat brash, his long association with Long Sun Chong had forged a degree of tacit understanding between them. Not merely treachery, we have certainly come to the right place. Once we accomplish our mission, the Turks will retreat without a fight. With that statement, Long Sun Chong ceased further explanations. He turned to the others and commanded, "Relay the order. The entire army is to regroup and head towards Liangzhou. The marshal has just conveyed that Liangzhou is in urgent peril." Although Tai Nyo was the commander, the authority of the vanguard camp resided with Long Sun Chong, who relied solely on wisdom. "Young Master Long Sun, must we depart so swiftly? I had just ordered the slaughter of 100 sheep to properly reward our troops." Upon hearing that Long Sun Chong and his men were retreating, the Xinzhou commander, Li Yu, quickly approached. "General Li, military orders are not to be defied. We shall drink and revel another time." Long Sun Chong replied with utmost courtesy. As he regarded Li Yu with suspicion, the first among his doubts regarding Xinzhou's integrity. Despite the Longxi Li family's consistent support for Li Shimin, their discontent had grown following recent events. Long Sun Chong even suspected that the transport route through Xinzhou had been established by the Longxi Li family. "In that case, I shall not insist further," wishing General Cheng and young Master Long Sun a smooth journey. Upon hearing this, Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Initially fearing that the sudden deployment of the vanguard camp indicated that Li Shimin had uncovered something, it now seemed that his concerns were unfounded. The vanguard camp was swift to arrive and equally quick to depart. By morning, before the camp had even fully settled, they had already left Xinzhou. 3 hours later, a scout entered Li Yu's residence. "General, they are indeed marching towards Liangzhou, and they are moving swiftly. Even the cavalry has advanced ahead, having covered over 100 miles. Upon hearing this, Li Yu finally relaxed. It appears that issues have arisen in Liangzhou. Indeed, with merely 50,000 troops at Qin Xiang's disposal, how could he possibly contend against the 200,000 cavalry of the Khagan of Jili? It seems that the family has finally made a prudent decision." Once they confirmed that Cha Sun Chong and his companions had ventured far, during the night, Li Yu arrived at a cave accompanied by a group of men. Within this cave lay provisions destined for the Turks. These supplies were prepared by all the prominent families to counter Li Shimin. And with him serving as the governor of Xinzhou, Li Shimin could never have anticipated that this place would become the most crucial transport station. Chapter 96. The Crucial War in a secluded valley 50 miles from Xinzhou city, Li Yu cautiously arrived with supplies. Although he held dominion over the entire city, many of the officials remained loyal to Li Shaogong, who had been the undisputed leader of Xinzhou a few months prior while quelling a rebellion. Later, after Li Shaogong was reassigned to Chang'an as Minister of Rights, Li Yu relied on his family's influence to become the military governor of Xinzhou. "Is anyone following us?" After a signal of smoke, a group of Turks emerged and addressed Li Shaogong. "Rest assured, my lord. Originally, Cheng Tiniu's vanguard was stationed within the city. But with the wise and mighty leadership of Khan Jili, Qin Xiong found himself with no retreat, forcing the vanguard to be urgently recalled." Li Yu adopted a thoroughly obsequious demeanor towards the Turks, believing that as long as he maintained a favorable relationship with them, they would favor him once they reached Chang'an, thereby enhancing his standing within his family. "Qin Xiong has no means of retreat. According to the intelligence I have gathered, he will not arrive in Liangzhou for another 10 days. They have yet to engage, I presume?" The Turkish general expressed his confusion, pondering the source of this traitor's information regarding the Tang dynasty. Suddenly, Li Yu's expression darkened upon hearing this. If the situation was as described, it could only imply one thing. At that moment, torches ignited around the valley, revealing that the entire area had been encircled by cavalry. "General Li, it is a pleasure to see you again. I trust you appreciated the gift I sent," Long Sun Chong declared, mounted and brimming with mockery, clearly indicating that the transport line between the aristocracy and the Turks indeed passed through Xinzhou. "Li Yu, I had previously treated you well. Why then have you chosen to betray the Tang dynasty, willingly becoming a dog for the Turks?" Initially, Li Shaogong found it hard to believe Long Sun Chong's words. For all the people of Xinzhou had been nurtured under his guidance, and Liu had once been his trusted confidant. It was shocking to discover their betrayal of the Tang. Everything I possess is granted by my family. Since they have decreed it, I must comply. With that, Liu drew his sword and took his own life, fully aware that should he fall into the hands of the Tang army, it would not only be his demise but the ruination of his entire family. Kill all these scoundrels, leaving only a few alive to convey a message to Conchuluo. Tiniu commanded the surrounding cavalry without hesitation. These horsemen, numbering 10,000, were Tiniu's trump card, having been meticulously retrained from the 200 shadow guards granted to him by Li Shimin. In a brief moment, the valley fell into a profound silence, with only a handful of Turks kneeling, awaiting their fate. Return and inform Conchuluo that in 5 days, our Tang army will advance upon him. If he possesses any sense, he will surrender willingly. Should I take action, the steps of the Turks will be stained red. Long Sun Chong mimicked Li Chen's words, yet lacked the same gravitas, evidently still falling short of his master's level of prowess. Humph. The Li family, I never imagined you would also be involved in this. It appears I have been too lenient with you over the years. Within just a couple of days, Li Shimin received alarming news that he had never anticipated. The Li family, whom he had held in the highest regard, had betrayed the Tang dynasty. When faced with overwhelming self-interest, no loyalty remains unwavering, not even that of the esteemed Li family. Changsun Wuji had long perceived the true nature of the aristocracy and harbored a certain animosity towards them. Yet, it must be acknowledged that, in some respects, the aristocracy possessed a semblance of integrity. For instance, Li Yu, in a bid to protect the Li lineage, resolutely chose to end his own life. Now, the fate of everything rests in the hands of Tiniu and his companions. Originally, Li Shimin had intended to seize this opportunity to eradicate the aristocracy in one fell swoop, denying them any chance of resurgence. However, Li Yu's unwavering resolve caught him off guard. Even though Li Shimin was aware that the aristocracy was behind these treacherous deeds, he found himself powerless to act against them. Their audacity was something he had already witnessed, as long as they adamantly claimed no involvement. Asserting that Li Yu had acted unilaterally, without any evidence, he could not hold them accountable. They would even go so far as to accuse Li Yu of stealing provisions from the aristocracy, burdening him with various charges. Although Li Shimin was cognizant of these dynamics, he still adhered to the necessary protocols, cautioning the aristocracy to exercise restraint during the conflict with the Turks. It was infuriating. Li Chen was indeed a formidable adversary, who, with just 2 disciples, had placed the Turks in such a precarious position. The old adage rings true: before a battle commences, provisions must be secured. When Chili Khan learned that his supply lines had been compromised by Tiniu and Cha Sun, his heart burned with fury. Presently, the entirety of the Turks relied on the meager provisions provided by the aristocracy, enough to sustain them for merely 3 months. Rest assured, my leader, I shall promptly contact the aristocracy to establish new supply routes, and then the issue of provisions will be resolved, one of his aides assured him. Among the most anxious was Cui Zichu, for this was a dowry he had promised to the Turks. Should any complications arise, how could he possibly claim the Turkic princess? Did he think Li Shimin was a foolish emperor? In the wake of such a crisis, every aristocrat was on edge, preoccupied with their own survival. And it was highly improbable they would extend assistance to the Turks. With the alarm already raised, it could be said that even if Li Shimin were to remain passive, the aristocracy would not dare to provide resources to them. Now, the Turks found themselves with but one course of action: issue the command to assemble all troops. Once Qin Xiong and the others arrive, we shall launch a full-scale assault, determined to breach their stronghold in the shortest possible time. I refuse to believe that their 50,000 men can withstand our 200,000. Should they succeed in securing provisions from the Tang army, the challenges facing the Turks would dissipate without a fight. Chili Khan even felt a sense of relief. Had the Tang military not divided its forces, the Turks would have faced an insurmountable dead end. As the commander, Qin Xiong was acutely aware of this reality. Their only option was to fight to the death, buying time for Tiniu and his comrades. If they could achieve success, victory in this battle would be theirs. Convey the order to the troops. All must hasten to Liangzhou. I believe the Turks can no longer remain idle. Upon reaching the city of Liangzhou, we shall have but one objective: to safeguard Liangzhou and allow not a single Turk to breach its walls. After uttering these words, Qin Xiong took the lead, galloping at the utmost speed towards Liangzhou, even exhausting numerous horses along the way in an effort to conserve energy. However, Qin Xiong remained utterly unconcerned by this. Their singular mission was to steadfastly defend Liangzhou, while the rest of the forces felt the tension of the impending battle. The 2 most pivotal figures had already infiltrated the Turkish encampment, intent on rescuing their revered master. Chapter 97 conveys the sentiment that one's refuse can indeed insult refuse itself. As Changsun Chong converses with Tinyu, who has donned the attire of the Turkic army, he reflects on the wisdom imparted by his master. Only boldness can serve as the true test of reality. Although they find themselves within the Turkic camp, Changsun Chong behaves as though he were in his own home, even greeting the Turkic soldiers with familiarity. He playfully adopts a name for himself, Tu Yi Mei, while Tinyu is humorously dubbed Ju Si Li. Quickly, let us hasten to see. Changsun urges, having heard of several valiant warriors from the western Turkic region arriving, with their leader currently wrestling with them. As Tinyu grows increasingly anxious, a group of Turkic soldiers converses while heading toward the training grounds. Inspired by their dialogue, Changsun Chong suddenly hatches a brilliant idea. Tinyu, a magnificent opportunity presents itself. You must engage in wrestling with those Turkic warriors at their training ground while I take advantage of this moment to seek out my master's wife. Why must I engage in combat while you pursue such a delightful endeavor? Tinyu retorts. Recent times had seen Tinyu's fighting spirit wane, as the opponents he faced scarcely lasted a round against him. The solitude of invincibility weighed heavily upon him. Tinyu, have you lost your nerve? Are you truly afraid to confront the Turkic warriors? Changsun, well acquainted with Tinyu's temperament, employs a provocation. Who says I am afraid? I shall go wrestle them and demonstrate the might of Tinyu. The moment Changsun underestimates him, Tinyu's temper flares, and he cannot be deterred. Resolute, Tinyu prepares to challenge the Turkic warriors, while Changsun seizes the opportunity to search for Jiang Yin amidst the crowd focused on the training arena. In the training ground, Chuluo Khan's countenance darkens as he witnesses one of his tribe's warriors being bested by a single individual from the Western Turkic. This humiliation weighs heavily upon him. Although the Eastern and Western Turkics have united, the covert rivalries persist. In this critical juncture, Jili Khan has sent several warriors to the Eastern Turkic, primarily to secure their rear guard and secondarily to intimidate them. Clearly, Jili Khan has succeeded, not only instilling fear in the Eastern Turkic, but also undermining Chuluo Khan's authority. The Turkic people have always revered strength above all. The mightiest fist commands respect. Jili Khan's display has sparked treasonous thoughts among those loyal to Chuluo Khan. Is this all you Eastern Turkics are capable of? No wonder you bow before our great king. Should no one else appear, I shall take my leave and rest. In the center of the training arena, the Western Turkic warrior exhibits an arrogant demeanor, disregarding Chuluo Khan entirely, viewing him merely as a defeated foe of their king. In the realm of conflict, the Eastern Turks and the Chuluo Khan were sworn adversaries, particularly highlighted by the fierce rivalry between Jili Khan and Chuluo Khan, which even led to a duel over a woman. Ultimately, Jili Khan emerged victorious, claiming the title of chieftain over the vast steppes, compelling Chuluo Khan to bow in submission. Such egregious arrogance was intolerable. Upon hearing this, Chuluo Khan could no longer contain his fury and resolved to personally teach these warriors a lesson. At that moment, a towering figure stepped forth, disdainfully uttering, "You, a mere misfit, dare to call yourself a warrior? You are more akin to refuse." Upon reflecting on his words, the giant quickly amended his statement. "Forgive my rudeness, I misspoke. Even calling you refuse is an affront to refuse itself. You, a pathetic excuse for a warrior, dare to bark here." This imposing figure was none other than Tinyu, who held a profound disdain for the arrogant yet inept. Witnessing the antics of the so-called warrior on stage had ignited a fire within him. Well said. I cannot believe such a warrior exists on my steppes. How had I not noticed him before? Should he triumph, I would gladly forge a bond of brotherhood with him. Chuluo Khan, upon hearing Tinyu's words, felt an immense sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. What is your name? If I do not vanquish you today, I shall renounce the title of warrior. The warriors present were seething with rage at Tinyu's remarks, wishing fervently to tear him apart. As I have stated, you are unworthy of the title of warrior. Henceforth, refrain from uttering those words. It is a disgrace to me. Regarding his name, you are not worthy to know it. Even uttering it is an affront to my dignity. Even Tinyu was taken aback by his own talent for insult. The Turkic warrior, driven nearly to madness by such humiliation, summoned all his strength to confront Tinyu in a wrestling match, intending to exact a fatal toll upon him in this arena. However, while the idea was splendid, reality proved harsh. Though Tinyu had never wrestled before, his immense strength was undeniable. Within mere moments, the warrior was hurled several meters away. Such might. Chuluo Khan was astounded by Tinyu's prowess, realizing he had overlooked such formidable talent in his tribe. He had no doubt regarding Tinyu's identity, as he appeared more Turkic than the Turks themselves, dark, fierce, and undeniably powerful. Warrior, please reveal your name. Chuluo Khan could not restrain his curiosity. Such a warrior must be kept close. I have stated before, only those whom I deem worthy may know my name. Iron Bull was exceedingly proud, Even amidst the vast encampment of the Turks, he felt no fear. His arrogance was palpable. Who could possibly challenge him? This was truly to my taste. Rather than being angered by Iron Bull's insolence, Chuluo Khan found himself exceedingly pleased. Such a temperament was precisely what he relished. Brave warrior. If you can vanquish them all, I shall swear brotherhood with you today and appoint you as the vice leader of the Eastern Turks. From henceforth, you shall stand second only to me, above all others. Chuluo Khan continued, expressing his satisfaction with the warrior's prowess, with such a vice leader. He believed the Eastern Turks would surely rise again within a few decades. I have stated that you should earn my recognition before speaking to me. As for the warriors you mention, they are, in my eyes, nothing but worthless trash. Upon hearing these words from Iron Bull, the warriors of the Western Turks glared at each other in wrath. A warrior may be slain, but never humiliated. Chapter 98. My good brother, how infuriating. You, the Eastern Turks, are truly arrogant and blind to reality. Allow me to teach you a lesson today. A warrior from the Western Turks, upon hearing Tai Nyo's brazen words, was consumed by rage. Even among the Western Turks, they prided themselves on being formidable warriors, and never had anyone dared to treat them with such disdain. An old man with a white head and a gray beard, how could he possibly claim to be a warrior? Come at me together. There is no distinction between a mere ant and a swarm of them. Arrogance and confidence. That is the essence of Tai Nyo's demeanor. There is no way around it. I am strong. I am proud. If you have the capability, come and challenge me. Ignorant child, you are utterly reckless. Today, I shall rearrange your insides, and you will spend the latter half of your life confined to a wheelchair. The Western Turk could scarcely articulate the fury swelling within him. He had never encountered anyone so audacious. Without allowing Tai Nyo another word, the warrior charged forward, only to meet the same fate as his predecessor, within mere moments. Tai Nyo sent him flying. Well done. Indeed, a true warrior from our vast plains. Witness how Tai Nyo brings honor to the Eastern Turks. Chuluo Khan could hardly contain his excitement at this display. I have said it before, come at me all at once. I do not wish to squander time on mere insects. Even in defeat, no one would blame you, provided you can achieve victory. Tai Nyo scoffed, dismissing them as nothing more than a swarm of ants, unworthy of fear. Brothers, for the tribe, for honor, let us unite and show this towering brute the strength of our clan. In the Turks, it is understood that when multiple assailants engage a single opponent, victory holds no glory unless proposed by the adversary. How foolish, a firefly cannot compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Facing 7 or 8 warriors from the Western Turks, Tai Nyo felt no trepidation. In a matter of moments, he swiftly took down one of them. Having endured the snowy trials of Chang'an, Tai Nyo's physical resilience had reached an astonishing level. The punches thrown by these so-called warriors felt utterly inconsequential against him. Is this what you call a warrior? It seems the Turks have truly run out of capable fighters. Allow your elder today to impart a lesson upon you. In the center of the training ground, Tai Nyo wreaked havoc, entirely disregarding the Western Turk, who was nothing more than a chicken compared to him. Well done. Truly. He is a warrior of our plains. I must forge a brotherhood with him. Chuluo Khan believed Tai Nyo was referring to the Western Turks, and his heart swelled with satisfaction. For years, the Western Turks had imposed their will upon them, causing Chuluo Khan considerable distress. Tai Nyo's emergence ignited hope for the resurgence of the Eastern Turks. In mere moments, all the Western Turk warriors lay defeated at Tai Nyo's feet. At this moment, their eyes reflected not anger, but admiration. The Turks have always been a realm where the strong prey upon the weak, and Tai Nyo's prowess commanded respect from all. In the annals of Turkic history, only Gili Khan had achieved such feats, and now he reigns as the king of the Turkic plains. Ah, valiant warrior, reveal thy name, for today, this sovereign desires to pledge brotherhood with thee. The most exhilarated among us is none other than Chuluo Khan. For the Eastern Turks are finally poised to present a formidable leader. As I previously stated, to learn my name, you must first earn my recognition. Thus, amidst the expansive Turkic steppes, Iron Bull harbors no fear, exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance. He is brash, he is proud. Let anyone with the capability come forth to challenge him. In essence, Iron Bull embodies this sentiment. Anyone daring enough to confront him shall find themselves at his mercy. Whoever can best him today shall command his allegiance. Were it anyone else who dared to speak thus, Chuluo Khan would have already erupted in fury. Yet this individual is Iron Bull. Remarkably, such temperament suits my taste. Across the entire prairie, besides myself, none can rival you. Why not engage in a contest? Regardless of victory or defeat, we must forge our bond today, Chuluo Khan declared. For he is the leader of the Eastern Turks and has already broached the subject of brotherhood. All that remains is for Iron Bull to fulfill this promise. And he has done so exceedingly well. First, Earn my recognition. Iron Bull gestured towards Chuluo Khan, his pride unabated, a testament to his self-assuredness in his own prowess. Upon hearing this, Chuluo Khan finally vacated his position, advancing to the center of the training grounds. In his youth, Chuluo Khan was a master wrestler, and only Gili Khan and Tuli Khan could stand against him on the vast prairie. Over the years, he has become a half-king of the Eastern Turks. Devoid of the joy of wrestling, when Iron Bull executed a series of moves earlier, Chuluo Khan could no longer contain himself. Upon hearing Iron Bull's challenge, he was immediately prepared for a spirited bout. From the intensity of the encounter, Iron Bull sensed that he had indeed met a worthy adversary. Nonetheless, he remained confident. After a series of exchanges, they engaged in combat. In an instant of contact, mutual admiration blossomed between them, although Iron Bull's strength eclipsed that of Chuluo Khan. The latter's wrestling technique was unparalleled, resulting in a stalemate after an intense struggle. It can be said that during their bout, both fought fiercely without the slightest concealment. Chuluo Khan grew increasingly impressed with Iron Bull, who remained so youthful. Even Gili Khan, hailed as the son of the prairie, did not possess such prowess at Iron Bull's age. Brother, do you believe there is any necessity to continue this fight? At this rate, even after 3 days and nights, we would remain unable to declare a victor. Pray, reveal your name, and let us forge our brotherhood. Ultimately, Chuluo Khan proposed, having exhausted all his techniques without even slightly unsettling Iron Bull. Thus, Chuluo Khan discerned that he and Iron Bull were indeed evenly matched, incapable of determining a winner. I share your sentiment. I am Tusi Li, hailing from a humble tribe. Today, upon hearing the news of the great Tang army's advance, I journeyed to seek refuge with Chuluo Khan. An idea suddenly sparked in Iron Bull's mind, recalling what his master had once spoken of, what he termed the path of infiltration. A certain undercover agent infiltrated the enemy camp and astonishingly rose to become one of the most prominent figures within it. Even his master bestowed upon him the title of an unsung hero. For a long time, Tiniu aspired to attain such a status but found little opportunity. Today, he finally has the chance to become an unsung hero. So, it is no wonder I have never heard of you, good brother. From this moment onward, you shall accompany me. Bring forth cattle and sheep. I wish to forge a brotherly bond with my esteemed companion. Henceforth, my dear brother shall be the deputy leader of the grasslands. His words shall be my words, and whatever my brother commands, you shall obey. Chapter 99. The Good Brother and the Good Younger Brother. Upon locating Jiang Yan, Chang Sunchong initially intended to escort her away, considering her safety as their esteemed master's wife amidst enemy territory. However, Jiang Yan resolutely declared, I am a princess of the Turks. Although I do not wish for my people to engage in this battle, for I know the Turks stand no chance of victory, I cannot forsake my subjects at such a pivotal moment. Hearing this, Chang Sunchong relinquished his intent. Differing stances rendered further persuasion futile. Prior to arriving at the Turkic camp, he had anticipated this very possibility, yet he and Tai Nyo had braved peril to come, for she was their master's wife. If they could not protect her, how could they ever face their master again? Quickly, bring all the wine to the training ground. The chieftain is to form a brotherhood today. From this moment on, we shall have a vice leader in the Eastern Turks. You cannot imagine the might of this vice leader. He is undoubtedly the hope of our people. Originally, Chang Sunchong had planned to find Tai Nyo and depart, having gathered sufficient intelligence about the Eastern Turks, but he halted upon hearing this. According to his findings, the Eastern Turks had never had a vice leader. The sudden emergence of one today could potentially alter the entire course of the conflict. Not only was Chang Sunchong curious, but Jiang Yin, too, was filled with intrigue. No one knew Chuluo Khan better than she. For years, the lack of a vice leader in the Eastern Turks stemmed from the absence of a worthy candidate in Chuluo Khan's eyes. Apart from Chuluo Khan himself, it could be said that there were no true warriors among the Eastern Turks. Even she, a mere woman, could not surpass them. Now, with the announcement of a vice leader, and the fact that Chuluo Khan would be forming a brotherhood with him, Jiang Yin was exceedingly curious about the identity of this remarkable individual. The training ground was abuzz with excitement. It had been ages since the Eastern Turks had experienced such merriment. And the reason was singular. Their chieftain had gained a good brother. Good brother, drink this bowl of wine. From now on, we are brothers. Should anyone in the Turks dare to bully you, invoke my name, for I shall stand by you without fear. With that bowl of wine consumed, Chuluo Khan beamed with joy, for he had gained a good younger brother, and the Eastern Turks had acquired a commendable vice leader. Rest assured, good brother, you are well aware of my capabilities. Few in this world could ever dare to bully me. Tai Nyo officially embraced his role as Chuluo Khan's younger brother, and it was evident that the vice leader of the Eastern Turks was indeed impressive. Indeed, with the strength of a good brother, there are hardly any who could rival you. However, my dear younger brother, As I age, there are many matters for which I possess the will but lack the strength. This vast step shall eventually be your domain. I trust you will excel. Chuluo Khan held his younger brother in high regard, feeling privileged to have such a remarkable sibling by his side. My dear brother, I have heard that the esteemed Daoist Li from the Tang dynasty has taken on a disciple named Chen, who is heralded as a youthful hero and a beacon of hope for the rise of the Tang. Yet, in my eyes, it is you, my dear brother, who embodies the true hope for our Turkic people. What is Chen in comparison? Observing the comparisons made by my good brother, it matters not that he is a disciple of Daoist Li. My brother possesses remarkable talent and has achieved self-mastery. Few can rival him in prowess. Ha ha ha. My dear brother speaks wisely. He must always believe in me. Brother, I am invincible. Just watch and see. Tiniu felt that if this continued, he would surely become arrogant. However, he could not deny the delightful feeling of being praised by his esteemed brother. Having such a brother is indeed a blessing. The leader is wise and valiant, and the deputy leader is unparalleled. The Eastern Turks have risen. Even the other Turkic warriors in the training grounds appeared energized, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Today is a day of significance for the Eastern Turks, for they have gained an unparalleled deputy leader. With this new deputy leader, their confidence has bolstered. From now on, who would dare to call the Eastern Turks weak? They can challenge them through their deputy leader. As for Tiniu's identity, no one doubted it. How could the Tang dynasty possess such an extraordinary figure as a deputy leader? To my brothers of the steppe, I am aware of my handsomeness. Yet I implore you not to shower me with such flattery, lest I become proud. In this moment, I feel compelled to compose a poem to express my elation. Thus, Tiniu embraced the spirit of a poet. Ah, the steppe! Ah, the sky! Today, I am wise and valiant, unyielding in spirit. Today, I stand at the pinnacle of my life, soaring like a dragon. Today, I conquer the world, sweeping across all directions. Ah, the steppe! Ah, the sky! Today, I am the most handsome, none can dispute it. As Tiniu's poem concluded, silence enveloped the crowd, and after a moment of stillness, the eyes of the Turkic people sparkled with fervor. The deputy leader is the most handsome. The deputy leader is the greatest. To make matters even more outrageous, some Turkic women, upon hearing Tiniu's verses, became enraptured. Deputy leader, I wish to bear your children. Deputy leader, my daughter, and I wish to bear your children. Deputy leader, my 3 sisters, and I wish to bear your children together. In an instant, Tiniu's popularity within the Eastern Turks reached its zenith, regardless of age or gender. All held him in utmost respect. Goodness, is that truly Tiniu? What just transpired? Long Sunchong and Jiang Yan, who had arrived at the training grounds, overheard these declarations and were at a loss for words regarding Tiniu's audacity. Most astonishingly, the Turkic people were entirely enamored with this display. Now, Tiniu's popularity even eclipsed that of Chuluo Khan. What was most disconcerting was that Chuluo Khan showed no signs of displeasure. He seemed entirely unconcerned that Tiniu might usurp his position, as if this reality were simply natural. Even his 2 sons, the future heirs of the grasslands, had become fervent admirers of Iron Bull. For a moment, Chang Sun Chong was perplexed during the brief time he had sought out his mentor. What feats had Iron Bull accomplished to win over the entirety of the Eastern Tuju? Esteemed guests, today I am delighted to announce the brotherly bond forged with my companions. Henceforth, let us slay cattle and sheep, and bring forth all the wine. Today we shall revel in joyous libations. Iron Bull, without a hint of self-consciousness, had assumed the demeanor of the deputy leader of the Eastern Tuju, commanding the gathering with authority. No, proclaimed Chuluo Khan, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over Chang Sun Chong, fearing Iron Bull's exposure. Yet, Iron Bull remained remarkably composed. One day of celebration is insufficient. It must be 3. With my dear brother arriving, a wild festivity must ensue across the grasslands. Chapter 100. Iron Bull wept. What manner of people are these? Long Sun Chong found himself at a loss for words. How could Chuluo Khan rise to become the leader of the Eastern Turks? In his youth, he had contended with Jili Khan. A ruler's cunning is indeed remarkable. However, the tolerance exhibited by Chuluo Khan towards Iron Bull shattered all conventions, treating him as if he were his own son, a notion that Long Sun Chong could not fathom. Upon learning that Iron Bull had been appointed as the deputy leader of the Turks, Long Sun Chong bid farewell to Jiang Yan without even a word to Iron Bull and departed. After all, they were both disciples of the same master. What was Iron Bull thinking? Long Sun Chong began to surmise that, barring unforeseen circumstances, within 10 days they would seize the Eastern Turks, plunging the entire Turkish hinterland into chaos. My good brother, allow me to introduce you to my niece, Jiang Yan. She is a true gem of our prairie. Chuluo Khan proclaimed upon seeing Jiang Yan. Greetings, Miss Jiang. I beg your pardon for my abruptness, Iron Bull stammered, unable to address her as master's wife in the enemy camp. Thus he offered repeated apologies, pleading that she not hold it against him. There is no need for a warrior to apologize. These Turkic princesses are merely caught in circumstances beyond their control, Jiangyin mused, choosing not to expose Iron Bull's pretense. In the face of Chuluo Khan and his two disciples, even if Iron Bull were to decline the position of deputy leader, defeat was inevitable. Thus, Iron Bull would still regard their bond of brotherhood, allowing the Eastern Turks a chance at survival. Jiang Yin firmly believed that those who emerge from the Qingfeng Temple are the most loyal and righteous. My dear brother, it is a pity my niece must marry a cripple, Chuluo Khan thought to himself, observing Iron Bull's courteous demeanor towards Jiang Yin. He felt a spark of hope. He knew his niece's character well. When had she ever been so polite? As for himself, he had been brimming with bravado moments ago. Now he appeared almost docile. This must be what they call mutual attraction. In an instant, Chuluo Khan's mind raced. Marrying his niece to a cripple was something he would never accept. By deliberately making that statement, he sought to gauge Iron Bull's reaction. What? Who is that scoundrel? Brother, tell me quickly, and I shall go and slay him. Iron Bull's fury ignited upon hearing that his master's wife would wed a cripple. How could anyone dare to lay hands on her? My good brother, this is a decision made by his father, Jili Khan. We are powerless to alter it. However, rest assured, my brother has devised a plan. If you agree, I shall persuade Jili Khan to annul this engagement at once. Chuluo Khan was immensely pleased with Iron Bull's response. Truly, he was a loyal brother. Speak quickly. What is your plan? I will heed your counsel, as long as Miss Jiang does not marry that cripple. For the sake of his master's wife. Iron Bull would brave any peril. Anyone who dared to threaten her would be crossing a line with him. Rest assured, my dear brother. Who is this esteemed elder brother? You ask? He is none other than the leader of our eastern lands, and certainly, he will save his own niece. The solution, in truth, is quite simple. Observing the two, Chuluo Khan initially wished to tease, yet when it came to the matter of his master's wife, Tainyo appeared exceedingly earnest. Elder brother, please speak up. What is this good plan? What must I do? I shall not shirk my responsibilities. Tainyo was anxious. The thought of anything happening to his master's wife under his watch would haunt him for a lifetime. The last time, when Master Chui's wife nearly faced calamity, Tainyo was filled with regret, to the point that he couldn't bear to face his master for a time. However, his master, magnanimous as ever, sought to console him, urging him not to dwell on it, to embrace fate and find joy. During that period, Chen, noticing Tainyo's discontent, mistakenly believed he was lovesick. For all who have passed through that age understand such feelings. Thus, to ensure that his laborer could work diligently, Chen offered him a hearty bowl of chicken soup, which invigorated Tainyo immensely thereafter. This certainty only reinforced Daoist Li's belief that even ancient souls require the nourishment of such comfort. With a roaring flame to begin, then a gentle simmer to achieve clarity, and finally a vigorous boil to blend. Thus was the nourishing essence of the soul's chicken soup perfected. Do not be anxious. Dear brother, this concerns your happiness, and I shall not be negligent. Upon hearing this, Chuluo Khan became increasingly convinced that his dear brother harbored feelings for his niece. What do you mean by my happiness, elder brother? At that moment, Tainyo seemed to grasp something awry. His joy resided in Chang'an, pondering whether the little princess was well and if she missed him. Do not hide your feelings, dear brother. Love must be expressed boldly. I know you have feelings for my niece. Fear not, as long as you two consummate your bond. Even if the mighty Khan himself were to arrive, I would shield you. With a sudden realization, Tainyo sank to the ground, feeling the precariousness of his situation for the first time. Thankfully, Chong'er was not present. If he were to learn of this, he would be compelled to address him as senior brother henceforth. Tainyo, who feared nothing in the world, now felt a tremor of apprehension. After all, this was his master's wife, a figure he revered greatly. How could he entertain any other notion? Even if others spoke of it, it was unacceptable. His master was notoriously possessive, and should this news reach his ears, how could he remain at Qingfeng Temple? Dear brother, even if you are agitated, such behavior is unwarranted. This matter is settled. I shall prepare for both of you. Chuluo Khan could not contain his joy. Today truly was a double blessing. Not only did he gain a good brother, but this brother also brought with him a potential bride. Elder brother, please do not jest. I have always regarded Miss Jiang as an elder. She is a princess of the Turks, the most exquisite flower of the steppe, worthy only of the greatest in the world. Tainyo's will to survive surged as he lavished praise upon his master and mistress. This matter must not reach his master's ears. Fear not, dear brother. It will not be long before you become the greatest in the world. I shall take charge of your affairs. Chuluo Khan felt that his dear younger brother was plagued by insecurity, prompting him to offer words of comfort and encouragement. He firmly believed that it would not be long before his beloved sibling achieved fame and became the greatest in the world. Please spare me, dear brother, Iron Ox pleaded, his voice tinged with a sorrowful tone, resonating with a profound sense of determination. Can I weep? After all, she is my revered teacher's wife, one of the most significant individuals in my life. How could you so recklessly meddle in matters of the heart? Chapter 101. How wonderful it is to have a good brother. Ah, dear brother, you surpass even the finest of siblings. I never imagined you harbored such lofty ambitions. Fear not, for I shall undoubtedly assist you in realizing this aspiration. Upon hearing these words, Chuluo Khan felt an even deeper admiration for his beloved brother. In days of yore, Huoqiubing famously proclaimed, "How can one have a home when the Xiongnu are not yet vanquished?" This sentiment resonated throughout the vast steppes. Now, with my dear brother asserting, "How can we have a home when the grasslands are unstable?" Does it not signify the impending rise of our domain? Dear brother, I comprehend your intentions. Rest assured, once the grasslands are stabilized, I shall personally officiate your wedding. Business is business, and marriage is marriage, nonetheless. I still wish to bring the two of you together. Please, dear brother, spare us further discussion on this matter. Should you persist, I will have no choice but to depart from here, Iron Bull retorted, his anger flaring. How could he possibly be with his master's wife? If their sensitive master caught wind of it, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Qin Huayu and Du Zichu serve as prime examples. Even now, they are subjected to their master's rigorous training, and the master's ire shows no signs of abating. Alas, some things cannot be forced. Let us not dwell on such topics, dear brother. Instead, let us drink. Observing his brother's resolute refusal, Chuluo Khan did not press further. His brother's happiness was of utmost importance. The vice leader of the Eastern Turks ascended to power, prompting a raucous three-day celebration across the Eastern Turkic lands. During this time, Chang Sunchong kept himself occupied, meticulously reorganizing the city of Xinzhou before leading his men to set up camp outside the Eastern Turkic encampment. He recognized that the three-day revelry of the Turks presented an opportune moment for a surprise attack. However, Chang Sunchong was dismissive. With Iron Bull now recognized as Chuluo Khan's cherished brother, he believed it was entirely feasible to bring the Eastern Turks to heel under the banner of the Tang. Thus, he resolved to employ a strategy that would strike at both their forces and their morale. Where is General Cheng during such a critical moment? His absence raises concerns about the stability of our troops, pondered Li Shaogong, who had not laid eyes on the marshal for 3 whole days. No matter how he inquired, Chang Sunchong remained tight-lipped. Had he not known of their close bond as esteemed disciples of Li Daozhong, he might have suspected a mutiny. Rest assured, General Li, you shall soon meet Iron Bull, but do not be surprised by my dear brother, Chang Sunchong said with a knowing smile as he surveyed the Turkic formations. Dear brother, the opportunity to achieve glory has arrived. The Tang army is clamoring outside our camp. This time, I shall take you to slay a few Tang soldiers to stir our spirits. This shall mark the first step towards unifying the grasslands. Facing the Tang forces, Chuluo Khan felt no trepidation. With his dear brother by his side, nothing could stand in their way. Rest easy, dear brother. This time, I will surely unify the grasslands. Upon hearing this, Iron Bull recognized that the moment had come. He grasped his iron staff and strode towards the Tang army's encampment. Where is the vanguard, Cheng Tainyo? My dear brother wishes to compete with him today. He shall become the stepping stone for my brother's ascent, leading his troops to the front lines. Chuluo Khan shouted at Chang Sunchong and the others. The remaining generals, upon seeing Chuluo Khan's beloved younger brother, displayed expressions of intrigue. So, your vanguard officer Cheng Tainyo dares not show himself in the presence of my esteemed brother? Today, my brother shall sweep through your ranks, and none of you Tang soldiers will escape. Observing the Tang army's hesitance, Chuluo Khan mistook their silence for fear of his brother, which bolstered his confidence. Where's Cheng Tainyo? Step forth and face your demise. Cheng Tainyo, were you not quite formidable? Why do you remain silent in the presence of my brother today? Cheng Tainyo, do not be a coward. Come out and meet your end, or my brother shall annihilate your entire army. The presence of a beloved brother filled Chuluo Khan with a sense of invincibility. He believed that with such a brother by his side, he could conquer the entire world. Even Li Daoshang's esteemed disciple, the future of the Tang, the hope in Li Shimon's eyes, Cheng Tainyo dared not emerge upon seeing his beloved brother. Cheng Tainyo, the coward. Why do you not dare to appear? If you have the courage, let me hear your voice, so you may witness my brother's might. Such arrogance and audacity. Chuluo Khan finally understood how to flaunt his bravado. As he prepared to continue, Cheng Tainyo fittingly made a sound. Brother, what are you calling for? I was referring to Cheng Tainyo, not you. At that moment, Chuluo Khan poured all his affection onto Cheng Tainyo, genuinely fond of his brother, yet disappointment loomed. Dear brother, I am Qingtinyu. With that declaration, without allowing Chuluo Khan a moment to react, Tinyu swiftly seized him. I, the vanguard officer of the Great Tang, Cheng Yaojin. Stand here. Brothers, do not move. If you harm my brother, his life will be forfeit. Riding between the two armies, Tinyu held his blade to Chuluo Khan's throat and addressed the Turkic warriors. No, this cannot be. You are our deputy leader, our hope. How can you be one of the Tang? The Turkic warriors, upon hearing this, were devastated, unable to accept such a harsh reality. They had believed they had found a deputy leader capable of leading them back to glory, only to discover it was all a ruse. Why? I truly regarded you as my dear brother, even imagining that upon my return to the steppes, you would be appointed as the leader of the Eastern Turks. Why have you deceived me? Chuluo Khan could endure failure, but the betrayal from his beloved brother pierced his heart. Elder brother, since we have sworn brotherhood, you shall always be my elder brother. Yet, I am a citizen of the Tang. With the Turks invading our lands, as a Tang subject, I must stand and fight. Tinyu understood well that Chuluo Khan had regarded him as a true brother, yet this was war. Haha, indeed, dear brother, I do not hold it against you. However, such a cowardly method of failure feels like a profound disgrace to me. Let us engage in another contest at once. If you lose, you shall retreat. And if I lose, the Eastern Turks shall surrender. Regardless of the outcome, we remain brothers. Chuluo Khan is acutely aware of his dear brother's capabilities. Should a conflict truly arise, the steppes would be strewn with corpses, and the Eastern Turks would face a genuine cataclysm. This is a scenario that Chuluo Khan is most reluctant to witness. Having spent many years in the Eastern Turks, he has developed a deep affection for this land. Very well. Upon hearing these words, Tinyu hesitated not for a moment, promptly releasing Chuluo Khan. His dear brother's word is as solid as a rock. Even if he were to deceive his beloved brother, the brother would never deceive him. Chapter 102. The situation on the grasslands. Everyone heeded the command. The future of our eastern lands hinged upon the duel between my dear brother and me. Should I falter, the eastern lands would capitulate, surrendering henceforth to the dominion of the Tang. Conversely, if I triumph, the vice leader would withdraw his forces, ensuring that they would no longer besiege us. However, I must clarify one point. Regardless of our contest, my dear brother shall eternally remain the vice leader of the eastern lands. From this day forth, as long as he desires, a portion of the eastern lands will always belong to him. For the sake of my dear brother, I have truly been consumed with worry. Even at this critical juncture, my thoughts are still with him. Such is the purity of my affection. Father Khan, you are mistaken. He is a man of the Tang, a disciple of the formidable sorcerer Chen. What significance does his individual prowess hold? Our cavalry has never feared anyone. Let us confront him. Indeed, Father Khan. Why bolster another's resolve while undermining our own? Our Turan cavalry is unyielding. The speakers were the two sons of Khan Chuluo, who harbored profound jealousy towards Iron Bull. Their father had never treated anyone else in such a manner. Most importantly, adhering to their father's words, regardless of Iron Bull's identity. As long as he remains in the eastern lands, he shall be their leader henceforth, an unbearable reality for the two heirs. Terrifyingly, upon learning that Iron Bull was a Tang man, the soldiers and populace of Turan did not exhibit great fury. Rather, they displayed a muted disappointment. This indicates that, deep down, they regarded Iron Bull as the future leader of Turan. It is no wonder that Khan Chuluo chose to align himself with the eastern populace. Together, they were indeed the legitimate sovereigns of the grasslands. Yet the situation had deteriorated over the years, especially now as they had split into two factions. The faction of Khan Tuli was comparatively stable, supported by Khan Jili, with warriors emerging continuously, becoming stronger with each generation. Khan Jili, without a doubt, was the undisputed sovereign of the grasslands, commanding unyielding warriors who were countless in number. In contrast, their faction was quite destitute, after failing to usurp power from Khan Jili. All the warriors had been executed to better control them. Had Khan Chuluo not been the leader, he likely would have met the same fate. Thus, in such dire circumstances, they desperately needed a true warrior to lead them out of their plight, irrespective of whether that individual was a Turan or a Tang man. They cared not. As long as he could guide them to salvation, he would be hailed as a hero within their tribe. The emergence of Iron Bull ignited a flicker of hope within them, a sentiment shared by Khan Chuluo. Regardless of the outcome of this duel, whether victorious or defeated, Iron Bull would be bound to them, for he is my dear brother and the vice leader of the eastern lands. Although Khan Chuluo had only known Iron Bull for 3 days, he recognized him as a man of deep loyalty and righteousness. This conviction solidified even further upon learning of Iron Bull's lineage. As rumors circulated of a romantic entanglement between the niece of Jiang Yin and the Tang's Daoist understood. It is revealed that the one deserving protection is none other than my beloved master's wife. I must pledge her to him. It is inconceivable to be moved to tears. Rather, my dear brother must have been frightened to the point of tears, demonstrating such a profound respect for etiquette. Indeed, such a person stands as the best choice to become a steadfast pillar for the Eastern lands. Silence, all of you. My dear brother is solely to be spoken of by me. Who are you to dare comment on my dear brother? Speak ill of him once more, and I shall bring you to ruin. A son may be lost, but another can be born. However, a brother like him is a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Today, he shall determine the victor against my dear brother. Father, we are your sons. He is merely an outsider, a Tang person. The two sons cannot fathom their father's favoritism. They are the future and hope of the Turan. Yet, the father is enamored with the deceiver. Faced with the inquiries of his sons, Chuluo Khan offered no reply. His actions spoke volumes. Come forth, dear brother. Chuluo Khan brandished his wolf-toothed club, filled with fervor for battle. Very well, good brother, charge forth, bring forth the staff. On their way to the Turan camp, Iron Bull did not bring his iron staff. Who in the world does not know that Iron Bull wields the very staff gifted by Li Daoshang himself, a unique treasure? There are even rumors that the iron staff was forged from the heavenly dark iron and meteorites, refined over 3 years with the true fire of Samadhi, and then nurtured for another 3 years in the eye of the North Sea, finally polished for 3 years with genuine qi. Wherever the iron staff travels, countless demons submit, and immortals give way. It currently ranks second among weapons, only behind the Emperor's sword. Is this the legendary divine weapon? Indeed, only my dear brother can wield it. Witnessing Iron Bull brandishing the iron staff, clad in gleaming armor, riding a fine steed, and adorned with a mysterious blade, he appeared exceptionally dashing. Chuluo Khan admired his dear brother even more. This was the aura a renowned general should possess. Good brother, I am coming. Iron Bull wasted no time with pleasantries. Their previous encounter was not entirely satisfying, and today they were destined for a decisive battle. With a clash, the wolf-toothed club met the iron staff, igniting brilliant sparks across the battlefield. Both were peak masters of their craft, and for a brief moment, neither could gain the upper hand. However, Iron Bull, being a young man, endured the relentless training from Li Daoshang, ultimately leading Chuluo Khan to falter and lose the duel. As expected of my dear brother, I am in awe. From this day forth, I relinquish my clan to your command, Chuluo Khan declared, dismounting from his warhorse and handing his sword to Iron Bull with both hands. As the vanguard, I agree to your peace agreement. Henceforth, the Tang dynasty and this tribe shall be one family. Your affairs shall be my affairs, and mine shall be yours. This outcome was what Iron Bull yearned for most, as he is Chuluo Khan's beloved brother and the deputy leader of this tribe. No, we too do not consent. We are the eagles of the prairie. How can we conspire with the Tang against our own grasslands? The two sons of Chuluo Khan were acutely aware of the implications of their father's betrayal of the steppe, a land they had long revered. The steppe was no longer the same as it once was. Jili Khan, a fervent warrior, had engaged in numerous conflicts over the years, depleting resources significantly. Do you know how many lives are lost to the bitter cold each winter on our steppe? Perhaps it is time to completely reshuffle the status quo. Upon his arrival, Zhang Yin shared many tales of the Tang dynasty, where prosperity flourished and every individual enjoyed ample sustenance and a peaceful existence, in stark contrast to the growing turmoil of their own steppe. Chapter 103. A landscape of desolation. The vast expanse of Liangzhou is steeped in desolation. In any case, we refuse to yield. This grassland is equally ours, and we are the rightful heirs to its future. The two sons of Chuluo Khan, however, remain oblivious to this reality. Despite their lineage as sons of Chuluo Khan, they idolize the formidable Jili Khan. In their eyes, their father exhibits an alarming cowardice, retreating into the hinterlands of Tutu, devoid of any ambition to dominate. Such a man, in their view, is unworthy of leading their tribe. Furthermore, many others stand alongside them. Warriors driven by a fierce spirit and an insatiable thirst for victory, utterly unwilling to accept a leader who surrenders. We will not capitulate. We possess cavalry on this grassland. And how could the soldiers of the Tang dynasty possibly defeat us? We shall resist to the bitter end. What purpose does a surrendering leader serve us? Those unwilling to submit should follow the two young lords. We shall rise against the Tang together. In a moment, over 20,000 soldiers rallied, choosing to stand with Chuluo Khan's sons in defiance. Anyone wishing to side with the young lords should depart. I shall not hinder your choice. Chuluo Khan was filled with disappointment towards his sons. They displayed a complete lack of vision. Ultimately, over 20,000 cavalrymen departed from the tribe. They had initially desired to confront the Tang army, Yet upon surveying the forces, they opted to retreat, knowing the vast grasslands would always provide them refuge. Do not grieve. Dear brother, it is quite normal for the youth to be foolish. Once they have traversed their share of trials, they will surely come to understand, Iron Bull consoled, fully empathizing with his elder brother. My dear brother, let us not dwell on such unhappy matters. Today, I shall ally with the Tang army. Let us continue with the music and revelry. Upon hearing his younger brother's heartening words, Chuluo Khan felt considerably uplifted. His younger brother remained the ever-compassionate soul he had always known. My dear brother, today I shall allow you to savor the exquisite Nyo air of the Tang. Bring forth 1,000 jars for us to share with our comrades. Iron Bull, being in no shortage of Nyo air, possessed more than even Li Shimin. Prior to this expedition, he had cunningly acquired several thousand jars from Changsun Wuji, Li Shimin, and his master. Although he typically refrained from indulging, considering the vast number of soldiers, he decided to splurge today for the sake of his dear brother. Nyo air, my dear brother has brought so much Nyo air. Why did you not mention it sooner? Hurry, bring it forth. What are you waiting for? Assist my brother's men in transporting the Nyo air. Upon hearing the mention of Nyo air, Chuluo Khan's eyes widened. He had once been fortunate enough to taste a jar, and he had never forgotten it. He had sent men to acquire it, yet had always failed. Chuluo Khan had resigned himself to the belief that he was destined to live without Nyo air, but now, unexpectedly, his dear brother had brought it to him. In Chang'an, upon receiving the news, Li Shimin let out a long, resonant cry towards the heavens. Ah, dear Cheng, you have truly begotten a remarkable son. With nary a drop of bloodshed, he has compelled the entirety of Chuluo Khan's forces to surrender, thus augmenting our military strength. With their newfound manpower of 150,000, they should pose no significant challenge to Tuli Khan. Even Li Shimin could not have anticipated that the initial confrontation with Tutu would conclude in such an unexpected manner, much to the delight of both elder brother and younger brother. While General Cheng enjoys a reprieve, Marshal Qin bears an immense burden. Upon his arrival in Liangzhou, before he could adequately prepare, Zhili Khan launched a frenzied assault, leaving the city in a state of relentless turmoil day and night. Li Chufeng expressed his concerns, stating that although the plan was commendable, it was fraught with peril. Should Qin Xiong falter in his defense, the gateway to the Central Plains would be laid bare. And before the Tutu could be vanquished, the Central Plains would find itself engulfed in crisis. In such extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are called for. The Tutu's desperation stems from their insufficient resources, and our own Tang dynasty cannot sustain this for long either. In recent years, calamities have plagued the land. And in our efforts to provide relief, the national treasury has been drained time and again. Were it not for Li Daolong's sudden introduction of Nyo air to generate revenue, we would not even be able to sustain this conflict. Should this battle extend beyond 3 months, unrest will inevitably arise domestically. The question now is which side, we or Tutu, can endure longer. However, if General Cheng and his forces can swiftly dismantle Tuli Khan's tribe, Zhili Khan's rear will be left vulnerable, undoubtedly causing his ranks to falter. Iron Bull and Cha Sun Chong, having faced the battlefield for the first time, despite their initial victory, still leave Li Chunfeng with lingering apprehension. They are Li Daolong's disciples, the future hope of our Tang dynasty. This is a trial they must endure. Our current course of action is to place our trust in them and offer our unwavering support. Dispatch a message to Iron Bull, instructing them to rest for 7 days. Once they venture deeper into the grasslands, resupply will be non-existent. Li Shimin is acutely aware that the 50,000 men under Iron Bull's command are isolated. Upon crossing into Chuluo Khan's territory, they will plunge into the vast and boundless steppe, devoid of any resources. In Liangzhou, the city is besieged by a multitude of bandits. Yet the citizens steadfastly defend their loyalty. A small town without walls, yet the collective resolve has fortified it into a bastion. For 100 days, the bandits have grown increasingly bold, encircling the city like swarming ants. Relief forces have attempted thrice to enter, yet the mountains echo with the signals of distress. At this moment, pikes and halberds are as formidable as celestial chariots, their clamor reverberating like thunder against distant peaks, while the exhalations of the combatants shroud the heavens in mist. Amidst the siege stands a solitary force, relying on roots and tree bark for sustenance. Birds and sparrows dare not alight, fearing to be captured for the enemy's feasts. Despite wounds and hunger, they muster the courage to confront the foe, steeling themselves against the weariness of battle. They will not engage until the enemy draws within 100 paces, preferring to strike when the distance is but 10. One cannon shot transforms the streets into a crimson hue, limbs and bodies scattered across the sky. As the sun sets, the battle rages on into the night, a myriad of torches illuminating the heavens in a fiery glow. When Shilfan Chong and Gung Gong arrive to render aid, the ships are lined up like dragons awaiting departure. A mighty wind shall arise from the northwest, setting sail directly towards the eastern sea. At this very moment, Liangzhou is ablaze with turmoil. In the span of 10 days, Qin Xiong has suffered grievous losses. In their fervent quest to hasten the conclusion of this war, the Tutu have succumbed entirely to madness. Even the entire populace of the city, regardless of age or gender, has united in the efforts to defend the stronghold. At this moment, the hearts of all the citizens and soldiers of the Tang dynasty resonate with a singular conviction: as long as the city stands, so too shall its people. Should the city fall, so shall its inhabitants. Qin Xiong, you are renowned throughout the realm as a formidable marshal. How is it that you now cower within the walls like a turtle, afraid to emerge? Qin Xiong, where has your valor gone? You seem to have fallen below even the stature of a woman. I suggest you forego the name Xiao Mengchong and instead adopt the moniker Xiao Marin, which would suit you far better. Beyond the city gates, no matter how vehemently they shout and scorn, Qin Xiong remains resolute in his refusal to open the gates. Much to the increasing distress of Khagan Jili, my lord, trouble brews in the east. At that moment, news of the east's calamity finally reached Khagan Jili. Chapter 104. The schemes of Khan Jili, how infuriating. I had long suspected that Chuluo was unreliable. Yet I never anticipated his treachery at such a critical juncture against the Turks. What is the situation there now? Upon hearing of Chuluo Khan's defection to the Tang, Khan Jili was filled with rage. The Turks were already suffering from a scarcity of resources, and now half of their grain and supplies were hoarded by Chuluo Khan, which he has now surrendered to the Tang. Most importantly, Chuluo Khan's capitulation has placed Khan Jili in a precarious position. Given the Tang's strategic maneuvers, it is evident that their next target will undoubtedly be Tuli Khan. If Tuli Khan's defenses are breached by the Iron Bull, they will find themselves besieged by the Tang army, leaving them with no avenue of retreat. Chuluo Khan's 2 sons were greatly displeased with their father's surrender to the Tang, and, leading an army of 20,000 from their tribe, they stealthily approached Tuli Khan, intending to join forces against the Tang. It seems that Chuluo has indeed sired 2 admirable sons. Dispatch orders immediately to reinforce Tuli Khan with an additional 30,000 troops. With the addition of Chuluo's sons' forces, I refuse to believe that 100,000 cavalry cannot withstand 50,000 Tang soldiers. Khan Jili understood that, despite Chuluo Khan's betrayal, his tribesmen could not engage Tuli Khan. The situation on the steppes was convoluted. If he were to abandon his tribe recklessly, they would be vulnerable to a devastating attack. Thus, the Tang's vanguard would have to rely solely on their 50,000 troops to confront Tuli Khan, a feat Khan Jili deemed utterly impossible. Not to mention the 30,000 cavalry he would send, Tuli Khan's own forces would be more than sufficient to counter the Tang's vanguard. Who on the steppes does not recognize that Tuli Khan's cavalry is unparalleled? Even Khan Jili felt inferior in comparison. With a force exceeding that of the Tang army and boasting the finest cavalry, Khan Jili was convinced of his impending victory. Your Majesty, this will only delay our siege. All our prior efforts will be in vain. Upon hearing that the Khan intended to send reinforcements to Tuli Khan, Chui Zichu expressed his urgency. Under the relentless waves of assault, Liangzhou had already fallen into disrepair. If this continued, it would not be long before Liangzhou succumbed to capture. However, at such a critical moment, Khan Jili chose to divide his forces, inadvertently granting Liangzhou a moment's respite. The military strategy had become diminished, and the very fabric of their plans was unraveling. Qin Xiong and his comrades persisted solely to buy time for the vanguard. Should we obliterate the vanguard outright, Tuli Khan's forces would converge, and Liangzhou would inevitably fall without a fight. Khan Jili confidently asserted that the Tang strategy was crystal clear, to encircle the Turks using the vanguard. Yet, they overlooked a crucial factor: strength. The Turkish cavalry was indeed unmatched, and for the Tang to dare challenge them was nothing short of courting disaster. Nevertheless, our supplies will not last beyond a month. If we do not capture Liangzhou within this time frame, countless Turkish soldiers will perish from starvation. This is the gravest issue facing the Turks at present. The defection of Chuluo Khan has exacerbated an already precarious situation, and without swift resupply, the Turks face utter annihilation. Once the city of Liangzhou is captured, the situation will transform dramatically. Not only will we secure the abundant supplies within Liangzhou, but the supply lines severed by Li Shimin will also be restored. Given the profound resources of the aristocratic families, once the Turks occupy Liangzhou, they will employ their means to transport provisions to the city. Only then will they have truly navigated the perilous waters. This is precisely why Khagan Jili has been so resolute in his desire to seize Liangzhou. Its significance to the Turks cannot be overstated. However, the Khagan has now shifted his focus. If he can eliminate the vanguard camp, the morale of the Tang forces will undoubtedly waver. Moreover, the vanguard's continuous maneuvering means they are likely carrying considerable supplies. prompting Kaghan Jili to prioritize the vanguard camp for his assault. The Kaghan's strategic acumen is truly commendable, and I am in awe. Here, I have a humble request, which I hope the Kaghan will consider. Hearing Kaghan Jili's analysis, Cui Zichu felt a surge of hatred, convinced that Iron Bull was doomed. If one were to ask Cui Zichu and Wang Jin whom they despised most in their lives, it would undoubtedly be Iron Bull, despite the fact that all their misfortunes stemmed from Li Chun. Yet, it was Iron Bull who inflicted tangible harm upon them, and to this day, Lord Wang's leg still aches from the ordeal. The mere mention of Iron Bull incites in him a fervent desire for vengeance. I understand the sentiments of the two strategists. For now, Liangzhou City is not facing any immediate threats, and I do not wish to see more soldiers sacrificed. Thus, you two shall take 30,000 cavalry to support Kaghan Tuli. Observing the animosity in their hearts, Kaghan Jili granted their request. The Turks are renowned for their cavalry prowess, and sieging cities is not their forte. In recent days, many soldiers have fallen in the attempts to breach the city. While the losses for the Tang forces have been minimal, a fact that weighs heavily on Kaghan Jili's heart, leading him to consider a direct engagement with the vanguard camp. As long as they are on the steppe, they are invincible. Even Li Daolong's disciples will ultimately succumb. Thank you, Kaghan. Upon hearing the Kaghan's consent, the two could hardly conceal their joy. At last, they would have the opportunity to avenge themselves against Iron Bull. In the Chuluo tribe, Kaghan Chuluo gazed at his dear younger brother's impending departure with a heart full of reluctance. Dear brother, I am genuinely worried for you. Kaghan Tuli's cavalry is unparalleled. I wonder if you can withstand them. Concern for his younger brother consumed him, for even he, alongside Kaghan Jili, would not stand a chance against Tuli's cavalry. Furthermore, based on his understanding of Kaghan Jili, he knew that Jili would undoubtedly send reinforcements to support his formidable younger brother. Do not worry, dear brother. No matter the size of Tuli's forces, even with 200,000 troops, I shall not falter. I will reclaim the wolf-toothed club from Tuli and present it to you. Iron Bull's visage reflected no fear. The reason Tuli's cavalry was deemed supreme was that they had yet to encounter him. From this point forward, the world would recognize the prowess of the cavalry under Iron Bull's command. My dear brother, your concern is appreciated, yet I lament that as the chief of this tribe, I am unable to provide you with any assistance. Upon hearing Tainyo's words, Chuluo Khan was profoundly moved. Earlier, he had merely mentioned his past failure in competing with Tuli Khan for the Wolf Fang Club, a regret that had lingered throughout his life. To his surprise, his dear brother still remembered. As Gili Khan had anticipated, for the safety of the Chuluo tribe, he could not extend any assistance to Tainyo, leaving him to confront his challenges alone. In a bid to enhance their marching speed, Chang Sunchong ordered that all provisions be left behind, with each individual permitted only 5 days' worth of rations. Chapter 105. This move shall honor the cavalry of the Great Tang in the Turulai tribe, Cui Zichu, alongside Wang Jin, gathered 30,000 cavalry to unite with Khan Turulai. Currently, the entire Turulai tribe boasted a formidable force of 100,000 cavalry, each warrior a paragon of excellence. Such strength caused Khan Turulai to feel a surge of elation. Ha ha ha, my esteemed brothers, now that I command an army of 100,000 cavalry on the steppe, I fear not even 20,000 more. This time, let them come and never return. Observing the 4 young men, Khan Turulai felt immense joy. Since ascending as the leader of the tribe, he had never commanded such a vast number of cavalry. Khan, one must not be complacent. This time we face the disciples of Li Chun. Li Chun is cunning and treacherous, and his students are likely no better, skilled in the art of deceit. Wang Jin harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Li Chun, whom he considered a ruinous presence, reducing him to a mere shadow of a man, all due to Li Chen's machinations. Dear brother, do not let the prowess of others diminish your own spirit. Even if Li Chen were a deity, he could accomplish nothing against such overwhelming odds. Rest assured, I shall avenge you in this endeavor. Khan Turulai had heard of Wang Jin's plight, although he had become a mere shadow of his former self. His noble lineage still held value, which was why he addressed him as brother. Even the sons of Chuluo Khan were referred to as brothers by Turulai, despite the fact that he ought to be their uncle by kinship. However, with their arrival alongside the Chuluo tribe's forces, Khan Turulai's ambitions grew. He had long desired to annex the Chuluo tribe to bolster his own power. Yet, the formidable strength of Chuluo Khan had deterred him from taking action. Now, with the 2 sons of Chuluo Khan bringing 20,000 cavalry to his side, Turulai saw an opportunity. Presently, Chuluo Khan was viewed as a traitor on the steppes. If he could eliminate the vanguard of the Great Tang, and then launch a campaign under the pretext of quelling rebellion, aided by the 2 sons of Chuluo Khan, even Gili Khan would have to yield to him. Khan, your noble heart is commendable. Once revenge is exacted, I shall repay your kindness. Wang Jin was profoundly moved by the promise of vengeance. It was the first time since his downfall that someone vowed to avenge him. This sentiment ignited within him the notion that one would die for a true friend. Dear brother, do not be modest. Since you call me brother, I must do something for you. Meeting you for today has made me realize the essence of fate. Let us seize this opportunity to pledge brotherhood. Turbulent skillfully concealed his ulterior motives as he addressed his four esteemed brothers. Very well, since you have spoken so, we shall not refuse. To be brothers with the chieftain of the tribe was a most fortuitous honor for the four. Thus, before the deity of the steppe, Turbulent slaughtered cattle and sheep, commencing a grand and resplendent brotherhood ceremony. This scene, compared to the previous camaraderie of the two brothers, is no less significant. Following their oath of brotherhood, the four were filled with exuberance, promptly bringing forth all the liquor from the vast grasslands to indulge in a grand celebration. The Chuluo tribe lies a daunting 15 days' journey away, and in their estimation, even the swiftest of Iron Bull's party would not arrive within days, leading them to let down their guard. After a day and night of revelry, the entire tribe descended into chaos should Iron Bull attack at that moment. They would be destined for annihilation. That very night, Iron Bull, accompanied by his vanguard, approached their location, intent on launching a surprise assault, while Tuli Khan and his men were still unprepared. However, upon their arrival at the Tuli tribe, they were taken aback to find a horde of inebriated revelers, with 100,000 cavalry sprawled across the prairie, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. Armor and weapons had seemingly vanished, and even their Khan was thoroughly intoxicated alongside his four brothers. Brothers, let us drink. Once we are sufficiently inebriated, we shall vanquish the vanguard of the great Tang and reign supreme over the world. Eldest brother, your words resonate deeply. This time, I shall ensure Iron Bull experiences the consequences of his shortcomings, allowing him to comprehend my suffering. A mere broken leg would be too kind. I shall spare him from death initially, only to incapacitate him completely, and then devise a slow torment for him. And as for Long Sun Chong, he too shall pay dearly. Father, you were once the individual I revered most. Now, you have become a coward for having surrendered. Dear brother, our father is no longer the man he once was. Once we have defeated the vanguard of the great Tang, we shall then deal with him, and at that point, we will claim sovereignty over the Chuluo tribe. Iron Bull and Long Sun Chong, upon entering the Khan's grand encampment, inadvertently overheard the drunken ramblings of the group. Just as Iron Bull was about to chastise them, a thunderous snort echoed through the air, presenting an unexpected opportunity. Excellent timing, Iron Bull. It seems our rapid march was indeed prudent. After tonight, we shall return to the Tuli tribe. Witnessing this spectacle, Long Sun Chong expressed his excitement. He had urged Iron Bull to hasten their march to catch the enemy off guard, yet the outcome surpassed even his expectations. Dispatch orders for the entire army to resupply on-site, consuming whatever is available, then gather provisions for 5 days and incinerate all remaining food, followed by an immediate withdrawal from the camp. Iron Bull, what is the meaning of this? How can you forfeit such a golden opportunity? If we eliminate them now, we would suffer no losses. Long Sun Chong, perplexed by Iron Bull's command, could not fathom his reasoning. Chonger, this approach is unbecoming of a true warrior. My 50,000 cavalry have galloped relentlessly across the prairie for 3 days with the sole purpose of contesting with these unparalleled horsemen. Every soldier, including myself, has been holding back a breath of determination, eager to show the Turkish cavalry our might. Yet now, I must suddenly inform them that we cannot engage, and instead simply slay them. What will my soldiers think of us? How will the world perceive the cavalry of the Tang dynasty? Indeed, should we take action now, victory would undoubtedly be ours, along with all the accolades, fame, and fortune that accompany it. However, for my troops, this battle would become a source of shame. Henceforth, they would lack any fighting spirit, their thoughts consumed by the notion of mere luck, just as in this instance. Chonger, I am aware that my actions may lead to many casualties, yet I cannot proceed down this path. Our adversaries are not limited to the Tuli tribe, but also include the Geely tribe and the entirety of the Turkic peoples. I cannot allow my soldiers to harbor such illusions of chance. War is fought with real weapons. It is a matter of life and death. Such tactics may be employed in the future, but tonight, it is imperative that I restore honor to the cavalry of the great Tang dynasty. Chapter 106. The Faith of Iron Ox. Iron Ox, in this regard, I find myself lacking compared to you. Despite your words, I still believe that eliminating them now would yield the most favorable outcome. Perhaps this is the very reason you have ascended to leadership. Chong Sun Chong had always held the conviction that no one could sway his rhetoric. Yet now Iron Ox not only persuaded him, but also illuminated his own shortcomings. The significance of this battle was abundantly clear to Chong Sun Chong. Thus, Upon witnessing the lack of combat readiness in the camp of Tuli Khan, he yearned for their obliteration. However, Iron Ox's discourse instantly unveiled the truth to him. This confrontation not only pertained to the future of the Tang dynasty, but also to its reputation. Should he proceed with his initial inclination, the Tang would emerge victorious, yet such tactics would fail to instill trust among neighboring nations. Iron Ox, possessing the heart of a child, often perceives the most profound truths behind choices. I merely speak the truth. This battle must be won resplendently, commanding the respect of the entire grassland, instilling fear in them to the point where the mere mention of my name ignites reverence within their hearts. To utter a sacrilegious thought, I hold my master's honor, as well as that of the Qingfeng Temple, in higher regard than that of the Tang dynasty. I refuse to let the world brand the Qingfeng Temple as a haven for opportunists, cowards who shy away from genuine confrontation. At this moment, Iron Ox's gaze was resolutely steadfast. He would not tolerate any criticism regarding his master or the Qingfeng Temple. In that case, let us depart. Tomorrow, we shall engage them with true weapons. Chang Sun Chong patted Iron Ox's shoulder, affirming his thoughts. What is the rush? It's not every day we're here. We must take something with us. Chong write a provocative letter to this Khan. I shall handle the task. After uttering these words, Iron Ox turned to Wang Jin and Cui Zichu, intending to give them a taste of retribution. Once the letter was penned and the task completed, Iron Ox and Chang Sun Chong departed from the scene. One must say, Wang Jin and his companions were enjoying their libations splendidly. Despite the laborious undertaking, they remained blissfully unconscious. Or perhaps they had simply succumbed to their pain. The following day, the camp of the Turks was roused by a cacophony of anguished cries, with even Cui Zichu and Wang Jin succumbing to a second bout of torment, fainting once more. Their legs had nearly healed. Though their bones had been broken and walking was impossible, the pain had subsided. Little did they expect that Iron Ox would infiltrate the camp, reawakening their former agony. Had it not been for Cui Yingying, it is likely that Iron Ox would have rendered Cui Zichu incapable of progeny. As for Tuli Khan, Iron Ox had inscribed words upon his countenance. Do not be deceived by Iron Ox's burly appearance. His calligraphy was quite exquisite. I am a coward. The 4 characters were inscribed in a dynamic, flamboyant style, boldly etched across Tuli Khan's face. The young of the Tang, too arrogant. Gather the cavalry and head to the valley. The letter penned by Chang Sun Chong was effectively thrust into Tuli Khan's visage, and upon reading its contents, Tuli Khan's fury only intensified. Coward Khan, having heard that your cavalry reigns supreme across the land, how dare you utter such words? Today, let your grandfather Qing enlighten you on what it truly means to be unparalleled. 20 miles to the north on the grasslands, at 1:15 noon, we shall determine not only our rank, but also our fate. As a man of the steppes, nothing is more loathsome than being branded a coward. Iron Bull has not only done so, but has etched it upon his very visage, a slight he cannot endure. As for the 2 sons of Chuluo Khan, Iron Bull has not acted against them, for they are his cherished nephews. Even if they have wronged him, he cannot bring himself to retaliate. Iron Bull, it is nearly 1:15 noon. Do you believe they will arrive? Upon the vast grasslands, Iron Bull, wielding an iron staff and adorned in armor, appears resolute. Today, he aims to vindicate the honor of the Tang cavalry. Should they fail to show, he would indeed be deemed a coward. Rest assured, they will come. Confidence radiates from Iron Bull's countenance. This battle is his to claim, regardless of the number of cavalry opposed to him. All shall kneel before him. Brothers, for too long, the Turks have belittled our Tang cavalry. Today, we stand 5,000 strong against their 100,000. Though we may be outnumbered, we possess the courage to fight to the death. On our steeds and with our blades, we protect our homeland, our people, our children, and above all, the honor of the Tang cavalry. Today, including myself, if any of you witness a comrade fall, do not mourn, do not falter in your resolve. Your fallen brethren will not blame you in the afterlife, for we all fight for the Tang and for victory. As he gazes upon the 5,000 cavalry behind him, Iron Bull declares that this day may see half of them perish due to his decision. Yet, should they defend the glory of the Tang, every sacrifice shall be deemed worthwhile. Life may conclude in various ways. Today, for the honor of the Tang, even if they all perish in battle, it shall all be worth it. Forward we march, 100 battles, 100 deaths. In an instant, the morale of the cavalry rises. The Tang cavalry is scant in number, and to secure victory in this war, Iron Bull had requested Emperor Li Shimin to replace all his infantry vanguards with cavalry. Today, all of Tang's cavalry stands united. Should we triumph, no one shall hinder the Tang cavalry henceforth. Should we fail, the Tang cavalry shall cease to exist. And this northern campaign against the Turks will end in defeat, leaving the central plains vulnerable and the realm in disarray. Thus, victory is imperative, as there is no retreat for any of us. Sons, follow me to annihilate these Tang forces. At this moment, Turkalai Khan also arrives, his fury beyond description. Tang children, you have overstepped your bounds. Today marks your demise. Spotting Iron Bull, Turkalai Khan asserts that he has roamed the steppes for years and has never endured such humiliation. The timid coward dares to boast, unaware of the pain still lingering on his face. Why conceal it? Let your subjects behold the folly you have committed. Today, I shall demonstrate to you, the Turkic people, the might of our Tang cavalry. Before the Khan of Tuli, Iron Bull stands undaunted. What fear should one have of a Khan stripped of dignity? Today I shall ensure you regret your existence in this world. Rest assured, after I conquer you, I shall not grant you an easy demise. At the mention of his own visage, Khan Tuli's fury ignited. Wielding his spiked club, he led 100,000 cavalry into a fierce charge. Chapter 107. Son of the Wolf God form ranks, prepare to confront the enemy. Faced with 100,000 cavalry, Iron Bull exhibited not the slightest hint of trepidation, neither did the soldiers behind him. In that moment, their hearts resonated with but two words, fearless. 300 paces, 250 paces, 200 paces. As the enemy cavalry advanced, the herald shouted loudly, and it was not until they reached 100 paces that Iron Bull commanded, release the trap. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 500 concealed soldiers sprang forth from their hiding spots at the 100-pace mark, brandishing sharp stakes, and charged directly at the enemy's steeds. In a mere exchange, several thousand of Tuli Khan's cavalry had already perished within the trap. Those 500 valiant warriors, however, were trampled beneath the hooves of the Turkic riders after the initial assault concluded. Iron Bull's countenance remained unchanged. They were, after all, men destined for death. And to secure victory in this battle, such warriors were indispensable. Soldiers, follow me into the fray. As the Turkic cavalry drew ever closer, Iron Bull secured his iron staff upon his saddle and unsheathed the blade gifted to him by his master. Even Chang's son, Chong, drew his own weapon. Retreat was not an option, nor could it be. A true son of the Tang must stand resolute. To the death. At Iron Bull's rallying cry, a singular fervor surged through the ranks. To the death. Faced with such a formidable force from the Tang, even Tuli Khan felt a tremor of fear. They had prided themselves on their cavalry. Yet at this moment, Tuli Khan was gripped by trepidation, for he had never encountered such a fearless contingent of riders. In an instant, the thought of retreat flickered in his mind, yet it remained but a fleeting notion. In a heartbeat, the cavalry clashed violently, despite their 10,000. The outcome was uncertain. The Tang army exhibited an unprecedented ferocity in battle, with each warrior standing against 10 or even 100 foes. The melee between the horsemen was not merely a skirmish, it was a slaughter. With each wave of charge, casualties mounted. Fueled by a letter penned by Chang's son Chong, Tuli Khan recklessly committed all 10,000 of his cavalry, already half defeated by their formation. Under Iron Bull's relentless onslaught, the once cohesive cavalry disintegrated, while the Tang forces maintained their order with precision. Though they had succumbed to bloodlust, the moment Iron Bull raised his banner, every cavalryman obeyed his command without hesitation. 3 hours later, only 20,000 of the Turkic iron horses remained, while the Tang had suffered merely over 10,000 losses. Dragging what remained of his arm, Tuli Khan was consumed by dread, for he had never faced such a terrifying adversary. Son of the Wolf God, you must be the son of the Wolf God. How else could you possess such prowess? O heaven, you are blind. Wolf God, why do you treat your people thus? Why must your child be born into the Tang? A legend persisted upon the prairie. Only the son of the Wolf God is invincible in battle, capable of overcoming foes tenfold in number without faltering. One day, the son of the Wolf God shall emerge, traversing from east to west, unifying the entire grassland and restoring peace to it. Initially, Tuli Khan believed this to be merely a legend. However, the recent performance of Iron Bull evoked thoughts of this very tale. For only the son of the Wolf God could possess such formidable power. What? The general from the opposing side is the son of the Wolf God? Upon hearing Tuli Khan's words and recalling the legend, the remaining 20,000 cavalry knelt to the ground. Son of the Wolf God, forgive our transgressions. We are willing to surrender. Son of the Wolf God, we beseech you to spare us. We were unaware that you were our leader. Son of the Wolf God. Son of the Wolf God. In that moment, the entire grassland echoed with a singular voice, affirming Iron Bull as the son of the Wolf God. A belief held with unwavering conviction. Ordinary men could never hope to defeat them. Only the son of the Wolf God could achieve such a feat. While lamenting the injustice of the Wolf God, the Turkic cavalry ultimately chose to yield to Iron Bull. Iron Bull, what is happening? How did this sudden turn of events come about? Faced with their unexpected submission, Iron Bull appeared bewildered. He had no inkling of what it meant to be the son of the wolf god. Yet, Long Sun Chong, well-versed in the legends of the grassland, quickly devised a plan and whispered a few words into Iron Bull's ear. After hearing Long Sun Chong's counsel, Iron Bull rode forward, raising his weapon and declaring, "I forgive your transgressions. However, the leader must take his own life. From this moment forth, all on the grassland shall heed my command." In that instant, Iron Bull resembled a divine being as he addressed the Turkic cavalry. "I shall take my own life. I shall take my own life. Provided that the son of the wolf god spares my people and prevents disaster from befalling the Turkic grassland." Tuli Khan, already terrified to the core, immediately acquiesced upon hearing the command of the son of the wolf god. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and ended his own life, harboring no thoughts of resistance against the son of the wolf god. "Everyone, heed my command. Lay down your weapons and return to your tribes to live in peace. A splendid future awaits." As the one regarded by others as the son of the wolf god, Iron Bull had fully embraced his role. After all, it was merely an act, one with which he was well acquainted. "We surrender. We shall obey the commands of the son of the wolf god. We beseech the son of the wolf god to show mercy." With just a title, the Turkic cavalry was rendered speechless with fear, particularly after witnessing their leader's suicide, further solidifying their belief that Iron Bull was indeed the son of the wolf god. Thus, they cast aside their armor and weaponry, surrendering completely before the son of the wolf god, not daring to offer even the slightest resistance. Soon, Iron Bull and his companions arrived at the Tuli tribe. But this time, all were kneeling in welcome. "We honor the son of the wolf god." Upon seeing Iron Bull, the people of the Tuli tribe were filled with awe, recognizing the weight of the title. "Rise. Today I have arrived at the Turkic grassland for but one purpose, to bring peace to the land." However, some individuals, driven by their selfish desires, instigated war, and thus, they must face punishment. As Tinia spoke, he cast a glance at Wang Jin and Chui Zichu, who, due to their limited mobility, remained in the tribe. Initially, it was believed that victory was assured, yet Tiniu unexpectedly concluded the battle in such a brief span of time. Upon hearing the command of the son of the wolf god, the Turks could only submit, for the name of the son of the wolf god had long instilled fear within them. "Bring Chui Zichu and Wang Jin back to Chang'an and deliver them to his majesty for judgment. Subsequently, let everyone set up camp and rest for 3 days. We shall strive for peace on the grasslands." After Tiniu's remarks, all knelt on the ground, expressing their gratitude to the son of the wolf god for bringing peace to the prairie. Chapter 108. The decision of Kagan Jili. The clash with the Tuli tribe sent shockwaves throughout the realm. Before the onset of war between the Tang and the Turks, no one anticipated the Tang forces would achieve such remarkable success. Within a mere month, the Tang army had subdued Chuluo and vanquished Tuli. Even the denizens of the steppes were astonished by the prowess of the Tang cavalry. Historically, only the illustrious Hui Xiubing had managed to penetrate the steppes with a cavalry unit, and even he had to engage in continuous skirmishes, taking considerable time to accomplish his feats. In stark contrast, Tainyo accomplished this in just a month, and now, with the unification of forces alongside Qinqiang, the Turkic forces were destined for defeat. Most significantly, Tainyo faced the Turkic cavalry head-on, triumphing over the so-called invincible horsemen with a contingent of 50,000, greatly elevating the morale of the Tang troops. It became evident that the Turks were not as formidable as once believed, that the Tang possessed such a divine warrior. On the steppes, the title of son of the wolf god had spread far and wide. The wolf god was their revered deity. The son of the wolf god was deemed the leader bestowed upon them by this deity, and regardless of his background, the people of the steppes were bound to obey him. Thus, whenever Tainyo's army traversed their lands, the Turks welcomed them with the reverence due to the wolf god, motivated not only by their faith, but primarily by fear. Kagan Tuli, a valiant warrior with an unparalleled cavalry, was rendered insignificant before the son of the wolf god. Indeed, Tainyo was living up to his name, nearly piercing through the Turkic ranks. During this period, Li Shimin experienced unparalleled joy, awakening each day enveloped in laughter. He had confidence that Tainyo and Chang Sun Chong would achieve great feats in this campaign, as they were disciples of Master Li. Yet he had not anticipated such astonishing results. They had not only defeated the enemy, but also won the hearts of the people, a feat that Li Shimin greatly admired. "Master, what do you suggest we do next?" Li Shimin inquired, though he already harbored thoughts of his own. With Chuluo's surrender and the defeat of Tuli, only Kagan Jili remained to sustain the Turkic forces, standing alone against overwhelming odds. Tainyo had effectively dismantled their supply lines, and within a month, the Turks would be bereft of provisions. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Let them handle their own affairs. Consider it a test for them. The fate of the Turks is already sealed in defeat. Yet while subduing them may be simple, winning their allegiance is a different matter, Li Chunfeng replied, fully understanding that Li Shimin already knew the course of action, though it could not be openly articulated. Very well. Let this matter rest in the hands of Tainyo and his cohort. The next steps lie with my brother, King Qin. From my understanding of Kagengili, he will not relinquish his position easily. The assault on Liangzhou will undoubtedly be unprecedented. With all avenues of retreat closed to Kagengili, he must swiftly capture Liangzhou to establish a foothold for any chance of survival. Once the Iron Bull and the main forces have encircled their prey, it will be impossible for Gili Khan to escape, even if he wishes to. From the vantage point of Qingfeng Temple, it is evident that after this great battle, many years will pass without anyone daring to offend the Tang dynasty. I must seek counsel from Daoist Li on numerous matters regarding how to manage the noble families and ensure that the populace is well fed. Witnessing the remarkable performance of Daoist Li's two disciples has only deepened Li Shimin's admiration for Li Chun, along with a growing sense of trepidation, though he conceals this apprehension so well that it goes unnoticed. For now, the Tang dynasty still requires Daoist Li. It is infuriating. Li Chun truly is our lifelong adversary in the Turkic realm. Merely sending forth two disciples has inflicted such heavy losses upon us. Upon receiving news of the defeat of the Tuli tribe, Gili Khan felt a sense of panic. They now found themselves with no escape route. Previously, on the vast steppes, his command could rally countless tribes with a single word. Yet now, with the title of the Wolf God's Son bestowed upon Iron Bull, he faced skepticism from all corners of the grasslands. Great Khan, that Chen Iron Bull is the Wolf God's son. We have no path left to us. Perhaps we should retreat deep into the steppes before they encircle us. At that point, they would not dare to pursue us. The expanse of the Turkic steppes has historically served as a refuge whenever incursions into the central plains have failed. Once they retreat into the depths of the steppes, it is their domain, and the inhabitants of the central plains would be utterly lost. Great Khan, I believe we should surrender immediately. As the Wolf God's son, he must be quite familiar with the entire expanse of the steppes. Even if we hide deep within, he will find us, and it will spell disaster for all of us. Great Khan, let us surrender. We truly cannot withstand this. Before the last speaker could finish, Gili Khan silenced him with his curved blade. These cowards, choosing to surrender before the battle has even begun. Any further talk of surrender will be met with death. I am the Wolf God's son. I am the true master of the steppes. What is Chung Iron Bull to me? As long as we can swiftly capture Liangzhou, we can await our enemies in a position of strength, and when Chung Iron Bull arrives, we shall annihilate them in one fell swoop. Gili Khan was acutely aware that while others might consider surrender, he could not. To do so would be to acknowledge Iron Bull's claim as the Wolf God's son. According to the customs of the steppes, henceforth, all matters would be dictated by the Wolf God's son, and he would cease to be a sovereign. Moreover, they were not yet at a dead end. If they could breach Liangzhou, they would break through Li Shimin's blockade. Once he re-established contact with the noble families and obtained supplies, his renown on the steppes would allow him to amass whatever forces he needed. But Great Khan, a leader from a minor tribe, attempted to speak again, only to be interrupted by Gili Khan. There is no room for hesitation. Our singular objective now is Liangzhou City. As long as it remains within our grasp, victory in this battle will be assured. Observing that many still appeared unmoved, Khan Gili continued, My brothers, recall the last winter when our kin perished from the cold and hunger. If we can seize Liangzhou City, future winters will no longer witness our people succumbing to the elements. Thus, the hopes of our vast grasslands lie before us. Let us charge forth. Upon hearing these words, the Turks turned their gazes toward Liangzhou City, for the previous winter had been unbearably harsh for them. Khan Gili's words resonated deeply within their hearts. In that moment, dark clouds loomed over Liangzhou, and the atmosphere grew even more solemn than before. Chapter 109. What is interest amidst the shimmering glow of fine wine in exquisite cups? The call of the pipa beckons for a drink. Do not mock the one who lies drunken on the battlefield. Throughout history, how many have returned from war? Upon entering the illustrious Tang dynasty, Li Shimin was met with this poignant verse. Reflecting on the valiant soldiers who fought fiercely in Liangzhou and the plight of the common folk at the borders, he was overcome with sorrow. This battle was one he must engage in, a conflict that pierced his heart. Unbeknownst to him, under the influence of Li Chun, his perspective was slowly transforming. A monarch devoid of compassion might forsake everything for the sake of the realm, yet within Li Shimin's heart, a seed of kindness began to take root. Daily, the soldiers of the Tang faced relentless casualties due to war, with even those stationed at the borders fully committed. Meanwhile, the city of Chang'an lay in turmoil. as powerful families conspired with foreign tribes, leading to the deaths of countless innocent lives. In the midst of this chaos, Li Shimin worried for his son, Li Qingqian, who, in a bid for personal growth, had ventured to Liangzhou. In this impending conflict, Li Qingqian took the lead, disregarding his own safety. In light of the thousands of soldiers and civilians at the borders, what did one's son truly signify? Who among us does not owe their existence to a mother and father? Whose son is not the pillar of their family? It would be unjust to treat him differently simply because he is a prince. Do not mock the one who lies drunken on the battlefield. Throughout history, how many have returned from war? Li Daosheng, a true patriot, was a gem for the nation, and the Tang dynasty was fortunate to have such a soul among them. For an extended period, Li Shimin remained entranced by this verse. Though it appeared casual on the surface, it encapsulated the sentiments of the soldiers at the borders. From the moment they embarked on their expedition, they had cast aside their own lives, their thoughts wholly consumed by the Tang dynasty. Initially perplexed by Tai Nyo's audacity to ambush the Tuli tribe while they were inebriated, Li Shimin now comprehended the greater picture. The vision was narrow, lacking the breadth expected of the younger generation. Had Tai Nyo succeeded in his surprise attack on the Tuli tribe, victory would have been theirs. Yet the strife between the central plains and the grasslands would remain unresolved. The Tuli tribe held significant sway over the grasslands. Only through subjugation and instilling fear could they be persuaded to engage in genuine dialogue. Tai Nyo executed this strategy masterfully, culminating in a decisive cavalry victory that not only quelled any insurrection, but also earned him the respect of the Tuli, who hailed him as the son of the wolf god. As the saying goes, the highest form of warfare is to outmaneuver the enemy. In Li Shimin's view, it is to conquer the heart. Only when hearts are united can true peace be established. Li Guisher, do you comprehend the meaning of this poem? Noticing the god of wealth's keen interest in this timeless masterpiece, Li Daosheng sensed the familiar temptation as if the offerings were beckoning him. Might there be a deeper significance hidden within? Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Li Shimin expressed his confusion, stating that every word spoken by Daoist Li carries profound meaning. Since he has said this, there must be something yet for him to comprehend. Do you understand why wars exist in this world? Daoist Li inquired after savoring a sip of the freshly brewed tea. Initially, Li Shimin intended to pursue further questions, but after tasting the tea, he felt invigorated. As an emperor, he had sampled the finest teas across the realm, yet this was the first time he experienced such tea. He found himself torn between inquiring about the tea's preparation or seeking enlightenment from Daoist Li. Ultimately, he concluded that the welfare of his kingdom took precedence. I implore you, esteemed Daoist, to enlighten me. No matter how exquisite the tea, opportunities to enjoy it will arise again. However, your teachings, rich in wisdom, will enable me to make greater contributions to my people. It is quite simple, Daoist Li continued. It all boils down to the concept of interests. All wars arise from the pursuit of interests. Territory, survival, wealth, and even beauty, all are driven by this fundamental motive. Human desire is insatiable. Upon acquiring the first, one yearns for a second, and then a third. As one's possessions multiply, so too does one's greed. And all of this is rooted in interests. Wherever there are interests, conflicts will arise, and where there are conflicts, wars will ensue. To attain world peace, one must adequately distribute interests, ensuring that individuals feel satisfied with their share to eliminate conflicts. Li Chun spoke eloquently, well versed in the affairs of antiquity, particularly regarding the Tang dynasty, his favored era of openness, even familiar with the tales of romance and intrigue. Although the term interests appears simple, it encompasses a multitude of complexities. The most challenging aspect of the mortal realm is the allocation of these interests. Hearing such a perspective for the first time piqued Li Shimin's curiosity. However, upon reflection, he realized that under the boundless greed of humanity, even with equitable distribution of interests, conflicts would inevitably arise. Li Ju is blinded by a leaf. Unable to see the majesty of Mount Tai, Daoist Li mused as he witnessed Li Ju's perplexed demeanor, recalling the wise words of sages and promptly adopting their teachings. What prompts such a statement? Li Shimin, as Daoist Li's foremost admirer, eagerly inquired. For instance, in the current relations between the Tang and the Turks, once the war concludes, it is certain that the Tang emperor will seek to ameliorate ties with the Turks, allowing both peoples to recuperate. Li Shimin merely nodded at Li Chen's remarks. As this aligned with his own thoughts, the primary task of the Tang at present is reconstruction. After years of warfare, the populace has suffered immensely, with many still resorting to foraging for tree bark, consuming soil, or even resorting to cannibalism. These grim realities, witnessed during the era of King Qin, were etched in Li Shimin's memory, and he understood that his efforts alone were insufficient to transform the living conditions of the people. Throughout the annals of history, it is customary for nations to establish mutual markets following the cessation of hostilities in an effort to stabilize relations. However, such an approach proves ineffective with the Turks. After enduring a protracted and harsh winter, the Turkic population has undoubtedly suffered significant losses. Engaging in trade with the Tang dynasty would scarcely alleviate their current plight. Initially, the Turks may find satisfaction in the goods received from the Tang, yet after a period, they would realize that these provisions fail to address their dire circumstances. At that juncture, they would become acutely aware of their interests and the means necessary to survive the winter. Li Jiushu pondered how they might respond. Li Chen's words jolted Li Shimin into clarity. If this were indeed the case, the Turks would likely revert to their predatory ways, seizing resources by force. Chapter 110. The harmonious society as described by Master Li Shimin felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that he had ventured to Qifeng Temple today. Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, had he only inquired about domestic affairs, he would have resorted to a policy of mutual trade once the war with the Turks concluded. Historically, establishing cooperative relations with foreign nations has always commenced with mutual commerce. Were he to follow this course, his esteemed reputation and the formidable strength of the Tang dynasty would surely instill on neighboring states during his reign. However, he pondered, upon his abdication, any slight change within the Tang would incite those who covet gain to vie for their share. Masterly, if mutual trade is unattainable, what course should we pursue? Humbly seeking knowledge had become Li Shimin's guiding principle. He believed that with the right inquiries, there was no issue the Tang could not resolve. Why should the common folk concern themselves with such matters? The emperor would, of course, address issues at the borders, and even if he spoke, the emperor would remain oblivious. Master Li expressed genuine concern for Li Jiushu, an old benefactor, for he could not allow misfortune to befall him. Li Chen understood the intricacies of society well. In an era where thought was heavily regulated, the word politics bore great sensitivity. Noticing Li Jiushu's keen interest in these matters, Li Chen felt compelled to offer counsel, hoping to increase his merit. To Li Shimin, however, Master Li's words conveyed a different sentiment. Master Li was astute, undoubtedly aware of his own standing. Why then articulate such a statement? There was a hint of defiance in Master Li's tone, as if the common folk had clearly revealed their identity and aspirations. In this lifetime, he harbored no ambitions for the court. He merely wished to remain at Qifeng Temple, living as a humble citizen, without external pressure. Claiming that the emperor would resolve border issues appeared, on the surface, as self-praise, yet it signified to Li Shimin that if he were to apply further pressure, Master Li would henceforth adopt the role of Su Shu, choosing silence and allowing the emperor to make all decisions unopposed. Contemplating this, Li Shimin couldn't help but sigh. Master Li was indeed remarkable. He had long concealed his apprehensions and subtle thoughts, even from Li Chunfeng, who was perpetually by his side, unaware of his unease regarding Master Li and Qifeng Temple. Yet, before Master Li, all of his thoughts seemed transparent, even while seated at Qifeng Temple. Nothing escaped his perceptive gaze. It was a pity that such an extraordinary individual could not stand within the halls of power, guiding the currents of the world from the heights of the clouds. Li Shimin was certain that had Master Li been in office, the Tang dynasty would undoubtedly surpass the might of the Qin and Han dynasties, emerging as a superpower. Rest assured, Master Li, my curiosity is merely a fleeting whim. These discussions shall remain confidential. I implore you to satiate my inquisitiveness. Li Shimin's demeanor was notably humble. In light of this situation, both Li Chunfeng and Changsun Wuji were already well accustomed to such occurrences, although they did not fully grasp the meaning behind the recent dialogue. One truth was abundantly clear to both. In all the realm, the only person capable of compelling Li Shimin to lower his head was Li Chen. Upon hearing this, Li Chen let out a sigh. After all, he was dealing with his own benefactor, and with such words expressed, he found it difficult to decline. The matter was rather straightforward. While the mutual market had its drawbacks, its benefits were also apparent. Initially, we could indeed engage in mutual trade, but under such circumstances, assimilation was imperative. In this land, numerous ethnicities coexist, each akin to a blooming flower. Yet, no single blossom, no matter how resplendent, can constitute a landscape alone. To cultivate a beautiful tapestry for the Tang dynasty, it is essential to achieve assimilation, uniting all ethnic groups without discrimination. This is no simple feat. Yet if the world aspires to eternal peace, it must be pursued. Strength, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, and integrity, only with these virtues can a nation rise to greatness. Li, my benefactor, how many of these principles do you believe the current Tang dynasty has fulfilled? Each word from Li Chen struck at the heart. leaving Li Shimin at a loss for a response. The truth spoken by Li Daoren indicated that the Tang had not yet accomplished a single one of these ideals. I humbly request you to bestow upon me your wisdom, so that I may inscribe these thoughts and reflect upon them daily, thereby reminding myself of the present and future of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin understood. Although Li Chen's words were veiled, he discerned the path forward from them. For ages, a saying has echoed, "Those not of my kind will inevitably harbor different intentions." It is precisely this notion that has long perpetuated prejudice throughout the world. However, it now appears that all were mistaken. Treating every individual equally and establishing a fair and just legal system is paramount, even amidst conflicts of interest with a well-ordered society. One could temper their greed after careful deliberation. Li Jusher, it is not that I am unwilling to inscribe your wisdom, rather. These notions may be deemed too radical for our present society. Without the resolve to defy fate, such aspirations are unattainable. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from overt proclamations until true realization is achieved. Despite his outward words, Li Chun inwardly chastised his benefactor, suspecting him to be gravely misguided. We are currently entrenched in a feudal society, and the advanced knowledge I possess could be considered heretical in these times. Li Chun had no desire to spend his later years in exile or in a penal institution of the Tang. He yearned to endure until the Tang reached its zenith, to savor the romance of the Tang era, and to share unreserved moments with Lady Cui. Thank you, Daoist master, for your guidance. I was indeed negligent. I am uncertain of our first step forward. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Li Shimin felt a jolt of realization. He was grateful for Li Daoren's timely reminder. For without it, society would have been irrevocably altered. In today's realm, there remains a multitude of dissenters, with numerous voices of opposition even echoing within the imperial court. Should one take an audacious leap too swiftly, the outcome may mirror that of Emperor Yang of Sui, plunging the entire nation into chaos and turmoil. Given that such a societal vision was proposed by Master Li, he undoubtedly possesses the wisdom to navigate the path forward. Thus, Emperor Li Shimin continued his inquiry. Today, it seemed as though Li Shimin had unlocked the gateway to a new world. Everything articulated by Li Chin was strikingly novel and irresistibly alluring, compelling him to persist in his questioning. On the other hand, upon hearing this, Li Chun felt a twinge of trepidation. Were it not for the substantial offerings he had provided and the rapport they had cultivated, he might have genuinely believed he was gravely ill. Chapter 111, Prosperity, Democracy, and Equality. A merchant, instead of focusing on his trade, immerses himself in the affairs of the state, often engaging in discussions with others. This fixation raises concerns. Should his words fall into the ears of those with ill intentions, it could jeopardize his standing. The solution is deceptively simple. Establish prosperity, democracy, and equality, and the other issues will gradually resolve themselves. After all, as a wealthy individual, the prosperity of his own business is at stake. Thus, Daoist Master Li found himself explaining the situation to the affluent merchant, compelled by the financial support he received. In the Tang dynasty, social hierarchies were starkly defined, with merchants occupying the lowest rung of the ladder. To elevate the nation's prosperity, it is imperative to amend the standing of merchants. Recognizing that Master Li was a merchant, Li Chun began his discourse from this perspective. During the Tang era, merchants were often regarded with disdain, sometimes deemed inferior even to slaves. Society was predominantly agrarian, and merchants were viewed as idle and unproductive. While this agricultural focus fostered abundance during prosperous times, it stifled economic development. Even the imperial court was unsupportive of entrepreneurial ventures, leading to a barter system where many transactions occurred through trade of goods rather than currency. To appease the wealthy merchant, Daoist Master Li elucidated these shortcomings and highlighted the merits of merchants. He proposed that by granting merchants a respectable status, they could operate with dignity and contribute to the economy, allowing the court to levy taxes on their earnings. Moreover, with sufficient profit, merchants could fund the construction of schools in local communities annually. This approach would not only satisfy the merchants, but also ensure that every child in the Tang dynasty had access to education, thereby embedding the principles of prosperity, democracy, and equality within the populace. The adage water can carry a boat or capsize it rings true. Once the common people embrace these ideals, the resistance from the elite and established families would be rendered ineffective, as the collective will of the populace would prevail. After listening to Li Chen, Li Shimin fell into deep contemplation, realizing that much of what he heard was beyond his previous experience. In light of his connection to the merchant, Li Chen demonstrated remarkable patience, meticulously explaining each point. It was not until evening that Li Shimin fully absorbed Li Chen's insights. Initially, he believed he had touched the threshold of a new world, but through Li Chen's elucidation, he recognized his own limitations. He was but a frog in a well. having not even grazed the threshold of true understanding. It seemed that achieving such aspirations within his lifetime would be a daunting journey. Hearing your words, Masterly, is more enlightening than a decade of study. Nay, it surpasses a century of learning. Observing the composed and effortless demeanor of Li Chen, admiration swelled within Li Shimin. Akin to an unceasing river, he had always regarded Li Chen with a degree of caution. Initially planning to curtail the influence of the Daoist master following his campaign against the Turks. After all, the greatest adversary of the Tang dynasty at present is the Turkic tribes. As long as one proceeds steadily within the realm, peace will inevitably be restored. The presence of Daoist Master Li, whom one cannot fully control, will eventually appear inconsequential. However, at this moment, Li Shimin has undergone a transformation of thought, feeling a sense of shame for his previous narrow-mindedness. His perspective has indeed been too limited, and his heart far too constricted. To realize a prosperous, democratic, civilized, harmonious, free, equal, just, law-abiding, patriotic, dedicated, and honest Tang, he cannot achieve this without the assistance of Daoist Master Li. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that even the combined efforts of the entire court would pale in comparison to the contributions of Master Li alone. Li Jushir has praised him, but what I perceive and comprehend is distinctly different from your understanding, allowing me to grasp many extraordinary truths. Unbeknownst to many, Daoist Master Li has exuded an aura of transcendental wisdom, embodying the essence of an enlightened sage. Especially when Li Chunfeng, upon hearing his junior's words, felt a spark of inspiration, excitement, and anticipation. Could it be that his junior has reached the realm of unity between heaven and man? It seems plausible, otherwise he would not have spoken such profound words. One could hardly fathom how far his junior has journeyed. The concept of unity between heaven and man is a state that, since ancient times, has only been attained by the venerable ancestors of Taoism. In this lifetime, I fear I may never have the opportunity to reach such heights. Li Chunfeng not only pondered this, but recalled the legends within their Daoist teachings, which describe a realm called unity between heaven and man. Once attained, one can perceive the very essence of the world. Currently, all affairs of the realm are under his junior's meticulous guidance, and he sees through everything with remarkable clarity. There is no doubt he has reached that state. Ultimately, Li Shimin bestowed a reward of 100 taels of gold and departed from the temple with a tinge of regret. He has grown fond of Daoist Master Li's tea. Yet the master has already shared so much, to covet further would lack grace. From Li Shimin's perspective, such precious tea is scarce, even for Daoist Master Li. And today his offering has been quite generous. He cannot afford to be greedy. If Li Shimin were aware that Li Chun had painstakingly processed dozens of pounds of tea, he would be at a loss for words. Originally, Li Shimin's foremost question was how to deal with the powerful clans, whose collusion with the Turkic tribes has thoroughly incensed him. However, it now seems entirely unnecessary. If he follows the policies laid out by Daoist Master Li, the clans will inevitably crumble without direct confrontation. Upon returning to the palace, the first task Li Shimin undertook was to inscribe the principles of prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, and integrity, hanging them above his bed as a source of motivation. From this point forward, these ideals would become his guiding objectives. And in all endeavors, he must keep these words firmly in his heart, ensuring a better living environment for the people of the realm. In stark contrast to the hope Li Shimin has now embraced, the Khan of the Turkic tribes, Jili, has begun to descend into despair. Upon learning of the defeat of Tuli Khan, he relentlessly besieged the city day and night, eager to capture Liangzhou swiftly. However, the city displayed an extraordinarily tenacious defense. No matter the assault, they could not breach its walls. We have but 3 days remaining. At the pace the Tang army previously advanced from the Chuluo tribe to the Tuli tribe, their cavalry will arrive here at the earliest in 3 days. Should we fail to conquer it by then, our tribe shall be forever erased from the annals of the steppe. Therefore, my brave warriors, summon forth the vigor with which you pursue your lovers. Whoever first breaches Liangzhou shall be rewarded by this king with 100 beautiful maidens. Chapter 112. The calculated schemes of the aristocracy. Before us lies the city of Liangzhou, a formidable barrier that the Turks cannot surmount. It is abundantly clear to all that they have been driven to a desperate brink, with their sole hope resting on this city. At present, the thoughts occupying the mind of Khagan Jili are singular. He is prepared to pay any price to seize Liangzhou. Similarly, Qin Xiong finds himself in a precarious situation, having brought only 2 flanks of troops, amounting to a mere 50,000 men. In stark contrast, the Turks number 4 times that, launching fervent assaults. The toll on Liangzhou has already claimed half of its inhabitants, Yet this is not what troubles Qin Xiong the most. To capture the city, Kagan Geely has relentlessly attacked day and night, exhibiting a fervor that disregards the lives of his men. Under such circumstances, Qin Xiong's 50,000 soldiers dare not rest. Should they falter, Liangzhou would fall, rendering all prior efforts futile. Now, his soldiers have endured 3 days and nights without sleep, consuming their rations while engaged in battle. Their condition is dire, and Qin Xiong wonders if they can withstand yet another wave of attack. Brave soldiers, citizens of Liangzhou, I am acutely aware of your fatigue and your yearning for respite. Yet, we find ourselves without any avenue of retreat. Behind us lies the land of the Tang dynasty. Should these Turks breach Liangzhou, the entire central plains will be left defenseless. Many of you are seasoned veterans, all too aware of what this entails. Once they infiltrate the central plains, these Turks will desecrate your children, seize your provisions, and slay your parents. Even young girls will not be spared. Do you wish to witness such horrors unfold? No, no, no. At the sound of Qin Xiong's impassioned words, the spirits of the soldiers surged. They recognized that compared to the Turks, they had no recourse. The emperor's trust in them to safeguard Liangzhou was paramount. They could not let him or the citizens of the Tang dynasty down. Very well, my comrades. If we can endure for just 3 more days, General Cheng will arrive. And in that moment, the Turks shall find no refuge to return to. Seeing the determination of his troops, Qin Xiong felt a swell of satisfaction. There was little more he could do. He must now hold fast and fight to the bitter end. As the Turks surged forward, Qin Xiong grasped his weapon and ascended to the battlements. Brothers, follow me into battle. We shall defend Liangzhou to the death. We shall defend Liangzhou to the death. We shall defend Liangzhou to the death. At this moment, Liangzhou stood united, its defenders valuing the land and the people behind them even more than their own lives. Iron Bull, at this rate, it will take us at least 3 days to reach Liangzhou. I fear that Uncle Qin and his men will not be able to hold out that long, Long Sunchong said. Concern etched on his face as he observed the pace of their march, fully aware of the dire situation unfolding in Liangzhou. Currently, Jili Kahan finds himself with no retreat. And only by seizing Liangzhou city can he grasp a slender thread of hope. Both parties are acutely aware of this reality. Liangzhou has become a colossal meat grinder, claiming lives with every passing moment. We are left with no other recourse, as this route is the swiftest available. And we can only hope that my father and his companions endure. It can be said that Iron Bull has reached the pinnacle of his capabilities. This campaign has finally unveiled the extent of his strength. He believes that only through a genuine battle of life and death can he ascend to become an extraordinary master. I am aware of a path that could lead to Liangzhou city within a day and a night. Yet, at this juncture, Jiang Yin interjected, expressing her deep concern when Iron Bull and the others departed from the Luo tribe. After much inner turmoil, she finally managed to catch up with the main army yesterday. However, what of the title of Masteress Wife? Among those who could bestow such a title, none were more fitting than Chang Sun Chong. This great battle has revealed Jiang Yin's profound affection for her master, making her suitability for the title of Master's Wife unequivocal. Upon hearing Chang Sun Chong refer to her as Master's Wife, Jiang Yin felt a flush of embarrassment. That path is deemed a forbidden territory across the entire prairie. For centuries, no one who has ventured within has ever returned. Legends speak of countless wolf packs residing therein, a domain where only the offspring of the wolf god may tread. When the forbidden land is mentioned, a trace of reverence graces Jiang Yin's countenance. For to show disrespect to the wolf god on the prairie is a grave sin, leading one to the depths of the 18 hells after death. Haha, heaven aids me. Master's Wife, do you know who the wolf god's son is on the prairie now? This path is made for us, exclaimed Chang Sun Chong, his face aglow with excitement. The wolf god's son is now his brother. Iron Bull has recently been bestowed with this title. And now they have learned of such a route. It must surely be fate. Jiang Yin, somewhat perplexed by Chang Sun Chong's words, had not paid heed to the events unfolding in the Tuli tribe during her pursuit of Iron Bull. She was aware only that Iron Bull and his comrades had vanquished Tuli Kahan. Master's Wife, to be candid, the wolf god's son is none other than Iron Bull, widely recognized across the prairie. Thus, this path is indeed prepared for us. I implore you to guide us. As the saying goes, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. If one were to consider who bears the heaviest burden in these times, it is neither the determined Jili Kahan, who relentlessly assaults the city. After all, he still commands the expanse of the prairie, nor is it the resolute Qin Xiong, who remains steadfast in his defense, capable of clinging to hope. The most forlorn, the most desperate, are the once exalted aristocratic families, now quaking in trepidation with each report of Liangzhou's victories. They had initially presumed that the conflict between the Turks and the Tang dynasty would endure for a span of 2 to 3 years. During this interval, they anticipated that the granaries of the Tang would inevitably be depleted, presenting an opportunity for their families to rise anew. They are not lacking in provisions. Seizing this opportunity could enable them to ascend once more, profiting handsomely from the turmoil of this great war. Even if Li Shimin were to become aware of the situation, it would be of little consequence. In the midst of combat with the Turks, how could Li Shimin possibly find the time to deal with them? Once the war concludes, their strength will have grown, and at that point, even if Li Shimin wished to confront them, he would be unable to do so. To take a step further, should the Tang dynasty suffer defeat and the Turks penetrate the central plains, the aristocratic families, having consistently supported them, would reap even greater profits, perhaps even more formidable than before. At that juncture, the entirety of the central plains would fall under their dominion, rendering Li Shimin insignificant. It must be said that the aristocracy has calculated their moves exceedingly well. Chapter 113. A shocking conspiracy, however. The current circumstances have far surpassed the ambitions of the noble families. They never anticipated that Tai Nu would prove to be this formidable, with only one more step. The entire grassland would be breached. Now, all that is left is to hope that Jili Khan can break through Liangzhou city, for only then might the war continue. Over this period, Wang Jun has visibly aged, as his only son has been rendered incapacitated, causing their family to gradually decline. Most importantly, Li Shimin has not ceased his onslaught against the noble families. This situation is untenable. I suspect that the Turks cannot be relied upon. Before their inevitable defeat, we must devise a sound strategy, the head of the Li family remarked. Compared to other families, the Li family once possessed a path to greatness. When Li Shimin first initiated his campaign against the noble families, he had given them a warning. However, when confronted with overwhelming interests, the Li family found themselves opposing Li Shimin. Previously, many of the Li family's young members held prominent positions in the court, but now they have all been replaced by Li Shimin. It is not only the Li family. Officials from all other families have also been supplanted by Li Shimin, regardless of their rank. Although this has stirred considerable unrest within the court, Li Shimin remains resolute. He declared that any official aligned with the noble families would be dismissed. As the Tang dynasty does not require indecisive officials, what recourse do we have now? The head of the Li family questioned, whether in court or beyond. The emperor has imposed a comprehensive crackdown on our noble families, especially with the newly enacted commercial laws that have elevated the status of merchants. Now, in Xinjiang, all merchants have descended into madness, completely disregarding our family, with many industries overtaken by these merchants. What is even more outrageous is that all merchants have united against our family. Now, the Zheng family's enterprises are deteriorating by the day. The head of the Zheng family sighed, lamenting that since the establishment of the Zheng family, they had never endured such a dark period. What is this? The ruffians of Bowling have somehow heard that the Turks' southern advance is linked to our noble families, and now our kin in Bowling are being vilified. Even our doorstep is not spared from their disdain, enduring daily assaults of filth. My daughter was supposed to marry the son of the Yu family, but now the Yu family would rather face ruin than accept my daughter. When has our family ever suffered such humiliation? The head of the Chui family from Bowling expressed his helplessness, believing that with the destruction of the Qinghe Chui family, the Bowling Chui family would finally ascend as the rightful heirs and seize their opportunity. Little did they know, not only had the Chui family lost the trust of the noble families, but the common folk have also turned their backs on them. Everyone should understand that all of this turmoil facing the noble families is a result of Li Qin's machinations, and Li Shimin's greatest support is Li Chun. Therefore, if we can eliminate Li Chun, even if Li Shimin is formidable, as long as our noble families stand united, he will be powerless against us. As the only family among the aristocracy to rise through intellect, the Li family of Zhao County has long seen through the veil of worldly affairs. Their lineage has been entrenched in this land for generations, possessing many treasures beyond the reach of imperial authority. However, with the emergence of Li Chun, the family's heritage has gradually unraveled, inflicting varying degrees of harm upon each aristocratic clan, with the Qinghe Chui family facing outright annihilation. The head of the Li family speaks truthfully, with Cheng Tiniu's grandson currently absent from the Daoist temple, and the emperor having withdrawn all covert guards around Qingfeng temple to ensure Li Qin's peace and seclusion. The present moment presents us with a golden opportunity. Among all the noble families, the Fanyang Lu clan stands as the weakest, having narrowly avoided expulsion from the ranks of the aristocracy following this recent upheaval. The head of the Lu family, demonstrating his mettle as a seasoned leader, made the decisive choice to liquidate half of the clan's assets, allowing them to weather this crisis. Even with the loss of half their holdings, the Zheng family remains steadfast, their status unshakable by second-rate clans, such is the nature of the aristocracy. Thus, 3 days hence, at midnight, we shall hunt Li Chen. However, before we proceed, there is a matter to attend to. News from Xinzhou indicates that Wang Jin and Cui Zichu are about to return to the capital. Given their natures, they will undoubtedly divulge everything, making their elimination imperative. Wang Jun stated coldly, though a tiger may not consume its own cub, for the sake of his family, he is prepared to sacrifice everything, including his own son. Li Muttering of the Northern Sword has already allied himself with our Li family. Let him handle this task. Yet, given the importance of hunting Li Chen, his current standing is insufficient. The head of the Longxi Li family remarked that although Li Muching is a renowned first-rate master and the foremost swordsman of the north, in the eyes of Qifeng Temple, these accolades hold little weight. Judging by Cheng Tinia's prowess, it is likely that Li Chen has already attained the pinnacle of mastery. There are but a few supreme experts in the entire Tang dynasty, and to hunt him down, we may need external assistance. Wang Jun, having resigned himself to sacrificing his own son, now harbors but a singular thought, to eliminate Li Chen. Upon hearing that Wang has maintained contact with the former prince's old guard, could it be that he intends to enlist their strength? Following the execution of Li Jianqing, those loyal to him have concealed themselves, eluding Li Shimon's relentless search. These individuals have been hidden away by the aristocracy since the calamity befell Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji. Indeed, these people are destined to remain in the shadows, without a guaranteed path to victory. I have no intention of revealing them. Presently, our forces are engaged in battle with the Turks, and there are no notable generals within the realm, save for Li Chen. Even if he is a master, it is improbable for him to contend against dozens alone. At the mere mention of Li Chen, Wang Jun's expression darkened, filled with fury and despondency. Were it not for Li Chen, the Wang family would not have fallen to such a plight, and even his own son would not have to be sacrificed. This is indeed excellent. The formidable individuals nurtured within each family need not remain concealed. They should all be brought forth. As long as we are able to eliminate Li Chen, their exposure will bear little consequence, provided there is no evidence, even if Li Shimin is aware of our involvement. What can he possibly do? Since Li Shimin advocates for fairness and the rule of law, as long as they leave no trace, the aristocracy will remain intact. With Li Chen's demise, Li Shimin alone would be incapable of eradicating these esteemed families. Although their current strength may not pose a significant threat to Li Shimin, given sufficient time and the depth of their heritage, they will swiftly regain their former prowess. Chapter 114. The desperate struggle of Liangzhou. The city of Liangzhou has transformed into a blazing inferno, a sight that Qin Qiong has never witnessed in his years of warfare. As time dwindles, the Turks grow increasingly frenzied, with Gili Khan himself standing beneath the city walls, resolutely determined to seize Liangzhou at any cost. He is acutely aware that Liangzhou represents the last bastion of hope for the steppes. Failure to capture it promptly would lead to his certain demise. My Khan, we cannot continue this way. Our kin on the steppes have perished in droves. If this persists, our people will face extinction. Observing the deranged Gili Khan, several chieftains of minor tribes voiced their concerns. In just over a day, numerous small clans have been obliterated, deepening the Turks' disdain for this conflict. Since the onset of the chaotic 5 barbarians, the Turks have never endured such a brutal war, nor have they suffered such staggering losses. I stand by my words. Should anyone wish to retreat, I shall slay them first. Liangzhou is on the brink of collapse, a mere final assault away from capture. If we abandon our efforts now, all that we have sacrificed will be in vain. Gili Khan's eyes burned with rage, his face etched with murderous intent. He had not anticipated the tenacity of the Tang's 50,000 soldiers, who, against his relentless onslaught, have managed to hold their ground for so long. Even as the walls of Liangzhou crumbled under the ravages of war, the soldiers of the Tang actively formed a human barrier, sacrificing their lives for the defense of the city. This profound display of resolve left Gili Khan both astonished and shaken. This Tang army was unlike any he had encountered before, devoid of cowardice and fear. If regret coursed through Gili Khan's heart, it was palpable. Initially, he had intended to descend southward to plunder resources, with aspirations of usurping the central dynasty and plunging the heartland into chaos once more. In doing so, they could have easily raided the central plains whenever resources ran low. Yet now, not only has the southern expedition faltered, but even the conquest of a mere Liangzhou eludes him. Half of his warriors lie slain beneath its walls, those he had cultivated over the years, the very foundation of his dominion over the steppes. Should he fail to capture Liangzhou, his position would be rendered obsolete. Thus, even if Gili Khan contemplated retreat, he could not bear the thought of relinquishing his claim as the overlord of the steppes. These Turks are indeed mad, he mused. We are weary and our horses exhausted. Under their relentless siege, we cannot hold out much longer. From the walls of Liangzhou, gazing at the densely packed ranks of the Turkish army below, Qin Xiong uttered wearily. Since the onset of their siege, I have not rested a moment. The more frenzied the Turks become, the more resolute I am in defending Liangzhou. Their madness signifies that Tiniu and his forces are making progress. If we can endure until their arrival, the Turks, who have plagued the Central Plains for years, will be utterly vanquished. Brother, perhaps you should take a moment to rest while I and Laohe command the troops. Beneath this wall of humanity, the Turks cannot hope to ascend, Cheng Yaojin expressed with concern. This battle could be deemed the most arduous they had ever faced. Even his steadfast brother appeared weary. A general must remain resolute. If I were to rest, what would the soldiers and citizens of Liangzhou think? They, like us, have never known respite. Despite his exhaustion, Qin Xiong's gaze remained resolute. In this moment, within his heart and the hearts of all, there was but one conviction: to steadfastly defend Liangzhou. Sighing at this, both Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong felt a pang of sorrow. Even Yu Qigong, known for his stoic demeanor, felt a lump in his throat as he gazed upon the wall of humanity in Liangzhou, a wall forged by the lives of 3,000 valiant Tang soldiers. Brothers, witness the charging Turks. Qin Xiong rallied his men once more, for it was this unwavering belief that sustained them. I understand your fatigue, but hold on just a little longer. When General Cheng and his forces arrive, these Turks will meet their doom. Though weary, Qin Xiong's voice, though not booming, resonated deeply within each soldier's heart. Great Tang, Liangzhou, to the death. Great Tang, Liangzhou, to the death. Great Tang, Liangzhou, to the death. Such fervent spirit even sent a chill through the heart of Jili Khan below the walls. For 8 consecutive days and nights, under his relentless assault, these Tang soldiers had not rested a moment, yet their fighting spirit remained undiminished. My sons, if we conquer Liangzhou, riches, women, and provisions shall be ours. Attack. Jili Khan, blinded by fury, was determined to see who would endure to the end. He could not believe that the Tang army could withstand their onslaught in such a state of exhaustion. Seeing this scene unfold, despair crept into Qin Xiong's heart. He had never anticipated that war would manifest in such a manner. As the city of Liangzhou prepared for its final stand, the resonant sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. Under the banner of Great Tang, General Qin Xiong, I, Cheng Tiniu, the vanguard commander, challenge any who dares to face me. I, Li Shaogong, the general under vanguard commander Cheng Tiniu, stand ready. Savages, prepare to meet your end. General Cheng. It is General Cheng and his troops. They have arrived. Wonderful, brothers, let us charge forth and engage these Turkish mongrels for our final showdown, to annihilate them once and for all. Hearing the rallying cries, Qin Xiong felt a surge of joy. Tiniu's arrival was perfectly timed, for the Tang forces could hardly endure much longer. How can this be? How is it possible for them to have reached here in a single day? The incredulity was etched on Jili Khan's face as he beheld the sudden emergence of the vanguard. Even with relentless travel from the Tuli tribe, it should have taken at least 3 days to arrive. Yet now they have arrived in merely a day and night, unless under a singular circumstance. Casting a glance at the daughter within the vanguard, Jili Khan inquired, "Have you traversed the forbidden grounds?" The forbidden grounds upon the prairie can be crossed only by the son of the wolf god. The fact that Tai Nyo and his companions reached this point successfully signifies that he is indeed recognized as the son of the wolf god by the prairie. Jili Khan, acknowledging you as a great Khan of your generation, surrender now. If you do, we shall spare your people, and henceforth, the Tang and the Turks may coexist in peace. As if one family. Tai Nyo did not respond to Jili Khan. His actions spoke volumes. Although Jili Khan faced a significant defeat, he still held considerable esteem on the prairie. To realize his master's vision of a peaceful world, Tai Nyo would still require Jili Khan's influence. Chapter 115. The plans of Chang Sun Chong. They traversed the forbidden grounds. The son of the wolf god must surely be a manifestation of the deity himself. We surrender. We concede defeat. We beseech the son of the wolf god not to hold us accountable. We implore the wolf god to forgive our ignorance, for we were unaware of the arrival of his son. We have laid down our arms, O son of the wolf god. Please guide us out of our tribulations across the steppe. Originally, Jili Khan intended to engage in a final desperate battle. However, upon learning that Tai Nyo had crossed the forbidden grounds, the other tribes instantly lost all desire to resist. Tai Nyo had already become a legendary figure, the son of the wolf god, with Jili Khan suppressing all dissent with his own renown among the Turks. Now that Tai Nyo had traversed the forbidden territory, his identity as the son of the wolf god was formally established upon the steppe. It can be said that crossing the forbidden grounds was a prerequisite for becoming the son of the wolf god. No one had accomplished such a feat throughout history. Within the forbidden grounds lay countless wolves and the toxic mists left by the wolf god. Now, Tainyo had achieved this, and the steppe welcomed its new lord. All members of the Geely tribe, young and old, submitted to the command of the son of the wolf god, beseeching him to lead the steppe towards glory. In light of such overwhelming circumstances, Geely Khan was compelled to yield, for even a battle would yield no hope of victory. I accept your surrender. From this moment forth, all of you shall return to your respective tribes and await further instructions. Observing these Turks who believed in the son of the wolf god, Tainyo felt for the first time that knowledge is indeed power. The wolves of the forbidden grounds existed, yet they could not withstand his blade. The toxic mists were present, but Chong-er saw through them with ease. They were merely the miasma formed over millennia, which his master had long since explained. With a single great fire, all the toxins would be reduced to nothingness. We shall heed the command of the son of the wolf god. At this moment, Geely Khan had become quite docile, yet other thoughts brewed in his mind. Once he returned to his tribe, what did it matter who the son of the wolf god was? Upon entering the steppe, it would become their domain. I must remind you, do not presume that entering the steppe grants you dominion. As the son of the wolf god, no one understands the steppe better than I. Should you dare to hide deep within, do not blame me for being unmerciful. I, Ching Tainyo, the son of the wolf god, do not require disobedient subjects. Gazing at these so-called steppe eagles, Tainyo smiled, a smile laced with mockery, disdain, arrogance, and a hint of coldness. Clearly, he had adapted well to the role of the son of the wolf god. During their journey, Chong Sun Chong had advised Tainyo that he must embrace this identity to become the king of the Turks. In this way, both the Turks and the Tang dynasty would remain at peace, ensuring that his majesty would no longer dare to act against his master. Since ancient times, emperors have been ruthless, and although his majesty now appeared to show great respect to his master, appearances can be deceiving. Chong Sun Chong was acutely aware that the more respect his majesty held for his master, the greater his apprehension. With his master's formidable power, he was entirely capable of overturning the entire nation. Li Shimin understood this all too well. Thus, should the need arise to act against his master, the emperor would undoubtedly do so without hesitation. Even if his master harbored no rebellious intentions, the mere possession of such strength was intolerable for any sovereign. Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. Along the shores, all subjects belong to the king. A competent emperor would never allow an uncontrollable presence to linger near him, and currently, his master embodied that very presence. Should Iron Bull ascend as the king of the Turks, bolstered by the entirety of the Turkic steppe, even if the emperor contemplated an action against his master in the future, he would have to think twice. Chong Sun Chong had elucidated this matter to Iron Bull in great detail, which is why Iron Bull was particularly concerned about the identity of the son of the wolf god. Rest assured, son of the wolf god, we shall not flee. We await your arrival and blessings in our respective tribes. Iron Bull's words caused Kagan Geely to relinquish all his scheming. In that moment, even he was convinced that Iron Bull was indeed the son of the wolf god. Under the command of the son of the wolf god, Kagan Geely led all his troops to retreat from Liangzhou. Until that moment, Qin Xiong and the others remained somewhat incredulous. The once ferocious Turkic army, which had been poised for a fierce battle, was unexpectedly intimidated into retreat by a few words from Iron Bull. What manner of monstrous disciple had Daoistly trained? Iron Bull, tell Uncle Qin that I cannot be dreaming. They truly have retreated. As he gazed at the receding Turkic forces, Li Shimin dared not leave the city. Calling out from a distance, Uncle Qin, your nephew has arrived late. Please forgive me. Despite the victory, Iron Bull felt no joy after hearing Chong-er's analysis. He was deeply concerned about his master's predicament. Very well, they have retreated. Relay to the troops that everyone should rest. With that, Qin Xiong first ordered the gates of the city to be opened, allowing Iron Bull and the others to enter, and then he issued the command before succumbing to sleep. With the Turkic forces in retreat, the tension he had held within finally eased, and he could no longer withstand the pull of sleep. Similarly, the defending Tang troops, upon hearing of the Turkic withdrawal, found their faith faltering and one by one succumbed to slumber. Observing the scene within the city, Iron Bull and Cha Sun Chong were profoundly moved, recalling a saying of their master, war is a colossal meat grinder, both victors and vanquished pay a grievous price. Thus the absence of war is the greatest blessing. In the Battle of Liangzhou, Qin Xiong, with 50,000 soldiers, vowed to resist against a force of 200,000, holding out from start to finish for over a month. Particularly during the final 8 days, it was nothing short of miraculous, under relentless warfare. The Tang army endured for 8 days and nights without rest, even eating and drinking while engaged in battle. Ultimately, within the city of Liangzhou, only 10,000 soldiers remained. And of the original 30,000 citizens, fewer than 10,000 survived, rendering the situation exceedingly tragic. This battle solidified the Tang dynasty's standing, instilling a sense of trepidation in the surrounding states, north, south, east, and west, against harboring any ambitions towards Tang. In this confrontation, tens of thousands of valiant soldiers left their indelible spirits in Liangzhou, where the human wall forged by several thousand became a hauntingly poignant landscape. Even during the solemn task of recovering the fallen, the remains were so fragmented that Qin Xiong, in his helplessness, resorted to cremation, allowing them to be brothers in the next life. Following this fierce engagement, the leaders and soldiers of Liangzhou were utterly exhausted, succumbing to a deep slumber that lasted 3 days and nights. Meanwhile, Tai Niu and Chang Sun Chong vigilantly guarded these individuals with their cavalry. Without their presence, they would have been like isolated warriors. Should Liangzhou fall, even if they were to pierce through the steppes, the battle would ultimately be lost. Chapter 116. Contemplations of Li Chunfeng in the era of the Qin and the Han. The echoes of war still resonate, and the long march remains unfulfilled. If only the valiant general of Longqing were here, the barbaric horses would not dare to cross Yingshan. The spirited steed adorned with a white jade saddle gallops forth. Yet the chill of the battlefield moon lingers after the fight. The thunderous sound of iron drums still reverberates from the city walls, and the blood on the golden blade has yet to dry. News of a resounding victory over the Turks swiftly reached the city of Chang'an, igniting a surge of pride among the people of the Tang dynasty. Within a month, the entire Turkic steppe had been decisively penetrated, a feat that even the illustrious Hui Xubing had not accomplished. Yet, the disciple of Daoist Li, Cheng Tiniu, achieved this monumental triumph, not only defeating the Turks, but also earning the title of the Wolf God's son upon the steppe. Now, Tiniu stands as the soaring general of Longqing. With him, the Tang dynasty fears no adversary. In this moment, Tiniu ascended to the status of a hero in the hearts of the Tang populace, his renown eclipsing even that of venerable generals such as Qin Xiong. The animosity harbored by the Turks toward the Central Plains has endured for millennia. Never before has the conquest of such barbarism been executed with such gratifying ease. Upon receiving this news, Emperor Li Shimin hosted a grand banquet for his ministers, recognizing the formidable strength of Li Chunfeng's disciple. Yet he was astonished by the extent of Tiniu's prowess. Among all the battles fought, the achievements of Tiniu seemed insurmountable. Yet he accomplished them with remarkable ease. Just as Li Shimin reveled in this triumph, another piece of news reached him. Last night, the convoy escorting Wang Jitong and Cui Zichu was ambushed, resulting in their immediate extermination. The aristocracy, it seems, remains unyielding. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's elation was momentarily dampened. He had planned to use these two individuals as intermediaries between the Turks and the aristocracy, believing that the evidence they possessed would surely lead to the aristocracy's downfall. Yet, the aristocracy's blatant actions to eliminate any exposure took him by surprise. Your Majesty, he contemplated, is this not the very nature of the aristocracy? Had they not acted thus, I might have underestimated their resolve. All these developments were anticipated by Li Chunfeng. Though he may not possess the extraordinary talents of his junior, he could still discern the unfolding events. With the West subdued, it seems the domestic front remains restless. It is clear that the path to elevate the Tang dynasty to greatness is still fraught with challenges. This situation tempered the once arrogant Li Shimin's demeanor, who had believed that after quelling the Turks, diligent efforts would soon lead him to become a legendary emperor. The ancient adage of securing the external while stabilizing the internal had taken on a new significance for him. With the four corners pacified, restoring peace at home would pave the way for the flourishing era described by Daoist Li: prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, and integrity lie within reach. Anyone who obstructs this path will face Li Shimin's unwavering resolve. It can be said that these 22 characters have become his guiding principles for governance. As long as he adheres to this course, the Tang dynasty is destined to emerge as the mightiest nation of all time. Master of national affairs, since you are aware of their impending actions, why did you not inform me? Contemplating the lost opportunity to annihilate the powerful clans, Li Shimin felt a tinge of regret. Your Majesty, please forgive this humble servant for his transgressions. I have my reasons, and does your Majesty truly believe that the nation's troubles stem solely from the clans? Li Chunfeng's inquiry rendered Li Shimin momentarily speechless. Indeed, the discord within the realm was not confined to a single lineage. Various sects, beliefs, and remnants of the former dynasty, including the deposed crown prince Li Jianqing's faction, lay in wait, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Although Li Shimin was acutely aware of these circumstances, he felt powerless. Sending troops to eradicate them would undoubtedly incite panic among the populace, allowing these factions to exploit the chaos to bolster their own power. Master. Such situations arise in every dynasty. No matter how many years pass, there will always be those who rebel. Time cannot erode the deeply ingrained ideologies they possess. Li Shimin longed to resolve these issues, yet even the formidable Han dynasty had faced similar dilemmas without resolution until its downfall. Your Majesty, this is an opportune moment. Following the Turkic defeat, the clans realize their retreat is cut off. The assassination of Wang Jin and Cui Zichu is likely just the beginning. Next, they will surely target my junior brother. Everything was within Li Chuanfeng's expectations. He was adept at manipulating human sentiments, fully aware of the clan scheming. What? They dare to plot against Daoist Li? I shall immediately dispatch troops to safeguard Qifeng Temple. Upon hearing of the potential danger to Daoist Li, Li Shimin felt an immediate surge of panic. Nothing, aside from the throne and his own life, was more vital than the safety of Daoist Li. Your Majesty, rest assured, given my junior brother's strength, it will not be so easy for them to succeed. Furthermore, I have sent a trusted friend to Qifeng Temple with their presence. Even if a multitude of skilled fighters gathers, no harm shall befall the temple. Li Chunfeng held immense confidence in his junior brother's abilities, for he had reached the legendary Daoist realm of unity with the heavens, impervious even to the most formidable adversaries. His friend, though not as powerful as his junior brother, was akin to a demigod and would serve as a valuable ally. With the two of them at Qifeng Temple, no one would dare attempt an assassination. That will not suffice. I must increase the number of guards for Daoist Li. He is the protector of our Tang dynasty, and no harm must come to him. Whenever matters concerning Li Chen arose, Li Shimin displayed notable anxiety. Even with Li Chuanfeng's reassurances, he remained unconvinced. Your Majesty, if we send troops now, those at the front will perish in vain. Once we disturb the grass, the hidden foes will become elusive. Is this the outcome your Majesty wishes to witness? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin fell into a contemplative silence, as both Daoist Li's safety and a stable kingdom held equal significance for him. Master, are you certain that Daoist Li will remain unharmed? After a moment of contemplation, Li Shimin regained his composure. He understood that this was a rare opportunity. Once he eliminated those lurking in the shadows, many policies could be smoothly implemented. Your Majesty, please rest assured. My junior has attained the realm of unity with the heavens, and his strength has long surpassed the pinnacle. My dear friend is likewise an extraordinary master. Who in this world could possibly harm them? Li Chifeng was filled with confidence and held a sense of anticipation for the realm of unity with the heavens, a state that every cultivator aspires to achieve throughout their lives. It was remarkable that his junior accomplished this at such a young age, truly a prodigy of celestial lineage. An extraordinary master. Could your friend be that esteemed individual? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin recalled a venerable figure he had long wished to meet. Chapter 117. Master Li's distress. Master Li has been in a state of disquiet lately. Ever since the last encounter where Miss Cui observed the ambiguous relationship between him and Zhang Yan, he has remained in a melancholic state. Several times, he contemplated offering an explanation, yet upon witnessing Miss Cui's despondent expression, he promptly abandoned his intentions. In the eyes of all in the Tang dynasty, Master Li stands exalted, impervious to any obstacles. Yet, only he comprehends his own timidity. When it comes to matters of the heart, he is utterly daunted. When it comes to reconciling with a disgruntled girlfriend, Master Li possesses a wealth of experience that amounts to a negative value. A month has elapsed, and aside from the mundane exchanges of meals and greetings, they have not shared any further dialogue, leaving Master Li in a state of distress, uncertain of how to mend the rift between them. Consequently, the beleaguered Master Li could only vent his frustrations upon his two disciples. During this month, the prowess of Qin Huayu and Du Zichu has surged remarkably, following their initial military training under Master Li's guidance, which was propelled by his own foul mood. He devised various excuses to subject the two to rigorous training daily. A month later, the results have been commendable. The previously slender youths have transformed into robust figures, brimming with vitality, their bodies now sculpted with 8-pack abs, rendering any description inadequate. It can be said that their remarkable transformation is significantly tied to Master Li's heartache over his unrequited love. Had Master Li been aware that Miss Cui's reluctance to engage with him stemmed from a similar worry, the situation might have been different. They were once destined to be a perfect pair but now stand as natural adversaries, one a revered Taoist priest in the Tang, the other a princess of the Turks. Such contrasting identities, once affection is involved, are bound to lead to tragedy. From the onset, Cui Yingying recognized Li Chen's extraordinary gifts and his unparalleled prowess. Understanding that such an exceptional man would inevitably attract numerous admirers, she initially harbored feelings of discontent regarding Jiang Yan's connection with Li Chen. However, after enduring so many trials. She began to comprehend Li Chen's heart and realized that merely being by his side would suffice for her happiness. Gradually, she learned to accept Jiang Yan. As the Turks advanced southward and the Tang forces marched northward, witnessing Li Chen's farewell to Jiang Yan brought not a shred of joy to Cui Yingying. Instead, she was filled with apprehension. Thus, during this month, seeing Li Chen in a melancholic state, she surmised that he was troubled by worries concerning Miss Jiang, and thus, she chose not to intrude upon his solitude. Such remarkable skills, young brother. I wonder if this old man could engage you in a few sparring rounds. On the back mountain of the temple, as Qin Huaiyu and Du Zichu were recuperating after a rigorous set of military exercises under Li Chen's demanding regimen, a voice resonated from behind them. Old sir, I apologize, but we still have 1,000 push-ups left to complete. Our master has decreed that if we do not finish, we shall forfeit our lunch today, and the count shall double. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Huaiyu declined the invitation. Nothing was more paramount than the training tasks assigned by their master, and though their strength had notably improved during this period, the mere mention of training filled them with dread. In fact, Qin Huaiyu even remarked that he would rather endure 100 military strikes from his father than undergo such relentless training imposed by their master. What exactly are push-ups? Upon hearing such a novel concept, the man was filled with perplexity. Having traversed the world for years, he prided himself on his profound understanding of all matters. Push-ups, he soon learned, were merely a form of exercise. As Du Zichu gasped for breath, he recounted how, after completing yesterday's training, his master, observing his ease, had doubled the workload, further exacerbating his already frail physique. Once he had finished speaking, the two no longer paid heed to the man and their perspective. Nothing, not even the vastness of the world, could hinder their training. If they did not complete their tasks on time, they would indeed go hungry. Their master was one to uphold his word. Previously, their master's wife would intercede on their behalf, but in the past month, having noticed her husband's foul mood, she had taken to acquiescing in all matters. As the man observed their peculiar training methods, his interest was piqued. Initially, he found nothing remarkable about the push-ups they mentioned. However, as he watched their relentless repetitions, the calm demeanor on his face evaporated, leaving only astonishment. He believed he had mastered the laws of the universe. Yet he was taken aback to discover that this simple exercise embodied profound truths of the cosmos. The continuous repetition of that singular motion was not merely a cycle of beginning and end, it was the essence of true philosophy. Moreover, the requirement for full body coordination in this action led him to ponder the remarkable genius behind such a concept. At first, upon hearing that Li Chen was the foremost figure of Taoism, he had felt disdain, believing that enlightenment required a lifetime of introspection. How could someone so young, barely in his 20s and untouched by the world, claim to have attained such wisdom? As a result, he had never visited Qingfeng Temple, deeming the so-called first temple under heaven somewhat overrated and unworthy of his attention. Had it not been for a friend's invitation, he would not have come to Qingfeng Temple. And now he realized how mistaken he had been. From a mere push-up, he glimpsed the depth of Master Li's understanding and the essence of his teachings, which surpassed his own comprehension by leaps and bounds. It was no wonder that he could cultivate disciples who excelled above all others. With such a master, how could his pupils not achieve greatness? It seemed that it would not be long before these dedicated practitioners would themselves become renowned figures. The tale of Tai Nyo's triumph over the Turks was well known. Initially, the man had attributed it to fortune, but now he recognized how misguided he had been. A strict master indeed produces outstanding disciples. Judging by Master Li's training methods, it was not surprising that he could nurture such formidable students. Old man, why have you not departed? The rear mountain of Qingfeng Temple is not open to the public. I kindly ask you to leave, said Qin Huaiyu, whose spirits were notably lifted after completing his push-ups, thus altering his demeanor towards the man. If you can defeat me, I shall go to your master today to discuss the Tao. Should you lose, I shall ascend the discussion platform to converse with Master Li. The discussion platform, which he had previously regarded with disdain, now filled him with anticipation as he wondered what the Tao, as articulated by Master Li, might entail. I comprehend your intent. Venerable elder, you seek to disrupt the proceedings. However, if you wish to engage in a philosophical discourse with my master, you must first contend with me. In the eyes of Qin Huaiyu, his master has always been the most formidable of individuals. Upon hearing that someone wishes to debate with his master, he felt a sense of disdain and thus launched a punch. To Qin Huaiyu, this strike was unavoidable for the man, after a month of rigorous training. Though his prowess did not quite match that of Iron Bull, it was nonetheless formidable, placing him among the elite of the Tang dynasty. Yet, to Qin Huayu's astonishment, The strike he deemed certain to land was evaded by the man with an unusual agility. Chapter 118. The inferior disciple's embarrassment. How can this be? Who are you truly? To effortlessly evade my strike undoubtedly marks you as one of the world's most formidable masters. How could such a person remain obscure? My identity matters not. What is significant is that I have resolved this matter today. The man exuded an air of confidence, clearly pleased with Qin Huaiyu's character, a fitting son of Qin Xiong. In light of this, allow me to demonstrate the might of my twin hammers. Qin Huaiyu unsheathed the twin hammers gifted to him by Li Chen. Determined to uphold the honor of the Daoist temple today. Observing the seriousness in Qin Huaiyu's demeanor, the man clasped his hands behind his back, evidently unwilling to engage further. What? Are you afraid? If so, you may as well seek counsel in the main hall. Seeing the man's demeanor, Qin Huaiyu replied with pride. Isn't it typical for the young to be impetuous? No, one is insufficient. You two may attack together. The man maintained an air of composure, dismissing Qin Huaiyu's arrogance. If a disciple of Daoist Li lacked such spirit, he would hold them in disdain. Arrogance. Upon hearing this, Qin Huaiyu was filled with rage. Merging his twin hammers into a long spear, instantly resembling a dragon or tiger, his movements powerful and thunderous. However, all his techniques were effortlessly countered by the man, who had yet to employ his other hand. At that moment, Qin Huaiyu recognized the disparity between himself and the man. Turning to Du Zichu, he declared, Zichu, let us fight for our master today. Upon hearing this, Du Zichu retrieved a firewood stick from somewhere and charged at the man. Witnessing their simultaneous assault, the man finally took them seriously, transforming his fists into palms, employing Tai Chi to counter their strikes. After all, he was a distinguished disciple of Daoist Li. Though he had imparted no specific techniques, the theoretical strength they had grasped under his eloquent guidance was formidable. Qin Huaiyu attacked from 3 angles, while Du Zichu targeted 3 others, avoiding conventional approaches. This unexpected strategy caused the usually composed man to change countenance. He had encountered unorthodox tactics before, but never anything quite like this. Reluctantly compelled not to be outdone by the 2 juniors, the man unsheathed his soft sword from his waist. This sword, named Asking the Way, was crafted during my quest for enlightenment. Since attaining the Tao, it has never seen the light of day until today, when 2 young disciples have compelled me to draw it. As he regarded the soft sword in his hand, a nostalgic expression crossed his face, reminiscing about the thrill of wielding a sword across the land in his youth. Upon hearing this, Qin Huaiyu and Du Zichu's expressions shifted, yet their hands did not falter. Once the sword was drawn, none could rival its wielder. In the man's hands, the soft sword flowed like a spirit serpent, smooth and agile. Nevertheless, Du Zichu and Qin Huaiyu managed to defend themselves. After 100 exchanges, the man withdrew his techniques, regarding the 2 with satisfaction. Indeed, quite impressive. In this world, not only would 2 combatants struggle against me, but even a dozen skilled masters would find it difficult to last more than 10 exchanges. For you 2 to withstand 100 exchanges against me is truly remarkable. You are worthy disciples of Daoist Li. In this moment, the admiration for Li Chen from the young man is profound. At his age, he has yet to reach such heights, but it is believed that given sufficient time, he will undoubtedly surpass his own achievements in the future. Most notably, these young individuals have only been under Li Chen's tutelage for a mere few months. Previously, they were far from being considered second-rate experts, and yet he manages to instruct 4 of them simultaneously, which is truly commendable. As the juniors pay their respects to their senior, they quickly discern the identity of the individual before them. They are astonished to find that such a master has emerged in the present day, leaving them to ponder whether this is a blessing or a curse for the Qifeng Temple. Indeed, the successors of the Yangtze River push forth the waves of the past, and while they appreciate these 2 juniors, they wonder if they might soon meet their master. The man conceals his inquiries and resumes his serene demeanor, resembling an untainted recluse. Esteemed hermit, may I inquire about your purpose in seeking me? At that moment, Li Chen arrives, having originally intended to visit Miss Cui to showcase his skills, only to find her absent. Feeling somewhat heartbroken, Daoist Li seeks a means of venting his emotions and thus retreats to the rear mountain. Daoist Li, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I have heard of your profound insights and have come specifically to engage in discourse with you. The man expresses with utmost courtesy, discarding any previous disdain. Earlier, Li Chefeng had remarked that Li Chen had attained the Daoist state of unity between heaven and man. The man had been skeptical, for throughout history, only the founder of Taoism had reached such a realm. However, upon meeting Li Chen, he is convinced, with such striking looks and an impeccable demeanor. He cannot accept that Li Chen has not achieved this transcendental state. Since we are to discuss the Tao, may I ask what topic you wish to explore today? As a guest, Daoist Li has always been mindful of Qing Feng Temple's image, and he reassumes his role as a sage. Master, since you are to engage in philosophical discourse, we shall take our leave, the juniors suggest. Engaging in such discussions is a protracted process, and having been trained for an entire morning, they are now ravenous. Eager to hasten to the kitchen for a hearty meal. You still have the audacity to leave? 500 push-ups, 500 squats, and 20 repetitions of military exercises. None shall be spared. If you do not complete them today, you shall forego your meals, Daoist Li asserts, unwilling to let them depart so easily. This is his opportunity to vent his frustrations. Before engaging in philosophical discussions, maintaining a cheerful disposition is essential. Thus, he finds a pretext to subject them to military training. Upon hearing this, the two young men change their expressions. It appears their earlier sparring was not unnoticed by their master, and given their performance, he must be quite disappointed. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such words. Yes, master. We shall comply immediately. They must heed their master's commands, especially considering the high expectations he harbors for them, hoping they will surpass their predecessor. To encounter such a master is a privilege, and in order to avoid disappointing him, the two fervently begin their push-ups. They resolve to endure any form of rigorous training, for they cannot afford to betray their master's hopes. A strict teacher indeed fosters exceptional students. Daoist Li has truly cultivated a remarkable pair of disciples. Observing the diligently trained Qin Huayu and Du Zichu, the man felt a tinge of envy. Although he had also instructed a few disciples and imparted some knowledge to them, they paled in comparison to the exceptional prowess of Master Li's students. In this regard, he had already conceded defeat. The layman Miao praised him, lamenting that his inept disciples brought him ridicule, as they could merely engage in menial tasks each day. As Li Chun candidly expressed what he perceived to be a profound truth, he approached the pavilion. To his surprise, he found himself seated beside the man, with Miss Cui graciously preparing tea for them, which brought a renewed sense of joy to Master Li. Master Li, he began, I delve into the Tao with the world as my guide. Thus today, our discourse shall revolve solely around the theme of the world. Chapter 119. You are like the green mountains. I am like the cypress as they savored tea and engaged in philosophical discourse. The man felt that this discussion was indeed worthwhile. He inquired whether the scholar wished to deliberate on the world of mortals or the realm of the Tang dynasty. The notion of the world of mortals seemed to echo the sentiments of Master Li, prompting him to comment on the seemingly open culture of the Tang, where anyone could engage in such debates. He could not help but wonder about the distinction between the world of mortals and that of the Tang dynasty. Typically, one would introduce oneself before embarking on a discussion. However, the two had cut straight to the heart of the matter. The man believed that Master Li was already aware of his identity. Li Chun, as the head of the Qingfeng Temple, naturally recognized the significance of their meeting and was intrigued by the man's true identity. The man's attire suggested he was a reclusive sage, reminiscent of tales that ancient masters would test potential disciples in various ways. Perhaps this individual could become a remarkable mentor, leading Li Chun to approach the discussion with great caution as it pertained to his future endeavors and the potential for misdeeds. The man was pleased with this straightforward opening, indicating that his visit to Qingfeng Temple had not been in vain. The world of mortals, he explained, resides in the hearts of the people. The true ownership of the realm rests with them, while the emperor exists merely to assist the populace. Conversely, the realm of the Tang dynasty is embodied by the emperor. A ruler's wrath can spill blood across vast distances, yet a benevolent sovereign fosters peace and prosperity, ensuring that every household has sufficient provisions. In contrast, a tyrant leads to suffering and desperation among the people. Master Li, well versed in the annals of history, could recite the lessons of 5,000 years effortlessly. His past writings had centered on the ancient world, and he was adept at navigating these discussions. The man, astonished by Li Chen's insights, expressed that historically, all matters had ultimately been dictated by the emperor. Despite the adage that water can both support and capsize a boat, it is the emperor who holds the reins of power. Even the illustrious Qin and Han emperors bore the stains of countless bloodshed. The man sought to understand the trajectory of the Tang dynasty, having already contemplated its future. He wished to hear Li Chen's prognostications. Esteemed scholar, he began, the Tang is fortunate to have a wise emperor at present, which will undoubtedly lead to its rise as a shining star. Yet, the cyclical nature of history dictates that no dynasty can perpetually boast enlightened rulers. Despite Li Chen's fondness for the Tang, he recognized its flaws. The rise often precedes a fall, as evidenced by the Lushan rebellion that marked the dynasty's decline. Of course, these matters held little relevance for Master Li, who would likely only witness the reign of Emperor Gaozong and enjoy the fruits of his time. Indeed, Li Chen's words resonated with the man. affirming the notion that no dynasty endures indefinitely. The emergence of a few inept rulers can awaken the greed inherent in humanity, leading to chaos and disorder in the realm. Master Li, Yuan Tiangang, have traversed the world for many years, discerning the myriad facets of life. Though I share a profound bond with your elder brother, finding a true confidant has proven elusive. Today, upon hearing your words, I am suddenly filled with a sense of worth in this world. After all these years, I have finally encountered someone who comprehends and acknowledges me. This man is none other than Li Chuanfeng's closest friend, the founder of the Tue Bei Tu, the immortal of the Tang dynasty, Yuan Tiangang. As an enlightened being, he has long since transcended all worldly matters, dynasties' rise and fall, life and death, fortune and misfortune. He understands the underlying principles of it all. For many years, Yuan Tiangang believed that no one could truly understand him. Yet today, Li Chen's heartfelt words have led him to discover a kindred spirit. My goodness, I am Yuan Tiangang. Upon hearing this, it was now Li Chen who was taken aback. Two extraordinary figures of the Tang dynasty, Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng. It took Master Li a considerable time to accept that Li Chunfeng was his elder brother, and now, here comes Yuan Tiangang. This is indeed a remarkable ally. Wait a moment, he just claimed to be my confidant. Li Chen feels immensely favored by the heavens, though he may have faced disappointments in love. He finds great satisfaction in this newfound alliance. With Li Chunfeng as an elder brother and Yuan Tiangang as a confidant, the Tang dynasty should indeed flourish. Calm down. Maintain composure. One must not lose face in front of a kindred spirit. At this moment, Master Li forces himself to regain his tranquility. Since Yuan Tiangang regards him as a confidant, he ought to embody the essence of such a relationship. Few in this world truly understand me. My sentiments might be deemed rebellious by others, yet you resonate with them so profoundly, evoking in me a deep sense of gratitude. Isn't it merely a conversation among men? This is where I excel. Although I have never quite understood women, the ways of men are certainly familiar to me. Upon hearing these words, Li Chunfeng is deeply moved. If not for Cui Yingying's presence, he would have eagerly grasped Master Li's hand. You ascend the green mountains. I stand like the pine and cypress. In this life, I vow not to betray the green mountains. My bond with the pine and cypress shall be sealed with my life. Brother Yuan, no, Green Mountain. Our friendship shall be eternal, and today, I take the liberty to declare us sworn brothers. From this day forth, the green mountains and the pines shall remain loyal to one another. In that moment, the two felt an instant rapport, as if they were old friends, nearly embracing one another. Very well, Brother Pine, I share this sentiment. Allow me to summon a witness. Today we shall swear an oath of brotherhood. Embarking upon the path together, this journey shall not be solitary. Yuan Tiangang's path has been one of solitude. For many years, no one has truly understood his way. Not even his closest friend, Li Chunfeng. Yet today, he is no longer alone, for he has met Brother Pine, who shall accompany him on this journey. Huayu, Zichu. Descend the mountain to summon your master, let him bear witness to our bond. From this day forth, Brother Green Mountain shall be my elder brother, my true brother. In a bid to forge this alliance firmly, Master Li resolves to act swiftly and decisively. The ancients placed great importance on brotherhood, once sworn in allegiance. They became true brothers, as close as blood relatives. From that moment on, there was the esteemed Master Li Chunfeng, alongside his sworn brother, the celestial figure Yuan Tiangang of the Tang dynasty. As long as one did not provoke Li Shimin, the Tang would navigate smoothly. Contemplating these bonds uplifted Li Chen's spirits considerably, prompting him to resolve to treat Qin Huayu and Du Zichu to a lavish meal that evening. For they had tirelessly endured his own frustrations during this period. Brother Songbai, truly my confidant, comprehends my sentiments profoundly. Our brotherhood must be witnessed by Li Chunfeng. A confidant is indeed a confidant, and today, I shall undoubtedly indulge in a hearty drink with you. Chapter 120. The witness of destiny. The bond between Songbai and myself is sacred, and the identity of their witness must not be taken lightly. Should Li Shimin serve as the witness, although there would be no issue with Songbai, Qingshan is reluctant to allow any potential conflict of interest to tarnish their relationship. However, Li Chunfeng is the perfect choice. In terms of status, he is not only Songbai's senior but also Qingshan's esteemed friend, making him the most suitable witness for this occasion. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, even Yuan Tiangang was struck by a sense of wonder. Listening to Li Chunfeng, he felt assured that his visit to Qingfeng Temple was indeed fortuitous. Had he clung to his pride throughout his life, he might never have encountered Li Chen. It appears this path is not one of solitude. Obeying their master's command, Qin Huayu and Du Zichu immediately rose and made their way toward Chang'an City. Wait. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly called out to them, fearing his master was about to assign them additional training. In the past, when descending the mountain, Chen would invariably set them a burdened trail run. Under normal circumstances, they would not fear a hearty meal, yet today their strength had been utterly depleted. Should they be tasked with another grueling run, it would likely strip them of their very skin. Contemplating this, their expressions grew grim, and they could only hope their master would not weigh them down excessively. You two have exerted yourselves today. Go to the kitchen, have a meal, and rest. Then, mount the horses sent by Li Jusher to invite Zhenguan. With this generous offer, Daoist Li was filled with delight, waving his hand to liberate his two disciples. Master, what did you just say? This cannot be real. It must be a dream. I must be too fatigued. Only push-ups can revive me. Qin Huaiyu and Du Zichu could scarcely believe these words had emanated from their master. The former merely inquired, while the latter dropped to the ground to continue his push-ups, convinced that only through this exercise could he regain his clarity. My words are never repeated. Hurry and take him down. Daoist Li expressed his deep concern for his foolish disciple, lamenting how training had seemingly dulled his senses. Yes, I understand, master. Upon hearing these words, Qin Huaiyu was exhilarated, promptly dragging Du Zichu toward the kitchen, a moment he had long anticipated. Songbai truly excels in teaching. I have a rather unremarkable disciple. I once taught him the 36 paths of the Tiangang axe, yet he squandered his time and only mastered 3 moves. In this respect, I feel quite inferior. Observing Li Chen's disciples and reflecting upon his own, Yuan Tiangang felt a sense of embarrassment. Both of them were masters, both had disciples, yet the disparity was stark. Do not take it to heart, Qishan. Every disciple has their own fortune. We merely guide them, while their future rests upon their own efforts. Hearing these words, Li Chen found them somewhat peculiar. He wondered if the disciple his confidant spoke of was indeed Cheng Yaojin. Nonetheless, one cannot force what is not meant to be. Reassured by Songbai's words, Yuan Tiangang felt a sense of relief, recognizing that his disciple would likely never cross paths with such a destiny. In Chang'an City, upon hearing his nephew's words, Li Chunfeng leapt to his feet. Are you certain that my master has instructed me to serve as a witness? Yuan Tiangang possesses a profound understanding of Li Chunfeng. Although he may appear amiable, he harbors an immense pride, and there are few in this world who can garner his esteem. Despite their close friendship, Yuan Tiangang has never yielded to anyone, let alone entertain notions of brotherly camaraderie. However, the prospect of swearing brotherhood with my junior after merely one meeting today is indeed astonishing. Master, this is precisely what he said. When we descended the mountain, my master and the elder were already engaged in revelry, to the extent that even my master's wife could not interject, Qin Huaiyu recounted earnestly, expressing his admiration for his exceptionally gifted master, whose talents even celestial beings would admire. At this thought, Qin Huaiyu lifted his head in pride, for his master was truly formidable. Oh, my junior, what untold capabilities do you possess that I have yet to witness? With these words, Li Chunfeng accompanied the two to Qingfeng Temple, an occasion that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime, a source of immense pride. Meanwhile, as the bonds of brotherhood were being prepared in the mountains, in Liangzhou City, the good brothers faced imminent separation. Brother, this wolf-toothed club was seized from Tuli, and my dear brother vowed to present it to you. With the Turkic plains now pacified, Khan Geely returned to the steppes, immediately preparing cattle, sheep, and horses to surrender to the Tang army. Before the son of the wolf god, he harbored no thoughts of resistance. As for the other smaller tribes, they were all subdued by the Iron Bull in this battle. It can be said that across the Turkic plains, the Iron Bull now commanded absolute authority, for he had traversed the forbidden lands and was indeed the son of the wolf god. My dear brother, in this parting, we know not when we shall meet again. Since time immemorial, fine steeds have been paired with heroes. This spirited horse is one I captured in the plains, untamed by anyone. Since you are the son of the wolf god, I trust you will surely be able to tame it. As the Tang army departed, the one who felt the deepest reluctance was Chuluo Khan, who had just met his dear brother only to part ways once more. From then on, their paths diverged, one in the Turkic lands, the other in Chang'an. A profound yearning enveloped them. Brother, you truly understand me. Upon seeing the fine steed, Iron Bull could hardly divert his gaze. What he needed most was a noble warhorse. He promptly mounted it. Initially, the spirited horse resisted fiercely, and several times Iron Bull nearly fell. However, after much exertion, the horse was finally subdued, and Iron Bull grew quite fond of it, naming it Chasing Wind. Brother, I must take my leave now. Take care of yourself. We must drink together again when the opportunity arises. At the moment of parting, both brothers felt an undeniable reluctance. For indeed, this world is still filled with heartfelt bonds. Ultimately, the good brothers bid each other farewell, with Iron Bull astride Chasing Wind, wielding an iron staff. A saber at his side, and clad in resplendent armor, he traversed the Turkic plains. All who beheld Iron Bull knelt in reverence, sending off the son of the wolf god, hoping for his blessings upon the steps. Son of the wolf god, we await your return to our plains. The son of the wolf god. To Tainyo, every tribe on the grassland wholeheartedly submits. This is a tradition passed down through generations on the plains. Moreover, the son of the wolf god indeed possesses the strength to unify the grassland. How formidable the younger generation is. It is astonishing that Tainyo's current reputation surpasses even ours. Witnessing Tainyo's impressive demeanor, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. At that moment, Jiang Yan, having bid farewell to her father, arrived at the Tang army's grand camp. Upon seeing her, Qin Xiong felt a sense of relief, as she was indeed the wife of his son's mentor, and he was determined to bring her back. Then, Qin Xiong called out from the center of the army. Let us return to our homeland. Chapter 121. A bountiful harvest in love and career. I, Yuan Tiangang. I, Li Chen. Today, upon our first meeting, we feel as though we are old friends, bound by the ties of brotherhood. Yuan Tiangang, holding a stick of incense meant for brotherhood, placed it in the incense burner and proclaimed, from this day forth, I shall be the Green Mountains. Li Chen, imitating Yuan Tiangang, declared, I shall be the pine and cypress. Henceforth, as Green Mountains and Pine Cypress, let us not betray each other. In the presence of Li Chunfeng, this pair of brothers officially pledged their bond. Older brother, younger brother. As they gazed at one another, their hearts swelled with camaraderie, evoking a tinge of jealousy in Li Chunfeng, who held both in high regard. He had never experienced such warmth from them. Older brother, today we must celebrate with a hearty drink, Li Daozhong said, his heart brimming with joy. From this point onward, as long as the Tang dynasty did not offend Li Shimin, he could navigate life with confidence. This exhilaration was indescribable for Li Chun, who had always felt adrift. My second brother is unparalleled in the realm. Today, I must indulge in a great revelry. In this fleeting world, where no one understands him, at Qingfeng Temple, Yuan Tiangang felt he had found his haven. Older brother, younger brother. As their hands clasped, their eyes shone with reverence for one another. Enough of this, you two. If you continue, even Miss Chui could not bear to witness it. Li Chunfeng could no longer contain himself. He yearned for such affection, yet found it interrupted. Upon hearing this, Li Daozhong restrained himself and turned his gaze towards Chui Yingying. Miss Chui, why have you ignored me this month? With his older brother present, Li Daozhong felt emboldened, ready to proclaim his love. When you are joyful, I am joyful. When you are troubled, I am troubled. Chui Yingying looked at the man before her with tenderness, having devoted her life to him. His happiness was her own, and his sorrow pierced her heart. Upon hearing these words, Li Daozhong's spirit soared. It seemed his earlier concerns were unfounded. Chui Yingying's unhappiness stemmed from his own discontent. Even in his naivety, he now understood that failing to express himself at this moment would seal his fate as a bachelor. In this vast world, I hold three loves, the sun and moon with you. By day, you are the sun. By night, the moon. You are my constant companion. Miss Chui. Amidst the endless tides and dust of the world, I am without parents, a solitary soul. The concept of love is foreign to me, yet upon meeting you, my heart rejoices. Henceforth, through the vicissitudes of life, even as mountains crumble and the earth shifts, I shall not forsake you. Though he had never professed his feelings before, Li Daozhong had rehearsed these sentiments countless times in his heart. If you remain true, I shall never depart, accompanying you until the end of our days. Excitement and emotion surged within him. At that moment, Chui Yingying felt as if she had waited an eternity, for she had long since resolved that this lifetime belonged to Li Chun. Yet, despite residing at Qingfeng Temple for so long, Li Chun had yet to utter a word to her. Everything remained unchanged. Although Chui Yingying did not voice her feelings, she harbored a sense of melancholy within. Perhaps because this was the very manner in which Li Chun preferred to interact. After all, he was an enlightened being and could not be approached with worldly perspectives. Chui Yingying had even resigned herself to spending her life at Qingfeng Temple, content merely to be in the company of the one she cherished. Unexpectedly, Li Chun experienced a moment of clarity and expressed the sentiments that had long been concealed in his heart. Indeed, regardless of how the world perceived them, when two beating hearts unite, nothing could stand in their way. Upon hearing Chui Yingying's words, Daoist Li embraced her, and in that moment, the weight upon his heart was finally lifted. A match made in heaven. After years of sacrificing everything for the Tao, he found the past too painful to revisit. Observing the two, Yuan Tiangang couldn't help but reflect on his own youth, recalling a beloved from his past whom he had forsaken for the sake of the Tao and the world. Now, that beloved was a mere memory, leaving only the bittersweet pangs of solitude in the quiet of the night. It was indeed a moment of urgency for the onlookers. One would have thought that Li Daoist, given his stature, would never utter such words, while his lady would remain nameless and unacknowledged beside him. Now, he could finally breathe easy. Yuo, witnessing her mistress find her lifelong companion, was overwhelmed with emotion. Your mistress has found her fate. What about you? Qin Huayu, for reasons unknown, blurted this out, immediately regretting it as his face turned crimson. Lecher, what did you just say? Yuo shot Qin Huayu a glare before hastily retreating. Yuo, when did you develop feelings for her? Du Zichu, reveling in the chaos, wondered why he had not noticed Yuo's affections before. It seemed mutual. Yet he had been oblivious. That's a secret, Qin Huayu replied, his face flushed. He hesitated to disclose that it was during a descent to procure supplies when he inadvertently witnessed you bathing. Junior brother, enough already. There are too many people here. You two should tone it down. The most heart-wrenching of all was Li Chafeng, who had just seen his junior brother display an affinity with his dear friend. And now he was subjected to the tender exchange between Cui Yingying and Li Chen. He felt utterly overwhelmed. This is all your fault. With everyone's gaze fixed upon her, Cui Yingying buried her head in Li Chen's embrace, reluctant to leave the warmth of his hold, even in her bashfulness. Ha ha ha, let us drink heartily. Today calls for a celebration. With the beauty in his arms, Li Daoist felt he had reached the pinnacle of life, reveling in his joy. In stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere of Qingfeng Temple, the city of Chang'an erupted into a frenzy. Perhaps it was more accurate to say it was a jubilant excitement. For today marked the triumphant return of the army. The valiant deeds of Tai Nyo had already spread throughout Chang'an, and early in the morning, citizens from Chang'an and its surrounding areas gathered in droves to witness the hero of the Tang dynasty, Chung Tai Nyo. As the saying goes, the sound of drums and gongs filled the air, cannon fire echoed, and the red flags waved amidst the sea of people. The entire Central Plains has never witnessed such a bustling scene. Even during the founding of the Tang dynasty, such a spectacle was unprecedented. Last night at noon, Li Shimin departed the palace to welcome the Grand Army beyond 100 miles from the city of Chang'an. Streets within and outside Chang'an were thronged with an overwhelming multitude of citizens, all jostling together. This occasion marks a significant victory for the Central Plains over the barbarian tribes, erasing centuries of humiliation. The chaos wrought by the 5 barbarians saw countless lives lost to their savage incursions, and even now, those resentments remain etched in the hearts of the people. Following the establishment of the Tang dynasty, although the nation flourished and the populace managed to live in relative peace, the Turks and other barbarian factions continued their rampant defiance. At this moment, their hero has emerged. Chapter 122. The moment of ascendance. The emergence of Iron Bull has liberated the long-held animosity of the Han people, exacting due retribution from the barbarian tribes. This feat surpassed even the achievements of the illustrious Han hero, Wude. As the news of victory echoed throughout Chang'an and the vast Tang Empire, the populace erupted in jubilation. The nascent Tang dynasty had yet to earn the trust of its citizens, many of whom still reminisced about the Sui dynasty. However, the triumph on the Iron Bull Prairie silenced the voices of skepticism, affirming that the Tang could indeed provide a prosperous life for its people. Following the decisive defeat of the Turks, Emperor Li Shimin promptly issued a decree. The illustrious Tang shall neither seek marriage alliances, nor tribute, nor territorial concessions. There shall be no reparations. The Son of Heaven shall guard the borders, and the monarch shall die for the realm. The Emperor of Tang may perish, and the generals may fall, but as long as the citizens abide by the law and commit no treachery against the Tang, they shall be protected. Upon the issuance of this decree, the hearts of the people swelled with fervor. Throughout history, rulers have sacrificed countless subjects and even princesses for the sake of their thrones. In times of peril, emperors have fled with alarming swiftness, indifferent to the fate of the common folk. The emperor's words stirred deep emotions among the populace. While they had yet to witness these promises come to fruition, at the very least, Li Shimin articulated such sentiments. It was evident that he cared for the welfare of the Tang people, and under his leadership, the citizens enjoyed their rights. General Cheng, General Cheng, General Cheng. At noon, the Northern Expeditionary Forces finally approached within 100 miles of Chang'an, and the people erupted in cheers even before their arrival, their enthusiasm eclipsing that of Li Shimin. This stirred a sense of discomfort within the emperor. He had come to greet them, yet the true acclaim belonged to Iron Bull. Even Qin Shi Ing and Ch Ing Yoj In changed their expressions, acutely aware of what the people's fervor signified, and began to worry for Iron Bull's future. Meanwhile, Chang Sunchong pondered the implications for the Qingfeng Temple, where his master already held considerable esteem among the populace, now seemingly overshadowed by Iron Bull's rising fame. Though Qifeng Temple appeared unparalleled, it was precisely at the pinnacle of success that peril often descends. Long live the Tang! Long live our emperor! With Iron Bull no longer the impulsive brute of yesteryears, the emperor, already wary of Qifeng Temple, could hardly be pleased upon witnessing Iron Bull's popularity surpassing his own. Thus, when Iron Bull beheld Li Shimin, he dismounted and rushed forward, kneeling before the emperor, exclaiming, "Long live the Tang! Long live our emperor! The Tang is mighty, and the emperor is formidable, a timeless emperor, unmatched in the world." At this declaration, the people quickly echoed his sentiments, recognizing that without the Tang and the emperor, General Cheng could never have emerged to vanquish the Turks. Indeed, Iron Bull, please rise. You have endured great toil on your journey. Here are garments I have prepared for you. Change swiftly, and let us feast together. Upon hearing the people's words, Li Shimin's earlier displeasure evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of joy. Iron Bull has proven to be exceptionally considerate, truly deserving of his title as a commendable brother-in-law, always aligning himself with my interests. Even Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions reflecting satisfaction as they regarded Iron Bull. Today, Iron Bull has fully matured, excelling both in literary and martial pursuits. Just a year prior, Cheng Yaojin harbored significant concerns about Iron Bull's future, as his daily endeavors revolved around dog fighting and indulging in lavish feasts. However, after his mentorship under Master Li, Iron Bull underwent a remarkable transformation, emerging as a leader even more distinguished than himself. Henceforth, the Cheng family would be renowned throughout the Tang dynasty as a pair of unparalleled generals. Yet, when they beheld the garments prepared for Iron Bull by Emperor Li Shimin, the countenances of all present shifted dramatically. "Your Majesty, this is utterly unthinkable. I have merely fulfilled the duties of a loyal subject of the Tang. I cannot accept such an extravagant reward." In the emperor's hands lay a purple robe, a color reserved solely for officials of the third rank or higher in the Tang dynasty. Given Iron Bull's achievements, donning purple attire posed no issue. What astonished everyone was that this was a purple gauze robe, a true emblem of nobility, while even Cheng Yaojin and his companions were merely dukes. How could Iron Bull, in all modesty, dare to wear such a garment? "I command you to wear it," the emperor insisted. "Iron Bull, you have decisively vanquished the Turks, traversed the steppes, and even earned the title of son of the wolf god on the plains. Your renown there now surpasses that of several Khans. With the Turks recently subdued, many tasks lie ahead. I intend to establish a Tang protectorate in Turkic lands, necessitating a new leader, from the highest to the lowest in the Tang. You are the most suitable candidate to command the Turks and facilitate their integration into our dynasty." Emperor Li Shimin recalled Master Li's words. Mindful that for the grand unity envisioned by the master to materialize, the Turks must have a leader aligned with the Tang. In all the realm, only Iron Bull fit this role perfectly. Although this would mean relinquishing control over Qifeng Temple, the emperor felt compelled to act. In the grand scheme of history, such a modest sacrifice seemed insignificant. Moreover, Li Shimin was confident that as long as he remained, disorder would not arise. "Your Majesty, I cannot accept this. The Tang has never had a foreign king. Setting such a precedent could lead to discontent among our valiant veterans." Iron Bull hesitated to don the gauze robe, as even his father was merely a duke. How could he ascend to the title of Northern King? "My decision is final. There is no need for further discussion." Quickly put on the robe, the emperor insisted, unwavering in his resolve. However, Iron Bull wished to voice his concerns, but was interrupted by the emperor. "There is no room for debate. This matter is settled. Do you intend to defy my command?" Understanding the implications of refusal, Iron Bull knew he could not resist without causing public affront to Emperor Li Shimin. "I shall obey your command, Your Majesty." In a moment of helplessness, Iron Bull had no choice but to don the rough attire. Initially, he presumed that Li Shimin would merely appoint him as a general to guard the borders against the Turks. To his astonishment, he was bestowed with the title of king, a position that placed him just beneath the emperor, yet above all others. Historically, the kings of the Turks and those of the Central Plains were regarded as equals. However, by elevating him to the status of Northern King, His Majesty was granting him unparalleled authority. Simultaneously, Li Shimin was conveying a message to Li Chun. Concerning the Qifeng Temple and Li Chun himself, there would never be any interference. Daoist Li could rest assured that whether within the Qifeng Temple or the court, he would receive the utmost respect from Li Shimin. Chapter 123. The importance of appearances. Heaven has truly opened its eyes. Smoke is rising from our ancestral grave. Who would have thought that the Cheng family could produce a prince? This young man truly brings me pride. Oh, Dalao, have you not always doubted my abilities? If you possess any skill, perhaps you could raise a son as formidable as this one. When Tainyo received his title, none were more delighted than Sheng Yaojin, who could not help but boast. After a long rivalry, they had never truly bested each other, but now, with a son of such prowess, he felt justified in his arrogance. What have you accomplished? Your son's brilliance is not a result of your own guidance. Without masterly, Tainyo might be languishing in some tavern, indulging in debauchery. Wei Qigong's countenance was filled with discontent. If only his own son could match even half of Tainyo's excellence, he would not be burdened with such worries. If you are capable, why not have your son study under Master Li as well? However, it seems Master Li is no longer accepting disciples. Cheng Yaojin unleashed his full strength, restoring his vitality while Wei Qigong found himself severely weakened, nearly spitting blood in frustration. You arrogant fool, do not push me too far. I shall send my Balan to seek Master Li's tutelage as well. Wei Qigong had never endured such humiliation. Although he had never triumphed in their verbal skirmishes, he had never been truly defeated. Yet, with Cheng Yaojin's newfound support from Master Li, his son had emerged as a true dragon among men, ascending to princely status. Uncle Wei Qi, when you take Brother Baolin to Qingfeng Temple, you must include me. I am determined to study under Master Li. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxian remarked. The trials in Liangzhou had added a certain gravitas to his demeanor. In the Liangzhou campaign, he had donned the same attire as his comrades, fully casting aside his own life and death. Now, his body bore countless scars, each a testament to his honor. Through their time together, Qin Xiong and the other generals had come to fully recognize this prince. Having such a leader was indeed a blessing for the Tang dynasty. Yet, a lingering regret dwelled in Li Chengxian's heart. He had not yet become a disciple of Li Chun. Initially, he believed himself unworthy, thinking that Master Li would not accept him as a student. However, after his recent experiences, he resolved to approach Qingfeng Temple once more, confident that if he presented his sincerity, Master Li would surely take him on as a disciple. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall take you along. However, Master Li has a peculiar temperament, and if we were to approach him so abruptly, it might come across as impolite. In front of Li Chun, the typically unceremonious Duke Wei Qigong surprisingly began to discuss matters of etiquette. Just as hope seemed to wane, his gaze fell upon Jiang Yin, and his expression transformed. Ah, Miss Jiang, might I inquire when you shall be visiting Qifeng Temple? Reflecting on the manner in which Qin Huaiyu and Du Zichu had entered the temple, Wei Qigong suddenly had an idea. They were able to rely on Master Li's woman to seek a mentor. Why should they not do the same? Indeed, Miss Jiang, no. The future Madam Master, when will you visit Qifeng Temple? You must take me along. Wei Qigong's intentions became immediately clear to Li Chengxian. The title of Crown Prince was of little concern. What mattered was his desire to have another mentor. Upon hearing the term future Madam Master, Zhang Yan's face broke into a long-lost smile, wondering how he was faring at Qingfeng Temple now. Upon reaching the outskirts of Chang'an, I shall proceed directly to Qingfeng Temple, for I shall not attend the grand banquet of the Tang dynasty. All I yearn for is to see him swiftly. This period has undoubtedly been tormenting for Jiang Yan. Fortunately, it is Iron Bull and Chang Sun Chong leading the troops. Had it been anyone else, this war could have dragged on indefinitely. As a princess of the Turks, she would certainly be regarded as the foremost enemy of the Tang dynasty, and such treatment would be unthinkable. Today, I shall return. It is a pity, as I had hoped that Miss Jiang could take my son to Qingfeng Temple tomorrow. I hope you can speak favorably on his behalf before Master Li, so that the lad may become his disciple. Indeed, I have not seen my father for many days. Today, with the grand banquet for the ministers, as Crown Prince, my absence cannot be tolerated. I implore the future Madam Master to speak well of me to Master Li. For tomorrow morning, I shall certainly visit to seek his mentorship. Li Chengxian displayed great humility. Currently, nothing matters more than becoming Master Li's disciple. The throne can wait, but a master cannot be forsaken. Your Highness, should you seek mentorship, I will certainly encourage him to consider it. I suspect he must be upset with my sudden departure. Speaking of this, Jiang Yin lowered her head. Master Li's stinginess is infamous throughout the Tang dynasty, and how could he not be displeased with her abrupt exit? Thus, I express my gratitude to the future Madam Master. Everyone in the Tang knows how much Master Li values his woman. If Jiang Yin can utter a few kind words, this endeavor would be half accomplished, which surely brings joy to Li Chengxian. Even Wei Qigong hastily urged his son, Wei Qibao, to become acquainted with the future Madam Master, so as to make a familiar impression. Out of an army of 100,000, fewer than 60,000 remain, though victory was ultimately achieved. The 40,000 souls now rest in the land of the Turks, forever guarding the frontier. In times past, after such a grand victory, Li Shimin would have been eager to celebrate joyously. Yet now, having absorbed the advanced thoughts of Li Chun, Li Shimin's first act is to honor the fallen. During the Qin and Han dynasties, The moon shone upon the passes, yet countless souls have yet to return from their long march. Should the Dragon City's valiant general rise, he would not allow the barbarian horses to cross the Yin Mountains. The steed, newly saddled with a white jade saddle, feels the chill of the moonlight after the battle. The clang of iron drums still resonates from the city walls, and the blood on the golden blades has yet to dry. These verses profoundly resonated with Li Shimin. Now, facing the returning soldiers, he recited them aloud. Brave soldiers, dear citizens, today we stand here to celebrate solely because those fallen warriors sacrificed their lives to secure our opportunity to live. Today, they have transcended into the afterlife, their spirits now guarding the borders. Henceforth, these valiant soldiers shall serve as the guardians of our great Tang dynasty. With their presence, our Tang shall surely prosper. Thus I, Li Shimin, declare to heaven and earth that the loyal and brave souls of the Tang, even if they have departed to the netherworld, remain forever our kin. Should they suffer any injustice in the realms below, I shall venture to the ends of the earth to champion their cause. At this juncture, Li Shimin felt a surge of emotion, fully aware that their victories were born from the sacrifices of blood. I express my profound gratitude to them for their willingness to give everything for the Tang. From this moment onward, their names shall be eternally inscribed upon the newly erected walls of Liangzhou. Chapter 124. The Weeping of 10,000 Names. Upon concluding his words, Emperor Li Shimin commanded 1,000 guards to present an immense structure, as large as a city wall, before the assembly. As the crimson cloth was removed, a multitude of names emerged, those of the valiant soldiers who perished in the defense of Liangzhou. At the heart of the monument was inscribed a poignant poem: the bright moon of the Qin era, the passes of the Han, the long march of 10,000 miles. Yet no one returns. If only the flying general of Longqing were here, he would not permit the Hu cavalry to cross Incher Mountain. The steed, newly saddled with a white jade saddle, after the battle, the moonlight on the battlefield is cold. The sound of iron drums still echoes from the city walls. The golden blades in their scabbards, stained with blood, remain unwashed. The final signature of this poem bore the elegant script of the immortal Li Chun from the Tang dynasty. As the names of over 40,000 brave souls materialized before their eyes, and the verses resonated in the air, tears welled up in every spectator's eyes. Drunkenly lying on the battlefield, do not mock, since ancient times, how many have returned from war? In that moment, a collective chant of the poem arose, with the soldiers weeping profusely. These warriors, having fought for years, had long felt invisible, regarded merely as expendable pawns in the grand chessboard of war. The loss of thousands of soldiers had gone unnoticed, often compensated only by meager allowances that fell prey to corrupt officials. Li Shimin's heartfelt gesture moved every soldier. At long last, they had encountered an emperor who regarded them as human beings. Even in death, their sacrifice would be honored with the highest respect. Unlike the past when they were left to rot on desolate fields. Your Majesty, we vow our lives in loyalty to the Tang. Though we have no garments, we are brothers in arms. Look, my brothers, a Tang worthy of our lives. Long live our emperor, long live the Tang. Unless I am unable to fight or slay the enemy, I shall pledge my allegiance to the Tang. Every drop of my blood shall be shed for the Tang. Bring forth wine. Let us toast to our fallen brothers, for the glory of the Tang. In that moment, both soldiers and citizens were deeply moved. Their sovereign had not forgotten them. Such a Tang was a source of solace. No alliances, no tributes, no territorial concessions, no reparations. The Son of Heaven guards the nation's gates. A king dies for his realm. Such a Tang instilled confidence and inspired devotion. Bring forth wine for these brave souls, and set out over 40,000 bowls. Today, whether alive or departed, we shall drink deeply to honor the Tang. Li Shimin's understanding was profound. He had begun to grasp the essence of the 22-character mantra spoken by Li Chun. Silence enveloped the assembly. Even the previously clamorous citizens fell into a contemplative hush, fully aware that this wine was meant for the souls of the departed. My brothers, my warriors, forgive me this day, for state affairs prevent me from fighting alongside you. Let us share this cup in camaraderie. As each person received their wine, Li Shimin raised his cup. This wine was the revered Nioer he had procured from Li Chun, destined for this very moment. With a total of over 10,000 jars of Nioer. When Li Kaiju made his purchase, Daoist Li was utterly elated. The only concern now is that the Nioer is nearly exhausted, given the current sales pace. Even distillation would be too late, prompting Daoist Li to consider hiring a few more hands. Thank you, Your Majesty. The soldiers' faces were alight with excitement. Since time immemorial, there has been no sovereign who has bestowed wine upon them in such a manner, and their emperor had done just that, igniting their fervor. After a toast, the spirits of the departed found their way home, and the living vowed to sacrifice everything for the glory of the Tang dynasty. This grand assembly continued until dusk, and in order to reassure the soldiers, Li Shimin exerted himself to the utmost. The monument commemorating the fallen would be escorted by the army to Lianzhou, where it would be placed upon the nearly completed city wall. Along the route, wherever the monument passed, the common folk would bid farewell, for these individuals had given their most precious possessions for the Tang. Even officials from various regions would erect altars wherever the monument traveled, honoring the souls of the deceased. It can be said that, apart from the clandestine matters, the Tang dynasty was united in spirit, standing as one. Following the conclusion of the assembly, the soldiers preparing for the northern expedition were temporarily stationed outside Chang'an until the celebratory feast was over, at which point they would be assigned to various camps to safeguard the borders of the Tang. The primary commanders accompanied Li Shimin back to the palace to partake in the festivities. Of course, Li Shimin spared no expense for the soldiers, providing them with sumptuous food and exquisite wine, and even bestowing rewards upon their families. The treasury of the Tang is no longer as impoverished as it once was. Under Daoist Li's guidance, Li Shimin has learned how to generate wealth. In short, the current Tang dynasty is not lacking in funds. For the sake of the 22-character mantra, Li Shimin spends without a hint of regret. Especially satisfying to him was his son's performance during this campaign. When he first laid eyes on his son, he nearly failed to recognize him, wondering from where such a big black rat had emerged. Particularly, Li Chengqian's words brought immense joy to Li Shimin. "Father, I feel as though my previous existence was in vain. Though the Tang appears tranquil on the surface, beneath it lies an abyss of corruption unseen. This journey to Liangzhou has imparted much knowledge upon me. What I witnessed at the borders was beyond my wildest imagination. Therefore, Father, do not confine me to the palace. I wish to behold this enchanting realm, to witness the sufferings of humanity. Most importantly, I must seek Daoist Li as my mentor. Tomorrow, I shall return to Qingfeng Temple, for I believe that with sincere intent, Daoist Li will surely accept me as his disciple." Upon hearing his son's heartfelt declaration, Li Shimin felt a profound sense of reassurance. Even if his son did not formally become Daoist Li's disciple, he was no longer overly concerned, for his son had already matured. With such a son, he could confidently entrust the realm's future. As long as he remains attentive to the welfare of the people, the Tang shall thrive. Delicate dice resting upon red beans. Does the bone-deep yearning know no bounds? During this period, it was undoubtedly a torment for Li Xiaoping. Ever since Tiniu set forth on his expedition, she found herself consumed by thoughts of him, fraught with anxiety over his safety. Upon learning that Tiniu had triumphed over the Turks and had been hailed as the son of the wolf god, her heart swelled with pride. Yet it was tinged with sorrow. Although she had never experienced the ravages of war, she understood its inherent peril. She pondered the multitude of dangers her beloved must have faced to earn such a title. Thus, when she finally beheld Tiniu, she could no longer contain her yearning and embraced him fervently. Witnessing this tender moment, Li Shimin felt an even greater sense of joy, pleased with his strategic maneuver. As long as his sister wed Tiniu, he would ensure that Tiniu remained under his influence. Chapter 125. The Extraordinary Master. On a dark and windy night in the bustling city of Chang'an, the atmosphere was vibrant today, as nearly everyone's attention was captivated by the grand celebratory banquet at the imperial palace. Even the common folk of Chang'an joined in the jubilant festivities. Although the lanterns flickered brilliantly throughout the city, the Qifeng Temple appeared notably desolate. Amidst the night, Jiang Yin arrived at the long-absent Qifeng Temple, where everything felt familiarly poignant. "Miss Jiang, you have finally returned. I was dreadfully worried during your absence," exclaimed Li Chen, initially overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing Jiang Yin. However, he swiftly became aware of the incongruity, for he had since established a relationship with Ying. The memory of Jiang Yin's kiss upon her departure lingered in his mind. A gesture that, within the constraints of their feudal society, signified her deep trust and commitment to him. Jiang Yan's unexpected return left Li Chen at a loss, for it was impossible to deny the stirring of his heart towards her. Yet, he was now devoted to Cui Ying, whom he cherished dearly. The sudden presence of two significant individuals in his life left him feeling bewildered, akin to the youthful Li Chengqian, who, unaware of the privileges of being a prince and the allure of a harem, yearned instead to experience the trials of life, mislabeling it as a form of growth. "Daoist Li, it has been a long time," Jiang Yin remarked, momentarily at a loss for words upon encountering a familiar face. During her time in the Turkic lands, she had amassed countless sentiments to share with Li Chen, yet now that he stood before her, she could articulate nothing beyond a simple greeting. Cui Ying, fully aware of the significance of Jiang Yan's return, chose to remain discreetly in the background, allowing Li Chen and Jiang Yin their private moment. To Li Chen, This felt like a test from Cui Yingying, as he gazed into Jiang Yin's affectionate eyes, unsure of what to say. Miss Jiang, he began. But before he could finish, a sharp arrow pierced through the room, aimed directly at his head. Jiang Yin, being a martial artist, sensed the impending danger as the arrow entered. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged towards Li Chun, taking the arrow in her shoulder. Miss Jiang! Miss Jiang! Li Chun cried out, panic-stricken, as he held her in his arms. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Qifeng temple? He demanded, his voice trembling with urgency. Today marks your demise, Li Chun, a voice from the shadows declared, and the hidden assassins revealed themselves, surging forth with lethal intent. Do not harm my virtuous brother? Yuan Tiangang, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene, followed closely by Qin Huayu, Du Zichu, and Cui Yingying, without uttering a single word. The dark-clad assailants initiated their assault. Yuan Tiangang and Qin Huayu immediately engaged in combat, the clash of wills leaving the outcome uncertain. Miss Jiang, why must you endure this? Gazing upon the beauty in his arms, Li Chun found himself at a loss for words. Li Chun, this is quite sufficient. The man I admire should be like you. To die in your embrace would render my life meaningful, Jiang Yin expressed with clarity, fully aware that under the current medical conditions, her grievous wounds were insurmountable. I shall not allow you to perish. As long as I breathe, I cannot permit any harm to befall you. With that declaration, Li Chun intended to remove Jiang Yan's outer garments to tend to her injuries, but she halted him. Li Chun, my body is only for your eyes. Should anyone else behold it, I would rather embrace death. Seeing the resolute glimmer in Jiang Yan's eyes stirred a sense of agitation within Li Chun. Her shoulder had been grievously pierced, and without prompt treatment, she would succumb to excessive blood loss. To ensure Jiang Yan received the care she required, it was imperative to eliminate the treacherous assailants. Ying, please tend to her for a moment. I shall take care of these scoundrels, Li Chun proclaimed, grasping an iron rod, determined to assert his manhood today. Second brother, you need not concern yourself with these ruffians. Leave them to me while you focus on caring for your sister-in-law, Yuan Tiangang interjected. His purpose in visiting Qifeng Temple was to safeguard Li Chun. Yet witnessing a woman shielding his younger brother from harm incited his fury. The group of assassins numbered over 40, each a formidable expert, with several at their peak prowess. However, to Yuan Tiangang, this posed little threat. He had surpassed the pinnacle of excellence a decade prior, becoming an extraordinary master. Even a coalition of exceptional talents could not rival him, especially with Qin Huayu and Du Zichu at his side assisting him. His younger brother was destined to become an unparalleled master. He had never shed blood, and it was inconceivable for him to compromise his principles due to today's events. To Yuan Tiangang, Li Chun must also be an extraordinary master, his strength not inferior to his own. The reason for his restraint must stem from a desire to avoid entanglement in karmic consequences. Be cautious, elder brother. Just as Li Chun was about to acquiesce to Yuan Tiangang's request, an arrow hurtled toward him with alarming speed. Trapped by several foes, Yuan Tiangang had no avenue for escape. In a moment of desperation, Li Chun closed his eyes, swung the iron rod, and surrendered everything to fate. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the temple as Li Chun opened his eyes, witnessing that half of the assassins had collapsed to their knees, racked with agony. What has transpired? Daoist Li was bewildered. Just moments ago, these audacious brigands had been rampaging, yet now they knelt, each having been pierced by an unseen force. With one distant figure still bearing an arrow lodged in his leg. In Daoist Li's understanding, these individuals were mere robbers, akin to those of ancient times who pillaged the wealthy. They must have been drawn by greed upon observing the daily influx of riches at Qifeng Temple, prompting their audacious attempt at robbery. Retreat, swiftly. An extraordinary master approaches. No one has yet unraveled the mysteries for Daoist Li. A voice echoed from afar, filled with trepidation. And in that moment, he comprehended the farcical nature of tonight's assassination attempt. Everyone had underestimated Qifeng Temple. They had presumed that Daoist Li was merely an extraordinary master. With the lineup assembled for this evening, the addition of even a single extraordinary adept like Yuan Tiangang would have sufficed. To his astonishment, Li Chun turned out to be an unparalleled master, a realm spoken of only in legends, a level that historically had only been encountered by the war god Elbu, who had merely grazed its thresholds. Surrounding Qifeng Temple lay numerous peak experts, and the individual perched in the tree, akin to Li Chunfeng, was indeed an extraordinary marksman. He had initially believed that success was assured tonight, yet it has now become evident that he was gravely mistaken. Chapter 126. Prepare to endure the fury at this moment. He yearned solely to escape swiftly from this place. With the ability to become an extraordinary archer, he could indulge in the myriad of life's splendid offerings. unwilling to squander his existence here. At the command of the figure in the tree, the assassins retreated with remarkable speed, and Yuan Tiangang refrained from intervening. Caught in a state of shock, his younger brother was astonishingly formidable, indeed an extraordinary master. Only such a being could have accomplished what had just transpired. Just as the arrow was about to find its mark, his brother wielded an iron rod, not only deflecting the inevitable fatal strike, but also altering the arrow's trajectory, piercing the assassin's leg with unerring precision. Such mastery was beyond even his own capabilities as an extraordinary adept, indicating one undeniable truth: his brother was an extraordinary master. The legendary realm. Having traversed the extraordinary realm for many years, Yuan Tiangang believed he had reached the pinnacle of the world, dismissing the existence of any realm beyond his own. Yet, today's display from his brother filled him with profound humility. It became evident that he had been the true jester all along. As long as his brother was present at Qingfeng Temple, no one could breach its sanctity. Miss Jiang, I shall escort you back to your chamber for treatment. Li Chen had no time for contemplation. He swiftly lifted Jiang Yin and hastened toward her room. Since Jiang Yan's departure, her chamber had remained unoccupied, with Cui Yingying often sending you to keep it tidy. Chu Zi, prepare 2 bottles of Nyo air. Li Chen instructed Du Zi Chu as he walked. Lacking any alcoholic beverages, the Nyo air, under his distillation, had reached an alcohol content of over 50 degrees, sufficient for disinfection. Upon returning to the room, at Li Chen's behest, Cui Yingying had prepared everything necessary to commence the treatment properly. The news of the attack on Qifeng Temple soon reached Li Shimin, who, initially poised to hold a celebratory banquet, was instantly consumed with fury. However, with all the ministers present in the hall, revealing such information would undoubtedly incite unnecessary panic. Ultimately, Li Shimin utilized the discussion regarding Princess Changjiang's marriage as a pretext to lead Tai Niu and the others to a private chamber. Your Majesty, may I inquire when you plan to arrange my marriage to the princess? Upon entering the private chamber, Tai Niu could scarcely contain his eagerness to wed Princess Changjiang. Yet, Li Shimin offered no response, his countenance particularly grim. Mistaking the silence for his own indiscretion, Tai Niu was about to apologize when he heard a statement that ignited his fury. Just moments ago, Daoist Li was ambushed, facing hundreds of elite masters, including numerous peak experts, one of whom was an extraordinary master. Li Shimin gritted his teeth as he spoke. He had long been aware of the impending attack on Qifeng Temple but was astounded by the sheer number of concealed adversaries. To attain elite status, one must possess considerable renown, and the fact that so many harbored discontent towards the Great Tang filled Li Shimin with immense indignation. Upon hearing this, Tai Niu and Chang Sun Chong wasted no time in preparing to depart for Qingfeng Temple, only to be halted by Li Shimin. Rest assured, Daoist Li is unharmed. It is merely Miss Jiang who has sustained grievous injuries, and Daoist Li is currently attending to her wounds. Observing the future star of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin recounted the recent events at Qingfeng Temple to those present. How infuriating it is that these individuals dared to assault my master and injure my mistress. I shall ensure they pay dearly for their transgressions. Upon hearing of his mistress's injury, Tiniu became restless, for Qingfeng Temple had never before endured such humiliation since its establishment. I have already ordered the city to be sealed off and the imperial guards to conduct thorough investigations, although at this point, little can be uncovered. However, one identity has been ascertained. Li Shimin's gaze grew icy, as the power revealed by this incident far exceeded his expectations. From the Sui dynasty to the present, only one individual has achieved extraordinary prowess through archery, that being Wang Buqiuan, the elder brother of Wang Bodong. Wang Buqiuan, though absent from historical records, is well known among the eminent figures of the Tang dynasty. He drew his bow at the age of 3, achieved perfect accuracy by 5, became a second-rate swordsman by 10, and a first-rate master by 15. Most remarkably, he became the first to transcend the ordinary with 3 arrows. After his younger brother, Wang Bodong, was tragically killed by a barrage of arrows while aiding Li Mi, Wang Buqiuan seemed to vanish from sight, only to resurface during the assassination attempt on Daoist Li at Qingfeng Temple. Your Majesty, I implore you to withdraw all the imperial guards. I have already deduced the identities of these individuals, Chang Sun Chong beseeched. This matter must be entrusted to me. I shall ensure that those lurking in the shadows pay for their deeds. Presently, in the Tang dynasty, those who harbor animosity towards my master are primarily the former crown prince's faction and the aristocracy. To amass such formidable forces, a single family would undoubtedly be insufficient. Thus, both the aristocracy and the rebellious factions have conspired together. Even if they attempt to assassinate Li Shimin with this formidable alliance, Chang Sun Chong remains unfazed. However, They have dared to strike at his own master, and his mistress was injured while attempting to save him. Fear not, I shall cooperate fully with you. Li Shimin held great faith in Li Chen's disciple, for this was a grand strategy devised by himself and Li Chufeng. Yet, he had not anticipated the scale of this scheme. Many individuals long vanished from the world had suddenly reappeared, 100 miles outside Chang'an. Within a courtyard purchased by the Wang family, members of the 6 great clans convened that evening, awaiting news. What news do you bring? At last, in the dead of night, a cloaked figure entered the hall where they waited. Upon seeing this person, Wang Jun anxiously inquired. For no one desired Li Chen's demise more than he. We have failed. We all underestimated Qingfeng Temple. Li Chun is an extraordinary master. And with the few individuals we brought, it was impossible to inflict any harm upon him. The speaker was none other than the one who had fired the cold arrows from the tree earlier, the leader of this assassination, the legendary archer Wang Buchuan. An extraordinary master? How can this be? Is such a realm not found only in legends? Upon hearing this news, Wang Jun sank heavily onto the bench, his demeanor reflecting profound despondency. The survival of the Li family seemed utterly unattainable as long as Li Chun remained resolute. We had all misjudged the situation. Li Chen had concealed his true capabilities far too effectively. Having never witnessed his prowess until now, the sheer magnitude of his power was astonishing. Recalling the formidable technique he executed at Qingfeng Temple still sent shivers down his spine. He had never encountered someone so fearsome. Though his own arrows possessed the ability to curve, allowing him to strike a maximum of 10 targets with utmost concentration, Li Chun, with a mere flick of his wrist, brought down over 20 adversaries. How could one not be filled with trepidation in the face of such overwhelming force? Chapter 127, For Love. For glory, fear has thoroughly permeated Wang Buchuan's heart. Despite his years of extraordinary prowess, he has never encountered such a formidable opponent. The casual move executed by Li Chun has left Wang Buchuan utterly astonished. The aristocracy is in peril. If Li Chen were to be assassinated, Li Shimin would surely deduce that it was orchestrated by their clan. Wang Jun firmly believes that retribution will soon follow. Should Li Chen meet his demise, Wang Jun feels that the clan could endure Li Shimin's vengeance. However, with Li Chen still alive and remaining a terrifyingly powerful expert, the clan is engulfed in dread. Perhaps we should concede and surrender everything we owe. In doing so, we might preserve a fragment of our legacy, murmured the head of the Longxi Li family. If only they had heeded Li Shimin's counsel, the Longxi Li family would now be the mightiest clan. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. Even if he wished to repent, the opportunity has slipped away. Concede? Do you believe the world will grant us such a chance? In our pursuit of strength and prosperity for our family, we have committed countless unspeakable acts over the years. Let us not even mention the common folk. Consider the merchants we have previously oppressed. To concede would mean relinquishing everything, and those individuals would not let such a splendid opportunity pass them by, asserted the head of the Fanyang Lu family succinctly. It is evident that the clan has no avenue for retreat and can only continue to fight. Sigh. Little do they know, Daoist Li has no intention of exacting revenge. In his eyes, these individuals are mere robbers, drawn by the riches of Qingfeng Temple. As a Daoist with no combat prowess, how could Li Daoist contemplate revenge? Wouldn't it be more delightful to quietly profit from the temple? After a night of diligent treatment, Zhang Yan's penetrating wound was promptly tended to by Daoist Li. Given the limited medical conditions of society, Daoist Li could only use cow urine for disinfection and soak cloth strips in it to serve as bandages. Fortunately, more than a day has passed without fever, indicating that the wound is healing well and not inflamed, which brings a sigh of relief to Daoist Li. However, there is a significant matter that Daoist Li has consistently overlooked, having spent the night with another woman and directing his girlfriend about. Any ordinary girlfriend would have ended the relationship by now. Thus, when Daoist Li laid eyes on Cui Yingying, the expression on his face was nothing short of spectacular. Yingying, I can explain. The incident with Miss Jiang was truly an accident. Recalling the heartache of the previous month, Daoist Li's capitulation was strikingly swift. I don't mind. Miss Jiang is quite remarkable and well suited for you, Cui Yingying expressed, deeply moved by the scene where Jiang Yin shielded Li Chun from danger. How could she bear to reject such a good girl? Upon hearing this, Li Chun felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed that Yingying was contemplating leaving him to support Miss Jiang. Just as Daoist Li was preparing to intervene, Cui Yingying spoke again. Although I have consented to your relationship, from this moment forth, I shall assume the role of an elder sister. This time, you truly benefit from my decision. Upon hearing this, Daoist Li transformed his worries into joy, for it signified her approval of his relationship with Miss Jiang. In an instant, he envisioned a beautiful future. Sisters blooming like flowers, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. Master, There is someone outside the temple seeking an audience, claiming to wish to pay their respects to you as a disciple. Just as Daoist Li was savoring the prospect of a blissful life ahead, Qin Huayu's voice intruded at an inopportune moment. You err, I am in a foul mood today, kindly send them away. Daoist Li's spirits dampened. Just as he had begun to contemplate a crucial moment, he was abruptly interrupted. How could he remain in good spirits? As you wish, master. Qin Huayu felt a twinge of disappointment. The visitors seeking to become disciples were none other than Wei Qibao and Li Chengqian. If the master were to accept them, the status of Qingfeng Temple would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Wait, just as Qin Huayu was about to depart, he was called back by Li Chun. Master, should we let them in? Qin Huayu, assuming the master had had a change of heart, responded with elation. However, Li Chen's next words sent a shiver down his spine. You seem to have quite a bit of free time. Since you have nothing better to do, go to the back mountain and meditate for a while. The master's notion of meditation was inspired by martial arts novels, where the back mountain of the temple featured a waterfall. Whenever Daoist Li was in a foul mood, he would have his disciples strip down and meditate beneath the waterfall to regain their composure. Uncle Wei, Your Highness, the master has expressed that he is in no mood to accept disciples. At the entrance of Qingfeng Temple, Qin Huayu lamented to Wei Qigong and his companions. What earthly suffering is this? I am merely relaying a message. Must it involve such prolonged meditation? Dear nephew, please reiterate that it was Miss Jiang who sent us. It is imperative that we meet with Daoist Li. In a bid to gain leverage for future disputes with Cheng Yujin, Wei Qigong put aside his dignity. Disregarding Qin Huayu's evident distress, what use was a face if it could not ensure his son's success or allow him to retort against Cheng Yudin? Uncle Wei, please spare me. The master is in a very poor mood, and I dare not approach him. Qin Huayu was thoroughly intimidated. He had no desire to spend the evening by the waterfall, bathing in cold water alongside Yuer. He had made plans to stargaze with her that night. And if the master remained unhappy, how could happiness ever be achieved? Dear nephew, I have never begged anyone for anything. Today, I implore you, regardless of the circumstances, we must meet with Daoist Li. After Wei Qigong spoke, noticing Qin Huayu's reluctance, Li Chengqian humbly lowered himself. Senior brother, consider it a favor to your junior. As long as we can meet the master, I will gladly serve you as a younger brother henceforth. As the future heir of the Tang dynasty, aside from Li Shimin, everyone else could only serve as his subordinates. However, in his pursuit of becoming the disciple of the esteemed Daoist Li, Li Chengqian was willing to make sacrifices. Rest assured, my esteemed senior brother, once I enter the sect, the tasks of descending the mountain for procurement will be mine alone, allowing you ample time to spend with Lady Yu. Wei Qibaolin, the crafty old fox, though not yet admitted to the Qifeng Temple, was already well acquainted with its affairs, possessing a thorough understanding of the intricate relationships within, particularly the evening gossip surrounding the temple. Very well, since it has come to this, for the sake of love, no, for the future glory of the Tang dynasty, I shall take the plunge. Chapter 128. Some things are beyond your grasp. Upon encountering Qin Huayu, Li Chun felt that the authority of his role as a master had diminished, especially since this individual dared to intrude upon him. However, upon learning that these individuals were introduced by Jiang Yin, Li Chen's demeanor gradually improved. It was a fortuitous moment for Qifeng Temple, which was in dire need of disciples for both its safety and the upcoming labor required for Nyoer's production. Furthermore, with his research on hybrid rice nearing fruition, he would undoubtedly require the assistance of his two disciples, Qin Huayu and Du Zichu, who would be overwhelmed by the ensuing workload. Li Daozhong began to regret allowing Changsun Chong and Tai Nyo to descend the mountain, particularly Tai Nyo, who, despite his simple and honest demeanor, was worth two in terms of labor, making him a reassuring presence. In stark contrast, Qin Huayu's brazen flirtation with his wife S made beneath his very nose stirred feelings of jealousy within the pure-hearted Li Daozhong, who had never been so overt in his own pursuits. Greetings, esteemed Daoist, intoned Yugong, introducing himself and his son Yubaolin. We have come to respectfully request that my son be accepted as your disciple. Yugong, typically lacking in decorum, was exceedingly courteous in the presence of Li Chun, even concealing his identity at the behest of the emperor. Li Daozhong, averse to complications and wishing to keep Qingfeng Temple distanced from courtly affairs, had preemptively devised an alias. Master, interjected Li Qian, I beseech you to accept me this time, for I am determined to devote my life to the Tao and become a worthy disciple. He used the name Qian in his endeavors in Liangzhou, signifying his resolve to advance without retreat. The Daoist tradition of accepting disciples is fundamentally rooted in the notion of fate. Li Daozhong was well versed in the formalities of the occasion, and upon hearing Yugong's words, both Yubaolin and Li Chengqian felt a twinge of disappointment, fearing that Li Daozhong was reluctant to accept them. However, while fate is significant, the sincerity of one's heart is paramount. Given your earnest desire to join my school, I shall reluctantly accept you, he declared. However, entering my sect demands humility and patience. You must heed the teachings of your master, for henceforth, worldly affairs shall be of no consequence to you, especially matters of the heart. At your age, you should focus on cultivating your spirit, as the depths of romantic entanglements are far too profound for you to navigate. As Li Daozhong spoke, his mind wandered, imagining the delightful presence of Cui Yingying on one side and Jiang Yin on the other. Envisioning a harmonious balance of gender and happiness, even casting a furtive glance at Qin Huayu. What are you two waiting for? Quickly pay your respects to your master, urged Yu Gong, who immediately grasped Li Chen's intent, directing his words towards Yu Baolin and Li Chengqian. Disciple pays respects to the master. In an instant, both Yu Baolin and Li Chengqian were filled with exuberance, with Yu Gong feeling particularly jubilant, relieved from the taunts of the hefty figure. The initiation ceremony was swiftly completed under the witness of Yu Gong, facilitated by the matchmaking efforts of Qin Huayu and Du Zichu. After the completion of the apprenticeship ceremony, Tai Niu and Chang Sun Chong hurriedly rushed to the Taoist temple. Upon hearing that their master had been attacked, the two had been restless since yesterday, eager to express their filial piety before him. However, their statuses had changed considerably. Tai Niu was now the prince of the Northern Kingdom, and the soldiers of the Northern Expedition were still unsettled. As their commander, how could they act recklessly? Thus, after fulfilling their necessary obligations, they galloped towards Qingfeng Temple. Master, I am an unfilial disciple. Such a significant incident has occurred at Qingfeng Temple, and yet I was not by your side. Observing the anxious expressions of his two disciples, Daoist Li felt a surge of emotion. Their affection for him was not in vain. It matters not. These despicable rascals do not warrant my concern. But the injury to Miss Jiang deeply pains me. Li Chen resumed his demeanor as an esteemed recluse. Unbeknownst to him, he had already taken on 6 disciples, ensuring the legacy of Qingfeng Temple was secure. Financially, he was well off for the rest of his life. Perhaps it was time for him to indulge in a more unrestrained existence. Rest assured, master, we will avenge our matron's grievances. Those who have harmed Qingfeng Temple and sought to injure you, and our matron shall not escape unscathed. Chang Sun Chong, usually composed, was now filled with fury. His greatest vulnerability was the safety of his master and matron. The audacity of the aristocratic families to strike at Qingfeng Temple would soon meet with his retribution. That very morning, Chang Sun Chong had already begun to set his plan in motion. If revenge was to be sought, it would be methodical and thorough. It was merely a matter of eliminating the top-tier experts responsible for injuring his matron. Renowned masters in the martial world were few, and Chang Sun Chong's approach was both straightforward and brutal. He intended to capture all the elite fighters who had been absent from the limelight in recent years. Interrogating them one by one, he would conduct meticulous inquiries, particularly targeting those deeply connected to the aristocratic families and former royal factions. Although this method risked collateral damage, an unfortunate but necessary consequence, Chang Sun Chong aimed to send a clear message to the martial community. Anyone considering an assault on Qingfeng Temple should weigh the potential costs. In just a day's time, most of the skilled assassins who had attempted to kill Li Chun were apprehended, each executed before the eyes of the aristocracy. A grim reminder of the consequences of their actions. You insolent wretches! How dare you humiliate a distinguished lineage like ours? At the Wang family estate, Wang Jun gazed upon several family heads, his eyes blazing with indignation. In the past, these noble family heads could scarcely gather together for years. Yet now they found themselves convening daily. Alone, they were incapable of countering Li Shimin and Li Chun. Not only were they incapable of confronting Li Shimin and Li Chun, but they also found themselves at a loss against Chang Sun Chong. His tactics were utterly despicable. He had issued a bounty on them through the imperial court, Qingfeng Temple, and various noble households. Now, the entire martial world was hunting them down, including some extraordinarily formidable masters. For Wang Buchuan, these past few days have been nothing short of unbearable. He has never endured such humiliation. It is not merely extraordinary masters who can inflict harm upon him, for even a peak first-rate expert could now pose a threat. In this realm, where gifted individuals abound, there is no sanctuary for him. He can be tracked down regardless of where he seeks refuge. Continuous battles have left him utterly fatigued. Just prior to arriving here, he was besieged by 100 foes. Although he managed to escape, he sustained grave injuries. Wang Buchuan, as an exceptional master, it is one thing to disregard the common people and the world, but to go so far as to attempt the assassination of Daoist Li. Today, I shall purge this scourge from the realm for the sake of all. Chapter 129. Never have I encountered such brazen audacity Just when Wang Buochuan believed he could finally exhale upon entering the aristocratic circle, a voice resonated from outside. Subsequently, a dozen individuals resembling Taoist priests burst in. For it was the Taoists who harbored the fiercest animosity toward Wang Buochuan and the skilled assassins who had attacked Qingfeng Temple that fateful night. To the Taoists, Master Li represented their leader. The position of Taoism among the populace of the Tang dynasty had been precarious, on the verge of being supplanted by Buddhism. However, with Master Li's emergence, he single-handedly turned the tide, restoring Taoism as the principal faith in the hearts of the people, particularly after the discussions at Qingfeng Temple. Taoism had even overshadowed Confucianism, positioning itself as the vanguard among the 100 schools of thought, leading all Taoist disciples to regard Master Li as an idol. Upon hearing of Master Li's assassination attempt, all Taoist disciples were consumed by rage. When Changsun Chong, Master Li's most devoted disciple, issued a hunting decree, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was the hidden rats lurking in the shadows who sought to harm their idol. In an instant, all Taoist temples closed their gates, united in a singular purpose, to avenge Master Li. Amitabha, Master Wang. Master Li has sought justice for the world. Since his arrival, the populace has enjoyed peace and prosperity, and the bloodshed among men has significantly diminished. To disregard the righteous path and attempt to assassinate Master Li is an unforgivable crime. Not only the Taoists, but even the Buddhists, upon witnessing the Taoist response, shuttered their temple doors. Their singular goal was to avenge Master Li. Although Buddhism and Taoism have historically been rivals, the essence of Buddhism is rooted in the Tao. They are, in truth, one family. How could the Buddhist community tolerate such an affront to their leader, Li Chen? What a travesty the aristocracy is. Do you intend to shield the criminals who harmed Master Li? Beyond the two faiths, nearly all schools of thought mobilized, united in their singular aim, to avenge Master Li. In that moment, the aristocracy and Wang Buochuan found themselves encircled in tension. Never had Wang Buochuan encountered so many formidable experts, a sight he would likely never forget. Wang Buochuan, you heartless and unjust scoundrel, we, the aristocracy, cannot coexist with you. Today, you have intruded upon our domain, and you shall not leave unscathed. The head of the Liu family, quick to react, drew his great sword and pointed it at Wang Buochuan. Indeed, we are willing to sacrifice everything to uphold the righteous path of the world. With one voice leading, others followed suit. In the face of such righteousness, the aristocracy chose to cast aside their dignity. You all in that moment, Wang Buochuan was at a loss for words, as erstwhile allies had transformed into foes. What do you mean? Noble heroes, join me in slaying this villain. Concerns for reputation were of little consequence to the aristocracy. Their sole desire was to extricate themselves from Wang Buochuan's entanglement swiftly. Very well, you shall all pay for this. Consumed by fury, Wang Buochuan hastily fled the scene. Besieged by numerous experts, with no opportunity for defense. All righteous individuals, follow me to vanquish this rogue. With a fervent shout from a Taoist priest, everyone surged forward. Even the noble families, each brandishing their long swords, followed with a resolute demeanor. However, the priest cast a disdainful glance, his eyes filled with contempt. Esteemed warriors of righteousness, he added, it would be prudent for the lesser folk to refrain from joining us, for it tarnishes our noble quest to eradicate the traitors. Such a disgrace would be intolerable. As he spoke, his gaze fixated on several members of the noble families, his meaning unmistakable. Yet, they grossly underestimated the audacity of the noble families. Wang Jun, unperturbed, declared, what are you waiting for, esteemed warriors? If you do not pursue, the culprits will escape. I had never encountered such shamelessness, especially not in 6 individuals. The Taoist could no longer contain himself. Raising his treasured sword, he contemplated striking down this brazen individual. Brave warrior, please hold on. We shall withdraw, lest we impede your noble pursuit of the villains. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Wang Jun quickly yielded, recognizing that if he surrendered swiftly enough, the sword would not claim their lives. Esteemed ones, it would be an affront to my great sword to slay such a person. Who among you would take action? Ultimately, the Taoist refrained from delivering a blow, not out of lack of desire, but because these individuals were unworthy. What a disgrace. This is an affront to our weapons. Let us unite and bring down Wang Buochuan. In the end, they did not act against the noble families. Not from disinclination, but because their weapons could not bear the stain of their blood. What a disgrace. When has our noble lineage ever been underestimated by these ruffians? Once the crowd dispersed, the members of the noble families donned a different countenance, each seething with indignation and fury. Yet what could they do? Their situation was exceedingly precarious. And in the hearts of the populace, noble families had become synonymous with filth. In resignation, they could only sigh in the past. Their lineage could command the allegiance of the masses, and whatever they proclaimed was accepted as truth by the people. However, under the guidance of Chen and the maneuvers of Shimin, the populace had suddenly awakened. Most crucially, the culture that had once been a source of pride for the noble families had become widespread. Educational institutions had been established in every region, including their own. Furthermore, all education was compulsory and entirely free, funded wholly by the state. Even many prominent Confucian scholars, yet to emerge, stepped forward, desiring nothing but to serve as educators in these schools, eager to contribute to the field of education. In former times, the noble families could have toppled the dynasty, as culture, literature, and public opinion had rested firmly in their hands. Yet now, they were powerless, forced to watch as the status of Li Shimin and Li Qin in the hearts of the populace grew ever more exalted. Indeed, they were being deified. Never before had a dynasty exhibited such unity as the current Tang, with the emperor enjoying such esteem among the people. Moreover, this emperor had ascended to the throne for less than 2 years. How could this not instill fear in the noble families? They needed to devise a plan quickly. If this continued, their lineage would be left with no path but to demise. The head of the Li family was on the verge of tears. The establishment of the Tang dynasty bore witness to their family's significant contributions. However, they had yet to reap any rewards. And now their lineage seemed on the brink of extinction. What recourse do we have? This Li Chun is a devil, wielding absolute control over everything. Wang Jun lamented with a grim expression. Just then, Long's son charged in, and without uttering a word, he proceeded to capture all the heads of the prominent families. Thus, his act of retribution commenced. Chapter 130. Embrace despair. Long's son Chong. By what right do you detain us? The heads of the aristocratic families were filled with indignation and grievance at their sudden capture. They were well aware of the laws of the Tang dynasty and believed they had committed no offenses. How could they possibly be apprehended? Surely, they understood the tax laws decreed by His Majesty. Long's son Chong replied with an icy demeanor. After he and Tai Nyo learned of their master and mistress's safety, they both felt a sense of relief and prepared to confront those who would threaten their master. Currently, Wang Buochuan and several other formidable experts were executing his orders. While Tai Nyo was not idly standing by, he was leading 200 elite shadow guards under Li Shimin, hunting down their enemies relentlessly. Anyone bearing an arrow wound on their left leg was to be eliminated without hesitation. In their eyes, they could kill, insult, and berate their foes. But their master was untouchable. Should anyone dare to lay a hand upon their master, the only outcome would be death. Thus, Tai Nyo and Long's son Chong had become the most formidable forces in this conflict, for they had stirred the wrath of their master. Tai Nyo even believed this was insufficient. He urged his elder brother to deploy some experts, ensuring that anyone fleeing to the grasslands would be dealt with decisively. As the son of the wolf god, the sovereign of the steppes, Tai Nyo wielded unparalleled authority among the nomads, who were eager to cooperate with him. This incident, where the aristocrats conspired with the rebels to assassinate Li Qin, had drastically altered the landscape of the Tang's martial world. Unbeknownst to them, Long's son Chong had effectively unified the entire realm of martial artists, becoming the de facto underground king without a crown. Of course, we have heard of it, but we have never violated any laws. The heads of the aristocratic family stammered, fully aware of the tax laws imposed by Li Shimin, which they loathed. It was precisely these regulations that had left them with no avenues for retreat, causing them to suffer immeasurable losses over the past month. That is well noted. Last year, His Majesty had already enacted certain decrees mandating that all merchants must pay taxes. Yet, you, Nyo heir, have earned a fortune without contributing a single coin. Therefore, I can only invite you to enjoy tea in the heavenly prison, Long's son Chong stated coldly. When the decree was established is not for you to decide. Since the aristocrats have abandoned all sense of shame, I shall employ the same methods against you. This is impossible. The tax regulations were only recently established. How could they date back to last year? You cannot act in such an audaciously shameless manner. Wang Jun exclaimed angrily, unable to fathom such blatant disregard for propriety. Is it for you to determine when these laws were enacted? Seize them all and confine them to the heavenly prison. For each day they fail to pay, let them labor in confinement. If they refuse for 2 days, let them toil for 2 days. If they never comply, then they shall remain there as laborers for eternity. Long's son Chong declared with chilling indifference. He had myriad methods to dispose of these men, yet he wished them to live, allowing the once mighty heads of the aristocratic families to experience the suffering of the world firsthand. We will pay. How much silver do we owe? We will pay it all. Faced with the formidable Long's son Chong, the heads of noble families could only relent, resigning themselves to a day in the filthy prison, pondering how they would confront their ancestors thereafter. Very well, since it has come to this, I shall grant you 10 days' time to settle your debts in full. Otherwise, the court shall seize your family assets, and you shall languish in prison for eternity. Upon delivering this pronouncement, Long Sun bore an uncanny resemblance to certain platforms, presenting each noble family head with an invoice before departing. As Long Sun Chong exited, the heads of the noble families experienced a fleeting sense of survival, gazing at the bill in their hands as if they glimpsed a glimmer of hope. However, the moment they unfolded the invoice, despair washed over them. You insolent child! You have gone too far. This is tantamount to seeking our family's demise. With this exclamation, several family heads fainted in unison. Long Sun Chong had meticulously calculated the strength of each family, and the taxes demanded were precisely sufficient to bring them to ruin. This was Long Sun Chong's most straightforward form of vengeance. The heads of noble families, accustomed to their lofty positions, had never experienced any form of grievance. Once stripped of all they possessed, their lack of survival skills would condemn them to the lowest echelons of society, where they would truly comprehend the pangs of human suffering. In comparison to the noble families, none were more speechless than Wang Buqiuan. His discontent with the Tang dynasty stemmed from his apprentice brother. Wang Buqiuan harbored deep resentment towards the Wagong faction, recalling how his brother Wang Bodong had sacrificed everything for their cause. Yet, due to matters of faith, his brother was tragically slain by a rain of arrows. Although the Wagong did not directly orchestrate his death, their connections were undeniable. Consequently, Wang Buqiuan irrationally attributed all blame to the Tang dynasty and to Li Shimin. Once a passionate man, he now found himself relentlessly pursued by virtuous individuals, causing his mental state to deteriorate. Li Chen, it is all your fault. It is because of you, Wang Buqiuan, that I have met such a fate. Today, you shall pay the price. As he battled with the righteous, Wang Buqiuan seethed with indignation, making his way toward Qifeng Temple. This is bad. He intends to confront Daoist Li. The righteous saw Wang Buqiuan fleeing towards that direction and were instantly alarmed. Everyone was aware that Daoist Li had been in a foul mood lately due to the assassination incident. Their spirits mirrored his. After all, Daoist Li represented their faith and hope. Stop him. No matter what, he must not reach Qifeng Temple today. In an instant, chaos erupted, as they understood that Daoist Li's mood could not be allowed to be disturbed in the slightest. You think you can impede me? Truly unaware of your own insignificance. Today, I shall demonstrate the chasm that separates me from you worthless beings. Despite his waning stamina, Wang Buqiuan remained an extraordinary master when he set his mind on a destination. None could obstruct his path. Now, within his heart resides a singular conviction. Regardless of the prowess of an extraordinary master, he is determined to risk his very life to carve a piece from the flesh of Daoist Li, ensuring that Li shall not find solace within himself. Confronted by the frenzied crowd, Wang Buqiuan commenced his brutal assault, gradually descending into madness. Ha ha ha, a gaggle of inept fools. Last time, I stealthily attempted to assassinate Li Chen. Today, I shall boldly strike at him in plain sight, and you shall not be able to thwart me. The terms arrogant and madness epitomize Wang Buqiuan's current state. However, at this very moment, a voice that instilled fear within him echoed forth. If I were to join in. Chapter 131. Utilizing the methods of aristocratic families against aristocratic families, the visitor was none other than Yuan Tiangang. The injury to his younger sibling weighed heavily on his conscience, prompting him to search tirelessly for Wang Buqiuan over the past few days, only to find him now delivered to his door. Yuan Tiangang, a master of his generation. How has he become a mere pawn in another's game? Upon seeing Yuan Tiangang, Wang Buqiuan was engulfed by despair. Although both were extraordinary masters, Yuan Tiangang's strength far surpassed his own. Initially, Wang Buqiuan hoped to dissuade Yuan Tiangang through cunning, yet he underestimated the latter's fervent resolve to end his life. Today, no matter what you say, I shall kill you. Otherwise, I shall never be able to face my younger brother again. To Yuan Tiangang, Li Chen was his only confidant in this world. Only Li Chen understood him. Li Chen's presence alleviated his sense of solitude. If he were to never see his younger brother again in this lifetime, the nights ahead would be long and arduous. Gather around this open space, everyone. Today, I shall take matters into my own hands, Yuan Tiangang declared. As soon as his words fell, the crowd encircled Wang Buqiuan, leaving him no avenue for escape. His death was inevitable. Very well, since you hold me in such high regard, let us battle, Wang Buqiuan thought, acutely aware that, with so many masters besieging him, retreat was no longer an option. As soon as he spoke, an arrow flew out mysteriously from his sleeve, aimed at harming Yuan Tiangang. However, Having learned from past experiences, Yuan Tiangang was already on guard, denying him any chance for a sneak attack. Such petty tactics, he scoffed, drawing forth his spiraling sword. Yuan Tiangang danced with it like a serpent, denying Wang Buochuan any opportunity. In close combat, Wang Buochuan's lack of experience forced him to rely solely on evasion, perpetually attempting to create distance. Each time he sought to knock an arrow, Yuan Tiangang thwarted his efforts, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Despite employing every possible hiding place for concealed weapons, Wang Buochuan's attempts were in vain. Unfortunately for him, in his peak state, Yuan Tiangang, eager for battle, offered him no respite. All his maneuvers were systematically dismantled. Show your true self, you coward. What else do you possess? Use everything you have, if not, prepare to meet your end. Yuan Tiangang regarded such underhanded tactics with disdain. This is impossible. My techniques have never failed. The overwhelming power of Yuan Tiangang left Wang Buochuan breathless. Since entering the extraordinary realm, he had never faced an opponent of equal caliber. Partially, this was due to his unique ascent through archery, distinguishing him from others. Partly, he had chosen seclusion, believing no one could match him, only emerging when necessary to unleash his cold arrows. Today, as confrontation revealed to him the vast chasm between himself and Yuan Tiangang. Yet, Yuan Tiangang would not grant him any reprieve. Witnessing this man, who could only employ hidden arrows, run out of options, Yuan Tiangang concluded Wang Buochuan's life with a decisive strike. Nevertheless, he is undeniably an extraordinary master, and employing the Dao to eliminate him could be regarded as the utmost respect. After Wang Buochuan collapsed, a tome emerged from his chest. The very essence of the archery he had diligently practiced, titled Shooting the Sun. It is indeed a tragedy that such unparalleled archery has been cultivated by a person of such base character, reduced to mere schemes against others. Shooting the Sun is a legendary archery technique, passed down for nearly a millennium, traditionally taught to a single disciple each generation. However, due to the limited talents of Wang Bo and his fellow apprentice, they could only grasp fragments of it. According to legend, mastering this technique allows one to pierce through all voids of existence. Upon witnessing the Shooting the Sun technique, some individuals displayed an unmistakable desire, yet, under the presence of Yuan Tiangang, they dared not make a move, merely observing. This is the nature of the martial world, even amidst so many righteous individuals. Where there exists a martial realm, greed inevitably lurks. Thank you all for your assistance in apprehending this scoundrel. Should we have the opportunity to reunite in the future, I shall certainly raise a toast with you, Yuan Tiangang declared. Upon finishing this statement, many chose to depart, while only a few remained, contemplating the Shooting the Sun technique. Yuan Tiangang merely smiled at their curiosity, showing little concern. What? Do you wish to confront me? Nay, we do not dare. The few individuals hastily waved their hands. Realizing the folly of challenging Yuan Tiangang, such an act would be tantamount to courting death. We merely wish to admire the unparalleled prowess of Daoist Yuan. And now we shall take our leave. In the face of absolute strength, all else appeared feeble and insipid, compelling them to depart. Once everyone had exited, Yuan Tiangang ignited Wang Buochuan's remains, then proceeded towards the direction of Qingfeng Temple. In the imperial palace, Li Shimin was acutely aware of the events transpiring outside Chang'an. In his efforts to eradicate the domestic malignancies, Li Shimin had taken significant measures, dispatching nearly all of his covert guards to gather intelligence. Upon learning that the assassins who had attempted to kill Daoist Li had been largely eliminated, including those who fled to the Turkic steppes, Li Shimin felt a mix of astonishment and relief. He had never anticipated the ironclad resolve of Chang Sun Chong, whose decisive action struck at the very heart of the matter. Whereas Li Shimin once held reservations, he now felt elated, for his son, the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, was also a disciple of Daoist Li. The performance of Chang Sun Chong illuminated for him the future of the Tang. The crown prince was destined to be even more remarkable. Furthermore, Chang Sun Chong, Tai Niu, Qin Huayu, and others represented the promising future of the Tang, all being his brothers in arms. Through this incident, Li Shimin gleaned the profound bonds within Daoist Li's lineage. With such formidable allies safeguarding his son, how could the Tang dynasty not thrive? Your Majesty, the aristocratic families have ultimately chosen to compromise. With this statement from Li Chufeng, Li Shimin felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. His greatest fear had been the aristocracy. Had they chosen to resist, he would have been left with no choice but to employ ruthless measures to suppress them. Unexpectedly, with but a single maneuver, Chang Sun Chong has compelled the aristocratic families to yield completely. He has employed their own tactics against them, leaving them with no avenues for escape. One might assert that such a bold move is beyond the capabilities of those lacking audacity. Indeed, through this affair, even Li Shimin has begun to contemplate the arrangement of a matrimonial alliance between Tyne Yo and Chansun Chong, just as Li Shimin was preparing to celebrate. An elderly eunuch, long absent from court, entered. "Your Majesty," he announced, "the retired emperor requests an audience, citing a matter of great importance to discuss with you." This eunuch was none other than the personal attendant of Li Yuan, whom Li Shimin had scarcely seen since the incident at Xuanwu Gate. Chapter 132. The psychological transformation of Li Yuan. For Li Yuan, this year undoubtedly proved to be the most excruciating of all. The upheaval at Xuanwu Gate led to the tragic loss of two of his sons. Initially, he had high hopes for Li Shimin, believing him to be a wise ruler. However, the actions taken by Li Shimin upon ascending the throne left Li Yuan utterly perplexed. Although at first, Li Shimin had triumphed over the Turks in Liangzhou, and the accomplishments of Luo Yi in Liangzhou had greatly pleased Li Yuan, disappointment soon replaced his optimism when the Tang dynasty found itself in need of a Daoist to guide its governance, particularly as Li Shimin began to confront the powerful clans. Li Yuan felt a chill of trepidation. He was uncertain whether relinquishing the throne to Li Shimin was a wise decision. No one understood better than Li Yuan how the Sui dynasty had met its demise, and he had unwittingly played a role in hastening its fall. He recognized the formidable power wielded by the clans in this land. Even the mightiest of dynasties could be shaken by them. In his desire to protect the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan sought to thwart Li Shimin, yet the court had become an unyielding fortress under Li Shimin's control, leaving him powerless to intervene. Li Yuan could only watch helplessly as the empire he had labored to establish faced ruin. However, as spring dawned this year, a remarkable turn of events unfolded. The clans not only crumbled overnight, but the illustrious Chui family, which had endured for a millennium, was utterly destroyed, and the strength of other clans diminished significantly. The common people did not align themselves with the clans, rather, they rallied behind the Tang dynasty, even enriching the national treasury through the strife among the clans. It could be argued that without the benefits reaped from confronting the clans, the Tang would not have possessed the strength to combat the Turks. As the Turks advanced southward with a formidable army of 100,000, they traversed the grasslands in a month, invigorating the populace of the Tang. Aside from Li Daolong, who pondered the twists of fate in history, Li Yuan, the founding emperor of the Tang, felt nothing but exhilaration. In the grand tapestry of the Tang, how could it be devoid of heroes? How could it lack warriors, united in purpose? This battle redeemed the century-old disgrace of the Central Plains, elevating the Tang to a position of unparalleled prominence. Every stratagem preceding this, all orchestrated by Li Daolong, had culminated in this triumph. Whether it was instigating the clans to turn against one another or the prowess of his esteemed disciple, Niuer, who conquered the grasslands, Li Yuan began to comprehend Li Shimin's character. It became evident why Li Shimin was destined to command the realm. He had Li Daolong's support. As long as Li Daolong remained, the Tang dynasty would face no insurmountable challenges, and it was destined to emerge as the most powerful nation. The transformation of the Tang dynasty was palpable. Within a mere year, its national strength had surged remarkably, filling Li Yuan with deep admiration for Li Daolong. At this juncture, however, a conspiracy by the clans to assassinate Li Daolong emerged, prompting the swift intervention of Li Daolong's other disciple. Exhibiting remarkable skill and precision, he executed a flawless strike, leaving no room for error, compelling Li Yuan to summon Li Shimin forth. Your son pays his respects to the emperor. Confronted by his sovereign father, Li Shimin's emotions were exceedingly intricate. His ambition had once flourished solely due to the ample authority bestowed upon him by his father. Yet, that power was subsequently retracted. Once an individual has savored the zenith of success, how can they willingly descend to the mundane? Shimin, you are indeed a commendable emperor. The remarkable achievements of the Tang dynasty are inextricably linked to your relentless endeavors. Presently, Li Yuan harbors great satisfaction with Li Shimin. Yet the chasm created by the Xuanwu Gate incident has transformed into a lingering affliction between the two. That singular event has estranged this once trusting father-son duo. Father, I am uncertain as to why you have summoned me, he mused. Over the past year, Li Yuan had languished within the palace, lost in indulgence, never once calling upon him. Now, in this critical moment, Li Shimin surmised the underlying motives. With the realm now at peace and the aristocracy unable to stir significant unrest, the Longxili clan had extended their benevolence towards them, and he pondered whether they might be spared. Li Yuan held a profound sentiment towards the Longxili clan. Though he recognized the necessity of eliminating the aristocracy, he felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of their annihilation. Father, I too wish to show them mercy. In fact, at the onset of the plan devised by Li Daoheng, I extended them an opportunity, yet the Li family failed to appreciate it. Now, as the net began to close around them, Even if Li Shimin desired to grant them clemency, it was no longer feasible. Their entanglement with the aristocracy was too deep. If they were not uprooted entirely, the Tang dynasty would forever remain vulnerable. Most critically, the aristocracy had committed an unforgivable transgression by attempting to assassinate Li Daoyang. This matter had been entrusted to his disciple for resolution. A ruler's word is his bond. Having delegated this task to Chong'er, I cannot retract it. Li Shimin resolutely declined his father's proposal. To spare the Li family was utterly impossible now. Even if he wished to do so, it would not be feasible. The populace would not acquiesce, nor would the Qifeng temple. As a monarch, one must uphold their promises, and Li Shimin now held his reputation in high regard. Alas, is there truly no alternative? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan sighed. As the first emperor of the Tang, he could not feign ignorance of the weight behind Li Shimin's words. Father, have the elders of the Li family sought you out? Li Shimin inquired, referring to those who had schemed to support the uprising. These included the former leaders of the Li clan, now esteemed elders, who refrained from meddling in clan affairs. Li Shimin respected them greatly, for they were truly wise men, their hearts encompassing the fate of the realm. It was due to these individuals that Li Shimin had forewarned the Li family patriarch at the onset of their scheme. Regrettably, the avarice of human nature had led the Li family to their current plight. The events unfolding in Chang'an City were not beyond Li Shimin's keen perception. He was acutely aware of their entrance into the palace. Indeed, it was a lamentable fate that the illustrious Li family, after a millennium of history, would meet such an end. The aristocratic families of the Guangzhou region have long been revered as a sacred land, a realm that has witnessed the emergence of countless heroes throughout history. Yet, we now find ourselves in such a disheartening predicament. The essence of these families has decayed from within. Although a handful remain devoted to the well-being of the realm, their influence is utterly negligible. The existence of these noble houses has become a profound threat to the stability of the world, and thus, they must be utterly annihilated this time. I implore you, Father, do not intervene. As for the Li family, I shall permit them to maintain a modest existence, free from want, allowing those few uncles to enjoy their twilight years. This is all that I, Shimin, can offer. I beseech your forgiveness, Father. Chapter 133. The ancestor of the Li family emerges. The crane sings in the 9 marshes, its voice resonating in the wild. The fish lurks in the depths, sometimes found in the shallows. Rejoice in that garden, where the sandalwood trees flourish beneath which lies the undergrowth. The stones of other mountains can serve as tools for refinement. The crane's call echoes in the 9 marshes, its sound reaching the heavens. The fish can be found in the shallows, sometimes hiding in the depths. Rejoice in that garden, where the sandalwood trees flourish beneath which lies the grain. The stones of other mountains can be used to polish jade. In the fields of Longxi, an elderly man clad in coarse garments gazes at the poem Cool Prefecture penned by Li Chen, reciting the verses of the crane song with a nostalgic air. Father, I implore you to intervene and save our Li family. Our survival hangs in the balance. If you do not step forth, we shall be condemned as eternal sinners of the Li lineage. Beside him, the head of the Li family, anxious, spoke fervently. For the past few days, he had visited repeatedly, urging his father to seek an audience with Emperor Li Shimin to secure a path for their family. Each time, the old patriarch of the Li family would respond with a recitation of the deer call. What do you think, my brothers? In the presence of the elderly man, several white-bearded gentlemen, seated on mats, gazed in awe at the poetry composed by Daoist Li since his arrival in the Tang dynasty. The poem Cool Prefecture had been read by them countless times, each reading evoking varied emotions. The path of the great Tao is one of public welfare. In these times of decline for noble families, how can we, mere few, hope to halt it? Indeed, while the Li family has thrived for a millennium on this sacred land, it is the common folk who truly inhabit it. The current emperor, driven by ambition, seeks glory. Though I too wish to avert our family's demise, the will of the people aligns with the will of heaven. In recent days, the sages of the Li family had contemplated much. Regardless of the circumstances, the decline of the Li family seemed inevitable, an unpreventable fate. Is there truly no recourse? The old patriarch's eyes reflected a glimmer of disappointment. After all, this was the family that had nurtured him, and its potential extinction weighed heavily upon his heart. My elder brother, the emperor, has made his resolve clear. At the outset, he offered us a chance, yet none of us could resist the overwhelming temptation. We have not lost unjustly this time. The current emperor excels in both literary and martial prowess. It is under such a ruler that the populace may thrive. This was precisely the intention behind our family's establishment. Now, having reached this juncture, even if they wished to salvage the Li family, there appeared to be no viable means. Enough, enough. I shall make one more journey to the capital, to Qingfeng Temple, and see if Daoist Li might grant us a sliver of hope. Hearing these words, the old patriarch felt a twinge of disappointment. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the thought of their family's demise still left him with a lingering sense of reluctance. Very well, I shall rely on you, dear brother. As the other elders observed the Li patriarch rising, they too stood to bid him farewell. As for you, sell off the recent acquisitions. There are but 8 days left. If, within this time, I cannot persuade Daoist Li and the emperor, the Li family shall belong to Jixin. Henceforth disengage from worldly matters, living as ordinary folk. For the Li family, retreating to a corner is a commendable choice. It is likely the last path bestowed upon them by His Majesty. However, the members of the Li family harbor a sense of discontent regarding this outcome. In the early days of Li Yuan's uprising, they fervently supported him, hoping that once he ascended the throne, the Li family would emerge as the most formidable clan. Initially, the Li family indeed stood just below the emperor, wielding absolute authority in the court. This instilled hope within them, leading them to believe they could break free from Longxi and seize control of the Central Plains. Yet, the emergence of Li Chun altered everything. Not only did their established advantages dissipate, but it also enabled Li Shimin to stage a comeback. Consequently, the Li family found themselves facing adversity, struggling even to maintain their own household. Alas, it is prudent to tread carefully. The elder patriarch of the Li family cast a disappointed glance at his son, his heart heavy with disillusionment. After generations of strategizing, the Li family had finally glimpsed a path to greatness, only to see it obliterated by this wayward descendant. In the autumn of the second year of the Zhenguan era, the Turko-Khagan Jili Khan and Chuluo Khan arrived at the Tang court bearing tribute and a handwritten message, pledging allegiance to Li Shimin. Heavenly Khagan, I, Jili, and I, Chuluo, represent the 100 tribes of the grasslands to pay tribute to the Tang. From this day forth, we, the Turks, shall be subjects of the Tang, and the entirety of the grasslands shall be considered Tang territory. We implore the Heavenly Khagan to accept us. This time, Jili Khan was genuinely subdued, his previous arrogance replaced by admiration for the Iron Bull, hoping he could become the lord of their grasslands. I accept your tribute. From this day forth, you shall be my subjects, enjoying the protection of the Tang. I am unaware of your needs. Observing the Turk's submission, Li Shimin felt immense satisfaction. Throughout history, which emperor has managed to incorporate the entire grasslands into their dominion? Long live the Heavenly Khagan, Jili Khan humbly stated. I acknowledge that the grasslands have erred greatly and should not voice demands. However, I must present this request, as it reflects the sentiments of our entire region. Jili Khan appeared exceedingly sincere, having relinquished any thoughts of resistance, now filled with admiration for the Tang. Since you are my subjects, feel free to voice your requests. I shall fulfill what I am able. Li Shimin displayed remarkable generosity, recognizing that with the grasslands subdued, gradual ideological assimilation would genuinely expand the territory of the Tang. Your Majesty, we hope you will allow General Chen Tiniu to unify the management of our Turks. He is, after all, the son of our wolf god. For the entire grasslands, his presence is essential, as his absence would spell disaster. Jili Khan's words resonated with the hearts of the Turkic people, as all herdsmen yearn for their wolf god's son to return and lead them out of their current tribulations. Very well, since you have articulated this so earnestly, I shall grant your request. Li Shimin had not anticipated that Jili Khan would propose such a request, which perfectly aligned with his own thoughts. To achieve assimilation, it is imperative to have one's own people on the vast plains, and to ensure that all individuals are entirely convinced. In this regard, only Iron Bull of the Tang dynasty possesses the capability to accomplish such a feat. Li Shimin did not foresee that Jili Khan had arrived at the same conclusion. However, Jili Khan found himself at a loss, as this battle significantly diminished his authority and influence on the grasslands. Iron Bull, merely by virtue of being known as the son of the wolf god, though not yet formally acknowledged on the plains, has already emerged as the true sovereign of the grasslands. Should Jili Khan continue to hesitate, he may soon find himself with no place to call home amidst the vast expanse. Chapter 134, The Thousand Caverns of the World. Chen Tiniu heard the call of Emperor Li Shimin and, filled with excitement, approached the center of the grand hall. Though the emperor had often proclaimed his intention to confer upon him a royal title, today seemed to herald the formal issuance of a decree and the royal seal. It appeared that he was destined to become the true king of the north. As a youthful hero who had rendered great service to the Tang dynasty, expanding its territories and achieving remarkable feats, Tiniu was officially bestowed the title of King of the North, entrusted with commanding the Turkic forces of Liangzhou. Henceforth, he would stand equal to the emperor, and all matters of governance and military affairs in Turkic Liangzhou would no longer be the emperor's concern. After the marriage of the emperor's younger sister, Tiniu was to proceed to Turkic lands. The announcement of this decree sent shockwaves through the court. as it conferred upon Tiniu unparalleled authority. In the northern lands of Turkic Liang, Tiniu would wield the power of an emperor himself. Regardless of the number of talents nurtured or troops trained, Li Shimin would remain uninvolved. Such audacity had been unseen among emperors throughout history. The vast expanse of Turkic territory, inhabited by skilled and valiant pastoralists, meant that granting Tiniu this power was akin to establishing a dynasty for him. While drafting this decree, Li Shimin had contemplated deeply, ultimately resolving to bestow upon Tiniu this supreme authority. Though ostensibly meant for Tiniu, it was evident to all that this territory was a gift from Li Shimin to Qingfeng Temple and to Li Chun, assuring Li Chun that he could serve without trepidation. The emperor vowed not to engage in treacherous acts against his own allies. Long live our emperor, may he reign for eternity. Even Tiniu himself was taken aback by such trust from the emperor, overwhelmed with emotion. Kanjili, Kanchuluo, I have heard of your fondness for the great Tang's Nyo heir. Today, I have prepared 1,000 jars of wine for you. Can you partake? Li Shimin was exceedingly pleased with Tiniu's demeanor. With the incorporation of Turkic lands into the Tang domain, his ambitions swelled. He aspired for the entirety of the world, the vast skies above. With Daoist Li present, the emperor believed that such aspirations could surely be realized. Indeed, the Nyo heir of the Tang dynasty makes my mouth water at the thought. Since his majesty has declared it, we shall not merely drink 1,000 jars, but even 10,000. Indeed, today was the moment to celebrate the elevation of a good brother to royalty. As a devoted elder brother, it was only fitting to honor this occasion with the emperor's banquet. Upon hearing of the 1,000 jars of Nyo heir, the eyes of the two Khans gleamed with excitement. For the people of the steppes are known for their love of fine wine. Previously, due to their hostile relations, they could scarcely acquire a couple of jars, yet now, with Li Shimin presenting 1,000, how could they not be thrilled? Thus, the feast commenced, and they drank heartily. Li Shimin was immensely satisfied with the Khans' exuberance, for their conduct indicated their complete subservience to the Tang dynasty. Meanwhile, on the other side, a grand banquet was being held to celebrate the first national feast since the founding of the dynasty. At Qingfeng Temple, another gathering was underway, albeit one with a theme of farewell. With the issues of the noble families resolved, Yuan Tiangang understood that his departure was imminent. His presence had been to safeguard Li Chen, and having gained a confidant was a considerable achievement for him. Through his time spent with Li Chen, Yuan Tiangang has gained profound insights and is now ready to embark on a journey to rediscover his path. Dear brother, as we part ways after our long journey together, may we meet again in the vastness of the Jianghu, should fate allow it. Yuan Tiangang's heart is heavy with reluctance as he bids farewell to Li Chen. Yet he knows his grand aspirations remain unfulfilled, preventing him from lingering in this serene place alongside his younger brother. Take care, elder brother. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me. I shall be at the Qingfeng Temple, always ready to brew tea and warm wine in anticipation of your arrival. Li Daozhong, in turn, feels a deep sense of loss. Yuan Tiangang is a formidable pillar of support, and with his elder brother by his side, he feels an unwavering sense of confidence. By the way, dear brother, I have come across a manual on archery techniques. Among my disciples, choose who you deem fit to learn from it. Before departing, Yuan Tiangang entrusts the sun-shooting archery technique to Li Chun, who has now reached an exceptional level, while only his few disciples are deemed worthy of mastering such a skill. After handing over the technique, Yuan Tiangang sets forth once more to explore the world, to refine his practice anew in hopes of attaining an extraordinary state. Master, there is something I do not understand. My fellow disciples, Tainyo, Sun, Qin Du, and you, each have their own paths, yet I remain uncertain of mine. Upon entering the Qingfeng Temple, Li Chengxian initially believed he would discover his own way, but now he finds himself engulfed in confusion, unsure of what to pursue. Tainyo, having devoted himself to martial arts, is on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of mastery. Long Sun Chong has delved deeply into the human heart, grasping its complexities to a daunting extent. Qin Huayu focuses on physical training, diligently honing his skills beneath the waterfall, while Du Zichu seeks to comprehend the path of humanity within the temple's grand hall. Even Wei Qi Baolin, upon entering the Qingfeng Temple, swiftly identified his own direction, striving for the ultimate strength through rigorous training. Yet, Li Chengxian feels that none of these paths resonate with him, a sentiment deeply intertwined with his royal lineage. Born into a family of emperors, he has always harbored the weight of the world's populace, rendering the paths of his peers incompatible with his own. To inquire about the way of the world, one must wield the emperor's arrow. Casting a glance at his bewildered disciple, Li Chen casually hands the recently acquired sun-shooting technique to Li Chengxian. In a strict sense, this marks Li Chen's first genuine importation of a secret manual to a disciple. Unlike Tai Niu, Long Sun Chong, Qin Huayu, Du Zichu, or even the newly arrived Wei Qi Baolin, who are all inherently gifted and possess a solid foundation instilled by their forebears, needing only a nudge to achieve enlightenment. Li Chen's eloquence proves invaluable in guiding them through their challenges. Crucially, the training methods employed by Tai Niu and the others are entirely novel, which is the key to their rapid advancement. It is akin to the act of entering a hole. Within this world, there exist billions, even trillions of such openings. Yet, gaining access to these entrances is no trivial endeavor. Those who possess the knowledge are able to navigate through numerous portals, while the uninformed remain helpless, unable to penetrate even a single entrance, left only to fret in vain. Ultimately, they may resort to anger, brandishing their weapons, clad in fine attire upon spirited steeds. Yet despite their fervent gestures and displays of bravado, the inevitable outcome remains. They can only run amok outside the holes, a true tragedy of human existence. It is Li Chun who has guided Tai Niu and the others in discovering the proper methods, steering them clear of countless detours, thus enabling them to become masters in this realm. Chapter 135. Master or disciple. To inquire about the ways of the world, one must wield the Emperor's arrow. With the sun-shooting arrow technique in hand, Li Chengqian pondered deeply over his master's words. It appeared that his master had long been aware of his true identity. Otherwise, such a statement would not have been uttered. Just the other day, this arrow technique had been specially prepared for him, and given his aptitude, mastering this technique alone sufficed. There was no need to practice anything else. Persevere, young one, his master, Daoist Li, had encouraged. Upon returning to the Daoist temple, he found two lovely maidens in the courtyard of the rear mountain, waiting to share tea with him. How could he resist savoring such exquisite tea? At the pinnacle of life, what need was there to teach disciples? A disciple could certainly achieve self-mastery. After all, a moment of spring night was but a fleeting hour. Meanwhile, after descending the mountain, Li Chunfeng first arrived in Chang'an City, eager to bask in its splendor, but was abruptly halted by a large, stout figure. Master, I cannot be mistaken. It is truly you. How have you returned to the mortal realm? Upon seeing Yuan Tiangang, the stout figure was overwhelmed with excitement. After their parting, his master had proclaimed that their fateful bond had ended and they would not meet again in this lifetime. He had believed that he would never see his master again. Yet here they were, face to face. Just as he prepared to kneel in reverence, his son bent down beside him, clasping his hands in salute and announcing, "Iron Bull pays his respects to Master Uncle. What brings you down from the mountain?" Indeed, this stout figure was none other than Cheng Yaojin, who had only learned the 3 signature moves of the axe technique taught by Li Chunfeng, a lingering regret from his training days. Now, encountering his master once more, Cheng Yaojin could hardly contain his elation, for he finally had the chance to fully grasp the Tiangang axe technique. Hearing his son's words, Cheng Yaojin swiftly delivered a light smack to the back of his head. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is your master, uncle. Have you forgotten your lineage now that he has become a prince?" Cheng Yaojin clenched his teeth, realizing that he had finally encountered his master again. With the opportunity to learn the full Tiangang axe, he could not fathom the thought of his master leaving in a huff due to his son's blunder. To Cheng Yaojin's surprise, his master responded warmly, "Iron Bull, my dear disciple, I am but a wanderer of the world, destined to return to the vastness of existence. Surely, I cannot spend all my time merely sipping tea and drinking wine." This revelation left Cheng Yaojin questioning his very existence. His master had always maintained a stern demeanor, never displaying such amiability before. Most perplexing was the fact that his son was now referred to as a disciple. What then was his own title? Would he have to call his son junior brother? "Master Uncle, since you are here, please do visit my humble abode. There are many aspects of the 36 Tiangang axes that I do not comprehend and would greatly appreciate your guidance." Iron Bull completely disregarded Cheng Yaojin and addressed Yuan Tiangang. "You insolent boy, do you even know who my master is? Let me enlighten you. He never offers guidance to anyone. You just mentioned the 36 Tiangang axes. Could it be that he entrusted you with such knowledge?" Cheng Yaojin expressed his indignation, reminiscing about the time when his master demonstrated the 36 celestial axes just once and left him to practice alone, with no guidance whatsoever. "Good Iron Bull. Since I have nothing better to do, I shall accompany you. As for this stout black fellow, I have long declared that our master-disciple bond has come to an end, and from now on, do not call me master." Yuan Tiangang vaguely recalled having such a disciple, initially believing him to possess considerable talent and potential for achievement. However, after a period of learning the celestial axe techniques, he had only managed to master 3 forms. Subsequently, chaos erupted in the world, prompting Yuan Tiangang to attend to more pressing matters. leading him to part ways with the stout fellow, vowing that they would never meet again in this lifetime. Master this. Cheng Yaojin attempted to interject, but was interrupted by Iron Bull. Father, my disciple's character is such that nothing can be forced. Let this matter rest. It cannot be mentioned again. Besides, if you call him master, what shall I call you? After explaining his relationship with Yuan Tiangang, Iron Bull concluded, very well. Since it is thus, I shall not insist further. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin finally understood, realizing why his son had become such a formidable expert. In the past, with just 3 strikes taught by his master, he could sweep away numerous second-rate experts, and even contend with first-rate ones. It became evident that this was not without reason. Both Daoist Li and his own master were among the rarest of extraordinary talents in the world, with his son learning the most superior martial arts from Daoist Li daily. How could he not excel? It was even said that his master had imparted the entirety of the 36 celestial axes to Iron Bull and provided personal guidance. Cheng Yaojin could hardly imagine how formidable his son would become if he mastered all these techniques. Upon Yuan Tiangang's arrival in Chang'an, Li Shimin received the news. National Master. Now that Mr. Yuan has entered the residence of Prince Cheng, should we pay him a visit? Li Shimin had long desired to recruit the unparalleled Yuan Tiangang into his ranks. However, this elusive figure had always been difficult to locate. With Yuan Tiangang now voluntarily in Chang'an, how could Li Shimin let such a golden opportunity slip away? Brother Yuan, like my disciple, is an extraordinary being detached from worldly affairs. He is unlikely to be constrained by the court. Li Chufeng was very familiar with Yuan Tiangang. Although he cared deeply for the world, he had no desire to serve in the court. It is a great pity that such a talented individual cannot serve our dynasty. Li Shimin lamented. If there are 2 individuals I most desire to secure in this world, they would be Li Qin and Yuan Tiangang. Both have nurtured a considerable number of talents for our Tang, yet they remain unable to serve us. Your Majesty. I recall Brother Yuan mentioning that he has always wished to resolve the issues in Miaojiang, suggesting a profound obsession with that region. Although the world is now relatively peaceful, the region of Miaojiang remains tumultuous. It is likely that Brother Yuan's descent from the mountain is connected to Miaojiang. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to earn Brother Yuan's favor. Li Chufeng is quite familiar with Yuan Tiangang, as the Jiang and West Road has consistently been a crucial area, responsible for the annual transport of copious amounts of grain. However, the existence of Miaojiang has become a thorn in the side of Jiang and West Road. Throughout the ages, countless dynasties have sought to address the Miaojiang issue, yet none have found a viable solution. Even Li Shimin's most pressing concern was not Yunnan, but rather Miaojiang. Chapter 136, A Son No More, Let Us Be Brothers, the 36 Axes of Tiangang, each technique encapsulating the essence of mastery. In days of yore, Cheng Yaojin earned the title of the King of Chaos through merely 3 of these moves. Now, Li Chufeng has imparted the entire Tiangang 36 axes to Cheng Tiniu. The Tiangang 36 axes encompass 3 distinct paths, the upper path with 12 techniques, the lower path with 12, and the middle path with 12. Each path boasts corresponding decisive moves, such as ear-picking, demon tooth extraction, and skull splitter, all belonging to the upper path. Relatively speaking, the initial 3 techniques are straightforward, characterized by grand and sweeping motions, devoid of intricate variations. However, following these 3, the axe techniques become infinitely adaptable, governed solely by one's own insight. Cheng Yaojin, initially confident that with Yuan Tiangang's direct guidance he would grasp the Tiangang 36 axes and silence any naysayers, found himself mistaken. His confidence proved to be misplaced. Regardless of how many times Tiniu demonstrated or Yuan Tiangang instructed, he remained limited to those 3 moves. In contrast, Tiniu exhibited remarkable agility with the Tiangang 36 axes, learning them effortlessly after a single demonstration. This sparked a sense of jealousy within Cheng Yaojin, who had never anticipated feeling envy towards his own son. Yet, what could he do? His son's natural talent far surpassed his own, leaving him feeling inadequate. Indeed, Tiniu, your talent is truly unparalleled, Yuan Tiangang remarked, striking a chord with Cheng Yaojin, who found himself at a loss for rebuttal. With the same lineage, why did Tiniu find it so effortless to learn, while he struggled? Was Tiniu truly his biological son? Under this crushing realization, Cheng Yaojin began to doubt his own paternity. Tiniu, my good son, demonstrate once more for me to see clearly. Today, I refuse to believe I cannot master these 36 axes. Cheng Yaojin resolved to give it one final attempt. If he failed again, he would relinquish the pursuit. After all, his intent in learning this axe technique was solely to pass it down to Tiniu. If Tiniu mastered it, it would signify the continuation of the Cheng family's legacy. Father, is it really necessary to memorize something so simple? Tiniu questioned, finding no difficulty in the Tiangang 36 axes. Wasn't it merely a matter of observing once? Why did his father feign such a struggle? Did he believe Tinyu lacked flair in his performance, wishing for a repeat? Thus, Tinyu performed the 36 axes of Tiangang once more, this time with particularly striking movements, leaving Cheng Yaojin utterly bewildered. No matter how he looked at it, he could not grasp it. At that moment, Cheng Yaojin longed to don a suit of reflective armor, ready for mutual destruction, as long as there were no repercussions. He could reclaim his strength and be invincible. Talent, indeed, is a remarkable gift. It must be said, your son possesses extraordinary aptitude. After teaching him those 3 axe techniques for over a decade, it truly feels like a waste of his potential. Beside him, Yuan Tiangang continued to express his critique, feeling a mix of astonishment and disappointment that Tainyo's extraordinary talent was squandered on Cheng Yaojin. Fortunately, he had encountered his second brother, allowing him to fully harness his innate abilities. Yuan recalled how he had practiced the 36 styles of the Tiangang axe over 10 times, while Tainyo mastered it in a single attempt, achieving a remarkable level of proficiency. This stirred a twinge of envy within Yuan Tiangang. He had met every disciple of Li Chen, and they were all prodigies in their respective fields. Reflecting on his own disciples, he cast another disdainful glance at Cheng Yaojin, feeling a wave of regret. How foolish I was to take in such a buffoon. Cheng Yaojin retorted, "Who am I? Where am I? Why do you look at me with such disdain? Did you not teach me?" This truly exemplified the essence of the Tiangang 36 axes, he thought. Brother Wang, your skills are incomparable to this. At that moment, Li Shimin arrived with Li Chunfeng and Changsun Wuji, immediately directing a barrage of critiques at Cheng Yaojin. Despite having donned his resistance boots, Chen could not evade the 6 painful masks that Li Shimin bestowed upon him, each possessing unique effects. As the emperor approached, Cheng Yaojin prepared to bow, but Li Shimin interrupted him, saying, "No wonder my younger sister has been persistently urging marriage, wanting Tainyo to become my brother-in-law. I must admit, while Tainyo appears simple-minded, he is quite impressive in action. I am indeed pleased to have such a brother-in-law." Li Shimin whispered to Cheng Yaojin, careful not to disrupt the dancing Tainyo. This statement struck Cheng Yaojin like a dagger, for he and Li Shimin had always regarded each other as brothers. Now, with his son becoming Li Shimin's brother-in-law, he was uncertain how to navigate this new relationship. "Your Majesty, Cheng Fuma is exceptionally gifted, far beyond what I could claim as my son. Perhaps we should consider ourselves as brothers from now on. Such a son is beyond my deserving." Cheng Yaojin spoke with a blend of pride, humility, and a hint of boastfulness. "I no longer wish for such a son. He brings too much honor to his father. From now on, we will be brothers, and with such a brother by my side, we shall be an unstoppable force." "Old Cheng, is that truly how you speak? My nephew is indeed remarkable, yet his brilliance has no bearing on you. If he were still under your tutelage, who knows what he might become? All of this was due to my junior brother's efforts. For these few disciples, he has devoted everything, teaching them diligently every day. Do you know what material was used to forge the weapon in Tainyo's hands?" Seeing the curious expression on Cheng Yaojin's face, Li Chunfeng straightened himself and continued, "At my Qingfeng temple, there lies a piece of deep-sea meteorite, incredibly hard, which has never been forged by anyone. My junior disciple, in his endeavor to forge weapons for his students, devoted himself to the task, nourishing the iron with his own blood each day for a decade. At last, he succeeded in tempering the meteoric iron and, with great effort, shaped it into formidable weapons. During his recent visit to Qingfeng Temple, Li Chufeng did not discover the meteoric iron. His junior had always believed that blood could imbue it with power. Consequently, Li Chufeng, through his imagination, surmised that the weapons wielded by the Iron Bull were crafted entirely from meteoric iron, attributing their extraordinary prowess to this material. In truth, Li Chuanfeng's assertion held a kernel of truth. These weapons were indeed forged from meteoric iron. However, they were largely the product of Daoist Li's experimentation with iron-smelting techniques, much of which had been wasted, thus escaping his notice. Chapter 137. This is utterly absurd. The words of the national master ring true. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was profoundly astonished, for from Li Chunfeng's words, he discerned a matter of great significance. Indeed, the fallen iron is exceedingly difficult to forge. Without undergoing myriad processes, it is impossible to transform it into weaponry. At this juncture, Li Chunfeng too paused, as he had also recognized that crucial issue. This implies that those weapons had already been crafted by Daoist Li long ago, and one could even assert they were tailor-made, calculated precisely for his disciple. Contemplating this, Li Shimin could not suppress his astonishment. In such realms, he could hardly fathom what could possibly challenge Daoist Li. Brother Yuan, you are also a master of divination. In matters of the world, there is nothing you cannot ascertain. Can you discern the fate of my junior disciple? Li Chifeng inquired of Yuan Tiangang. Although he possessed knowledge of divination, he lacked the prowess of Yuan Tiangang. He had attempted to divine his junior disciple's fate on numerous occasions. Yet due to his innate Dao body, he had achieved no results. If anyone in the world could predict his junior disciple's fate, it would undoubtedly be Yuan Tiangang. Brotherly, my second brother is unparalleled in the world. He is truly a celestial being. If I am not mistaken, he should be the legendary innate Dao body. On the day we became sworn brothers, I had already performed a divination for him. Do you know the outcome? Through his divination, he had learned that his second brother was indeed the fabled innate Dao body. Otherwise, such results would not have manifested. Since you assert my junior disciple is the innate Dao body, then what could you possibly have failed to predict? Li Chunfeng remarked. He was correct. Yuan Tiangang had indeed failed to ascertain anything, which further solidified his belief in the veracity of the innate Dao body legend. The innate Dao body. A phenomenon not encountered for millennia, once it appears, inevitably carries immense fortune, cloaked in heavenly secrets. Even a celestial being of the highest order would find it impossible to predict the fate of one possessing such a body. Moreover, the emergence of an innate Dao body would certainly alter the entire world's dynamics, ultimately leading to transcendent success, culminating in ascension to the celestial realm. At present, everything aligned perfectly. With the advent of Li Chun, the Tang dynasty blossomed into greater beauty, reinforcing the belief of both men that Li Chun was indeed the fated individual. Gentlemen, I am at a loss regarding your discourse. I find myself utterly bewildered. In response to the conversation between the two eminent figures, Li Shimin was completely at a loss, unable to comprehend its meaning. Your Majesty, the secrets of destiny must not be divulged. In due time, you shall naturally come to know. Both Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang shared a consistent stance on the matter, opting to remain reticent. This issue was of utmost significance. After all, it pertained to immortals and eternal life, a temptation no celestial being could resist, and Li Shimin was no exception. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Greetings, Master. The diligent Iron Bull, having mastered all 36 techniques of the Tiangang axe, focused intently, finally noticing the arrival of Li Shimin and Li Chunfeng. Northern King, indeed. You have reached a commendable stature. The vast steppes of the Turkic lands await your arrival. Hence next month I shall seek an auspicious day for you to wed my sister. Ordinarily, for one such as Iron Bull to marry a princess, the process would span at least a year or two. However, for those of the Qingfeng Temple, Emperor Li Shimin has never been bound by such conventions. As long as the people of Qingfeng Temple find joy and comfort, he shall accommodate their desires. What of the emperor? Even he must yield at times. Furthermore, all his accolades and accomplishments are attributed to the guidance bestowed by the Qingfeng Temple. In the past, Li Shimin may have harbored some trepidation towards Qingfeng Temple. Yet now he has relinquished that fear. As emperor, he has shown a measure of humility. Let us not forget the esteemed leader of Qingfeng Temple, Li Chun, whose master is the national master of the Tang, Li Chunfeng, and whose elder brother is the celestial figure Yuan Tiangang. These two are wholly devoted to Li Chen's welfare. Not to mention, the three great luminaries of Qingfeng Temple together possess the capability to orchestrate the affairs of the Tang dynasty. Consider the second-generation disciples of Qingfeng Temple, Iron Bull, Qin Huayu, Chong Sun Chong, and Du Ru Hui. These five command the loyalty of half the empire. The Wagong faction, the literary faction, the martial faction, and even the faction of princes, all are ardent admirers of Daoist Li, although he may be reluctant to admit it. Li Shimin is acutely aware that he too is a devotee of Daoist Li. Without him, there would be no flourishing Tang dynasty. Even beyond this, the myriad rising factions now regard Daoist Li as their benefactor. Without him, they would not enjoy their current status. Thus, at his command, they would brave fiery trials, even at the cost of their lives. The recent assassination attempts on Daoist Li by numerous martial experts, which were exposed by Chong Sun Chong, resulted in a sweeping order for their pursuit. No matter how formidable these experts may be, they too would meet their demise. Astonishingly, it is not just other sects that have rallied behind him. Even the sworn adversaries of the Daoists, the Buddhists, have become devoted followers of Daoist Li. Nowadays, the foremost figure worshipped by the disciples of Buddhism is none other than Daoist Li himself. In every temple, one can find his golden effigy, with some audaciously claiming him as the founder of their faith, venerating him above all. The phrase Buddha is originally Tao succinctly encapsulates this phenomenon. In light of such circumstances, how could Li Shimin continue to harbor any apprehension? Even the legendary 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors likely did not possess such esteem. Indeed, Qifeng Temple has ascended to the status of a celestial palace. For mortals wishing to enter, they must first undergo trials at the foot of the mountain. In summary, Only 100 individuals are permitted entry into Qingfeng Temple each day, leading many citizens to queue for days on end just for a chance to gain admission. This illustrates the current influence of Qingfeng Temple. While it appears orderly within, countless individuals have sacrificed greatly to reach its gates. It is widely known that a small pathway grants access to Qingfeng Temple, yet apart from those like Li Shimin who are acquainted with Li Chen, no others dare to tread it. To enter the Qingfeng Temple, one must traverse the Grand Avenue, a place where Daoist masterly resides, and it is imperative for all to hold him in the highest regard, a sentiment shared by the common folk. In such a scenario, how could Li Shimin fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation? It was even more astonishing to discover that the esteemed ancestor of the Li family had emerged from seclusion. However, upon reaching the foot of Qingfeng Temple, he chose not the narrow path but opted to queue along the broad avenue, exhibiting an air of profound reverence. It is worth noting that while he is the sovereign of the mortal realm, commanding all under heaven, Daoist masterly represents a faith beyond compare. Chapter 138. The past of Yuan Tiangang, however. This situation was precisely what Li Shimin desired to witness. With Li Daoran having ascended to the status of a divine figure among mortals, there could be no shadow cast upon his imperial authority. From that moment forth, the entire realm would recognize Li Daoran as an exalted immortal. Should he exhibit even a modicum of interest in the imperial power, it would be tantamount to a self-inflicted humiliation. The populace would subsequently cease to place their faith in him, and Li Shimin would emerge as the most revered emperor. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the ultimate beneficiary would invariably be himself. This is why he felt emboldened to bestow such authority upon Li Daoran's disciple. Iron Bull became the northern king, commanding the entirety of Liangzhou and the Turkic steppes. Meanwhile, Chang Sunchong had consolidated control over the entire martial world following recent events, effectively rendering him the preeminent authority in that domain. Li Shimin did not seek to impede these developments. Rather, he chose to foster them. For all these factions would ultimately serve the interests of the Tang dynasty. Historically, no court had fully dominated the martial realm, but as long as Chang Sunchong remained, the Tang would secure that power. Li Shimin held immense confidence in Chang Sunchong's capabilities. Yuan Daoran, my sudden visit to the Qin residence is motivated by a singular purpose, and I implore you to acquiesce to my request. Having contemplated these matters, Li Shimin found his spirits considerably uplifted. The future strength of the Tang dynasty hinged upon Qingfeng Temple. Please, Your Majesty, state your desires plainly. If it lies within my power, I shall certainly comply. Yuan Tiangang did not immediately acquiesce to Li Shimin's request, as he had pressing matters to attend to. Serving in the court was simply not feasible for him. I am well aware that you, Yuan Daoran, are an esteemed individual, detached from the affairs of the court. However, the tumult in Miaojiang has escalated, plagued by bandits and marauders, and it is a crucial region for the grain transport of the Tang. Therefore, I seek your leadership of 50,000 troops to quell the insurrection, as an act of benevolence for the people of Miaojiang, Li Shimin earnestly articulated. He had heard various rumors regarding Yuan Tiangang, though uncertain of their veracity. It was evident that Li Chuanfeng's assertion of Yuan Tiangang's special connection to Miaojiang suggested an underlying issue. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Yuan Tiangang turned his gaze toward Li Chunfeng, pondering his thoughts. After a considerable pause, Yuan Tiangang sighed deeply before continuing, Your Majesty, should you propose a position for me elsewhere, I would categorically refuse. However, Miaojiang holds a particular significance for me. Truth be told, my greatest regret resides there. As someone dear to me, though long departed, has yet to find peace in eternal rest. Reflecting on the memory of his lost beloved, Yuan Tiangang's resolve wavered. Once merely a second-rate expert, he had boldly ventured into Miaojiang with fervor. Since then, Miaojiang had morphed into a haunting nightmare, a place he yearned to visit yet feared to tread. Despite having attained the pinnacle of martial prowess for many years, he had never set foot in Miaojiang, a testament to the dread that gripped his heart. Indeed, it is fear that has lingered. After all these years, Yuan Tiangang had believed he had relinquished all the burdens of the past, even striving for enlightenment by forsaking thoughts of them. However, this journey to Qingfeng Temple has imparted a profound realization. Evasion will not resolve any issues. The paramount necessity is to confront them. Thus, Yuan Tiangang bid farewell to his second brother, preparing to explore the world and then venture into Miaojiang to accomplish what he had long been too fearful to undertake. Your Majesty, brotherly, I appreciate your kindness, yet the situation in Miaojiang is intricate. Merely relying on 20,000 troops cannot possibly eradicate all the bandits and outlaws there. No one knows that region better than I. These 20,000 are far from sufficient against their numbers. Therefore, allow me to face this alone. The people of Miaojiang are masters of poison. I was once nearly brought to death by it myself. Although the elite of the Tang dynasty, led by Li Shimin, are formidable on the battlefield, they would falter against those who wield poison as their weapon. Master, if only I could join you. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps announced Chang Sun Chang's arrival. As the underground emperor of the martial world, he had acquired knowledge of many matters unknown to others, particularly regarding Miaojiang. Chong'er, why are you not remaining in Chang'an? What brings you to Miaojiang? Yuan Tiangang was somewhat taken aback by Chang Sun Chang's appearance. Among his many disciples, only he remained an enigma. I yearn to stay in Chang'an to serve my master daily, but there are those who refuse to allow it. Just moments ago, I learned that the last of the unparalleled assassins who sought to kill our master is in Miaojiang. I shall refrain from mentioning his name. I believe my senior uncle would dream of slaying him. The assassination scheme at Qingfeng Temple involved two unparalleled experts. One has already been slain by Yuan Tiangang, while the other has, under Chang Sun Chang's investigation, escaped to the stronghold in Miaojiang. Of course, I desire to eliminate him. I had not anticipated his involvement in this assassination plot. Had I known he had left Miaojiang, I would have pursued him to the ends of the earth. Upon hearing this news, Yuan Tiangang felt a pang of regret for missing such a golden opportunity. Miaojiang, being his stronghold, had become deeply entrenched under his management over the years, making it exceedingly difficult to strike at him there. The optimal moment would have been when he departed from Miaojiang. Yet, for so many years, he had never set foot in that place. How could he not feel vexed for having squandered such a prime opportunity? Your Majesty, Chong'er has just uncovered some information. The former crown prince's loyal assassins and several troops are all concealed within the mountains of Miaojiang, likely amounting to around 50,000 men. I humbly request your decree to allocate these 20,000 troops to me, along with the 200 shadow guards under Iron Bull's command. Within 3 months, I shall ensure they all descend into the abyss. As he spoke these words, Chang Sun Chang's gaze was profoundly indifferent. He had previously declared that anyone who sought to harm his master must perish. Is 20,000 sufficient, given that they number 50,000, each a formidable expert? Shall I arrange for an additional 30,000? Li Shimin held no doubts regarding the intelligence provided by Chang Sun Chang. In other regions, 20,000 would undoubtedly be inadequate. However, this was Miaojiang, a land of dense mountains and forests, where a larger force could prove detrimental. This time, I shall teach them the essence of guerrilla warfare. Upon finishing his statement, Chang Sun Chang turned to Yuan Tiangang, for this expedition to Miaojiang was imperative for him. Master, should we now proceed to Miaojiang to exact our vengeance? Chapter 139. The intoxication beyond wine. Upon hearing Chang Sun Chang's words, Yuan Tiangang did not hesitate to acquiesce, agreeing to accompany him in leading troops to eradicate the bandits in Miaojiang. At present, nearly all the insurrectionists in the nation had congregated in this region. If they could be entirely subdued, the prosperity of the Tang dynasty would face no hindrance. Yet, the affairs of the world are seldom absolute. Shortly after Chang Sun Chang and his companions departed, news reached the city of Chang'an. Shandong had suffered an unprecedented drought, enduring 2 full years of failed harvests, resulting in widespread discontent among the populace, with many citizens succumbing to starvation. Historically, aside from regions such as the Central Plains, Yuzhou, and Shuzhou, Shandong has been among the most fertile lands. Its flat terrain rarely posed any challenges. During times of war, Shandong was a coveted prize for military strategists, and it could be said that whoever claimed Shandong effectively held dominion over half the realm, underscoring its significance. Last year, Emperor Li Shimin had already been apprised of the drought in Shandong and had allocated substantial relief supplies annually. It was inconceivable that matters could escalate to such severity. Just 3 days prior, a county in Shandong saw its citizens, driven to desperation by the drought, rise in rebellion. Although this insurrection was swiftly quelled, it imparted a distinct realization to Li Shimin. Riding towards Qingfeng Temple, he pondered for a moment before proceeding without hesitation. In any circumstance, as long as Daoist Li was present, Li Shimin felt a sense of assurance. At Qingfeng Temple, an important guest arrived today. Without uttering a word, this visitor deposited 5,000 taels of silver into the merit box, prompting Daoist Li to recognize the truth that appearances can be deceiving. Although the elder was clad in coarse garments and showed no semblance of nobility, his generous demeanor revealed him to be a man of considerable wealth. Ultimately, nothing holds paramount importance. Everything aligns as one moves forward. Thus, Daoist Li invited the gentleman to the discussion platform in the back mountains, offering fine tea and exquisite wine. After sipping the wine and tasting the tea, the elder contemplated for a long while before uttering a single sentence. Daoist Li, these beverages are all crafted by your own hands. The elder was none other than the head of the Li family, who had queued for several days at the foot of Qingfeng Temple. Upon venturing beyond Longxi and witnessing the splendor of Chang'an, he felt a profound sense of despair. No wonder Li Shimin sought to take action against the noble families. Were he in Li Shimin's position, he would undoubtedly do the same. For the existence of these families completely obstructed the progress of the Tang dynasty. Indeed, all has been prepared by this humble Daoist. If you find favor in it, you may take some with you, Li Chen replied candidly. While his tone betrayed no emotion, his heart brimmed with pride. Given that all was crafted by the Daoist, the elder inquired with discretion, wondering if the tea could temper the potency of the fine wine. He understood that Daoist Li would not directly address matters concerning the Li family, and thus could only resort to such a subtle approach. Though the inquiry was about whether tea could mitigate the effects of alcohol, it essentially served as a question to Li Chen, asking if he could salvage the Li family from their predicament. The downfall of the Li family was entirely due to Li Chen's association with Neo Heir, which had entangled them in this dire situation. Thus, the wine represented their family's peril, while tea was seen by the elder Li as a beacon of hope. Through this means, he wished for Li Chen to provide clarity. Li Daozhong, having fathomed the intricacies of the world, likely realized his own identity the moment he entered the Qingfeng temple. Hence, the elderly did not disclose his lineage, but instead, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, posed his question directly. The adage, wine does not intoxicate, yet one becomes intoxicated, and tea does not awaken, yet one finds clarity, left Li Chen at a loss for words, pondering the peculiar mindset of these ancients that could lead them to pose such trivial inquiries. Nonetheless, as a man of wisdom, Li Daozhong continually reminded himself to remain calm and composed, responding with a proverb. He requested Li Daozhong to enlighten him further. While the elder Li may have surmised some truths from Li Chen's response, he still desired for Li Chen to elucidate their family's fate. The saying regarding wine indicated that the Li family's current tribulations were entirely self-inflicted. When Neo Heir's scheme commenced, Li Shimin had already granted them ample opportunity. However, the Li family failed to cherish it, and now, akin to the wine that bore no ill intent, they were hastening their own demise at the hands of Li Shimin. As for the proverb concerning tea, it suggested that the resolution of the Li family's ongoing crisis hinged on their own conduct. Should they display commendable behavior, Li Shimin would naturally show them mercy. Yet, this outcome was not what the elderly envisioned. Even with their utmost cooperation with Li Shimin, the eventual result would merely be a modest reprieve, the greatest mercy Li Shimin could extend to them. Having dominated Longxi for a millennium, the Li family now found themselves plummeting from grace, a reality that was profoundly difficult for him to accept. Good sir, he mused, do you not realize that in this world, there exists no truly intoxicating wine? If one wishes to remain sober, they shall not succumb to drunkenness. Yet, should one seek inebriation, no matter the quantity consumed, they shall indeed become intoxicated. Such is life. It presents only a singular opportunity amid countless repetitions. Once the first threshold is crossed, the subsequent ones lose their significance. Thus, why would a true connoisseur of wine require tea? Moreover, while tea may soothe the spirit, it cannot mend a body ravaged by alcohol. Life, in its essence, is inherently imperfect. No one can return to the beginning. And achieving a resolution is already a commendable outcome. Many, in their quest to indulge, find that the desire to abstain becomes an impossibility. Hence, cherish the moments you have. Faced with such probing questions, Li Daozhong adeptly wielded his eloquence, recalling the counsel he had once received against drinking, and offered similar wisdom to the elder. Observing the elder's demeanor while drinking, Li Chen discerned that he was indeed a spirit of the cup. Having come to this understanding, I shall take my leave and trouble you no further, Daozhong. Li Chen spoke, and at this juncture, the elder understood that no matter how much he said, it would hold no significance. At least the Li family would not meet the same fate as other clans, facing outright annihilation. Perhaps this was the most favorable outcome. As he departed from the Taoist temple, the elder chanced upon the newly arrived Li Shimin. Uncle Li, Li Shimin greeted him first, showing a measure of respect towards the elderly man. Regrettably, the aristocratic family must face extinction. He had to consider the welfare of the common people. Upon encountering Li Shimin once more, the elder could only utter these four words: helplessness, guilt, and sorrow. Many of the teachings that Li Shimin possessed were imparted by him. Yet for the sake of the clan, he found himself unable to fulfill his responsibilities. Chapter 140. The humility of the Emperor. Uncle Li, take care of yourself, he said. I believe you have received your answers from Daoist Li. The downfall of the aristocracy is an inevitable trend, one that even I cannot alter. The common people have long suffered under the weight of the noble families, who once wielded supreme power, while the populace remained oblivious to their plight. However, since Emperor Li Shimin ascended the throne, he has liberated the minds of the people, allowing them to recognize the exploitation wrought by the aristocracy. When one loses the hearts of the populace, one loses everything. This is the current plight of the noble families, who can no longer earn the trust of the common folk. His Majesty has achieved unity across the realm, ensuring that the people live in peace and prosperity, something I cannot match. The elder head of the Li family was overwhelmed with emotions, recalling when he once asked Li Shimin what his greatest aspiration in life was. The answer had been the realm itself. For the sake of the realm, Li Shimin has exerted every effort to make it a better place. Yet, these noble families, who speak of the realm incessantly, have done nothing but harm it. Wine does not intoxicate, yet people become inebriated. Tea does not awaken, yet people find clarity. With a single statement from Li Chun, the noble families were stripped of their last vestiges of dignity, left with no barriers in their way. With such families existing, how can the people not suffer? How can Li Shimin realize his vision for the realm? I have arranged everything for the Li family in Jixian. Henceforth, they shall reside there in quietude, leading a modest life. Alas, take care of yourself. Li Shimin sighed and reiterated this sentiment. The resolution of the Li family was something he wished to avoid witnessing. For the Tang dynasty owed its dominance in the realm to the sacrifices of the Li family. Your Majesty, I have one request, and I humbly ask for your consent. The elder of the Li family said urgently as he saw Li Shimin heading towards Qifeng Temple. Uncle Li, please speak. If it is within my power, I shall grant your request. Even now, Li Shimin addressed him as Uncle Li, which reflected his deep respect for the elder. As the second son of Li Yuan, Li Shimin had many teachers, and he had learned much from the elder head of the Li family. The Li family, aware of their profound sins and the harm they had caused to the realm, hoped to redeem themselves by teaching at the private school established by Your Majesty in Jixian. This statement was made with utmost sincerity, as the noble families had long held all educational texts in their grasp, with many critical ancient texts remaining exclusive to them. Today, with private schools being established across various counties, the path for the common scholars has been opened. Even the aristocracy could not obstruct this progress. It would be wise to seize this opportunity to disseminate some classic texts as a means of making amends to the realm. Thus, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the common people, Uncle Li. Take care. With these words, Li Shimin entered the temple without looking back. The noble families should have acted long ago. Now, it was far too late. In this life, in this world, Li Chun shall no longer betray the realm. May Your Majesty reign for 10,000 years, and may the Tang dynasty endure for eternity. As Li Shimin departed, the patriarch of the Li family knelt in reverence at Qifeng Temple, this act embodying his penance for a lifelong life. His name, Li Zhenguan, once commanded respect and admiration, a name that stood for the nation and its people. Yet, all that he had once cherished was relinquished, and now, Li Zhenguan was resolute in reclaiming all that he had lost. At Qifeng Temple, as he gazed upon the ripened rice fields, a surge of excitement filled Li Chen's heart. These were indeed treasures of purest white. Hybrid rice, a marvel that would not grace history for another 2 millennia, had been resurrected by him, a testament to the truth that knowledge begets power and wealth. Yet, as he beheld the golden grains, another question arose in his mind. Now that he possessed this fortune, whom should he approach to amass his riches? Daoist Li, I beseech you, grant me your wisdom, Li Chen implored. Just as he contemplated the glimmering silver, the wealthy Li Daoist arrived at his doorstep. In that moment, both Li Qingqian and Wei Chebailin were so taken aback that their chopsticks nearly slipped from their grasp. Had they truly heard correctly? The current emperor, the sovereign of the Tang dynasty, referred to himself as I humbly present, and his tone was surprisingly at ease. As for Du Ruhui and Qin Huayu, they were long accustomed to such eccentricities. They had become desensitized to the sight of their emperor bowing to their master. Li, my friend, I have recently lost my appetite, and thus I fear I cannot provide you with the answers you seek, Daoist Li replied, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of glittering silver. He dismissed Li Chen's request, for everything must align with monetary gain. Despite the fortune of Qifeng Temple surpassing that of the Tang treasury, the audacity of the master to refuse the emperor, the sovereign of the Tang dynasty, with such conviction left Li Chengqian and Wei Chebailin in a state of trepidation. Just then, Li Shimin's demeanor shattered their perceptions profoundly. Daoist Li, the drought in Shandong has left countless citizens displaced, even leading to dire situations where families have exchanged their children for sustenance. In such calamity, I find myself restless and anxious. I implore you to offer a solution for the sake of the people. In his humility and helplessness, Li Shimin appeared devoid of any imperial faude, his heart solely focused on the welfare of the populace. Upon hearing of the drought, Daoist Li's interest was piqued. He recalled that shortly after Li Shimin ascended the throne, Shandong indeed suffered a severe drought, even inciting rebellion. In desperation, Li Shimin had borrowed from the influential families to help Shandong weather the disaster, a move that ultimately elevated their status within the Tang dynasty. Indeed, Shandong holds a special place in my heart. I hope, dear Daoist, that you can divine a way for the people of Shandong to endure this calamity, Li Shimin pleaded. Following the battles with the Turks, the treasury had been depleted, and using what remained for disaster relief would leave the soldiers of the Tang starving come next year, leaving Li Shimin at a loss for a solution. Li, allow me to offer you a word of counsel. I believe you can muster some grain to support Shandong. If you can persevere until next year, I assure you that each acre will yield 100 stones of grain, Daoist Li proposed. The troubles of Daoist Li vanished in an instant, for as soon as he felt drowsy, a visitor arrived to present him with a pillow. Just moments ago, he was at a loss regarding how to profit from hybrid rice, when the affluent Li, known for his wealth, made his entrance. Daoist Li's words were indeed not without merit. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin could hardly believe his ears. An acre yielding 100 bushels of grain seemed utterly implausible to him, a feat that even a celestial being could not achieve. I kindly invite you, esteemed Mr. Li, to step into the courtyard. Once you have witnessed it, all will become clear, Li Chen said, his spirits evidently high. With a flourish of his Daoist robe, he led Li Shimin towards the back courtyard. Chapter 141. The divine miracle descends upon the Tang dynasty. The miracle that descends from the heavens. In the rear courtyard of the Qingfeng temple, when Li Shimin beheld the hybrid rice for the first time, he exclaimed in awe. Calm yourself, Li Jusher, said Li Chun, exhibiting remarkable composure. It appeared that the people of the Tang dynasty were not well acquainted with the world beyond their own. It's merely hybrid rice. Who in the 21st century hasn't encountered it? What significance does it hold? Daoist, I truly cannot remain calm. You must understand what these seeds represent. From this moment on, the common folk will finally have enough to eat. Li Shimin disregarded the image of an emperor. From these rice plants, he glimpsed hope. The grains were plump, the ears of rice abundant. This single courtyard's yield equaled that of several acres. How could this not stir excitement within Li Shimin? With Daoist Li present, it is indeed a blessing for the Tang and the common people alike. Do not be overly excited just yet, Li Jusher. You comprehend that such a product can only be a heavenly gift. Prior to this, I made a transaction with the heavens. Thus, if you wish to acquire these seeds, a price must be paid. As a Daoist priest, Li Daoist was cautious. Making a direct demand for money would tarnish the reputation of the Qifeng temple. Consequently, he opted to remind the affluent Li Shimin in this manner. This rice is not easily obtained. It cannot be taken without compensation. Payment is required. As long as the price is right, arrangements can be made. Thank the heavens and thank you, Daoist Li, for bestowing auspiciousness upon our Tang. Rest assured, I will honor the earth and sky with offerings of gold and silver to recompense your losses. Li Shimin turned and bowed deeply toward the sky, confident that with Li Daoist's cultivation, communication with the divine was assured. Previously, Li Daoist had sacrificed many years of his life to divine the future of the Tang. Thus, the price for such a significant blessing must have been steep. Li Shimin, lacking understanding of the intricacies of cultivation, could only offer material compensation. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, Daoist Li. You have truly endured much. Very well, take these seeds with you. If used correctly, within 2 years, the Tang shall no longer worry about grain. Upon hearing of the monetary reward, Li Daoist generously waved his hand, bestowing the hybrid rice seeds without hesitation. Thank you, Daoist Li. I am profoundly grateful. Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin felt a surge of hope. Resolving the food crisis would herald a brighter future for the Tang. This exchange left Wei Qi Baolin and Li Chengqian utterly astonished. The Li Shimin they remembered was always stern, exuding an air of authority that instilled fear with just a glance. However, today he demonstrated a different facet of himself. For the sake of the Tang, he was willing to cast aside all pretense. This revelation illuminated for them the enduring nature of their master's divinity. Do you now comprehend why our master holds such esteem among the citizens of the Tang? In this world, there is nothing our master cannot achieve if he sets his mind to it. As early initiates, Qin Huaiyu and Du Zichu had long since perceived the unfolding events. This was merely a trifling matter. Indeed, it is our privilege to be mentored by such an extraordinary master. Gradually, Li Chengqian and Wei Qibao also accepted the reality that their master was unparalleled in the world. Upon acquiring the hybrid rice, Li Shimin promptly descended from the mountains. Upon his return to the palace, he ordered the allocation of a substantial portion of the national grain reserves to Shandong for disaster relief and appointed Du Zichu as the relief minister, endowed with the authority to act without prior consultation. In this descent, Daoist Li directly presented Du Zichu to Li Shimin, under the pretense of providing him with practical experience. He argued that Du Zichu had spent ample time studying in the Daoist temple, but lacked any societal experience, which was inadequate. With the drought afflicting Shandong, it was fortuitous for Du Zichu to descend and experience human suffering, thus facilitating a deeper understanding of the Tao. Both Li Shimin and Du Zichu held this assertion in high regard, believing that great responsibilities placed upon individuals often first require the tempering of their will and the fortitude of their bodies. Daoist Li maintained exceptionally high standards for his disciples. Only through relentless trials and tribulations could they emerge as the pillars of the Tang dynasty. The emergence of hybrid rice caused a significant stir throughout the realm. When Li Shimin displayed a stalk of rice atop the Chang'an city walls, the world erupted in excitement. A miraculous omen. Could the Tang truly be on the verge of resurgence? After so many years of cultivation, they had never encountered such superior seeds. Rumor had it that these seeds were acquired by Daoist Li at the cost of 50 years of his own life. Consequently, the sovereign prayed fervently to the heavens today, hoping for more time to be granted to Daoist Li, even expressing a willingness to sacrifice his own lifespan at the grand ceremony on Mount Tai. Daoist Li, selflessly devoted to the nation and its people, disregarded life and death, while the sovereign mirrored this sentiment, embodying the spirit of service to the realm. Such qualities indeed instill confidence in the Tang. Furthermore, just yesterday, the former Empress Xiao returned to Chang'an. Her first act upon entering the palace was to visit Qingfeng Temple, expressing gratitude to Daoist Li for alleviating her suffering. The threat posed by the Turks had become trivial, with Daoist Li and the sovereign present. The minor Turkic faction could only submit. Moreover, the current leader of the Turks was none other than Daoist Li's disciple, Lord Tinio. With the northern king safeguarding the realm, there was ample reason for tranquility. What did these matters signify? Another of Daoist Li's disciples, Master Cha's son, had departed yesterday with troops to the Miao territory, a place notorious for its malevolent sorcery that had wrought havoc on many lives. With Daoist Li's disciples taking action, their turmoil would not last long. Indeed, even the drought in Shandong was being addressed by the esteemed Du, appointed as the relief minister. With Qingfeng Temple's presence, the Tang stood invincible. In no time, the populace began to speak of Qingfeng Temple with reverence. Anything emerging from there garnered the trust of the common people. Particularly, the advent of hybrid rice illuminated the lives of Tang citizens and instilled hope, plunging the aristocracy into utter darkness. Originally, the drought in Shandong had offered the aristocracy a glimmer of hope, as the court lacked provisions, yet they, the aristocrats, possessed ample supplies. Seizing the opportunity to enlighten the people of Shandong about the virtues of their esteemed clan would undoubtedly resolve their current plight. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, Li Chen re-emerged. A hybrid rice variety has thoroughly addressed the issue, garnering the long-sought affection of the populace. In the autumn of the second year of the Zhenguan era, the leaves outside the city of Chang'an had turned a brilliant yellow. On this very day, the industrious Tainyo, after a month of toil, was set to visit Qifeng Temple with the long-absent Princess Li Shoping of the Yangtze River, as tomorrow marked the happiest day of their lives. Along the way, Tainyo rode atop a majestic steed from the Turkic steppes, cradling the princess in his arms, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of existence. Chapter 142. The True and False Iron Bull. This path is opened by my Qingfeng Temple, and this tree is planted by my Qingfeng Temple. If you wish to enter, you must leave a toll for the directions. As Iron Bull strolled along the familiar path with a beautiful companion, a simple-minded man named He Zi obstructed his way. The toll for directions? I am well aware of how to navigate to Qingfeng Temple. There is no need for such a fee. The audacity of someone daring to rob on the road to Qingfeng Temple piqued Iron Bull's interest. Knowing the way matters little. You should be well aware of the prestige of Qifeng Temple. To enter without offering a token of respect is simply unacceptable. If you refuse to pay, my master will be displeased. The burly man brandished 2 axes in his hands, proudly thumping his chest. If your master would be displeased, may I ask who he is? Iron Bull's expression darkened. It was intolerable that someone would tarnish the reputation of Qingfeng Temple. There is but one master of Qingfeng Temple, and that is the immortal Daoist Li from the Tang dynasty. Naturally, he is my master. Now, why do you hesitate? Quickly hand over the toll, so we may converse amicably. Otherwise, you shall find yourself unable to ascend or descend the mountain today. With the backing of Qingfeng Temple, the man clearly dismissed Iron Bull, boasting of his own strength. What did it matter if Iron Bull was mounted on a fine steed or accompanied by a maiden? Upon observing Iron Bull, he recognized him as a wealthy young master, the kind most easily deceived. The mere mention of Qingfeng Temple would surely instill fear within him. Today, this path would certainly be his to rob. Not even Li Shimin could intervene, he thought. Since you claim to be a disciple of Daoist Li, I have encountered all his students. Which one might you be? Iron Bull's expression grew colder. He was indifferent to slander against himself. But he could not allow any blemish upon the reputation of his master, Li Chun. Such a lowly person as you could never lay eyes upon the esteemed disciples of Daoist Li. Open your eyes wide and behold. With these 2 axes and my formidable physique, aside from that great hero who vanquished the Turks, the gallant and dashing Iron Bull, soon to be the northern king of Lianzhou, who else could there be? As he spoke, pride radiated from the burly man's eyes, embodying the essence of Iron Bull himself. So, you are indeed Iron Bull. Iron Bull scratched his nose, pondering how he had not recognized his own numerous merits, though the man was impersonating him. The flattery had noticeably brightened his demeanor. Indeed, it is I. Now, hasten to dismount and kneel, presenting the toll with due respect. The man's confidence was palpable. This was his first attempt to rob under the name of Iron Bull. No, to collect the toll for passing through Qingfeng Temple, and he had encountered such a foolish, privileged youth. How could he not feel elated? Suddenly, the princess nestled in Iron Bull's embrace could no longer contain her laughter. It was utterly absurd that someone would impersonate Iron Bull beneath Qingfeng Temple. Ah, why do you laugh? The world reveres my name, Iron Bull, with nothing but admiration. How dare you laugh? It seems you hold both Qifeng Temple and the Tang dynasty in utter disdain. Such a person should not enter Qifeng Temple. Quickly descend the mountain. The black-clad man appeared exceedingly dissatisfied. Li Shouping's derisive laughter made him feel as though Tina had been insulted, and he thought it pointless to rob such a person. Let me descend the mountain now. I shall forfeit your money. Tina retrieved a pouch of silver from his bosom, tossing it lightly in his hand. The icy demeanor on his face dissipating entirely. He had never encountered someone so amusing. No, I refuse your money. You show me no respect. And such a person is unworthy of entering the Qingfeng Temple. Quickly depart. The black-clad man displayed extraordinary fury, leaving Tina and the princess momentarily bewildered. Wasn't he intent on robbing them? How had it come to this? Tina, what is the matter with this person? How can he be even more foolish than you? The princess, nestled in Tina's embrace, inquired with a smile, utterly perplexed by Tina's unexpected actions. I cannot fathom it either. How can there be such a simpleton in this world? Tina shared her bewilderment, having never before encountered a robber who, after a few exchanges, was no longer inclined to commit theft. Who are you calling foolish? You are the simpletons. The robber expressed his profound dissatisfaction with Tina and Li Shouping's remarks. However, midway through his retort, he suddenly froze. Wait, what did you say? You are Tina? How can you prove that you are Tina? The robber's reasoning left Tina momentarily dumbfounded, unable to comprehend his erratic thought process. What? Did you not claim to be Tina? Shouldn't you prove it first? As Tina spoke, he brandished his iron rod and casually touched his knife, his words dripping with provocation. With his feet upon the swift wind, wielding the iron rod, and with the knife hanging at his waist, he declared, You are Tina, indeed. Tina, my esteemed grandfather, I am blind to have not recognized you. Please forgive me. Upon seeing Tina's appearance, aside from cradling a beautiful woman, every aspect of his attire perfectly matched that of Tina. Particularly notable were the iron rod and the knife. Along with the swift wind beneath his feet, only Tina possessed such items throughout the vast Tang dynasty. Ah, now I am a grandfather. Since you have recognized my identity, do you comprehend your crime of impersonating a nobleman and robbing on the path to Qingfeng Temple? Tina found himself at a loss for words regarding this impostor. I confess my crime. I confess my crime. To meet you, Tina, is worth dying for in this lifetime, the robber proclaimed, visibly exhilarated. After hearing tales of Tina's exploits, he had come to regard Tina as his idol. His intention in robbing on this road to Qingfeng Temple was to capture the attention of his idol, even if it meant facing death. How many times have you robbed? Observing the robber's demeanor, Tina felt no inclination to take action. Reporting to you, esteemed Tina, my intent in robbing was merely the hope of encountering you, the person I respect most. Today is my first attempt, and I had not anticipated that heaven would be so kind as to allow me to meet you. Taihei was somewhat at a loss for words. The emotions he felt upon encountering his idol were beyond description. Even if he were to descend into the underworld, he would have enough tales to boast about for a lifetime. Grandfather Tainyo, you must allow me to follow you. Soon you shall reign in Liangzhou. There. You have no confidence of your own, and from this moment forth, I, Taihei, shall be your shadow. No, I am not worthy to be merely your shadow. In any case, as long as you accept me, my life will belong to you from now on. Upon seeing Tainyo remain silent, Taihei immediately poured forth his thoughts. This moment had been a long time coming for him. However, Tainyo's response doused his hopes like a cold splash of water. Taihei, I cannot promise you anything at this moment. Chapter 143. A poetic tribute to the river's blessing. Why, Your Highness, I earnestly wish to follow you. I would willingly forsake everything to be by your side. Kneeling upon the ground, Taihei spoke with disappointment. Ever since he heard of Tainyo's exploits, his greatest desire was to accompany him. Taihei, listen to me. Though I wish to take you as a trusted confidant, the Tang dynasty has its own laws. Your actions of banditry here have already transgressed the laws of the Tang. Fortunately, you have not committed any heinous acts. I believe your time in prison will not be long. Those who stand by me, Tainyo, must possess a clear conscience. You should surrender and atone for your misdeeds. When you emerge, I shall already be in Liangzhou, and I will await you there. This was Tainyo, forthright and honorable. He was thoroughly satisfied with Taihei, and it was precisely for this reason that he would not tolerate any blemish on his future confidants. I understand, Your Highness. Rest assured, I shall go and turn myself in. Upon my return, I will pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. With these words, Taihei departed without looking back. For him, receiving such assurance was already a significant blessing. Even Tainyo himself could not have anticipated that, due to this incident, he would soon gain a formidable warrior to accompany him in his conquests. At Qingfeng Temple, when Li Chen saw Tainyo arriving with his wife, he was momentarily taken aback. In his mind, with the dashing and talented Changsun Chong, it seemed only fitting that he would be the first to find love. Yet, unexpectedly, it was the simple-minded Tainyo who had married first. Was this a case of the foolish being favored? Nevertheless, as a mentor, there were certain thoughts he could not voice. After all, the young couple was about to embark on a new journey together. Li Chen prepared some gifts to send them off down the mountain. The celebration of the Northern King's wedding was a momentous occasion for the entire Tang dynasty, especially for Cheng Yaojin and Li Shimin, who had not ceased smiling since dawn. This grand marriage firmly established Tainyo's position within the Tang, and officials from all regions, as well as common folk, came forth with gifts of congratulations. Even the Khans from the Turkic tribes arrived to honor the son of the wolf god of the steppes, their future leader. It can be said that this wedding was the most vibrant celebration since the founding of the Tang dynasty, with joy resonating from top to bottom. The retired Emperor Li Yuan even left the depths of the palace to witness this moment of happiness at the Northern King's residence. Once Tainyo was proclaimed the Northern King, Li Shimin promptly selected a residence near Qifeng Temple to serve as Tainyo's royal abode. However, it was a slight regret for Tainyo that his master, Li Chen, remained at the temple to safeguard it and could not descend the mountain for such an important occasion. Even his good friend Changsun Chong was unable to attend, as he was en route to Miaojiang, yet he sent his blessings and gifts for Tainyo. The Northern King's wedding set the city of Chang'an and the entire Tang, even the Turkic tribes, into a frenzy of celebration that lasted for half a month. After this period, under the escort of Li Shimin and the guidance of his elder brother, Tainyo formally departed from Chang'an to take his place as king in Liangzhou. During the past fortnight, the powerful families ultimately chose to compromise, surrendering everything they could and opting for a semblance of peace. In stark contrast, Du Zichu found himself ensnared in considerable trouble. Upon his arrival in Shandong, he quickly discerned that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. His first destination was Langia, a locale of paramount importance in Shandong, arguably the most significant in the entire province. On his very first day in Shandong, Du Zichu experienced the true depths of human suffering. The entire region was devoid of vitality, leaving him profoundly distressed. Consequently, rather than heading directly to the governor's office, Du Zichu prioritized the distribution of disaster relief grain he had brought with him. To his bewilderment, the local populace hesitated to approach him at first, seemingly reluctant to step forward until their hunger became unbearable. This peculiar reaction struck Du Zichu as unusual since the onset of the severe drought in Shandong. The court had allocated substantial amounts of relief grain, and logically, the situation should not have deteriorated to such an extent. After distributing the grain to the people, Qin Huayu arrived at the Langia governor's office, which, aside from Zibo, served as the largest administrative body in Shandong. Upon entering the governor's office, Du Zichu was met with a scene devoid of decorum, where drinking and gambling prevailed, and the officials engaged in activities unbecoming of their station. "Hey, who are you to dare intrude upon my office? It seems we've been too lenient with you ruffians lately," a soldier barked, blocking Du Zichu's path as he attempted to proceed. "Do you not know who he is?" Du Zichu's personal guard retorted angrily. Accompanied by 10 of Li Shimin's meticulously chosen guards, Du Zichu was well aware that Li Shimin had surmised the complexities of Shandong's situation, which was why he had appointed Du Zichu as the disaster relief minister, granting him the authority to act decisively. "I care not who you are. This is Langia, far from the emperor's reach. Here, my lord is the ruler, and it is he who holds sway over all who enter," the soldier replied dismissively, showing no respect for Du Zichu. In their eyes, Shandong was their domain. Here, Dragons must coil and tigers must lie low. An evenly shimon would elicit no fear from them. I am the emperor's designated disaster relief minister. Disrespect towards me is tantamount to disrespect towards the emperor himself. Seize him and execute him at once. Du Zichu understood that the situation in Shandong was precarious, with the potential for rebellion simmering among the populace. Without bloodshed, the issues plaguing Shandong could never be resolved. Kill me? You think you are worthy? Do you not recognize where you stand? Brothers, arm yourselves. As Du Zichu prepared to take action, the soldier's temper flared. How dare you lay hands on a minister of the emperor? You must be courting death. Du Zichu's guards were infuriated, having never encountered such audacity. What nonsense about being a minister? Here, we only acknowledge Lord Jiang. Everyone else is inconsequential. Even if the emperor himself came, it would still be Lord Jiang who decides. The soldier arrogantly proclaimed that this place, being remote and elevated, was beyond the reach of the emperor. How could he possibly come here? Moreover, their Lord Jiang had powerful backing and was utterly unafraid. What a bold assertion. Even if the emperor were to arrive, we would not cower, he declared. Seize them all and confine them for further processing. Du Zichu's expression darkened considerably. He was taken aback by the deplorable state of Shandong. His disdain for the governor Jiang grew even stronger. Tension mounted between the two factions, as they were on the brink of conflict, when suddenly, a large, stout man burst forth. What do you intend to do? Everyone, stand down at once. Chapter 144. Decisive action. Who are you to dare cause such a ruckus here? The burly, dark-skinned man glared at Du Zichu with indignation. Ever since he assumed the role of the local leader, no one had ever had the audacity to disturb the peace in this manner. How bold! This gentleman is the disaster relief minister dispatched by His Majesty, responsible for aiding Shandong. Should anyone dare to obstruct him, they shall face immediate consequences. Du Zichu's guards exhibited palpable anger. They had never encountered such a brazen individual, more accurately, a brazen official. Ah, special envoy. I am remiss in not offering a proper welcome. I am Jiang Ming, the governor of Langia. Pray, what guidance do you have for me, esteemed envoy? Upon hearing this, the burly man promptly altered his demeanor. He had already received word regarding the minister sent by the court. If it were anyone else, Jiang Ming would have dismissed them outright. But this time it was Du Zichu, the son of Du Ruhui and a distinguished disciple of Li Daozhong, compelling Jiang Ming to take notice. The deeds of Tai Niu and Chang Sun Chong were well known. Li Daozhong's apprentices were not to be trifled with, leaving Jiang Ming wary. Indeed, Governor Jiang, you manage your subordinates effectively. I have heard that even His Majesty's presence is of little consequence here. How could a mere special envoy dare to offer counsel? Du Zichu had already grasped the situation at hand. The abundant relief grain was likely to be scant for the populace. Forgive me, esteemed Du, but with the recent calamities in Shandong, I have been tirelessly laboring for the welfare of the people, and my oversight of my subordinates has regrettably lapsed, resulting in their arrogance. Bring them all to me. Each shall receive 50 strokes of the military rod as a warning to others. With these few words, Jiang Ming deftly shifted the blame onto others while simultaneously constructing a grand image of himself, claiming all actions were for the good of the people. Indeed, Governor Jiang is truly concerned for the nation and its citizens. Du Zichu could not help but scoff internally. If his assertions held any truth, the people of Shandong would not be driven to rebellion. All is prepared for you. Esteemed Du, I have arranged a banquet in your honor after your arduous journey. Clearly, Du Zichu was entirely unperturbed by Jiang Ming's pretense. No need for that. The people of Shandong are currently suffering immensely. Whatever grain remains should be distributed entirely to them to help them through this disaster. Witnessing the plight of the Shandong populace filled Du Zichu with profound sorrow. Though he could not manage the world like his master, he at least aimed to aid Shandong through this calamity. Well, esteemed Du, to be candid, there is scarcely any grain left in all of Shandong. This disaster has been particularly brutal. From the onset, I have already allocated all available grain. Even the relief provisions later sent by the court are but a drop in the bucket for the people of Shandong. This devastating drought has led to the starvation of nearly half of our populace in Languo alone, moreover, in some smaller areas. Desperate individuals have resorted to cannibalism and rebellion simply to survive. Although I am aware that the common people cannot be blamed for this, it is evident that the shortcomings lie within our great Tang dynasty. However, rebellion is rebellion, and for the peace of the Tang, I can only issue orders to suppress them all. Oscar-winning actor Jiang Ming's performance is nothing short of riveting, with tears streaming down his face, evoking deep emotions as he gazes upon the desolate landscape. Were it not for Du Zichu's prior awareness, one might genuinely believe that this stout, dark-skinned man was a compassionate official concerned for the welfare of the nation. I have gathered all the information regarding Shandong. This time, Your Majesty has allocated half of the national granary's provisions to the region. I shall only take a portion of it and summon all officials from Shandong to the governor's office tomorrow morning to collectively discuss the relief efforts. Ultimately, Du Zichu could no longer tolerate such insincerity and interrupted him, remarking that if Jiang Ming truly felt as he claimed, he would not have become such a rotund figure. I understand, Du Zichu replied. I will arrange for the county magistrates from various prefectures to report here. Jiang Ming appeared to cooperate on the surface, yet no one understood his true thoughts better than he did. After issuing this directive, Du Zichu departed, for the situation in Shandong was urgent, and he must grasp all the circumstances as swiftly as possible. Once Du Zichu left, Jiang Ming's expression shifted drastically, becoming quite somber. Humph. What of the disciple of Daoist Li? Before he has even grown up, he wishes to leap about this world. Sir, do we really have to endure the military punishment? Grumbled the soldier who had just clashed with Du Zichu. 50 military strikes could take half his life. I now assign you a task. Should you accomplish it well, you shall be spared the 50 strikes. However, if any issues arise, I shall require your heads, Jiang Ming said, his eyes glinting with a sudden thought as he leaned in to whisper to the soldier. The night in Shandong arrived earlier than in Chang'an, yet Du Zichu had no inclination for sleep. After a day of investigation, his worries had only deepened. In Chang'an, the common folk regarded their officials with the reverence one would show to parents, yet in Shandong, he could perceive their loathing through their apathetic gazes. Upon learning that he was the relief minister, the people seemed to wish to devour him alive. In some villages, they hurled all manner of refuse at him. Such occurrences indicate a singular truth. The officials in Shandong have oppressed the common people excessively. I shall have this letter expedited 600 miles to Chang'an overnight. The situation in Shandong is far more complex than I had imagined, and I fear that special measures will need to be employed. Du Zichu understood well that if the issues in Shandong were not handled properly, the goodwill that his master and the emperor had painstakingly cultivated would suffer a severe blow, and many treacherous subjects might seize the opportunity to rebel. At that point, chaos would ensue throughout Shandong. Shandong, though not situated in the heart of the Central Plains, possesses significant strategic importance. Should any turmoil arise in Shandong, neighboring nations would inevitably exert pressure on the Tang dynasty, a scenario that Emperor Li Shimin is most eager to avoid. In that moment, Du Zichu felt the weight of responsibility bearing down upon him. Perhaps this was the very reason His Majesty had dispatched him here. Indeed, Minister Du harbors noble intentions, tirelessly poring over texts late into the night. It is no wonder he ascended to the position of Minister of Disaster Relief at such a tender age. Just as Du Zichu was organizing the intelligence gathered from various regions of Shandong, a group of cloaked figures burst in, their faces etched with murderous intent. As I suspected, on my very first day in Shandong, I was met with an assassination attempt. This land of China conceals secrets yet unknown to me. Chapter 145. The arrival of intruders. Confronted by the cloaked figures, Du Zichu remained utterly unperturbed, having anticipated such a scenario long ago. There is no need for you to uncover any secrets. From this moment forth, you shall be as good as dead. The dead have no right to knowledge, proclaimed the leader of the black-clad men with an air of arrogance. What does it matter if you are an imperial envoy? Once you set foot in Shandong, your fate is sealed, death. Do you know how the villains ultimately meet their demise? Observing the leader, Du Zichu was suddenly reminded of his masteress' words. What? To his surprise, the black-clad man genuinely inquired, displaying an insatiable curiosity. Villains typically fall due to excessive chatter, especially those devoid of intellect. Like yourself, Du Zichu retorted, glancing at the intelligence in his hand. What nonsense. You are the true villain, devoid of wit. Brothers, take him down. Enraged, the leader barked orders to his subordinates. Despite facing a dozen black-clad men, Du Zichu Sr. remained seated, not moving an inch. Just as a blade neared Du Zichu, several guards donned in black uniforms appeared behind him, his shadowy protectors entrusted by Li Shimin. Leave no survivors. These individuals are of too lowly a status to extract anything useful from, Du Zichu instructed the shadow guards. Such foolish villains would yield no valuable information even if captured. Without uttering a word, the shadow guards, driven by a singular directive, kill, swiftly dispatched the black-clad men. This outcome elicited no surprise from Du Zichu. Master Du, how should we handle these individuals? After neutralizing the threat, the shadow guards arranged the incapacitated men neatly, awaiting Du Zichu's command. Approaching the leader, Du Zichu prepared to unveil his mask and glimpse the man's true identity. However, just as his fingers brushed the fabric, a cadre of soldiers burst in, securing all the black-clad men. Master Du, are you unharmed? Jiang Ming approached with a concerned expression, scrutinizing Du Zichu. Jiang, What is the meaning of this? Du Zichu's countenance grew frostier upon seeing Jiang Ming. Of course, I have come to protect you. I sincerely apologize for the occurrence of such an incident on my territory. Jiang Ming replied shamelessly. You there, escort these black-clad men away. There may still be survivors. I wish to interrogate each one to discern who possesses the audacity to attempt an assassination on Master Du as he spoke. Jiang Ming ordered the apprehension of the black-clad men, who were, in fact, the soldiers that had clashed with Du Zichu earlier that day, to avoid punishment. They had been incited by Jiang Ming to assassinate Du Zichu, ultimately paying with their lives. Indeed, Master Jiang governs his subordinates with remarkable efficacy, Du Zichu mused, fully aware of Jiang Ming's intentions. Had it not been for the greater scheme concerning Shandong, he would have exposed Jiang Ming long ago. Rest assured, Master Du, I shall ensure that you are constantly protected. Such issues will never arise again. Jiang Ming signaled to the soldiers he had brought, instructing them to remain by Du Zichu's side, ostensibly for protection, but in truth, to supervise him. He had not anticipated the presence of hidden guards around Du Zichu. There's no need for that. For this disaster relief effort, His Majesty has specially dispatched 20,000 troops, who will arrive in Langya by dawn tomorrow. With them and the hidden guards present, I shall be safe. Master Jiang, you should retire early. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's expression changed dramatically. He had received no prior information regarding this matter. Currently, the garrison in Langya consisted of merely 10,000 soldiers, and the secret deployment of an additional 20,000 by His Majesty was all too telling. Master Jiang, do take care. Do not be late for tomorrow's morning assembly. Du Zichu's tactic of striking at the mountain to scare the tiger was a clear admonition for Jiang Ming to be mindful of his station and to refrain from any outrageous actions. Understood, understood. Master Du, please rest early. I take my leave. Jiang Ming's countenance was particularly grim. He had not foreseen such a maneuver from Du Zichu, and it appeared that the morning assembly would not be as tranquil as expected. Humph, with their shifty eyes and dubious dealings. Let me show you the harsh realities of this world. Watching Jiang Ming's retreating figure, Du Zichu's expression was icy. The brazen assassination attempts had surpassed his expectations regarding the situation in Shandong. The following day, under Du Zichu's summons, nearly all officials from Shandong gathered in Langya. In the courtroom, all officials regarded Du Zichu, seated at the center, with a measure of trepidation. Why do we not see the censors from Zizhou and Yinzhou? Casting a cold glance over the assembly, Du Zichu spoke with indifference. The disaster relief in Shandong officially commences now. The mention of these two regions was deliberate, as the recent rebellion among the populace had primarily originated from there. Who are these youngsters? We have been preoccupied daily with quelling the rebellions. We have no time to indulge you. Speak quickly, for we must return to our duties. Just as silence enveloped the room, two officials arrived late. They were the censors from Zizhou and Yinzhou. Your Majesty is wise, allowing me to temporarily oversee the officials of Shandong in this relief endeavor. On our first day convening the ministers, you two arrived tardily and with such arrogance. Do you hold the emperor in such low esteem? Du Zichu's expression remained unchanged as he fixed his gaze firmly on the two. Today, he intended to make the officials of Shandong acutely aware of his resolve. Do not pin such grave accusations upon us. We toiled day and night for the relief efforts. You arrived demanding to set fires. What if you are a disciple of Li Chun? We were merely late. What of it? The two evidently had not grasped the seriousness of the situation, continuing to act with impunity, dismissing Du Zichu entirely. Having navigated the corridors of power for many years, they believed they had seen it all. They thought that a mere youth could scarcely intimidate them, seize them, and take them out to be executed. Du Zichu, unreservedly and with great authority, cast aside his command and exclaimed, "What audacity! Does he dare to threaten our lives? Are you not aware that we are high-ranking officials of the third rank? Without His Majesty's decree, none can lay a hand upon us." Even at this moment, the two censors displayed no sign of fear. For according to the laws of the court, the execution of officials above the fifth rank mandates the emperor's consent. Humph! Du Zichu snorted coldly, producing a token. At the sight of that token, panic ensued among all present. Prior to this, His Majesty had entrusted me with all matters pertaining to Shandong, granting me the authority to act without prior notification, even in matters of life and death. Bring them forth and execute them. Chapter 146. What is it? Do you require me to present evidence? Lord Du, they merely arrived late. Their transgressions do not warrant death. In recent days, both gentlemen have toiled ceaselessly for the drought-stricken Shandong, earning not just merit, but also suffering. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ming immediately interjected, astonished that Du Zichu, upon his arrival, would seek his own demise by engaging in such actions. I have stated it clearly. Today, they must perish. Jiang Ming understood Du Zichu's intentions all too well. This man was fated to die today, and even the king of hell could not save him, as he had proclaimed. Lord Du, do you wish to dishearten the officials of Shandong? Over the years, these two gentlemen have accomplished much for Shandong and are deeply revered by the populace. How can you act in such a manner, leaving the officials and the people of Shandong in despair? Jiang Ming spoke with tears, wholly devoted to Shandong and its citizens. One might mistake him for a sage. Indeed, they had undertaken numerous endeavors for Shandong. Since their tenure began, they have plundered the people's wealth, oppressed the populace, forcibly seized women, and even committed murder and trafficking. They dared to embezzle food meant for disaster relief, selling it to the eastern barbarians. Such officials, if not executed, would fail to quell the public outrage. Du Zichu rose, declaring that prior to his arrival in Shandong, he had thoroughly investigated all officials in the region. It could be said that from top to bottom, the officials of Shandong were mired in corruption, conspiring, and disgrace. Upon uncovering these facts, Du Zichu was inclined to eliminate them all. However, given the current need for capable individuals in Shandong, executing them all would leave no one to manage affairs. Thus, he resolved to make an example of a select few, executing them first, and once the drought had passed and stability was restored, he would address the remaining officials gradually, ensuring minimal impact on the realm. Slander. You are slandering us. We have never engaged in such deeds. Upon hearing these words, the two censors' expressions shifted, vehemently denying the allegations. Should they concede to such claims? Even if Du Zichu were to execute their entire families, no one would utter a word in protest. Indeed, Lord Du, since their arrival in Shandong, the two gentlemen have been diligent and have never wronged the people. I can vouch for this. At this moment, Jiang Ming also interjected, advocating for the two men. These censors held significant positions, and should anything happen to them, their future in Shandong would become exceedingly difficult. Vouch? What can you offer as a guarantee? Will you wager your own head? If they indeed are guilty, I shall surrender my head to you. Should my claims prove true, I shall have both your heads severed. Du Zichu was undeniably assertive, providing Jiang Ming no opportunity for defense. They were acutely aware of the situation in Shandong, and no one dared risk their own life in such a wager. Hearing Du Zichu's words, Jiang Ming hesitated, unsure of how to respond. To be asked to guarantee with his own life was a daunting prospect. Lord Du, according to the laws of our great Tang, all matters must be substantiated by evidence. If you wish to execute these two gentlemen, present the evidence. Jiang Ming, struck by a sudden inspiration, recalled that this regulation had been established collaboratively by Daoist Master Li and Emperor Li Shimin. Now, he intended to use this point to bind Du Zichu, confident that Du Zichu would have nothing to counter with. Your reasoning is sound, my lord. Since you demand evidence, I shall provide it, declared Du Zichu. After speaking, he instructed his shadow guards to deliver a collection of documents, recently gathered evidence, to the officials of Shandong. Upon viewing the evidence, the officials of Shandong were engulfed in panic. They were acutely aware of the misdeeds committed by the two censors, and some had even participated in them. The evidence presented by Du Zichu was remarkably comprehensive, as if he had witnessed the actions firsthand, instilling fear among the officials of Shandong. This indicated that Du Zichu possessed ample proof of their illegal activities, and the only reason he had yet to reveal it was their relatively acceptable behavior. Should they defy him, they would face dire consequences. Brutes, beasts, you even prey upon innocent young girls. You are unworthy of your official titles, unworthy of feasting upon the bounties of the Tang. This was not all. They even dared to exploit solitary elderly women. Their lives are already fraught with hardship, and you seize their sustenance. Are you even human? What a disgrace. You are the shame of the Tang. How do you dare to show your faces in this world? Crawl away, all of you. In an instant, the office of the governor of Langyou was filled with young men brimming with righteous indignation, each wishing to tear the censors of Yenzhou and Zizhou to shreds. They had not anticipated such shamelessness, perpetrating these acts while enjoying the salaries of the Tang, harming its people, and even colluding with savages. Such treachery was unforgivable. Master Du, your keen insight is commendable. Such individuals do not deserve to exist in this world. I implore you to act decisively and eliminate these wretches. Jiang Ming's tone shifted more rapidly than anyone could have imagined, even surprising himself at Du Zichu's ability to uncover such evidence. This indicated that Du Zichu was well aware of all the wrongdoings, and now was not the time for retreat. How many officials remain absent? He inquired. Observing the indecisive sycophants, Du Zichu felt nothing but disdain. With officials like these, how could Shandong ever improve? Reporting to you, my lord, there are still 13 officials yet to arrive, all holding at least the rank of county magistrate. A personal guard presented the list to Du Zichu with utmost respect. Execute them all as a warning to others. Those who refuse to comply are of no necessity to me. Du Zichu replied coldly. To alter the current state of Shandong and regain the people's trust, blood must be shed. My lord, is it not excessively ruthless to execute so many? Jiang Ming's countenance paled upon hearing of the impending execution of 13 individuals, all of whom were his trusted subordinates. Deliberately absent as a calculated act of defiance against Du Zichu. He had not expected Du Zichu to be so resolute, initiating a wave of executions without following the conventional approach. What say you, Master Jiang? Do you harbor doubts regarding my decision? Shall I present evidence? Even if it is evidence that has been destroyed, I can still procure it. Du Zichu exhibited not the slightest hint of trepidation. He could not help but marvel at the Emperor's intelligence network. If one wished to investigate, there was nothing in the realm that could remain concealed from His Majesty. This and that, no need for it. Since Lord Du is an imperial envoy, henceforth all matters pertaining to Shandong shall be entrusted to his capable hands. Jiang Ming felt an intense bitterness within. Could he dare to obstruct such authority? From the evidence presented by Du Zichu, it was evident that the latter possessed information concerning him. Jiang Ming was acutely aware that the only reason Du Zichu had yet to take action against him was due to the current exigency for capable individuals within the court. Shandong could not afford to be without his presence. Chapter 147. A man's kneel for the people from this day forth. All officials in Shandong shall heed my command, distributing all relief grain directly to the people. Should anyone dare to embezzle, they shall face dire consequences. I shall not pursue past transgressions. From now on, I will meet with the populace daily. Should I hear any unfavorable news, the responsible party shall be executed. This relief effort consists of 3 phases. First, each locality shall establish porridge kitchens where anyone, regardless of origin, may partake in meals. Second, according to population, provisions for this winter and the upcoming spring and summer will be distributed to the people within 15 days. Third, we shall immediately construct irrigation channels to prevent natural disasters. With these commands, Shandong seemed to undergo a profound transformation. To regain the trust of the people, Du Zichu executed the corrupt officials and displayed their bodies at the city gates, then personally addressed the citizens. Esteemed elders of Shandong, I apologize for the wrongs you have endured. It is I, and the Tang dynasty, that have failed you. I never anticipated that such unscrupulous officials would exist in our great Tang. Rest assured, such occurrences shall never happen again. Those greedy officials have been brought to justice. Perhaps there are still many such officials in Shandong, but fear not, for I shall strike down any corrupt official who dares to show their face, one by one, until not a single corrupt soul remains in this land. I implore you, dear citizens, to hold me accountable. I, Du Zichu, vow to fulfill my promises. Here, I apologize for the suffering you have endured. With that, before the assembled populace, Du Zichu knelt, a gesture of humility for the welfare of the people. Esteemed elders of Shandong, today marks my first kneel before you, and I hope it shall be the last. I am determined to ensure that every household in Shandong has enough to eat, and within 2 years, every family will possess surplus grain. From the moment he stepped into Shandong, Du Zichu was deeply moved by the dire circumstances he witnessed. Silently, he vowed that he would not leave Shandong until its people prospered. Oh, benevolent heavens! We have survived in Shandong. This land shall thrive. Finally, we can live well, for we have a good official. Long live the Tang dynasty. May the heavens bless our Shandong and our great Tang. Upon hearing Du Zichu's words, the people of Shandong were filled with exuberance. After years of oppression under corrupt officials, they finally welcomed a righteous leader. Observing the swelling support for Du Zichu, Jiang Ming and others wore grim expressions. Having ruled Shandong for many years, they were akin to local tyrants. Little did they expect that Du Zichu would dismantle their power in just one day. It seemed time to call upon their powerful backer. In Chang'an, upon learning of Du Zichu's actions regarding Shandong, Li Shimin felt an immense joy in his heart. The nation's exceptional talents truly shine, and each disciple of Master Li brings me delightful surprises. I am exceedingly pleased with Du Zichu's handling of affairs. The disciples of Qingfeng Temple must indeed possess great abilities, which further solidifies my belief. Although Du Zichu hails from a prestigious lineage, he lacked any prior experience in governance and was once considered a debauched youth, hardly worthy of mention. To perform flawlessly in such a significant position for the first time is genuinely astonishing. My foremost disciple, Tiniu, alongside Changsun Chong, has achieved what even Huistubing could not, subduing the Turks, thereby securing peace in the northern territories of the Tang dynasty as Tiniu ascends to become the northern king. Changsun Chong's strategic prowess has been indispensable in this endeavor, and it is needless to elaborate further on his capabilities. At such a tender age, his vision and tactics are already among the finest in the realm, leaving even me, Li Shimin, feeling somewhat humbled. Currently, he is collaborating with Yuan Tiangang to quell unrest in Miaojiang, having already attained notable accomplishments. Aside from my apprentices who are beginning to make their mark, there are also Qin Huayu, the recently appointed Weiqi Baolin, and my own son. I hold great expectations for these individuals, for they represent the future of the Tang dynasty, and their presence ensures that our legacy may flourish for at least 3 generations. Your Majesty, Prince of Xiangyi seeks an audience. Just as I was preparing to formally decree Du Zichu as the inspector of Shandong, overseeing the entire region, Prince Li Shenfu sought my presence. Li Shenfu, being a cousin of my father, Li Yuan, was once a valiant figure who single-handedly defended Xinzhou against the Turks, preventing their advance southward. However, since ascending to the throne, he appears to have transformed entirely, engaging in matters far removed from his previous pursuits. Proclaim. After a moment's contemplation, I uttered this single word, uncertain how to approach my royal uncle. Long live your Majesty. The venerable ministers bowed before me. Li Shenfu, as a cousin of Li Yuan, bears a striking difference in appearance. He remains in robust health, undiminished by indulgences, and at over 50 years of age, he stands strong and vigorous. Unlike Li Yuan, who, since becoming the retired emperor, has succumbed to a life of excess within the palace, resulting in the birth of numerous siblings for me, amounting to over 20. What brings you here, my uncle? In the grand hall, I observed the urgent dispatch of 600 li delivered by Du Ruhue, my gaze intense and contemplative. Your Majesty, Shandong is currently suffering from severe drought. As a member of the royal family, I have been restless day and night, pained by the suffering of the people. Thus, after much deliberation, I have resolved that in this critical moment, I must contribute to the welfare of the Tang dynasty, Li Shenfu earnestly declared. Emphasizing that all actions were for the realm and for the glory of Tang, I remained impassive, my countenance unchanged, fixating intently on Li Shenfu, pondering his intentions. In the past, during my time in Taiyuan, I had the privilege of overseeing Shandong, a region I am intimately familiar with. In fact, I have personally nurtured nearly half of the officials there. Therefore, I humbly beseech your Majesty to appoint me as the inspector of Shandong to govern the entire province. Within 2 years, I assure you, I shall bring prosperity to Shandong. Li Shenfu exuded confidence, firmly believing that Li Shimin could not possibly refuse his request. After all, he was Li Shimin's uncle, a status that had already eliminated many contenders. Moreover, his assertions were grounded in truth. No one possesses a deeper understanding of Shandong than he does. When Li Yuan was still in Taiyuan, he held sway over many areas of Shandong, and even now, he retains absolute control over the region. Chapter 148. The Conspiracy of Li Shenfu. Indeed, Uncle Wang, how do you propose to restore Shandong to its former glory? Li Shimin inquired, producing a recently penned imperial decree, his gaze fixed upon Uncle Wang's performance. Certainly, it begins with reforming the populace. Presently, Shandong is in disarray, plagued by calamity. Should I gain control over Shandong, I will swiftly address the issue of sustenance for the people, revive agriculture, and construct irrigation channels. In no time, Shandong shall flourish once more, Li Shenfu articulated confidently. Prior to entering the palace, he had meticulously prepared his rhetoric. The position of Shandong's inspector was his to seize. Uncle Wang, since my ascension to the throne, you have appeared dazed, oblivious to the myriad matters I have tended to on your behalf. Yet now you suddenly step forward, eager to effect change, and your suggestions are commendable. Can you elucidate this transformation? Li Shimin continued, scrutinizing Li Shenfu with intensity, as if seeking some revelation in his expression. However, Li Shenfu's countenance remained inscrutable. He had anticipated Li Shimin's probing inquiries. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, I have merely been overwhelmed. Prior to your ascendance, I was a staunch supporter of the former crown prince. Since you seized the throne at Xuanwu Gate, I have been consumed by trepidation, fearing your retribution. Consequently, I have chosen to remain dormant, suppressing any untoward thoughts. With the turmoil now engulfing Shandong, a place to which I hold profound attachment, I recognize that I can no longer afford to cower. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not shrink from my duty. Li Shenfu prostrated himself on the ground, exuding an air of humility, yet inwardly he smirked, confident in his survival over the decades. Uncle Wang speaks wisely, truly. You are of the Li lineage. Were it not for my prior knowledge of the matter, I might have fallen into your trap, Li Shimin remarked, simultaneously presenting the decree regarding Shandong to Li Shenfu for his perusal. This. Upon seeing the decree, Li Shenfu was taken aback, unable to fathom that Li Shimin had already appointed the inspector of Shandong. Your Majesty, Du Zichu is but a mere boy, and Shandong is vast, steeped in the cultural heritage of the Central Plains. How can such a pivotal region be entrusted to him? Moreover, he possesses no authority over Shandong. If he is allowed to proceed, the province will be in grave peril, Li Shinfu implored urgently, knowing all too well that Du Zichu was a disciple of Li Daolong. And the entire Tang dynasty was aware of the formidable prowess of Li Daolong's apprentice. Should Du Zichu establish his foothold in Shandong, all of Li Shinfu's careful arrangements would be rendered futile. Uncle Wang, are you aware of the current situation in Shandong? Li Shimin inquired, handing over a briefing on Du Zichu's activities in Shandong. Typically, Du Zichu would relay urgent matters concerning Shandong directly to Li Shimin, thus leaving Li Shinfu unaware of the circumstances, save for the fact that Du Zichu, as a special envoy, was engaged in disaster relief efforts there. How can this be possible? He pondered. How could he accomplish so much in such a brief period? Observing the deeds of Du Zichu in Shandong, Li Shinfu found it hard to believe, especially considering that on his very first day in office, Du Zichu had executed numerous officials, yet managed to fill the vacancies swiftly, restoring order to Shandong. Even he, after years of governance in Shandong, doubted his own ability to achieve such results. Notably, the sentiments of the Shandong populace, having largely recovered under Du Zichu's kneeling gesture, indicated that if this momentum continued, the province would likely flourish within 2 years, becoming the most formidable support for the Central Plains dynasty. Under Du Zichu's iron-fisted leadership, no one dared to oppose him. Dissent would only lead to death. As long as the people rallied behind Du Zichu, no matter how many corrupt officials he eliminated, Shandong would remain stable. Uncle Wang, do you believe you could achieve this? And at this juncture, are you prepared to persist? Everything you have done has already been thoroughly investigated by Zichu. Li Shimin gazed at his uncle with a tinge of disappointment. He had extended an opportunity, yet Uncle Wang remained unyielding, steadfast in his convictions. What are you saying, Your Majesty? I do not comprehend. All along, I have been unwaveringly loyal to the Tang dynasty and to Your Majesty, never once committing an act against you or the empire. At these words, Li Shinfu felt a sudden unease. Yet he took solace in the belief that Li Shimin would not resort to extreme measures against him. Li Shimin shook his head, producing the evidence that Du Zichu had initially submitted. Uncle Wang, do you have any further justifications? His disappointment in Li Shinfu was palpable. He had hoped that Li Shinfu could safeguard the borders, unlike Iron Bull, who had become a beacon of hope for the Tang, at the very least maintaining the integrity of the empire's territory. For years, the actions of Shandong's officials had been orchestrated by Li Shinfu, all aimed at sowing discord within the Tang dynasty. It could be said that prior to Du Zichu's arrival, Li Shinfu was the true local sovereign of Shandong. Over the years, officials across Shandong had incessantly plundered the populace, secretly funneling their ill-gotten gains to Chang'an, filling Li Shinfu's estate. These resources became the capital upon which he could build his future ambitions. Should Li Shimin pass, Li Shinfu could easily use Shandong as a stronghold to plunge the realm into chaos. Even if the surname of the ruling family remained Li, the nation would no longer be Tang. Your Majesty, allow me to explain, all my actions have been for your sake. As long as Shandong remains under my control, the Tang dynasty will forever belong to the Li family. The moment Li Shinfu laid eyes upon the evidence, he was utterly engulfed by panic. His actions had been executed with such meticulous secrecy that no one had ever suspected a thing. Even in Shandong, only a handful of individuals, including Jiang Ming, were privy to the fact that he had orchestrated everything from behind the curtain, and he had taken great care to obliterate all traces of evidence after each incident. Li Shinfu could not fathom from where Du Zichu had unearthed such incriminating proof. Uncle Wang, since my ascension to the throne, I have treated you with considerable favor, even bestowing upon you the title of king despite your lack of extraordinary achievements. Meanwhile, those like my brother, the Prince of Qin, who have devoted themselves entirely to the Tang dynasty, are merely granted the rank of duke. Why, then, have you chosen this path? Chapter 149. Questioning the heart. It can be said that Li Shimin is utterly disillusioned with Li Shinfu. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such words. Do princes and nobles possess any true lineage? Is it not clear to your Majesty why I act in this manner? This lofty position can be attained by anyone who possesses sufficient strength. This is a truth that you have imparted to me. Without the support of individuals such as Li Qin, Yu Qigong, Qing Yaojin, and Changsun Wuji, would you have been able to claim this throne? Were it not for the upheaval at Xuanwu Gate that left Li Yuan with no alternative, do you truly believe he would have bequeathed this position to you? Now that we have reached this juncture, Li Shinfu sees no reason to conceal his thoughts and lays bare his innermost feelings. The crime of treason is an unforgivable sin. Even though he is Li Shimin's uncle, he would not be spared. That much is clear to Li Shinfu. You. In that moment, Li Shimin found himself at a loss for words. The upheaval at Xuanwu Gate was a topic he preferred to avoid, although it was a necessary course of events. It was not a matter of pride. Since Li Shimin's ascension, no one has dared to speak of it. Yet Li Shenfu has now articulated what has long remained unspoken. What say you, dear nephew? Have I struck a nerve? If you are able to act thusly, why can your son not do the same? Although the Tang dynasty appears to flourish at present, this will not be the case after your demise. You must understand that regardless of how exceptional an individual may be, there remains an insatiable desire for your position. The more remarkable the person, the greater the ambition. Your sons will be no exception. Moreover, my dear brother has sired numerous sons. I believe they too will harbor aspirations upon hearing of your deeds. Your Majesty, while this position may be fraught with challenges, it is one that everyone covets. If death is inevitable, then Li Shenfu no longer cares. He considers it a triumph to strike at Li Shimin's heart before his demise. Come, take him away. In a fit of rage, Li Shimin commanded his men to seize Li Shenfu, his expression fluctuating as he pondered his thoughts. It can be stated that Li Shenfu's words pierced directly into Li Shimin's heart, as these concerns have long plagued him. Whether it be Li Chengxian or Li Ji, both appear exceptionally capable. Whichever son ascends to the throne, the future of the Tang dynasty seems promising. Yet, this very prospect has become Li Shimin's greatest source of anxiety, fearing that the challenges he faced may befall his sons. Especially after Li Chengxian became a disciple of Li Chen, Li Shimin has been consumed by this worry. From any perspective, Li Chengxian is undoubtedly a most worthy heir, particularly given the backing of the Qingfeng Temple. Li Shimin cannot deny that with the rise of Qingfeng Temple, it has emerged as the most formidable power in the Tang dynasty, one that even he cannot counterbalance. Not only have the Wagong faction completely aligned with Qingfeng Temple, but even the civil officials led by Changsun Wuji and Du Ruhui firmly stand behind it. Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng have consistently stood by my side. Yet it appears that this emperor also belongs to the Qingfeng Temple. Not to mention the three eminent figures of Qingfeng Temple, Li Chun, Li Chunfeng, and Yuan Tiangang, whose presence commands even the mightiest of deities. With these three overseeing Qingfeng Temple, even celestial beings would tremble, let alone a mere mortal emperor. Contemplating this, Li Shimin's expression fluctuated between light and shadow, for the words of Li Shenfu profoundly affected his state of mind, stirring up the tranquility he had painstakingly achieved. After a considerable pause, Li Shimin sighed and spoke. Uncle Wang, you are correct. The incident at Xuanwu Gate was indeed dishonorable. However, I firmly believe that my descendants will find their own fortune and will come to understand my actions. A century from now, I am confident that the Tang dynasty will flourish even further. This prosperous era is what all the common folk yearn for, regardless of who ascends the throne. The people will rally behind him. My two sons are exceptionally gifted, and I trust they will see through any superficial judgments. Thus, the scenario you described is utterly unfounded. The future of the Tang dynasty will only continue to improve. Reflecting on the words of Daoist Li, clarity washed over Li Shimin's mind. As a father, he should take pride in his son's talents rather than feel troubled. Regarding his siblings, Li Shimin was even less concerned. They would spend most of their lives in the depths of the palace, devoid of any real experience, and thus could hardly rival his sons. Li Shimin, do not delude yourself. All the splendor of the Tang dynasty is merely superficial and cannot withstand any turmoil. Seeing that Li Shimin remained unfazed, Li Shenfu grew anxious, determined to die with some semblance of value. Uncle Wang, all your words ring true, yet you have overlooked the most crucial aspect, the people's hearts. The populace of the Tang dynasty is united. How could such a dynasty falter? As for your fate, my hands are stained with the blood of my family, and I wish to shed no more kin. In the latter half of your life, you shall live as a leisurely prince, and I will ensure you lack for nothing, provided you remain within the confines of the palace. Not just you, but your entire family must stay within. I will station 2,000 soldiers around your estate. Anyone who dares to venture out will face death. Bring the prince back to the palace, from henceforth. He shall not step outside, Li Shimin commanded, gazing at his uncle, knowing this was the best outcome he could offer. Historically, rebellion has led only to death and the destruction of entire clans. Had this been the former Li Shimin, he would have acted accordingly upon learning of such matters. However, after absorbing the teachings of Daoist Li, compassion had taken root in his heart. He no longer wished to engage in senseless bloodshed or taint his hands with excessive gore. Your Majesty, you cannot do this. If you wish to kill me, have the courage to do so. Your actions render me more wretched than death. Li Shenfu shouted as he was dragged away. From this day forth, the news of his treasonous intentions will reverberate throughout the vast Tang dynasty, and all will regard him with scrutinizing eyes. Most importantly, his descendants will find it impossible to hold their heads high among the common folk of Tang. This fate, for him, is more unbearable than death itself. He had initially harbored the ambition to vanquish Li Shimin, yet he never anticipated that in the end, it would be Li Shimin who would pierce his heart with betrayal. A decree was issued, appointing Du Zichu as the inspector of Shandong, thus granting him command over all governmental affairs in the province. The authority over life and death in Shandong now rests solely in Du Zichu's hands. He was informed that from this moment onward, he would be the emperor of Shandong, and his word would reign supreme. Chapter 150. The ambitions of Li Shimin. The matter concerning Li Shunfu prompted Li Shimin to contemplate further. Shandong, unlike other regions, serves as the most formidable bastion of the Central Plains. This vast and resource-rich land can yield abundant grain during peaceful years. Furthermore, with the presence of Mount Tai in numerous plains, it is an ideal location for troop garrisons and military training. However, the turmoil instigated by Li Shunfu has rendered Shandong exceedingly complex. Many common folk, driven by the severe drought, have sought refuge in Liangshan, causing considerable concern for Li Shimin. These individuals, once ordinary citizens, have turned to rebellion due to Li Shunfu's coercion. Should he choose to suppress them, the people of Shandong would undoubtedly feel disheartened. After much deliberation, Li Shimin reached a decision. Shandong requires a leader, a spiritual beacon. With a unifying figure, the people would naturally rally. Du Zichu, having already garnered some renown in Shandong, was deemed the most suitable candidate to oversee the region at this critical juncture. Upon the imperial decree reaching Shandong, the populace erupted in fervor, eagerly awaiting a leader to guide them from their suffering. Citizens from Liqing, Naoqing, Binzhou, and beyond flocked to Langya to pay homage to their esteemed protector. Du Zichu, not wishing to disappoint either Li Shimin or the hopes of the Shandong people, resolved the drought crisis entirely within 2 months. With the issue of basic sustenance resolved, the temptation to turn to banditry diminished. Even those who had previously taken to the mountains sought to descend. However, these individuals, now branded as outlaws and wanted by the court, feared retribution should they return. In response, Du Zichu established a pacification department, offering amnesty to those willing to descend and serve the public, provided they were not irredeemably malevolent. Upon their return, they would receive food, seeds, and even land allocations. Upon hearing this news, the bandits compelled into the mountains descended, reintegrating into society under the auspices of the pacification department. Meanwhile, Du Zichu did not overlook the officials of Shandong. As stability gradually returned, he began to select capable administrators from the region and even requested Li Shimin to assign competent officials to replace the corrupt bureaucrats of yore. Ultimately, the officials led by Jiang Ming were sent to Xingtai to face the judgment of the Shandong people. In accordance with Du Zichu's vision, within 2 years, Shandong transformed into the strongest pillar of the Central Plains dynasty, and Du Zichu emerged as the undisputed ruler of Shandong, a narrative that would unfold in due time. As leaves wither and seasons change, Chang'an welcomed another heavy snowfall. This marked the second winter since Li Daoshang entered this era. Unlike before, he now enjoyed wealth and companionship, leading a life of remarkable contentment. Following the rise of Niu Er's popularity nationwide, the tea crafted by Li Daoshang became a symbol of the Tang dynasty. Compared to the past, when salt and spices were carelessly thrown into the pot, the tea meticulously crafted by Daoist Li exudes an enchanting fragrance and leaves an everlasting aftertaste. Once one takes a sip, previous teas become unpalatable. On the occasion of the first snowfall, with peace reigning over the land, Emperor Li Shimin, accompanied by Changsun Wuji, Li Chunfeng, and Du Ruhui, made their way to Qingfeng Temple. This esteemed temple has now become the most sacred place in the Tang dynasty. And to catch a glimpse of Daoist Li is an immense honor. Not to mention Daoist Li's past achievements, his 3 disciples are all exceptional talents. Iron Bull reigns in the north, pacifying the entire Turkic region. Changsun Chong, with sword drawn, aims at Miao territory to quell the rebellion there. Although he has yet to achieve official accolades, Du Zichu has already earned the respect of the people in Shandong, becoming their unofficial king. The remarkable accomplishment of having 3 kings from one master is unprecedented in history, a testament to Daoist Li's prowess. Furthermore, Daoist Li has facilitated the emperor's ascension to the throne through strategy, dismantled aristocratic power with wine, and devised plans that have enriched the populace. It can be said that Qingfeng Temple's contributions to the world are monumental, leaving even Li Shimin at a loss for how to bestow rewards. Daoist Li, pardon the intrusion. I have come today to engage in discourse with you. Upon meeting Li Chen, the emperor displayed no trace of imperial arrogance, showing profound respect for him. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Since we are to discuss philosophy, let us proceed to the back mountain. Daoist Li has been in remarkably high spirits lately, relishing the joys of familial bliss. To his surprise, the disciples he once deemed incapable have proven to be quite resourceful. continually sending him various treasures. From 10-year-old deer antlers to century-old bear bile, from millennium-old ginseng to 10,000-year-old deer velvet, his chamber is overflowing with extraordinary items. At one point, Daoist Li indulged a bit too much, waking each morning to find himself with a nosebleed. Reluctantly, he penned a letter to his disciples, imploring them to cease sending such gifts, for he is but a humble Daoist, uninterested in material possessions. Upon receiving their master's letter, Chang Sun Chong, Iron Bull, and Du Zichu felt a deep sense of shame, realizing their own limitations. They had believed themselves to be at the 5th level, grasping some of their master's thoughts, only to discover that he dwelled in a realm far beyond their comprehension. Thus, the three resolved to cultivate themselves, striving to approach their master's lofty state, if not reach it. From the words of some pilgrims, Daoist Li learned that the pavilion behind Qifeng Temple is called the discussion platform. This revelation clarified why so many sought him for philosophical debates. Since the esteemed Li Dazai wished to engage him in discourse, Daoist Li was delighted to escort him to the discussion platform. As the gentle snowflakes fell, a serene atmosphere enveloped the discussion platform. Exquisite wine, delightful tea, an enchanting company graced the gathering, kings, ministers, and Daoists alike. Today, the discussion platform at Qifeng Temple exudes a unique charm, immersing all present in a profound sense of the worthiness of existence. Master Li, I wonder what your thoughts are on the current grand affairs of the world. After 2 years of diligent effort, Li Shimin is exceedingly pleased with the present state of the Tang dynasty, with certain regions already reflecting the semblance of a flourishing era. Such accomplishments alone would secure his place in history, marking him as a remarkable figure of his time. However, Li Shimin remains unsatisfied. What he once dared not envision is now within reach. With the presence of Qifeng Temple, Master Li, and his devoted disciples, his lofty ambitions soar ever higher. His aspiration is not merely to stand alongside the likes of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wude, but to surpass them, to eclipse them entirely, ensuring that no future emperor can ever match his extraordinary achievements. Chapter 151. The Professional Qualities of Daoist Li. As for Master Li, Li Chun had long since run out of patience for his incessant discussions about the grand affairs of the world. One might mistakenly believe him to be an emperor, given his fervent discourse. Although they shared the same surname, their temperaments were worlds apart. Master Li could never be mistaken for an emperor. An emperor should exude an aura of authority, speaking decisively and without hesitation, yet Master Li exhibited none of these traits. The mere fact that this impoverished Daoist treated him with such courtesy made it implausible for him to be an emperor. Were he truly to ascend to such heights, Daoist Li would surely perform a splendid display before the citizens of the Great Tang. Nevertheless, it is said that the one who provides the funds is the true benefactor. Since his arrival at the Qifeng Temple, Master Li had contributed an immeasurable amount of incense money. In truth, he was the foremost patron of the temple, and Daoist Li was always more than willing to meet the requests of his esteemed benefactor. It remained unclear what worldly matters Li Jusher sought to discuss. Presently, while the Great Tang appeared tranquil on the surface, it was fraught with underlying issues. As Li Chen spoke, he pondered the potential troubles that might arise in the 3rd year of the Zhenguan era. In his recollections, that year was destined to be tumultuous. Previous ascensions were merely tests for Li Shimin, whereas the 3rd year of Zhenguan would pose a significant challenge. How could there be problems? Li Shimin inquired, his heart racing. Every utterance from Daoist Li, whether regarding minor or major matters, had proven to be prophetic. Since he had mentioned it, it seemed inevitable that the Great Tang would encounter difficulties in the coming year. As winter descended, a profound silence enveloped everything. As an emperor, Li Shimin understood this all too well. It indicated that there were nefarious elements lurking, waiting for the opportune moment to strike a devastating blow against the Great Tang. Such thoughts made it impossible for Li Shimin to remain at ease. He had painstakingly cultivated the empire into its current state, and as long as stability persisted, his lofty ambitions would surely be realized. What manner of demons or chaotic elements could possibly disrupt this? Master Li reassured himself, deeming it not a grave concern. With a mere calculation, he could discern the affairs of the world. While not precise, he could at least offer a glimpse into the future. Allow me to elucidate further. As a competent Daoist, the ability to calculate is a fundamental skill. Although Daoist Li had not formally studied this, his understanding of history allowed him to articulate his insights without difficulty. Knowledge, after all, is power, and Daoist Li had now fully grasped the weight of this truth. Previously, upon graduating from university, he had underestimated the prospects of his field, but now he realized his perspective had been limited. Please enlighten me, Daoist. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Li Shimin felt a wave of calm wash over him. Indeed, as long as Daoist Li was present, there was no issue that could not be resolved. Li, the wealthy landlord, listened to my tale with patience. In this era of peace, although the populace thrived in tranquility, their minds had become increasingly active. Since the resurgence of diverse philosophies, numerous questions had surfaced. The contention of various schools posed no inherent issues. However, some individuals sought to exploit this situation to expand their sectarian influence, with others even preparing to embark westward in search of sacred scriptures. As a Taoist priest, Master Li remained acutely aware of his responsibilities. In the third year of the Zhenguan era, Xuanzang had obtained a travel permit from Emperor Li Shimin and set forth on a journey to acquire the true scriptures. It was precisely this endeavor that facilitated the introduction of Indian Buddhism into the Central Plains, ultimately becoming Taoism's most formidable rival. Even into the 21st century, the strife between Buddhism and Taoism had yet to abate. Given that he was now a Taoist priest of considerable standing, Master Li could not idly witness the flourishing of Buddhism. Otherwise, how would he sustain his livelihood? His career prospects were already precarious. And if that bald monk were to successfully retrieve the sacred texts, his means of income would be severely compromised. It must be said that Master Li, having witnessed the economic benefits derived from the people's devotions, namely, the incense money, had developed a fondness for his vocation. For the sake of his profession and future earnings, Master Li was willing to employ any means necessary. In summary, any influence he could wield would be beneficial. He aimed to plant a seed in the mind of the wealthy landlord, persuading him that Buddhism posed a threat to the Tang dynasty, thereby eliminating a competitor. Master Li's intentions were clear, yet Li Shimin was perplexed by Li Chen's remarks, entirely unaware of their implications regarding the westward journey and the sacred scriptures. Terms he had never encountered. Next year, you shall understand, Li said. This matter is the foremost concern of the Tang dynasty, though it pales in comparison to natural disasters. After all, human calamities cannot rival the wrath of nature. Master Li spoke with great confidence, thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. The seed had been sown, and he awaited its germination. He believed that next year, Xuanzang would indeed enter the palace to obtain the travel permit from Li Shimin, at which point the quest for scriptures would become common knowledge, leaving the landlord with admiration for him rather than any fondness for those bald monks. Human calamities, natural disasters. Master Li's insinuation suggested that next year would bring a significant catastrophe. Li Shimin was taken aback. He dared not question Li Chen's words. His assertion indicated that a great disaster was indeed imminent. The drought in Shandong had already devastated the people's spirits. Should another disaster occur, it would not only thwart his lofty ambitions, but likely alter the populace's perception of him. It appeared prudent to prepare for this eventuality to avoid being caught off guard. Li Shimin resolved to devise strategies to mitigate the impending disaster, ensuring that the people's admiration would remain intact. But that was not all. Master Li, undeterred by the gravity of the situation, decided to speak candidly, recalling another matter from the third year of the Zhenguan era. Moreover, upon hearing these words, Li Shimin was taken aback. What a peculiar affliction of the human condition this was. Other emperors faltered under the pressure of a single significant event each year. Yet he was subjected to such trials. It was all merely a test indeed. Li Shimin could only comfort himself with this thought. Fear not. What is there to fear? He had Li Daozhong by his side. As long as Li Daozhong remained, how could chaos ensue? This matter, after all, was not of great consequence. I recall His Majesty once stating that the Great Tang would neither form marital alliances, nor accept tributes, nor cede territory, nor pay reparations. The Son of Heaven guards the nation's gates, and the monarch dies for the sake of the state. One wonders whether His Majesty will adhere to such principles in the coming year. Chapter 152. A sudden shift in tone. What does Daoist Li mean by this? Li Shimin was utterly bewildered by Li Chen's words, completely at a loss regarding their meaning. In addition to his confusion, he felt a twinge of surprise. Daoist Li had always referred to him as the recluse, and had never addressed him as Your Majesty before. This unexpected form of address left him feeling somewhat flustered. In truth, Li Chen was merely concerned about Li Shimin's ability to honor his word as a sovereign, unaware that he was standing before the current emperor. Daoist Li, he began, the art of divination inherently defies the heavens, seeking to capture the unknown mysteries of fate. Today, I have already revealed enough of these secrets. I cannot divulge any more. There is a limit to pretense, and having already played the role extensively, Daoist Li decided it was prudent to refrain from further disclosures to avoid incurring divine retribution. More importantly, the history of the Tang dynasty seemed to have diverged from what he knew. After ascending to the throne, the Shimin had not displayed such aggression towards the Turks. Rather, he had consistently sought to appease them. It was only after the Tang dynasty had firmly established itself, with a formidable military, that he vanquished the Eastern Turks. Yet now, not only had he eradicated the Eastern Turks, but the Western Turks had also fallen victim to his might. Absurdly, A figure known as the son of the wolf god emerged, sharing a name with his own disciple, and astonishingly, he was of Han descent, earning the admiration of the Turks. These occurrences led Daoist Li to feel as though he had studied a false history, one that even fiction would not dare to portray. Yet they unfolded within this Tang dynasty. Feeling a pang of guilt upon witnessing Daoist Li's fatigue, Li Shimin recalled a tribute from a small eastern nation and promptly presented it. This is a millennium-old tiger whip, procured through the combined might of their entire nation. Allow it to replenish your strength. As he spoke, he handed the enormous item to Li Chen, dramatically altering the atmosphere. Even Changsun Wuji and the others averted their gazes in disbelief, never having anticipated such an action from the emperor. As a humble monk, how could I partake in such indulgences? Balin, please take this and place it in my quarters. Recently, you have been training diligently, and I shall find time to refine it into elixirs for your benefit. Daoist Li was reluctant to accept such a gift, feeling that he had already received more than enough sustenance. The origins of the millennium-old tiger whip were a marvel in themselves. Initially, he intended to refuse, but for the sake of his disciple, he begrudgingly accepted it. Have you brought any money? When visiting Qingfeng Temple, one must offer incense money. Bring forth all that you have, consider it a loan from me. Li Shimin felt that merely these offerings could not compensate for Daoist Li's losses. He gestured towards Changsun Wuji and the others. It was a historic occasion for an emperor to lend money for incense offerings. Yet Changsun Wuji and his companions promptly produced all the money they had on them, surrendering it to Li Shimin, recognizing his imperial status. Ultimately, after receiving the grand treasure, Daoist Li also acquired 500 taels of silver. Indeed, the wealthy Li was truly a wealthy man. Alas, carrying silver was always quite inconvenient. Should the amount increase, it would require many to carry, and it was fraught with peril. Every time Li Shimin visited Qingfeng Temple, the thought of having to carry so much silver weighed heavily on his mind. In the past, such burdens had not troubled him. However, in the present Tang dynasty, the currency consisted solely of gold, silver, and copper coins, which were cumbersome to handle. Li Shimin had long desired to alter this situation, yet he found himself devoid of any feasible ideas on how to proceed. This predicament could be easily resolved by establishing money houses across the nation, allowing the populace to exchange their silver for promissory notes. Such a system would undoubtedly simplify transactions. Li Chen, initially dismissive, soon recognized his error. After all, during the Tang era, the concept of promissory notes did not yet exist. The advent of such notes would not occur until the Northern Song dynasty, making his suggestion rather anachronistic. What exactly is a promissory note? Li Shimin inquired, his face exhibiting a thirst for knowledge. He held unwavering faith in Li Daoshang's ideas, confident that they would be sound. Well, explaining it can be somewhat intricate, but since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you, Li Daoshang replied. After all, he had already divulged so much. Li Daoshang continued, the role of a money house resembles that of a pawn shop. Whenever an item is pawned, a pawn ticket is issued, enabling redemption within a stipulated time frame. The concept of promissory notes in money houses operates on a similar principle, albeit with slight procedural modifications. These money houses could be established across the nation, allowing individuals to deposit their funds and receive fixed denominations, such as notes worth 1 tael, 10 taels, 100 taels, or even several thousand taels of silver. However, this would necessitate significant connections, as the promissory notes must be standardized to avoid any discrepancies in exchange. Imagine the convenience of exchanging heavy silver for lightweight paper notes, Li Daoshang proposed, briefly contemplating the matter. He provided Li Ju a simple analogy, confident that even across the ages, such a straightforward concept would be comprehensible. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Li Daoshang is truly a sage. Implementing this idea would undoubtedly render the economy of the Tang dynasty unprecedentedly robust. Li Shimin mused in silence, meticulously replaying Li Chen's words in his mind and envisioning the entire process. If Li Daoshang's vision could be realized, carrying silver would become remarkably convenient, eliminating numerous complications. This innovation could directly invigorate the economy of the Tang dynasty, and he would be the one to usher in a historically significant moment. Even Changsun Wuji and Du Ruhui, who stood nearby, were equally exhilarated, pondering how such a simple solution had escaped their collective intellect. The ideas proposed by Master Li are indeed strikingly simple. They involve entirely replicating the pawnshop system, yet transforming it into an official mechanism devoid of any time constraints, allowing silver notes to be exchanged for silver coins as long as one possesses the corresponding ticket. Although initially the common folk may harbor reservations, over time, the term silver note will resonate deeply within their consciousness, leading to a market where transactions no longer rely on physical silver but rather on these notes. Consequently, The imperial court will retain control over the nation's economy, fostering a stronger sense of belonging among the populace towards the Tang dynasty. In an instant, admiration for Li Chen surged amongst all. Master Li truly lives up to his reputation, effortlessly devising strategies capable of altering the course of the realm. With such a visionary strategizing for the Tang dynasty, how could it possibly fail to rise? Chapter 153. The fear from the super soldier upon departing from the Qifeng temple. Li Shimin felt a renewed sense of confidence. Each visit to Master Li brought forth unique insights. He likened himself to a student attending a grand university, where every lesson imparted invaluable knowledge. Although the celestial mysteries spoken of by Master Li eluded his full comprehension, he firmly believed that where there is mention, there is truth. Once he returned to the palace, he resolved to stockpile provisions and train troops across the provinces, all while remaining vigilant against the impending calamities associated with the journey to the west. With this newfound awareness, he was determined to avert any disasters. As Li Shimin left Qifeng Temple, he remained oblivious to a corner where a few ronin observed him intently. Brother Miyamoto, is that not the emperor of the Tang dynasty? I hear that this mighty nation owes its strength to Qifeng Temple, one remarked. Brother Koza, this temple exudes an ominous aura. Are we truly to venture inside? Miyamoto, with a curved blade at his waist, wore a look of trepidation. For them, Qifeng Temple was akin to a den of dragons and tigers. The profound culture of the Central Plains was daunting. Their general had commanded them to bring the legendary 1,000-year tiger whip to this place, intending for them to learn from it. Many warriors had sacrificed their lives for this whip. How could they allow a mere flicker of fear to squander such a splendid opportunity? Indeed, for the sake of this whip, I have lost half my closest friends. Koza replied, indignation in his voice. If the Tang has grown so formidable through Qifeng Temple, we warriors must charge in and seize its people, bringing them to Yingzhou. We shall interrogate them, and the reasons for Tang's strength will surely be unveiled. Their nation was but a small island with scant resources, compelled to pay tribute to the Tang to curry favor. The general strategy had already stirred discontent among many warriors, yet they felt powerless. For the Tang dynasty, with its overwhelming might, their own aspirations for strength necessitated emulating its ways and appropriating its treasures. Only when they had gained sufficient power could they seize the coveted riches they had long desired. Brother Miyamoto, I find this approach unwise, Koza cautioned. I have heard that many Daoists in the Tang are akin to immortals. If this Qifeng Temple has endowed such strength upon the Tang, it surely harbors celestial beings. We must tread carefully. Should we provoke their wrath, divine retribution could befall our nation, and Yingzhou would be ill-equipped to endure it. Clearly, Koza possessed a measure of prudence. Recognizing that the strength of the Tang dynasty stemmed from Qifeng Temple, and they, mere warriors, held little sway. In light of this, let us don appropriate attire and hasten our visit. We must not breach decorum, lest we incur the ire of the temple's master and be deemed disrespectful. Upon hearing the term divine punishment, Miyamoto was utterly intimidated. His gaze towards the Qifeng Temple transformed into one of reverence. As warriors, they held the utmost admiration for the strong, and since the individuals within were immortal beings, how could he fail to show them respect? You all shall remain here on standby. Without our explicit instructions, you are not permitted to leave even a step. We are off to visit the immortals at Qifeng Temple. After much deliberation, both Ozawa and Miyamoto reached a consensus and addressed the other ronin. Indeed, the ronin complied resolutely with Ozawa's words. In their culture, hierarchy was paramount. Whatever Ozawa commanded, they were obliged to follow. Once the decision was made, the two men sheathed their treasured swords and entered the Qifeng Temple. Upon their arrival at the temple's entrance, they found Li Chen of the Tang dynasty seated there. Earlier, at the discourse platform, Li Chen had donned only a Daoist robe, striving to project an image of an esteemed sage. Despite the bitter cold of the heavy snowfall, Daoist Li had long since been unable to endure the chill. However, he maintained his composure, as true sages are known for their remarkable endurance. After bidding farewell to the wealthy Li, the Daoist promptly took his place beside the hall's fireplace to warm himself. He could no longer bear the cold. Returning to his room would require traversing a lengthy corridor, which could very well lead to his freezing. Yet, to Ozawa and Miyamoto, the scene appeared differently. Daoist Li lounged lazily by the fire, occasionally extending his hands to bask in its warmth, seemingly indifferent to all else. This tranquil demeanor, this serene poise, was precisely what their text described as the essence of an immortal. I Ozawa Ikir. I Miyamoto Ch. Pay our respects to the immortal. They proclaimed. We humbly ask for your forgiveness, esteemed immortal, for we were unaware of your divine presence and nearly committed an offense against you. Please pardon us. In that moment, a profound dread enveloped them. Immortals could see through all, and nothing in this world could remain concealed from their gaze. Just moments before, They had contemplated capturing the immortal and transporting him to Ingzhou. The thought sent chills through Miyamoto, for if he had indeed proceeded with such a plan, it could spell doom for the entire realm of Ingzhou. Should divine punishment descend, no one would escape unscathed, and he, Miyamoto Ch. would become the pariah of Ingzhou. My goodness. Upon hearing their names and the tone of their speech, Chen immediately discerned their identities. A surge of crimson rage welled up within him. How audacious! Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Since they had presumed themselves to be immortals, Chen resolved to impart a lesson they would never forget. We know our sins. We acknowledge our faults. They stammered, their faces pale with fear. However, a flicker of doubt danced in Ozawa's mind. Shouldn't an immortal possess the ability to transcend the heavens and the earth? The Daoist before him, despite exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom, bore no visible signs of magical prowess. Master, did you not say you would refine this into a medicinal elixir for me? You seem rather unoccupied at the moment. Why not assist me in the process? At that moment, Wei Qi Baolin emerged, oblivious to the depths of the situation, clutching a magnificent treasure in his hands. His eyes brimming with anticipation. A millennium's worth of significance. How formidable it must be. If he were to consume it, would he not rise to greatness? He could undoubtedly conquer the entire world, rendering every war steed beneath him powerless. Kneeling on the ground, Miyamoto Chaobing and Ozawa Ichiro exchanged astonished glances at the object in Wei Qi Baolin's grasp, their hearts filled with disbelief. Was this not the very treasure they had offered as tribute to the emperor of the Tang dynasty? They never imagined it would end up here. In contrast, Ozawa Ichiro dispelled the doubts swirling within him. He dared not question Li Chun's authenticity. If the Taoist before them were not a celestial being, how could Li Shimin entrust such a momentous artifact to him? In an instant, a myriad of emotions, respect, fear, and anticipation began to permeate their hearts. Chapter 154, The Awakening of Koz Baolin. Hurry up and withdraw. Do you not see the master is engaged in serious matters? Li Chengqian was at a loss for words regarding Wei Qi Baolin's intelligence. The essence of the matter lies in its authenticity. The concoction of elixirs was merely an excuse for the master to keep it for himself. Well, Wei Qi Baolin was about to protest, but Li Chengqian was unwilling to indulge him. He forcefully took the matter into his own hands and, along with Qin Huayu, provided Wei Qi Baolin with a lesson in love in a secluded corner. Had the cherry blossoms on Mount Holing already fallen? Gazing at the two intruders before him, Li Chen felt an unbearable fury within. Since they fancied themselves immortal beings, today he would teach them a lesson. Mount Holing, which refers to Mount Fuji, was experiencing the falling of cherry blossoms due to the time difference. He would not rest until he had thoroughly outwitted these two little rascals. Otherwise, he would not carry the surnamely. Just fallen, just fallen. Upon hearing this, the two were utterly astonished. Mount Holing was their sacred mountain, a term that had fallen out of common usage long ago. Even many from Ingzhou were unaware of it. They had not anticipated that a Daoist from the Tang dynasty would already be familiar with it. Even if the person before them claimed he was not an immortal, they would not believe it. Immortal, we have traveled from the distant Ingzhou to the Tang dynasty with the purpose of learning. Today, we are fortunate to meet an immortal. We beseech you to instruct us. Our requests are modest. We only seek a morsel of your wisdom. Koz Ichiro exclaimed with palpable excitement. He had not expected to encounter an immortal during their journey to the Tang dynasty, a blessing unattainable even after millennia of cultivation. How could the immortal arts of the Tang dynasty be imparted to you from Ingzhou? It would be best for you to return. Li Daozhong understood the subtleties of desire and restraint. Having the chance to toy with these charming individuals, he could hardly refuse. Li Daozhong was well acquainted with the character of the people from the east. The more formidable one appeared, the more eager they would be to learn, akin to devoted admirers. Regardless of how one might decline, they would continue to cling persistently, willing to pay any price for the opportunity. Thus, Li Daozhong intended to keep them dangling. For societal harmony prevented him from exacting revenge. Today, he would channel his frustrations through their ancestors. Immortal, we are sincere in our intentions. Please, you must accept us. Whatever the cost, we are willing to pay. Koz Ichiro and Miyamoto Chaobing could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. They appeared exceedingly humble, fully aware that prior to acquiring strength, any anger or pride would lead to their downfall. Qin Huayu, take these two away. Do not let them tarnish the Daoist temple. Li Daozhong declared with genuine ire. His anger was authentic. He truly did not wish for them to leave. After all, how could he arrange matters with these delightful individuals if they departed? Immortal, we implore you to accept us. If you refuse, we shall kneel outside the Qingfeng temple. Koz Ichiro and Miyamoto Chaobing were growing desperate. This was an immortal, and if they could become disciples, they believed they would eventually ascend to immortality themselves. By that time, The entirety of Yingzhou was not yet under their control, but soon they would truly rise, obtaining whatever they desired. As for you, you may kneel outside. I wonder how long you can endure it. Better yet, do remove your garments. Master Li would not indulge them, had he not already discerned their true nature. He might have been deceived. Since the immortal has spoken, there is no need for this little immortal to intervene. We shall kneel outside ourselves. Xiaoza and Gongbin believed this to be a test from the immortal and, filled with excitement, promptly exited the Taoist temple to kneel outside. As warriors, they had faced countless adversities, having developed a certain resilience against the cold in their youth. Initially, removing their clothes and kneeling in the snowy weather did not provoke much sensation. Truly, warriors from the island nation possess a commendable fortitude. Huayu. There is water for washing vegetables in the kitchen, let us cool them down. Li Chen held no fondness for these two islanders. Since they wished to take him as their master, they must endure the trial. Very well, master. Qin Huayu shared the same sentiment, believing that those not of his kin harbored different intentions. If these two from Yingzhou were to take his master as their own, it would be a disgrace not only to them, but also to the reputation of Qingfeng Temple. Thus, Qin Huayu dutifully obeyed Li Chen's words, fetching some icy water from the kitchen and splashing it outside, landing squarely upon the two. Although brother Xiaoza, a super soldier, had undergone training, he could hardly withstand such treatment. The sudden deluge of cold water made him shiver, and given the frigid weather, it would not be long before the water froze upon them, a scenario they could scarcely imagine. Brother Xiaoza, this immortal is exceedingly tyrannical. We came sincerely to seek his guidance, yet he treats us thus. The super soldier curled into himself, feeling the sting of humiliation unprecedented for a warrior of Yingzhou. Brother Gongbin, we must endure. This is the immortal's test of us. If we cannot withstand such trials, how can we aspire to become immortals like him? Look at the mighty Tang. Behold the vast disciples. All of this is bestowed by the immortals. Why must we of Yingzhou remain huddled upon our small island? Why can we not become the immortals who transform our homeland? The lords of the shogunate, including the general, constantly ponder how to expand their power and influence, never considering how we ought to live. Therefore, everything in Yingzhou requires our transformation. Only by taking the immortal as our master and learning the arts of immortality can we hope to uplift our land. Filled with righteous indignation, Xiaoza declared. Since discovering that Master Li was an immortal, his perspective had undergone a profound shift. Although in Yingzhou, warriors were held in high esteem, Xiaoza understood that in the eyes of those in the shogunate, they were worth even less than a dog. Even the esteemed general, who holds them in high regard, scarcely regards them at all, subjecting them to countless perilous tasks each day. However, Miyamoto Chao Bing finds himself in a state of hesitation, for they are warriors nurtured by the general himself. For a warrior, loyalty is paramount, and should the general uncover their sentiments, a dire fate would surely await them. Miyamoto, there is no room for hesitation. Do you wish to see your beloved sister ultimately ravaged by those wretched creatures of the shogunate? Chapter 155. A grand strategy. Upon the mere mention of his sister, Miyamoto Sage was invigorated as if infused with a surge of energy. Orphaned at a young age, he and his sister had relied on one another for companionship. As the years passed, his sister blossomed into the most enchanting beauty of Yingzhou, which, in turn, brought numerous troubles to Miyamoto. Many from the shogunate sought to claim her for themselves, leaving him with no chance for resistance. He could only await the whims of fate. Ozawa, you are indeed correct. We cannot allow this to continue. Rather than submitting to the designs of the shogunate, we must take a stand ourselves. In that moment of clarity, Miyamoto realized that his current martial skills were insufficient to oppose the forces of the shogunate. His only recourse was to become a disciple of an immortal. Only by mastering the arcane arts could he ensure a life of happiness for his sister. Though they were currently huddled together against the biting cold, the promise of a brighter future rendered their present discomfort trivial. Those who wish to be my disciples must possess unwavering determination. They must kneel upright and steadfast. Observing their pitiable state, Daoist Li felt a perverse satisfaction. Today, he would exact vengeance on the Red Souls. His words were bold, and before Qin Huayu could relay the message, Ozawa and Miyamoto had already assumed their kneeling positions, trembling in anticipation. Master, do you truly wish to accept them as disciples? Even Qin Huayu, upon hearing Li Chen's words, felt a tinge of concern. If the master were to accept these two from Yingzhou, what would become of those from the Tang who sought to enter Qingfeng Temple? Accepting them as disciples, Huayu, you are still young. Some matters are beyond your grasp. The people of Yingzhou are ambitious and insatiable, forever the ungrateful wolves. To take them as disciples would be a calamity for the Tang, and for the future of the Central Plains, Li Chen stated candidly. As the nation that inflicted the most harm upon the future of the Central Plains, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for the people of Ingzhou. Upon encountering Ozawa and Miyamoto, a plan began to form in his mind. If he were to eradicate the entire island nation now, would that not prevent future troubles? Then why not eliminate them? Qin Huayu inquired, perplexed. Had it not been for Li Chen's intervention, he would have sought to annihilate all the warriors outside. In due time, you shall understand. Li Chen replied with a mysterious smile. The living hold far greater potential than the dead. Moreover, he had observed that Ozawa possessed considerable ambition. Such a person could very well become a formidable weapon. The news of the Ingzhou envoys wishing to become Li Chen's disciples quickly reached the ears of Li Shimin. Enraged, Li Shimin condemned the ambition of Ingzhou, incredulous that they would seek to be mentored by Li Chun. Just as he was about to order their expulsion from the Tang, Li Chunfeng intervened. Your Majesty, my junior brother's actions are always purposeful. His decision not to expel them signifies his own intentions. Regarding Li Chunfeng felt he had a profound understanding of him. The sentiments harbored by his junior brother ran deeper than anyone else's. How could he possibly take two individuals from Ingzhou as his disciples? What, then, did Daoist Li truly intend? The rapid development of Ingzhou was undeniable. They were learning from around the globe, and it wouldn't take long before they grew formidable, posing a potential threat to the coastal populace. Li Shimin recalled that when Ingzhou first arrived in the Central Plains, they merely presented a tribute of small dried fish, prompting laughter from all. Yet, in the span of a mere century, Ingzhou had significantly enhanced its cultural and martial prowess. Such rapid learning even earned Li Shimin's admiration. I observe that the two envoys from the East are driven by ulterior motives. Do you believe they have truly learned anything worthwhile, enough to willingly accept the subordinate position? Li Chunfeng articulated the thoughts lingering in Li Chen's mind succinctly. The pursuit of power is an unending quest for humankind, and the people of Ingzhou are no exception. Are you suggesting that Daoist Li intends to manipulate these two to incite chaos in Ingzhou, thereby enabling our Tang dynasty to seize the opportunity to control it? Upon hearing Li Chunfeng's words, Li Shimin regained his focus. Though Ingzhou was remote, it possessed considerable maritime resources. If they could be dominated, the Tang territory would expand, bringing him closer to his aspirations. Indeed, this seemed plausible. Although the combined strength of Ingzhou's nations paled in comparison to a single county of the Tang dynasty, the geographical barriers made it impractical to launch a direct assault. If his junior brother's approach were to be followed, it would not be long before Ingzhou became part of the Tang's dominion. Li Chunfeng spoke proudly, affirming the brilliance of his junior brother's strategy, as it inadvertently arranged for the unfolding of events. This was indeed a grand game of strategy. Even Li Shimin couldn't help but admire the depth of Daoist Li's calculations. It could be said that Ko's and Miyamoto were double-edged swords. If wielded wisely, they could expand the Tang's territory, but if mishandled, they could foster a formidable enemy. Under different circumstances, Li Shimin would never have consented. Yet, since this was Daoist Li, his confidence implied a well-founded assurance, heralding a new era of expansion for the Tang dynasty. Blessed be Daoist Li. May the Tang dynasty endure as if it were tomorrow. Contemplating these matters filled Li Shimin with exhilaration. Furthermore, news had also arrived from Yaojiang. Chang Sunchong and Yuan Tiangang had fully subdued the region. The bandits no longer dared to descend from the mountains, as doing so meant certain capture. Most had surrendered, unable to withstand the pressure, while the remaining diehards retreated into the depths of the mountains, establishing a stronghold. Just yesterday, Chang Sunchong led his troops to assault the final stronghold. Should he succeed, the long-standing banditry of Miaojiang would be decisively eradicated. Outside a hidden stronghold in Miaojiang, a young man wielding a feather fan gazed at the scene within, filled with indignation. Even the Taoist beside him harbored deep resentment. Upon their army's entry into the mountains, they encountered a myriad of challenges. The poisonous smoke and venomous creatures were but trifles compared to the inferno that ravaged the forests and the treacherous swamps that ensnared them. These tribulations only strengthened the resolve of the two men to eradicate this malevolent place. Initially, they had entered the mountains with an army of 30,000. Yet before even engaging in battle, they had already suffered the loss of over 1,000 along the treacherous path, fueling their indignation. Oh, Chen, I am immensely grateful for your presence on this journey. Without you, we would have been utterly unprepared to confront those adversities. The two individuals in question were Yuan Tiangang and Chang Sunchong, who had ventured into the Miao territory to quell the bandits. Yuan Tiangang had believed he possessed a sufficient understanding of the Miao region, but reality proved otherwise. Had he not brought Chang Sunchong along, he might have met with disaster. Chapter 156. Speak my name, and you shall be startled. The bandits have become exceedingly adept at controlling this mountainous region, with traps laid out along the entire route. Yuan Tiangang reflects that many of these snares would be beyond even his ability to evade. However, Chang Sunchong perceives the situation with remarkable clarity. He not only understands the bandits' habits, but is also well-versed in how to deal with toxic smoke, venomous creatures, and the treacherous environment of the marshes. Uncle Master, you overstate the matter. My master has long imparted to me the ways of conquering the jungle. I merely followed his instructions, and to my surprise, they proved effective. He replies. Chang Sunchong finds it challenging to articulate his admiration for his master. On their journey, he had specifically inquired about how to navigate various jungle scenarios, and his master had provided comprehensive and accurate guidance, as if he had personally traversed the Miao territory, even accurately identifying and setting traps. If Chang Sunchong were aware that this knowledge was merely a lecture on safety and first aid, commonly known to anyone who has entered a prestigious academy, he might have felt differently. My second brother is unparalleled in the world. If we succeed here, I shall owe him my deepest gratitude. The Miao region has long been a source of distress for Yuan Tiangang, and he has refrained from visiting due to these very fears. Now, with his second brother's apprentice successfully bringing him here, he believes that once they conquer the stronghold before them, his aspirations will be fulfilled. Let the entire army rest for a moment, then follow me to seize this place, ensuring these rebels have no sanctuary henceforth. Chang Sunchong increasingly embodies the qualities of a leader. Initially, Li Shimin intended for Yuan Tiangang to command the campaign against the bandits in Miao territory. However, Yuan Tiangang adamantly refused the position, ultimately allowing Chang Sunchong to lead the forces instead. How dare you, you black-clad ruffians, intrude upon this land? Today, I shall demonstrate the might of the Miao. At that moment, a diminutive man on a fine steed brandishing a long spear rode forth, followed by thousands of unruly bandits. Shouting defiantly, "Who approaches?" The sight of the man unsettled Yuan Tiangang, yet, given the circumstances of impending battle, he adhered to protocol and inquired, "Speak my name, and you shall be startled. I am the foremost vanguard under the Miao sovereign, the bravest warrior of Miao, the most handsome of Miao, and the unrivaled general, Xin Daorong." With a chuckle, Chang Sunchong could not contain his amusement at Xin Daorong's self-introduction, recalling a story his master had told him, now manifesting in this absurd performance. "What do you find amusing? Have I erred in my declaration? Who in Miao does not know that Xin Daorong is invincible? You must be Chang Sunchong, the disciple of that accursed Li Daoshang from the Tang dynasty. The world sings your praises. Do you possess the courage to battle me?" Xin Daorong, oblivious to fear, believed himself to be unparalleled, asserting that only the sovereign could defeat him. General Xin is formidable. General Xin is mighty. General Xin is invincible. General Xin, strike them down. It must be said that Xin Daorong's presence significantly bolstered morale. Initially, the several thousand bandits quaked with fear at the sight of 30,000 troops approaching. Yet, upon witnessing their commanding general's formidable stature, all trepidation dissipated. Today, let these soldiers of the Tang dynasty witness the might of General Xin. Xin Daorong, is it? You are hardly worthy of my effort. Summon your accursed sovereign. How dare he attempt to assassinate my master? Today, those who conspired against my master shall pay dearly. Chang Sunchong exclaimed in fury, recalling that the other extraordinary master involved in the assassination at Qingfeng Temple was indeed this sovereign from Miaojiang. Following that failure, he hastily led the remnants of the Zhenguan faction to Miaojiang. It can be said that all those involved in the assassination at Qingfeng Temple are present here, while the others have already been dealt with by Chang Sunchong. In the current landscape of the Tang dynasty's martial world, Chang Sunchong's word is law. There is no matter he cannot resolve. Indeed, it was our sovereign who orchestrated the assassination of that vile sorcerer. Alas, at a critical moment, Wang Buqiyuan faltered. Otherwise, he would have perished that very night, and the Tang dynasty would not be embroiled in such turmoil. Xin Daorong remarked dismissively, for in his eyes, these individuals could not hope to sever their heads. Today, he would establish his renown across the land. What of Li Daolong's apprentice? He is but a mere adversary. You insolent child, cease your prattle and summon Jiang Guiyou forth. I shall ensure his demise today. Unable to endure Xin Daorong's audacity any longer, Yuan Tiangang could scarcely believe such arrogance. He had never encountered anyone so brazen, truly ignorant of the concept of mortality. "Oh, so you are aware of our sovereign's name? It seems you are an old acquaintance. Given your furious demeanor, could it be that your beloved was transformed into a blossoming woman by our sovereign?" Xin Daorong, true to his nature, faced Yuan Tiangang without a hint of fear. Only someone with such profound disdain for the sovereign could exhibit such fervor. Their sovereign had discovered an ancient record stating that by sacrificing 99 women born on the year, month, and day, their blood could be collected upon an altar. and their corpses utilized in a ritual, thus achieving immortality. Currently, 98 corpses lay upon the altar, and only one more blossoming woman is needed for their sovereign to ascend to immortality, leaving nothing for them to fear in Miaojiang. I will kill you. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tiangong's emotions faltered. Xian Daorong spoke a bitter truth. His most cherished woman had indeed been drained of her blood by that wretched sovereign, transformed into a lifeless shell, awaiting the day when the requisite 99 could be gathered to complete that abhorrent sacrifice. Initially, when they traveled to Miaojiang, they encountered Sovereign Jiang Wuyo, who was quite amiable towards Yuan Tiangang. They shared numerous adventures, standing together for justice, ultimately swearing an oath as sworn brothers. However, once Jiang Wuyo uncovered the identity of Yuan Tiangong's beloved, everything irrevocably changed. First, he poisoned and incapacitated Yuan Tiangang, casting him into the forbidden lands of Miaojiang. Subsequently, he perpetrated the heinous act of murdering Yuan Tiangong's beloved, draining her lifeblood and transforming her into a mere corpse. After arduous efforts, Yuan Tiangang managed to escape the confines of the forbidden land, albeit severely wounded and incapable of confronting Jiang Wui. The most insidious aspect was that the poison inflicted by Jiang Wui would resurge periodically, leaving Yuan Tiangang consumed by rage and with no choice but to retreat. After enduring countless tribulations, Yuan Tiangang ultimately achieved greatness, becoming an unparalleled master. However, upon his return to Miaojiang to exact vengeance, he discovered that entry was beyond his reach, and he was left to circle the territory for many days before finally departing. Chapter 157. As long as one can survive for many years. This matter had become Yuan Tiangong's greatest regret. As he grew increasingly familiar with the Miao region, he found himself more reluctant to venture there, for his aspirations remained unfulfilled. In his youth, he was wholly devoted to the Tao, and although he was aware of the affection the fair maiden held for him, he never dared to voice it. They merely existed in each other's company. It was only after her passing that Yuan Tiangang truly felt the pangs of heartbreak, one night of enlightenment and seclusion, and one night of premature aging. Yet, none of this could bring back the beloved. Now, with the world finally at peace and his ambitions achieved, he found solace in the thought of retrieving her remains, to be interred together, a fulfillment that brought him immense satisfaction. Master, spare his life. Such a person could be of great use to us, Long Sun Chong remarked immediately upon witnessing Yuan Tiangong's fierce demeanor. It was evident to him that his master bore a deep-seated grudge against the sovereign of the Miao region. Otherwise, his usually composed senior would not exhibit such rage. He is not even capable of severing my head. Does he truly think he deserves to be spared? Today, I shall present his head to the sovereign, and I am certain I shall earn a reward. Yuan Tiangang held little regard for Xian Daorong, the foremost warrior of the Miao region. How could a mere Taoist pose a threat to him? However, despite his audacious words, when the confrontation ensued, Xian Daorong found himself utterly defenseless. In terms of strength, he could not even measure up to Yuan Tiangang, let alone Long Sun Chong, and the provocations he uttered had only served to amplify Yuan Tiangong's fury. In a mere exchange, Yuan Tiangang apprehended Xian Daorong without even drawing his weapon, leaving the assembled notorious bandits in a state of terror as they fled back to their encampment upon witnessing the formidable general subdued with a single move. General Xian, are you not invincible? How could you be captured so swiftly? Long Sun Chong, having achieved a swift victory, took his time to consolidate his position before escorting General Xian to the central command tent. Grandfather Long Sun, you must have misheard. I was praising you. You are the true invincible ones. In our small corner, you could easily resolve matters with a mere finger. Recognizing the importance of timing, Xian Daorong understood this well. Since Long Sun Chong had spared his life, it indicated he still had some utility. Your appearance is truly repugnant, Long Sun Chong disdainfully remarked, having never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Since you find me so distasteful, I shall turn my face away, so you need not behold it, Xian Daorong retorted. In truth, he cared little for appearances. All he wished for was to survive, for living was of paramount importance. Ultimately, as long as Long Sun Chong was content, he would willingly perform a pole dance before the entire army without hesitation. Chonger, why waste words on such a scoundrel? Just kill him and be done with it. Tomorrow, let the entire army advance and set this den of thieves ablaze. Ever since arriving in the Miao region, Yuan Tiangang had been consumed by a tempestuous spirit, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of violence and bloodshed. The esteemed elder, I confess I may have acted with a touch of recklessness. Yet I have never committed any transgression against you both. It is that absurd so-called holy master who has brought me to this juncture, that wretched Jiang Wui, who bears no relation to me whatsoever. At this very moment, Exine Daorong epitomizes humility and shamelessness, persistently bowing his head and pleading for mercy. Today, as long as he can survive and leave this place, what do these humiliations truly signify? Once he returns to the village, he shall reclaim his title as the foremost warrior of Miaojiang, the most handsome man among them. Exine Daorong, allow me to inquire. How many individuals currently reside within the village? Chang Sunchong exchanged a glance with Yuan Tiangang, signaling him to remain patient and to entrust everything to him. Reporting to you. Esteemed Chang Sun, there are currently 40,000 souls in the village, with over 10,000 being disciples of our holy master, and the remaining 30,000 comprising rebels from across the nation. It is said that among them are quite a number of skilled fighters. No torture was necessary. Merely a glance at Yuan Tiangong's menacing gaze compelled Exine Daorong to divulge everything. He continuously reassured himself that survival was paramount. Nothing mattered more than living. Is the holy master present here? The rest of the assembly was of little concern to Cha Sun Chong. His primary focus lay on the whereabouts of the holy master. Grandfather. Since returning from Chang'an, the holy master has been in seclusion in the back mountain and has yet to emerge. To be candid, after entering seclusion, the holy master entrusted the management of Miaojiang to me. Exine Daorong dared not withhold any truth, for Chang Sun Chong's eyes seemed capable of piercing through all deceit. Your holy master possesses remarkable discernment to entrust such a significant responsibility to you. Now, Chang Sun Chong began to grasp why everything had unfolded so smoothly since his arrival in Miaojiang. Even upon reaching the outskirts of the village, he pondered whether there was some deception at play. It now appeared that it was not his fortune, but rather the ineptitude of his opponents that facilitated his path. Enough. You may leave now. Upon your return, it would be wise to bring everyone forth to surrender voluntarily. Perhaps I may spare you such an opponent. As a leader of adversaries, Chang Sun Chong found himself at a loss for justification to eliminate him. Grandfather, you truly intend to let me go without requiring anything further from me? Upon hearing this, Exine Daorong felt a surge of disbelief. Could he have misheard? How could he be granted such ease of departure? If I grant you leave, then go without further ado. I have no desire to waste words on someone like you. Do not compel me to take action. Even Yuan Tiangang, standing nearby, found himself at a loss for words. He had always regarded Jiang Wui as his greatest rival and could not fathom how he had chosen this ineffectual individual as the heir of Miaojiang. Yuan Tiangang had some understanding of the Miaojiang bandit legacy. When the holy master was absent, whoever managed Miaojiang would become its next heir. Thus, with Exine Daorong handling all matters of Miaojiang, there was no doubt he was the heir chosen by Jiang Wui. This left Yuan Tiangang with a tinge of regret. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would have journeyed to Miaojiang long ago, thus avoiding years of inner turmoil. I am deeply grateful to both of you. Esteemed elders, I shall take my leave now, and when the time comes, I will certainly bring everyone forth to surrender. As Exine Daorong knelt in supplication, his mind was already concocting plans for revenge against these two. Unable to prevail in a one-on-one confrontation, he opted for a collective assault. The army of the Tang dynasty numbered merely around 30,000, while his own stronghold boasted over 40,000. He believed that when all 40,000 joined forces, these two would have no choice but to acknowledge him as their superior. Begone. Observing Exine Daorong's demeanor, Chang Sun Chong found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was deliver a kick, urging him to depart swiftly so as not to tarnish his sight. Chapter 158. How could Exine Daorong allow others to dictate his actions? Upon hearing these words, Exine Daorong felt no hesitation and promptly departed from the Tang army's camp, armed with his 8-foot-long snake spear. Chong, this man is the current leader of the Miao region. It is inappropriate to release him so freely, remarked an observer. I perceive him as treacherous and untrustworthy. He cannot be relied upon to persuade the Miao to surrender. It would be wiser to eliminate him outright. After Exine Daorong's departure, Yuan Tiangang spoke up, acknowledging that the camp's commander, Chang Sun Chong, was in charge and could not voice dissent. Master, he will certainly not surrender. However, with such a commander as he, our victories will come more swiftly. Although the former prince's faction boasted 30,000 troops, they were in the Miao territory, and their allegiance to the Miao leader was paramount. Following Jiang Wui's seclusion, the unparalleled Exine Daorong had emerged as the Miao's leader. If he did not return, the former prince's faction would undoubtedly attempt to seize control of the Miao region, complicating their endeavors. Chang Sun Chong was exceedingly confident in Exine Daorong's abilities. Having such an adversary would alleviate many of his concerns. Indeed, he is a formidable foe. Hearing you say this makes me reluctant to eliminate him. Reflecting on Exine Daorong's demeanor, even Yuan Tiangang had to concede that he was indeed a worthy opponent, capable of sparing them countless troubles. Upon leaving the Tang army's camp, Xian Daorong regained his usual swagger, striding back into the village with great aplomb. General Xian, were you not captured by the Tang army? How have you returned so swiftly? Inquired the leader of the Jianqing faction upon seeing him. What business is it of yours what I do? Servants, prepare fine food and drink. I am famished. Xian Daorong paid no heed to those who had defected to them. He was the foremost warrior of the Miao region and regarded these stragglers with disdain. Seize him. He must have allied with the Tang army. It is impossible for him to return so quickly otherwise. The leader is a disciple of Daoist Li of the Great Tang, a cunning individual who has surely sent General Xian back with some ulterior motive, proclaimed the Jianqing leader. Following his command, several individuals apprehended Xian Daorong, who had long since lost their favor. Moreover, even the Miao people wavered. They had witnessed Xian Daorong's capture and believed his swift return indicated treachery. Nonsense! I am unparalleled in the world. How could I have been so easily captured? I intentionally exposed a weakness to allow myself to be seized, thereby gaining the opportunity to infiltrate the Tang army and gather intelligence. He continued, then I feigned defection and divulged their plans. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without disaster. The Tang army may be unaware of our situation, but we possess a clear understanding of theirs. We are destined for victory in this battle. Who is Xian Daorong, the foremost warrior of Miaojiang, the most handsome man? Or perhaps the wisest strategist? What scene has he not witnessed that could possibly challenge him? Yet, some individuals from Miaojiang remain puzzled. Given General Xian's character, one would expect him to consult with them before commencing. Why, then, is there no communication this time? But have you forgotten what the Holy Lord proclaimed before entering seclusion? He entrusted all matters of Miaojiang to me. How could you overlook that? General Xian is incensed. As Miaojiang's premier warrior, he has never faced doubt. Even the Holy Lord holds unwavering confidence in his capabilities. The formidable General Xian has dared to venture into the tiger's den to gather intelligence. Truly, he embodies the essence of Miaojiang's greatest warrior. Moreover, General Xian is not only our foremost warrior, but also our leading strategist. His ingenuity is increasingly impressive. What are you lot still doing holding on to General Xian? Do you dare to rebel? Release him at once. Upon hearing the mention of the Holy Lord, these individuals immediately faltered. Indeed, General Xian is the Holy Lord's chosen successor. To question him is tantamount to questioning the Holy Lord, a grave offense in Miaojiang that could lead one to a snake pit. However, the Jianqing faction attempted to interject, only to be silenced by the people of Miaojiang. No one is permitted to doubt the Holy Lord. There is no room for debate. The Holy Lord is unparalleled. General Xian is invincible, and Miaojiang stands proud. Miaojiang is mighty. Miaojiang is mighty. Witnessing this display, the Jianqing faction found themselves at a loss for words, accustomed as they were to the ignorance of the Miaojiang people. General Xian, since you claim to have gathered all the necessary intelligence, what plans do you propose? And when shall we act? The leader of the Jianqing faction could only respond with resignation, acknowledging General Xian's unmatched prowess and the confidence that accompanies it. Do I need to inform you of my actions? Prepare a sumptuous feast and fine wine. I am famished. General Xian cast a disapproving gaze at these outsiders who dared to question him. He is indeed unmatched, a status they are not entitled to dispute. Swiftly, prepare a grand banquet, lay out all the delicacies, and bring forth the finest offerings to welcome General Xian. When under the eaves, one must bow their head. In terms of understanding Miaojiang, these outsiders are certainly outmatched by the locals. Furthermore, with the Holy Lord's protection, this place serves as an ideal refuge for those wanted by the court. This is more like it. Once I have feasted and quenched my thirst, I shall disclose our strategy. Tomorrow, we will ensure the Tang army meets its demise, regretting their incursion into Miaojiang. Hearing the flattering words and the promise of fine food invigorated General Chui's spirits, it would have been better if they had been courteous from the beginning. In an instant, Xian Daorong felt a sense of satisfaction in being captured. Had he not been apprehended, how could he have attained such stature? Soon, amidst the apologies of Jianqing, a grandiose gathering commenced, and General Xian found himself quite enamored by the atmosphere. General Xian, may I inquire about your plans? The remnants of Jianqing's faction were deeply concerned about the encirclement by the Tang army, fearful of the arrival of renowned generals. Currently, only Chang Sunchong and Yuan Tiangang were known to them. The rest remained a mystery. Rest assured, the Tang dynasty has not dispatched any illustrious generals for this campaign. Merely Yuan Tiangang and a youth yet to reach maturity. As for their forces, they number less than 30,000. Even if they were to muster 100,000 troops, they would still perish beneath my poisonous formations in Miaojing. Just wait and see how I shall deal with them tomorrow. Chapter 159. In ancient times, there was Xing Daorong. Today, we have Xian Daorong. Regarding the forthcoming battle, Xian Daorong exuded immense confidence. If Chang Sun Chong were truly as formidable as rumored, he would not have allowed the unparalleled warrior that is himself to return unscathed. His earlier capture was solely due to his lack of preparation, which rendered him vulnerable to a surprise attack. However, he was now fully armed and ready. Should anyone dare to strike, he would not hesitate to retaliate. General Xian is truly impressive. Despite the lingering inner grievances of Jianxing's former comrades, they could only acknowledge the prowess of Xing Daorong, for they were, after all, on his territory. Such matters were best kept unspoken. Come tomorrow on the battlefield, they would witness the true might of their general. After absorbing these words, Xian Daorong felt no lingering dissatisfaction toward these pitiful souls. How could he, when their words were so elegantly articulated? General Xian, one of the leaders of Jianxing, remarked, "This is a prime opportunity. I suspect the Tang army may attempt a night raid on our stronghold. Should we not lay an ambush to ensure their return is thwarted?" Once the flattery had been sufficiently dispensed, the leader expressed his concerns. Their stronghold was in its current state, and a surprise attack from the Tang army would leave them utterly defenseless. "Fear not, brother," Xian Daorong reassured him. "As long as you follow me, danger shall not befall you. I have already informed the Tang forces that I will lead you to surrender tomorrow. Why would they dare launch a surprise attack? Furthermore, my stronghold is not as simple as it appears. The entire perimeter is lined with venomous creatures capable of delivering fatal bites. For every Tang soldier that approaches, many shall perish." Xian Daorong was exceedingly confident in this regard. He would welcome a night raid from the Tang army, as it would render the following day's battle unnecessary, allowing them to declare victory. At that moment, the stronghold of Miaojiang would surely attract countless new recruits. And he, Xian Daorong, would be hailed as a hero throughout Miaojiang, with the sovereign bestowing rewards upon him, perhaps even leading him to immortality. Now that is reassuring. The former comrade of Jianxing replied, relieved to hear such strategic foresight from Xian Daorong. It appeared he possessed some wisdom after all. In stark contrast, the Tang army's encampment was eerily quiet, with all soldiers gathered, awaiting Chang Sun Chong's orders. "Master, do you think General Xian suspects we will launch a night raid?" Chang Sun Chong, gazing intently at the stronghold before him, was filled with confidence. He had thoroughly assessed Xian Daorong and was curious about the general's current thoughts. Not only is it unlikely that he has considered it, but even if he did, he would probably dismiss the notion, believing that the stronghold of Miaojiang is impenetrable. Watching his nephew, Yuan Tiangang was filled with admiration. Since arriving in Miaojiang, nearly all events had unfolded according to his calculations. He marveled at how his younger brother had trained his disciples. Each one was a remarkable talent. Unlike his own unfortunate apprentice, who could only perform a few basic techniques and seemed impervious to further instruction, it became increasingly clear that innate talent was of the utmost importance. General Xian is truly unparalleled. With him as our ally, many challenges shall be effortlessly overcome. Long Sun Chong scoffed, surprised that amidst the campaign to eradicate the Miao territory, he would encounter such a formidable adversary. Indeed, his master had nearly slain him, a fact that warranted his reflection. Once they breached this stronghold, they would proceed to the altar of the Miao, the very site where Jiang Wui secluded himself. The animosity that his master had harbored for many years would finally be unleashed. This hatred had plagued Yuan Tiangang for far too long, preventing him from overcoming his inner turmoil. He dispatched orders. Before entering the camp, all troops were to initiate a fire attack. Given the nature of the Miao people, the surrounding area was surely teeming with toxins. Once these poisonous creatures were incinerated, they would launch their assault. During his time in the Miao territory, Long Sun Chong had thoroughly grasped their tactics. With a resolute command, the entire army mobilized. While Xian Daorong was still reveling in the anticipated victory of the following day, a great blaze erupted in the Miao stronghold. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Upon hearing those words, Xian Daorong was initially incredulous. He had confidently secured the positions of the Tang generals. How could there possibly be an enemy incursion? Who dares to falsely report military intelligence? Step forth, so I may deal with you. Xian Daorong believed himself the master of the Miao land. Any who dared challenge him would meet their end. "General, it is indeed an enemy attack. I do not deceive you. Step outside and see for yourself." The messenger was on the verge of tears. Could he not see the raging inferno? "Let me ascertain the situation, and then I shall slay these disreputable Tang soldiers, piercing them with 1,000 transparent skeletons." If one were to consider Xian Daorong's idol, it would undoubtedly be the valiant Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms. He perceived today as his moment of glory. From henceforth, he would be the Zhang Fei of the Tang dynasty. and anyone who encountered him would surely address him as grandfather. Thus, Xian Daorong seized his 8-foot serpent spear, determined to weave through the ranks of his army. However, upon witnessing the vast conflagration consuming the village, panic seized him. He found himself at a loss for what to do. The Miao had long been emboldened to establish their stronghold here precisely because the surrounding area was dense with primordial forests. Anyone who dared to ignite a fire would risk incinerating the entire woodland. No one wished to shoulder such a historical infamy, which allowed Xian Daorong to act with such audacity. After all, the vicinity was rife with venomous creatures. Their presence kept intruders at bay. Today, however, Long Sun Chong not only set the forest ablaze, but the poisonous insects, startled by the flames, fled towards the stronghold. By now, many Miao bandits and rebels had succumbed to the bites of these creatures, meaning that, without even launching an assault, Long Sun Chong had already claimed half of the enemy's forces. General Xian, what should we do now? At this moment, the remnants of the old regime were in utter disarray. They had never anticipated Long Sun Chong would dare to burn the forest. Did he not fear that the entire Miao territory would become desolate? What to do? What to do? Xian Daorong was flustered. This was entirely beyond his expectations. Yet who was General Xian? In no time, he devised a plan for survival. Ladies and gentlemen, the time of life and death has arrived. You shall take your men to guard the eastern front, while you shall lead your forces to protect the west. They will undoubtedly charge towards the center upon breaching our defenses. Allow me, the general, to remain here alone, to confront them head-on and embrace our shared demise, thus granting you a chance to escape. Xian Daorong spoke with a profound sense of righteousness, entirely casting aside his own fate. Although there were some unexpected developments among the former members of Jianqing, they pondered how this was the Xian Daorong they knew, so imbued with such noble resolve. Yet, considering he had partaken in drink, it was likely an impulsive act, leaving no room for doubt. I shall lead a contingent of men, while also providing support to a portion of the Miao people, as we break through in the east and west. Chapter 160. The Power of Knowledge. Take care, General. If I manage to escape, I shall certainly toast to our camaraderie. Ultimately, amidst a bittersweet farewell and a sense of liberation, these loyal subordinates bid adieu to Xian Daorong. As they departed step by step, Xian Daorong's countenance reflected deep reluctance. He never anticipated such a swift parting from his dear brothers. However, once they had vanished from sight, Xian Daorong's expression transformed, brimming with disdain and sarcasm. How foolish to trust my words. Let us not forget, we are in Miao territory. I, Xian Daorong, have prepared my escape well. Good brothers, buy me some time to flee. Once I reach the Holy Lord, I shall be safe. In a few short years, I will reclaim my status as the foremost warrior of Miao. With that declaration, Xian Daorong grasped his 8-foot serpent spear and retreated to his chamber, where he promptly lifted his bed to reveal a hidden passage. What a pity it is to leave behind so many good brothers. With those words, he felt no compulsion to linger, taking nothing with him as he vacated the premises. The loyal subordinates soon realized that something was amiss. Though Xian Daorong had often boasted of being the greatest warrior of Miao, their prolonged association revealed his cowardice. He was unlikely to sacrifice himself for their sake. The truth was evident. A secret passage existed, and the treacherous Xian Daorong had likely escaped through it, leaving them as mere pawns to delay time. Hurry back. We have all been deceived by that damned Xian Daorong. Upon this realization, the subordinates attempted to retreat, only to find themselves ensnared in an ambush. Warriors, follow me to eradicate these traitors. Let not a single one escape today. Gazing upon the loyal subordinates and the bandits of Miao, Chang Sun Chang's demeanor was icy. From this day forth, Miao shall know no banditry. That treacherous Xian Daorong has ruined my plans, boasting of himself like Zhang Fei. Truly, none bearing that name are virtuous. The loyal subordinates understood that their demise was imminent. Compared to Chang Sun Chong, Xian Daorong was the most ruthless. Without his cowardice, the stronghold would not have fallen so swiftly. Most crucially, in their hour of need, Xian Daorong had fled alone. As the loyal subordinates had surmised, the battle concluded within 3 hours. A barrage of fire attacks had extinguished any remaining spirit within the stronghold, and with their leader fleeing at a critical juncture, their defeat was all but assured. General Chang Sun, we have searched every corner, yet there is no sign of Xing Daorong. However, a secret passage was discovered in his chamber. As the chief contributor to this conflict, Chang Sun Chong could not overlook Xian Daorong. After the battle, he scoured the land for him, devoid of any respect. Xian Daorong has not disappointed me. Let us pursue through this passage. I am certain it leads to the Holy Lord. Zhang Sun Chong was troubled about how to locate the altar when Xian Daorong provided him with some guidance. Master Nephew, allow me to lead the charge this time. That vile scoundrel Zhang Wuya must pay for his blood debts, Yuan Tiangang declared in fury. This opportunity for revenge was the closest he had ever been, and he could not afford to squander it. Do not worry, Master Uncle. I will take care of everything that follows. Ensure that everyone carries torches and warm clothing. For given the nature of that Saint Lord, I am certain there are numerous poisons lurking nearby. Without a second thought, Zhang Sunchong agreed to his Master Uncle's request. In all the land, no one could rival his Master Uncle except for his own master, and after enduring so much, his uncle was well aware of how to guard against the poisons of Miaojiang. Receiving Zhang Sunchong's instructions, Yuan Tiangang immediately led a troop into the secret passage. Just as Zhang Sunchong had anticipated, they encountered many poisons laid within the passage before even catching sight of the Saint Lord. Fortunately, Yuan Tiangang and his men had adequately prepared, and there were no casualties. Zhang Sunchong, you shall not meet a good end. Divine retribution awaits you. This primordial forest has nurtured countless Miaojiang citizens, and you have set it ablaze. How can you justify this to them? Indeed, Zhang Sunchong, although you have triumphed this time, you have also incurred a loss. From now on, the Miaojiang people will harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Tang dynasty, as their sustenance has been obliterated by your flames. Henceforth, this once flourishing Miaojiang will lie desolate, forever marked by your villainy in its annals. Observing the raging inferno, the remnants of the Jiansheng faction cursed. Even they would not dare to set a mountain ablaze. Yet today, Zhang Sunchong had done just that. He represented not only himself but the entire Qifeng temple, and from this day forth, its reputation would be tarnished. This was precisely what the Jiansheng faction had hoped for. Once Qifeng temple was destroyed, they would glimpse a glimmer of hope. Li Shimin's ascension to power was entirely due to the existence of Qifeng temple. If this incident were to obliterate it, all remnants of the Jiansheng faction would rally, rendering Li Shimin's position as emperor meaningless. You must be foolish to think I would act in such a manner. It was merely the burning of a village. In fact, the people of Miaojiang may one day thank me for eradicating the banditry that has plagued this area for centuries. Zhang Sunchong felt no apprehension. Knowledge is power. As he set the village ablaze, he had meticulously calculated every aspect of the plan. How could this be? Such a conflagration would surely consume the entire forest, leaving nothing but ashes of a single village. Some members of the Zhenguan faction were skeptical. However, when they gazed upon the fire, they observed that when it reached a certain point, it extinguished itself. This was the result of Zhang Sunchong's preparations. After returning Xian Daorong during the day, he had felled all the trees surrounding the village. Had the fire not spread, no one would have ever discovered it. Moreover, a considerable amount of earth had been prepared there. As soon as the flames triggered the mechanism, the soil would instantaneously extinguish the blazing inferno. This aligns with what my master once spoke of regarding the combustible body. When there is nothing left to burn, and yet elements capable of quenching the flames exist, the fire poses no threat to him. How could this be? How could such a phenomenon occur? Despite the enormity of the blaze, how could it vanish so suddenly? Could this be sorcery? Indeed, it must be sorcery. Such a situation left the former troops of Zhenguan somewhat taken aback. They had initially intended to tarnish the reputation of Qifeng Temple, yet now, it seems that Zhang Sunchong is destined to achieve divinity in Miaojiang. Chapter 161. They were in such a deep slumber. Take them all down and escort them back to the capital for His Majesty's disposition. The rest swiftly cleared the battlefield. As we awaited General Yuan's arrival, Zhang Sunchong cast a glance at them, perceiving all as pitiable beings. To label them as villains would be a gross mischaracterization. Their rebellion against the Tang dynasty was not rooted in disloyalty. On the contrary, their loyalty to the Tang was profound, merely hindered by divergent political stances. The notion of serving two masters had become deeply ingrained in their minds, where the emperor of the Tang was none other than Li Jiansheng, viewing all that Li Shimin possessed as usurpation. This narrow perspective obscured their vision of the Tang's current progress, leading them to believe that Li Shimin was the true traitor. Regarding such individuals, Zhang Sunchong felt no animosity, yet he harbored no fondness either. Their minds had been shackled for far too long, rendering them ill-suited for the present Tang. In the words of his master, it was not that they were unwilling to awaken. Rather, they were simply too deeply ensnared in slumber. In stark contrast to these unfortunate souls, Xian Daorong, the foremost warrior of Miaojiang, bore no psychological burden. After a night of flight, he finally reached the innermost sanctum of Miaojiang, the altar steeped in tradition. Prior to his audience with the sovereign, Xian Daorong deliberately inflicted a minor wound upon himself with a small knife to showcase his formidable valor. Sovereign, trouble looms. The Tang army has breached our borders. Before entering the altar, Xian Daorong took a moment to compose himself, intending to convey the extent of his sacrifice for the entirety of Miaojiang. Why fret? How could they possibly invade? The area surrounding the stronghold is teeming with venomous creatures, and with 40,000 troops stationed, they cannot extinguish us. At this juncture, an elderly figure emerged, a seasoned master of the region who had dedicated his life to Miaojiang, expressing skepticism towards Xian Daorong's claims. No one understood the terrain better than he. Even 100,000 strong could not contend with their defenses in these mountains. Sovereign, they have truly invaded. It is none other than Li Daoshang's disciple, Chang Sun Chong, who leads the charge, having arrived before the stronghold yesterday. Upon hearing the name Li Daoshang, Jiang Wuyo's countenance shifted dramatically. The assassination at Qingfeng Temple had left a profound impact on him. He had never encountered such formidable strength, where a mere casual strike could vanquish numerous skilled warriors. Thus, upon arriving in Miaojiang, he chose to enter seclusion, hoping to complete the sacrificial rites and attain immortality, rendering Li Daoshang inconsequential. Even if they reached the stronghold, it mattered little. He had laid a formidable barrier around it, ensuring that no one could escape once inside. Therefore, there was no cause for concern. You return to guard the perimeter. Once I achieve my breakthrough, they shall witness my prowess. What of Li Daoshang's disciple? The venomous barrier was no trifling matter. Even Yuan Tiangang had failed to breach it. What fear could a mere child invoke? It is no longer the sacred lord. The great stronghold has vanished. Chang Sun Chong has completely disregarded the established norms and set fire to it. In merely one night, the formation has been shattered, and now the stronghold exists no more. Xian Daorong, with tears streaming down his face, lamented while revealing his scars, as if to convey to the sacred lord that he had indeed exerted himself to the utmost, yet the enemy proved to be overwhelmingly formidable. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuyo was thoroughly alarmed. The stronghold in Miaojiang was something he had devoted his entire life to building. It could be said that he was a sovereign in this land. To think it could be obliterated overnight was akin to desecrating one's ancestral grave. How dare you still show your face? I entrusted the Miaojiang stronghold to you before my departure, and you have managed to destroy it. In that moment, Jiang Wuyo was consumed by fury, striking Xian Daorong with a forceful slap that sent him sprawling. Years of hard work had been annihilated in a single night. How could he possibly not be enraged? Please, sacred lord, temper your wrath. Chang Sun Chong possesses countless cunning strategies, not to mention the formidable treasures bestowed by that sorcerer Li Chun. I was utterly powerless against them. At this moment, Xian Daorong was engulfed in panic. It was the first time in all these years that the sacred lord had struck him. Sighing deeply, Jiang Wuyo yearned to eliminate Xian Daorong, yet he realized that currently, Xian Daorong was all he had at his disposal. No matter, he thought, it is fortunate they have not discovered the altar here, as long as it remains intact. Once I ascend to immortality, all that has been lost shall be reclaimed. Gazing at the altar within, Jiang Wuyo's heart brimmed with anticipation. He had prepared for this his entire life, and now he required merely a maiden born on a day of the Yin month in the Yin year to fulfill his grand design. Once he became an immortal, nothing in the world would pose a challenge to him. Everything would be within his grasp. After uttering these thoughts, Jiang Wuyo pondered another matter. Xian Daorong, how did you escape the encirclement of the enemy troops? Of course, I fought my way through. I am the foremost warrior of Miaojiang. These foes were no match for me. Xian Daorong replied confidently, his eyes alight with pride, as if to demonstrate to his sacred lord that amidst such a multitude of experts, he alone had emerged unscathed. Truth be told, Jiang Wuyo knew his designated successor all too well. Given his abilities, it seemed improbable that he could have escaped. Very well. I report to you, sacred lord, that I came through a secret passage. Faced with Jiang Wuyo's cold gaze, Xian Daorong had no choice but to speak the truth. Only the two of them were privy to this passage, and for safety's sake, Xian Daorong had not brought anyone along. Did you destroy the passage? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuyo's expression turned slightly anxious, hoping that Xian Daorong would possess some wisdom. No, but I have laid numerous venomous insects around the passage. Should anyone dare to enter, they shall surely meet their demise. Completely oblivious to Jiang Wuyo's increasingly darkening countenance, Xian Daorong continued to revel in his own cleverness. With a resounding slap, Jiang Wuyo could no longer contain the fury that surged within him, delivering a stinging blow to Xian Daorong's face. Foolish, utterly foolish. How could I have raised such a dimwit? Sooner or later, you shall be the cause of my demise. In that moment, deep regret washed over Jiang Wuyo. He never anticipated that he would ultimately fall victim to the very person he had trusted the most. My lord, what is the matter? Xian Daorong, bewildered by the two slaps he had received, stood in confusion, unable to comprehend why the lord had struck him. What are you waiting for? Hurry and gather everything from the altar. We must flee at once, or it will be too late. Chapter 162. The life of Exine Darong. Zhang Wuyo felt a profound bitterness within. He was at a loss for words, never anticipating that a lifetime of brilliance would culminate in his downfall at the hands of such a fool. The soldiers of the Great Tang were fervently searching for him, eager to unearth him from the depths of the earth. The altar was situated in the innermost recesses of Miaojiang, aside from a hidden passage. Even he could not navigate his way. To his dismay, he had encountered such a bumbling ally who had inadvertently exposed his location. Truly, Exine Darong's name was well-deserved. It seemed those who bore it were all peculiar beings. As Zhang Wuyo hurried to collect his belongings, Yuan Tiangang, following the trail, arrived at this place. Having reached the end of the secret passage, he was uncertain of his next move until he spotted the remnants left by his incompetent companion. Zhang Wuyo, do you still remember me? After 20 years, I shall make you wish you were never born. Yuan Tiangang seethed with rage upon seeing Zhang Wuyo. Years ago, he had regarded Zhang Wuyo as a brother, yet he had led him into despair, leaving a lingering regret in his heart. Yuan Tiangang, how could you find this place so swiftly? Zhang Wuyo, having previously encountered Yuan Tiangang at Qingfeng Temple, was acutely aware of his current prowess. He realized that, with his present strength, he was no match for him. I owe it all to the first warrior of Miaojiang, Exine Darong. Without his blood to guide us, how could we have located you so quickly? Yuan Tiangang gestured toward the bloodstains on the ground. Feeling fortunate that he had refrained from slaying Exine Darong with a single strike. Otherwise, he would not have found Zhang Wuyo so expeditiously. You. How did I end up raising such a foolish wastrel? Exine Darong, initially preoccupied with packing his belongings, appeared flustered upon seeing Yuan Tiangang. He had just begun to explain himself to Zhang Wuyo when he was abruptly strangled to death. As he closed his eyes, reflecting on his life, Exine Darong felt that only the phrase grand and turbulent could encapsulate his existence. He recalled his entry into Miaojiang, venturing into the Forbidden Lands, where, against all odds, he emerged as a warrior and the foremost expert of Miaojiang. He had proven his strength to all the Miaojiang bandits, a fact that had never been doubted, not even by Zhang Wuyo. After all, it was a forbidden area, and even he had not been certain of his escape, yet Exine Darong had accomplished it. For many years, Exine Darong basked in the adulation of others. Initially, he found it somewhat disconcerting, for he alone knew that he had merely slept in the Forbidden Lands for a few days before inexplicably emerging. However, after enduring years of praise, even he began to believe in his invincibility, gradually transforming into the person he had become. It was only at this moment that he realized, regardless of others' opinions, true strength was the ultimate measure of worth. After Exine Darong's demise, Zhang Wuyo felt unsatisfied and deliberately trod upon his corpse. He would never allow such a being to become the heir of Miaojiang's future. Zhang Wuyo, this place is now surrounded by the army. Today, you have no escape. Gazing upon his nemesis, Yuan Tiangang felt a significant calmness wash over him. Today, he would confront his inner demons. Ha. Yuan Tiangang, despite your illustrious life, you remain a solitary figure. I forgot to mention, that night you were incapacitated by my poison. It was truly quite satisfying. At this juncture, Zhang Wuyo abandoned all restraint, directly provoking Yuan Tiangang. For among those present, only Yuan Tiangang was not his adversary. If he could throw him into disarray, he might seize a glimmer of hope. Zhang Wuyo, today I shall ensure your suffering is beyond comprehension. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tiangang's eyes blazed red. A dragon has its scales, and to touch them is to invoke wrath. Over the years, Yuan Tiangang had virtually eradicated all his weaknesses, save for one. She was the most untouchable part of his heart. You have uttered those words before, yet I have continued to thrive over the years. Zhang Wuyo retreated, fully aware of the depth of hatred Yuan Tiangang harbored for him. Behold my blade. In his contempt for this despicable man, Yuan Tiangang resolved not to waste another word, drawing forth his weapon. However, upon witnessing Zhang Wuyo's stance and demeanor, he abruptly halted. Yuan Tiangang, if you possess any skill, come forth. Should you dare approach me again, I shall incinerate all these corpses, ensuring she remains eternally trapped in this hellish torment. Zhang Wuyo was nearing madness. As long as he could survive and find the last of the Yin maidens, he would ascend to immortality, and no one could stand in his way. You are vile and shameless, Yuan Tiangang exclaimed in fury. For that mere obsession, Zhang Wuyo was capable of any atrocity. You have long been aware of this, Yuan Tiangang. Withdraw with your followers back into the secret passage, or I shall set this place ablaze. It is a matter of life and death. Zhang Wuyo brandished a torch with great pride. What did it matter if his martial prowess surpassed Yuan Tiangong's? He had orchestrated this scenario. In the past, Yuan Tiangong had been unable to best him. And the same held true now. In this life, he was the embodiment of Yuan Tiangong's torment. Very well, we shall retreat. Yuan Tiangong had no choice but to concede. All the while recalling the archery techniques he had once studied, which seemed to contain a method of throwing the arrow. Ha ha ha, that's right, Yuan Tiangong. If you wish to slay me, you are still far from achieving it. Seeing Yuan Tiangong relent, Zhang Wuyo reveled in his triumph. As long as one was sufficiently despicable, no one could thwart them. Just as Zhang Wuyo basked in his glory, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his hand holding the torch. As the questioner mercilessly severed his left hand, Yuan Tiangong seized the moment without granting him any opportunity to react, swiftly closing the distance and dispatching him with his weapon. Ultimately, in his moment of arrogance, Zhang Wuyo departed this world forever. After resolving the matter of Zhang Wuyo, Yuan Tiangong approached the altar, where 99 corpses lay in meticulous alignment. In the pool, the diluted blood had long since turned black and foul, a scene of utter devastation. Monsters. These corpses were remarkably preserved, and the traces indicated that Zhang Wuyo had occasionally returned to this grim tableau. Amidst the throng, Yuan Tiangong instantly spotted the woman who had captivated his heart and soul. My dear, I have come to escort you home. Lacking tears or fervor, Yuan Tiangong remained remarkably composed, determined to protect his beloved as he made his way outward. My lord, what shall we do with the bodies? Glancing at the remnants, even the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were filled with indignation. These were all young maidens, drained of their lifeblood and subjected to indignities by Zhang Wuyong for years. Let us carry them back and reunite them with their families for a proper burial. Chapter 163, A Complete Resolution with the Demise of Zhang Wuyo. The turmoil in Miaojiang was thoroughly resolved. However, Chang Sunchong and his companions did not rush to return to the capital, for numerous hidden dangers still loomed in Miaojiang. For years, the region had been gripped by fear under the control of Zhang Wuyo and his cohorts. One matter perplexed Chang Sunchong. During his time in Miaojiang, he had not encountered a single practitioner of goo, poisonous insect manipulation. Even Zhang Wuyo had relied solely on toxins. This absence left Chang Sunchong in a state of confusion. For Miaojiang's goo arts were renowned throughout the land, with many bandits nurtured by those adept in such practices. Having spent several months in Miaojiang and vanquished countless bandits, he found it astonishing that not even a single goo master had emerged, even with the fall of the most formidable force, Zhang Wuyo. After much contemplation, Chang Sunchong decided to report to Li Shimin, advocating for their continued presence in Miaojiang. He sensed that their mission was far from over, as if a grand conspiracy awaited them. Master, where do you intend to go next? While Chang Sunchong's journey in Miaojiang was not yet concluded, for Yuan Tiangong, it had reached its culmination the moment Zhang Wuyo perished. My heart's desire has been fulfilled. The border of Yunnan lies ahead, where I shall lay her to rest. I will accompany her for a few years, as it was her greatest wish in life. At that moment, Yuan Tiangong's spirit attained a sense of completeness. Over the years, this matter had been his inner demon, yet now, with it dispelled, nothing in the world could impede him any longer. Master, the border of Yunnan has always maintained deep connections with Miaojiang. I urge you to remain vigilant regarding the Gu clan there. I sense they harbor grand schemes. Chang Sunchong did not insist on keeping Yuan Tiangong by his side. As the sole expert in his company, Yuan Tiangong's presence would deter any petty miscreants from daring to act against him. Understood, Chonger. Take care of yourself, for the weight of the entire Tang dynasty rests upon your shoulders. I shall take my leave for now. We will convene at Qingfeng Temple when the opportunity arises. With those words, Yuan Tiangong departed, cradling his beloved. Now that the world had Qingfeng Temple, he no longer needed to live for the world, but could finally live for himself. Dispatch orders to ensure that the situation concerning my master in Yunnan is closely monitored. This matter will not conclude swiftly, and all those girls harmed by Zhang Wuyo must be kept under surveillance. Inform me of any disturbances at once. Gazing over the vast and lush expanse of Miaojiang, Chang Sunchong's resolve solidified. He vowed not to return to Chang'an until he had eradicated the entire reactionary force in Miaojiang. In this investigation of the Gu clan, he had not only mobilized official resources but also enlisted considerable power from the martial world. Throughout Zhang Wuyo's actions over the years, what role had the Gu clan of Miaojiang played? In Chang'an, upon receiving news of Zhang Wuyo's stronghold being dismantled, Li Shimin grew increasingly pleased with Chang Sunchong's performance. Wude. Chonger has matured. Within 2 months, the banditry on the surface of Miaojiang has been resolved. Indeed, such swift progress was also thanks to the assistance of Exine Daro, who never failed to meet expectations. Witnessing the entirety of the campaign against the bandits, Li Shimin was most profoundly impressed by the valiant Exine Darong. This individual truly embodies the fierce valor of the renowned generals from the Three Kingdoms. Among the esteemed generals of the Tang dynasty, Exine Darong was a name unknown to him, leading him to ponder whether this was a rising star of exceptional talent. Upon hearing this, Changsun Wuji felt somewhat bewildered. He was well acquainted with all the generals of the Tang, particularly those his son had led into battle, and he was certain that there was no such figure as Exine Darong among them. Could it be that the Tang had produced a singular genius? Ha ha ha, Wuji. Do not jump to conclusions. You will understand once you see, Li Shimin chuckled, handing over the report penned by Changsun Chong. Ah, how careless of me. Indeed. From the valiant General Xing Daorong of the Three Kingdoms to the courageous Exine Daorong of Miaojiang, it seems that heaven has shown great favor upon the Tang. Changsun Wuji found himself at a loss for words regarding this Exine Daorong. With such a prodigious talent in their midst, how could the Tang possibly fail? During this campaign against the bandits, not a single member of the Miaojiang clan had emerged. It was as if they had all retreated into hiding. Changsun Chong surmised that they must be plotting something significant. Otherwise, they would not have been able to contain themselves for so long. The aim of Changsun Chong's expedition was indeed to confront the Gu clan of Miaojiang, yet thus far, none of the main figures had made an appearance. A group of bandits had inadvertently shielded them from disaster, which evoked a sense of unease in Li Shimin. Indeed, their remarkable restraint suggested that they were up to something grand. However, with Yuan Daolong having gone to Yunnan and no formidable allies at Changsun Chong's side, the prospect of an attack from those adversaries left Changsun Wuji deeply concerned. Despite knowing that everything was within his son's expectations, he could not suppress his worries. Wuji, you underestimate Chong'er. If he lacked sufficient confidence, he would not resort to such a daring strategy. He is no longer merely a figure in the bureaucratic realm. He has become the leader of the martial arts community in the Tang, and his mere word reverberates throughout the entire Jianghu. Thus, this matter was settled. And Li Shimin was confident that it would not be long before Chong'er would provide him with an explanation. Now, let us discuss another matter. Regarding Changsun Chong, Li Shimin held unwavering confidence. While others might be oblivious to the prowess of Li Daolong's disciple, Li Shimin was acutely aware. Enough of this. Since Chong'er has chosen this path, as a father, I can only offer my support. I wonder if your majesty has any other matters to discuss with me. Children and grandchildren will have their own fortunes. Changsun Wuji knew this truth could not be forced. As a disciple of Li Daolong, his son was destined for an extraordinary life. Chong'er is no longer a young boy. I was already a father at his age. My beloved Princess Chang'el has also reached adulthood. After Chong'er returns from Miaojiang, I intend to grant him a marriage. What are your thoughts on this? In times past, Li Shimin would have issued a decree without hesitation, but the circumstances had changed. After all, Changsun Chong was Li Daolong's disciple, and it was only fitting to consult with Changsun Wuji regarding the matter of his marriage. Your Majesty's grace is boundless. I am deeply grateful. Upon hearing these words, Changsun Wuji knelt upon the ground and spoke. His sister, Changsun Wuyo, was, after all, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. If his son were to wed Li Shimin's eldest daughter, it would significantly elevate the standing of the Changsun family within the realm. Furthermore, Changsun Wuji had heard from Changsun Chong about the princess, and it seemed that there was a mutual affection between the two. Such a splendid match was not something Changsun Wuji could possibly refuse. Very well, then, it is settled. Wuji, the Guanyin maid has recently been unwell. I permit you to enter the palace to pay her a visit. These days, I have been preoccupied with state affairs and have inadvertently neglected her. Chapter 164. The ninja's endurance when mentioning his queen, Li Shimin's eyes brimmed with tenderness. Throughout the years, regardless of the trials he faced, Guanyin Bai had always remained by his side. It was precisely due to her excessive toil that her health had deteriorated at such a young age. A matter that had long been a source of concern for Li Shimin, yet he found himself powerless to remedy it. Sighing upon hearing this, Changsun Wuji was all too aware of his sister's condition. Even the imperial physician had proclaimed that the queen's vitality was overexerted and irretrievable. Your Majesty, I have harbored a thought for some time. Perhaps the celestial arts of Daoist Li could restore the queen's health. However, since your ascension, she has never left the palace, and thus I am uncertain how to convey this to you. Changsun Wuji held unwavering trust in Li Chen, believing that any endeavor Li Chen set his mind to would undoubtedly come to fruition. Ah! Exclaimed Li Shimin, striking his forehead in realization. Why did I not think of this? Last time, when the Turkic princess was grievously injured, Daoist Li managed to heal her. Surely his medical skills are extraordinary. How could I have overlooked the possibility of him treating Guanyin Bai? Changsun Wuji's remark had illuminated Li Shimin's thoughts. Daoist was unparalleled, excelling in every domain. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Wude hastened to the inner palace and urged Guanyin Bai to visit Qingfeng Temple, see if Daoist possesses a remedy. Li Shimin urged anxiously. He had intended to escort Guanyin by himself, but with the year-end approaching, the multitude of court affairs had piled up, leaving him unable to extricate himself. Understood. Changsun Wuji dared not delay, swiftly making his way to the inner palace to seek out the queen. In the harem, Changsun Wuyo gazed at the fallen blossoms in the garden and couldn't help but lament. Since ascending to the role of queen, she had been consumed by state affairs, leaving little room for her own joy. While many women in the realm envied her position, only Changsun Wuyo understood the weight it carried. Historically, men governed the external affairs while women managed the internal. The emperor had entrusted the harem to her, which instilled in her a profound sense of responsibility, preventing her from relaxing even for a moment. Given the public's mixed sentiments regarding the emperor's ascension, Changsun Wuyo felt an intensified anxiety, striving to avoid any missteps that could hinder Li Shimin. Consequently, she had been exceedingly cautious over the years, exhausting herself and often succumbing to coughs. Minister Changsun Wuji pays his respects to the queen. At that moment, a voice emanated from behind her, prompting Changsun Wuyo to reveal a long-lost smile. Brother, what brings you here today? Since marrying into the imperial family, their encounters in Chang'an had dwindled significantly. It is His Majesty who has sent me to check on you. And I bear good news to share. Just moments ago, His Majesty betrothed the eldest princess to Chong'er. The two have always been deeply enamored with one another, and their union brings joy to all. The thought of his son fills Changsun Wuji with immense pride upon returning from the Miao territories. His son will undoubtedly soar to great heights in the Tang dynasty. Chong'er, already a favored son of heaven, now enjoys the emperor's esteem. As for Chang'e, ever since the two spent a night together in the ancestral temple, she has frequently mentioned Chong'er, and it is indeed delightful that they can come together. Changsun Wuyo is thoroughly pleased with this match, having cherished Changsun Chong since his childhood. By the way, sister, His Majesty has graciously permitted me to take you to Qingfeng Temple today to pay a visit to Daoist Li, and while we are there, let him check on your health, Changsun Wuji remarked, noticing that his sister's spirits had lifted considerably. Hearing of Daoist Li, who is said to be a celestial being, the princess had long desired to visit him, though she feared the emperor might suspect her of meddling in court affairs. Since that is the case, I shall accompany you to pay a visit, she replied. Changsun Wuyo had always wished to meet Daoist Li, but as he serves as the strategist behind the scenes of the Tang dynasty, she was apprehensive that the emperor might misconstrue her intentions. Even though they are husband and wife, Changsun Wuyo has always maintained a careful balance. Now that Li Shimin is no longer Prince Qin, but the emperor of the Tang, she cannot act as she once did. You have suffered greatly, Changsun Wuji sighed, acknowledging the burdens of marrying into the imperial family. Should anything happen to Changsun Wuyo, the entire Changsun clan would be implicated. Despite her frail health, out of respect for Daoist Li, when they arrived at the foot of Qingfeng Temple, Changsun Wuyo insisted on stopping. Even Li Shimin, wishing to enter Qingfeng Temple, typically ascends the mountain on foot unless circumstances dictate otherwise. As Li Shimin's consort, she could hardly expect to be an exception. At the base of the mountain, the siblings, Changsun Wuyo and Changsun Wuji, began their ascent. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Daoist Li indulged in his peculiar whims. In pursuit of becoming a disciple of the immortal, Xiao Zhe and Gong Ben endured tremendous hardships. First kneeling naked at the entrance of Qifeng Temple for 3 days and nights. But this was only the beginning. After they had fainted, Li Chen had Qin Huaiyu encircle them with a ring of fire and forcibly provided them with food and drink. Having stumbled upon 2 hapless souls, Li Chen was not one to let them slip away easily. Thus, after enduring 3 days and nights of freezing temperatures, he subjected them to the searing heat of the Tang dynasty. At every moment, they were tormented at the center of the flames, barely surviving the ordeal, yet suffering immensely. Most importantly, to prevent them from succumbing to carbon monoxide poisoning, Daoist Li produced smokeless charcoal for winter use and had Qin Huaiyu attend to them. Thus, they endured another 3 days and nights in the fire, truly experiencing what it means to traverse the realms of ice and fire. Meanwhile, the warriors they had brought with them faced dire conditions over the 6 days, for in their homeland, distinctions of rank are sharply defined. When Ozawa and Miyamoto departed, they had already instructed them that, under no circumstances, should they leave, they were to wait there. Thus, amidst the frigid winter and snow, they waited for 6 long days. During this time, hunger drove them to consume snow, thirst compelled them to do the same, and the biting cold forced them to rub snow for warmth. This was the territory of the Qingfeng Temple, and they could not afford to reveal their presence. Under no circumstances could they light a fire. Should the emperor of the Great Tang discover them, these warriors would be sent back to their homeland. Consequently, they continually reminded themselves that a true ninja must endure what ordinary men cannot bear, and that a ninja should be tempered through relentless trials. They were ninjas, capable of enduring. Let the tribulations of this Azura-like experience be all the more severe. Chapter 165. The celestial being speaks truly, brother. What is the situation with these individuals? They appear to be frozen, yet refuse to leave. The sight of them huddling together for warmth was witnessed by Changsun Wuyo, who felt a twinge of confusion in her heart. Sister, let us pretend we do not see them. I believe they think they possess some sort of invisibility, rendering them unseen by all. Changsun Wuji wore a mischievous grin, finding it quite remarkable how these individuals could endure such conditions, unaware that Daoist Li had already orchestrated their predicament. Why? Changsun Wuyo, having spent years in the imperial palace, was profoundly curious about the recent occurrences in the Tang dynasty. Allow me to explain in detail, dear sister. Changsun Wuji glanced at the group enduring the cold and began to elucidate the origins of these ninjas and their purpose at Qifeng Temple. Now I understand. With Daoist Li personally overseeing matters, I am confident these individuals from Yingzhou will not cause much disruption. Although Changsun Wuyo had never met Li Chun, she harbored unwavering confidence that as long as Daoist Li was present, the Tang dynasty would encounter no troubles. After enduring the harsh winter and traversing through fiery obstacles, Koz and Miyamoto had thought they could finally become disciples of the immortal. Yet, they soon discovered that becoming a disciple was far more challenging than anticipated. Are you both certain you wish to take me as your master? Li Chun regarded the two youngsters from the east, their eyes resembling dark coals, feeling no sympathy as he was all too aware of their backgrounds. Immortal, we are truly sincere. We are willing to pay any price to become your disciples. Please, test us as you see fit. Despite enduring significant physical hardships, Ko's mind remained sharp. He believed that by expressing their heartfelt intentions, the immortal would surely recognize their sincerity. Koz envisioned that their earnestness would surely move the immortal, leading to their rise in history as legends in Yingzhou. However, unbeknownst to Koz, the immortal had already discerned their underlying thoughts and paid no heed to their empty words. Very well, since you have spoken thus, it would be a sign of disrespect not to test you. Why you? Is the whip of over 10 meters prepared? Li Chun reclined in a grand chair at the entrance of the temple, addressing the two without even a glance. It is ready, master. I shall fetch it now. Qin Huaiyu grinned mischievously, eyeing the perplexed Koz and Miyamoto as he retrieved a whip exceeding 10 meters in length from within the temple. Although he was uncertain of its intended use, one thing was clear to him. Based on past experiences, these two would likely face dire consequences. Immortal. What is the meaning of this? Koz inquired, puzzled by the appearance of the 10-meter whip. Did it imply that they were to self-flagellate? My disciples are held to a strict standard. If you wish to join my ranks, you must endure a series of rigorous tests, including the trials of heart and body. The preceding trials of ice and fire serve merely as a prelude. The true test lies ahead. You must traverse 9 formidable challenges to gain entry into my tutelage. Should you falter at any of these trials, you shall be forever barred from the realm of Qifeng Temple. Li Chun began to weave his narrative, asserting that these two novices had willingly presented themselves, leaving him with no choice but to be unyielding. The words of the immortal were indeed sincere. Upon hearing that passing the trials would grant them the esteemed opportunity to become disciples of the immortal, both Xiao Zhe and Gongbin felt an indescribable exhilaration. Of course, a practitioner of the path does not engage in falsehoods. If you can successfully navigate my 9 trials, you shall be accepted into my fold. I wonder if you are prepared to embrace the challenge. The Daoist looked every bit the sage of the secluded world, and his inquiry regarding their willingness to become his disciples sent Xiao Zhe and Gongbin into a frenzy of excitement. Absolutely. We are indeed willing. As long as we can become disciples of the immortal, we shall endure any trials that may come our way, Xiao Zhe proclaimed with fervor. What are a few physical hardships to us? I shall bear them all for the chance to learn from the immortal. Huaiyu, lead them to the first trial. Li Chun thought to himself, stifling laughter at how easily the novices were swayed. It would be a disservice to that blood-red romance not to orchestrate an experience for them. Understood, master, Qin Huaiyu replied with a mischievous grin as he approached the 2 friends from Yingzhou. You too, remove all your clothing. Upon uttering this command, Qin Huaiyu suddenly recalled something. Ah, right, I forgot you both are already without garments. Come, follow me to the precipice. Before Qifeng Temple, there stood a cliff over 20 meters high. Upon witnessing it, Li Chun had already devised a plan for the two. Yes, senior brother, Xiao Zhe and Gongbin exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. Even if they must endure pain, they were resolute. For the chance to become disciples of the immortal, they would bear it all. However, just as their words faded, Qin Huaiyu unsparingly marked their bodies with a whip, inflicting pain upon the already weakened duo. "Senior brother, what is your intent?" Gongbin inquired, perplexed by the unexpected treatment he received. Yet, the only response was the relentless crack of Qin Huayu's whip against their flesh. "What is this? I am teaching you the rules. You are not yet disciples of Qifeng Temple, nor are you my master as apprentices. You have no right to address me as senior brother." Qin Huayu see that it being referred to as a senior brother by individuals from the East, for he, a proud citizen of the Great Tang, could not accept having disciples from Yingzhou. "Forgive us, esteemed immortal. We beseech your pardon." Xiaozhe hurriedly apologized, feeling an extraordinary force behind Qin Huayu's strike. Even their highest-ranking masters could not wield such power. Yet this disciple of the immortal could unleash such might with a mere flick of his wrist. This only solidified his resolve further. He would risk everything to become a disciple of the immortal in this lifetime. "That seems more like it. Come, I shall lead you to the first trial," Qin Huayu remarked as he sheathed his whip and guided the two to the precipice. He had already prepared the ropes at this location. "Little immortal, are we to descend from here and then ascend once more?" Miyamoto inquired, noticing the ropes. He was taken aback by the simplicity of this first challenge, as such cliffs had long been a mere trifle for him during his training to become a ninja. "Indeed," Qin Huayu affirmed, igniting a surge of excitement within both Xiaozu and Miyamoto. Yet, the latter part of Qin Huayu's statement sent a chill through Xiaozu's heart. Glancing at the whip in Qin Huayu's hand, an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Chapter 166. Let the storm come even stronger. Beneath the precipice, Ozawa and Miyamoto found themselves bound, experiencing a primitive form of bungee jumping. The winds howled through the ravine, mercilessly whipping against their bodies. Occasionally, snow from the mountain would cascade down, striking them incessantly. Yet, as ninjas, they were unfazed by such trivialities. Endurance was their essence. However, the first trial set forth by the sage proved to be far from simple, subjecting them to 7 days and nights of suspension, with mere opportunities for sustenance every 2 days. Even this had to be endured while hanging, and though the psychological torment weighed heavily upon them, they felt it was manageable, having already triumphed over the trials of ice and fire. What truly tormented them was the 10-meter-long whip that relentlessly lashed their flesh, randomly striking their backs, chests, and thighs. Several times, Qin Huayu struck their most sensitive areas, inflicting excruciating pain that made them wish to clutch themselves. Yet they were suspended, drained of all strength from previous trials, fervently hoping the sage would spare those regions. "Ozawa, I think I want to give up. This first trial is already unbearable. I dread to think what perverse challenges lie ahead," Miyamoto lamented, tears welling in his eyes, feeling the weight of human suffering. He had never endured such agony during his early days as a ninja. "Miyamoto, we cannot succumb to despair, otherwise, all our prior suffering would be in vain. I am determined to become a disciple of the sage, and so must you be," Ozawa declared, though the pain was overwhelming. Deep within him lay grand ambitions. The path to transcendence was within reach, and he could not allow such trivial hardships to deter him. Yet, the agony was relentless, draining his resolve. This was merely the first trial, with 9 more to follow. He feared that he might perish before overcoming them. Miyamoto's heart ached with despair, astonished by the high standards set by the sage for apprenticeship. The trials were unfathomable. For instance, this trial, whimsically named the ultimate bungee, pain and pleasure, seemed to him a cruel jest, as he felt only suffering and none of the promised joy. Previously, he had believed that the journey to becoming a ninja was arduous enough, enduring inhumane torments while battling through throngs of competitors. Out of over 100 aspirants, only 1 or 2 could emerge as true warriors. Reflecting on those days filled him with dread. They were akin to a hell on earth, teetering on the brink of life and death daily. Yet today, Miyamoto understood that those trials were mere trifles, physical torment devoid of true fear, merely a means to escape the fray, as if he had been brainwashed. It was only at Qifeng Temple that he grasped the meaning of despair. The sage not only tormented the body but also assailed the spirit. Indeed, the saying rings true, to torment the body is one thing, but to strike at the heart is another. This was Miyamoto's current sentiment. He felt an urge to flee, only to realize there was nowhere to escape. Certainly, Xiaozu's situation is not much better. The only reason he perseveres is the vision of becoming a disciple of the immortal. This immortal has stirred the winds and clouds of the Tang dynasty with his singular strength, holding the entire empire within the grasp of his fingers. The phrase turning the hand to summon clouds and covering the hand to summon rain aptly describes the immortal. Not to mention, even the emperor of the Tang dynasty holds this immortal in profound respect, sending the tributes they have just received directly to the Qifeng Temple. What does this signify? It signifies that the true sovereign of the world is not the emperor of the Tang dynasty, but rather this immortal, akin to their Yingzhou. Although there is an emperor who appears to be the supreme ruler of Yingzhou, all the actual power resides within the shogunate and the office of the general. The Qingfeng Temple represents the shogunate in Xiaozhi's understanding, while the immortal is akin to the general wielding control over the entire Tang dynasty. However, this general is vastly more formidable than the generals of Yingzhou. The shogunate's generals are merely mortal beings. Once their strength wanes, they are swiftly stripped of their power. Yet, this immortal is different. He is a true deity, and particularly so in his youth. It is highly plausible that he has lived for millennia, achieving immortality. As long as he can become this immortal's disciple, he will be invincible throughout the East Ing, with the shogunate nothing more than a tool in his hand. In that moment, he will first become the general, allowing Miyamoto to ascend as the emperor, thus positioning himself as the unseen master of the entire Yingzhou. When that day arrives, should he wish to retire, he could follow in the immortal's footsteps, establishing a temple and becoming a figure of reverence across Yingzhou. Yet, all of this hinges upon his initiation into the immortal's teachings. Therefore, regardless of the cost, even if it means risking his life, Xiaozhi will not falter. Miyamoto, we have come this far, we cannot give up. As long as we persist, we shall undoubtedly become the strongest. Have you forgotten your sister? The general has long coveted her. Xiaozhi understood Miyamoto's Achilles heel well. Just the mention of his sister would invigorate him. Indeed, how could I ever abandon her? My sister is so beautiful. I cannot allow her to become a plaything for that old man. Just as Xiaozhi anticipated, Miyamoto's sister was indeed the greatest vulnerability of Chao Bing Miyamoto. The moment this was brought up, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. During his arrival in the Tang dynasty, the old general had made his intentions regarding Miyamoto's sister abundantly clear. However, despite Miyamoto's esteemed position among ninjas and samurai, he could not defy the general's orders. Before the general, he was but a clown, utterly powerless. The thought of his sister being taken by a man in his 50s or 60s filled Miyamoto with profound anguish, igniting a fierce determination within him. He must become a disciple of the immortal. He must grow stronger. Only by doing so could he overthrow the general and dismantle the shogunate. I'll let these trials come even more fiercely. I fear nothing. I am utterly unafraid. Miyamoto, invigorated with fervor, called out to the mountain spirits below. Ah, splendid indeed. Truly commendable for a ninja. If you fear not, then I shall hold nothing back. Above, Qin Huayu, deftly wielding his whip while roasting the game he had caught, continued to crack the whip with unwavering resolve. Naturally, he was more than willing to meet their demands, having initially exerted only half of his strength. However, upon hearing Miyamoto's request, he unleashed his full potential. Especially after having enjoyed meat and wine, his vigor surged, leading to a chorus of anguished cries echoing from the valley below. Chapter 167. The mountain spirit will know my pain in moments of anguish. I confide in the mountain spirit. At this very instant, the innermost thoughts of Miyamoto and Ozawa are laid bare. Even the surrounding area of Qifeng Temple can hear the shrill cries of despair. The common folk initially believed that some inhumane act was being perpetrated within. Upon discovering that the wails emanated from two individuals from Yingzhou, suspicion arose regarding their intentions towards the Tang dynasty. Yet, there was no cause for alarm. These Yingzhou inhabitants have always cast a covetous eye upon the central plains. Their audacity to approach Qingfeng Temple was akin to courting death, with Daoist Li present. Even if the entirety of Yingzhou were to descend upon them, they would not stir a ripple. Most importantly, even the starving and freezing ninjas, upon realizing that the heart-wrenching cries were those of their two leaders, felt a surge of satisfaction. Since their arrival at Qingfeng Temple, these ninjas had endured relentless trials, obeying commands without daring to defy. Yet, learning of the suffering inflicted upon Miyamoto and Ozawa brought them a sense of balance. After subjecting the two leaders to torment, Qifeng Temple welcomed a noblewoman, who, with a mere flick of her wrist, presented 100 taels of gold, much to Daoist Li's delight. Regular patrons are indeed a blessing, always bringing forth reliable companions. Whether it be Master Li or Master Sun, each time they visit, their associates display remarkable generosity. Mr. Sun, Miss Sun, I wonder what brings you here on this occasion. Before the two affluent patrons could utter a word, Daoist Li proactively offered his services. In a society yet to recognize the term service, it was born that day. Henceforth, Qingfeng Temple would prioritize service by ensuring exceptional hospitality and a stellar reputation. It would surely flourish. Upon hearing that Daoist Li was a sage of profound knowledge, well-versed in the affairs of the world, Lady Changsun Wuyo meticulously observed Li Chun. In terms of both demeanor and appearance, Daoist Li was unparalleled, which explained the emperor's unwavering trust in him. Is this a test to ascertain my true capabilities? Li Chun pondered. Regardless of who approached the temple, their desires invariably revolved around wealth, fame, or the health of loved ones. This woman, exuding confidence and poise, clearly did not lack for money and held a certain status. Since she sought none of those worldly desires, it must pertain to her health. The arduous journey from the foot of the mountain to Qingfeng Temple had left her breathless and pale. A normal person would not appear thus, indicating an underlying issue. Furthermore, in ancient times, the noble classes engaged in treacherous intrigues, with women often becoming the victims of such schemes. With this realization, Li Chun began to speak earnestly. Miss Sun, your pallor and uneven breath suggest a frail constitution, and your countenance reveals a lack of vitality, undoubtedly indicative of exhaustion. Indeed, his reputation was well-deserved. Upon hearing this, Changsun Wuyo marveled inwardly. Daoist Li was as remarkable as the tales foretold, discerning everything within a mere glance. As the Daoist priest has remarked, since the onset of autumn, I have been plagued by a persistent cough, often feeling utterly drained, lacking any interest in my endeavors. Changsun Wuyo candidly confessed, recognizing that nothing could escape the discerning gaze of Daoist Li, and thus it was better to speak the truth. This can be easily remedied. Allow me to prescribe a concoction, and within 2 months, your cough shall be alleviated. As for your weariness of spirit, that may prove to be more challenging. Is it not merely a cough? With a tea brewed from chuan bei, honey, and tangerine peel, one's lungs will be thoroughly nourished within 2 months. How could one still be coughing? As for the exhaustion of the heart and spirit, I genuinely find that more difficult. This ailment, commonly found among noble women of ancient affluent families, bears resemblance to depression. Confined to their chambers and entangled in rivalries with their peers, how could they not succumb to melancholy? Contemplating this, Daoist Li resolved to spend more time in jovial company with Cui Yingying and Jiang Yin, lest they too fall prey to despair. In essence, the heart can be healed. Upon hearing this, Changsun Wujia expressed fervent excitement, stating that while medicine can mend the body, it cannot heal the heart, an age-old adage. Today, with Daoist Li proclaiming that the heart can indeed be cured, how could it fail to stir Changsun Wujia's emotions? Certainly, it can be healed. As the saying goes, ailments of the heart require remedies of the heart. This sentiment is both true and not. Daoist Li feigned profundity, uttering such words while silently contemplating how to substantiate them. I beseech you for further clarity. The queen was not anxious, but Changsun Wuyo was. She understood the significance of her family to the Changsun lineage. As long as she remained the queen, His Majesty would greatly rely on her clan. Miss Sun's affliction is a consequence of her environment. To heal the maladies of the heart, one must renounce the self, cultivate the spirit, and within 2 years, her ailment shall be vanquished. After much deliberation, Daoist Li could only articulate this much, as he was unfamiliar with Miss Sun's inner turmoil and could only convey such generalities. Moreover, how could he ascertain what her heart's remedy might be? Should he fail to provide an adequate response, the patron may become dissatisfied, leading to a significant loss for their esteemed Qingfeng Temple. It is indeed a product of one's surroundings. Changsun Wuyo took Daoist Li's words to heart, beginning to ponder them deeply. Over the years, she had been ensconced within the imperial palace, focusing solely on enhancing Li Shimin's well-being, never pausing to consider her own. Although well-versed in literature and devoted to daily rituals of Buddhism and Taoism, she had neglected the cultivation of her own character, allowing herself to be burdened by worldly concerns. Thus, how could her spirit not be worn? I am grateful to you, Daoist Li, for your enlightening counsel. I shall henceforth heed your instructions, take my medicine punctually, and cultivate my spirit to restore my mindset. Indeed, seeing is believing. Today, Changsun Wuyo has witnessed firsthand why Daoist Li commands such widespread respect. Such erudition and such a realm of understanding. None could rival, even His Majesty. Just as she prepared to take her leave, a chilling scream echoed from beyond Qingfeng Temple. Being but a woman, she ought not to linger outside for too long. Upon hearing the cry, she could not resist inquiring further, Daoist Li. The inhabitants of Yingzhou atop the mountain are nearing their end. I wonder how you intend to address this matter. Although the Yingzhou people, particularly Changsun Wuyo, evoked little fondness, it was impossible to bear the thought of them succumbing to the cold and hunger. To Changsun Wuyo, Qingfeng Temple was a place of unparalleled sanctity, one that should not be sullied by the souls of the Yingzhou people. Little Li? Upon hearing this, Daoist Li called out, unexpectedly discovering a small notebook. As a person of virtue, how could Daoist Li overlook them? Little Li? Upon witnessing the mention of this name by Daoist Li, Changsun Wuyo felt quite astonished. Her usually unruly son was now displaying unexpected obedience. Similarly, upon seeing Changsun Wuyo, Li Chengqian was taken aback as well. And just as he was about to pay his respects, he halted upon noticing the expression in Changsun Wuyo's eyes. Chapter 168. A canine confrontation within the serene confines of the Qingfeng Temple. All reverence was directed towards Master Li, a notion that Changsun Wuyo comprehended thoroughly. In order to bestow the utmost respect upon Li Chen, she refrained from compelling her son to pay his respects. Little Li, summon the individuals from Yingzhou to me. Today, I intend to impart some lessons to them. With so many little notebooks in hand, Master Li could not have overlooked the significance of those who entered the Grand Tang dynasty. They must leave behind a legacy. As you command, Master. Li Qingqian, with a mischievous grin, was already privy to how his master intended to deal with the Yingzhou folk, having heard tales from Qin Huaiyu, and his heart began to mourn for those so-called ninjas. Master Li, I have come to understand the answers I sought. I shall take my leave for now. I shall certainly visit Qingfeng Temple again when the opportunity arises. Observing the prescription provided by Master Li, Changsun Wuyo harbored no doubts and departed Qingfeng Temple alongside Changsun Wujing. From that moment on, she resolved to heed Master Li's counsel, nurturing her spirit and broadening her heart, thus enabling her to accompany His Majesty for a longer duration. At the mountain's edge, the Yingzhou ninjas regarded the sudden appearance of Li Chengqian with suspicion. They believed they had concealed themselves adequately. How had he discovered their presence? What are you doing here? One ninja, brandishing a katana, was gripped by fear, acknowledging that this individual must be a formidable foe, as he had managed to unveil their hiding place. Come, follow me. My master wishes to see you, Li Qingqian announced confidently. Who was Li Qingqian? The young prince, fluent in 8 languages, found this trivial dialect utterly comprehensible. Are you the immortal within? Upon hearing Li Qingqian's words, the ninjas' excitement surged, their previous wariness dissipating entirely. No, I am not the immortal. I am merely his disciple. My master has summoned you. Li Qingqian found it challenging to articulate his thoughts regarding the intellect of these Yingzhou individuals. To label them as foolish seemed inappropriate, given their adeptness in their crafts. Yet, to call them clever would contradict their apparent naivety. In the words of their master, they truly embodied what could be described as the legendary simpletons. Has the immortal truly called us? Is this real? The ninjas were elated, believing that the immortal had recognized their perseverance and sought to impart some skills to them, entirely forgetting the plight of Koz and Miyamoto, who were suffering on the precipice. Indeed, Li Chengqian was at a loss for words. These Yingzhou individuals were utterly peculiar. Even in their dire circumstances, they remained exuberant, leaving him perplexed. Young immortal, let us hasten and not keep the immortal waiting. With the mention of the immortal, Koz and Miyamoto's commands could be disregarded, as even they wished to take the immortal as their master. Thus, the ninjas were filled with enthusiasm, relieved that they would no longer endure hunger or the bitter cold, nor would they live in fear while concealing themselves. Under Li Qingqian's guidance, the ninjas made their way to the Qingfeng Temple, where Li Chen awaited their arrival. In Li Chen's perspective, these ninjas were utterly unworthy of entering the Qingfeng Temple. Thus they were consistently made to wait at the entrance. They came to pay their respects to the immortal, uncertain of the immortal's intentions. Before Li Chen could utter a word, the ninjas simultaneously knelt upon the ground, eager to leave a favorable impression on the immortal. Rise. Do you know why I have summoned you? Li Chen commanded, exuding an air of divinity that instilled an inexplicable fear within these ninjas. We humbly request the immortal's guidance. We dare not presume to guess your thoughts. The ninjas did not even dare to lift their heads, fully aware that incurring the immortal's wrath could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, it is not a grave matter. The 2 individuals atop the cliff should be your leaders. Baolin, escort them to the cliff and execute my orders as instructed. With a wave of his hand, Li Daozhang retreated into the temple, relishing the spectacle of conflict among these inhabitants of Yingzhou. Senior brother, Master has instructed you to return and prepare a meal. Hand the whip to these individuals so they may undertake the trials. Observing Qin Huaiyu fervently wielding the whip, Wei Qi Baolin felt a twinge of envy, reminiscing about the days of being trained by the master, and glanced at the 2 ninjas, a desire to torment them stirring within him. Very well, my hands have grown slightly weary, Qin Huaiyu declared, passing the whip to Wei Qi Baolin, fully aware of his brother's intentions. Upon receiving the whip, all of Wei Qi Baolin's pent-up frustration was unleashed. He swung the whip mercilessly, exerting himself even more fiercely than Qin Huaiyu. The already pain-accustomed Koz and Miyamoto were met with a new wave of torment. If Qin Huaiyu's whip was akin to a gentle rain, Wei Qi Baolin's strikes were grand and forceful, every lash delivered with all his strength. Since entering Qingfeng Temple, whenever the master was in a foul mood, both he and Li Chengqian would be subjected to rigorous training. It could be said that all of Wei Qi Baolin's grievances were now directed toward the inhabitants of Yingzhou. Perhaps the master had long foreseen his inner turmoil and, for the sake of his mental well-being, had sent him here to release his frustrations. Did you all observe my actions just now? Weiqi Balan asked, relishing the moment before he set down the whip. Little immortal, we all witnessed your actions. Might we inquire what further instructions you have? The ninjas felt an inexplicable satisfaction at hearing the agonized cries of Koz and Miyamoto so closely. First, remove all your garments. Since this is a trial for them, their subordinates must partake as well. Then, following my previous actions, you shall take turns striking them, and you are not permitted to cease until 7 days have passed. Weiqi Baolin cast the long whip onto the ground, overwhelmed with an indescribable exhilaration, encapsulated in a single word, delight. During these days at Qingfeng Temple, he had endured considerable hardships, though these trials had significantly enhanced his abilities, and he felt capable of rivaling his father now. Yet, the intensity of the training had fostered a sense of injustice within him. After this outburst, all such feelings dissipated. Little immortal, must we truly proceed with this? They are our leaders. How can we bring ourselves to strike them? Such an act would be utterly rebellious and deserving of execution. The ninja's voice resonated loudly, conveying to the two leaders below that this was not their desire to resort to violence. It was all merely a means to pass the trial. What are you dawdling for? Quickly take up the whips and strike us. If you fail to do so, you will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Xiaoza anxiously interjected, expressing concern that they had already endured a day of punishment. If they were to fail the trial due to a lack of discipline, all their suffering would be in vain. Chapter 169 is exceedingly clear, yet we are truly fearful. The ninja, grasping the long whip, spoke with trepidation, as all hands began to sway involuntarily, seemingly to practice the motion. What is there to fear? Strike me, or else you shall all commit seppuku. Kojiro now yearned for the whip to strike him. He had temporarily forgotten all pain, for nothing was more paramount than being accepted as a disciple of the immortal. Since this is a test, neither of you can rest, including all of you. Without our permission, you are forbidden from eating, drinking, or changing clothes. Do not stop. Do not falter. If you cease, the test is deemed a failure. Having uttered these words, Weiqi Baolin departed the precipice without a backward glance. While Qin Huayu was already preparing a meal, how could he miss the time for dining? You rascals, strike us quickly, or all of you can go and commit seppuku. Upon hearing Qin Huayu's words, Miyamoto could no longer contain himself. After enduring so many trials, how could he give up at this moment? Should he surrender? Upon returning to Yingzhou, he would still be in this position, and the general would undoubtedly bring up matters concerning his sister, leaving Miyamoto with no means to resist. Offending the two leaders, the ninja wielding the whip could no longer wait, and with force, he brought it down. Today, their intent was to strike down the two leaders. Seppuku, you say? You shall be the ones to do so. May your entire family follow suit. What are you but leaders? You have no other means. Each time you threaten us with seppuku, today we shall ensure your demise. At this moment, the ninjas upon the cliff shared a singular thought, to strike their two leaders to death with their whips. Despite the cold and hunger, they resolved to muster all their strength. They had long suffered the tribulations of this world, merely because they were the lowest tier ninjas, summoned by the leaders daily. And one misstep could lead to seppuku. Regardless, this demand was issued by their leaders. Even if they were beaten to death, the general would not hold them accountable. Thus, after Weiqi Baolin's departure, the cries of agony from the cliff grew ever more resounding. A sound that Kojiro and Miyamoto could surely make their debut with in the Tang dynasty. Indeed, as their master predicted, these people from Yingzhou were indeed ambitious wolves, ruthlessly turning against their own. Li Chengqian's countenance darkened upon hearing these cries. Initially, his master spoke of these Yingzhou people as possessing wolfish ambitions, certain that they would strike a blow against the Tang dynasty once they gained strength. Although Li Chengqian chose to believe these words, a tinge of doubt lingered in his heart. Whether in times of chaos or now, Yingzhou had always been exceedingly respectful towards the Central Plains dynasty, never exhibiting an ounce of rebellion. It was precisely this aspect that allowed the Central Plains to impart many teachings to Yingzhou. Yet now it appeared that Yingzhou was merely biding its time. If they could endure such immense suffering, one could only imagine the extent of their patience. Once they acquired power, they would undoubtedly seek to reclaim everything, and with even greater fervor. Upon receiving this information, Li Shimin was the first to take notice. When Changsun Wuyo returned to the palace, he promptly came to inquire after her. After listening to Master Li's analysis, Li Shimin decreed that other concubines should assist the empress to alleviate her burdens, while bestowing significant privileges upon Changsun Wuyo. Henceforth, regardless of her intended destinations, whether it be excursions beyond the palace or travels to various locales, she was no longer required to report her whereabouts. all decisions would rest solely with the empress. Li Shimin felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards Changsun Wuyo. Despite the presence of many concubines in his harem, the bond between the two had deepened over the years, characterized by mutual respect and companionship. The thought of Changsun Wuyo departing was a heavy blow to Li Shimin, prompting him to desire the empress's happiness above all else. Changsun Wuyo was deeply moved by this decision, for historically no empress had ever enjoyed such favor. This clearly illustrated Li Shimin's affections for her. As for the matter concerning the inhabitants of Yingzhou, it was Changsun Wujin who informed Li Shimin. Despite the emperor's affection, Changsun Wuyo was acutely aware of the need to maintain order in the harem. I have underestimated these people of Yingzhou, Li Shimin mused. Their patience must conceal a formidable conspiracy. It appears that this small territory harbors great ambitions. Previously, Li Shimin had given little thought to Yingzhou, considering that even a single region of the Tang dynasty dwarfed it in size, not to mention population. However, the rigorous challenges posed by Master Li compelled him to take notice. The inhabitants of this land exhibited extraordinary restraint. Had these trials been imposed upon the people of the Tang, they would have long since erupted in anger. Yet, the Yingzhou people remained silent, enduring in quiet fortitude. If they harbor no grand aspirations, who could possibly endure such trials? He dispatched orders to the inspector of Shandong, instructing him to prepare troops and naval forces against potential incursions from Yingzhou. From this day forth, vigilance was paramount regarding any movements from Yingzhou. Any individual from that land attempting to set foot ashore would undergo stringent scrutiny. Simultaneously, he commissioned Du Zichu to construct warships, for with Master Li's strategic groundwork laid, it was only a matter of time before action would be required. The ambitions of Yingzhou were clear, and Li Shimin would not hesitate to respond. As a sovereign, Li Shimin had proven himself entirely capable, promptly initiating preparations, well aware of the wisdom in striking first. Following Du Zichu's appointment as inspector of Shandong, the region underwent a remarkable transformation. The populace not only found sustenance, but also enjoyed a newfound stability under Du Zichu's governance. Most audaciously, Du Zichu reinstated a cadre of previously suppressed officials, systematically purging the ranks of corrupt bureaucrats. Even Jiang Ming, the prefect of Lankia, was uprooted from his position. Initially, Li Shimin harbored concerns, as these newly empowered officials had never wielded significant authority, and a misstep could lead to chaos in Shandong. However, this decision proved exceptionally astute. Those officials, long victimized by the corruption of their predecessors, possessed a keen understanding of the region's dynamics. Crucially, despite years of oppression, they had steadfastly retained their integrity, a quality that was indeed commendable. With their governance in Shandong, all matters are fundamentally centered around the well-being of the populace. It can be asserted that Shandong has now fully returned to a state of order, and within 2 years, it will undoubtedly become the most formidable support of the Tang dynasty. Thus, Du Zichu has profound confidence in Li Shimin, and he harbors even greater hopes for his own son, as the disciples trained by Li Daoshang are indeed exceptional, each surpassing the last. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Just after Li Shimin addressed the issue concerning Yingzhou, Li Chifeng hurriedly entered. Chapter 170, The Issue of Miaojiang Mastered Washer. There is a grave matter at hand. Li Chifeng had never appeared so urgent, which caused a sense of unease in Li Shimin. Your Majesty, news has just arrived from Miaojiang. As Long Sun Shizizi predicted, the true Gu clan of Miaojiang has made their move. Just yesterday, all 97 corpses were stolen, and the soldiers guarding them have been turned into desiccated husks. Li Chuanfeng's expression was exceedingly grim. The Gu clan of Miaojiang, a mysterious race, had always been a source of trepidation for those who practiced the Tao. Regardless of whether it was a time of prosperity or chaos, these individuals had remained hidden, singularly devoted to their craft of Gu techniques. Their existence had perpetually destabilized Miaojiang. Countless emperors had expended immense effort to govern this region. Desiccated husks? Upon hearing this phrase, Li Shimin was somewhat perplexed. How could living men transform into such forms? Indeed, Your Majesty, they are desiccated husks. After death, their bodies turned to bones overnight, and even those who touched them found parasitic worms writhing across their bodies. In utter desperation, Long Sun Shizizi was compelled to incinerate them all. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's countenance darkened. The Gu clan of Miaojiang, long absent, had re-emerged in the Tang dynasty. Even he harbored reservations about this ancient and enigmatic race. The malevolent nature of their Gu techniques posed a significant threat to the realm. What purpose do they have in seizing those 97 female corpses? Li Shimin swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Those 97 corpses were the collection of Jiang Waya over many years. Originally, Long Sun Chong had ordered the families to Miaojiang to ensure they could rest in peace, returning to their roots, yet he had never anticipated such an occurrence. According to Shitsizi's conjecture, it was highly likely that Jiang Huaya was a representative instigated by the Gu clan, tasked with retrieving the bodies. The Gu clan of Miaojiang was indeed the true architect behind these machinations. Now that Jiang Huaya had failed, and given that this matter pertained to Miaojiang's grand strategy, they could not resist making a move. Li Chunfeng relayed Longsun Wui's words to Li Shimin without omission, for he dared not be careless concerning Miaojiang. I had believed the country was largely at peace, yet I did not realize so many hidden forces were gradually surfacing. I trust Chong'er has devised a method to address this? Li Shimin's expression was somber. Unrest within the realm would hinder his ambitions to expand the Tang's territories. Prior to this, Shitsizi had harbored certain suspicions and employed special means to leave traces. Now, I beseech your majesty to issue a decree. This time in Miaojiang may cost many lives, Li Chunfeng stated slowly. The situation in Miaojiang was exceedingly intricate, making it difficult for even Li Shimin to render a judgment. Although the Gu clan of Miaojiang was shrouded in mystery, they were regarded as the faith of the Miaojiang populace. Should Longsun Chong take action against the Gu clan, it would undoubtedly incite civil unrest or even rebellion. If mishandled, the entirety of Miaojiang could descend into chaos. This principle was well understood by Li Shimin. Since Longsun Chong had sought the imperial decree, he had already prepared to contend with Miaojiang to the bitter end. However, Li Shimin pondered deeper implications. The realm had only just achieved a fragile peace, and any turmoil arising from Miaojiang would exact a significant toll. Yet, as long as the Gu clan in Miaojiang remained, the issues there would persist, and regardless of the choice made, calamity would inevitably ensue. Wude, the national master, what do you propose as a solution? In that moment, Li Shimin found himself at a crossroads, seeking counsel from the unparalleled statesmen, Changsun Wude and Li Chunfeng. Your Majesty, the laws of the Tang dynasty must remain inviolable. The principles of law are synonymous with the principles of heaven. As long as we adhere to heavenly principles, we shall err not. Li Chunfeng had long contemplated this before arriving. The law must remain untouched, for if it were, consequences would follow. Your Majesty, the law does not penalize the masses. The repercussions of such actions would be immense. Historically, Miaojiang has harbored dissent. If we proceed down this path, it may take years to restore their allegiance. Changsun Wude offered a contrasting perspective, for as a politician, he understood that the welfare of the realm must take precedence above all else. The actions of the Gu clan were intolerable, infringing upon the laws of the Tang dynasty. However, provoking them could lead to unrest among the Miaojiang populace, destabilizing the region further. Rather than risk such chaos, it might be wiser to exercise temporary restraint. Faced with these divergent opinions, Li Shimin wrestled with his indecision. Both Li Chunfeng and Changsun Wude presented valid arguments. The decision lay solely in his hands. The people of Miaojiang were subjects of the Tang as well, and they had endured enough suffering from the ravages of war. He did not wish for the ignorance of the populace to be the cause for the Gu clan's misdeeds to be exacted upon them. Enough, he resolved. He believed in Changsun Chong's discernment and instructed him to act boldly, striving to minimize the casualties among the Miaojiang people. The principle of no destruction, no establishment resonated with him. He understood that the beliefs in Miaojiang were deeply entrenched, and even if he refrained from engaging with Song, someday conflict would inevitably arise. Rather than shy away from it, he may as well be the one to forge a new path. The judgment of right and wrong, success and failure, would be left to future generations. Ultimately, Li Shimin resolved that since he had entrusted the matter of Miaojiang to Changsun Chong, he ought to grant him the authority to proceed. Crucially, Changsun Chong was an apprentice of Li Daolong. Should any misfortune befall him, Li Daolong would undoubtedly intervene. Thus, it was not merely a delegation of responsibility to Changsun Chong, but rather to Li Daolong himself. As night fell, the once vibrant city of Chang'an fell into an eerie silence. Apart from the patrolling imperial guards and the sentinels, the streets were devoid of life. Outside the city, a gaunt figure seized the opportunity to leave during the curfew, arriving at the foot of a mountain. Xiaolu, are you certain there is no mistake? The last individual is indeed within the Qingfeng temple, at the mountain's foot. A man leaning on a cane declared, this matter is of utmost importance. As it concerns the future of our clan, no errors must occur. Indeed, I have verified at Qingha. Cui Yingying is the last person. Given the significance of this matter, should I err, the elder would surely offer me to the sovereign. How could I possibly afford to make a mistake? Xiao Lu asserted with certainty that during this period, they were tasked with locating the last two individuals, one of whom was in Shandong and had already been abducted. The remaining individual, who posed a significant challenge for them, was none other than Cui Yingying, the beloved of Li Chen. They had come to a clear understanding of Li Chen's formidable abilities. It was evident that they, as a small group, could never infiltrate Qingfeng Temple. Cursed be the fate, for there could not be more than 100 pure Yin individuals in the world. And yet the last one happened to reside within Qingfeng Temple. Observing Xiao Lu's unwavering conviction, the person with the cane felt an overwhelming headache, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 171. Pain. A night of restlessness, the sorcerer lamented. If we fail to bring the person back this time, the Grand Elder will undoubtedly show us no mercy. We shall all become fodder for the Holy Lord. Liuzi wore a troubled expression, fully aware of what Qingfeng Temple represented. Even the palace was less formidable than this sanctuary. Abducting someone from within its confines was an exceedingly daunting task. We must make an attempt at Qingfeng Temple, he insisted. For you all know the temper of the Grand Elder. He has labored for years to orchestrate this plan, only for it to be jeopardized. The sorcerer, grasping his staff, felt an urge to curse his fate. Why had he accepted such a perilous assignment? At that moment, he longed to flee, yet they were all afflicted by a curse. Without the Holy Lord's medicine, they would become mere husks. I have gathered intelligence, Liuzi stated. To our left lies a precipice, and beyond it is the chamber of Cui Yingying. If we ascend the cliff and enter her room stealthily, we can abscond with her undetected. Given that Liuzi had been tasked with reconnaissance, he was well versed in the particulars of Qingfeng Temple. An excellent plan. Let us proceed thus, the sorcerer decided resolutely. For they had no other options. With that, they made their way toward the cliff. Although the undertaking was fraught with danger, its successful completion promised an elevation in their status. As the saying goes, one must risk much to gain wealth and honor. They had no choice but to forge ahead. After a day of relentless whipping, Xiaozhe and Gongbin were utterly exhausted. To prolong their suffering, Daoist Li, in a show of twisted humanity, instructed that the vengeful ninjas cease their torment at night. They were given a meager amount of food and water, forced to dangle in discomfort, to truly experience the hospitality of the Tang dynasty. Yet, after enduring a day of lashes and being suspended, despite the fact that the people of Yingzhou had a penchant for such sensations, they did not appreciate this treatment. Pain rendered Xiaozhe and Gongbin sleepless, robbing them of the strength to speak, but their resolve remained unwavering. A day has barely passed. This is but a trivial trial, they reassured themselves. It is nothing. Truly nothing. We feel no pain. We eagerly await tomorrow, hoping the sun rises as late as possible. At the base of the cliff, the sorcerer and Liuzi prepared their climbing gear. In the depths of winter, with fresh snowfall, this perilous endeavor would have been unthinkable in the past. Yet now, they had no recourse but to scale the treacherous precipice, risking a fatal fall. Liuzi, you lead the way and scout ahead. Once you reach the top, throw down the rope for us, the sorcerer instructed, casting a wary glance at the cliff. The thought of falling was terrifying, for such a plunge would surely result in their obliteration. Master, this may not be wise. Perhaps we should allow the younger ones to scout first, and once they have ascended, we can follow. Sixi was equally gripped by terror. During the day, he had merely cast a distant glance, initially believing that the precipice would be easy to scale, requiring little effort. However, upon approaching it, he realized the daunting challenge it posed, especially under the cover of night, where visibility was severely limited, leaving him devoid of confidence. Sixi, how can you falter? This is your reconnaissance, and you must be thoroughly acquainted with the terrain. No one is more suited than you, the sorcerer admonished, his tone turning icy upon hearing Sixi's refusal. Master Sorcerer, how could I possibly neglect this place? I am well aware of the situation here. I shall ascend at once. Sixi replied hastily, tears nearly spilling as he concealed the truth. Urged by the sorcerer's insistence, he donned the flying tiger claws and slipped on anti-slip shoes, setting forth toward the cliff. The Miaojiang jungles were dense, and the mountains numerous. As an elite of his clan, Sixi was a master climber. In a mere moment, he had ascended over 5 meters, despite the treacherously slick surface. It did not hinder his pace. Below, the sorcerer could no longer see Sixi's figure. To enhance the likelihood of success for this endeavor, they had deliberately chosen a moonless and windy night. Soon, Sixi reached a height of 10 meters, but just as the flying tiger claws dug in, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Shouldn't we be cautious at night? Why is this happening? Miyamoto thought bitterly, desperately trying to endure the pain as something sharp pierced his arm. This agonizing cry not only roused the nearby Ko's, but also awakened all the ninjas on the mountain. In such a precarious state, they dared not fall into a deep slumber. One misstep could lead to eternal sleep. Believing that a leader was in peril, the ninjas swiftly ignited torches to peer down the mountain. Yet, the darkness was impenetrable, and the visibility provided by the torches was woefully inadequate, revealing only 2 shadowy figures suspended in the air. Well, there is no need to rush. Let us wait and see. We have 6 days left. No need to be anxious, one ninja remarked nonchalantly, secretly hoping the 2 leaders would remain resilient and not perish too swiftly, lest they be deprived of an outlet for their pent-up fury. The ninjas on the precipice were oblivious to the unfolding events. Those scaling the cliff, including Sixi, were thoroughly alarmed. In the depths of night, the mountain suddenly erupted with the glow of numerous torches, all suspended in midair, and before them, illuminated by flickering flames. They beheld 2 bloodied figures staring intently at them. This sight horrified Sixi and his companions, who, recalling an ominous legend, released their grip on the flying tiger claws and plummeted from above. Initially, the sorcerer, having heard no sounds for an extended period, was taken aback by the unfamiliar cries of anguish and fury, mistakenly believing that Sixi and his group had succeeded and awaited their extraction. Unexpectedly, justice descended from the heavens, as several comrades were struck down, and the burning torches revealed the sheer terror reflected in Sixi's eyes. What is the matter with you all? You are more prone to failure than to success. How could one possibly fall from such a slight precipice? The mage was seething with rage, having anticipated triumph, only to be confronted with this disheartening outcome. Most crucially, he had nearly been struck down himself, on the verge of becoming a mere mass of flesh. Mountain spirits, immortals, truly, they are immortals. Liuzi spoke in a disjointed manner, the scene he had just witnessed etched into his memory forever. He had always believed that such tales were mere folklore, never imagining they could be real. What are these mountain spirits and immortals? Clarify this for me. The mage harbored a foreboding sense of unease, urgently inquiring. Chapter 172. How can a man decline? Perched precariously on the cliff's edge, we were met with the formidable guardian known as the mountain spirit, rendering our passage impossible. Had I not made the decisive choice to leap down, I would likely have been consumed by the spirit by now. Even now, fear radiates from Liuzi's eyes, relieved that he first encountered the mountain spirit rather than something worse, an entity that sought to claim the wife of an immortal. In Miaojiang, there exists an enduring legend. Wherever an immortal dwells in seclusion, a mountain spirit is bound to guard the vicinity. The mountain spirit, exuding an aura of wind and fire, appears as a crimson figure, reminiscent of blood, residing upon the cliff's precipice. All of this reinforces Liuzi's belief that Daoist Master Li from Qingfeng Temple is indeed an immortal, someone beyond his capacity to offend. Is what you say true? Is there truly a mountain spirit guarding the heart of the cliff? The sorcerer harbors a modicum of skepticism. Throughout history, numerous methods to attain immortality have been recorded, yet none have succeeded in becoming an immortal. Despite their clan's documentation of these techniques, no one has ever achieved such a state. Li Chun, despite his tender years, surpasses them all. How has he accomplished this? If you doubt my words, Master Sorcerer, you may ascend and see for yourself. However, I must warn you. I have already provoked the mountain spirit. Anyone who attempts to ascend now may face dire consequences. Liuzi dares not gaze at the cliff, fearing that even if consumed by the sovereign, he would rather not return to Qingfeng Temple. Angering an immortal could deprive him of even the chance for reincarnation. How dare you suggest I investigate such matters? Do you wish for my demise to come swifter? Retreat. Everyone retreat. With an immortal as our witness. I trust the elder will not place blame upon us. The sorcerer smacked Liuzi, having caught a fleeting glimpse of a dim light earlier, mistaking it for their success, only to realize it was the presence of the mountain spirit. Miaojiang has always revered the divine, and the tales of immortals and mountain spirits have been steadfastly believed. Now, with Liuzi as a first-hand witness, the sorcerer would not dare provoke the divine. Moreover, even if the sorcerer desired to approach Qingfeng Temple, the others would not follow. Liuzi's words had instilled a profound fear, especially given the experiences he had endured. These individuals arrived with fervor, convinced that the resurgence of the Gu clan was imminent, yet they departed in terror. For centuries, the Gu clan has endeavored to create an immortal to reclaim their dominion over the world, yet now, they find themselves in the presence of an actual immortal at Qingfeng Temple. Meanwhile, suspended in the midst of the cliff, Miyamoto was equally bewildered, uncertain of what had just transpired. Xiaoza, it seemed as though someone was below us, only to vanish suddenly. Miyamoto, I too sensed something akin to that. Perhaps it was a test from the immortal. That must be it. The methods of immortals are boundless, and it is only natural that some remain beyond our understanding. One day, I shall master all of these skills. Then, what would a general be to me? Despite the physical agony endured upon the cliff, Miyamoto's spirit soared. His ambitions elevated. Once easily satisfied with a simple life, he now found himself envious in the wake of the immortal's might. One day, he will wield the winds with his left hand and summon thunder with his right, standing tall as the shogun of the realm, ensuring that all the people of Yingzhou live in prosperity. Through recent events, Xiao Zhe's resolve has only strengthened. This is the power of the immortal, undeniably formidable. A bright future awaits, particularly one imbued with the eerie and macabre, which Xiao Zhe finds most appealing. When that day arrives and he ascends as the ruler of Yingzhou, he shall orchestrate a grand ceremony steeped in the atmosphere of the netherworld. His visage will be fashioned into a colossal lantern, suspended in the skies above Yingzhou, while he himself transforms into an enormous puppet, wandering the land each day. In this manner, every inhabitant of Yingzhou will come to recognize him and behold the appearance of the immortal Xiao Zhe. Most importantly, he envisions a procession of skeletal figures with tails, ghostly sentinels clad in pallid hues, and a host of legendary creatures, all present in abundance. As an immortal, his ascension to power cannot be taken lightly. Thus, this ceremony must be grandiose, unprecedented, with every citizen of Yingzhou required to pay homage. Furthermore, no one is permitted to blow air towards him or touch the ceremonial items, for such actions must reflect his authority, satisfying his peculiar inclinations. Contemplating these thoughts, Xiao Zhe found his weariness dissipated, eagerly anticipating the morrow, as enduring a day of hardship brings him one step closer to becoming an immortal. Meanwhile, in the Qingfeng Temple, Chen remained oblivious to the events unfolding at the cliff. Last night marked the pinnacle of Daoist Li's existence. Since solidifying his relationship with Cui Yingying, they had been sleeping in separate quarters, and Li, yearning to experience the thrill of clandestine rendezvous, had been deprived of such opportunities. However, on the occasion of Cui Yingying's birthday, he skillfully infiltrated her chamber, emerging in the early hours, gingerly supporting his waist. Am I not good enough? Why do you always refrain from touching me? Chen mused, believing the previous night's activities to be a well-kept secret, unnoticed by anyone. Yet, as he exited the room, he was captured by Jiang Yan, whose gaze brimmed with a melancholic intensity, leaving him momentarily speechless. My dear Yenner, how could you possibly think I am inadequate? Please, allow me to explain, he stammered. Supporting his waist, Chen reflected on the delightful experience of the previous night, realizing that the age-old tiger whip had not been in vain. Are you unable to perform? Jiang Yan chuckled, surprised to discover such an endearing side of Chen. Impossible. I would never be incapable. Await my return tonight, and you shall see what a true man can accomplish, he declared, before hastily retreating. A man could never admit to inadequacy, especially when he had lessons to impart to his disciples that morning, leaving no time for further discourse. After a day of teaching, indulging in the delightful specialties brought by his students, he would ensure she understood what true masculinity entails. Despite his bravado, he felt a twinge of cowardice. Tonight, I shall be ready, he thought. Watching Chen flee in haste, Jiang Yin smiled, but her body was undeniably honest as she slipped back into Cui Yingying's room. After all, she possessed little experience in this matter and intended to consult Cui Yingying while awaiting Chen's arrival that evening. In a remote mountainous region of Miaojiang, an emaciated elder clad in a tattered robe listened to the report with a countenance that shifted between gloom and brightness. Old Wu, are you certain of your words? Is it true that Chen from Qingfeng Temple is indeed an immortal? The elder was none other than the Grand Elder of the Gu clan, the mastermind behind all affairs in Miaojiang. My subordinates dared not conceal anything from you, Grand Elder. This was witnessed firsthand by Sixth Son, in the chasm of Qingfeng Temple. There were 2 mountain spirits. Had we not retreated swiftly, the Grand Elder might never have seen us again. The old Wu mentioned by the Grand Elder referred to the sorcerer who had appeared at Qingfeng Temple, and at that moment, he was filled with trepidation. Chapter 173. The troubles of Du Zichu. Regardless of the circumstances, this mission has ended in failure. Following customary practice, he and his companions, including Liuzi, must now face the wrath of the sovereign. Meanwhile, what has become of the other Purine woman? The Grand Elder's expression fluctuated, his heart stirred by the mage's words. As for the other Purine woman, she resides within a noble family in Shandong. I have already dispatched someone to capture her, and I believe she will soon arrive in Miaojiang. The mage felt no trepidation regarding the situation in Shandong. All those involved had been meticulously chosen. Armed with the mother and child Gu, mere nobles could hardly pose any significant threat. Very well, you may take your leave, he commanded. Long Sun Chong, without a doubt a disciple of the immortals, has left traces upon those corpses. I am confident they will soon be here. Gather everyone and prepare to confront them. Mentioning Long Sun Chong, the Grand Elder's tone dripped with murderous intent. All his careful plans had been thwarted by this individual. Elder, should we not consider assassinating him? Once he is dead, the remaining individuals will be of no consequence. Hearing that the Grand Elder harbored no intentions of punishment, the mage felt a wave of relief wash over him. No need. Once they enter these deep mountains, do you believe they can escape alive? This matter is entrusted to you. Since Li Chun is an immortal, I shall personally journey to Chang'an." After concluding his words, the Grand Elder dismissed the mage. The notion of immortality was a coveted aspiration for him. Over the years, he had employed every method in pursuit of becoming an immortal, and now only the ancient techniques recorded within the Gu clan remained. Regardless of the obstacles, he must travel to Chang'an. He required not only the pure Yin woman from Shandong, but also the woman of Daoist Li. Furthermore, he yearned to witness the true form of an immortal. Once he ascended to that celestial realm, the Qingfeng Temple would pose no challenge. He would then become the true master of the world. Thus, after the mage departed, the Grand Elder turned his gaze toward the direction of Chang'an, leaving the Gu clan without any companions. He paid no heed to Long Sun Chong. Viewing him as a mere youth despite his status as a disciple of the immortals, he secretly hoped Long Sun Chong would come here. The true Gu clan of Miaojiang was far more formidable than the simple stronghold of Jiang Wuyo. Should Long Sun Chong dare to come, he would meet only death. Shandong. Since Du Zichu took on the role of the imperial censor in Shandong, the political affairs of the province swiftly regained stability. Surviving this winter, the drought afflicting Shandong would soon pass, in order to prevent the heavens from withholding sustenance. Upon becoming the imperial censor, Du Zichu undertook the restoration of all water channels, enlisting the military to assist due to insufficient manpower. In no time, the citizens of Shandong held great respect for Du Zichu, affectionately referring to him as Du Qingtian. With the political affairs in Shandong returning to normalcy and the populace enjoying peace and prosperity, Du Zichu found himself beset by troubles. In his position as the imperial censor, he consistently portrayed a personable demeanor. It is precisely due to this that, while the people of Shandong hold him in high esteem, they do not harbor much fear towards him, a situation that Du Zichu secretly desires. However, this very aspect brings him considerable distress, as each day countless nobles trample through the threshold of the inspectorate, merely to seek suitors for their precious daughters. Du Zichu is inherently handsome, being the son of the esteemed Duke Du Ruhui and a respected inspector of Shandong. Upon seeing him, the noble young ladies are utterly captivated, their thoughts consumed with how to engage in scandalous liaisons with Du Ruhui's offspring. The social customs of Tang are rather liberal, and these women do not shy away from expressing their innermost desires. Whenever Du Zichu strolls through the streets, he invariably finds himself besieged by numerous admirers. Even at the inspectorate, apart from those proposing marriage, many women wait at the entrance throughout the day, fasting until curfew, all for the mere chance to glimpse Du Zichu. News of this situation has even reached Li Shimin in distant Chang'an, who, feeling helpless, decides to let Du Zichu resolve this matter himself, provided it does not incite unrest. That evening, after a long day, Du Zichu intended to rest when the newly appointed governor of Langia, Sima Yin, arrived at his residence, insisting that he accompany him to a banquet. Du Zichu felt a deep reluctance about this, fully aware of the intentions of the noble ladies of Shandong towards him. Sima Yin, a minor noble of Langia, had been oppressed for refusing to associate with the likes of Jiang Ming. His family, the Sima clan, had also suffered suppression at the hands of Jiang Ming and his ilk, causing their once mighty lineage to decline rapidly over the years. Had it not been for Sima Yan's connection to the Sima family, he might have already met a grim fate, with grass growing over his grave, never to await the arrival of a savior like Du Zichu. Thus, the entire Sima family, deeply grateful to Du Zichu, harbored hopes of marrying Sima Yan's sister, Sima Huiru, to him. Du Zichu was well aware of this, and while he had a clear understanding of the night's banquet, he would have declined if it were anyone else. Yet, considering Sima Yin as his right-hand man, and having been invited numerous times, he felt he could not refuse again. He had previously remarked upon leaving the Daoist temple that the world of martial arts is not merely about conflict, but is also about human relationships. The same holds true in the realm of governance. Although Sima Yin is known for his integrity and earns Du Zichu's respect, the human heart is a peculiar thing. Should he turn down the invitation too often, it might breed discontent. Thus, with the intention of preserving his reputation, Du Zichu decided to attend the banquet, which was, in fact, a family gathering of the Sima clan, coinciding with Sima Huiru's birthday. The Sima family had invited only Du Zichu, and the purpose of this invitation was unmistakable. Master Du, you are a young man of great promise, a pillar of our nation. I am well aware that many aspire to win your favor, and thus today, I dare to propose a union for my daughter. At the banquet, Sima Yan's father boldly initiated the conversation, addressing Du Ruhui directly. He was acutely aware that a man as exceptional as Du Ruhui, once missed, would be lost forever. My dear uncle, at present, I only aspire to contribute to the people of Shandong and to the Tang dynasty, aiming to improve the lives of the common folk. I harbor no intentions of establishing a family. Prior to arriving at the Sima residence, Du Zichu had meticulously prepared all his arguments. Sir Du, your assertion is misguided. Did not your senior brother, His Highness the Northern King, also take a wife? Moreover, His Highness has not in the slightest faltered in his noble pursuits. Could it be that you deem my daughter not beautiful enough? If so, I shall summon her forth for your appraisal, and I assure you, you will be thoroughly pleased. Chapter 174. The urgent rescue of your wife in this matter. Sima Yan's father resembled a skilled salesman, contemplating how to promote his daughter. Although today marked Sima Huiru's birthday celebration, societal norms dictated that women should not partake in such significant gatherings. Observing Du Zichu imbibing several cups of wine, the elder Sima sensed an opportunity and began extolling the virtues of his daughter. In essence, his argument was simple: a man of Du's caliber ought to marry his daughter, thereby reaping numerous advantages. Suddenly, a maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Sir, it's terrible. The young lady has vanished." Vanished? How could this be? Just moments ago, she was behind the screen, covertly observing Lord Du, clearly pleased with him. Had I not intervened, she would have dashed out long ago, the elder Sima replied, astonished. This is not the case. The young lady must have been kidnapped. All the guards in her courtyard have inexplicably collapsed, the maid anxiously clarified, struggling to keep up with the elder's thoughts. What? In broad daylight, with Lord Du present, someone dares to abduct his wife? The elder Sima's incredulous words left Du Zichu perplexed. He could hardly comprehend how such a father could raise someone as remarkable as Sima Yan. Uncle, please do not fret. Allow me to investigate the rear courtyard. I shall certainly bring back Miss Sima, Du Zichu asserted, unable to contain his urgency. With the elder Sima's current demeanor, he could not predict when Miss Sima would be found. Du Zichu even suspected that this entire scenario had been orchestrated to compel him to marry Miss Sima. Thank you. Lord, you may enter my daughter's courtyard at your leisure. I would not object even if you wish to enter her chamber, the elder Sima replied, his eagerness evident. Despite the unfortunate kidnapping of his daughter, he was relieved that his future son-in-law was a disciple of Master Li, confident in his ability to resolve the situation. Casting a glance at the elder Sima, Du Zichu remained silent as he led Sima Yan to the rear courtyard. Upon entering the premises, they discovered that the guards, previously mentioned by the maid, had all succumbed to death. Faced with this grim reality, Du Zichu's expression darkened, recalling recent matters his senior brother had been addressing. The Miao Jianggu clan, he uttered, his tone grave. The normally unflappable elder Sima's countenance also shifted. Lord Du, are you suggesting that the culprits behind my daughter's abduction belong to the Miao Jianggu clan? The Miao Jianggu clan was notoriously enigmatic, and the elder Sima had never anticipated their presence within his household, let alone their audacity to kidnap his daughter. Indeed, my senior brother has been dealing with the Miao Jianggu clan recently. They are his greatest adversaries. Such tactics could only be employed by them, Du Zichu concluded, promptly instructing Sima Yan to seal off the entire city, while also dispatching the covert guards to scrutinize all unfamiliar individuals who had entered the city recently, ultimately narrowing it down to a specific group of suspects. Lord Du, my daughter has already been promised to you. She has always been the beloved of the Sima family, and you must rescue your wife. Upon learning of the whereabouts of those people, Du Zichu was preparing to embark on the rescue mission, while the elder Sima wept and lamented. Although he belonged to the noble class of Langya, he had only taken one wife in his lifetime, having fathered a son and a daughter. The fate of his son did not concern him, but his daughter had always been his cherished treasure, never having endured such suffering. Were it not for Du Zichu's arrival, no one in Shandong had ever captured the elder Sima's attention. Uncle, rest assured, I will certainly bring Miss Sima back. Du Zichu replied, his expression grim. It was not merely the fact that the kidnapper was Sima Huiru that troubled him, but rather the alarming presence of the Miao tribe's sorcerers in his jurisdiction of Shandong. 3 days prior, a group of individuals clad in black robes had entered Langya and taken residence in an inn in the northern part of the city. Given the critical situation in Shandong, his secret guards had kept a watchful eye on them. Following the incident involving Miss Sima, the guards swiftly investigated their inn, only to discover they were no longer present. After considerable pursuit, they located them at a mountain deity temple on the outskirts of Langya city. Inside the temple, the black-robed individuals were gathered, with a woman bound and gagged beside them. Damn it, I didn't expect them to act so swiftly. We just captured the Yin woman, and now the city is sealed off. The leader of the black-robed men scowled. He had intended to flee the city immediately after the abduction and head straight to Miao territory, confident that their methods would allow them to evade capture. However, The speed of the Shandong censor's response had taken him by surprise. They had barely made their move when the entire city was locked down, with patrols swarming the streets. Reluctantly, they were forced to hide in the temple. Leader, what should we do now? Langya has stationed 50,000 troops. It won't be long before they find us. One of the black-robed men expressed his concerns. They had executed such operations many times before, but never had they encountered such a rapid response. Do not worry. Even with the loss of one child, they would not mobilize the army. At most, some officials will be sent. I possess the mother and child poison. As long as they are not experts, no one can harm us. Furthermore, I have set up a poisonous formation around the temple. Anyone who dares to enter will surely meet their doom. The leader remained untroubled, confident that, based on his past experiences, the situation would only warrant the deployment of a few officials to pursue them, resulting in little commotion. Before long, Du Zichu arrived at the temple with several secret guards. Just as they were about to charge in, Du Zichu halted them. My senior brother informed me in his letter that these Miao individuals favor poison, wherever they reside. There will undoubtedly be venomous creatures. After saying this, Du Zichu instructed his men to ignite a circle of fire around the area. As anticipated, upon lighting the flames, the surroundings of the dilapidated temple erupted with crackling sounds, and soon, all the poisonous insects were eradicated. Having completed these preparations, Du Zichu refrained from charging in and instead initiated negotiations. The individuals inside listened intently as he proclaimed, "You are encircled. Surrender and deliver your captives, and I assure you, I will spare your lives." His master had once imparted that whenever possible, matters that could be resolved with words should not resort to violence. Thus, Du Zichu resolved to negotiate first, resorting to force only as a last resort. Du, a worthy disciple of Daoist Li, had indeed managed to dismantle my toxic array. However, it is known that Master Li typically mentors one adept in both literature and martial arts. I surmise that Du excels in the former. To speak candidly, I must inform you, dear Du, that with your current company, you stand no chance against us. If you possess the courage, then by all means, come forth. Chapter 175. You must take responsibility. The individuals from the Miaojianggu clan exuded an overwhelming confidence. Neither Chang Sun Chong nor Du Zichu had demonstrated any remarkable martial prowess. Although Chang Sun Chong had showcased his skills in the imperial court, to the discerning eye of true masters, it was hardly noteworthy. With the sudden emergence of Tinio, Chang Sun Chong was relegated to the role of a strategist, leading the world to believe that Li Daoshang's teachings were solely based on a combination of inquiry and martial arts. Du Ruhuai, alongside Qin Huayu, had entered the tutelage of Li Daoshang, well known for Qin Huayu's martial training, while Du Ruhuai primarily focused on literary pursuits. Thus, the Miaojianggu clan harbored no fear, convinced that even an army of thousands would be insufficient to contend with them, let alone a mere handful of individuals. Surround this place and allow no one to escape. I shall return shortly, Du Zichu remarked with a cold smile. Others underestimated Qifeng Temple. His master often emphasized the importance of well-rounded development. Every disciple of Qifeng Temple was well-versed in both arts and martial skills. His lack of direct engagement did not imply a deficiency in strength. My lord, shall we assist you? One of the shadow guards expressed concern. They were dispatched by Li Shimin to protect Du Zichu, and any harm befalling him would warrant dire consequences. No need. I shall be back shortly, Du Zichu replied before entering the dilapidated temple. Soon, anguished cries echoed from within. Though these screams did not originate from Du Zichu, but rather from the individuals of Miaojiang. A first-rate master? How can this be? How could you possibly be a first-rate master? The Miaojiang members were gripped by fear, astonished that Du Zichu was indeed a first-rate master. Having concealed his true ability so profoundly, a thought arose among them. If Du Zichu was a first-rate master, how could his senior brother, Chang Sun Chong, be any less formidable? At that moment, it dawned upon them that Qifeng Temple had been masquerading as a lesser force, with first-rate mastery being merely the standard for their disciples. Miaojiang was in peril. The Gu clan faced imminent danger. In but a moment, the black-clad figures within the temple were mostly dispatched by Du Zichu, leaving only their leader. Do not approach. If you dare come closer, I shall let you taste the wrath of the mother and child Gu. The black-clad leader quivered in fear. He had believed that with Gu in hand and poison as his ally, he would fear no army, even one of thousands. Yet, he had not anticipated Du Zichu's status as a first-rate master, who fought without adherence to martial ethics against such lowly minions. In a desperate attempt to survive, the black-clad leader took Sima Huiru hostage and produced the mother and child Gu, vowing that should Du Zichu take a single step forward, he would unleash its potency upon her. I advise you to relinquish your intentions. Escape is futile. Surrounding us are shadow guards. each a master in their own right. It would be wiser to forego any resistance. Du Zichu stated, halting his advance upon seeing Sima Huiru in peril, shifting to psychological warfare. What do you intend? I have merely taken one person hostage. Is it necessary to summon so many masters? The once arrogant leader of the Black Robes felt a wave of despair upon hearing these words. A single master had already led to their complete annihilation, and outside, countless formidable opponents lurked, leaving no room for escape. Those who return to the realm of the Tang shall face retribution, no matter how distant, Du Zichu declared coldly. Shandong was under his jurisdiction, and he vowed to protect anyone in peril within his domain. Master Du, I too am a citizen of the Tang. You cannot slay me. Despite holding a hostage, the black-robed leader began to waver, acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength. Not only was Du Zichu a first-class master, but even the hidden guards outside could easily extinguish him. Resistance was futile. As citizens of the Tang, we must abide by the law, yet you have violated it. And by kidnapping the governor's family, you have compounded your crimes, Du Zichu asserted with righteous indignation. Is this truly how the people of Miaozhong behave? How naive! Master Du, it seems you are resolute in your intention to not spare me, the black-robed leader said, casting a glance at the mother and child poison in his hand. A sinister glint in his eyes. Realizing he was doomed, he thought it better to take someone down with him. With that, he removed the gag from Sima Huiru's mouth and brought the poison closer to her lips. Ha ha ha, having a beauty accompany me in my final moments is worth it. Once the poison enters through her 7 orifices, even a celestial being would be of no help. However, before he could finish his taunt, a slender silver needle pierced his brow, and he departed this world amidst his laughter. Master Du. Upon seeing the poison crawling towards her, Sima Huiru was filled with terror. Do not speak. Do not open your mouth, Du Zichu interrupted her urgently. If the poison entered her orifices, it would spell certain doom. Yet, the poison, much like its wielder, displayed a surprising naivety, opting not to enter through her 7 orifices, but rather slithered down her neck and into her clothing. Upon witnessing this, Du Zichu acted without a moment's hesitation. He tore open Sima Huiru's garment, revealing her flawless skin. The poison was now climbing on the mountain of her body. And recognizing the gravity of the situation, Du Zichu swiftly grasped the poison along with her undergarments, crushing them beneath his foot. Fortunately, the poison has not entered your body, allowing you to escape with your life, he remarked, seemingly oblivious to the severity of the incident, casting a glance at Sima Huiru, feeling a sense of relief. Oh, you are still looking. Sima Huiru hastily donned her tattered clothing, covering her chest with a bashful demeanor, devoid of any anger. Du Zichu had already become her chosen one, particularly after witnessing his gallant display, which left an indelible mark on her heart. A man of such martial prowess and intellect was precisely the ideal companion she had longed for. Miss Sima, the situation earlier was extraordinary. I acted out of necessity in a moment of urgency. I hope you will not hold it against me. Du Zichu finally realized that the sensation he had just experienced was indeed quite pleasant. You wish to evade responsibility, yet my reputation has already been tarnished by you. If you do not take accountability, I would have no choice but to prove my innocence through death. Sima Huiru cast a sorrowful glance at Du Zichu, saying, Fool, do you still not understand what I am implying? Miss Sima, your father is exceedingly worried. Let us return home and assure him of our safety before discussing this matter further, Du Zichu replied, overwhelmed with frustration. He had never contemplated such frivolities, his sole focus being to bring honor to Qingfeng Temple and to seek welfare for the people. As Du Zichu departed the dilapidated temple with the disheveled Sima Huiru, the hidden guards exchanged glances at the 2 blushing figures, calculating the time spent, and looked at Du Zichu with a hint of disdain, wondering if that duration was indeed too brief. Chapter 176. The sudden intrusion of the Sima family in the secluded chambers, the young wife remains blissfully unaware of sorrow, as she adorns herself on a spring day atop the Emerald Tower. Suddenly, she catches sight of the willow's hue at the roadside, lamenting her husband's quest for nobility. In recent days, for Du Zichu, life has become a torment. To evade Sima Yin, he has diligently sought refuge within the Yusher mansion for several days. Early one morning, contemplating a visit to Bohai to inspect the winter in Shandong, he is intercepted by Sima Yin at the door. Master Du, what do you intend to do about my sister? She has not eaten or drunk for 3 days, awaiting but a reply from you. 3 days prior, Sima Huiru had penned a heartfelt letter to Du Zichu, expressing her hopes for a harmonious union between them. Overwhelmed by such an ardent proposal, Du Zichu found himself engulfed in panic, for he had never contemplated matters of lifelong commitment. Despite the numerous affections from women across Shandong, he remained impervious. regarding them as potential distractions that might hinder his swift responses in battle. Yet, Sima Huiru was different. He had observed her closely, and most crucially, he had shared intimate moments with her. To claim that he was unmoved by her would be disingenuous. Among all the women he had encountered, save for his 2 mentors, none could rival her. However, this realization only heightened his anxiety. He was acutely aware of the treacherous path he trod, fraught with peril at every turn. This was precisely why he had always shunned romantic entanglements. Unlike Tainyo, who had unified the entire Turkic steppe and garnered the loyalty of the people, Du Zichu's foundation in Shandong was precarious. The region was rife with nobility, many of whom looked down upon him. In this land of Qi and Lu, a cradle of culture and the birthplace of Confucius, any slight disturbance would provoke the ire of the Confucian elites. In Shandong, Du Zichu navigated a treacherous landscape, each step akin to walking on the sharpest of blades, where a moment's inattention could lead to his ruin. Master Sima, grant me some time. I assure you, I will provide your sister with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter. Even now, Du Zichu had yet to devise a method to confront this fervent emotion. Master Du, we are all men here. What is there to hesitate about? If it is to be, then let it be. If not, then let it not be. Why the indecision? Sima Yan, who had always shown respect towards Du Zichu, spoke with urgency, exclaiming, "Why is it so difficult for Master Du to give a definitive answer? Young master, it is dire. The young lady is attempting to take her own life. The master cannot restrain her. She insists on hanging herself, declaring that if she cannot be with Master Du in this life, she shall seek him in the next upon the stone of 3 lifetimes." As Du Zichu pondered how to respond, the same maidservant bearing the grim news reappeared, reciting the same tragic tale. What? Upon hearing this, Du Zichu was alarmed. He let out a sharp whistle, and a swift steed appeared before him, a prized horse sent by Tai Nyo from the steppe, one for each of the brotherhood. "Let us ride." In a rush to speak with Sima Yin, Du Zichu hastened towards the Sima residence, recalling a phrase his master had once uttered. "How fierce the women of this era are. My dear sister, it seems this tactic truly works. Even if Lord Du is oblivious to matters of the heart, he is bound to succumb. Father and brother can assist you only to this point. The rest depends on your own capabilities." Observing the anxious Du Zichu, Sima Yin smiled with satisfaction. Having him as a son-in-law would greatly benefit their entire family. Moreover, Sima Huiru had always been proud, never admiring anyone until Du Zichu won her respect. Were it not for the pressing affairs of Shandong, he would have loved to visit Qifeng and pay homage to the legendary Daoist Li. What manner of master could cultivate such exceptional disciples? Both Cheng Tiniu and Chang Sanchong, along with Du Zichu, stand as pillars of the Tang dynasty, safeguarding peace in the realm. Upon arriving at the Sima residence, Du Zichu swiftly dispatched the servant who sought to announce his presence and made his way to the courtyard. "Miss Sima, you must not despair. I consent. I promise. Once I have informed the emperor, my master, and my father, and they grant their approval, I will marry you without delay. You must not entertain such dark thoughts." The mere thought of the beautiful maiden contemplating such a fate filled Du Zichu with urgency as he rushed towards Sima Huiru's chamber. However, when he pushed the door open, he found Sima Huiru seated at her vanity, tending to her hair. Momentarily taken aback, Du Zichu was bewildered. Was she not poised to take her own life? How could she be so composed, preparing for her final appearance? "Am I beautiful?" Sima Huiru, noticing Du Zichu's gaze upon her, felt a thrill of delight. It seemed he harbored feelings for her, or else he would not be so flustered. "Very beautiful," Du Zichu blurted out, quickly realizing that this was not the moment for such remarks. "Miss Sima, you must not despair. I have been overly hesitant, worrying about far too many things. If you are willing, I shall certainly marry you." At this juncture, Du Zichu laid bare his feelings, voicing his intentions candidly. "I am not in despair. I merely intended to prepare myself and visit your residence after waiting 3 days for your reply, hoping you would provide me with an answer." Even Sima Huiru was somewhat perplexed. How could she be in despair when her beloved stood before her, bringing her such joy? She was far too elated to entertain such thoughts. "If you are not in despair, then why did your maid claim you were attempting to take your own life?" Upon uttering this, Du Zichu smacked his forehead, realizing he had been misled by concern. "Ha ha ha, Lord Du, it is not my intention to intrude upon your moment. Since you have expressed your willingness to marry my daughter, I hereby betroth her to you." At that moment, the elder Sima appeared, thoroughly pleased with Du Zichu as his prospective son-in-law. What a blunder it had been! Upon witnessing the beaming visage of the venerable Sima, Du Zichu could only helplessly utter those words. In the city of Chang'an, upon reading Du Zichu's memorial, Li Shimin erupted in a fit of rage, cursing vehemently. "Curse that Sima family for daring to vie for a son-in-law with me. How careless of me. Had I known, I would have acted with decisiveness and bestowed the marriage myself. Du Zichu's memorial was indeed a petition beseeching Emperor Li Shimin to grant him the hand of Sima Huiru in marriage, for he, as the imperial censor of Shandong, required the emperor's blessing to wed. Originally, Li Shimin had intended to wait until his daughter matured a bit more before bestowing her upon Du Zichu, but he never anticipated the Sima family would intervene and thwart his plans. Chapter 177. The Emperor's Dilemma. Your Majesty, how shall I handle this marriage matter? Du Ruhui, perplexed, could not fathom why his son received such admiration. He had already heard tales of Du Zichu being pursued by noble young ladies in Shandong. Why had he not experienced such attention in his youth? What vexed Du Ruhui most was that his son had become like Lu Xianghui. Had it not been for Sima Huiru's cunning maneuver, his son might not have even considered marriage. What more could be done? The emperor could not play the villain who separates lovers. With events having progressed to this point, Li Shimin found himself bereft of options. He could not resort to coercion. The disciples of Qingfeng Temple were already few, and with so many daughters of his own, to let a suitable son-in-law slip away was a source of profound regret. Yet there was no recourse. Should we report this matter to Daoist Li? Du Ruhui had anticipated this outcome long ago. Yet his greatest concern remained the implications for Qingfeng Temple. Daoist Li, who calculated the world with precision, likely already had conclusions regarding his disciples' affairs. Now, there was a more pressing issue at hand. As he spoke, Li Shimin's countenance darkened. The Miaozgu clan had overreached, even abducting individuals from Shandong. Had it not been for Du Zichu uncovering this history, the grandeur of the Tang would have been severely tarnished. Chong'er brought word that he had located the Miaozgu clan's stronghold and would launch an assault after 3 days of preparation to eradicate the Miao threat entirely. With this declaration, Li Shimin summoned his crucial ministers. Although he had entrusted the matter to Chang Sun Chong, preparations were still essential. Fang Xinling, I command you to set forth for Miao territory immediately. Should any signs of rebellion arise, you are to soothe the populace and prevent any calamities among the people. Ho Junji, you are ordered to lead 50,000 troops alongside Fang Xinling without delay. If persuasion fails to quell a rebellion, I permit you to suppress it by any means necessary, provided you can restore order in Miao territory. At this moment, Li Shimin's regal prowess was unmistakable. He understood that after this battle, Miao would be firmly under Tang's dominion, and thus, no errors could be tolerated, regardless of the lives lost. New generations would eventually establish roots in Miao, but if complications arose this time, fully controlling Miao in the future would prove difficult. Indeed, the aura of immortality surrounded Daoist Li. He had truly ascended to celestial heights. How envious, how bitter it was that he was not the one. At Qingfeng Temple, the Grand Elder gazed at the ethereal scene with eyes full of envy. His entire life had been dedicated to the pursuit of immortality. Yet young Li Chun had achieved it at such a tender age. How could he not feel jealousy? Since I am here, let me witness what capabilities this immortal possesses. As he stared towards the direction of Qifeng Temple, the Grand Elder's expression grew increasingly grim. Even if Li Qin were an immortal, as long as he remained in this mortal realm, he would still have to partake in earthly tribulations. Upon concluding his words, he retrieved a white powder from within his garments and discreetly scattered it along the path leading to the Qingfeng Temple. This powder, the culmination of years of his research, possessed the remarkable ability to attract all nearby toxic creatures with just a mere trace. Wasn't Master Li a benevolent immortal? Once those poisonous beings harmed someone, how could Li Qin stand idly by? In the ensuing chaos, he could seize the opportunity to abduct Cui Yingying, and once he ascended to immortality, Li Qin would pose no threat. It can be said that the Grand Elder's plans were meticulously conceived, yet he could never have anticipated the unforeseen coincidences that would unfold. After enduring 7 days of relentless torment, both Xiaozhe and Gong Bin ultimately persevered. Their bodies were marred with scars, with blood seeping intermittently from their wounds. Initially, they intended to apply some medicine to tend to their injuries, but the immortal afforded them no respite. Indeed, over the past week, both of you have exhibited commendable performance, and your prowess in combat is noteworthy. In light of your sincere desire to become my disciples, I shall not prolong your wait any further. Let us commence the second trial forthwith. Having spoken, Li Chun turned and returned to the temple, where he retrieved 10 iron rings, each wrapped in tattered, oil-soaked cloth. You lot, erect these iron rings, spaced 10 steps apart, and ignite them with fire. Upon witnessing this, Xiaozhe and Gong Bin exchanged glances, wondering if Master Li intended for them to leap through these fiery hoops. However, after enduring 7 days of brutal punishment, they found themselves devoid of any strength. The second trial consisted of 3 phases, the first being the fiery rings. You shall oversee them throughout the day. Do not allow them a moment's respite. Should they falter, Use the whip to compel them onward. The flames must not be extinguished. Should they die out, their trial shall be deemed a failure. After uttering these words, Qin Huaiyu returned to the temple, echoing his master's sentiment that they should let the dogs fight among themselves. Light the flames, grasp the whips, and commence swiftly. Do not harbor any illusions of leniency. It must be strictly enforced. Upon hearing the ominous phrase failure of the trial, Xiaozhe and Gong Bin fell into a state of despair, for these words now haunted their every thought. Initially, other ninjas felt a sense of regret for not having eliminated these two leaders, but upon hearing this, their spirits ignited with fervor, ready to commence their punishment. Meanwhile, Xiaozhe and Gong Bin yearned to apply some medicine to their wounds, yet time was of the essence. As they prepared to leap through the fiery rings, they suddenly spotted the white powder scattered on the ground. Truly, the immortal had anticipated even this for their benefit. We must hastily apply this medicinal powder before facing the trial. Xiaozhe believed this powder was a remedy prepared by the immortal, and he immediately dropped to the ground. Smearing the white substance onto his body, Gong Bin, not to be outdone, began to roll on the ground, soon covering himself completely in the powder. What on earth were these two leaders doing? Had they succumbed to madness? This trial was indeed torturous. Yet, in comparison to the torment they had previously endured, this was but a trifling matter. Regardless, they resolved to retaliate with fervor once the time came. Understood, after all, they have lost their senses. Observing the two writhing on the ground, the other ninjas whispered amongst themselves, realizing they could not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Once Miyamoto and his companion applied what they believed to be a potent powder, they commenced the first phase of the second challenge. The contestants, who had previously enjoyed a relatively comfortable existence, donned their masks of agony. Having endured relentless torment for 7 consecutive days, they were devoid of strength, relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. However, after a few rounds, an unforeseen change transpired, compelling them to hasten their pace. Chapter 178. The Elders Escape Initially. The two were merely traversing the fiery circle in a methodical manner, devoid of any pressure, as long as they could endure through the day. They would successfully pass the first trial. However, just as they prepared to take a breather, a sudden influx of venomous serpents, spiders, and various other toxic creatures emerged, intent on inflicting harm upon them. With their bodies already marred by numerous wounds, the two could not afford to be bitten. A single sting could prove fatal at this, their most vulnerable moment in years. Hence, Miyamoto and Koz had no choice but to desperately navigate the fire ring, ensuring that these poisonous beings met their demise in the flames. At first, they believed the onslaught of toxic creatures would be limited, yet the numbers only increased, compelling them to accelerate their pace. This harrowing situation persisted until they neared the end of the trial, even drawing the attention of Daoist Li from Qingfeng Temple, who had been previously engrossed in romantic discourse. In a succinct summation, he remarked on their predicament, asserting that they were indeed in a toxic realm, where only those steeped in poison could attract such a multitude of venomous entities. Even after considerable time had passed, Daoist Li found the matter perplexing. In the eyes of Koz, Miyamoto, and their companions, however, it was a testament to Daoist Li's formidable prowess. To summon such a multitude of poisonous creatures as a means of tormenting Koz and Miyamoto was a feat they had never before witnessed, particularly for Koz and Miyamoto. This realization only solidified their desire to apprentice under a celestial master. If one could summon venomous beings, surely they could also command ferocious beasts. In that case, there would be no need for military training, as they could simply conjure a horde of wild animals to fight, ensuring an invincible outcome. What was amiss? Under normal circumstances, one would expect complications to arise, yet there was an unsettling silence. The elder, who had been lurking near Qingfeng Temple, grew increasingly anxious after a day of waiting. Eventually, he resolved to investigate personally. Upon reaching the area where white powder had been scattered, a scene unfolded before him that filled his heart with dread. The ground was littered with the corpses of toxic creatures, evidently incinerated by some force. Celestial fire. It could only be celestial fire. Daoist Li had resorted to using it against a mere handful of poisonous beings. No, there must be another motive. Could it be that he was already aware of my presence here, thus unleashing celestial fire as a warning? With this thought, the elder was drenched in cold sweat and hastily chose to retreat. The pursuit of immortality could wait. Should he perish here, he would lose everything. Brother Koz, was there not someone here moments ago? Where have they suddenly vanished? Just after the elder's departure, Koz and Miyamoto, having replenished their strength and nourishment, arrived at this spot, prepared to face the second trial of the day. They endured not only physical agony but also profound mental strain, acutely aware that a single misstep could cost them their lives. Fortunately, they had persevered through the day thus far. Those who sought to bite them perished in flames during the pursuit, a fate that the immortal must have foreseen long ago. The second trial of the second stage was relatively simple, the task of shattering stones with one's chest. To avoid disturbing the rest of the two participants, Daoist Li purposefully scheduled this event for the evening, allowing the ninjas to smash stones while the two could rest. The third trial involved walking a tightrope over a precipice. All elements reminiscent of a circus. Chen devised these challenges in the second stage to humiliate the people of Yingzhou. In comparison to their enmity, these trials were insignificant. What truly mattered was that each task was fraught with peril, where a single misstep could lead to death. Ultimately, Ichiro Oz and Ch. Miyamoto persevered through sheer willpower. The more they endured, the deeper Chen's hatred for them grew. They believed him to be an immortal, obediently following his commands. To them, the mastery of immortal techniques rendered all else trivial. Yet Chen was acutely aware of the essence of this people. After the Great War, instead of harboring animosity towards the nation that had slain many of their kin, they had sought to ingratiate themselves, their subsequent actions becoming increasingly outrageous and shameless. Now that they found themselves in the Tang dynasty, encountering the ancestors of these Yingzhou people, Chen was determined not to let them escape unscathed. Thus, upon the conclusion of the second trial, he ordered them to descend the mountain. The third trial would span a month, during which they would exist as beggars. Regardless of the beatings or insults they endured, retaliation was strictly forbidden. Chen intended to use this method to allow the people of the Tang dynasty to reclaim their dignity and demonstrate their might to the Yingzhou individuals. 7 days later, the elder of the Miao returned to his homeland in a state of fear. Those 7 days were among the most terrifying of his life. Even a mere trial had revealed the formidable strength of Qingfeng Temple, a power he could not confront directly, leaving him to ponder alternative strategies. Upon returning to Miao, the elder's first action was to inquire about the pure Yin women of Shandong. Upon learning of the disappearance of his kin, he wasted no time in sacrificing the mage and others to the Holy Lord, seeking solace from the horrors he faced at Qingfeng Temple. Elder, the Tang people have encircled our village. What shall we do? Just yesterday, Chang Sunchong had led his army to their vicinity, surrounding the entire Miao Gu tribe without striking. They are nothing but foolish children, not to be feared. Let the ignorant populace confront them. This is the sacred ground of Miao, and we shall not allow it to be violated. The elder spoke coldly, embodying a kingly demeanor. In Miao, everything was under his command. It seemed he sought to quell the terror experienced at Qingfeng Temple through a twisted desire for control. Moreover, it is imperative to instruct the Navi citizens that, by all means, they must capture Chang Sunchong alive. Upon contemplating that Chang Sunchong is the disciple of Master Li, the Grand Elder devised a plan. He was eager to ascertain whether his wife or his apprentice held greater significance. Following the issuance of the Grand Elder's command, a fervor swept through the Miao region, as nearly all the populace hastened toward this place. For them, this village represented a sacred sanctuary, and its inhabitants embodied the very faith of the Miao people. Should anyone dare to offend this haven, a calamity of immense proportions would befall the entire Miao territory. In that moment, a chorus of voices arose throughout the Miao region, clamoring for the expulsion of Chang Sunchong from the vicinity of the village. Some citizens even armed themselves with hoes and similar implements, preparing to personally drive Chang Sunchong away from their sacred grounds. Chapter 179, The Light and Darkness of Faith. All of these circumstances were well within Chang Sunchong's expectations. Faith possesses the power to compel individuals to relinquish many things, including their very lives. Upon learning of the unrest among the people of Miaojiang, Chang Sunchong led his troops to withdraw from the village, merely encircling the mountains, justifying it by claiming that ruthless murderers had infiltrated the village, asserting that he was acting to safeguard the citizens' beliefs. Upon hearing this, the populace felt a pang of guilt, realizing that they had misjudged the intentions of the Tang army, which had come to protect their village. Particularly, the Tang forces, wary of potential chaos, dispatched an additional 50,000 troops and sent Prime Minister Fang Xianling to oversee the situation personally. For the first time, the people of Miaojiang felt the imperial court's concern for them, leaving them profoundly moved, and they nearly forgot about Chang Sunchong's previous transgressions against their sacred ground. How infuriating. Truly, as a disciple of the immortals, he dares to engage in such games with me. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you to the fullest. The elder informed the citizens of Miaojiang that the Lord had been greatly enraged the previous night, declaring that the people of this land were ignorant and foolish to express gratitude towards their enemies, while feeling remorse for those who wished to harm them, and thus decided to impose punishment. The elder had initially believed that by informing the people of Miaojiang that Chang Sunchong sought to violate their sacred ground and meddle with their beliefs, The Tang forces would be overwhelmed by their resentment. However, he had never anticipated that Chang Sun would employ such tactics, which not only dispelled the animosity of the Miaojiang citizens, but also instilled a sense of guilt within them. Since his arrival in Miaojiang, Chang Sun's first order of business was not to confront Jiang Wuyo, but rather to address administrative matters for 3 months. During this time, he undertook numerous initiatives beneficial to the welfare of the Miaojiang populace, establishing a favorable impression that would allow him to slowly lay out his plans. After disseminating this rumor, that evening, the elder unleashed his long-kept pet, known to the people of Miaojiang as the Lord. That night, the Lord, in a fit of rage, devoured the inhabitants of an entire village, transforming the once favorable sentiments of the Miaojiang citizens towards Chang Sun into outright hostility. The Lord, a deity of Miaojiang, had always protected its people. Now, with his wrath unleashed upon a village, how could they not be filled with panic? What a despicable elder who, for his own selfish gains, would bring harm to so many of the Miaojiang people. Since you show no compassion, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. This incident directly crossed Chang Sun's line. He was willing to engage with the elder in any manner, except when it came to the people of Miaojiang. As a disciple of Li Chen, Chang Sun had absorbed the most advanced knowledge and held deep respect for every life. The elder's actions were a blatant violation of Chang Sun's principles, prompting him to lead his 20,000 troops to re-encircle the village that very night. Furthermore, he instructed Hou Junji to control the people of Miaojiang, striving to prevent any riots. In this endeavor, Fang Xianling played a pivotal role, temporarily persuading the citizens to remain calm. At this moment, Chang Sun finally began to reveal his true intentions, directly invoking the name of his master. He proclaimed to the people of Miaojiang that his master was an immortal, who had come to Miaojiang with the purpose of vanquishing demons and upholding righteousness. Recently, his master had foreseen the calamity brought by the demon, which had devoured the holy lord of Miaojiang and ensnared the minds of all within the village. This demon was particularly adept at sowing discord. Many of the Miaojiang populace had already fallen under its malevolent influence, aimed at plunging the world into chaos. Once the realm was in turmoil, the dragon vein would also be disrupted, and without a guardian to suppress the demon, not only Miaojiang but the entire world would descend into pandemonium. It was he, acting in accordance with divine will and his master's intent, who had come to this village to eliminate the demon and restore peace to Miaojiang. Upon hearing these words, the Miaojiang people were momentarily at a loss. Daoist Li of Qifeng Temple was widely recognized in the Tang dynasty as an immortal, known for his profound wisdom regarding worldly matters. Yet, the Holy Lord of Miaojiang had been revered for a millennium, firmly entrenched in the hearts of the people. Accepting the news of their Holy Lord being consumed by a demon was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Nonetheless, all of this was anticipated by Chang Sun, who continued to indoctrinate the Miaojiang populace. He pointed out that in recent years, Miaojiang had been plagued by unrest and calamities, all of which were harbingers of the Holy Lord's demise. The Holy Lord, a figure of greatness and respect, would not overly blame the people, even if they faltered in certain aspects. In contrast, the demon was filled with vengefulness. Anyone who provoked it would inevitably suffer its wrath, an example vividly illustrated by the recent destruction of a village overnight, simply because the people had held their respect for the Holy Lord. Such heart-wrenching rhetoric began to shake the faith of the Miaojiang populace. For centuries, they had worshipped and revered the Holy Lord, following his edicts as paramount. Even the rulers of dynasties had bowed to the Holy Lord's authority. As long as he was present, Miaojiang would never submit to the whims of any dynasty. Yet, under their veneration, the Holy Lord had not improved their lives. Rather, conditions had deteriorated, especially with the introduction of new elements by Chang Sun, such as the hybrid rice, fresh tea, and the figure of Neo Air. The citizens of Miaojiang glimpsed a hope for advancement. What had the Holy Lord provided for them? For centuries, Miaojiang had remained rooted in primitive agriculture and rudimentary techniques. Once the potential for development and innovation arose, the Holy Lord would swiftly suppress it to maintain his reign. The Miaojiang people had endured far too much, to the point of numbness. Upon entering Miaojiang, Chang Sun had discerned this critical issue. Thus, following the overnight annihilation of a village by the Holy Lord, he launched a counteroffensive, employing such soul-stirring methods to awaken the hearts of the Miaojiang populace. Indeed, a significant portion of the populace has long entrenched their beliefs in this faith, and upon hearing discontent directed towards the Holy Lord, they resort to violence. In an instant, the people of Miaojiang have split into two factions. One faction, the staunch traditionalists, fervently supports the Holy Lord, and if anyone expresses dissatisfaction, they swiftly take action on his behalf. Conversely, the other faction has begun to waver, questioning the Holy Lord's integrity and positing that he has become possessed by malevolent forces. Particularly after the traditionalists resorted to violence, resulting in fatalities, the conviction in this latter belief has only intensified. The Holy Lord is no longer the revered figure he once was. The current incarnation is perceived as a demon. Upon the emergence of such thoughts, the Grand Elder was consumed by fury. Chapter 180. New thoughts. How infuriating. I never anticipated that this young child would possess such a cunning strategy, utterly undermining my authority. Even the Grand Elder was taken aback. The very tactics he employed to intimidate the people of Miaojiang were now wielded against him by Changsun. Grand Elder, our dominion is beginning to waver. What shall we do? The other elders were filled with trepidation, for Miaojiang had never encountered such a predicament. The Gu clan had maintained its supremacy for years by mastering the faith of the populace, and should that faith falter, their very existence would be at stake. What to do? Since they are ignorant, I shall not hold back. From this day forth, we shall release the Holy Master, allowing him to proclaim to those foolish souls that Miaojiang still bows to him. Should they dare to resist, they will face a fatal consequence. It can be said that the people's doubts had utterly enraged the Grand Elder. He had ruled Miaojiang for so long without ever facing suspicion. Today, he would make those ignorant citizens aware of the dire repercussions of their skepticism. Grand Elder, this may not be prudent. The foolish populace is already discontent with the Holy Master's actions. If we proceed with this plan, it may incite a rebellion, cautioned the other elders. The people of Miaojiang are no longer as they once were. They have been enlightened by progressive thoughts and possess their own perspectives on many issues. A rebellion is merely the outcry of the ignorant. What turmoil could they possibly create? Retorted the Grand Elder. The sanctity of the Holy Master's authority must not be infringed upon. How dare these ignorant souls question him? If we do not teach them a lesson this time, the very foundation of faith in Miaojiang will crumble. The Holy Master coldly remarked that he had never regarded the populace with any seriousness. To him, they were akin to mere ants. Once the Holy Master was fully unleashed by the Grand Elder, chaos descended upon the people of Miaojiang. For years, the Holy Master had feasted upon human flesh, devouring all in his path. In a single night, countless individuals were consumed, leaving the populace paralyzed with an innate fear. Regardless of whether the Holy Master was a deity or a demon, the people dared not resist. However, by the following day, the entire region loathed the Holy Master. Even the staunchest loyalists began to reconsider their beliefs. They had revered the Holy Master, aiding him in purging those who betrayed him. Yet they questioned why he would treat them thus. Consequently, many citizens banded together to form a coalition to eradicate the Holy Master. Firmly believing that he had transformed into a demon and that the Grand Elder and his followers were merely the servants of this malevolence. Upon hearing this news, Changsun was filled with delight, laughing heartily within the military tent. The Grand Elder has truly dug his own grave. It seems I have overestimated him. The people of Miaojiang have long harbored discontent towards that great serpent, yet he has chosen this moment to unleash it, poisoning the populace. This is nothing short of self-destruction. Even Changsun could not have anticipated such compliance from the Grand Elder. He had believed it would take several manipulations to instill complete disillusionment among the Miaojiang people regarding the so-called Holy Master. To his surprise, the Grand Elder has provided him with an unexpected boon. Changsun is acutely aware of what this so-called Holy Master truly is, a serpent that has been kept in captivity for many years. This serpent, over 2 centuries old, is sustained by the Miaojiang Gu clan, which, at the brink of its death, employs the same method to rear another. Thus, the Miaojiang people are led to believe that the Holy Master has existed for millennia, serving as their guardian deity. All of this is merely a scheme devised by the Miaojiang Gu clan to manipulate the ignorant populace. However, under the cleansing influence of new ideas, the Miaojiang people are beginning to awaken. While this awakening is not yet complete, it suffices for Changsun. A spark can ignite a wildfire. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, his objective is achieved. As his master often remarked, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Changsun, should we seize this opportunity to besiege the Gu clan's stronghold and eliminate them in one fell swoop? Ho Junji believes the time is ripe. With 70,000 troops at their disposal, vanquishing a single stronghold would be effortless. No, let the Miaojiang people resolve their own issues. Awakening requires the nourishment of blood. Until the Miaojiang populace seeks our assistance, we must refrain from intervening. Changsun has long seen through it all. Should he act now, he would only provide the Grand Elder and his ilk an opportunity to speak. Everything that has transpired has been orchestrated to incite chaos in Miaojiang, with the ultimate goal of cleansing the region. By maintaining his stance that all efforts are merely to apprehend the court's villains without interfering in Miaojiang's affairs, The populace will eventually find their own path. As Chang Sun Chong anticipated, although the Miaojiang people are numerous, they have consistently failed to breach the Gu clan stronghold. Moreover, throughout this process, many have sided with the Holy Master, believing that his actions are a form of punishment directed at them. Miaojiang has long been labeled as a land of sin, and they see themselves as sinners. Thus, the Holy Master is regarded as the deity overseeing their transgressions. Even those whose thoughts have been liberated harbor a deep-seated fear of the Holy Master, a dread that has taken root in their hearts and refuses to dissipate. How dreadful! This demon is truly formidable. What shall we Miaojiang do? For centuries, Miaojiang has been condemned as a land of sin, yet we have done nothing wrong. Even if it means death, we must vanquish this demon. Fellow compatriots, esteemed kin, listen to my words. Continuing down this path is not a solution. If we wish to decisively defeat the Holy Master, we must seek assistance from other forces. We are now subjects of the Tang dynasty. The emperor has always been forgiving towards his people, and he will surely pardon our ignorance. All that Lord Chang Sun has accomplished upon entering Miaojiang has been witnessed by you all. He has shown the utmost respect towards the common folk and our kin. Thus we must not be ungrateful. Miaojiang is a territory of the Tang dynasty, and we are citizens of the Tang. Though malevolence has emerged upon this land, and some have been seduced by its darkness, I firmly believe that the Tang dynasty will not turn a blind eye. For the sake of Miaojiang and the Tang dynasty, we shall beseech Lord Chang Sun, trusting that he will guide us through this calamity. Indeed, let us seek out Lord Chang Sun, as long as he remains steadfast. And as long as the Tang endures, our lives shall surely improve. In that moment, the people of Miaojiang felt a renewed sense of belonging to the Tang dynasty, no longer clinging solely to their own beliefs. Chapter 181. No sin in the Great Tang. Once the people of the Miao region came to an understanding, Chang Sun Chong became their beacon of hope. They arrived at the Great Tang military camp, each bearing the sacred stone tablets and statues they had previously worshipped, alongside their ancestral spirits. Upon learning that Chang Sun Chong hailed from the Qingfeng Temple and was a disciple of the celestial beings, they rallied their entire clan's strength, selecting 100 representatives to pen a letter on behalf of the populace, adorned in Daoist robes, seeking audience with the Great Tang army. O selfless disciple of the celestial beings, behold this ravaged land and save its people. For this, we are willing to lay down our lives. Great disciple of the celestial beings, though we were born in sin, we are not sinners. We implore you to rescue the citizens of the Great Tang. Just and noble disciple of the celestial beings, the people of Miao require your assistance to vanquish the demons, restore tranquility to this land, and ensure that the populace can be well fed and warmly clad. From this day forth, we shall forever revere the Great Tang. At this moment, the people of Miao regarded the Great Tang as their faith, and Daoist Li from Qingfeng Temple was seen as a true celestial being. Since he became an emblem of faith in the hearts of the Great Tang citizens, their lives flourished beyond measure. Such changes were imperceptible to the Miao people previously. However, over the past few months, Chang Sun Chong illuminated these truths for them. Without comparison, there can be no pain. The faith of the Great Tang citizens brought them myriad benefits, while their former sovereign only brought death. Each year, in order to appease their sovereign, the Miao would select maidens from every tribe and village, offering them as brides to the sovereign. Once these maidens entered the stronghold, they vanished forever. The elders claimed they followed the sovereign to a sacred land, leading lives akin to immortals. Yet, now, it seemed the Miao people had reached a resolution in their hearts, fearing those maidens had become the sovereign's sustenance, having endured untold torment before their fate. In contrast, since the arrival of Daoist Li, he required nothing, limiting the number of daily visitors to Qingfeng Temple to a mere 100. He would never commit any act that harmed the populace. Every action he took was for their benefit, tirelessly working for the welfare of the people. Such a person is the true celestial being, worthy of reverence, incomparable to their sovereign. Chang Sun, what a brilliant strategy you have employed. I initially believed that resolving the Miao issue would require much bloodshed. Yet it seems you knew from the outset how to proceed. Observing the Miao citizens clad in Daoist robes outside the camp, Fang Xinling held great admiration for this younger generation. Within the court, he and Chang Sun Wuji often clashed over political differences, arguing vehemently each time they met. And their discussions during morning assemblies were no less contentious. However, he found immense respect for Chang Sun Wuji's son, as the Miao region had long been a source of vexation for successive rulers. Even His Majesty had instructed him before his departure that this time, regardless of how many rivers of blood were shed, the Miao and their sorcery must be eradicated, irrespective of the toll. The departed souls, under the guidance of their Great Tang dynasty, will soon gradually forget all animosities. As long as the Miao's Gu tribe remains, Miao territory can never truly be considered a part of the Tang dynasty. However, this dilemma was effortlessly resolved by Chang Chong, who, through a lofty belief, persuaded the Miao's Gu tribe to abandon their original faith. This newfound belief fostered a sense of belonging towards the Tang dynasty, ensuring that from that moment forth, Miao territory would see no more insurrections. Esteemed citizens, I have heard your voices. The sovereign's tyranny and the Gu tribe's malevolence have long afflicted the people of Miao. Originally, this was an internal matter for Miao. Out of respect for your beliefs and traditions cultivated over centuries, I ought not to intervene. Yet, with your collective sentiments voiced today, for the sake of this realm and the welfare of the Miao people, I shall take charge of this matter. Moreover, let it be known, this land is not a place of sin, nor are you sinners. Miao territory is indeed part of the Tang dynasty, a territory where no sin exists, provided that the laws of the Tang are not transgressed. Chang Chong's words deeply moved the Miao populace as they finally discovered their sense of belonging. Henceforth, the Miao people would be recognized as subjects of the Tang, not as inhabitants of a cursed land. Long live the Tang dynasty, long live His Majesty, and may the venerable Daoist Li be revered. Long live the Tang dynasty, long live His Majesty, and may the venerable Daoist Li be revered. Long live the Tang dynasty, long live His Majesty, and may the venerable Daoist Li be revered. Chang Chong's declarations resonated within the hearts of the Miao people, compelling their complete submission to the Tang. From that moment forward, their hearts were devoted solely to the Tang. What further demands could they possibly have from such a formidable dynasty? With the Tang's protection, what use was there for the malevolent fiend? Initially, the Miao people held some hope for their sovereign, but upon hearing Chang Chong's words, they realized that the sovereign was merely a demon. Esteemed citizens, I understand your profound hatred for the sovereign. However, warfare is the duty of the Tang military. It is not worth sacrificing so many innocent lives for the sake of a ravenous demon. Thus, I implore you all to vacate the encampment and persuade your family and friends to refrain from becoming accomplices to that fiend. Let the Tang military handle the ensuing matters. I wish for none of the Tang citizens to perish unjustly. Chang Chong's address once again stirred the Miao populace. In the past, whenever there was a threat to the demon, it was the common people who bore the brunt, often resulting in countless innocent lives lost. Yet now, to shield them from harm, the Tang military positioned themselves in front, absorbing all the peril. We shall not retreat. We will advance alongside the Tang army. With such a court, what do we have to fear? The fiery spirit of Miao's brave men was thoroughly ignited, precisely as Chang Chong had intended. If anyone understands this land best, it is the people of Miao. From this moment on, even the most formidable elder shall find no opportunities left. With the people's fervent appeal, Chang Chong, accompanied by his army, naturally encircled the village, enveloping it entirely. His declarations reached the ears of the staunch conservatives, causing a momentary wavering in their steadfast beliefs. The people of Miaojiang, though simple, were not devoid of their own thoughts. They began to compare and contemplate. Especially after the encirclement of the village by the formidable force of 70,000 troops, a decision made by the Grand Elder instigated significant uncertainty among the diehard factions. Chapter 182. The arrival of the demon army. As the demonic legions approached, the Grand Elder was consumed by a seething rage. He had never anticipated that the ignorant populace would summon the Tang army to confront him. Though the Miao people possessed numerous cunning strategies, they stood little chance against an elite force of 70,000 soldiers, particularly as 20,000 of this army had been meticulously trained under Chang Chong, employing the most advanced methodologies, rendering them the armée de l'armée of warriors. With a multitude of Miao citizens caught in the fray, the Grand Elder found himself bereft of any prospects for victory. Thus, he resolved to issue commands to the obstinate factions in the name of the sovereign. Just as he had done in the past, faithful subjects of Miao, the sovereign calls upon you in this dire hour. With insurrection rampant, the wrath of the sovereign is unleashed upon you. You must vanquish the invading Tang forces and those treacherous souls among you. The Grand Elder's esteemed reputation amongst the Miao was largely attributed to his manipulation of the sovereign's influence over the populace. Whenever adversaries sought to confront them, he would invoke such tactics to compel the Miao to fight in his stead. However, this time, the Grand Elder miscalculated. Dissenting voices reverberated throughout every corner of Miao. While they still held faith in the sovereign, their thoughts had begun to diverge. Grand Elder, may I inquire of the sovereign why it is always we who bear the brunt of the charge? Is the sovereign not our deity, meant to shield us, rather than lead us into the fray? Just as the Tang would send their soldiers to the forefront, sparing their innocent citizens from harm, it is you, the sovereign's loyal servants, who ought to take the lead, while we, the ordinary people, revere, and worship the sovereign. In this perilous moment, the sovereign should also act in our favor. For generations, my family has honored the sovereign. In times of turmoil, even if we were to starve, we would never forsake our offerings to the sovereign. Yet, what has the sovereign delivered to us? Each time calamity strikes, we are the ones who charge forth, often at the cost of countless lives. Yet, sovereign, you remain silent. The Grand Elder's commands had begun to waver the resolve of these obstinate factions. They had come seeking the sovereign's protection, not a death sentence. With 70,000 Tang soldiers outside and countless Miao citizens at risk, leading them into battle could only result in devastation. Have you forgotten the age-old customs of Miao? Regardless of the circumstances, questioning the sovereign is forbidden. You dare to challenge the sovereign? It seems you court your own demise. The Grand Elder's face darkened at the defiance of the ignorant populace. Since ascending to the position of Grand Elder, he had never faced such skepticism before. We do not question the sovereign, we merely speak the truth. Why does the sovereign not protect his people, but instead sends us to our doom? Despite the Grand Elder's intimidation, the obstinate factions showed no signs of retreat. Their faith had begun to waver. All it would take was a final straw to bring their beliefs crashing down. Since you are unafraid, I shall ensure you bear the consequences and reveal what it truly means to incur the wrath of the Divine Lord. The Grand Elder was consumed by a profound fury, astonished that these ignorant commoners would utter such words. Release the Divine Lord, so they may comprehend that he is not to be defied. If persuasion fails, then let the Divine Lord take action. He firmly believed that once the Divine Lord intervened, these foolish, uninformed citizens would inevitably submit. This scenario had unfolded countless times. Regardless of how the ignorant resisted, upon encountering the Divine Lord, they would relent. The Grand Elder held immense confidence in this, for it was the unwavering faith of the Miao people. Throughout the centuries, such occurrences were not uncommon. The mere presence of the Divine Lord rendered all opposition futile. Grand Elder, think carefully. These ignorant citizens have changed significantly. If we proceed as planned, it may lead to dire consequences. Urged the elder who had previously attempted to counsel him. He sensed that if the Grand Elder persisted in this course of action, events would spiral uncontrollably. Third Elder, do not forget the customs of our Gu tribe. Your voice holds no weight here. Today, I shall make these foolish citizens aware of the repercussions of defying me. The Grand Elder replied coldly, feeling his authority severely challenged by the Third Elder's repeated dissent. However, before the Third Elder could articulate further, a mere glance from the Grand Elder silenced him. There are no buts. This course of action is imperative. Once these ignorant citizens submit, we shall unleash them. As long as we can capture Changsun Chong today, I will have my chance at immortality. Ever since witnessing Li Chen's celestial prowess, the Grand Elder had been plagued by envy. Why should he not be the one to attain divinity? He had invested countless efforts to become an immortal. Yet it was Li Chun who ultimately succeeded, leaving him with a profound sense of injustice. In his obstinacy, a colossal serpent emerged slowly from behind, a manifestation of the revered Divine Lord, now transformed into a ravenous demon. Upon the Divine Lord's arrival, the Grand Elder produced a flute. As its notes resonated, the Divine Lord descended into a frenzy, lunging at the obstinate dissenters. In that instant, the cries of the defiant citizens echoed as they fell victim to the Divine Lord's massive form and razor-sharp fangs, many succumbing to their fate. No, this cannot be our Divine Lord. He has always protected his people and would never harm them. O Divine Lord, why do you treat us so? We are your most devout subjects. We have never contemplated betrayal. Why must you act thusly towards us? Indeed, Divine Lord, do our lives mean nothing to you? Are we merely your instruments, or have you truly become a demon? In an instant, the steadfast beliefs of these zealots crumbled, leaving them bewildered as to why their revered Lord would act in such a manner. The ignorant populace must understand that the Lord is beyond reproach. It is not too late for you to depart. Simply dedicate yourselves to the service of the Lord, and he may yet grant you forgiveness. Observing this scene, the Grand Elder was filled with satisfaction, while the Third Elder shook his head in dismay, recognizing the Grand Elder's complete descent into madness. No, this is not our Lord. We were mistaken. We were all mistaken. This is a demon. Our Lord has long since vanished, replaced by this malevolent entity. Chapter 183. The initial emergence of the Blade esteemed kin. The Holy Master should embody compassion and not inflict harm upon those who sincerely devote themselves to his service. In my fervent dedication to nourish the Holy Master, I relinquish my wife, allowing her to become his consort. Yet now, he not only fails to safeguard us, but has also taken my son's life. Thus, he is no divine being. He is a demon, a ravenous fiend that consumes without remorse. Indeed, true deities exist to benefit the people, akin to the venerable Daoist Li of the Tang dynasty. who has never demanded anything from the populace and has even sacrificed his own subjects for the greater good. This is the essence of a true deity, a genuine immortal. Our holy master should not embody this malevolence. He is insatiable, inflicting suffering upon us and demanding our lives. In an instant, the crowd erupted in fury, and even the Grand Elder was taken aback by this turn of events. It should not have unfolded thus. They ought to be filled with dread and obedience, not rising in rebellion. Grand Elder, we have erred. These individuals have developed their own consciousness. The old methods of control are utterly ineffective now, the third elder interjected, seizing the opportunity to counsel. Upon the emergence of Chang Sun Chong's discourse, he had already recognized this issue, yet the Grand Elder refused to heed his warnings. But before the third elder could finish his plea, the Grand Elder seized him by the throat, and ultimately, amidst bitterness and regret, the third elder departed this world. No, I am not mistaken. I could never be in error. There must be something amiss. They simply lack sufficient fear. The Grand Elder dismissed notions of kinship or the glory of the Gu clan, having transformed into a true demon, forsaking the path of immortality in favor of annihilation. Grand Elder, you have gone mad. To take action against an elder requires the consensus of all 5 elders. The second elder exclaimed in outrage upon witnessing the Grand Elder's unhesitating execution of the third elder. The elders of the Miaojiang Gu clan, bonded since childhood, had established their camaraderie to ensure unity among the clan. However, they were wholly unprepared for the Grand Elder's ruthless act, committed solely due to the third elder's counsel. Our clan stands at its most perilous juncture. We must unite or risk severing our millennia-old lineage. Thus, I implore you to silence dissenting voices. The Grand Elder's countenance hardened. He cared not for sentiment. His singular desire was to survive the day and capture Li Chun's disciple, using this as leverage to compel Li Chun to surrender Cui Yingying. Once he attained immortality, everything lost would be restored, and the Miaojiang Gu clan would flourish anew. As he contemplated this, the Grand Elder's gaze was filled solely with madness. He began to play a flute, rousing the holy master, the serpent he had ensnared, into a frenzy. Observing the Grand Elder's demeanor, the other elders could only sigh in resignation, uttering not a word. Cursed be this demon. He seeks our extinction. We must escape and seek refuge with the Tang army. Indeed, they have proclaimed that the Tang dynasty bears no fault. As long as we adhere to its laws, we shall enjoy its protection. At this very moment, the steadfast beliefs of the diehards have crumbled entirely, and they harbor profound disappointment towards the Holy Master. To depart is not so facile. Elder 2, activate the poison formation, preventing their escape and hindering the Tang army's entry. The Grand Elder shows no mercy towards the long faithful populace. Those who comply shall prosper, while those who resist shall perish. Having witnessed the fate of Elder 3, Elder 2 obediently submits, binding the elders together. Despite their inner discontent, there exists no path of retreat. Once the poison formation is unleashed, the citizens find themselves unable to escape. Any attempt to approach results in immediate demise from the toxins. The Grand Elder aims to subdue these ignorant subjects through such means, yet he fails to realize that the more he oppresses them, the deeper their hatred grows. Now, the blood of Miaojiang has been thoroughly awakened. Their hearts are devoid of fear, filled only with the fervor for rebellion. How can they allow the demon to annihilate them? Especially after years of sacrifice? Brothers, the moment has arrived. Ignite the flames and shatter the poison formation. Chang Sun Chong has long awaited this opportunity outside. He has anticipated the situation within and recognizes that this is the most opportune moment to strike. Having gained some understanding of the Gu clan's poison formation, Chang Sun Chong immediately orders the fire to be set, akin to the method used against Jiang Wuyo's stronghold. As the fierce flames blaze, the venomous creatures and toxins within the formation are obliterated. In less than 10 minutes, the entire formation is dismantled. Brothers, follow me into battle. Spare no one but the innocent civilians. Although Chang Sun Chong's expression remains unchanged, joy surges within him. This grand conflict serves as both a wedding gift for Li Changel and a New Year's present for his master. Conquering this place, he shall return home just in time for the new year, which holds special significance for him. Kill, kill, kill. Upon hearing Chang Sun Chong's command, the eager soldiers of the Tang dynasty surge into the encampment. Faced with the elite Tang army, the Miaojiang Gu clan stands no chance of resistance, save for the giant python that rampages through their ranks. Is this what they call the Holy Master? I wonder if your hide is tougher or my blade is sharper. Gazing at the colossal serpent, a fierce battle spirit ignites within Chang Sun Chong. To cultivate his image as a strategist, he has refrained from combat since departing from Qingfeng Temple. Chang Sun Master Nephew, do you intend to slay the giant python? It is exceedingly resilient and possesses immense strength. Even I cannot contend with it. Only a top-tier master might be able to vanquish it, Hojunji advises, recognizing Changsun Chang's martial prowess, yet doubting the extent of his strength. Even the formidable Qingfeng Temple cannot effortlessly nurture two iron bulls simultaneously. Moreover, what truly sets Changsun Chang apart is his intellect. Often, people tend to overlook his martial prowess. Ha ha ha. Uncle Ho, today you shall witness the essence of the... In response to Ho Junji's persuasion, Changsun Chang remained unfazed, tightening his legs as his blood-sweating steed surged forward. Quick, protect General Changsun. Ho Junji exclaimed anxiously. He believed Changsun was still too young. They were destined for victory in this grand battle, yet at this moment, Changsun Chang's recklessness was undoubtedly a sign of youthful impetuosity. However, what transpired next left Ho Junji utterly astounded. Before him, a massive python was cleaved in two beneath the edge of Changsun Chang's, severed from its jaws all the way to its tail. Chapter 184. From this moment on, the great Tang shall be our faith. As the colossal serpent was cleaved in two, a foul stench permeated the air from within the village. This serpent had feasted upon human flesh daily, and in recent days had consumed an alarming number of victims, many of whom remained undigested. Residing in a den of toxins, it cohabited with repugnant substances, and now, as Changsun Chang wielded his foreign blade to sever it, the noxious aroma was overwhelming. Alas, how careless of me! My blade is now soiled. Even Changsun Chang felt a tinge of regret for having split the serpent open with his foreign blade, a gift from his master. And he had never before encountered such filthy blood. After vanquishing the beast, Changsun Chang dismounted and retrieved a length of cloth from his horse, meticulously cleaning his blade. Yet, feeling this was insufficient, he doused it with a mixture of cow while he carried, wiping it down once more. Fortunately, he had brought these supplies, otherwise, his blade would have remained sullied for far too long. Upon finishing, Changsun Chang sheathed his blade, expressing gratitude for its care. He cherished this weapon deeply, always ensuring it was meticulously cleaned after each encounter, and even when not engaged in combat, he carried pristine cloth to maintain its cleanliness. The soldiers of the Tang stood in awe at Changsun Chang's actions, momentarily speechless. How formidable he was, having cleaved the serpent in half with but a single stroke. Even Hojunji felt that Changsun Chang had not exerted his full strength, holding back somewhat. What manner of disciple has Li Daoren cultivated? Not only is he articulate, but his martial prowess is equally impressive. Changsun Chang's strength must have reached the pinnacle of elite fighters, though not quite on par with Iron Bull. He was certainly not far behind. Such prowess is indeed rare, even among the entirety of the realm. However, upon witnessing the serpent's dismemberment, the people of Miaojiang were consumed by a rage that eclipsed their previous disgust. Cursed be this fate. This is the so-called sovereign we have revered, who has slaughtered so many of our kin. As the serpent lay in pieces, the undigested remains and shattered bones of their fellow countrymen surfaced. These were all Miaojiang's own, many of whom had been offered willingly. Our sovereign, huh? A farce indeed. Who would have thought our revered leader was a true demon? We dared to hope for protection from this monster. What an absurdity. The hearts of the Miaojiang people were filled with regret, wondering why they had never questioned their loyalty. Had they but harbored a shred of doubt, they might not have found themselves in this dire predicament. Family, kin, the great Tang has already done enough for us. Henceforth, we shall seek our own understanding. This vengeance is ours to exact. This endless regret swiftly transformed into a thunderous fury, as they glared at the elders and former idols of their faith, wishing to cast them into the depths of hell. What do you ignorant fools intend to do? I am a celestial being, and you dare to provoke me? I shall ensure your suffering. The elder, witnessing the advancing Miaojiang populace, spoke with indignation, still regarding them with disdain. General, shall we eradicate these brigands? This marks the first occasion that Ho Junji addresses Changsun Chang as general. Having accompanied Li Shimin in numerous battles over the years, he has always been a principal leader. This time, however, Li Shimin has appointed him as Changsun Chang's deputy, a decision that initially left Ho Junji somewhat reluctant. Yet, at this moment, all doubts have dissipated. Such formidable prowess merits his allegiance. Indeed, Ho Junji feels privileged to follow Changsun Chang. The people of Miaojiang have slumbered for far too long. They must resolve this conflict on their own. Otherwise, even in victory, they would be consumed by regret. Changsun Chang has seen through it all, which is precisely why he severed the giant serpent. His intent was to reveal to the Miaojiang populace the grave errors of their past, the countless lives lost due to their misdeeds. The Grand Elder of Miaojiang is an unparalleled master, as are the other elders, all of whom are formidable experts. However, even their prowess cannot withstand the wrath of the Miaojiang citizens. In less than an hour, the entire Gu clan of Miaojiang was annihilated by the enraged populace. Even after the demise of their adversaries, the Miaojiang citizens did not cease their onslaught, seemingly seeking to vent their pent-up fury. Esteemed citizens, the Gu clan has been vanquished. From this moment forth, Miaojiang shall return to tranquility. Rest assured, the Tang dynasty shall stand united with the people of Miaojiang. Whenever you are in need, the Tang will be your steadfast support. At this juncture, Chang Sun Chong interjected, for he could not allow the Miaojiang citizens to relish the thrill of slaughter, otherwise chaos would reign once more. Long live the Tang, may his majesty endure for eternity, and Li Daolang be revered. Upon hearing Chang Sun Chong's words, the Miaojiang citizens halted their actions, their eyes ablaze with rage. I understand your fury, I share it as well. However, the souls of the departed do not wish for us to dwell in hatred. Therefore, I implore you to remember that from this day forth, you are subjects of the Tang dynasty. As long as you abide by the laws of the Tang, prosperity shall surely follow. Chang Sun Chong articulated each word with care, aware that while quelling the turmoil is straightforward, calming the hearts of the Miaojiang citizens is a far more arduous task. They are at risk of losing themselves amidst their grief, and Chang Sun Chong dares not be negligent. My lord, what should we do henceforth? This thing has always been our faith, yet it has led us to such devastation. My 5 sons perished because of it. Indeed, my lord. We never anticipated committing such egregious errors. Had we known earlier, countless tragedies could have been averted. Gazing at the corpses within the serpent's belly, the Miaojiang citizens remained unsettled. Many of these individuals were those they had sent to their doom. Dear citizens, rest assured. From this day forth, the Tang dynasty shall be your faith. As long as the Tang endures, your beliefs shall not falter. Here, I assure you, the Tang shall never betray any loyal subjects who hold faith in the Tang. The Tang dynasty belongs to the world. It is the Tang dynasty of its people. As long as one is a citizen of the Tang, it shall always serve as their most steadfast support. Chang Sun Chong exclaimed with fervor, having come to a profound understanding of his master. To take the world as one's responsibility and the welfare of the populace as one's duty is the greatest pursuit of his life. Even the soldiers of the Tang, standing behind him, grew solemn, repeatedly echoing Chang Sun Chong's words. In this life, there are no regrets in joining the Tang. They take pride in being citizens and warriors of the Tang. Henceforth, they shall protect every inch of Tang territory. Long live the Tang dynasty from this moment on. It shall be our faith. Chapter 185. The Tang dynasty as your stalwart support. The words of Chang Sun Chong resonated profoundly, leading the people of Miaojiang to submit wholly. Such a Tang dynasty was indeed worth their utmost sacrifice. Under the oppressive rule of the Gu tribe, Miaojiang had languished in a state of backwardness. Thus, following the demise of the Gu tribe, Chang Sun Chong petitioned the emperor, leaving behind 20,000 troops to contribute to the rejuvenation of Miaojiang. In acknowledgement, Li Shimin appointed Hou Junji as the governor of Miaojiang, entrusting him with its protection and summoning officials from various regions to develop Miaojiang over the course of 2 years. Li Shimin was immensely pleased with Chang Sun Chong's endeavors in Miaojiang, particularly moved by the declaration that the Tang would be their unwavering support. Before Chang Sun Chong returned to court, Li Shimin had already begun preparations for a banquet. In fact, in honor of this proclamation, he issued an edict of amnesty throughout the realm, declaring that as long as the citizens did not violate the laws of the Tang, the dynasty would stand as their steadfast protector. This announcement invigorated not only the people of Miaojiang but the populace at large. For such a court was indeed the embodiment of their aspirations. As Chang Sun Chong departed, the Miaojiang residents gathered to bid him farewell, only halting their procession upon reaching the borders of Miaojiang. Yet, they did not disperse. Instead, they knelt in the direction from which he had come, remaining in that posture for 3 days and nights. Subsequently, every household in Miaojiang began to venerate images of the Qingfeng temple, including Daoist priest Li, Chang Sun Chong, and others associated with the temple, who would henceforth be regarded as their new deities. Without the Tang dynasty, without the Qingfeng temple, the people of Miaojiang would have remained mired in ignorance, deprived of the splendid life they now enjoyed. In due course, Chang Sun Chong returned to court, and Li Shimin journeyed 30 miles outside Chang'an to welcome him. Among all of Daoist priest Li's disciples, none were held in higher esteem by Li Shimin than Chang Sun Chong. He was not only a paragon of martial and literary prowess, but also the most accomplished disciple of the Qifeng temple. Furthermore, Chang Sun Chong was effectively his nephew, and the entire Chang Sun family had made significant contributions to the Tang dynasty. Most importantly, he was poised to become Li Shimin's son-in-law, as the emperor intended to bestow upon Chang Sun Chong further honors after he established additional accomplishments, directly granting him a title of nobility. At that time, the Qingfeng temple would reach its zenith, boasting dual royal titles and an official of high rank. Such glory was unique to the Qingfeng Temple within the Tang dynasty. Of course, this was merely Li Shimin's aspiration. With the realm now at peace, Chang Sunchong would require opportunities to achieve greatness. Upon his return, the entire court was awash with excitement, all for the promise that the Tang would be their faith and their most robust support. Since the fall of the Sui dynasty, countless heroes and scholars had been willing to sacrifice everything to establish such a court. Now, that court had finally emerged, and every citizen of the Tang held unwavering trust in it, willing to give their all for the dynasty. Upon entering the palace, the first decree Li Shimin issued was to appoint Chang Sunchong as Deputy Minister of War and to betroth his beloved daughter, Princess Chongping, to him. The banquet lasted for a day and a night. Upon its conclusion, Chang Sunchong did not return home. Instead, he bid farewell to his father and proceeded to the Qingfeng Temple. Immortal, I implore you for another chance. We did not act with malice. Had we not slain that tiger, we would have been devoured by it. Upon arriving at the entrance of Qingfeng Temple, Chang Sunchong beheld a throng of ragged individuals kneeling and fervently bowing at the temple's threshold, while Qin Huayu, seated on a chair, casually munched on sunflower seeds. Observing the scene, "Junior brother, what is happening here?" Chang Sunchong pondered, perplexed by the sudden shift in atmosphere during his absence from the temple. Huayu pays his respects to senior brother. Upon seeing Chang Sunchong, Qin Huayu leaped with excitement, already aware of Chang Sunchong's exploits in Miaojiang. The declaration, "The Tang dynasty is your faith. The Tang dynasty is your unwavering support," stirred profound enthusiasm within Qin Huayu. Indeed, the two disciples first accepted by their master are remarkable. Tainyo, now a guardian of the northern king against the Turks, commands immense respect throughout the Turkic lands. As for Chang Sunchong, he first outwitted the Turks and subsequently resolved a long-standing dilemma in Miaojiang, ascending to the esteemed title of Prince Consort, truly reaching the pinnacle of his existence. Moreover, his fellow disciple, Du Zichu, has risen to become a regional censor. Although none speak of it openly, it is clear to all that Du Zichu reigns supreme in Shandong. His word is law, and even the emperor refrains from intervening in matters of the province, leaving its governance entirely to Du Zichu. Meanwhile, Chang Sunchong finds himself merely amusing these Easterners. Reflecting on this, Qin Huayu felt a pang of discomfort and picked up a whip to strike. "Little immortal, your strikes are splendid. As long as we are not cast away and continue to face trials, we can endure as long as necessary." Miyamoto and Koizumi had entirely relinquished their dignity. Nothing mattered more than their acceptance under Qingfeng Temple. "In that case, I shall grant you another opportunity. Depart now. If you survive and return in a month, the fourth trial shall commence." Observing these Easterners, Qin Huayu felt a surge of frustration and promptly dismissed them, then began to elucidate the situation to Chang Sunchong. Upon hearing the entire account, Chang Sunchong smiled broadly, surprised by his master's mischievous sense of humor. Particularly amusing was the fact that these two from Yingzhou had been expelled in such a manner. Originally, Li Chun had instructed them to beg for a month, forbidding them from retaliating in word or deed. To this, Koizumi and Miyamoto complied completely, yet once they attempted to speak, everyone recognized them as foreigners, and none offered them sustenance. Left with no alternative, the two retreated into the deep mountains, scavenging for food prepared by hibernating animals, hoping that the month would swiftly pass. After a few days of relative peace, they encountered a tiger. Remembering that they could not fight back, they could only flee, but the tiger pursued them relentlessly. In desperation, they had no choice but to slay the tiger, relying on its flesh to survive the arduous month. Upon returning to the Qingfeng Temple, Li Chun directly stated that they had violated the rules. Initially, it was merely meant to intimidate them, yet unexpectedly, the two revealed everything without reservation. The tiger, too, is a protector of the Tang dynasty, shielding all within its realm. You have failed the test. After uttering these words, Li Chun exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Huayu before re-entering the temple. As a passionate youth of the nation, how could Daoist Li allow them to depart without enduring sufficient hardship? His intention behind such words was to subject them to further humiliation. Having followed Li Chun for so long, Qin Huayu immediately comprehended his master's intentions, which led to the earlier scene. Chapter 186. What is faith? The inhabitants of Yingzhou, driven by their ulterior motives, likely harbor insidious intentions towards my Qingfeng Temple. Given my master's actions, he must possess his own reasoning. Long Sunchong, brimming with confidence in his master, merely cast a glance at the limping Yingzhou man before entering the Qingfeng Temple. During his sojourn in Miaojian, Long Sunchong had garnered profound insights. Hence, upon the conclusion of the celebratory banquet, he forewent returning home and proceeded directly to the temple. Moreover, With the New Year's Eve approaching, he had brought along some local delicacies from Miaojian to present to his master as a token of filial piety. Master, Long Sun Chong began, during my journey to Miaojian, I encountered a concept, faith. Might I inquire, what is the essence of faith? After bowing to his master and mistress, he knelt in the temple of the Great Tang, pondering that the former belief of the Miaojian populace was in the Holy Lord, while their current faith lies in the Great Tang, and the belief cherished by the people of the Great Tang is embodied by this Qifeng temple. Yet, what then is his own faith? Although the Great Tang and Qifeng temple are of paramount importance to him, they do not constitute his personal faith. This quandary occupied Long Sun Chong's thoughts throughout his journey, yet he found himself devoid of answers. Li Chen sipped the deer blood wine brought by Long Sun Chong, contemplating how to impress the women that evening with a display of grandeur. Prior to bestowing gifts upon Li Chen, Long Sun Chong sought counsel from Tainyo. Initially swayed by Tainyo's offerings, his resolve was ultimately solidified by a letter from Qin Huayu. To this day, Baolin eagerly anticipated the elixir crafted from the millennia-old tiger whip, only to lament that the whip had long since been consumed by Daoist Li. The concept of faith is inherently intricate. Daoist Li sensed a surge of vitality within him, tilting his head to prevent a nosebleed, for indeed, this deer blood wine was potent. I beseech you, master, to enlighten me. Observing his master gazing westward, Long Sun Chong's mind began to stir. Infused with nostalgia and regret, could it be that the West harbors his master as faith? Faith exists in three distinct forms, each representing diverse levels and corresponding to varying individuals. The first form embodies the pursuit of survival. Many devote their faith merely to exist, living solely for the sake of living. This notion reminded Long Sun Chong of the Miaojian citizens, who had long revered the Holy Lord merely to sustain their existence. Regrettably, their misplaced faith had precipitated tragedy. The second form pertains to spiritual faith. Once survival is secured, individuals invariably seek a form of happiness, manifesting in myriad ways. Such wisdom should not elude you, my disciple, Li Daoist remarked, deeming it a waste of time to elaborate further, encouraging Long Sun Chong to grasp the meaning on his own. Long Sun Chong, keen not to miss a single word from his master, began to ponder deeply. He reflected on the founding heroes of the Great Tang, including his father, who, upon attaining their esteemed positions, had succumbed to certain habits, drinking, gambling, composing poetry, and social gatherings. Even the emperor himself harbored such desires. This, he surmised, must constitute spiritual faith. Thank you, master, for your guidance. I am uncertain about what the third faith entails. Suddenly, Chong Sun Chong experienced a profound epiphany. Each faith symbolizes different individuals, each with distinct needs. As needs arise, faith naturally comes into being, albeit in varying forms depending on one's identity. The third faith is that of one's own soul. Every soul arrives in this world untainted, yet through the trials of life, each individual's soul becomes imbued with diverse experiences. Chonger, do you comprehend what the Tao is? Do you understand how one's soul should be placed throughout life? This is the most significant faith, one that many fail to grasp throughout their lives. Weary, the master concluded, you may meditate here at your leisure when enlightenment comes. Descend the mountain on your own. After imparting these words, Daoist Li could no longer maintain his composure. The thought of bleeding in front of his disciple was utterly mortifying. Meanwhile, Chong Sun Chong was entirely absorbed in the master's earlier words. The concept of Tao was rarely discussed by his mentor. What is Tao? What connection does it have with the soul? What is the faith of the soul? Chong Sun Chong felt as though he had entered a dead end. Understanding these mysteries would elevate his own realm. From birth to death, human pursuits vary widely. Some seek mere sustenance, others strive for fame and fortune, while some yearn for dominion over the world. Yet, why has no one ever sought after the self? They spend their lives chasing after their desires, never pausing to reflect on whether those desires are truly essential. Regrettably, in this vast world, souls find no place of rest. This, perhaps, is the essence of Tao. It embodies nature, devoid of desires. Everything should follow the inclinations of one's soul. Once the soul finds its resting place, one's Tao is discovered. What is my Tao? What do I truly need? Family, dominion, fame, fortune, or something else entirely? Are these truly necessary? Why must I force myself to pursue these, allowing my soul to be tainted by worldly colors? The so-called Tao must be pure. All should unfold naturally, in accordance with one's true heart. Indeed, this must be Tao. This must be the faith of the soul. It appears the master sought to awaken me. I was indeed too youthful and impulsive. Throughout the night, Chong Sun Chong knelt before the hall of Qifeng Temple. Since his triumph over the Turks, his heart had swelled with pride, believing that apart from his master, everything in the world lay within his grasp. The recent pacification in Miaojiang had proceeded with remarkable ease. further inflating his pride and leading him to believe that anything he wished to accomplish was within reach. However, after a night of introspection, Chang Sunchong realized how naive his thoughts were. Had his master not enlightened him, he might have drifted further away from the Tao. Upon this realization, a cold sweat broke out on Chang Sunchong's brow, and he felt fortunate to have come here in search of his master's guidance. He had entered the Qifeng temple alongside Tinyu, yet Tinyu's progress was remarkably swift, a fact that had always perplexed Chang Sunchong. However, after attaining enlightenment, he finally grasped the truth. In contrast to his own convoluted thoughts, Tinyu possessed a remarkable purity. He acted according to his immediate thoughts, allowing his soul to guide him unencumbered by distractions or ulterior motives. It was precisely this clarity of mind that enabled Tinyu to advance so rapidly. Alas, it was I who became ensnared in attachments. Chapter 187. The Tang dynasty will never form a marriage alliance at the end of the second year of the Zhenguan era. Chang Sunchong attained enlightenment at the Qifeng temple, discovering his true faith. Following his awakening, he prostrated himself before his master's chamber before departing the temple. Having now found his path, from this moment forth, he would navigate the vastness of the world at his own whim. 2 days later, Tainyo and Du Zichu hastened back to Qifeng temple, for this New Year's Eve held special significance for them. Daoist Li also experienced an unusually festive celebration since arriving in the Tang dynasty. That evening, the entire realm united in prayer and revelry, celebrating the current prosperity of the Tang, all immersed in joy for the hard-won peace. As the second day of the new year passed, Tainyo and Du Zichu promptly returned to their respective dominions, for they were now lords of their own territories and could not linger away for too long. Particularly for Du Zichu, despite his high reputation in Shandong, the region was not entirely secure, with remnants of discord lurking beneath the surface. As for Tainyo, even if he did nothing all day but hunt on the grasslands and take Li shopping on excursions, both Liangzhou and the Turkic steppes were continuously advancing. In that region, Tainyo enjoyed immense prestige, surpassing even that of Li Shimin, and he commanded numerous capable ministers and generals. He had long mastered his master's teachings, becoming a quintessential hands-off prince. After the Lantern Festival, Tibetan envoys entered Chang'an, causing a stir throughout the nation. Li Shimin recalled the 3 things Daoist Li had mentioned, filled with admiration in his heart. Your Majesty, at present, Songzan Ganbu leads the entirety of Tibet, and our power in Tibet is unparalleled. In the spirit of friendship between our 2 nations, I have come to seek a marriage alliance, and I hope your Majesty will grant your consent, proclaimed Lu Dongzan, the Tibetan chancellor, proudly addressing Li Shimin. Though Li Shimin had vanquished the Turks, the Tibetans remained undaunted. The distance between Tibet and the Tang was considerable. Fortified by natural defenses, and with the Tang dynasty currently in a state of disarray, they sought to seize the opportunity to request a princess in marriage. I have made it clear since my ascension that the Tang will not form marriage alliances, accept tributes, cede territory, or offer reparations. If the Tibetan ruler wishes to foster friendship between our nations, we can engage in trade, Li Shimin asserted, refusing the request without hesitation, already contemplating how to respond further. Your Majesty, my Ganbu is the son of destiny. To marry a Tang princess would be a great honor for your kingdom. Is your outright refusal a sign of disregard for my nation? Lu Dongzan retorted, his anger palpable. This request for marriage was not merely about securing a bride but also a test of the Tang's strength. For too long, Tibet had remained on the fringes, suffering countless losses during harsh winters. Now, as the Tang faced instability, they sought to gain advantages through this marriage proposal. Unexpectedly, the Tang Emperor's resolute rejection of the marriage alliance left Lu Dongzan visibly displeased. A mere speck of a nation dares to challenge the Tang? He thought. If you desire war, then let it come. My preparations have long been eager for action. The Tibetan bandits audaciously aspire to wed a princess of the Tang Empire. It is as if they, like toads yearning for swan meat, fail to reflect upon their own appearance. They are far darker than even my esteemed black steed. Your Majesty, I humbly request the honor of leading the charge against them, to make them aware of the might of our Tang dynasty. Upon hearing Lu Dongzan's words, before Emperor Li Shimin could respond, the court officials erupted with indignation. The current Tang is no longer what it once was, regardless of the adversary. We shall not tremble in fear. This is the strength and confidence of a great nation. Tibetan envoy, you should have grasped our stance by now. Should you wish for conflict, I stand ready at any moment to engage. So spare us the superfluous rhetoric. Li Shimin spoke coldly. After listening to Li Chun, he had already stationed troops in Shandong last year and prepared ample provisions for war. If the Tibetans seek battle, the Tang shall meet them head-on. Your arrogance knows no bounds, Tang. Prepare yourselves. In 3 months, our Tibetan forces shall march, and you will lament your decision, Lu Dongzan declared angrily. In Tibet, he held significant influence, and as the Grand Minister, He had never endured such humiliation. The Tang has never regretted its choices. Depart now and inform your king that in less than 3 months, our army will arrive at the Tangula Mountains. Li Shimin exhibited no fear as he expelled Lu Dongzhan from the court. You shall surely regret this decision, Tang Emperor, when the Tibetan army approaches. You will understand true despair, Lu Dongzhan shouted in fury. Before his arrival, he had believed the Tang would not refuse this opportunity for an alliance, especially as the empire had just been established, presenting an excellent opportunity for coercion. He did not anticipate Li Shimin's resolve. He would rather engage in battle than seek an alliance. Was this truly the Central Plains they understood? Give him 50 lashes, then cast him out of Chang'an, allowing him to return to Tibet. Moreover, let this be proclaimed to the world. The populace is part of the Tang and deserves knowledge of all affairs. It was emphasized that the Tang shall not enter alliances, pay tribute, cede territory, or provide reparations. The emperor guards the nation's gates, and the monarch sacrifices for the realm. This is the Tang's bottom line and its belief. Li Shimin's words ignited fervor among the officials. This was the court they had long aspired to cultivate. A world worth their utmost devotion. Zhang Sunchong, heed my command. I am here. After delivering these pronouncements, Li Shimin continued, having initially sought an opportunity for Zhang Sunchong to achieve merit. Unexpectedly, an opportunity had presented itself. I appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the West, leading the 50,000 troops prepared in Shandong to vanquish the Tibetans. Choose your generals as you please, barring the Duke of State. Li Shimin felt immense relief for having consulted with Li Daozhong in advance, preparing those troops for this impending conflict. I accept the decree, Zhang Sunchong replied, astonished that the emperor would entrust him with such a command. Yet now, he had found his path and embraced the unfolding events with equanimity. Qin Xiong, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, and all commanders, heed the call. We are here. From this moment forth, all of you shall return to your respective positions, ever ready to provide support. Even the diminutive realm of Tubo, with its audacity, must surely be backed by other nations. Should they dare to make a move, we shall deliver a thunderous blow. A mere Tubo under Li Shimin does not warrant my concern. However, the recent arrogance displayed by Lu Dongzhan suggests that such brazen audacity cannot exist without external support. I shall obey your command. The seasoned veterans were filled with excitement. At this moment, they rediscovered the fervor of their former days. Chapter 188. The Emperor's Defiance. Since the realm has enjoyed peace, moments of fervor have become rare, and during Li Yuan's reign as emperor, everything was characterized by restraint. This restraint extended to the aristocratic families and neighboring states, which left the generals feeling quite stifled. However, now, His Majesty has ignited a sense of fervor within everyone. No more alliances through marriage, no tribute, no territorial concessions, no reparations. The Son of Heaven guards the nation's gates, and the sovereign dies for the state. When this declaration was first uttered, despite the overwhelming excitement, the fervor was not yet palpable. Yet now, as His Majesty has demonstrated this resolve before the court, everyone is profoundly moved, grasping the true essence of those words. The illustrious Tang dynasty shall rise from this moment onward. After the Tibetan envoy departed from Chang'an in anger, Zhang Sunchong immediately assembled his troops, prioritizing the transport of supplies. Before the army moves, provisions must be sent ahead, especially given the logistical challenges posed by the Tibetan region. Once the army enters, communication becomes a significant issue. Nonetheless, these concerns are trivial to Zhang Sunchong, for he comprehends the deeper purpose behind His Majesty's command. Therefore, this battle must not only be fought with elegance, but must also showcase the might of the Tang army, displaying its stance towards neighboring nations. Once the troops set forth, Li Shimin proceeded to Qingfeng Temple. Among the 3 matters mentioned by Daoist Li, one has now been substantiated, leaving 2 significant events yet to unfold, which fills Li Shimin with anxiety. Although the Tang dynasty appears to be flourishing on the surface, he understands that this fade is merely superficial. The foundation of the Tang is still relatively young, and many aspects remain unstable. Following Daoist Li's counsel, Li Shimin elevated the status of merchants, encouraging the populace to engage in commerce and develop the economy. Grateful for their newfound wealth, these merchants proactively constructed schools across various counties and villages. Within a mere year, many children in the Tang dynasty have begun their education, and it will not be long before they become the backbone of the realm. Moreover, the policy of taxing households based on land area, proposed by Daoist Li, has resulted in a remarkable increase in this year's harvest. However, it has also encountered significant challenges. This policy has infringed upon the interests of many aristocratic families, and throughout the year, Li Shimin has received numerous memorials of censure, all concerning the ministers who implemented this taxation reform. Even past misdeeds have been resurrected, providing Li Shimin with a unique perspective. If these aristocrats were to unite, what chaos might ensue across the realm? Currently, the 5 surnames and 7 illustrious families have largely declined, and many other aristocrats have seized this opportunity to rise. Albeit lacking the strength to oppose the court, they still hold a degree of influence. Thus, upon arriving at Qingfeng Temple, Li Shimin posed a pressing question. In this era of flourishing aristocratic families, could they pose a threat to the realm? Alas, Mr. Li, accustomed to political discourse, found himself at a loss for words, merely sighing in response. Since their initial political discussion 2 years ago, Qingfeng Temple has remained relatively uneventful. This indicates that Master Li merely excels in verbal prowess, seeking to assert his presence at Qingfeng Temple without engaging in any substantive discussions. This realization brought Li Chen considerable relief, allowing him to speak freely. Have you ever pondered the concept of balance, Master Li? Contemplating the intricacies of imperial strategy, Li Chen adopted a contemplative demeanor. Balance, he mused. I wonder what insights you possess, Daoist Master Li. Li Shimin, somewhat perplexed, was well acquainted with the term balance. For a ruler, maintaining equilibrium within the court was paramount. Throughout the years, he had diligently preserved this balance, ensuring that no faction, save for Qingfeng Temple, gained undue prominence. Presently, the emerging opportunities for commoners threatened the interests of the aristocracy, prompting their vehement opposition. However, such resistance was merely transient. Transient? Questioned Li Shimin. Puzzled by the Daoist's assertion, he was acutely aware of the reasons behind the fall of the Sui dynasty, which had recently left him in a state of unease. Upon the departure of the army from Chang'an, he had promptly arrived at Qingfeng Temple. Why are you so foolish? Even Master Li found the merchant's intellect lacking, giving him a gentle tap on the back of his head. This scene was witnessed by Qin Huayu, Wei Qi Baolin, and Li Shimin's son, Li Chengqian. Even Changsun Wuji, who stood nearby, felt a shiver of apprehension. Oh no, the emperor has been struck. What should we do? Will his majesty be angered? Should we side with the master or the emperor? Throughout his reign, the emperor had placed immense value on his authority, never permitting others to infringe upon it. Now, with the master's direct intervention, it seemed a grave situation was unfolding. As they observed Li Chen's actions towards Li Shimin, the 3 disciples were torn. They were subjects of the Tang dynasty and by right, should align with the emperor. Yet, Li Chen was their revered teacher, his influence immeasurable, particularly for Li Chengqian, who found himself caught between loyalty to his father and his master. Daoist master, please enlighten me. How have I been foolish? To everyone's astonishment, Li Shimin exhibited no trace of anger. Instead, he responded with sincerity, earnestly seeking guidance. Is this truly the emperor we know? He has just been struck. They marveled at the unexpected display, perplexed by the situation. Perhaps I should return to my martial training, mused Li Chengqian. His father had never behaved in this manner. Even his mother faced his wrath when displeasing him. Yet, with the master, all conventional hierarchies seemed to dissolve, resembling a dynamic between teacher and student. The interaction between Li Chen and Li Shimin had completely shattered their perceptions of the world. Meanwhile, Changsun Wuji felt a greater sense of urgency. He had witnessed the emperor being struck, an act that should remain concealed from the public eye. Upon realizing that Li Shimin was not enraged, he let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Master son, why are you sweating on such a frigid day? Would you like to step outside for some fresh air? Noticing the perspiration, Li Chen expressed his confusion. In this chill of winter, it is indeed peculiar for someone to be sweating. Indeed, it is somewhat warm. I shall step outside immediately. Changsun Wuji was taken aback. As a member of the gentry himself, he realized that by sending him out, Master Li was indicating that he would not be privy to the forthcoming conversation. He feared that the discussions today would precipitate significant changes in the state of affairs across the realm. Master Li, may we speak now? After Changsun Wuji departed, Li Shimin cautiously inquired. Regarding the earlier incident involving Li Chen's actions towards him, Li Shimin feigned indifference, yet he could not ignore the profound caution exhibited by Master Li. It dawned on him that he had been rather foolish for not considering this perspective sooner. Chapter 189. This is the true world. Although Changsun Wuji devoted himself wholeheartedly to the prosperity of the Tang dynasty, he remained a member of the gentry. And regardless of circumstances, he could not forsake his family. Even Li Shimin shared this sentiment. In their worldview, family always held the utmost priority. To bestow glory upon their lineage, one could endure several generations of hardship. Presently, as Li Shimin sought to counter the gentry and diminish their influence, Changsun Wuji, while outwardly acquiescing, harbored a certain reluctance within. He was acutely aware of this internal conflict, which prompted him to withdraw after Li Chen inadvertently uttered a particular remark. In truth, the The balance was quite straightforward. Although the gentry were numerous, the sons of humble origins were even more so. Should the latter rise, this equilibrium would be established. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin fell into deep contemplation. Li Daozhong's intent was not to eradicate the gentry, but rather to regulate them through the ascendance of the humble scholars. Furthermore, once these scholars emerged without restraint, the gentry would then find their own purpose in constraining their counterparts from humble backgrounds. Such a scheme was profoundly astute. This was the essence of true balance. The world required the gentry. Without them, the economy would stagnate. Similarly, the nation needed the humble scholars, for they constituted the backbone of the Tang dynasty, enabling its flourishing. The emperor's art of balance was inherently his forte, and with just a vague outline from Li Chun, Li Shimin grasped the entirety of the concept. Whether gentry or humble, any rise to power might lead to a loss of their foundational ideals, necessitating mutual checks and balances. This was a notion Li Shimin had never contemplated. Li Daozhong, as expected, had seen through it all, crafting a pathway to greatness for the Tang dynasty. Li Daozhong, I humbly inquire, how can the Tang dynasty thrive? The previous question merely served as a prelude. This inquiry was what Li Shimin yearned to understand most. The Tibetan envoy's threats and proposals for marriage had ignited a fervent desire within Li Shimin for a robust Tang. Only with absolute strength could such situations be averted. Despite having spent the first half of his life embroiled in warfare, he harbored a profound aversion to conflict. It was only by becoming formidable that the Tang could avert such predicaments, earning the respect of all nations. Masterly, this world is vast. The territory of the Tang dynasty is but a feather in its expanse. Reflecting upon his own world in comparison to the Tang, Li Chun involuntarily remarked, the present chaos engulfed the globe, with countless nations of varying sizes. Although the Tang stood as the pinnacle among them, dynasties inevitably decline. Might there exist other realms boasting greater strength than the Tang? Li Shimin expressed his astonishment. This perspective was entirely new to him. Compared to other historical nations, the Tang's territory was already considerable. Why, then, did Li Daozhong claim the Tang was like a feather in the grand scheme of the world? Li Shimin, harboring no doubts about Li Chun's words, felt a wave of unease wash over him. Certainly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Are you aware of distant lands such as Yingzhou and Goryeo? These realms lie significantly far from the Tang dynasty. Yet, there exist even more remote nations, akin to this land, which have gradually nurtured their own civilizations and cultures. However, due to the great distances, they have remained untouched and unknown. Much like Buddhism, which hails from the far west, the origins of Tang Buddhism trace back to Tianzhu, and the teachings of Tianzhu themselves are derived from even more distant origins. One day, when transportation becomes more accessible, the inhabitants of these far-off lands will surely emerge. Alas, Li Jusher may not witness that day. For the current strength of the Tang cannot achieve such a feat. Li Chun briefly outlined the blueprint of this world to Li Jusher, even hand-drawing a world map from memory, illustrating that within the grand expanse of the world, the Tang dynasty is but a feather. Daoistly, forgive my boldness. But what level of national strength must the Tang attain to dominate the entire world? Upon seeing the world map, Li Shimin was utterly astonished. He had never conceived that the world could be so immense. Haha, this world comprises 7 continents and 4 oceans. For the Tang to traverse the entire globe, relying solely on horses is insufficient. We must swiftly advance our industry and establish robust transportation networks. Only then will distances feel less daunting. As Li Chun spoke, an impractical idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps it was worth a try. The 7 continents and 4 oceans. This is the world. Li Shimin remained fixated on the world map, speechless. For every encounter with Daoist, Li unveiled a different realm. As he absorbed knowledge of this vast world, his ambitions swelled. He sought not merely the respect of neighboring nations, but aspired to command the entire world. In his lifetime, he would ensure that the Tang dynasty illuminated the globe. Unbeknownst to them, as Li Chun and Li Shimin conversed, nightfall approached, causing great anxiety for Changsun Wuji outside. The emperor typically visited Qingfeng Temple only briefly, yet today, darkness had fallen, and soon the city of Chang'an would impose a curfew, while the emperor remained within the hall. Amidst Changsun Wuji's anxious wait, Li Shimin emerged, his gaze resolute and fulfilled. Your Majesty. Upon seeing Li Shimin, Changsun Wuji hurried forward, eager to learn what had transpired between the two. Wuji, do you recognize this? Li Shimin revealed the world map to Changsun Wuji. Please, Your Majesty, elucidate. Changsun Wuji inquired, sensing a marked difference in the emperor's demeanor. He could not quite articulate the essence of the place. Ha ha ha, this is the entire world, the lands we shall conquer in the future, Li Shimin exclaimed joyfully. Never before had he felt such exhilaration, not even on the day of his coronation. Conquer, your majesty. The neighboring nations have been subdued by us to a considerable extent. At the very least, they no longer dare to resist. Changsun Wuji found himself increasingly perplexed, uncertain of what Daoist Li had conveyed to the emperor. Could it be that he had been brainwashed? Wuji, you are still young and your perspective is narrow. What do those surrounding nations amount to? They are but trifles. Now, allow me to reveal to you what constitutes the true world. Having spoken, Li Shimin unfurled the world map presented by Li Chen and, while returning to the palace, began to elucidate its wonders to Changsun Wuji. Chapter 190. Qin Huaiyu's melancholy as the vast panorama of the 7 continents and 4 oceans unfolded before Changsun Wuji. He found himself enveloped in a state of astonishment. It became abundantly clear that the world was unlike anything he had ever imagined. It was far grander than he had ever conceived. Your Majesty, is this truly the case? Does the world indeed extend to such immense proportions? Changsun Wuji grappled with disbelief. This revelation had completely upended his understanding of the world, revealing the true breadth of existence and illuminating his own previously limited perspective. Wuji, I am aware of your concerns. Do not fret. Regardless of circumstances, the standing of the Changsun family will remain unscathed. The gentry shall not be harmed, merely kept in check to maintain equilibrium. Li Shimin conveyed the insights from their conversation at Qifeng Temple to Changsun Wuji, never once doubting the latter's loyalty. Thank you, your majesty, for your trust. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly, even unto death. Changsun Chong expressed his profound gratitude, deeply moved by Li Shimin's words. A sovereign need not justify his actions to his subjects. Yet the emperor had chosen to confide in him, making him worthy of utmost devotion. On the 3rd day of March, the weather was splendid, and the banks of the Chang'an River were adorned with beautiful maidens. As spring graced the earth, life blossomed anew, and the city of Chang'an buzzed with vibrant activity. Qin Huaiyu had risen early from Qifeng Temple, eager to procure some seasonal delicacies. Since the departure of Xiaozha and Gong Bin, who had descended the mountain to live as beggars, Qin Huaiyu felt a twinge of melancholy. The absence of tormenting the little islanders rendered life rather dull. Alas, with that thought, Qin Huaiyu couldn't help but shake his head, reminiscing about those times with a sense of longing. Good sir, I implore you, grant us a morsel of food. We are truly famished, came a plaintive voice from below. Looking down, he saw 2 ragged beggars prostrating themselves on the ground, their eyes filled with a desperate plea. Little immortal. Upon recognizing Qin Huaiyu, the 2 beggars exclaimed with excitement, their accents entirely erased, speaking in fluent Tang dialect. During this period, in their relentless pursuit of sustenance, the 2 had endured tremendous hardship, experiencing firsthand the true sufferings of humanity. Initially, due to their distinctive Eastern dialect, the citizens of the Tang were reluctant to offer even a single bun. In a bid to secure a morsel, they diligently practiced and eventually altered their accent. However, a new challenge soon arose. To beg in Chang'an, one must join the Beggars Guild, but the proud duo could not bring themselves to affiliate with such a lowly organization. Thus, they resolutely declined. The consequence was expulsion from the Beggars Guild. Wherever its members had tread, they were barred from begging. The guild even imposed a set of stringent rules upon them. They were forbidden from exhaling in the cold, touching bowls with their hands, or even handling coins, which they could only grasp with their mouths. Failure to comply would result in their banishment from Chang'an. Faced with the ferocious beasts lurking outside the city, the pair had no choice but to adhere to the guild's regulations. In their struggle for survival, they compelled all their subordinates to beg as well, a decision that stripped them of all dignity. During this period, not to mention the 2 of them, even the exceptionally patient ninja subordinates have starved to death, with 5 or 6 succumbing to hunger, their fear of the Tang dynasty deeply etched in their hearts. You too, how much longer until your 3rd trial concludes? Observing the pair, Qin Huaiyu felt an impulse to strike out, only to realize he held no whip in hand. Thus he refrained. I report to you, little immortal. There are still 5 days remaining. Even as they neared starvation, the 2 steadfastly recalled their days at the Qifeng Monastery, enduring all hardships solely to return and face the trials within. Well then, take your time begging. I cannot offer you anything, lest I violate the rules. Changsun Chong produced a freshly purchased bun, munching on it while speaking, finding some satisfaction in the act despite his inability to lash out at them. Little immortal, please walk slowly. We shall surely come to pay our respects in 5 days. Watching the bun in Qin Huaiyu's mouth, the 2 could only drool. Yet the thought of consuming it meant failing their trial. After 2 months of enduring hunger and sacrificing their dignity, Xiaozha and Gongbin found themselves rendered speechless. Make way. All you rascals ahead, clear the path. My horse won't spare a life if it collides with anyone. At that moment, a boisterous young master rode through the street. causing pedestrians to scatter in fear. However, the woman showed no sign of trepidation, coldly observing the arrogant young master. "Oh, this young lady is quite stubborn. With your looks, you could return and serve as my maid." Upon seeing her beauty, the young master was consumed by lascivious thoughts. "You tyrant, I shall slay you." The woman, clad in a warrior's attire, brandished a long sword, her hair tied back, her eyes filled with righteous fury. "Slay me? Ha ha. No sword in Chang'an could harm this young master. Come forth, seize this young lady, and bring her back to serve as my maid." The young master, brimming with arrogance, had scarcely finished speaking when a group appeared behind him. "This small number is insufficient to defeat me. Behold my blade." The woman drew her sword, confident in her martial prowess to vanquish these ruffians. Yet, she evidently overestimated her abilities. Before long, she found herself injured and on the ground. "Haha, I thought you were formidable, but your skills are merely mediocre. How dare you expose yourself to ridicule? Today, I shall let everyone witness your disgrace. Someone, strip her of her clothes. I desire an exhibition in the open." During their scuffle, the woman had slapped him, igniting a fierce anger within the young master. Having been pampered his entire life, never experiencing harm, he could not bear the humiliation of being struck. "I will kill you." Upon hearing those words, the woman was filled with immense fury, but she was quickly subdued by the sycophants surrounding her. As she realized she was about to be stripped of her dignity, she steeled herself, contemplating the ultimate act of despair. At that moment, a robust man emerged. It is utterly unconscionable for a group of men to bully a solitary woman. If you wish to resort to violence, then let us engage in a contest of strength. This man was none other than Chen Huayu, who was appalled to witness such disgraceful events transpiring beneath the emperor's very feet. His heart was ablaze with indignation. "Ah, a wild man has also leaped into the fray. Boys, break his legs for me, and later I shall demonstrate my might, so he may understand what it means to be a towering tree," declared the wealthy young master, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation and exuding arrogance. Chapter 191. The Caterpillar and the Towering Tree. A mere caterpillar, yet so utterly shameless. I have never encountered such audacity. As Chen Huayu spoke, he effortlessly toppled the few who had taken the female knight captive, his speed leaving onlookers astounded. "What are you saying?" Freed from her restraints, the woman's eyes blazed with fury, her comprehension of the previous exchange between the two men limited. "Esteemed brother, these individuals possess formidable strength. Each one is a second-rate master. It would be unwise to confront them directly. While the opportunity arises, we should hasten our departure." The woman felt a twinge of fear towards the arrogant young master's lackeys. Any one of them could easily extinguish her life. Although this gentleman appeared to possess some degree of prowess, the sheer number of experts made her doubt their chances of success, leading her to contemplate retreat. To traverse the world with a sword, to uphold justice, was her aspiration. However, survival remained paramount, especially with such lascivious scoundrels about. Purity was of utmost importance. "Retreat, retreat. Let us flee. Come, in my world, there is no such term as escape. A band of caterpillars aspiring to become woodpeckers, come forth. Do not say I have not afforded you an opportunity." Chen Huayu, long eager for action, had deemed it a grave mistake not to have utilized the whip against the two young men from Yingzhou earlier. Now, with a host of naive young fellows presenting themselves, he could finally indulge in some relaxation. How could he possibly retreat when such an opportunity beckoned? Truly a wretched lot, daring to provoke a celestial being. Indeed, I have yet to witness the celestial being in action. To behold such a spectacle today would be worth enduring a day without food. How can one go a day without eating? We have already fasted for so many days. Koz and Gongban watched from a distance as a swarm of caterpillars was taught a lesson. Nearby, the half-eaten bun that Chen Huayu had discarded while rescuing others still radiated warmth. Despite their desire to witness the celestial being's prowess, their eyes remained fixated on that half-bun, an object of long-forgotten sustenance. Must resist. I cannot yield, or I would be breaking the rules. I absolutely must not eat. We are the finest upper-tier ninjas. What does this matter? Amidst their suffering and torment, Koz and Gongbin persevered. Had it not been for the prospect of witnessing the celestial being in action, they would have long departed. "Oh, bun, warm bun." At that moment, a vendor, oblivious to the circumstances, bellowed, and Koz and Gongbin's resolve crumbled entirely. "This realm is hardly worth visiting. With such delectable fare, we are unworthy of being here, forced to leave on our bellies. What are you trying to prove? All of them are second-rate masters. How could you, being so young, possibly contend with them? With their abilities, they will certainly not let us go," the woman exclaimed anxiously, perplexed by his misplaced confidence, as if he considered himself among the eccentric denizens of Qingfeng Temple. It is well known throughout the Tang dynasty that only those under 20 who achieve the status of first-rate masters hail from Qingfeng Temple. Desiring to depart, he commanded that they all encircle him, for today he was determined to showcase the grandeur of his prowess. The earlier words of Qin Huayu had instilled great discontent within this noble youth. How dare anyone speak the truth? Regardless, he was a towering figure. Not only did the young noble feel this way, but even the second-rate experts were incensed, for Qin Huayu had derided them all as mere caterpillars. As a man, how could one endure such an insult? Ha ha ha, draw your swords. Amidst the encirclement, Qin Huayu displayed no signs of panic. He bellowed defiantly and glanced at his right hand. Even those around him turned their gazes toward that hand, as his command resonated deeply within their minds. Oh, I forgot I left my sword behind. Qin Huayu nonchalantly concealed his hand behind his back, appearing utterly unfazed by the crowd before him. Curse this brat, take him down. The noble's fury reached a boiling point. As the scion of Chang'an, he had never been so toyed with. What kind of jest is this at such a time? The woman present, observing Qin Huayu's demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. She was tempted to dissect his thoughts. She realized there was no escape now. She could not allow herself to fall into the hands of such scum. Reflecting upon her youthful days, now at the brink of destruction, she lamented the folly of her adventurous spirit. Regret washed over her for leaving home, as it led her to this dire predicament. With her eyes closed, she prepared to take her own life, bidding farewell to her father and her promising future. Heroine, what are you about to do? It seems a tad premature for self-destruction. Just as despair enveloped her, a mocking voice pierced her thoughts. She opened her eyes to find an unremarkable, dark face before her. Yet, in this moment, that visage emanated an unexpected sense of safety and astonishment. Mere seconds prior, those sycophants had approached her, but now, they lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. This meant that with a single move, and without any weapon, the dark-skinned man had dispatched those second-rate experts. How formidable! The thought slipped from her lips. Realizing his capabilities far surpassed those of the masters she had been taught about at home. Heroine, I am aware of my strength. You need not gaze at me with such admiration, or I might become bashful, Qin Huayu remarked, his eyes fixed on her, his tone teasing. In an instant, the grand image she had constructed of him shattered. You are truly shameless, she retorted, sheathing her sword and beginning to stomp on the fallen second-rate experts. She had genuinely believed her demise was imminent, and now, alongside her relief, a surge of anger coursed through her. Her first attempt at chivalry had been disrupted by these lackeys. Had they not intervened, the noble would have long been dealt with. Oh, caterpillar within this towering tree. Were you not quite audacious moments ago? What has caused your cowardice now? The valiant heroine's actions were not orchestrated by Qin Huayu. Instead, he addressed the diminutive caterpillar. Having already turned his horse around to depart. What does it matter if you possess exceptional martial skills? Just you wait. I shall not let you escape unscathed. As he galloped away, he vociferously cursed. This is the entrance to the city. Once I return to my residence, I shall certainly gather enough manpower to ensure that these individuals pay dearly. Thinking of fleeing, are we? At that moment, Chang Sun Chang's expression darkened as he casually picked up a small stone and hurled it, striking the caterpillar squarely on the leg. Ah! Accompanied by a cry of anguish, the caterpillar tumbled from his horse, momentarily disregarding the pain, as Qin Huayu advanced steadily towards him. Chapter 192. My father. Zhangde, do not approach. At this moment, the young noble was engulfed in fear, taken aback by the formidable master before him. He had never experienced injury before, and now, terror gripped him. What if I do? Despite his elevated prowess from his time at Qingfeng Temple, Qin Huayu felt stifled, and this opportunity was one he could not let slip by. Furthermore, he had descended the mountain much earlier than usual, having completed his errands and now found himself with some spare time. If you come closer, I will call for help. I will shout loudly. You must understand the fairness of the great Tang law. When the time comes, you will regret your actions. For the first time, the young noble placed his hope in the law, revealing the depth of his fear. The law of the great Tang, what was it to him? Upon finishing his statement, Qin Huayu called out to the crowd, who has a whip? Lend it to me. A whip is much easier to wield. Upon hearing this, the returning Miyamoto Koze and his companion hastily scuttled away. The last thing they wished to hear was a whip, especially one referenced by Qin Huayu. Having just met the little immortal, the shaking of the immortal's wrist had already spoken volumes, prompting them to flee early lest they become collateral damage. I have one. A valiant woman tossed her pink iron whip from her waist to Qin Huayu, her expression a blend of anger, anticipation, excitement, and a hint of shyness, an intriguing mix. It was indeed iron. She was a true heroine, bold in her ways. Qin Huayu grasped the long whip and swung it experimentally. his skilled technique instilling further dread in the young noble. "You cannot do this. Do you know who my father is? You will regret this." The young noble exclaimed in terror, yet Qin Huayu showed no signs of halting his strikes, continuing to whip around the noble. "You cannot strike me. You truly cannot. My father is Zhang De." Crack. As his words fell, Qin Huayu unhesitatingly lashed out, sparing no mercy. "Ah, my father, Zhang De, you are courting death." Crack. Without uttering a single word in response, Qin Huayu delivered only the merciless iron whip. The heroine, upon hearing the noble's plea, changed her expression, wanting to persuade Qin Huayu. "Do not intervene. I have been holding this in for far too long." However, before she could speak, Qin Huayu's retort silenced her. "Such lack of grace," she muttered softly, deciding against further comment. She wished to witness how this graceless man would conclude the matter. "My father is Zhang De. My father truly is Zhang De." The noble's desperation was palpable, yet what he received in return was only the relentless iron whip from Qin Huayu. The noble writhed in agony, questioning when the name Zhang De had lost its power. In the past, within Chang'an, the mere mention of this name commanded respect and flattery from all. Yet now it had led to a brutal beating. "Zhang De, who is he? I am quite eager to meet him and see what sort of simpleton could possibly raise someone like you." Qin Huayu couldn't care less about Zhang De or any of his relatives. He was indifferent to whatever they had claimed. "Are you truly determined to meet my father? Very well, this is of your own choosing, so you shall wait." Upon hearing that Qin Huayu wished to see his father, the young noble felt a flicker of delight within him. Once his father arrived, he would seize this contemptible fool and deliver a series of lashes that would linger for months, alleviating his pent-up resentment. With a resounding crack, there would be no response. Save for Qin Huayu's whip, it had been far too long since he had last wielded it, and he saw this as an opportune moment to hone his skills. "You lot, go fetch Zhang De for me, and do so swiftly. If you tarry, I fear this pitiful worm will perish from my hand." While Qin Huayu lashed the young noble, he addressed the few second-rate experts who had feigned unconsciousness. The wails of the noble had already roused them, yet they dared not rise. From their earlier encounter, they had discerned that Qin Huayu was a top-tier master. There were only a handful of renowned masters in the world, and they were well aware of their names. When had such a little demon emerged? "Yes, my lord, we shall go at once." With Qin Huayu's words, they could no longer pretend and hastily took to their feet, rushing in a particular direction. Even if one were a first-rate master, this was Chang'an. Crossing Zhang De would lead to certain doom. A group of cowards, and they dared to call themselves experts. Qin Huayu held these second-rate sycophants in utter disdain. Having honed his martial prowess, instead of serving his country, they chose to follow a debauched young master, engaging in oppression of the weak. Qin Huayu found this behavior most repugnant, even though he himself had once been the same before entering the Qingfeng temple. "Oh!" The cries of the noble echoed through the streets. Even the distant Xiaoza and Gongbin could hear his lamentations. Upon hearing those cries, dread engulfed their hearts. They had endured far worse from Qin Huayu's whip, yet they never screamed like that. "Sir, do you know who Zhang De is? While no one is around, we should make our escape. Otherwise, we will surely meet our end." The female hero, unable to contain herself, spoke up. After all, she had saved him. He may be arrogant and not particularly eloquent, yet his words left her momentarily speechless. However, as someone who aspired to be a heroine, how could she neglect her savior for such trivial matters? Who is Zhang De? Is he well known in the capital? Qin Huayu inquired earnestly, genuinely ignorant of Zhang De's identity. He was acquainted with all the influential figures in Chang'an, yet had never heard of a Zhang De. Qin Huayu's words incited the female hero's ire. She believed he was mocking her. Surely anyone who resided in Chang'an would know who Zhang De was. Who dares strike my son and show such disrespect to Zhang De? At that moment, a man clad in a purple official robe, sporting a goat-like beard and exuding an air of dubiousness, approached. He was none other than Zhang De, the father mentioned by the young nobleman. This was indeed Zhang De, and one could discern the considerable rank he held. Upon seeing the individual in question, Qin Huayu initially intended to voice a remark, but found himself at a loss for words. The crux of the matter was that Zhang De appeared exceedingly disreputable, and Qin Huayu fancied that no one could rival his level of unseemliness. "What now? Are you frightened? While he has yet to notice you, let us make our escape. If necessary, we can seek refuge at my home. I assure you, you shall be safe." Chapter 193. In the capital, there are those I dare not provoke. Upon witnessing Zhang De's fury, the female hero felt a tinge of panic and urged Qin Huayu to depart swiftly. What was there to fear? Was he not merely a high-ranking official? I have encountered numerous dignitaries before. Qin Huayu remained utterly unfazed. If one were to measure power within the court, he harbored no trepidation. Do you truly comprehend who he is? He is one of the vice ministers of the Ministry of War. In the entire ministry, aside from the minister himself and that Daoist disciple, the esteemed Sun Chong, all matters are dictated by him. The female hero grew increasingly anxious, perplexed at Qin Huayu's apparent lack of fear. Despite being acutely aware of the official's stature, he maintained a remarkable composure. Since Qin Huayu refused to leave, she felt compelled to stay. After all, he was her savior. Yet, her family would undoubtedly suffer due to Zhang Dai's methods. His actions would surely implicate her kin. So you're Zhang Dai? You hardly appear formidable. Qin Huayu remarked dismissively upon seeing Zhang Dai hastening toward them. Merely a third-rank official, and yet you have surrounded your son with so many second-rate masters. It was evident that numerous second-rate experts accompanied Zhang, potentially even first-rate ones. Her own father did not command such a retinue, prompting Qin Huayu to contemplate deeper implications. My son, my dear son, you have endured so much suffering. Zhang Dai's heart shattered at the sight of his son, battered and bruised. Having fathered a child late in life, he cherished the continuation of the Zhang family line. The entire household had coddled this precious son, and not a single finger had been laid upon him in his youth, sheltered under Zhang Dai's protection. Now, having suffered such a brutal beating, the boy must be utterly devastated. Father sees him. We must imprison him in our residence, making him wish for death, suffering more than living. After Zhang Dai's arrival, the young nobleman's demeanor transformed, and after uttering this vehement declaration, he collapsed into Zhang Dai's embrace, weeping bitterly. My son, fret not. Your father shall exact vengeance for you. Anyone who has harmed you will feel the depths of despair alongside their entire family. Witnessing his son's anguish ignited a fierce indignation within Zhang Dai. The bond between father and son was profoundly moving. Such a scene was rare to behold. Indeed, such paternal affection and filial piety are seldom witnessed, Qin Huayu remarked, unable to restrain herself from commenting on the touching tableau. Could you refrain from speaking? Are you not concerned about drawing attention to yourself? The female hero felt herself on the verge of collapse. Was the world of martial heroes truly so romantic? Why did her own experiences contrast so starkly? It seemed the tales of chivalry were mere fabrications. It is you who has reduced my son to this state. Qin Huayu's voice pierced the air, and Zhang Dai immediately turned his attention to her, his ire further igniting upon seeing her nonchalant demeanor. Indeed, it is I. What do you intend? I shall bear the consequences, Qin Huayu boldly acknowledged. Contemplating whom to summon for assistance, her father was not an option, and she pondered which of her uncles or relatives lived nearby. You are truly beyond redemption. In response to Qin Huayu's candor, the heroine tapped her forehead, completely engulfed in despair, for she had never encountered such an unyielding man. Very well, since you have struck my son, prepare to descend into hell. All of you. Seize him at once. Upon hearing that his son had been assaulted, Zhang Dai was stationed at the patrol camp and immediately summoned 500 elite soldiers. However, upon hearing Zhang Dai's command, not a single soldier amongst the elite stirred, their eyes filled with dread as they gazed at Qin Huayu. As the son of General Qin, they were all too familiar with him. In the past, Qin Huayu frequently indulged in revelry with various second-generation heirs, often stirring up trouble. On numerous occasions, their antics had drawn the ire of the patrol camp, which had grown weary and fearful of Qin Huayu and his companions. Nevertheless, the situation had changed when Long Sun Chong, Cheng Tiniu, and Qin Huayu each entered the Qingfeng Temple, granting the patrol camp a sense of relief. Now, encountering this little demon, how could they not tremble with trepidation? Even the heroine beside Qin Huayu discerned the unease. The soldiers of the patrol camp regarded Qin Huayu with a blend of fear and respect, casting doubt upon her understanding of his true identity. What are you waiting for? Seize him. I shall bring him to my residence and subject him to the tortures of the Tang dynasty. Seeing the patrol camp soldiers remain motionless, Zhang Dai's fury ignited. As the deputy minister of war, he possessed the authority to mobilize portions of the capital's military, yet these men dared to disregard his commands, seemingly holding him in contempt. My lord, we wish to act, but we do not dare. We cannot afford to provoke this gentleman, replied the general of the patrol camp. In the capital, one could challenge anyone, but these lords from Qifeng Temple were untouchable. Even the emperor would take measures against them, a point the general understood all too well. Furthermore, he was well aware that even without the influence of Qingfeng Temple, the mere mention of Qin Xiong would suffice to settle any matter. No one in the capital is more formidable than I? Proceed, or I shall have you all dismissed. Zhang Dai, clearly oblivious to the underlying implications, was solely focused on avenging his son. He understood that those he could not confront were either engaged in battle outside or still within Qifeng Temple. Hence he felt no fear. Ah, truly, in the capital, there is no one beyond your reach. Lord Zhang is indeed formidable. Just as Zhang De uttered these words, a voice echoed beside him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhang De's expression shifted dramatically. I pay my respects to Duke Liu. What counsel do you offer? The newcomer was Qing Yaojin, who had just concluded morning court and intended to return home to share a drink with his old comrades. Recently, Qing Yaojin's life had been quite prosperous. Unlike before, when he was perpetually embroiled in warfare, this time during the Western campaign against Tubo, he found himself remarkably at ease. There is no alternative. Who could resist the fortune of having a splendid son? Ever since Iron Bull ascended as the Northern King, Li Shimin has deliberately allowed Qing Yaojin to enjoy his twilight years, ensuring that he lives out the latter half of his life in tranquility. Thus, Qing Yaojin now finds himself in a state of remarkable leisure. As he passed through this place, initially intending to observe the spectacle, he was taken aback to discover that Zhang De was poised to confront his beloved nephew, the esteemed disciple of his son. This was something Qing Yaojin could not tolerate. It cannot be deemed guidance, for there is no one in the capital whom you cannot provoke. I have merely come to pay a visit to the good son of my second brother, my cherished nephew. Upon hearing these words, Zhang De was filled with dread. For the second brother referred to by Qing Yaojin was none other than Qin Xiong, and the realization that his son, Qin Huayu, was present here stirred a sense of unease within him. May I inquire, Duke of Liu, where might young Master Qin be at this moment? I wish to pay my respects. Chapter 194. The Revelation. I am Qin Huayu of Qingfeng Temple. I shall no longer feign. I am indeed Qin Huayu, the disciple of Qingfeng Temple. What? Upon hearing that the culprit behind the assault on his son was none other than Qin Huayu, Zhang De stumbled, nearly losing his balance. The soldiers of the patrol camp recognized Qin Huayu, realizing that this young man possessed remarkable strength. Otherwise, the patrol would not have exhibited such deference. However, what he did not anticipate was that his strength was not merely considerable, but extraordinarily formidable. Setting aside all of Qin Huayu's identities, one fact remained. He was a disciple of Daoist Li from Qingfeng Temple. This alone granted Qin Huayu the power to navigate the realms of the Tang dynasty with ease. Alas, this was the first thought that crossed Zhang De's mind. Even if he were a son of a noble lord, lacking the affiliation with Qingfeng Temple would make him a match for Zhang. Yet, one could not challenge the disciples of Qingfeng Temple. Their low profile did not equate to a lack of power. All who dared oppose them had met their demise. Even the female warrior beside him was taken aback, realizing that the gaunt figure before her was indeed Qin Huayu, disciple of Daoist Li from Qingfeng Temple. No wonder he exhibited not a shred of fear. She lamented to herself, pondering why she had worried for so long. Her admiration for Qin Huayu grew, for every disciple of Qingfeng Temple was a paragon of virtue. And though Qin Huayu lacked any notable achievements, he had already garnered much respect. Oh dear, trouble brews. Time is running short. If my master wakes and finds that I have not prepared his breakfast, I shall surely be reprimanded. Gazing at the sunrise in the east, Qin Huayu patted his head and hastily hefted his supplies onto his shoulder. Uncle Qing, I leave the ensuing matters to you. Zhang De is no simple foe. He is surrounded by many second-rate experts, and his own prowess is undeniable. Before departing, Qin Huayu took a moment to glance at the female warrior, saying, Take care. Dear warrior, may our paths cross again in the martial world. Thinking of his master's care, Qin Huayu dared not delay for a moment longer, sprinting towards Qingfeng Temple. Although he had enjoyed the confrontation earlier, he feared that if his master did not receive his breakfast on time today, the repercussions would be dire. This boy dares to command me. Qing Yaojin grumbled. Well aware of Qifeng Temple's regulations, it appeared that this lad was in for a rough time. Zhang De, accompany me. Such significant matters must surely have reached the ears of the shadow guards. After expressing his sentiments, Qing Yaojin turned to Zhang De, harboring no doubt regarding Qin Huayu's capabilities. It was not merely a minister of war, even his own brother, a general, did not command such a formidable retinue of protectors. The complexities entangled in the situation were likely to be quite intricate. I shall obey. With Qing Yaojin present, accompanied by 500 elite soldiers from the patrol camp, Zhang De dared not resist and could only comply, following Qing Yaojin into the palace. Ironically, he had intended to bring 500 elite soldiers to avenge his son. Yet now they found themselves escorted into the imperial palace. If there were but a single Qing Yaojin, accompanied by skilled allies, he could easily sustain injuries and find refuge beyond the borders of the Tang dynasty in the vast world. The Liu family girl has grown up splendidly, indeed exuding the essence of a heroine. Upon approaching the heroine, Chen Yaojin uttered a phrase that left her somewhat astonished. Despite her elaborate disguise, she was still recognized. Miss. I apologize for my tardiness. I hope you can forgive me. Shortly after Chen Yaojin departed, a swarm of guards rushed to the heroine's side, their faces etched with fear. Fully aware that should any misfortune befall the young lady, their heads would certainly roll. It's all right, let us return. I am thoroughly satisfied with this journey of sword-wielding adventures, the heroine remarked, clapping her hands, seemingly unperturbed. For a heroine, the essence of grace and poise is paramount. After Chen Yaojin escorted Zhang De into the imperial palace, Emperor Li Shimin was engulfed in fury. The investigation revealed the extent of Zhang De's heinous deeds. Over the years, Zhang De had exploited his official position to liberate numerous death row inmates through deceitful means, subsequently nurturing them in secrecy. These inmates, all formidable fighters prior to their imprisonment, became fiercely loyal to him after receiving a second chance at life, engaging in numerous nefarious activities beneath the emperor's nose. Zhang De delved into all underground enterprises within Chang'an, and to ensure safety, many court officials were complicit, even resulting in loss of life. When Chang Sun Chong ascended to the position of martial arts leader, he refrained from meddling in the affairs of the martial world in Chang'an as a sign of respect for Li Shimin. This provided Zhang De with an opportunity to establish himself as the king of the underground realm in Chang'an, which explained his audacity. With such a network, many matters were silenced before they ever reached Li Shimin's ears. Those officials who were privy to the truth either colluded with him or were ensnared by his grip on countless dark secrets, which he used to intimidate them. Damn Zhang De, how dare he commit such atrocities beneath the emperor's gaze? Execute him immediately by slow slicing. Since ascending the throne, Li Shimin had never been so enraged. Under the guidance of Daoist Li, he had always believed that such a punishment was against the heavens and had refrained from employing it. However, Zhang De unveiled the darkest facets of Chang'an, where countless innocent citizens and blooming maidens suffered at his hands. Meanwhile, those who had committed heinous crimes roamed freely, indulging in luxuries, filling Li Shimin with profound guilt towards the populace of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, I believe this matter is more complex than it appears. Li Chenfeng remarked, observing the furious Li Shimin. Is there more to this? Li Shimin replied sternly, his spirits dampened by the unfolding events. I have recently searched for those death row inmates who were liberated by Zhang De's machinations. I managed to capture only a few inconsequential ones, while the truly malevolent remain elusive, as if they have vanished from existence. Li Chefeng analyzed calmly, sensing something extraordinary about this situation. As the deputy minister of war, Zhang De could not possibly operate with such meticulous secrecy in the city of Chang'an. Your implication suggests that there are others behind this. Individuals of considerable skill who serve a significant purpose. Li Shimin swiftly grasped the crux of the matter with his astute intellect. It was only natural for him to arrive at this conclusion. Indeed, it is likely that the person behind this is of no ordinary standing, perhaps even of royal lineage. For it would be implausible to maintain such precision in Chang'an without such backing. Furthermore, Zhang De's willingness to accept all blame indicates that this individual possesses formidable strength. Had Zhang De refused to cooperate, it could have led to the annihilation of his entire clan. Chapter 195. Affairs of the Jianghu. After a thorough analysis by Li Chunfeng, Li Shimin managed to regain his composure. Since Zhang De had already resigned himself to death, there was no way to extract any useful information from him, regardless of Li Shimin's efforts. Given that these individuals were all once part of the Jianghu, it was prudent to employ the methods characteristic of this realm. In the world of Jianghu, whether one hides or reveals themselves, traces are invariably left behind. Li Chunfeng spoke calmly, noting that the court was rife with intrigue and unpredictability, in stark contrast to the Jianghu, which remained steadfast in its age-old patterns. Before his western expedition, whom would Chong-er entrust the Jianghu to? As the leader of the martial arts community, Chang Sun-chong wielded immense influence over the Jianghu. When Li Chunfeng mentioned strategies, Li Shimin immediately contemplated this matter. Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant. When Master Chang Sun embarked on his western campaign, he entrusted the Jianghu to me, Li Chunfeng remarked, stroking his freshly grown beard. The Jianghu of the Tang dynasty was no longer what it once was. To assume the mantle of the martial arts leader, one must possess not only formidable martial prowess, but also unparalleled wisdom. Few could meet such criteria, yet Li Chunfeng was one of them. Then this matter shall be entrusted to the national master. As of now, Huayu has yet to set forth. It would be unwise to reward him prematurely. Once he embarks on his journey, I shall bestow upon him ample rewards. Reflecting on the world described by Daoist Li, Li Shimin felt an urgent anticipation. With Du Zichu having already begun his journey, he believed that Qin Huayu, who had entered Qifeng Temple alongside him, would soon follow suit. even before his official departure. Merely descending the mountain for procurement had revealed numerous issues, and Li Shimin was exceedingly eager to witness how Qin Huayu would fare upon his expedition. He had even devised plans for Qin Huayu's arrangements. Once the latter departed, Li Shimin would be able to pursue his own ambitions. As Li Chunfeng had surmised, those nefarious individuals had concealed themselves in every corner of the capital, with many court officials harboring them. In the past, for the sake of stability within the Tang, Li Shimin would often turn a blind eye to the misdeeds of numerous officials. However, with the advent of his New World officials, he took the conduct of the court very seriously and would not tolerate any hindrances. Any individual discovered by Li Chunfeng faced no leniency from Li Shimin. All were subjected to punishment, and a wave of trepidation swept through Chang'an, as everyone felt the weight of scrutiny. Those officials harboring condemned prisoners were expelled, and under the joint search of both the official and Jianghu realms, they could find no refuge. All of them were brought to justice. Li Chunfeng even uncovered remnants of the previous dynasty, which piqued his concern, prompting him to visit the palace at night to meet with Li Shimin. To his astonishment, it turned out to be him. The list Li Chunfeng presented to Li Shimin included not only the condemned prisoners, but also the masterminds behind it all, leaving no one unaccounted for. In just 5 days, he uprooted this faction entirely. From top to bottom, none escaped, and even the minor players were dealt with using Jianghu methods. Indeed, I had not anticipated this. Were it an ordinary person, I would have taken matters into my own hands without troubling your majesty. However, this individual is of paramount importance to you, so I have specifically come to seek your counsel. Even Li Chunfeng harbors a tinge of regret. He initially believed the mastermind to be merely a peripheral royal relative, never imagining it would be someone of such significance to Li Shimin. This person is none other than Li Shimin's cousin, the king of Jiangxia, Li Daozong, who has rescued Li Shimin from peril on multiple occasions. Alas, the king of Jiangxia, Li Daozong, disregarding righteousness and oppressing the common folk, deserves the death penalty according to the laws of the Tang dynasty. Yet, considering his selfless acts of bravery that have saved my life in dire moments, I have opted for a sentence of exile, banished 3,000 miles away, without the possibility of return. Ultimately, after much internal conflict, Li Shimin could not bear to take his life, choosing instead to exile him. Would your majesty care to meet him? Observing Li Shimin's demeanor, Li Chunfeng inquired. For after such exile, it may be the last time they see each other in this lifetime. Although I yearn to ask why, at this moment, I sense he does not wish to see me, nor do I wish to see him. Li Shimin felt an overwhelming weariness, as his cousin, who had always supported him, had chosen this moment to act thus. As your humble servant commands. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Li Chunfeng wisely retreated, for Li Daozong was not merely Li Shimin's cousin, but one of his most cherished kin. From a young age, Li Daozong had followed him, and now his treachery struck a profound blow to Li Shimin. Master of the state, have I not done enough? So many have betrayed me, Li Shimin questioned as Li Chunfeng approached the grand hall's entrance. Your majesty, it is not that you have fallen short, rather, your excellence is unparalleled. Since time immemorial, your position has been coveted by many, including the king of Jiangxia, especially now. As the Tang dynasty flourishes, whoever ascends to the throne during such a prosperous era shall undoubtedly be remembered as a great emperor, Li Chunfeng asserted with unwavering conviction, acknowledging the limits of his role as a subject. Indeed, I am the sovereign, and a ruler must confront far more than others. A general's triumph often comes at the cost of many lives, let alone that of an entire nation. The more critical the moment, the less I can afford to waver. Li Shimin reflected, emboldened by Li Chunfeng's words. He desired dominion over the world, understanding that such a journey would inevitably require sacrifices. At the Jiangxia royal residence, upon hearing the imperial decree, Li Daozong's eyes revealed a sense of relief. Master of the state, I know the emperor will not meet me, and I have no face to confront him. This letter is one I have penned today. I hope you will deliver it to his majesty. After Zhang Dai faced punishment, Li Daozong realized his impending exposure. In the current Tang dynasty, with talents emerging in abundance, any misstep on his part would be impossible to conceal. Therefore, upon learning that Li Chunfeng had taken control of all the death row inmates, Li Daozong understood that his time was at an end. Rest assured, King of Jiangxia, I shall ensure this letter reaches his majesty, Li Chunfeng assured him. For this prince, Li Chunfeng felt a tinge of regret. Had he been able to assist his majesty properly, it would surely have become a remarkable tale. Alas, he ultimately chose this path. A poignant reminder of the heartlessness of the imperial family, a phrase that vividly encapsulates the present circumstances. Thank you, National Master. After Li Daozong finished speaking, he performed the traditional 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations toward the imperial palace. Your majesty, I shall take my leave. Today's events are neither of our desires. Yet such is the nature of the world. Here, I wish for your majesty an everlasting reign and the ability to lead the Tang dynasty towards glory. After uttering these words, Li Daozong voluntarily donned the shackles and departed the capital under the cover of night alongside the officials. For the vastness of Chang'an offered no refuge for him any longer. Chapter 196. A stutterer's plea. Upon departing, Li Daozong promptly entrusted a letter to Li Chefeng, who delivered it to Emperor Li Shimin. Upon reading its contents, the emperor found himself at a loss for words. The missive bore only 2 characters, royal. Yet these 2 characters unveiled the tumultuous journey of Li Daozong's mind. Originally devoid of any treasonous intent, his perspective shifted following the Xuanwu Gate incident, instilling a fear that he might meet a fate akin to that of Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji. Thus, he began to prepare, nurturing Zhang Dai as his confidant and orchestrating a scheme to exchange death row inmates across the nation to cultivate his own power. His intention was to ensure that should Li Shimin ever turn against him, he would have allies at his disposal. However, Li Daozong never anticipated the rapid ascendance of the Tang dynasty. In just 2 years, under Li Shimin's governance, the Tang had ushered in an era of prosperity. If this trajectory continued, the dynasty would emerge as the most formidable nation in history. When Zhang Dai's betrayal came to light, Li Daozong realized his impending doom. Consequently, he resorted to leveraging previously gathered evidence against officials to coerce certain courtiers into safeguarding the death row inmates. To his dismay, Li Shimin's resolve was unyielding, affording no opportunity for leniency and placing the entirety of the responsibility on Li Chunfeng. Under the dual assault of court and underworld, all of Li Daozong's plans crumbled in mere 5 days, reduced to ashes. The Li Daozong incident reverberated throughout the court, and the following day, as Li Shimin presided over the Golden Luan Hall, more than half of the officials were conspicuously absent. Prominent figures such as Zhangsun Wuji, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zhong, Chu Suiliang, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Yu Qigong awaited the emperor's decree. Observing the assembly, Li Shimin's expression was gravely somber. "Ministers, heed my command." The officials below responded with utmost caution. Such a profound upheaval had not transpired in any previous dynasty, a testament to the emperor's formidable authority. The Tang dynasty belongs to all its people. Any infringement upon the interests of the populace, regardless of the perpetrator, shall not be tolerated. You have 1 day to fill all vacant positions and restore the court to its rightful function. From this moment forth, anyone, regardless of status, who commits heinous acts against the Tang and its citizens, no matter how many may be implicated, shall face severe repercussions. With Li Daozong's downfall, numerous vacancies among civil and military officials emerged. If these positions were not promptly filled, the realm risked descending into chaos. "We obey your command." The remaining officials, fully compliant with Li Shimin's orders, were taken aback by the gravity of the situation that unfolded in just 5 days. Under Li Shimin's iron-fisted approach, the matter swiftly resolved, and all vacant positions were filled within a day. It could be said that the Tang dynasty was currently abundant in talent, a fact that left Li Shimin reflective. Had it not been for Li Daozong's foresight and the various policies that enriched the dynasty with skilled individuals, he might not have dared to act with such decisiveness. In the northern part of Chang'an, the newly appointed Vice Minister of War, Lu Yuanzong, returned to his residence, laughing heartily. For he had never imagined he would attain such a prestigious position. "Father, what brings you such joy?" Observing her father in high spirits, Lu Wanner inquired. She was the heroine who had been rescued by Qin Huaiyu just days prior and was now the daughter of the Minister of War. "It is all thanks to my daughter. Had you not encountered that prodigal son of the Zhang family on that fateful day, how could the king of Jiangxia have possibly fallen, and consequently, how could I have ascended to this esteemed position?" With the recent reappointment of officials by the court, he had been granted a chance to shine after years of obscurity. Lu Yuanzong had once been a high-ranking official in the previous dynasty, but after the founding of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Li Yuan assigned him a trivial 4th-rank position. Lu Yuanzong had hoped that with the ascension of Li Shimin, he might regain prominence, yet he remained stagnant, which left him somewhat disheartened. Possessing great talent, he felt that if he could not contribute to the world, death would be a futile end. However, today, His Majesty finally remembered him, and now his capabilities could be put to use. The position of Minister of War was immensely significant, allowing him to serve the people of the Tang dynasty effectively. "Father, since you attribute your promotion to me, you ought not to confine me. Allow me to venture out for a while. I promise to return home before curfew." Seeing her father in such good spirits, Lu Wanner seized the opportunity to speak. After learning about her near suicide, Lu Yuanzong had kept her confined, forbidding her from going outside. This had left Lu Wanner in a state of distress, as the image of that sinister, dark face haunted her thoughts over the past 5 days. You may go, but you must be accompanied by guards. You cannot act alone, or else you will not be allowed out in the future. Lu Yuanzong was well aware of his daughter's temperament. Keeping her cooped up at home would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Thank you, father. With her father's consent, Lu Wanner donned the attire she had worn on their first meeting and departed the estate, heading towards Qingfeng Temple. What does it mean to meet again in the rivers and lakes? As long as I wish to see you, it will be quite easy. The thought of that phrase filled Lu Wanner with anticipation. She wondered how he would react upon seeing her. They had endured numerous trials, shed many tears, faced hunger, and suffered countless beatings. Finally, at the appointed time and place, Xiao Zhe and Gong Bin arrived at the entrance of Qingfeng Temple, a test that had almost cost them their lives. Fortunately, they had returned alive, though only 3 of the ninjas remained, each one reduced to mere skin and bones. Ah, I thought you would not come. I did not expect you to be so punctual. Seeing the two, Qin Huaiyu's mood lifted considerably. The previous incident involving that wretched Zhang De had caused him to miss breakfast, and his master had not spared him in the days since. Now that Xiao Zhe and Gong Bin were present, Qin Huaiyu felt a surge of excitement, seizing the opportunity to vent the frustrations that had accumulated over the past few days. Little immortal, what is the next trial? Please proceed swiftly. Xiao Zhe and Gong Bin were keen to avoid unnecessary words. They simply wished to complete all the trials as quickly as possible and become disciples of the immortal. Await my inquiry with the master. Qin Huaiyu, uncertain of the trials his master would impose upon them next, deemed it prudent to seek counsel first. For whatever challenges his master devised were invariably disconcerting. Stay your steps, O little immortal. Just as Qin Huaiyu was about to enter, Gong Bin, feeble and drained, called out to him. What is it? Speak swiftly. Qin Huaiyu offered them no kindness in his demeanor. We beseech you, O little immortal, grant us a morsel to eat, for we are utterly famished. Chapter 197. The so-called path of Azura in pursuit of sustenance. Both Ozawa and Miyamoto had relinquished all semblance of dignity. They had devolved into mere shadows of their former selves. The quest for food was deceptively simple. One merely had to wait. Upon concluding his statement, Qin Huaiyu gathered all the remnants of the morning's meal and cast them onto the ground at the entrance of Qifeng Temple, akin to feeding a dog. After days of hunger, Ozawa and Miyamoto, regardless of what was offered, could not help but salivate at the sight of such an abundance of food. Gazing longingly at Qin Huaiyu, go ahead, the time has come. Indulging now does not constitute a violation, he encouraged. At these words, tears welled in their eyes as they eagerly began to grasp at the food. It had been many days since they had the fortune to feast in such a manner. Master, those 2 Easterners have passed the 3rd trial. They have been beggars for over a month and have now returned to the mountain, waiting outside. Upon seeing Li Chen, Qin Huaiyu felt an inexplicable dread. The torment his master had subjected him to in recent days had been considerable, with daily practices steeped in agony. Fetch 2 jars of honey from the kitchen, bind them to the trees, and cover their bodies fully with it. Li Chun had already conceived a method for punishing the Easterners, reminiscent of how Hu Weiyong met his end in the forthcoming Ming dynasty. He was eager to observe whether these 2 would endure. Very well. Seeing that his master had no intention of subjecting him to military training today, Qin Huaiyu felt a surge of joy. At the entrance of Qingfeng Temple, after indulging in their feast, Ozawa and Miyamoto found the world to be significantly more delightful. Pondering how the immortal would aid their digestion, when Qin Huaiyu emerged, bearing 2 jars of honey. Little immortal, we are uncertain of what the 4th trial entails. Despite knowing that the subsequent trials would only grow more arduous, Ozawa and Miyamoto could only face the challenges head-on. They had long since abandoned any notion of difficulty. The 4th trial is simple. Follow me. With a mischievous smile, Qin Huaiyu led them into a wooded area, instructing them to strip off their garments and cover themselves in honey. Bound to the trees, both Ozawa and Miyamoto wore expressions of confusion, unaware of the true nature of the 4th trial. As they prepared to inquire, Qin Huaiyu produced an iron whip, an instrument he had not wielded in quite some time. Its nostalgic weight felt reassuring, especially now, with the 2 bound and smeared in their favorite substance. The sentiment was rather enjoyable. Upon seeing the iron whip, Ozawa and Miyamoto let out a sigh of relief, having anticipated something far worse. They had grown accustomed to the pain of being whipped while bound to a tree. Although this task had not originally been part of the agenda, Qin Huaiyu decided that, under these circumstances, it would be prudent to draw a few small cuts upon their flesh. Satisfied with their postures, Qin Huaiyu felt a sense of gratification. This was precisely the demeanor he wished to witness. Indeed, they had already acclimated to the sensation of pain, the scars from previous lashings having healed over time. Despite the mental torment they had endured, Their bodies had shown remarkable resilience over these past 2 months. Especially just now, having finally satiated their hunger, they felt a surge of energy coursing through their bodies. Initially, when the whipping commenced, they experienced no sensation whatsoever. It was only later, due to the nerve responses, that they began to scream in anguish. Yet, this was inconsequential. They had long since grown accustomed to such pain. Strike again, continue the onslaught. Unleash your blows. What harm could a month of this bring? They had become entirely desensitized to it. At that moment, both Xiaoza and Ganbin harbored such thoughts. They preferred this corporeal torment far more than any mental anguish. Do you two think the fourth challenge is merely this? Observing their enjoyment, Qin Huayu mischievously remarked, soon, they will realize that this world holds no worth. No, how could that be? Little immortal, keep going, don't stop, please don't stop, ah. Xiaoza exclaimed with unabashed delight, believing that the trials of the immortal's 9th examination were rather trivial. Once they pledged themselves to the immortal and learned the superior techniques of immortality, wouldn't the entirety of Yingzhou fall under their dominion? I shall cease. I am weary. Qin Huayu discarded the iron whip and began to observe the scene. Beneath the feet of the two, countless ants had already begun to swarm. After enduring the entire winter in dormancy, these ants were eager to emerge, and with 2 honey-coated individuals bound before them, how could they possibly be ignored? Little immortal, why have you stopped? Is there yet another trick in this challenge? Upon witnessing Qin Huayu's expression, Xiaoza Aikir felt a foreboding sensation. Indeed, there was another trick, and they would soon feel its effects. As Qin Huayu spoke, the ants began to ascend their bodies. Initially, Li Chen had merely instructed Qin Huayu to coat them in honey, allowing the ants to gnaw at them incessantly. However, Qin Huayu, surpassing expectations, made a small incision on their bodies, enabling the ants to feast upon their wounds. It was at this moment that they truly grasped the treachery of the human world. They had underestimated the severity of their situation. Upon seeing the multitude of ants crawling upon them, Xiaoza's countenance shifted dramatically. We're done for. This is truly perilous. Little immortal, this could lead to death. Having endured the trials of the ice and fire 9 heavens, withstood the lashings of the cold wind, and braved the ring of fire, they had managed to persevere. Yet, upon encountering these ants, they finally succumbed to fear. What are we? Qin Huayu replied without a hint of sympathy. You are immortals, exalted and magnificent immortals. Xiaoza showered praises. Astonished that the 4th challenge was thus, it implied that the subsequent 5 trials would be even more arduous. Would you two desire to become disciples of the immortals? Yes, of course. We have long dreamed of it. They had endured so much suffering, all in hopes of entering the realm of the immortals, a desire that had never wavered. Since you aspire to become disciples of the immortal, you must be prepared to endure trials. Much like in your eastern land, where one must undergo numerous challenges to become a ninja, so too must you face rigorous tests. Unlike ninjas, who exist on a different plane, we occupy a far superior echelon in terms of levels and realms. Therefore, if you wish to attain our stature, you must embrace a rigorous, hellish training akin to that of a Shura. The term immortal is synonymous with Shura. To truly become an immortal, one must first traverse the arduous Shura path through the purgatory of the mortal realm. This is merely the beginning of your journey to immortality. So, young men, muster your strength. If you can successfully navigate this Shura path, your future will be illuminated with promise. Observing the slight regret in the expressions of the two, Qin Huayu initiated his persuasive tactics, for these two were his sole source of amusement at Qingfeng Temple, and he could not possibly allow them to depart. Chapter 198. The self-sacrificing heroine. Thus, it was revealed, gratitude to the celestial being for her guidance. Indeed, both of them had succumbed to delusion. Qin Huayu's words instilled an epiphany within them. After all, they aspired to become disciples of the immortals. Without traversing the trials of the mortal realm, how could one hope to ascend to the pinnacle? The path of the Azura had long been revered in their homeland. Contemplating this, their gazes regained their steadfastness. It was surprisingly easy to deceive them. They had presumed these Easterners to be exceptionally astute, yet it took but a few words to sway them. Observing their credulity, Qin Huayu could not suppress a smirk. Do not venture there. Please, dear brothers, do not delve into that abyss. Before long, the forest reverberated with their anguished cries. Amidst their torment, Miyamoto suddenly bellowed, his entire form, including his visage, swarmed by ants. He thought to himself that under the broad daylight, the ethos of Qingfeng Temple should not be sullied by their actions, prompting Qin Huayu to leave them a single garment. Presently, with no refuge available, the ants began to stack upon one another, launching their assault between his legs. Miyamoto, cease your wailing. Conduct yourself like a man. What is there to fear? This is but a minor obstacle. We are men destined for the Azura path. This is hardly a challenge for us. Ozawa sternly admonished Miyamoto, reaffirming their resolve to become immortal beings. They would embrace every trial of the mortal realm without trepidation. Brother Ozawa, I comprehend. This is merely a trial. I shall not be afraid. As Miyamoto spoke, tears streamed down his face, praying that the ants from the Tang dynasty would show mercy and spare him from impotence. For he was the sole male of the Miyamoto lineage. Such self-reassurance was commendable. Seeing them sufficiently tormented, Qin Huayu felt a sense of satisfaction and grasped his iron whip to depart. Just as he was about to exit the thicket, the sounds of a struggle echoed in the distance, stirring curiosity within him. This was the territory of Qingfeng Temple, where out of respect for his master, no one would dare engage in conflict. Contemplating this, Qin Huayu approached, discovering a modest clearing where a group of cloaked figures besieged a lone woman. Although the guards accompanying her were formidable, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers, and the black-clad assailants were all skilled fighters. It would not be long before the woman found herself in grave peril. Truly a heroine, conflict seemed to follow her wherever she went. Should I extend my assistance? Upon glimpsing her countenance, Qin Huayu realized how small the world was. She was none other than the heroine he had rescued on the street previously. Miss Liu, I advise you to cease your struggles. Comply with us, and if your father is willing to provide the geological map, we shall spare you. Having dispatched all her guards, the leader of the black-clad assailants addressed Lu Wanner. Impossible. Even in death, I shall not allow you to succeed. My father is a paragon of the Tang dynasty. How could I commit an act that would dishonor him? Lu Wanner lamented with a touch of despair, questioning why she always encountered threats whenever she ventured outside, particularly those she could not contend with. Had all her martial training been in vain? In light of this, the leader of the black-clad men showed no mercy and lunged at her with his sword. Even in death, I shall not allow you to prevail. In that moment, Lu Wanner resolved that she would rather perish than permit anyone to threaten her father. With those words, she seized a long sword and poised it against her neck, preparing to take her own life, the visage of a contemptible face surfacing in her mind. I wonder why modern heroines have taken to self-destruction. Can't they adopt a more inventive approach? Ultimately, Qin Huayu could no longer restrain himself and stepped forth. After all, his inherent kindness compelled him to act, and he could not stand idly by while these outsiders wreaked havoc at the gates of Qingfeng Temple. Indeed, these individuals were from a foreign tribe. Qin Huayu discerned from their accents that their clumsy Mandarin revealed them to be from a certain island nation. You, what are you doing here? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Lu Wanner cast aside her sword, her face alight with excitement. I am here to witness the heroine's act of self-sacrifice, Qin Huayu retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. If it weren't for me, you would have met your demise twice over by now. What business is it of yours? Lu Wanner shot back, her temper flaring. If it weren't for trying to find you, would I be in danger? Qin Huayu was taken aback by her sudden outburst. Having saved her, he felt unjustly treated. Who are you to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? I advise you to leave swiftly, lest you meet a grim fate. The leader of the black-clad men warned, aware that the significance of the matter compelled them to act here. This was Qingfeng Temple. After all, where the celestial beings of the Tang dynasty resided. Should they attract the attention of such beings, none would escape unscathed. Thus, in a bid to avoid complications, he intended to capture Lu Wanner and depart. Grim fate. That phrase is rather well crafted. My surname is Zhu, and my given name is Zong. Zhu Zong. The black-clad man, caught off guard, uttered the name, prompting Lu Wanner to stifle a laugh as she realized he had fallen into her trap. You shall pay dearly for your insolence. The black-clad man seethed, charging at Qin Huayu. To Qin Huayu, the man's movements appeared to be in slow motion. He had just counted the ants moments ago. Too slow. Haven't you eaten? Qin Huayu sidestepped the attack, taunting him further. Very well, since you are so oblivious to your own peril, do not blame me for being ungracious. Enraged, the black-clad man, a warrior who had never before faced such humiliation, declared, ungracious? With you? Bring it on. You lot can come at me all at once. One by one is merely a waste of time. A bunch of worthless scoundrels. Qin Huayu could be described as exceedingly arrogant, utterly dismissing those around him. Through the recent observations, he had garnered some understanding of their capabilities. How dare you look down upon me? Are you brave enough to engage in a life-and-death duel? Qin Huayu's words sent the leader of the black-clad figures into a complete frenzy, for a warrior may be slain but cannot be insulted. Leader, think twice. We are in Qingfeng Temple. It would be wise not to provoke trouble. Let us bind him and depart swiftly, advised one of the black-clad individuals, sensing an ominous foreboding about taking captives in this land. You need not counsel me. I am determined to reclaim my honor and make these accursed Tang people pay dearly. The leader of the black-clad figures declared, disregarding all caution, consumed by a singular desire to annihilate Qin Huayu. Chapter 199. Let us begin with 1,000. Since a duel has been declared, it shall be a matter of life and death. Draw your sword. Qin Huayu would not indulge him. Those who dare to offend the great Tang shall face retribution, especially on the sacred grounds of Qingfeng Temple. To draw a weapon against an unarmed opponent is a disgrace I refuse to tolerate. The cloaked figure exhibited no sign of fear, wholly unconcerned about the impending battle. To him, Qin Huayu appeared nothing more than a youthful boy clad in black, utterly incapable of being his adversary. As for the earlier evasion of his strike, the black-clad warrior deemed it mere happenstance. Now, he intended to teach this presumptuous youth a lesson, compelling him to pay for his arrogance with his life. Killing you would merely sully my weapon. Strike if you dare. Qin Huayu casually placed one hand behind his back, regarding the man with utter disdain. Arrogant and ignorant. You shall pay the price. The black-clad man seethed with rage, raising his sword to cleave at Qin Huayu. The series of strikes, in Qin Huayu's eyes, were painfully slow. He artfully dodged the attack and swiftly disarmed his opponent, the long sword clattering to the ground. Before the cloaked man could react, he found himself seized by the throat and lifted off the ground. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? The leader of the black-clad men uttered in disbelief, finally grasping the terrifying prowess of Qin Huayu. In his grasp, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Remember this, it is not mere words. Those who offend the great Tang shall face retribution, no matter how far they may be. In a swift motion, Qin Huayu snapped the man's neck, sending him to his demise. Gone was the earlier casual demeanor. He now exuded an air of chilling indifference. So powerful, we must flee. Witnessing their leader's effortless demise struck terror into the hearts of the remaining men, who had not anticipated the formidable strength of this dark figure. Now, to think of escaping. It is too late. I have stated before, those who offend the great Tang shall face retribution, no matter the distance. With that declaration, Qin Huayu brandished an iron whip, striking with precision akin to that of his dual maces. In but a moment, all the black-clad men lay defeated. At that moment, the guards who had descended the mountain to summon aid arrived, accompanied by patrolling troops. Upon seeing the ground strewn with corpses, the patrolmen were filled with astonishment. This group was the same one led by Zhang on the previous occasion, and the strength of Qin Huayu had indeed exceeded their expectations. Those who enter the patrol unit typically possess certain capabilities. They were aware of Qin Huayu's previous prowess, and now he had evolved to such an extent. Truly, Daoist Li of Qingfeng Temple was deserving of his reputation. Take their bodies back to Chang'an. Since they sought to threaten Lord Lu, let Lord Lu deal with them. Upon seeing the patrolling troops, Qin Huayu spoke with an icy demeanor. His aura transformed dramatically, leaving Lu Wanner in awe. Now, Qin Huayu stood as a figure of authority. Everything within his control, a mere glance from him instilled profound fear. I shall obey your command. All of Master Li's disciples are stationed in the Ministry of War. With the exception of Tai Niu, Chang Sun Chong, and Du Zichu, the rest hold the rank of 4th grade. Thus, the troops of the patrol camp may be considered their subordinates, and with the authority they possess, they can readily mobilize the patrol camp at any time. By the way, when descending the mountain, kindly bring this female hero along. Should any nefarious bandits or robbers appear again, she would have no one to rescue her. Originally, Lu Wanner had begun to shift her opinion of Qin Huayu, but upon hearing this, she sprang up in indignation. Who asked for your help? I did not request your assistance. I came to Qingfeng Temple to pay my respects to Master Li, and your involvement is irrelevant. Lu Wanner was not one to depart easily. Having finally gained her freedom from her father, she would not return so readily. To meet my master? What is your intention? Every individual in Qingfeng Temple possesses exceptional talent. There are no fools among us. With your lack of wit, my master would never accept you. Qin Huayu was undoubtedly a typical straightforward man, utterly oblivious to the sentiments of women, and his words abruptly ended their conversation. Observing the commotion between the two, the members of the patrol camp discreetly took away the cloaked figures, recognizing the situation and sensing that there was something amiss. They had no intention of acting as unwelcome bystanders. On the journey back to Qingfeng Temple, Lu Wanner turned her head away, deliberately avoiding conversation with Qin Huayu. How could such a dull-witted man exist in this world, devoid of any charm? As for Qin Huayu, he was a paragon of forthrightness. If she chose not to speak to him, he would not engage either, merely toying with the whip in his hand. Hey, what is that wretched screaming about? It sounds rather unsettling. Ultimately, Lu Wanner could not maintain her silence. She constantly reminded herself that she was a legendary heroine, and as such, She ought to be magnanimous and not stoop to the level of this insufferable oaf. They were merely Easterners. How could they possibly expect my master to accept 2 foreigners as disciples? To deter them, he had established 9 trials to torment them, and they had already faced 4. Just a moment ago, I was acting on my master's orders to subject them to the 4th trial, intending to teach them a lesson before returning to prepare lunch. At this juncture, Qin Huaiyu suddenly froze. He had a nagging feeling that he had forgotten something important, and it finally dawned on him. Oh no, this is disastrous. Lunchtime has long passed, all because of you. I am doomed to face my master's military training once more. Qin Huaiyu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Lamenting his unfortunate fate, every encounter with a heroine seemed to impede his meal preparations. With this thought, he quickened his pace, hastening toward Qifeng Temple, hoping he would not be too late. Upon returning, he found his master, 2 mistresses, along with Li Qingqian and Wei Qibaolin, already seated at the table enjoying their meal. As soon as they spotted Qin Huaiyu's arrival, Wei Qibaolin and Li Qingqian exchanged glances filled with schadenfreude. Huaiyu, how long have you been at Qifeng Temple? You should be aware of the rules. Li Qin's countenance was exceedingly grim. Recently, he had been laboring tirelessly, struggling to keep up with the multitude of tasks at hand. Today, he found himself inexplicably famished for over an hour, which left the normally imperious Daoist Li of Qifeng Temple profoundly displeased. Master, I acknowledge my mistake, Qin Huaiyu thought, engulfed in trepidation. The foremost rule of Qifeng Temple was punctuality. Whatever arrangements the master made must be adhered to without fail, neither delayed nor hastened. Historically, no one had dared to defy this principle. Yet, Qin Huaiyu had already breached it twice this month, fostering an ominous premonition within him. Acknowledging his transgression, he resolved to forego lunch and commenced with his push-ups, determined to complete 1,000 as a form of penance. Chapter 200. Hurry, or His Majesty will take action. Qin Huaiyu felt a deep sense of despair. He remained silent, compelled to silently perform push-ups. As a young hero, he had already faced punishment from his master twice in succession. Just moments ago, he had taken great pleasure in tormenting Gong Bin and Xiaoza. The wheel of fortune turned swiftly. Who can escape the judgment of heaven? In the blink of an eye, he found himself engaged in the arduous task of push-ups. What Qin Huaiyu found most intolerable was that the female hero, upon entering the Qifeng Temple, immediately spotted him laboring through his push-ups and unleashed a torrent of mockery. Rather than reprimanding her, his master indulged her whims, agreeing that her preferred form was indeed the correct one. After all, she had generously contributed 2,000 taels of silver into the merit box. This made the ever-entrepreneurial Daoist Li beam with delight. To him, the happiness of the wealthy was paramount. If the affluent were pleased, they would return to the Qifeng Temple, ensuring a bounty for himself. However, this monetary gain came at the expense of Qin Huaiyu's comfort. Not hesitating for a moment, the female hero sat upon his back while he struggled with his push-ups. Qin Huaiyu, accustomed to such burdens, initially boasted, "Is it just an additional weight? This is nothing for me. I can speed up and make it a delightful experience for you." Thus, the female hero began to voice her opinions to Daoist Li, suggesting that there was no challenge in his current endeavor and proposing that he should perform with merely 2 or even 1 finger. How could Daoist Li refuse a request from such a generous patron? With a stern expression, he cast a meaningful glance at Qin Huaiyu. Understanding his master's intent, Qin Huaiyu promptly complied, using only 2 fingers to perform the push-ups, soon breaking into a sweat. After a day of tormenting Qin Huaiyu, Lu Wanner left the Qifeng Temple with great satisfaction, declaring her intent to return the following day. Upon hearing this, the once fearless Qin Huaiyu plopped down onto the ground. Having witnessed the formidable nature of the female hero, far from a mere heroine, she resembled a mischievous little demon. He had thought his master's methods were extensive. Yet this little devil surpassed them all. As the night blanketed Chang'an, tranquility filled the air. Upon returning home, Lu Wanner was immediately intercepted by her father. "My dear daughter, how was your day of play?" Seeing the joy radiating from his daughter, Lu Yuanzong felt increasingly convinced of his suspicions. "Quite well," she replied, her spirits high after having vented her frustrations on Qin Huaiyu. "My daughter," her father began earnestly, "I must ask you a question. You must answer me truthfully." Noticing her father's serious demeanor, Lu Wanner tempered her elation. "Father, what is it? Tell me, do you harbor feelings for that young master of the Qin family?" Lu Yuanzong inquired intently. After receiving a report from the patrol camp earlier that day, he had become increasingly curious about his daughter's affections, feeling he knew her well enough to sense such matters. Upon hearing the question, Lu Wanner was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond to her father. Her feelings towards Qin Huaiyu were exceedingly intricate. Since their first encounter, Qin Huaiyu had saved her twice, both times when she was in the depths of despair and contemplating suicide. Initially, Lu Wana perceived Qin Huaiyu as merely an immature youth, bearing a nonchalant demeanor and exuding an air of arrogance. However, today she witnessed a markedly different side of him. In confronting the dark-clad assailants, he displayed remarkable composure, decisiveness, and an aura of authority, executing his actions with unflinching resolve. During her time at Qingfeng Temple, her perspective on Qin Huaiyu underwent a transformation. Although she struggled to articulate her feelings, she recognized his willingness to sacrifice everything for those around him, regardless of the suffering he endured or the injustices he faced. He bore it all silently, without a hint of complaint. Such a man, such a paragon of heroism, was undeniably captivating. Sighing at his daughter's demeanor, Lu Yuanzong realized she had become deeply entangled in her emotions. My dear daughter, it is truly arduous for you. Do you comprehend that the men of Qingfeng Temple are exceptionally rare? Such excellence may bring both fortune and misfortune. Moreover, securing the emperor's consent for your union is an insurmountable challenge. The last time Du Yushi became engaged to a woman from the Shandong Sima family, the emperor was vehemently opposed. Several disciples of Daoist have already caught the emperor's attention, as he wishes to see them become princes. Lu Yuanzong was well aware of Li Shimin's intentions. Having recently been appointed as a minister of war, he possessed little influence within the court. As for Qin Huaiyu, he had long been the object of interest among various princes and dukes, all desiring him as their son-in-law. Father, I understand he is remarkable. He is like the bright moon in the sky. A woman has no other desire than to catch a glimpse of him. Although Lu Wana was forthright, as the daughter of a high-ranking official, she still possessed discernment. Ultimately, she believed in leaving matters to fate, content to see how their journey would unfold. I apologize for the burden you carry, my daughter. Observing her anguish, Lu Yuanzong felt a twinge of guilt. At their level, many circumstances were beyond their control. Master, I bring news that General Qin has sent a letter requesting your presence at his residence. At that moment, the steward approached, catching Lu Yuanzong by surprise. Prepare the carriage. We shall go to General Qin's estate. Lu Yuanzong dared not decline Qin Xiong's invitation and promptly instructed the steward to prepare the carriage to head to the Qin residence. Lord Lu, you must be quite puzzled as to why I summoned you at such a late hour. Upon meeting Lu Yuanzong, Qin Xiong greeted him warmly, offering an array of delightful treats. Pray, General Qin, do enlighten me. Lu Yuanzong found it somewhat overwhelming to endure Qin Xiong's hospitality. Despite his current status as a third-rank minister, he felt insignificant in comparison to Qin Xiong, who had no need to extend such courtesy to him. Without concealing anything from you, Lord Lu, the purpose of my invitation today pertains to the matters concerning my son and your daughter. I am eager to know when their situation will be resolved, as I have longed for a grandchild. As one accustomed to the battlefield, General Qin spoke candidly, offering no respite for Lu Yuanzong. General Qin, what are you saying? Qin Xiong's words indeed left Lu Yuanzong somewhat astonished. Just moments ago, he had been fretting over his daughter, yet now the clouds had parted to reveal a brighter horizon. Lord Lu, I recognize that this may seem rather abrupt. I ought to have sent old Qing or another individual to your residence to gauge your thoughts before presenting a formal proposal. However, given that my son and your daughter share mutual affection, I deemed it best to invite you here for a discussion, so we may expedite their union. We must act swiftly, lest His Majesty take matters into his own hands. Chapter 201. The mobilization of Li Shimin after a series of maneuvers. Qin Xiong rendered Lu Yuanzong utterly perplexed. While others sought every conceivable means to become imperial relatives, Marshal Qin, in a bid to prevent His Majesty from seizing individuals, prepared to act decisively. Marshal, I fail to comprehend, Lu Yuanzong admitted, struggling to grasp why Qin Xiong would take such measures. Becoming a son-in-law would elevate the Qin family to unprecedented heights. Had he been in Qin's position, he would undoubtedly pursue that path. Why then? Did Marshal Qin harbor such trepidation? My dear Lu, throughout history, how many families that have produced a son-in-law have met a fortunate end? Qin Xiong's words struck Lu Yuanzong with astonishment, prompting him to ponder deeply over this statement. I understand now, Lu Yuanzong finally articulated. He recognized that while becoming a son-in-law could significantly enhance a family's status, prosperity often precedes decline. Those imperial relatives, once their generation passes, typically face grim fates. This revelation led Lu Yuanzong to regard Qin Xiong with newfound respect. Initially, I believed that given my son's disposition, no maiden would find him appealing. However, upon learning of his affection, I promptly summoned you. What is your perspective on this matter, dear Lu? Qin Xiong inquired again, his heart heavy with concern for his son's happiness. Although Qin Huaiyu remained unperturbed, Qin Xiong could scarcely contain his impatience. Not just he, but the entire Qin household. After hearing of this development, urged Qin Xiong to bring Miss Lu into their home post-haste. in hopes of enlivening the Qin estate. During the last grand wedding of Tinyu, the entire Qin family was in a state of anxious anticipation, for all hopes rested squarely upon Qin Huaiyu, the sole heir of 3 generations of the Qin lineage. Since Marshal Qin has expressed his sentiments, I see no grounds for dissent. I have already consulted my daughter, and she holds the young Master Qin in high regard. Though she is uncertain of his feelings, Lu Yuanzong was, of course, elated. He had fretted over this matter all day, and now, his anxious heart could finally find solace. Does he dare? Moreover, I know my son well. If he were not fond of your daughter, he would never allow her to ride upon him. Clearly, Qin Xiong was well informed about the intricacies of Qingfeng Temple, thanks in no small part to the loquacious Yu Qibao. Each day, he would send a letter detailing events at Qingfeng Temple to his father, who possessed a penchant for gossip. Qin Xiong was taken aback to discover that news of his son's lifelong commitment had reached him through another's lips. This filled him with urgency, as it was no secret that His Majesty intended to wed the princess to a remaining disciple of Qingfeng Temple, prompting him to summon Lu Yuanzong that very night. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, upon receiving the news, Li Shimin felt utterly dismayed. Guanyin maid, you say there are but a few disciples at Qingfeng Temple? I already regret losing Du Zichu to another. Now, Qin Huaiyu is nearly snatched away as well. I must take action. Li Shimin reflected on his perceived failures as an emperor. In other dynasties, if an emperor wished for someone to marry his daughter, that individual would comply. Yet in the Tang dynasty, apart from the fortuitous unions of Tinyu and Cha Sun Chong, why was it so arduous for others to marry a princess? Your Majesty, Long Dao's disciples have merely reached the age of budding romance, and they are all exceptional individuals. This is entirely normal. Changsun Wuyo shook her head and spoke. Ever since she heeded Li Chen's advice, she has relaxed her mindset, resulting in a noticeable improvement in her complexion. Her cough has significantly alleviated after taking medication, and she believes that full recovery is not far off. How could I be unaware of this? However, my daughter is still too young. This matter absolutely cannot proceed. Tomorrow, I shall summon Prince Qin and Huaiyu to the palace to finalize the marriage. Li Shimin felt that he could not remain passive. Otherwise, he would lose another promising son-in-law. He had yet to recover from the incident with Du Zichu, let alone the situation with Qin Huaiyu. Even if Qin Huaiyu were not Li Chen's disciple, he intended to forge a marital alliance with the Qin family. Qin Xiong has made tremendous contributions to the Tang dynasty and holds the esteemed titles of Marshal and Duke. Both civil officials and military leaders regard Qin Xiong with great respect. A union with the Qin family would significantly bolster his reign. A forced marriage would yield no sweetness. It is essential to consider Huaiyu's feelings, for if my daughter marries him, her happiness must be ensured. As a wise partner to Li Shimin, Changsun Wuyo offered a gentle reminder that Qin Huaiyu is unlike others. Not only is he the sole heir of the Qin family, but he is also a disciple of Qifeng Temple, a status surpassing even that of ordinary princes. I am fully aware of this. Tomorrow I shall inquire about their opinions. I know Huaiyu well. He has only met that girl from the Lu family a couple of times. How could any feelings develop? Li Shimin was extremely confident in this regard, having thoroughly investigated their acquaintance, believing that Qin Huaiyu could not possibly harbor affections for Lu Wanner. Furthermore, while Qin Huaiyu may appear nonchalant, he possesses a strong will. Today, that girl actually relied on Daoist Li to bully him. How could Huaiyu endure such indignity? It is likely that he has already developed a slight aversion to her. Why not seize this opportunity to make Huaiyu my son-in-law? One must admit that Li Shimin's thoughts were astute. He felt that everything was within his grasp. The following day, just as Qin Huaiyu finished his breakfast, Qin Xiong arrived at Qifeng Temple to escort him. Daoist Li said nothing but instructed him to return before lunch. Before leaving, Qin Huaiyu glanced at the path leading to Qifeng Temple, a hint of melancholy etched on his face. Surely, she would come today. Shortly after Qin Huaiyu departed, Lu Wanner arrived at Qifeng Temple. After her father returned the previous night and shared Qin Xiong's intentions, she had been elated throughout the evening. Miss Lu, my senior brother has gone to the palace. Just now, His Majesty summoned him and Uncle Qin, presumably to discuss the marriage, Li Chengxian informed her. He had always been aware of his father's plans, lamenting the fate of such a pair of lovely individuals. In the eyes of Li Chengxian, under heaven, all land belongs to the king. As long as the emperor bestows a marriage, no one can refuse. Will he return? Upon hearing this, Lu Wanner's smile faded, for she understood precisely what Li Chengxian's words implied. I am unsure. Master has instructed him to return by noon to prepare lunch. After Li Chengxian uttered these words, he retreated to the rear mountain to practice the art of archery. As the son of Li Shimin, he faced the most arduous challenges. If that is the case, I shall await your return before lunch. Should you not return by then, I will ascend the mountain, and from that day forth, I shall remain in the company of the quiet lamp, vowing never to marry, said Lu Wan'er, silently resolving in her heart that she was already the woman of Qin Huayu. In Chang'an, a city Qin Huayu had frequented many times. Even visiting the imperial palace as a regular guest, today he felt a twinge of fear. The sudden summons from His Majesty left him with an inkling of apprehension. Chapter 202 lacks a prelude, devoid of romantic entanglements. Had they been united, Qin Huayu might have offered no resistance, dutifully obeying Li Shimin's commands. Yet now, upon his father's arrival at Qifeng Temple, Qin Huayu felt a pang of disappointment within. Father, what am I to do? Just before entering the grand hall, he voiced his concerns, aware that he was not merely a disciple of Qifeng Temple, free from worries, but also the sole heir of the Qin family. Every action he took required consideration for his lineage. Whatever happens, I will support you, and the Qin family will stand by you, his father assured him. Grateful. Qin Huayu felt a swell of emotion, understanding the weight of his father's words. Within the grand hall, only Li Shimin and a few guards remained after the morning court had dispersed. Li Shimin instructed Qin Qiong to bring Qin Huayu forth. Huayu, do you comprehend the purpose of my summons? Seeing Qin Huayu, Li Shimin was notably pleased, as he recognized that no one at Qifeng Temple had dedicated themselves to training longer than Qin Huayu. This was not due to a lack of talent on Qin Huayu's part. Rather, it was likely because Daoist Li understood his exceptional lineage as the son of a marshal, thus choosing to mentor him closely. Li Shimin had heard of Daoist Li's sternness with Qin Huayu, who faced various punishments for merely failing to prepare breakfast on time, indicating the high expectations placed upon him. Thus, upon learning that Qin Huayu had interacted with a woman who might have already developed feelings for him, Li Shimin grew anxious. Beyond his own son, his hopes for Qin Huayu within Qifeng Temple were immense. How could he not desire him as a son-in-law? Your Majesty, I have surmised certain matters, Qin Huayu stated calmly, relieved to find no prominent ministers in attendance. In that case, I shall be direct. I have 2 daughters, blossoming in their youth, and I wish to betroth one to you. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Qin Huayu's expression finally shifted, realizing he could not evade this matter. Your Majesty, the princess is unparalleled in grace, while I am but a mere warrior, a simple man unworthy of her. I implore you to retract your command. Without hesitation, Qin Huayu declined, having made this decision after discerning his father's stance. I decree that you are worthy, and I am not seeking your counsel, but issuing a command. Do you wish to defy my will? Li Shimin's voice turned cold, his face stern at Qin Huayu's response, which was clearly not what he had anticipated. Your Majesty, I have never contemplated defying your command. However, I cannot acquiesce to this matter. Qin Huayu remained unperturbed by Li Shimin's imposing presence, maintaining his composure. Refusal is tantamount to defiance. Do you wish to lose your head? As a sovereign, his words were law, and no one had ever dared to oppose him. Today, Qin Huayu boldly challenged that tradition. Your Majesty, he is my only son. I beseech you to show mercy, pleaded Qin Shubao, kneeling at Li Shimin's feet. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Your Majesty, I fear for my life. However, I cannot wed the princess. Word in times past, a union bestowed upon me by Your Majesty would have filled me with immense gratitude, and I would have cherished the princess for a lifetime. Alas, that is no longer feasible. I have encountered a maiden who has captured my heart, and though her feelings remain unknown to me, in my heart, she is already my beloved wife. I humbly beseech Your Majesty to grant this wish. In my mind, a visage appears, one that alternates between joy and pouting, much like a mischievous little devil. This impudent creature dares to ride upon my back. Had it been another, I would have drawn my sword without hesitation. Yet for her, I am filled with forbearance. You speak of the daughter of the minister Lu, do you not? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was filled with regret, cursing himself for being a step too late. Had he known, he would have secured the matter beforehand, thus depriving that old rogue Lu Yuanzong of his advantage. Indeed, Qin Huayu readily acknowledged this. Given Your Majesty's regard for Qifeng Temple, even the slightest occurrence there would not escape notice, especially with its loquacious progeny and the court's own talkative patriarch. Is it worth risking your life and defying imperial edicts for a mere woman? Li Shimin remained undeterred, eager to witness how Qin Huayu would choose between life and love. If one would forsake their beloved for the sake of survival, such a person would not be worthy of being Li Shimin's son-in-law. There is no question of worthiness, no antecedents to consider, no matters of romance. It is simply love. And I implore Your Majesty to grant this. From the moment I entered the grand hall, I was prepared. Indeed, you are truly the son of King Qin. I feel a strong urge to bring you to justice, for I have long cherished you, only to have you snatched away by another. Nevertheless, King Qin has intervened on your behalf, and Daoist Li holds you in high regard. I shall overlook your defiance of imperial commands as a courtesy to them. Before summoning Qin Huayu, Li Shimin had ordered all to withdraw, reflecting on his own sagacity. Had Qin Huayu defied the edict in front of so many, where would he have placed his dignity? How could he command respect in the future? I thank your majesty. A surge of joy filled Qin Huayu's heart. He had anticipated considerable trouble, yet it had been resolved with surprising ease. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. I permit your union with the daughter of the Liu family, but with a condition: you must bring forth military achievements as a bride price. Otherwise, you shall never wed in this lifetime. With the nation now largely stable, Li Shimin's thoughts turned towards the path of conquest. I, too, yearn to venture forth. However, my master refuses to release me. Recalling the rigorous training I endured daily at Qingfeng Temple, I have longed to wield my sword and traverse the world. While my companion Du Zichu has already ascended to a position of authority in Shandong, I remain confined within Qingfeng Temple, which fills me with great impatience. Rest assured, it will not be long before Master Li allows you to descend the mountain. At that time, you shall bring forth a nation for me, and I shall bestow upon you the title of king. Since Qin Huayu has shown no interest in the princess, it would be unwise to persist. In the case of another, Emperor Li Shimin might consider employing force. However, this is Qin Huayu. He cannot, and dare not, do so. Throughout the realm, all land belongs to the sovereign, yet Qifeng Temple stands as an exception, a place beyond my jurisdiction, which I cannot afford to provoke. Should your majesty, the Tang dynasty, or the people of the world truly require my humble service, regardless of the distance, I shall exert every effort and vow to defend the Tang dynasty unto death. Those who dare to offend our great Tang shall meet their end, no matter how far they may be. Chapter 203. The Emergence of Li Daoshang. Li Daoshang, a disciple of the Qifeng Temple, is indeed commendable. Rest assured, that day is not far off. You two may withdraw. I do not wish to see you at this moment. As for Lu Yuanzong, inform him that I prefer not to see him for the time being. If he has matters to discuss, he may present them directly. Li Shimin felt a twinge of concern. The son-in-law he favored had been usurped, and now there was but one Weiqi Balan in Qifeng Temple. With so many princesses under his care, one Weiqi Balan would hardly suffice. Your humble minister takes his leave, Qin Xiong said, suppressing a smile as he hastily ushered his son out of the grand hall, fearing that Li Shimin might have a change of heart. Alas, Guanyin Bai, why is it so challenging to find a suitable son-in-law for my daughter? After their departure, Li Shimin muttered to himself. No sooner had he spoken than Changsun Wuyo emerged from behind the screen. If Qin Huayu does not refuse, I would rather think he unworthy of marrying our daughter. A person who initiates and then abandons cannot achieve greatness. One cannot help but admire Li Daoshang's pedagogical prowess. Each of his disciples is indeed a paragon of excellence, with character and integrity beyond reproach. Sighing, Changsun Wuyo continued. Ever since his brother joined Qingfeng Temple, Zhi has been diligently striving, hoping one day to study under Li Daoshang. Regrettably, Qingfeng Temple has already taken in 6 major disciples, who are destined to become the pillars of the realm. I fear he shall not accept any more students. Speaking of Li Ji, Li Shimin could only sigh. His admission into Qingfeng Temple had become a source of inner turmoil for him. Yet, gaining entry into Qingfeng Temple is no simple feat. Take, for instance, those 2 from the eastern Japan. Despite enduring considerable hardships, they have yet to be accepted. Moreover, Li Daoshang seems not to harbor any intention of admitting them, merely relishing in their tribulations for amusement. Let fate take its course. Should Li Daoshang ever wish to take on a disciple, I would certainly encourage Ji to seize the opportunity. The whims of Li Daoshang are beyond even a sovereigness influence. It is a matter of destiny. If they are fated to share a master-disciple bond, they shall enter Qingfeng Temple when the time is ripe. By the way, have Qinghe visit Qingfeng Temple tomorrow. With only Weiqi Baolin, I cannot allow another to seize this chance. She should stay at Qingfeng Temple for a while. I find it hard to believe that a young lad like Baolin could resist such temptation. The thought of losing 2 sons-in-law weighed heavily on Li Shimin's heart. He disregarded matters of face and propriety. Initially, he intended to wed Princess Qinghe to Du Zichu, but alas, Du Zichu was snatched away. Consequently, he turned his attention to Qin Huayu, only to find that Qin Huayu had also been taken. This left Li Shimin profoundly disheartened, prompting him to take the initiative. Otherwise, he would be left without a worthy son-in-law, and the importance of his dignity had become negligible in the pursuit of a suitable match. Is this not too? Changsun Wuyo began, only to be interrupted by Li Shimin. Guanyin Bi, there is no need for further words. Qingfeng Temple holds immense significance for the Tang dynasty, and the families behind it are anything but ordinary. Should there be no marriage alliances, my heart shall remain uneasy. Confronted with Changsun Wuyo, Li Shimin harbored no secrets. For the power of Qingfeng Temple is undeniably formidable. Although Li Shimin has always maintained indifference, it does not imply he is devoid of trepidation. Presently, the might of Qingfeng Temple instills a certain fear even within him. To speak of nothing else, the three foremost disciples have all become sovereigns in their own right. Particularly Changsun Chong, who, despite lacking an official title, commands immense popularity in Miaojiang, where every household reveres him as a figure of faith. Currently, as Changsun Chong embarks on his western expedition, the local populace eagerly welcomes the army, even before reaching the Tangula Mountains. The Tang dynasty seeks to embrace the world, and His Majesty yearns to fulfill his aspirations. Without Daoist Li steering the course, such ambitions are utterly unattainable. Changsun Wuyo is acutely aware of Li Shimin's dreams. Only Daoist Li comprehends the vastness of the world. Historically, emperors have merely sought to realize their ambitions upon this land. Initially, Li Shimin shared this perspective. He believed that through diligent governance, the Tang dynasty would inevitably flourish. However, upon viewing the world envisioned by Daoist Li, his thoughts began to stir. He desired not just dominion over the Tang dynasty, but the entirety of the world. He aspired to render the Tang dynasty a masterpiece, unparalleled and unmatched in history. Thus, in recent times, he has devoted considerable resources to establishing transportation networks nationwide, and upon completion, he shall venture forth into the world. By the way, Your Majesty, has Daoist Li been feeling any discomfort lately? Noting the troubled expression on Li Shimin's face, Changsun Wuyo interjected. Not recently. But poor Tiniu has been tirelessly gathering various supplements across the vast Turkic steppes upon hearing that his master was unwell, continuously sending them to Qingfeng Temple. While Li Shimin feigned laughter, a tinge of envy stirred within him. He too wished to partake, for the royal palace's provisions paled in comparison to those of Qingfeng Temple. The day Daoist Li emerged, Yuqi Baolin informed his father, Yuqi Gong, and soon the entire court was aware. Tiniu in the Turkic lands and Du Zichu in Shandong could not bear to let anyone mock their master. Thus, over the course of the month, even if they missed a meal, both committed to gathering supplements for their master each day. Even Yuan Tianyang had heard of this and ventured into the deep mountains, hunting numerous tigers to procure their finest parts for Qifeng Temple. At Qifeng Temple, Qin Huayu raced onward, scarcely allowing his skills a moment's respite. As lunchtime approached, anxiety gripped him. Should he once again miss the midday meal, his master would undoubtedly punish him severely, perhaps even more harshly than those two from the east. You have returned. Upon seeing Qin Huayu, Lu Wanner felt a surge of joy, her anxious heart finally at ease. Dear aunt, I currently find myself bereft of time to engage in conversation with you, as the hour approaches and I fear that if my master does not receive his meal punctually, dire consequences may ensue. The thought of the torment I have endured over the past few days floods my mind with tears. I simply cannot bear to suffer such anguish any longer. Do you not think you owe me an explanation? Everyone seems to believe that I have developed feelings for you. And now my reputation lies in ruins, thanks to you. You must provide me with some form of accountability. Although I have returned, I cannot ascertain whether I have acquiesced to His Majesty's wishes, hence my words are tinged with uncertainty. Dear aunt, what further explanation do you seek? I nearly faced execution for defying the imperial decree. Do not obstruct my path. Allow me to complete my meal preparations first. Chapter 204, The Daring Request of Qin Huayu. In summary, nothing holds greater significance than preparing a meal. Presently, Qin Huayu felt a sense of urgency. With merely half an hour left until his master's mealtime, he needed to hasten his efforts. I shall accompany you, he declared. Upon hearing Qin Huayu's response, Lu Wanner beamed with delight. Even the threat of execution would not deter him from marrying a princess. This single revelation illuminated Lu Wanner's understanding of Qin Huayu's sentiments. With the synergy of their efforts, they managed to complete the meal in just half an hour. Observing their industriousness, the astute Li Chun discerned an underlying intrigue. He was taken aback to learn that his disciple had embarked on romance, reflecting the increasingly liberal customs of the Tang dynasty. Huayu, how long have you resided at Qingfeng Temple? Li Chun inquired as he watched Qin Huayu devour his meal. Given that Qin Huayu had seemingly found his happiness as a mentor, he felt it imperative to grant him the freedom he deserved. Moreover, with the two rule-bending individuals from the East soon to face their trial, Li Chun harbored reservations about their independence. It was vital to have a trustworthy companion accompany them to address the situation at its roots. Master, it has been nearly 2 years, Qin Huayu replied candidly, a sense of foreboding emerging within him. 2 years was ample time. It was now appropriate to venture forth and forge his own path to success. Li Chun adopted the demeanor of a wise elder, contemplating how best to persuade Qin Huayu to journey to the East and confront those vile individuals. In this era, regional loyalties ran deep. And having heard that Qin Huaiyu was the sole heir of his family, Li Chen knew that sending him to the east would require careful consideration. Is my master suggesting I depart? Qin Huaiyu felt a tinge of melancholy at the prospect, despite having contemplated leaving for adventure during his time at Qingfeng Temple. Young eagles must learn to spread their wings, Li Chen affirmed. I cannot expect you to remain by my side indefinitely. Most importantly, I require your assistance with a monumental task, one that has the potential to alter the course of history. Li Daozhong spoke with great finesse, ensuring that every word conveyed his intentions were solely for Qin Huaiyu's benefit. Please, master, enlighten me. This prompted Qin Huaiyu to recall the morning's words from the emperor, suggesting that soon, his master would send him down the mountain, with the bride price for marrying a heroine being an entire nation. It seemed that his master was indeed alluding to this very matter. What is your opinion of Ingzhou and those two individuals from the east? Li Daozhong was thoroughly pleased with Qin Huaiyu's demeanor, a testament to his exemplary tutelage. Ambitious wolves, should they gain power, will pose a significant threat to our central plains. Qin Huaiyu harbored no affection for the east. In due course, those two will undergo my trial. You know I will not accept two foreigners as disciples, and I shall devise an excuse to send them back to the east. Nonetheless, this situation presents an opportunity for our Tang dynasty. Should someone accompany them to the east, striking at their roots, our empire shall endure for millennia. Those who dare to offend the Tang dynasty shall face inevitable retribution, no matter how distant they may be. Li Chen was well aware that this phrase resonated deeply with Qin Huaiyu. Thus he approached the matter from a sense of national pride, confident that his disciple would not refuse. Although Li Chen harbored intentions of venturing to Ingzhou, fear of death restrained him. After all, Ingzhou was embroiled in the tumult of the Warring States period, a mere fade of conflict that masked the chaos of local skirmishes. Furthermore, the maritime conditions were far from advanced, and even the slightest tempest could spell doom. Most importantly, Li Daozhong now bore the weight of family responsibilities, despite his unwavering resolve. Yet, such a life was precisely what Li Daozhong cherished. This gentle haven was a longing he had pursued for 8 lifetimes. How could he possibly abandon Qifeng Temple? Master, I understand, his disciple assured him. Rest assured, I will accompany them to the east, ensuring that these Easterners pay the price. Upon recalling the emperor's words from that morning, Li Daozhong's intent became clear to Qin Huaiyu. The emperor sought to use a nation as a bride price, and aside from Tubo, the surrounding countries were remarkably compliant, showing no signs of resistance. It seemed that this nation was indeed the East, although it was but a speck on the map. It served as a crucial nexus in the emperor's grand design. Capturing the East was imperative. Good disciple, dine well. After this meal, descend the mountain and bid farewell to your family. In 7 days, you shall accompany them to the east. Li Daozhong felt immense satisfaction with Qin Huaiyu's resolve, hoping this strategy would strike at the root of the eastern threat. Observing Li Daozhong's demeanor, Cui Yingying and Jiang Yin instinctively grasped his hands, knowing he must be deeply pained to send his disciple to such a distant battlefield. In Chang'an, upon hearing of Qin Huaiyu's impending journey to the east, Lu Wanner was engulfed with worry. Is there no way to avoid this journey? That place is far too remote. How long until we reunite? After enduring her anxieties for some time, Lu Wanner finally voiced her concerns before Qin Huaiyu entered the palace. No, he declared resolutely, I am a citizen of the Tang, the son of Qin Xiong, and a disciple of Qingfeng Temple. As long as the Tang needs me, I shall never waver, regardless of the circumstances. There remained an unspoken truth in his heart. He must go to the east, for the emperor's condition was that a nation be offered as a bride price. Without conquering the east, he could never claim her as his own. But, Lu Wanner began, only to be interrupted by Qin Huaiyu. There are no buts. This is my destiny, and I alone understand those two Easterners better than anyone in the Tang. This task is mine to fulfill. His assertion was undeniably valid. Among all in the Tang, none knew Ozawa and Miyamoto better than Qin Huaiyu, having tormented them countless times over the past months, gaining intimate knowledge of their every move. Do not worry, I shall be fine. In these 7 days, I will take you on a journey of swordplay across the realm. Qin Huaiyu smiled before turning to enter the palace, knowing that with his master preparing to take action, he must first seek the emperor's command. Your Majesty, I am Changsun Chong, Duke of the Wing Nation of the Tang Dynasty, son of the Grand Marshal Qin Xiong and disciple of Master Li from the Clear Wind Temple. Today, I have come to seek your permission to engage in battle. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was filled with excitement. Indeed, Master Li had long since made arrangements. And now the opportune moment has arrived. I grant you permission to wage war. Within the borders of the Tang, whether it be infantry, cavalry, or naval forces. All that you require shall be provided. I have but one request. Annihilate those eastern barbarians and transform their land into a territory of the Tang, establishing it as a vital hub for our empire. Li Shimin had long been aware of Master Li's intentions toward the Eastern Isles. The scheming began when Ozawa and Miyamoto were subjected to torment, and now, at last, the time for reaping has come. Chapter 205. The Twin Blades and Swift Steed. My lord, I require neither soldiers nor weapons, only my twin blades, a swift steed, and my resolve, declared Qin Huaiyu with unwavering determination. If your majesty stations the water army in Shandong, after a year, we can launch an expedition to the distant land of the Eastern Isles. In doing so, I shall present your majesty with a new realm. To directly assault the Eastern Isles would entail a long and arduous journey, fraught with the loss of countless soldiers and resources, Qin continued. Moreover, should our great army advance without knowledge of the local circumstances, many valiant souls of the Tang would find their graves far from home. Have you considered this thoroughly? Li Shimin inquired, his tone measured. This central land has never lacked in heroes. How can I find joy knowing that our warriors must embark on such a perilous journey? I have indeed contemplated it, Qin Huaiyu replied resolutely. From the moment I stepped into the Qingfeng temple and pledged my loyalty, I cast aside all thoughts of life and death. Our Tang must shine like the sun, illuminating the world. Qin's words invigorated the halls of Qinqian Palace, resonating with the spirit of the Tang men. Excellent, 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 Li Shimin exclaimed thrice, affirming that the men of the Tang should embody such valor. No matter how daunting the path ahead, once the sword is drawn, retreat should be unthinkable. I shall await your return in Chang'an. The day you return will also mark the day of your grand wedding. Though I have yet to bestow a title upon you in Shangxi, upon your safe return, that land shall be yours. When you achieve your ambitions, I shall personally arrange the festivities in the bridal chamber. Li Shimin was exceedingly pleased with Qin Huaiyu. The Qin family had long been renowned for their loyalty and righteousness across 2 generations. With such a lineage, he felt confident in conquering the world. My lord, I am deeply grateful, Qin Huaiyu replied before taking his leave. In just a single day, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Once merely an apprentice at Qingfeng Temple, he had relied on his master for guidance. Now, however, he was the key to unlocking the world for the Tang. If he could successfully secure the Eastern Isles, it would serve as a pivotal base for Tang's global ambitions. This aspiration was shared by both his master and the emperor, and it resonated with the desires of all Tang citizens. The Tang of today was not like the dynasties of old. It was driven by ambition. As night descended, the entire realm reveled in joy. Even in slumber, smiles adorned the faces of its people. Compared to days gone by, the quality of life had significantly improved. Every household had ample provisions and enjoyed the luxury of meat on occasion. Furthermore, the oppressive atmosphere of the past had dissipated since the Zhangde incident, leading Li Shimin to establish the position of governor, tasked with overseeing various regions. Citizens could now voice their grievances to these governors, and if warranted, matters would be resolved in accordance with the laws of the Tang. Yet, Lu Wanner found little joy in this prosperity. Her beloved was soon to depart for the distant Eastern Isles, and she was uncertain when they might meet again. My daughter, I have just received word from the Qin residents. Huaiyu will arrive tomorrow to take you on an adventure. Her father, Yuan Zong, sighed. He had never seen his daughter in such a state. Love, indeed, could be a source of great distress. I understand that merely 7 days hold little significance. Soon, he shall embark on a journey to the land of the rising sun. Among the multitude of men in the Tang dynasty, and with countless disciples at the Qingfeng temple. Why must he go? This thought ignited a spark of anger within Lu Wanner, even if not for her sake. Why could Qin Huaiyu not remain for the sake of his family? The Qin family has but one sole heir. This matter is indeed imperative for him, and there is something he may not have disclosed to you. When His Majesty wished to bestow a marriage, he mentioned a bride price for you. Should the young man from the Qin family fail to offer a kingdom as a dowry, he shall never be able to wed you. Lu Yuanzong pondered for a moment and decided to reveal this matter to his daughter, as only a handful within the Tang dynasty were privy to it. Initially, Lu Yuanzong shared his daughter's sentiments, and upon hearing of Qin Huaiyu's imminent voyage to Yingzhou, he promptly set out to persuade General Qin. Given Qin Xiong's esteemed status within the Tang dynasty, if he were to speak, Li Shimin would undoubtedly acquiesce, preserving the Qin lineage. The journey to Yingzhou is widely recognized as perilous, fraught with the potential for calamity. Even among the disciples of Daoist Li, many believe the odds of survival are slim. For it is not the Tang dynasty. Daoist Li is a celestial being of the Tang, not of Yingzhou. Once Qin Huaiyu ventures there, he shall no longer enjoy the protection of the divine. He is rather foolish. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanner felt a swell of emotion. It became clear that he had meticulously planned everything, yet chose not to confide in her. Alas, it is indeed rather foolish. Rest well, tomorrow he shall come. And this time, I shall leave you to your whims. Lu Yuanzong sighed once more, shaking his head as he departed, thoroughly satisfied with Qin Huaiyu as his son-in-law. Unfortunately, as a disciple of the Qingfeng Temple, he must consider not only himself and his family, but also the weight of the world upon his shoulders since the moment he pledged himself to the temple. At the same time, in the Qin residence, Qin Xiong observed his son practicing martial arts, feeling both pride and reluctance. At Qifeng Temple, Qin Huaiyu practiced diligently every evening, a habit he had maintained even after descending the mountain. My son pays his respects to his father, Qin Huaiyu proclaimed as he approached. You have grown into a man capable of standing on your own. From this point forward, your father can do nothing. Qin Xiong could only feel immense pride for his son. A warrior by nature, he had sacrificed much since entering the military. You have done enough for me, father. Allow me to forge my own path from here. Qin Huaiyu was well aware of his father's concerns. The land of Yingzhou was uncharted territory for the people of the Central Plains, a foreign battlefield for the Tang dynasty, which even caused some doubt in Qin Shubao. Let us not dwell on that. Today, let us drink heartily as father and son. I know your master has granted you but 7 days. After today, you shall pursue your dreams, thus leaving no regrets. Like Lu Wan'er, Qin Huaiyu's lifelong aspiration had also been to wield his sword and traverse the world. As the son of Qin Xiong, he was born within the confines of a military camp. Upon their arrival in Chang'an, Qin Xiong exhibited great sternness towards him. Each day was devoted to martial training, leaving little opportunity to roam the world with a sword in hand. By the way, this is a token from your mother, intended for the future daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Tomorrow, you shall present it to Miss Lu, and upon your return, I shall ensure she is welcomed into our family without delay. With a heavy heart, Qin Xiong withdrew the treasured item, feeling an overwhelming sense of reluctance. He had but one son, and should Qin Huaiyu encounter misfortune, the lineage of the Qin family would face extinction. Yet, as the general of the great Tang dynasty, he was prepared to sacrifice everything for the sake of his country. Father, I understand, he replied resolutely. Rest assured, I shall return alive. Chapter 206. The legendary couple. The next day, Qin Huaiyu arrived at the Lu residence bearing a bracelet left by his mother. He entrusted the bracelet to Lu Wan'er and embarked on a 7-day journey of sword-wielding adventures. Although their time was limited to merely 7 days, the duo did not dare to squander even a moment, as these days were crucial for fulfilling their dreams. By the end of the week, the number of bullies surrounding Chang'an had significantly diminished, and tales of the legendary couple began to circulate throughout the martial world. Clad in white, they rode a magnificent steed, a blood-sweating horse. Wherever this legendary couple ventured, those who acted as henchmen for evildoers faced the sting of an iron whip. Even on the mountain peaks surrounding Chang'an, the bandits who had claimed dominion over the hills were lamenting their fate. In just 7 days, many of these mountain kings met their demise. Initially, they had observed the prosperous development of the Tang dynasty and planned to seize a fortune before retreating to anonymity for a tranquil life. Little did they anticipate the arrival of such formidable heroes. Ultimately, the bandits were left with no choice but to surrender to the authorities, as these heroes were truly lethal. And even after taking lives, they showed no regard for official attire. Such recognized heroes were not to be trifled with. Throughout these 7 days, the steadfast Qin Huaiyu was wholly focused on upholding justice, and come nightfall, he paid little heed to Lu Wan'er's thoughts. Setting up 2 stools, he would simply fall asleep. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Wan'er had subtly hinted numerous times that, although they were yet to be wed, she yearned to bear an heir for the Qin family. Being children of the martial world, they need not be overly concerned with formalities. Each time, Qin Huaiyu would merely respond that their purpose was to act justly, dismissing any other matters, which left Lu Wan'er exasperated, ultimately abandoning her dreams of martial prowess. On the 7th day, they mounted their blood-sweating steed and set off towards Qingfeng Temple, fully aware of the timeline set by their master, which Qin Huaiyu dared not defy. Upon Qin Huaiyu's departure, Li Shimin promptly sent his daughter, Princess Qinghe, to the temple, claiming she wished to practice asceticism on the mountain for a while. After all, Li, the wealthy benefactor, had provided financial support, and Li Chun happily arranged accommodations for Princess Qinghe, ensuring that Iron Bull would tend to her needs. However, what Li Shimin did not foresee was that Princess Qinghe held no interest in Iron Bull. Instead, she spent her days at Qingfeng Temple eagerly awaiting dinner, during which Daoist Li would regale her with stories. Life in ancient times was long and tedious, so to alleviate the boredom of Cui Yingying and Jiang Yan, Daoist Li would narrate the tale of the White Snake legend each evening. Coincidentally, On her first night at Qingfeng Temple, Princess Qinghe heard a segment of the story and became enamored with it, insisting on hearing it every night thereafter, even for parts she had missed. She humbly set aside her royal pride to beseech Cui Yingying and Zhang Yan for the details. How could Fa Hai be so despicable? She lamented, enraged that he interfered in the lover's affair. Upon learning that Fa Hai had imprisoned Bai Suzhen beneath the Leifeng Pagoda, Princess Qinghe wept and cursed, prompting tears from both Cui Yingying and Zhang Yan, particularly Zhang Yan, who resonated deeply with the tale, recalling the historical conflict between the Turks and the Tang dynasty, where one was a revered Daoist and the other, a princess of the Turks. This situation is reminiscent of the tale of Su Xian and Bai Suzhen. It appears that the villain in question refers to these two. Otherwise, the narrative would lack the element of a human and a spirit. Observing the tearful women, Daoist Li felt somewhat speechless. They should not be concerned about Su Xian as a mere human, especially since he even spares neither a serpent. Such behavior prompts one to ponder how he managed to discover the secret within the serpentess form. After hearing the story of Bai Nyangzi and Su Xian, Princess Qinghe devoted several days to transcribing their tale, which was then shared among the young ladies of noble birth for their perusal. Upon completing the narrative of the White Snake, the young ladies of Chang'an, who were awaiting marriage, clamored for updates, with some even offering a handsome sum of 10,000 taels of silver for the complete story. Especially loathed was Fa Hai, the one who separated the lovers, which diminished the temple's incense offerings significantly, leading to a growing disdain among the noble ladies towards the monks. Meanwhile, Daoist Li found himself among the first group of literary fans in the Tang dynasty. Their fervent requests for updates opened his eyes to a lucrative opportunity, prompting him to begin copying and pasting from Dream of the Red Chamber. Even the usually indolent Daoist Li summoned Li Chengqian each night to assist him in writing, while he merely read the text. Little did Li Chengqian anticipate that this desire for profit would ultimately spark a literary craze for Dream of the Red Chamber in the Tang dynasty. Yet, that was a tale for another time. On the 7th day after Qin Huayu departed, Daoist Li arrived at the entrance of Qifeng Temple, where he found the pitiful figures of the once proud Koz and Miyamoto kneeling before him. The ninjas they had brought along were now reduced to a mere 5 or 6. Over the past few days, Daoist Li had derived great amusement from tormenting them. He employed various methods of punishment such as chili pepper water and the tiger bench. Alas, in this ancient era, the absence of electricity prevented him from inflicting even greater discomfort. In any case, for the remaining trials, Daoist Li intended to utilize all manner of punishments upon these individuals from Yingzhou, avenging himself in advance. Today, Koz and Miyamoto were filled with excitement. Having endured numerous trials and envisioned Mount Fuji countless times, they had finally reached this day. Passing through 9 trials signified their eligibility to take a celestial master, enabling them to learn the arts of immortality. Upon achieving success, they could unify Yingzhou, rendering the title of general an inconsequential matter. Master, may we not take you as our teacher? Koz exclaimed, brimming with anticipation, having waited long for this moment. Become a disciple? What do you mean by that? Li Chengqian feigned ignorance, seated in a grand chair while savoring his tea, which was no ordinary brew, having been concocted with precious ingredients such as tiger bones and fawn. The tea was reduced from 49 bowls to a single cup, and even Daoist Li held a degree of superstition regarding this concoction. Recalling his previous escapade, Daoist Li felt a flush of embarrassment, particularly since Baolin had witnessed it. Due to this incident, the two ladies would often tease him. If Daoist Li were to learn that his escapade had become common knowledge throughout the Tang, he could only imagine the feelings that would arise. Master, did you not promise that upon our passing of the 9 trials, we could take you as our teacher? Surely, you would not go back on your word. Upon hearing Li Chen's response, Xiaozhe completely forgot the pain in his body and exclaimed with fervor, I am an immortal. How could I possibly go back on my word? What I mean to convey is that there is no need for you to formally apprentice yourselves, for you have already graduated. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, both Xiaozhe and Miyamoto were filled with bewilderment. They had yet to learn anything. So how could they have graduated? If you do not believe me, simply extend your hands. After calculating the time, Daoist Li pointed towards the boiling cauldron of oil at the entrance of Qingfeng Temple. Upon seeing the cauldron, the two were greatly perplexed. They initially thought this was a formality for apprenticeship, only to realize it was intended for their hands. But we are mere mortals. If we dip our hands in, they will be lost in an instant, Xiaozhe said with a hint of trepidation, uncertain of the immortal's true intentions. Chapter 207. The deceptively emerges. I have already stated that you have set forth. You may as well plunge your hands into the cauldron of oil to test your mettle. Li Chen remained unperturbed, for there was still time to allow these two individuals from Yingzhou to wallow in their trepidation. However, upon gazing at the cauldron, dread consumed them. Should they thrust their hands within, it was likely they would be rendered crippled for the remainder of their lives. I assure you, there will be no adverse consequences. I am, after all, an immortal. How could I permit you to lose your hands? That would be tantamount to slapping my own face. Chen began to subtly coax the two, indicating that their aspirations for a pleasant life henceforth were utterly unattainable. Do you doubt my words? Are you aware of the price of my anger? Noticing their lingering hesitation, Chen adopted a stern countenance, one that seemed capable of inflicting harm at any moment. Immortal. We are eager to comply. We shall extend our hands into the oil, finally declared Xiao Zhe, gritting his teeth. Having endured so many trials, he reasoned that if it meant becoming a disciple of an immortal, losing a pair of hands would be a minor sacrifice. This is promising. Observing Xiao Zhe approach the cauldron, Chen nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze to Gong Bin. What? Do you require me to summon heavenly thunder for a taste of its fury? And no, dear immortal, please do not be angered. I shall do so at once. Gong Bin concluded that, in comparison to the wrath of heavenly thunder, immersing his hand in boiling oil was the preferable option, as it allowed him to remain alive. Ultimately, after a tumultuous internal struggle, the two plunged their hands into the cauldron, only to find that their hands remained unscathed, contrary to their expectations. What is this? Why are we unharmed? Could it be the immortal has cast a spell? Xiao Zhe and Gong Bin were bewildered, questioning how they had become so formidable that even plunging their hands into boiling oil bore no consequences. I have not deceived you. You have indeed set forth. Throughout this month, every trial I have devised was intended to fortify your physical form. In my teachings, there exist two methodologies of cultivation, one of the body and one of the mind. Only my true disciples may learn the superior mental techniques, while registered disciples must endure trials to master physical skills. The challenges presented this month were all designed to enhance your physical prowess. Although you appear frail at present, once you recover, your strength shall become unprecedentedly formidable. It can be said that over these past months, you have transcended numerous limits. You are no longer mere mortals. Aside from the few disciples I have taken under my wing, no one in this world can harm you. Chen had meticulously crafted this narrative during their trials, knowing that should they survive and persevere, they would hear these words. Of course, if they had perished, it would have mattered little. He could always recruit others. For these Yingzhou individuals would continue to come year after year, eager to curry favor with the mighty Tang dynasty. So it is thus. We have long surpassed the limitations of mortals. No wonder I feel invigorated with strength. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Zhe was elated, realizing that his efforts over the past few months had not been in vain. Meanwhile, Miyamoto was so overwhelmed with excitement that he was unsure how to react. Repeatedly reaching into the hot oil. Master, since we have already learned body techniques, please teach us the art of the mind. After the initial thrill subsided, Xiao Zhe knelt on the ground, expressing how utterly captivating this power was. Indeed, we implore you to impart the art of the mind to us. We shall surely repay you in due course. Miyamoto, having regained his composure, also knelt, acknowledging that he had finally acquired the strength to protect his sister. What was there to fear from a mere young general? With this newfound power, they yearned for even greater strength. Believing that mastering the art of the mind would render them invincible. Do not refer to me as your master. Strictly speaking, I am not your teacher. You are merely my named disciples, holding no more than a title. I have no intention of harboring ungrateful pupils such as yourselves. Each utterance of master is a humiliation to me. As he spoke, he internally scoffed at the two Japanese individuals, considering his intellect to be a millennium ahead of theirs. What should we call you, then? The flame of ambition within Xiao Zhe and Miyamoto dimmed somewhat, yet neither was willing to concede. Just call me father. From this moment on, refer to me as such. Chen glanced at them, noting their lack of reaction. Evidently, the term father was still foreign to them. Understood, father. Please rest assured, we shall be obedient from now on. Neither Xiao Zhe nor Miyamoto rejected the sage's request, despite their uncertainty regarding the meaning of father. Father, might you be able to teach us the art of the mind? They longed for this knowledge, having already achieved remarkable prowess in body techniques. The mind techniques of formal disciples could indeed reshape the world. It is not that I wish to withhold knowledge from you, but rather that each individual is destined to cultivate certain abilities. Just as my other disciples are fated to master the art of the mind, so too are you unable to pursue body techniques. I initially considered accepting you as earnest students, eager to teach you the art of the mind. Alas, you lack the innate talent. And thus I can only allow you to bear my name while you cultivate body techniques, Chen lamented. Feigning sorrow while secretly reveling in the ease of deceiving these gullible Japanese individuals. What should we do next? Xiao Zhe and Miyamoto felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing these words. After enduring so much hardship, their only solace lay in having learned body techniques. As long as they remained within the confines of Qifeng Temple, they believed themselves to be invincible, with no one capable of matching them. Of course, you shall return whence you came. I am fully aware of your aspirations. Upon returning to Yingzhou, you may consider yourselves nearly invincible. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I shall send a formal disciple to accompany you. Should any issues arise, he will provide support. Chen finally revealed his thoughts, articulating his desire to allow these two insignificant pests to infiltrate the East, stirring the winds of change, especially with the addition of that little tyrant, Qin Huayu. The Japanese would surely face their doom. My father speaks the truth. We truly need our senior brother's assistance. Xiao Zhe and Miyamoto exhibited no pretense regarding their intentions, revealing their genuine nature akin to that of true immortals, capable of perceiving their every thought. Indeed, I have never been one to deceive. I firmly believe that Huayu will return tonight. When he does, you shall take him home with you, for regardless of the challenges that may arise, he will resolve them all, though it is imperative that you adhere strictly to his commands. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhe and Miyamoto's expressions shifted, instinctively sensing their trepidation towards Qin Huayu. Chapter 208. All must obey my command. Recalling that little demon evokes memories of the tear-streaked faces from the past months. Particularly during the fourth challenge, Daoist Li initially instructed the ants to bite them. While painful, it was bearable. However, Qin Huayu's actions were exceedingly cruel, as he resorted to whipping them, leaving their bodies marred with scars before unleashing the ants upon them. To this day, they harbor a lingering dread of that trial. Were it not for their fervent desire to return home, they might have perished at that juncture. Now, hearing that Qin Huayu intends to accompany them home, while demanding their obedience, how could they not feel trepidation? Father, uncle, let someone else take charge. That little immortal, a paragon among mortals, is far too powerful to be tasked with our protection. Indeed, they felt no need for protection. They believed they could resolve their own matters. The little immortal was currently preoccupied with creating life, and they wished not to disturb him. No words could encapsulate the sentiments of Xiaoza and Gongban at this moment. They would prefer to descend into the depths of hell rather than serve that little immortal. Since you disagree, there is little I can do. I intended for him to guard you against those you cannot confront. Alas, my goodwill appears to be in vain. Chen was not inclined to indulge them. He had honed his skills in persuasion to an art form. What we cannot handle, we are now immensely powerful in physical prowess, unafraid even of boiling oil. Xiaoza proclaimed proudly. How could a mere mortal body compare to his own, which had endured trials akin to those of Shura? In this vast world, wonders abound. Such physical prowess can only be forged through Shura-like experiences, and naturally, such individuals exist in your land, devoted to the path of Shura. However, these individuals have all retreated into seclusion. If you wish to confront the shogun, they might very well emerge to assist you. Chen sipped a restorative soup, already plotting rather unfriendly schemes. Father suggests that our inability to confront them is why the little immortal is to accompany us. Upon hearing this, Xiaoza immediately grasped the implication. Even as a nominal disciple, the immortal had already considered their predicament. Chen remained silent regarding Xiaoza's conjecture. After all, they were quite capable of imagining the implications. Father, we understand now. We were too obsessed, having misjudged your intentions, even pleading for the little immortal's protection. For their own safety, Xiaoza resolved to allow the little immortal to return home with them. Should they encounter someone akin to themselves, they would not wish for their recent tribulations to be in vain. Moreover, with no further tests looming, they trusted that the little immortal would not deliberately complicate matters for them, treating him as a living deity to be revered. Seek him out yourselves. I am certain he will return shortly. I am weary and in need of rest. With thoughts of the impending battle weighing on him, Chen deemed it prudent to rest first, lest his body succumb to exhaustion. Upon Chen's return to Qingfeng Temple, Xiao Zhe and Gongban awaited him at the entrance. Their anticipation for the arrival of the little immortal unlike any they had experienced before. Finally, after a delay at the restaurant, Qin Huayu arrived on his BMW, cradling Lu Wanner in his arms. Reflecting on the economic circumstances of the past week, although Lu Wanner felt a measure of joy, her eyes were nonetheless filled with a hint of resentment. How could such a Na'vi man exist in this world? As a stunning beauty, having spent 7 days together, sharing meals and living in close quarters, he had done nothing, leading Lu Wanner to question whether Qin Huayu had some underlying issue. Little immortal, you have finally returned. Please do not bend down. Step on me instead. My back is exceptionally sturdy, and I assure you, you will not fall. Xiao Zhe and Gongban exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they prostrated themselves on the ground, eager to serve as Qin Huayu's footstool. Accepting their flattery without hesitation, Qin Huayu had already formed some conjectures regarding their motivations. "Speak, what do you two desire?" he said, effortlessly lifting Lu Wanner down from the horse without sparing a glance at the two. In his eyes, allowing Lu Wanner to step on their backs would sully her delicate feet. "Hee, little immortal, we implore you to accompany us to Yingzhou. As long as you agree to go with us, we shall fulfill any wish of yours," they pleaded. Their dignity utterly cast aside in their desperation to persuade the little immortal to protect them in Yingzhou. "I wish to pluck the sun from the sky. Can you procure it for me?" Qin Huayu's words left Gong Bin and Xiao Zhe momentarily speechless. "The sun, you say?" they stammered, completely unprepared for such a response from the little immortal. "Enough with the pretense. Just tell me if it is possible or not. If not, cease your chatter," Qin Huayu remarked with an icy demeanor, his patience wearing thin with their antics. "Little immortal, please do not depart. I shall kneel before you. The task we must undertake upon our return home is perilous, and we earnestly beseech the wise and unparalleled little immortal for protection," Xiao Zhe and Gong Bin groveled, having abandoned all semblance of pride in their presence. "Even if it is dangerous, you still wish for me to go?" "Absolutely not," Qin Huayu replied, unwilling to concede so easily. He needed to ensure that these two dared not entertain any thoughts of defiance, for that would enhance his odds of success in Yingzhou. "Little immortal, do not leave." As Qin Huayu made to enter, Gong Bin and Xiao Zhe clung to his legs, their humility evident. "What would make you willing to accompany us to Yingzhou?" they implored, filled with regret for having hastily rejected the little immortal's earlier suggestion. Having brought this upon themselves, they realized they must now face the consequences. "Do you truly wish for me to go?" Seeing the moment was right, Qin Huayu finally addressed them. "Of course. As long as the little immortal is willing to go, we shall do anything you desire." Miyamoto and Ozawa repeatedly echoed in their minds that as long as they could accompany the immortal to Yingzhou, nothing else mattered. With this in mind, I reluctantly acquiesced. "However, the journey is long, and given my numerous idiosyncrasies, you must heed my instructions throughout our travels. Furthermore, regarding provisions, you are well aware of the dietary standards of Qingfeng Temple, and we must not compromise on that. Most importantly, upon reaching Yingzhou, all actions must be under my command. Should any issue arise, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." At this point, Qin Huayu's gaze turned frigid, sending a shiver down the spines of Ozawa and Miyamoto. "As you wish, immortal." Chapter 209. Our struggles. As long as the little immortal could accompany them to the eastern lands, they would acquiesce to any request. Upon learning that there were others in the eastern lands who practiced the same cultivation techniques as they did, they had already made their resolution. After all, it was merely a matter of bringing along an ancestor. As long as they treated the little immortal with the reverence reserved for their forebears, the little immortal would find no fault. "Little immortal, I shall not enter. I will wait here for you. Once you have bid farewell to your master, you may escort me home," said Lu Wanner as she observed Qin Huayu walking towards the Qingfeng Temple. Their previous conversation had sparked a different notion within her. "Why not enter? Did you not express a desire to visit Qingfeng Temple?" Qin Huayu inquired, curious and persistent in his questioning. "There is no particular reason. Surely you and your master have much to discuss, and I would not wish to intrude," Lu Wanner replied coldly. Faced with Qin Huayu's straightforwardness, she found herself at a loss for words. This was the so-called little immortal, yet he appeared quite simple-minded. "You can converse with my master and the others. Do hurry and join me inside," Qin Huayu urged once more. "Why don't you go in first?" "I will follow shortly," Lu Wanner retorted with an icy tone. How perplexing. The thoughts of women are truly inscrutable. Just a moment ago, everything seemed well, yet now you are suddenly upset. "Please remember to come in later. Dinner will soon be served," Qin Huayu grumbled as he entered, pondering what had come over this heroine today. "Are you two going to heed his words?" After Qin Huayu departed, Lu Wanner turned to Miyamoto and Koz, who had been thoroughly tormented at Qingfeng Temple and now resembled mere shadows of their former selves. "Of course, we must listen to the little immortal," Koz and Miyamoto replied resolutely. They dared not defy him, as all their hopes rested upon the little immortal. If he were to abandon them, returning home would only lead to their demise. Initially, they were supposed to return to the Great Tang months ago, yet they had lingered long past that time, raising the general suspicions. Should they return now, they would undoubtedly face a barrage of inquiries. Moreover, given the general's temperament, even if they could prove their innocence, he would not let them off easily. "Since you heed his words, will you heed mine as well?" Lu Wanner inquired again. "Of course we will listen. You are the little immortal's wife, and your words carry his weight. How could we possibly disregard them?" Koz and Miyamoto nodded in agreement. having learned the importance of understanding unspoken cues after enduring various forms of punishment. Very well, I have a task for you. But it must remain unknown to the little immortal. Should he discover it, I shall ensure that you face the consequences. Lu Wanner threatened before revealing what she needed them to do. Heroine, if we proceed with this, the little immortal will not spare us either. I beg you, reconsider your request. It could be a matter of life and death. After hearing the demands of the formidable heroine, Xiao Zhe and Gong Peng knelt on the ground. For at that moment, their dignity had become utterly inconsequential. If you do not comply with my instructions, I shall command him to torment you both daily. And I will ensure that your existence becomes a living hell, she declared. Lu Wanner, inherently a little devil, had moderated her temperament since meeting Qin Huayu. However, in the presence of these two Easterners, her true nature was fully revealed. But Xiao Zhe hesitated, expressing his concern that regardless of their decision, their fates would not improve. There is no room for hesitation. This matter is now entrusted to you both. Should any complications arise, do not blame us for our severity. With that, Lu Wanner clapped her hands and entered the Qingfeng temple, her spirits considerably lifted. Brother Xiao Zhe, should we truly undertake this endeavor? Gong Bin timidly inquired after the departure of the formidable heroine, feeling that she was even more intimidating than the celestial beings. What other choice do we have? For the sake of our future ambitions, we must endure this humiliation. Did you not see how she commands even the celestial beings? When she threatens us with a fate worse than death, she means it. Xiao Zhe sighed, recognizing that he had no alternatives left but to align himself with Qingfeng Temple. Only by conquering the entire eastern land could his tribulations come to an end. In the spring of the third year of the Zhenguan era, Qin Huayu, having received orders, bid farewell to his master, father, and the emperor before setting out for the eastern lands alongside Xiao Zhe, Gong Bin, and over a dozen remaining ninjas to Shandong, where Li Shimin had already instructed Du Zichu to construct warships for them. The only regret Qin Huayu harbored was that due to the time constraints, he was unable to visit the Lu residence to bid farewell to the enchanting lady. Knowing he was departing Chang'an without having seen her, he suspected that the heroine was avoiding him out of fear of such a farewell. With this thought, Qin Huayu left Chang'an to pursue his grand aspirations. To ensure Qin Huayu's safety, the ship was crafted by Du Zichu using the most advanced technology, incorporating hydraulic power learned from his own master. He meticulously accounted for every detail. Moreover, in order to provide Qin Huayu with comfort, the vessel was equipped with various amenities, including fully constructed rooms and sleeping quarters. It could be said that Du Zichu had exerted considerable effort to ensure Qin Huayu's safe voyage. Upon arriving in Shandong, after exchanging a few pleasantries with Du Zichu, Qin Huayu boarded the warship. For Xiao Zhe and Gong Bin, the sight of this ship was akin to Lu Laolao stepping into the Grandview Garden. This was not their first visit to the Tang dynasty, and for the sake of their maritime safety, their vessels were always the finest in the eastern lands. However, compared to this warship, the best ships from their homeland paled in comparison, as if one were in the heavens and the other upon the earth. This solidified their conviction that, despite the potential for suffering under the celestial being, following her would lead to promising prospects. Having concluded his inspection of the warship, Qin Huayu initially intended to take a moment of respite. However, as he approached the threshold of his chamber, he espied a solitary ninja. Upon hearing Qin Huayu's words, the ninja remained unresponsive, steadfastly refusing to turn around. I am well acquainted with the ninjas that Miyamoto and Ko's lead, and I possess a thorough understanding of their physiques. Thus, I cannot fathom having never encountered you before. Qin Huayu exhibited a heightened sense of vigilance. The significance of this vessel was paramount, and he dared not exhibit the slightest carelessness, lest the strategies of his majesty and his master be rendered futile. Why do you remain silent? Are you harboring secrets? If that is the case, do not hold me accountable for my lack of courtesy. Observing the ninja's silence, Qin Huayu suspected wrongdoing and drew forth his weapon. Prepared for confrontation. Chapter 210. The Debater. Masterly hold on. Little immortal, do not resort to violence. It must not be done. Just as Qin Huayu was about to take action, Xiao Zhe and Gong Bin hurriedly approached, their faces etched with terror. What is going on? I demand an explanation. Upon the ninja turning around, Qin Huayu halted his movements without waiting for Xiao Zhe and Gong Bin to speak. Little immortal, we had no intention of this. The heroine arrived in Shandong a day earlier than us, and then disguised herself as a ninja to board the ship, Xiao Zhe and Gong Bin quickly explained, both feeling insignificant in the presence of the little immortal and the heroine. You actually intended to strike me? Lu Wanner looked at Qin Huayu with a face full of grievance, feeling wrong that he would consider harming her just because she was dressed in black. I did not wish to strike you. I truly did not recognize you. Qin Huayu, who had been on the verge of losing his temper, immediately replaced his frown with a smile upon hearing her words. I do not care. You intended to hit me, Lu Wanner pouted, trying to divert Chen Huayu's attention with her feigned distress. Wanner, why must you put yourself through this? You should understand the dangers we face on this journey. Why act so foolishly? Chen Huayu remarked, observing her expression. Though confident about their expedition to the east, he could not ascertain the perils that lay ahead. Where you live? I live. Where you die, I die. Before we departed, I consulted my father and informed him that in life, I am yours, Chen Huayu, and in death, I shall be yours as a spirit, Lu Wanner declared resolutely, having prepared herself to accompany Chen Huayu to the east. Very well. Then let us venture forth together to the east. With such a companion, I have no regrets, Chen Huayu said, taking Lu Wanner's hand. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Xiao Zhe and Gong Bin sighed in relief, believing that the little immortal would not pursue them any further. You two shall each do 500 push-ups and will not be permitted to eat dinner tonight. Furthermore, by tomorrow morning, I expect to feast upon fresh seafood, at least 10 kilograms. Only when you procure 10 kilograms of seafood may you sleep. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhe and Gong Bin nearly fainted. While other tasks seemed manageable, finding 10 kilograms of seafood in these waters would prove exceedingly difficult. It appeared that sleep was not in their immediate future. Upon reaching the distant seas, a monk arrived at Qingfeng Temple and, upon entering, requested to see Li Chun. I presume you are Master Li, the monk said, his face brimming with fighting spirit, harboring a deep-seated discontent towards the renowned Master Li. Indeed, I am Li Chun. Li Chun felt an odd familiarity with the monk, unable to place where he had encountered him before. This legend of the white snake is your work, is it not? Why must you slander my Buddha within its pages? The monk expressed his displeasure with the tale, which had incited considerable dissatisfaction among many noble women towards their Buddhist community since its publication. Before the arrival of Daoist Master Li, the Buddhist sect flourished rapidly during the Tang dynasty, even surpassing the Daoist sect. However, Master Li's emergence reversed this trend, yet as a practitioner of Buddhism, he never harbored resentment. After all, every individual possesses their own beliefs. He could not compel the populace to abandon theirs. Moreover, all of Master Li's actions were for the benefit of the common people, leaving him beyond reproach. Yet, upon reading the legend of the white snake, the monk found himself incensed for the first time at the renowned Master Li, believing that he was using such means to defame their Buddhist sect. Indeed, this book was composed purely from my heart, with no intention to slander Buddhism. The essence of Buddhism emphasizes compassion and the defense of righteousness in the world, which is the duty of every Buddhist. The character Fa Hai embodies this principle. Although Su Xian and Bai Suzhen are in love, they belong to different realms. And Fa Hai's separation of them was merely to uphold his own convictions, devoid of any malicious intent. Li Chen candidly acknowledged this and even offered an explanation to the monk, showing indifference towards the young monk's sentiments. If separation was necessary, why not employ the methods of our Buddhist sect to persuade them with virtue, instead of confining Bai Suzhen beneath the Leifeng pagoda? At this point, the monk appeared somewhat agitated, clearly having read the legend of the white snake. And he too was dissatisfied with Bai Suzhen's confinement, let alone the noble women. Thus, he believed Master Li was maligning their Buddhist sect, rendering it unwelcome in the Tang dynasty. How can one who practices Buddhism fail to recognize this? Fa Hai's decision to confine Bai Suzhen beneath Leifeng pagoda was due to Su Xian's reckless actions that led to the deaths of many innocent mortals. Such bloodshed warranted Bai Suzhen's demise multiple times. However, out of compassion, Fa Hai spared her life, merely confining her beneath the pagoda to enlighten her. Is this not a method of the Buddhist sect? Am I truly defaming him? Master Li clarified that the legend of the white snake is subject to diverse interpretations, and he merely recited the words once expressed by keyboard warriors. The young monk was left speechless, for every statement made by Li Chen rang true, revealing that the legend of the white snake bore no intent to defame their sect, but rather, it enhanced their image. How could you possibly comprehend the Dharma? After a moment of silence, the monk suddenly realized this point. He had been able to read scriptures since the age of 5 and had never lost a debate on Buddhist philosophy, yet today, the insights of a Daoist surpassed his own understanding. As the saying goes, Buddhism is rooted in Taoism, and Daoist principles encompass all of heaven and earth. Thus, it is not surprising that I possess some knowledge of the Dharma. Li Chen once again displayed his profound understanding, having long mastered these concepts. So, you assert that the origins of the Dharma lie in Taoism, rather than in Tianzhu? Upon hearing Tianzhu, the monk appeared exceedingly reverent, for it was a place he had longed to visit in his dreams. Where, then, does the Buddhist doctrine of India originate? Has anyone ever provided you with an answer? The seasoned Daoist priest, well-versed in history, posed a counter-question that left the young monk momentarily at a loss for words. This inquiry stirred a transformation within the young monk. He had never encountered anyone who articulated the origins of the Buddhist teachings as anything other than their arrival from India. Young monk, this world is vast. You ought to explore it more. Seek the answers to your questions about the world, and then return to me. Chapter 2:11. Journey to the West to spread the teachings. The world is vast, and indeed, I should venture forth to behold its wonders. Thus, my journey westward shall commence. However, this time, I do not seek to acquire scriptures, but rather to disseminate the teachings. Observing the departing silhouette of Chen, the monk's eyes brimmed with resolve. From a young age, he had aspired to journey to India to obtain the true scriptures and enlighten the masses. Yet, after hearing the words of Daoist Li, his thoughts began to shift. In this prosperous era of the Tang dynasty, where peace prevails and the populace thrives, such a nation requires no sacred texts for enlightenment. Moreover, the most pivotal notion struck him. If the essence of Buddhism did not originate from India, but from elsewhere, many beliefs would crumble, rendering such a form of Buddhism unworthy of pursuit. Particularly, the phrase Buddhism is originally Tao resonated profoundly within him, igniting his desire to spread the teachings in India. Contemplating this, the monk descended the mountain and soon found himself before the palace gates. I am Xuanzang of Zhenguan Temple, seeking an audience with His Majesty. I humbly request your assistance in conveying my presence. Upon hearing this, the imperial guards hesitated to announce him, but, upon noticing the token in the monk's hand, they proceeded to the palace. The mention of the monk caused a stir in Li Shimin's heart, recalling the words of Daoist Li, and he pondered whether the second calamity of the Tang dynasty was at hand. Admit him to the palace. I am curious to see how a monk could present a challenge to the great Tang, Li Shimin instructed the guards. Moments later, they ushered Master Xuanzang into the royal presence. What brings you here, monk? Li Shimin inquired, his vigilance heightened upon recognizing the name previously alluded to by Daoist Li, speculating on the potential calamities he might herald. Your Majesty, I am Xuanzang of Zhenguan Temple, also known as Tangsing. I initially intended to journey westward to worship and seek scriptures. Upon seeing Li Shimin, Xuanzang's conviction strengthened. In such a grand Tang, under such a sovereign, what further enlightenment was necessary? Indeed, it was as he suspected. Li Shimin, reflecting on Daoist Li's counsel, quickly grasped the implications. The ideology of the Tang dynasty had embraced a significant openness. Should Xuanzang acquire any scriptures from India, there was a grave risk that the populace could be indoctrinated, potentially reverting the recently liberated thoughts back to their former confines. Furthermore, with the entire realm comprised of Buddhist adherents, this could jeopardize his governance. If Buddhism were to manipulate these followers, it could become exceedingly troublesome. Under the influence of Daoist Li, Li Shimin now approached matters with profound insight and swiftly recognized the crux of the issue. Must you pursue the Western journey? Do you not comprehend the impact your acquisition of the true scriptures would have on the Tang dynasty? As he spoke, Li Shimin's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Should Xuanzang remain obstinate in his quest for sacred texts, he would not hesitate to shed the monk's blood. Your Majesty, prior to today, my resolve to obtain the true scriptures was unwavering. Should anyone attempt to thwart me, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. However, just moments ago, Daoist Li imparted a crucial lesson. Buddhism is originally Tao, and Buddhist teachings are indeed the teachings of Tao. In contemporary Tang, the populace has cultivated their own beliefs and thoughts, no longer shrouded in ignorance. Such a Tang does not require any form of enlightenment, nor does it necessitate sacred scriptures. The so-called scriptures might even challenge these beautiful ideas. If I were to return with them, I would likely become a pariah in Tang. Xuanzang articulated this with precision, and his brief sojourn at Qifeng Temple profoundly upended his long-held convictions. However, he felt immense joy regarding this newfound understanding, for he had stepped beyond rigid Buddhist doctrines and discovered a personal interpretation of Buddhism. In light of this, one might ponder why the master still seeks the land of Tianzhu, which you refer to as the West. Li Shimin possesses a modicum of understanding of Buddhist teachings. Prior to his encounter with Daoist Li, he was a devout follower. Is the Buddhist doctrine truly derived from Tianzhu? I merely wish to ascertain this matter, and I aspire to propagate the teachings in Tianzhu as well. I hold great admiration for Daoist Li. His words led me to abandon Buddhism and embrace the Tao, not due to a lack of resolve on my part, but because I believe that Daoist Li's approach can genuinely benefit the citizens of the realm. With sincerity, Xuanzang expressed that under Daoist Li's guidance, he has witnessed tangible transformations among the people of Tang, transformations that Buddhism could not have facilitated. Since you aim to disseminate your teachings in Tianzhu, I shall not impede your journey, yet neither shall I extend my support. You will reach the extent that fate allows, the emperor proclaimed. acknowledging the prophetic nature of Daoist Li's foresight, remaining vigilant as everything unfolds according to destiny. Thus, I extend my gratitude, Your Majesty. I have come seeking official documents for my passage. I humbly request your grant. Li Shimin offered no resistance. For Xuanzang, this was a monumental blessing, especially since many had previously sought to journey to the west, only to face opposition from the court. Without hesitation, Li Shimin promptly arranged the necessary documents for Xuanzang. It was only after Xuanzang departed the palace that Li Shimin could not help but reflect on the marvel of Daoist Li's foresight. How extraordinary that he could predict such significant events. And for the stability of our Tang, he has already persuaded this monk, unwittingly saving our realm once more. Li Shimin credited all of Xuanzang's transformation to Daoist Li. Without him, how could a steadfast monk have altered his mindset? Since Your Majesty holds Daoist Li in such high regard, perhaps you should visit Qifeng Temple to pay your respects, suggested Chaksun Wuyo, who had long desired to encourage Li Shimin to visit the temple. Indeed, it is time to seek an audience with Daoist Li. With Huayu having set out some time ago, and Chong'er now at the foot of the Tangula Mountains, we await the opportune moment to enter Tibet and demonstrate the might of our Tang. Though I have contemplated the next course of action, I believe it prudent to consult Daoist Li. The moment is not yet ripe for world conquest. Li Shimin recognizes that he can only take decisive action against neighboring states, conquering them first in order to establish communication and ultimately aim for global dominion. Since Your Majesty intends to visit the Qingfeng Temple, might I accompany you? Longsun Wuyo remarked upon observing Li Shimin's demeanor. Ever since encountering Dream of the Red Chamber, she felt akin to the character Lin Dayu. This literary masterpiece has recently gained immense popularity in Chang'an, evolving from a mere few coins per chapter to now a silver or two. Despite this price, numerous individuals are eager to purchase it, and Longsun Wuyo is among them. Having read only a portion, she has already become a devoted admirer of the tale. The sole drawback lies in the exasperatingly slow pace of updates by Daoist Li. Chapters may take a week, or even a fortnight to be released, leaving readers in a state of impatience. Thus, Longsun Wuyo resolved to visit Qingfeng Temple to urge for the continuation of the story.